My parents are actually billionaires, but they lied to me that our family was poor for over 20 years. They made me work to pay for my tuition, fed me the cheapest food, and made me wear old clothes that were faded from washing. But my twin brother, Gu Yanqing, lived in a mansion, drove a sports car, and was treated as the true heir by the whole family. In my previous life, I didn't know until my dying breath that the Lin family was never poor. They just treated me as a pawn, wanting to leave all their billions in assets to Gu Yanqing. When I opened my eyes again, I was back to the first day of my senior year of college. It was from that day on that my life and my previous life completely fell apart. Downstairs at the dormitory, the first thing I saw was my girlfriend, Su Qing, standing next to Zhang Hao. She was standing on tiptoe, adjusting his collar, while Zhang Hao had his arm around her waist, dangling his limited edition car keys, and asking her with a smile if she wanted to go out that night. Su Qing didn't flinch. Instead, she moved even closer. In my past life, I was like a fool, carrying her luggage and making her bed, only to be laughed at by her roommates as a male nanny, and I even thought that was love. Later, she dumped me and started seeing Zhang Hao everywhere, her social media feed filled with pictures of luxury cars, designer bags, and hotels. When Zhang Hao got tired of her, she came back crying and begging for my forgiveness. What's even more ridiculous is that I was truly soft-hearted in my past life. I stood by her through her darkest times, only to be rejected again for being poor and incompetent. Now, reborn, looking at her familiar face, all I feel is the nausea that has weighed on my chest for 2 lifetimes. When Su Qing noticed me, her expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly pretended nothing had happened, walked over, and took my arm. She said sweetly, "Aiken, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you for so long. I was just chatting with Zhang Hao for a bit." Zhang Hao came up and patted me on the shoulder, smiling as he said that if he had time in the future, he could help me take care of Su Qing. After saying that, he deliberately put his hand on her waist. Su Qing didn't dodge. The way she looked at me seemed certain that I would continue to endure, continue to coax, continue to trample my dignity into the mud. But in this life, I directly shook off her hand, and while she was stunned, I raised my hand and slapped her across the face. A crisp slap rang out, and everyone downstairs in the dormitory stopped in their tracks. Su Qing covered her face and screamed, asking me how I dared to hit her. In my past life, I would have felt sorry for her crying, but now, I only felt a sense of satisfaction. I looked at her and said, word by word, "Su Qing, let's break up." Zhang Hao's smile turned cold, and he cursed me for hitting a woman for no reason. I looked at him with a cold smile and said that I had heard him say that staying in the dormitory would make it easier to date. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face instantly turned pale. Zhang Hao paused for a second, then decided to drop the pretense and said that it was better for her to be with him than with a poor guy like him. If I knew what was good for me, I could continue to be his lapdog. Su Qing tried to take my hand, feigning grievance just like in my previous life. I didn't give her the chance and only said coldly, "I'll consider this 2 years of relationship a lesson learned. You didn't betray me. You just revealed your true value." The surrounding chatter grew louder, and Su Qing, feeling stared at, couldn't speak. I looked at Zhang Hao again, smiling as I said that he was truly my good roommate, even trying to steal my boyfriend. With that, I picked up my luggage and turned to leave. Behind me, Su Qing screamed that I was jealous of Zhang Hao's money. Zhang Hao hugged her and comforted her, feigning affection. But from the moment I turned away, they were no longer worthy to affect me. The real debt still lay with the Lin family. When I got back to the dorm, Zhang Hao's bed was still empty. The moment I touched my phone, the screen lit up. His WeChat contact was saved as Mom, and there was only one message. He wouldn't be video chatting with me that afternoon. He was going with his dad to Longhai City to see Gu Yanqing. She also told me to take good care of myself at school and not to skimp on money. Seeing those words almost made me burst out laughing. In my previous life, I thought my parents were just ordinary working people who didn't dare ask for a single extra penny during my 4 years of university, relying entirely on part-time jobs to pay for their tuition. Later I learned that they were the founders of the Lin Group in Hangzhou, with a net worth of billions. And Gu Yanqing wasn't just a friend's child. He was born on the same day as me, my twin brother, only a little older than me. To save on tuition, I worked as a bricklayer on a construction site, enduring sunburn until my skin peeled, but I couldn't bear to buy new clothes. Gu Yanqing, on the other hand, attended a prestigious private school, bought sports cars casually, had a walk-in closet bigger than my dorm room, and enjoyed the Lin family's wealth and her parents' complete favoritism. On the same day in my previous life, my parents were on their way to visit Gu Yanqing in Longhai City when they got into a car accident. Gu Yanqing called in the Lin family's private medical team, who pulled them back from the brink of death, and all the credit for saving their lives went to him. After my parents woke up, they still ignored me. The Lin Group, billions in assets, and all their favoritism ultimately fell into Gu Yanqing's hands. And to prevent me from competing with them, he suppressed me at every turn, and I never received an apology until my death. In this life, I know the truth better than anyone. Gu Yanqing's household registration is still with the Gu family, while I am the only son on the Lin family's household registration. If something happens to my parents, according to the law, I, Lin Xun, am the sole first-in-line heir. When this thought crossed my mind, I felt no guilt, only the chill accumulated over 2 lifetimes. In my previous life, I risked my life to save them, only to be abandoned in return. In this life, I will never try to change anyone's fate again. In the evening, Zhang Hao returned to his dorm, reeking of cologne and cigarette smoke. He sat cross-legged in his gaming chair, grinning sarcastically, and said, "I'm such a charming Casanova." The whole dorm heard that slap downstairs. I ignored him. He deliberately bumped into my table, saying that Su Qing had told him everything. She'd been with me for 2 years, and at most we'd only kissed a few times. She's still an innocent girl. How dare a poor wretch like me accuse her of betrayal? I suddenly laughed and asked him, "That's all Su Qing told you?" Zhang Hao's face darkened, and he said that if she told him herself, how could it be false? I looked at him and slowly said, "The Grand Hyatt Hotel in the city center, the penthouse suite. The view is indeed excellent." Zhang Hao's face flushed instantly, and he cursed me for talking nonsense, but his eyes were already glazed over. I took a step forward and asked him coldly, "If she were truly so innocent, how could you have seduced her so easily?" Zhang Hao clenched his fists in anger, but didn't dare to actually strike. Huang Hui pushed open the door with takeout, and seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly tried to smooth things over. Zhang Hao finally found a way out, cursed, and put on his headphones, turning the game volume up to the maximum. I sat back down, watching his stiff back, a cold smile playing on my lips. The Zhang family's building materials business looks glamorous, but in reality, most of their business is supported by the Lin family. Once I take control of the Lin family, crushing them will be as easy as crushing an ant. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, I sat at my desk, looking at the Lin Group's shareholding structure on my computer. The screen was full of complex relationships, but what I was really waiting for wasn't the data, but the phone call that had happened in my previous life. Finally, I picked up my old phone and pressed and held the power button. The screen had barely lit up when a flood of missed calls and WeChat messages burst in. Before I could even open them, a piercing ringtone suddenly sounded. The caller ID showed an unknown local landline. I stared at the number, my eyes calm and unwavering. I knew it was finally here. I paused for a second, then swiped to answer, deliberately making my voice hoarse and questioning, as if I'd just turned on my phone. The person on the other end of the phone was a traffic police officer. After confirming that I was Lin Xun, he told me that my father, Lin Jiong, and my mother, Zhao Fong, had been in a serious car accident on the highway that afternoon and had been sent back to Hangzhou First People's Hospital for emergency treatment. Their condition was critical. Every word seemed like a pre-written script. Yet, I still forced my pupils to shrink, my fingers to turn white, and feigned incredulous fear, pressing for details about the car accident and how my parents were doing. The traffic police officer just told me to stay calm and get to the emergency center of the First Municipal Hospital as soon as possible. I agreed repeatedly, my voice trembling with tears, and I even deliberately knocked the pen off the table. After hanging up the phone, I stood there trembling, as if all the strength had been drained from me. Zhang Hao took off his headphones, and Huang Hui stared blankly at me. The words car accident and hospital said it all. A flicker of pleasure flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Huang Hui tried to comfort me, but I had already rushed out of the dormitory without even grabbing my coat. I slammed the dormitory door shut. To everyone else, I was just a poor student devastated by bad news. But only I knew that from this moment on, the Lin family's inheritance had changed hands. The emergency center of Hangzhou First People's Hospital reeked of disinfectant mixed with cries, and the bright lights made everyone look pale. I ran inside, calling out my parents' names repeatedly, acting like a distraught son. After checking the records, the nurse pointed to the ICU at the end of the corridor. My legs went weak, but I gritted my teeth and rushed over. As I approached the ward, I saw a man in a suit standing outside the door, looking unusually calm for a family member. He confirmed that I was Lin Chun, then introduced himself as Chun Ming, my parents' special assistant, and also the head of the legal department of the Lin Group. The traffic police couldn't reach me, so they contacted him first. Upon hearing the words Lin Group, I didn't show any unusual expression. I just anxiously pressed for details about my parents' condition. Chun Ming said in a deep voice that their situation was not optimistic, and then led me into the doctor's office. The doctor had just taken off his blood-stained gloves, his face grave. He told me that the two injured people had missed the optimal time for emergency treatment. The car accident had delayed things for too long, and the ambulance equipment couldn't keep up. My father suffered a severe head injury, multiple fractures throughout his body, and internal bleeding. My mother also suffered a severe head injury and spinal cord injury. The surgery saved their lives, but it did not guarantee that they would regain consciousness. The doctor concluded by saying they would most likely become vegetative. I swayed, as if all my strength had been drained, and lunged forward, grabbing the doctor's white coat, crying and begging him to continue saving them. I cried until my voice was distorted, saying that my mom told me this morning not to be stingy with money, and how come I'm now in the ICU. Before I could finish, I squatted down by the table, buried my head in my hands, and cried so hard my shoulders were shaking. Chun Ming stood beside me, his eyes deep behind his glasses. He didn't say much, only offering me tissues when the time was right, and then helping me to the ICU glass window. In the hospital room, the parents lay side by side, their bodies covered in tubes, only their blurry outlines still recognizable. The monitors flickered coldly, reminding everyone that they were still alive, but would never wake up. I pressed my hand against the glass, and tears streamed down my face again. To others, I appeared fragile, grief-stricken, and desperate. Only I knew that beneath those scalding tears, my heart was as cold as ice. Chun Ming finally spoke, saying that the chairman and his wife had instructed before their departure that if both of them were to die at the same time, their son would take full control of all company affairs. My shoulders stiffened, and I whispered that I was my parents' only son, and I would handle it. But Chun Ming frowned, and said that the chairman had once brought a boy who looked a lot like me to the company. I knew he was talking about Gu Yanqing, but I didn't panic. I just smiled bitterly, and said that he was the son of my father's savior, and my father had been taking care of him out of old friendship. I took out my ID card from my old wallet and handed it over, my voice very soft. My parents are Lin Jiong and Zhao Fong. They are the only biological son registered on the household registration book. I am Lin Chun. Chun Ming looked at the badly worn ID card, then at my calm face, and the doubt in his eyes finally wavered. He immediately took a picture and sent it to an acquaintance, asking them to check the household registration and kinship. A few minutes later, the news came back. I, Lin Chun, am indeed Lin Jiong and Zhao Fong's only registered son. Chun Ming's gaze towards me now held more caution and respect. He apologized in a low voice, saying it concerned the group's future and needed to be clarified. I nodded and didn't pursue the matter. Because from that moment on, I was not only the son outside the hospital room, but also the sole key to the Lin family's billions in assets. Chun Ming handed me his parents' cell phones, wallets, and items from the car accident scene. He also told me that once the hospital confirmed their persistent vegetative state the next morning, I would be able to legally take over the equity and group affairs. I said in a hoarse voice that everything would be done according to the rules. After Chun Ming left, I took the sealed bag into the stairwell, took out my father's black business phone, entered my mother's birthday, and the screen unlocked instantly. There was a missed call in the notification bar, with only 2 words in the contact name, Yanqing. Looking at that name, a chill ran through me. His parents had their accident on their way to see him, and he was still waiting for them. I opened the chat window. The latest message was from Gu Yanqing asking where they were, saying they had booked Yulengxuan for the evening. Above that were his demands, complaints, and his parents' repeated money transfers. I mimicked my father's brief and serious tone and typed a line. Something urgent has come up at the company. I can't make it. You'll have to handle it yourself. As soon as the message was sent, Gu Yanqing immediately replied with a string of question marks. He questioned why I hadn't answered his calls, saying we'd agreed he'd come to see me. I didn't reply. I simply turned off my phone and resealed it in the bag. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment in Longhai City, Gu Yanqing stared at the cold reply, his face darkening. Before, no matter how busy his parents were, they would always explain and comfort him. This time, however, he couldn't get through to his father on the phone, and his mother's phone was switched off. He waited from afternoon until evening, only to receive the message that he couldn't make it. Being stood up by his parents on his birthday was a first for him. His unease was quickly overshadowed by anger. He cursed that it was a waste of time, changed into his expensive trendy clothes, put on his limited edition watch, grabbed his sports car keys, and left without looking back. He didn't know that his parents, who had always been there for him, were lying in an ICU hundreds of kilometers away, no longer able to respond to him. He also didn't know that from tonight onwards, everything in the Lin family would no longer belong to him. That night, Gu Yanqing parked his sports car in front of the Royal Dynasty Club and casually tossed the keys to the valet. Inside the private room, the smells of champagne, cigars, and perfume mingled together, and everyone surrounded him, calling him young Master Gu. Some people praised his new supercar, some asked him to take care of their family business in the future, and others flattered him, saying that the Lin Group would be his sooner or later. Gu Yanqing lazily raised his glass, his face full of a condescending smile. But what he didn't know was that while he was spending lavishly in VIP 888, the person who truly changed the fate of the Lin family was not him, but me. The next morning, the corridor outside the ICU was pale and cold. I leaned against a bench with my eyes closed, looking like a filial son who had stayed up all night watching over his parents, so haggard that even the nurses couldn't bear to look at me. Just as dawn broke, Chen Ming appeared with 2 assistants. He called me Mr. Lin in a low voice, saying he had follow-up arrangements to report. I opened my eyes as if I had just been startled awake, my voice hoarse and cracked. We went into the doctor's office again. The attending physician handed me the latest consultation report and said in a deep voice that Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng's traumatic brain injuries were irreversible. Their brainstem function was severely impaired, and they could only be kept alive by ventilators. The final diagnosis was a persistent vegetative state. The words vegetative state patient fell from my lips, and I gripped the report tightly, my knuckles turning white. Tears fell onto the paper, blurring the ink. I didn't cry out loud, but only asked in a low voice, no matter how much money we spend, is there still a sliver of hope? The doctor shook his head, saying the chances of me waking up were almost zero. I felt completely drained, slumped into a chair, covered my face with my hands, and tears streamed down my face through my fingers. The office was so quiet you could only hear breathing. After I calmed down a bit, Chen Ming told me that according to the diagnosis and legal provisions, Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng had lost their civil capacity. As their only adult direct blood relative, I would automatically acquire guardianship and the right to dispose of their property. These words were like a knife, and also like a key. Chen Ming took the thick folder from his assistant. Inside was a list of the Lin Group's 51% equity, real estate, deposits, securities, and various investments. He had the legal and financial departments prepare the necessary change documents overnight. Once I signed, all these assets would be legally transferred to my name. I looked up and asked, "Are they all for me?" Chen Ming looked down and replied, "Yes, they all belong to you now." I took the pen. My fingers seemed to tremble, but they landed steadily on the paper. Document after document were laid out before me, and I wrote Lin Chun in the signature box for each one. The sound of the pen nib gliding across the paper was clear and jarring. With each signature, it felt like pressing the humiliation of my past life into the mud, and also like slowly grasping back the power that should have been mine. After signing the last document, Chen Ming carefully checked it and then bowed deeply to me. He said the remaining filings would all be completed today. From this moment on, I am the de facto controller of the Lin Group. The multi-billion-dollar empire had officially changed hands. I felt neither elation nor excitement. I simply clutched the share certificate, my heart ice cold, because I knew that Gu Yanqing was still dreaming of becoming his heir. Later I learned why Gu Yanqing was so certain that everything in the Lin family belonged to him. When he was a child, he didn't know that Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng were his biological parents. He only thought that he was a child of the Gu family. Until he was 7 years old, when the Gu family man passed away, Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng began to take care of him frequently, changing him to the best schools, arranging drivers and nannies, and completely supporting his life. Later, Gu Yanqing overheard Zhao Feng crying and saying that he was a piece of her flesh. Lin Jiong, however, said that old Gu died to save him, and that Gu Yanqing's adoption to the Gu family was something that had been agreed upon beforehand. Zhao Feng asked, "What about Lin Chen?" Is it fair to keep this from him? Lin Jiong remained silent for a long time, only saying that I had no worries about food and clothing while living with them, and they would not mistreat me in the future. But Gu Yanqing is different. He lost his biological parents at a young age, so he must be treated with more love and compensation. Even the Lin family's assets should be divided more among him in the future. From that moment on, Gu Yanqing knew the truth and that he had an older brother named me. At first, he felt wronged and angry, but he soon discovered that his parents' guilt could bring him countless privileges. Luxury cars, expensive watches, apartments, bank transfers. The Lin family almost never refused him when he asked. Later, he came to believe that the Lin family owed him, and that I, his brother who was kept in the dark, didn't even have the right to know the truth. Unfortunately, he thought too soon in this life. The Lin Group is no longer in his hands, and it never will. Several vice presidents rushed in from outside, their eyes filled with shock and probing as they looked at me. I didn't explain, only hoarsely telling them that the most important thing right now is stability. The company structure will remain unchanged, business will continue as usual, and major matters will be summarized by Chun Ming and reported directly to me. The vice presidents exchanged glances, clearly surprised that I, having just taken office, wasn't in a hurry to seize power. I continued, saying that when I went to the company tomorrow morning, there was no need for a welcome, just a short meeting for middle and senior management. Chun Ming was the first to bow his head and address him as President Lin. The other vice presidents followed suit. The first step was successful. Tomorrow, I would be taking over the kingdom that should have been mine. I stayed outside the ICU, continuing to play the role of a filial son who had just lost his parents, until I opened my WeChat moments and saw the kissing photo that Su Qing and Zhang Hao posted in the early hours of the morning, with the caption, "This is what true love feels like." Zhang Hao deliberately commented, asking what she was before. Su Qing replied instantly, "You've been bitten by a dog." The comments section erupted in laughter, as if they were watching me make a fool of myself. I stared at those words and suddenly laughed. Zhang Hao thought he had stolen my woman, but he didn't know that the Zhang family's building materials business relied on subsidiaries under the Lin Group. Since he liked pretending to be a rich second generation, then I'd make him a burdened second generation. The next morning, I changed into the navy blue suit Chen Ming had given me and headed to the Lin Group headquarters with my new secretary, Qin Wei. The 60-story glass building was blindingly cold in the morning light, like a crown pressing down on my head. The conference room door opened, and more than 30 pairs of eyes turned to me simultaneously. Scorn, skepticism, and disdain were written all over their faces. In their eyes, I was just a student who hadn't graduated yet. Chun Ming publicly announced that Lin Jiong and Zhao Fong had lost their civil capacity, and that he had legally inherited Lin's shares and officially become the new controlling shareholder and chairman. Several senior executives were the first to stand up and greet Chairman Lin. The others followed suit, their attitudes lukewarm, but no one dared to openly turn hostile. But just as I was about to speak, a shrill voice suddenly rang out. Sun Dihai, an old shareholder, sat motionless, cigar in hand. He sneered. "Chun Ming, you brought a greenhorn here, claiming he's the chairman? Who knows if he's just your puppet?" Chun Ming's face darkened, and he slammed the birth certificate, household registration information, paternity test results, inheritance notarization, and shareholding documents on the table, warning anyone who continued to slander him that they would have to bear legal responsibility. Sun Dihai avoided the documents and stared at me again. "Even if you really are the son of the Lin family, so what? You didn't even graduate from university. What do you know about managing a company? What makes you think you can do this, just because you have the surname Lin?" This statement struck a chord with many people. They acknowledged my identity, but not my abilities. Chun Ming was about to retort when I finally looked up, because I knew the name Sun Dihai all too well. In my previous life, after Gu Yanqing took over the Lin family business, Sun Dihai was the first to pledge his loyalty. He used his connections in the building materials industry to blacklist me, making it impossible for me to find a normal job. But I also remember that he was later reported by a female subordinate, and all the dirty deeds of the purchasing department, such as taking kickbacks, using inferior goods, and inflating prices, were exposed. If I could find out in the previous life, I can naturally uncover his secrets in this life. I whispered a few words to Qin Wei. She nodded and left. Sun Dihai, thinking I was guilty, sneered and asked if I was calling for reinforcements. I looked at him and said in a low voice, "You ask me why? It's because I hold 51% of the voting rights in the Lin family. After I finished speaking, I scanned the room and continued. I welcome suggestions from those who truly care about the Lin family. But before I can prove my abilities, there is something that must be dealt with first. The meeting room fell silent instantly. I stared at Sun Dihai and said, word by word, purge the parasites from the company. Sun Dihai's face froze instantly, and he abruptly stood up. Lin Shun, who are you calling parasites? I smiled faintly and said, Minister Sun, you've misunderstood. You're a veteran of the group. You helped my father build the empire. I respect you more than anything. Sun Dihai paused for a moment, thinking I was backing down, and sat back down in his chair. But the panic in his eyes hadn't faded, because the real evidence was about to be brought in. Soon, there was a knock on the conference room door. Qin Wei pushed the door open and entered, followed by a girl of about 23 or 24 years old, wearing an ordinary administrative uniform, with a pale face and red and swollen eyes. She kept her head down, not daring to look at anyone, especially not at Sun Dihai. But the moment Sun Dihai saw her, all the color drained from his face, and he sprang up from his chair. This girl was named Xiaoya, a receptionist at a supplier company. A few months ago, Sun Dihai had taken a liking to her at a business banquet, and since then, he had been constantly harassing her under the guise of being the purchasing manager. He forced her to have dinner with him, and then forced her to go to his hotel room at night to discuss work. He even threatened to cancel the cooperation with her family's business. When she refused, he threatened to make sure her parents' company went out of business. I looked at Xiaoya and softened my voice. Don't be afraid. Tell me everything you know, everything you've suffered. I'll stand up for you here today. Tears immediately streamed down Xiaoya's face. Sun Dihai sternly told her to get out, but Chun Ming's face darkened, and he interrupted her directly. Sun Dihai, President Lin is asking you a question. Shut up. Xiaoya finally raised her head and said in a trembling voice that Sun Dihai had been harassing her since she joined the company, forcing her to have meals with him, and even hinting that she should go to his room at night to discuss cooperation. She spoke faster and faster, saying that if she refused, Sun Dihai would threaten to cancel the cooperation, causing her parents to lose their business, and also sent her a lot of disgusting messages. The meeting room fell completely silent. Xiaoya pointed at Sun Dihai and continued, crying. That's not all. He abused his position as purchasing manager to extort money and kickbacks. Suppliers couldn't get orders without giving him kickbacks. She said that if she didn't accompany customers to drinks or give gifts, the payment for goods would be deliberately withheld. She often purchased inferior goods, but quoted exorbitant prices, forcing suppliers to give her kickbacks. Sun Dihai panicked completely, pointing at Xiaoya and cursing her, saying that she was making false accusations and that she had turned around and bitten him after her seduction failed. I didn't rush to refute, but calmly looked at Qin Wei. Qin Wei took out a recorder and pressed play. Sun Dihai's greasy, drunken voice instantly filled the room. In the recording, he threatened Xiaoya to go to the hotel to discuss cooperation and even used her parents' business to force her to submit. Sun Dihai's legs went weak, and he had to hold onto the table to keep from falling. But that wasn't all. Qin Wei then took out bank statements and purchase contracts and handed them to the deputy finance president. The deputy finance president only glanced at them a few times before his face darkened completely. Several payments to private accounts coincided perfectly with the group's payment schedule. Supplier quotes were also significantly higher than market prices. Witnesses, recordings, bank statements, and contracts were all laid out on the table. The meeting room was eerily quiet. Everyone finally realized that I wasn't impulsively trying to establish my authority, but rather waiting for Sun Dihai to step forward so I could use the most legitimate reason to eliminate him. I looked at Chun Ming and told him to immediately call the police and notify the Ministry of Supervision, the Ministry of Audit, and the Ministry of Justice to fully intervene. Freeze what needs to be frozen, file cases where necessary, and transfer cases to the judiciary where appropriate. Afterwards, I instructed Qin Wei to settle Xiaoya in and arrange for the group's legal department to provide her with legal aid to protect her and her family from retaliation. A whistleblower's report deserves reward and protection. Soon, security guards came in and dragged the distraught Sun Dihai out. The conference room door closed again. The air remained heavy, but no one dared to treat me like a student anymore. I sat back down in the main seat, glanced at the shareholders and executives who were sitting with their heads down in silence, and said calmly, "The meeting continues." I told them that the Lin family doesn't need parasites or people who are two-faced. Past events can be set aside for now, but from today onward, everyone needs to get their position straight. Anyone who dares to test my limits will see Sun Dihai's fate as an example. I asked if anyone else questioned my sitting here, and the meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, everyone stood up at the same time, bowed to me, and said in unison that they had no questions and would obey my orders. This first fire burned brightly and fiercely. After the meeting, Qin Wei handed me the investigation report on Zhang Haishan and his company. The Zhang family's assets were in the tens of millions, and their business heavily relied on Lin's building materials trading subsidiary. The report revealed numerous discrepancies in the Zhang family's accounts, and their cash flow had recently become strained. After reviewing it, I knew the situation was clear. I didn't need to remove this problem myself. A gentle push would make it break on its own. In the car, I asked Qin Wei to arrange the best medical team at the hospital and also asked her to check the properties under my name near Mingda University. The requirements were simple: close to the school, good security, and ready to move in immediately. Soon, Qin Wei sent me a list. I chose a top-floor duplex in Fenglinyuan, next to Mingda University, and also asked her to prepare a low-key and practical car. Around 1 p.m., I drove my black BMW 530 Li back to Mingda University. As soon as I opened the car door, that familiar, disgusting sound rang out. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this our great Casanova Lin?" I looked up and saw Su Qing walking out of the boutique arm in arm with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao glanced at me, then at the BMW, and deliberately smiled. "Not bad. You're driving a 5 Series now after just a few days?" Su Qing immediately sneered and said, "Is that even a question? It must be because I was unwilling to accept being dumped, so I specially rented a car to go back to school to pretend to be rich." Zhang Hao tightened his grip on her waist and deliberately raised his voice. "It's okay for a man to be poor, but he has to accept his fate. I drive a sports car because my family is wealthy. What are you doing renting a car to show off?" I asked casually. "Are you done?" Su Qing then called me a poor wretch, a good-for-nothing, incompetent yet pretentious. Zhang Hao also pointed at me, telling me to get lost. I finally laughed, my voice icy cold. A pair of adulterers. Do they even dare to point fingers at me? Silence fell instantly. Zhang Hao stepped forward, ready to attack, when a clear, cold female voice suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. "Shut up." Shen Qingyi walked up to me and looked coldly at Su Qing and Zhang Hao. "Insulting classmates at the school gate. Is this your upbringing?" She then looked at Zhang Hao. "Accusing someone of renting a car to show off their wealth without any evidence. The truly laughable ones aren't him. They're you. Showing off with your parents' money. What right do you have to trample on other people's dignity?" Unable to save face, Zhang Hao pulled Su Qing into the sports car and drove away. I thanked Shen Qingyi, and she asked me what happened to the BMW. I calmly replied, "Mine." After saying goodbye to Shen Qingyi, I returned to dormitory 307 to pack my things. Huang Hui asked me how my parents were, and I said they were still in the ICU, with little hope of waking up. Huang Hui and Li Chong both told me to accept their condolences. I packed my clothes, books, and old notebooks into my suitcase, saying that I would be going to the hospital frequently and didn't want to see certain people who were an eyesore. I patted Huang Hui on the shoulder and said, "Zhang Hao won't be able to keep jumping around for long." They all thought it was just an angry remark, but they didn't know that some tall buildings only need to have a single rotten beam removed to collapse. I carried my suitcase downstairs and drove to Fenglinyuan. The top-floor duplex was clean and spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of Mingda University. It was like a completely different world from my old, cramped dorm room. I had barely sat down when Qin Wei's message popped up. Her parents' situation was stable, and Gu Yanqing was still squandering money in Longhai City, completely unaware of the changes in the Lin family. I instructed her to continue keeping an eye on Gu Yanqing, focusing on investigating those in the group's upper echelons who had connections with Longhai City. If anyone discovered they couldn't contact their parents, they might go looking for Gu Yanqing. The third piece of news is the investigation results for Zhang Haishan's company. Haishan Building Materials has an 8 million loan due next week, while Linjian Trading's 5 million payment to them this month is currently under financial review. This 5 million is a lifeline for the Zhang family right now. I told Qin Wei to hold off on the payment, using reasons like procedural verification and document flaws. The more plausible, the better. After sending the message, I leaned back on the sofa and habitually opened my WeChat moments. The next second, I saw a new post from Su Qing, which she had made 10 minutes earlier. The 9-grid photo collage is filled with pictures of new phones, coffee, designer bags, diamond bracelets, and her and Zhang Hao's hands wearing matching rings. The caption is even more jarring. She says that her past relationships were filled with cheap sentimentality, and now she understands that true happiness is having someone willing to offer her the best of everything. I stared at those lines of text, feeling no anger, only a cold, laughable urge. It turned out that the feelings I had desperately tried to protect were worth nothing more than a cheap word in her mouth. Zhang Hao quickly commented on Su Qing's post on WeChat Moments, saying that his Qing deserved all the best in the world, and things would only get better from there. Su Qing replied with a shy emoji and a heart emoji, and a group of mutual friends joined in the teasing, saying that she was finally happy. As I looked at those comments, my eyes grew colder and colder. Su Qing, Zhang Hao, aren't you the ones who love to show off the most? Then I'll start with your most prized possession, your money, and let you watch it all crumble before your very eyes. I stared at the phrase tuition fees on the road to growth, and suddenly my mind flashed back to 2 years ago. In order to buy Su Qing a bag she had been wanting for a long time, I started working 3 months in advance, tutoring, working night shifts, and handing out flyers, almost exhausting myself. Finally, I used all my savings to buy that affordable luxury bag that cost over 2,000 yuan. When she received it, she hugged me and said, "Aiken, you're so sweet." But she carried the bag for less than a month before complaining that the style was outdated and casually stuffing it into the closet. I spent almost all the money I earned from part-time jobs, aside from the minimum living expenses, on her. If she wanted lipstick, I bought it for her. If she wanted to eat at a trendy restaurant, I queued up for her. And I wore the same t-shirt until it was deformed, but I couldn't bear to replace it. I chuckled softly. I used to think this was love, but in her eyes, it was just being stingy. It wasn't that what I gave wasn't good enough. It was that from the beginning, what she wanted wasn't sincerity, but rather something she could flaunt. I clicked on Su Qing's profile picture and immediately added her to my blacklist. A system notification popped up, and I pressed OK without expression. Her nickname disappeared from my contacts, and those glaringly boastful posts were also deleted. Meanwhile, in a luxury suite at a 5-star hotel in downtown Hangzhou, Su Qing, wrapped in a white bathrobe, leaned against the messy bed, holding Zhang Hao's newly bought phone, repeatedly checking the likes on her WeChat moments. Zhang Hao came out of the bathroom, saw her smug look, and asked her with a smile if she was happy. Su Qing said sweetly that of course she was happy. Her friends were practically dying of envy. Zhang Hao lit a cigarette and asked her if she had seen that post on WeChat moments, and if she was furious. Su Qing sneered and said she hadn't liked or commented on it, probably because she was too insecure to speak. But as she said this, her fingers kept twisting the belt of her bathrobe. She secretly rejoiced that the minor surgery she had secretly undergone at the private hospital a few days ago hadn't been a waste of money. Zhang Hao, flattered by her words, turned and walked to the French windows, dialing the number saved as Young Master Gu. The call was quickly answered. On the other end, Gu Yanqing was lying in his luxury apartment in Longhai City, drinking. Zhang Hao immediately lowered his voice and said that he had done what young Master Gu had asked him to do, and that Su Qing had been completely won over by him. He could easily win her over by buying her a few things. Gu Yanqing laughed after hearing this and praised him for doing a good job. Zhang Hao took the opportunity to ask what the next step was. Gu Yanqing said casually, "Continue. As long as no one dies, do whatever you want. It's best to make sure he can't stay at Mingda University." Zhang Hao immediately promised that he would make sure I avoided him from now on. He then brought up the cooperation between his company and Linjian Trading, a subsidiary of the Lin family, hoping that Gu Yanqing could put in a good word for him. Gu Yanqing casually agreed, saying she would tell her subordinates later. Zhang Hao was so excited that he thanked her repeatedly, as if Gu Yanqing's words could decide the fate of the Zhang family. After hanging up the phone, the fawning expression on Zhang Hao's face slowly turned into ruthlessness. He recalled the first time he met Gu Yanqing 6 months ago, when the latter asked him if he knew Lin Chen. At that time, Gu Yanqing told him to find an opportunity to suppress me, humiliate me, and preferably force me out of Mingda. Zhang Hao hesitated at first, but the next day, all of the Zhang family's orders and loans were blocked. Only then did he realize that although Gu Yanqing's surname was Gu, he could leverage the resources of the Lin family. From then on, He became Gu Yanqing's dog and directed all his resentment and hatred at me. Now that Gu Yanqing was backing him up, Zhang Hao finally came up with an even more despicable plan. He pushed Su Qing aside, turned on the camera, and made her look at the lens. Su Qing was only stunned for a moment before quickly moving closer to cooperate. Zhang Hao wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her fiercely in front of the camera, deliberately taking pictures of the messy bed and hotel room. He picked the most glaring photo, opened my WeChat, and sent a message. "What you couldn't have, I got. Great. She's mine now. It feels good." At that moment, I was in my study in my penthouse apartment in Fonglin Garden, reading a report on the Lin's project. My phone suddenly lit up. The sender was Zhang Hao. I frowned as I unlocked the phone, and the first thing I saw was that glaring line of words. The photo below was dimly lit, the bed disheveled, Zhang Hao and Su Qing pressed together. Those words, like red-hot iron, were branded into my eyes. All the betrayals, humiliations, and rage from my past and present lives exploded in that instant. I jumped to my feet, knocking the chair over with a loud thud. My eyes were bloodshot, and I forced out two names through clenched teeth: Zhang Hao and Su Qing. How dare they use such a despicable method to deliver this filthy scene directly to me? Since they're so eager to die, I won't wait any longer. I almost smashed my phone against the wall, but my hand froze in midair, and I pulled it back. It wasn't worth smashing my own things for them. Who did they think they were, daring to make me lose control to the point of losing my own money? I forced myself to calm down and opened the photo again. The hotel sign, Su Qing's bathrobe, and Zhang Hao's smug face were all etched into my memory. The anger hadn't subsided. It had simply been suppressed into something colder and more ruthless. If dealing with the Zhang family before was merely a matter of playing with them slowly, now, this photograph had completely ignited my killing intent. What I want is no longer just to bankrupt the Zhang family. I want Zhang Hao and Su Qing to be utterly disgraced, to lose everything they can boast about, and to taste the bitterness of having their dignity trampled upon. I didn't reply to Zhang Hao, nor did I block him. I simply saved the complete screenshots of the photos and provocative text. Afterward, I called Qin Wei. The call connected almost instantly. Qin Wei's voice was efficient. "President Lin, what are your instructions?" I calmly replied. "The 5 million yuan payment for Haishan building materials doesn't need to be held up any longer." Qin Wei immediately said she would notify the finance department to release the loan. I interrupted her directly. "It's not a loan release, it's a permanent chargeback." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and she reminded me that a permanent chargeback requires a formal reason. I sneered. The previous batch of goods from Haishan building materials was found to have serious quality problems during re-inspection. They were substandard and suspected of commercial fraud. Is that reason enough? Qin Wei immediately understood that I was going to cut off the Zhang family's lifeline. She said she would initiate a quality inspection and review, and have the legal department terminate the cooperation on the grounds of serious breach of contract, pursue losses, and refuse to pay all outstanding payments. I added insult to injury. In the name of the group, issue a risk warning to all partners and suppliers. Within 3 days, I want to see Zhang Haishan's cash flow dry up, banks demanding loans, and suppliers chasing after him for debts. Qin Wei only replied with one word: yes. I stared at the photo, my voice even colder. Send someone to keep an eye on Zhang Hao, find out who he sees every day, and especially find out if he has contacted Gu Yanqing in Longhai City recently. After hanging up the phone, I leaned back in my chair and slowly closed my eyes. Zhang Hao, Su Qing, don't you like to flaunt what you've gained? Then I'll make you watch yourself lose it all. That night, the Lin Group awoke from its slumber. Legal, quality control, auditing, and finance departments were all woken up by phone, and the office building was brightly lit, like a massive machine suddenly starting up. Quality objection notices, letters of suspension of cooperation, and claims letters were sent out with the company seal affixed. Lin's external relations department also simultaneously sent letters to banks, suppliers, and industry associations. Early in the morning, Zhang Hao was still fast asleep in his luxurious suite at a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, a piercing phone rang. He answered it irritably, only to hear Zhang Haishan's near-hysterical roar on the other end. "Xiao Hao, something's happened. The company's finished." Zhang Hao sat up abruptly. Zhang Haishan said that the Lin family had officially sent a letter, asserting that Haishan building materials had sold inferior goods as superior ones, suspected of commercial fraud, and that they would terminate all cooperation, withholding all 5 million yuan in payment and seeking compensation for losses. Zhang Hao's mind went blank. His first reaction was that it was impossible. But Zhang Haishan retorted immediately. The quality inspection report, the lawyer's letter, and the company seal are all here, and the bank has begun to reassess the 8 million loan. Several suppliers, having caught wind of the situation, have begun pressing for payment. The Zhang family's cash flow could dry up at any moment. Zhang Hao's palms were sweating profusely. My name flashed through his mind first. Then he immediately dismissed it. In his eyes, I was still that poor Lin Chun, and there was no way I could shake the Lin family business. He forced himself to remain calm and told his father that he would contact young Master Gu immediately. Zhang Hao hung up the phone and dialed Gu Yanqing's number repeatedly, but no one answered. Su Qing woke up and asked him what was wrong, but he shoved her away, yelled, "Get out of here," grabbed his clothes, and stormed out of the hotel. He sped through the city in his sports car, ignoring red lights and speed limits. A little over an hour later, he arrived at Gu Yanqing's apartment and began pounding on the door. "Young Master Gu, open the door. It's me, Zhang Hao. Something terrible has happened." The door was finally opened. Gu Yanqing, shirtless and reeking of alcohol, with bloodshot eyes, immediately cursed. "Are you fucking sick? Coming here so early in the morning to act crazy?" Zhang Hao almost knelt down, his voice trembling with tears. "Young Master Gu, help. My company is finished." He recounted everything about Lin's refusal to pay for goods, termination of cooperation, and notification of banks and suppliers. Upon hearing the name, Mrs. Lin, Gu Yanqing's anger subsided slightly, but she still looked impatient. "Is that all? Come in, don't shout at the door." He sank into the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said that perhaps some careless person downstairs made a mistake, or perhaps Zhang Jiajin had been caught red-handed. He was willing to make a phone call to find out. Zhang Hao thanked her repeatedly, but he was even more flustered inside. Gu Yanqing's attitude was too indifferent, as if she didn't care about the Zhang family's life or death at all. Gu Yanqing picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts, his expression slowly darkening. He suddenly realized he had no idea who to call. Lin Jiong was sick these past few days and couldn't be bothered. He didn't have Chun Ming's number. He hadn't saved the head of Linjian Trading either. He usually didn't pay any attention to his subordinates. He reluctantly called a vice president named Wang, who spoke in a distant tone, saying only that it was a decision made by senior management and that he had no authority to interfere, before quickly hanging up. At this moment, Gu Yanqing finally realized something was wrong. Why would the Lin family target Haishan building materials so severely? Their actions were swift and ruthless, as if it had been planned all along. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, but even more so, he felt a surge of anger at being offended. He needed to find someone who was truly on his side. Just then, Gu Yanqing suddenly thought of a name, Guo Tiankai. Guo Tiankai was the vice president of the Lin Group, a confidant of Lin Jiong, and someone who knew his true identity. The Zhang family had been able to connect with Linjian Trading because Guo Tiankai had put in a good word for them. Therefore, in Gu Yanqing's eyes, Guo Tiankai was his most reliable backer within the Lin Group. Gu Yanqing grasped at the last straw, immediately found Guo Tiankai's number, forcibly suppressed her hangover irritability, and dialed the number. The receiver only kept ringing with a busy tone, which lasted for a long time until it automatically disconnected, but no one answered. Gu Yanqing frowned, trying to reassure himself that Guo Tiankai was probably in a meeting. But the more unanswered the call, the heavier his unease became. He dialed again, but still no one answered, and the mechanical tone made his face darken completely. Zhang Hao stood beside him, his eyes fixed on his phone, as if waiting for a lifeline. Gu Yanqing, not wanting to appear weak, simply tossed her phone onto the sofa and said coldly that Uncle Guo was probably busy and would be back later. Zhang Hao said he wasn't in a hurry, but cold sweat poured down his forehead. He knew very well that every second he delayed, the Zhang family's company would slide one step deeper into the abyss. Meanwhile, at the Lin Group headquarters in Hangzhou, Guo Tiankai was standing in the vice president's office, clutching his still-hot phone. The moment the words, "Young Master Gu," faded from the screen, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He had actually seen the call the first time it came. But just as he was about to answer, the scene from the conference room the day before yesterday flashed through his mind. I appeared as the new chairman. Chun Ming produced complete legal documents, and Sun Dihai, who had been trying to rely on his seniority just a moment ago, was instantly crushed by the evidence and disgraced. Guo Tiankai was smarter than Sun Dihai. He knew I wasn't here to take a seat. I was here to purge people. Whoever jumped out first would be the first to die. He also knew that Lin Jiong had indeed valued Gu Yanqing. But so what? The legal documents were there. I was the only legally recognized adult biological son of the Lin family. Gu Yanqing's surname is Gu. His household registration is not with the Lin family, and there is no will proving that Lin Jiong intends to pass the Lin family business to him. If Guo Tiankai were to step forward to help him, he would only become the second Sun Dihai. What frightens him even more is that he was the one who helped Gu Yanqing get involved with the Haishan building materials business. Now that I'm suddenly targeting the Zhang family, it's very likely that I've already set my sights on him. When the phone rang for the second time, Guo Tiankai finally understood that the most important thing right now wasn't old feelings, but self-preservation. He didn't answer. He simply put the phone on silent and tucked it into the bottom of his drawer. He quickly dialed the internal phone, instructing his secretary to prepare a car. Their destination was Hangzhou First People's Hospital. He wanted to see Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng with his own eyes to see if they were still awake. In the VIP intensive care unit, the lighting was soft, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng lay side by side, their bodies covered in tubes, with only the green wire of the monitor still flickering. The doctor told Guo Tiankai that both of them were in a persistent vegetative state, with very little hope of waking up. These words shattered his last shred of hope like a hammer blow. Guo Tiankai walked to Lin Jiong's bedside and called out in a low voice, "Chairman Lin." Then, as if reporting something, and also as if trying to find an excuse for himself, he said, "You always said that Gu Yanqing was your most valued son, and that the Lin family business would be handed over to him in the future. But you didn't publicly reveal your identity, made any legal arrangements, or leave a will. Now Lin Chun has taken over the Lin family business, with all the formalities in place and his position secure. Chen Ming's side has also handled things flawlessly. Everyone in the group recognizes him as the chairman. So what if Gu Yanqing is your son?" The ward was so quiet that only the sounds of the medical equipment could be heard. Guo Tiankai's voice was strained as he asked in a low voice, "Chairman Lin, what should I do now?" The moment those words were spoken, the electrocardiogram monitor on Lin Jiong's body suddenly beeped sharply. Guo Tiankai looked up abruptly, staring intently at the screen. The next second, he saw Lin Jiong's right hand, which was sticking out from under the sheet, and his index finger tremble slightly. The movement was so small it was almost invisible, yet it made Guo Tian's heart skip a beat. He immediately leaned closer to the hospital bed, his voice trembling. "Chairman Lin, can you hear me?" Lin Jiong's fingers seemed to twitch again. Guo Tiankai was instantly overjoyed and continued to provoke him, saying that Lin Chun had taken over the company and Gu Yanqing hadn't shown up yet, probably unaware of the Lin family's troubles. He lowered his voice again, probing maliciously, saying that I might have known my parents' true identities all along, and that I also knew the Lin family was rich. He said that my return this time might not just be to take over the company. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiong suddenly let out a hoarse gasp. The next second, his eyes, which had been closed for many days, slowly opened. His eyes were bloodshot, his pupils unfocused, yet he stared intently at the ceiling. His chest heaved violently, as if he had countless words to say, but his body held him back from making a sound. Guo Tiankai was both surprised and delighted. He quickly leaned down to ask what he wanted to say, while reaching for the call button. But just as his hand was about to touch the button, a click came from outside the door. The heavy hospital room door was pushed open from the outside. I walked in calmly against the light in the corridor, Qin Wei following half a step behind me, her face expressionless. Guo Tiankai froze on the spot, his hand hanging in mid-air. When he saw it was me, all color drained from his face, and his eyes were filled with terror. All those words I just said about Gu Yanqing, about how I already knew the truth, about how I might hate my parents, are hanging over his head. My father also struggled to turn his eyes to look at me, the hoarse sounds in his throat becoming more rapid, and the anger and fear in his eyes almost overflowing. I glanced quietly at my father, then looked at Guo Tiankai, who was standing stiffly, my tone flat and devoid of emotion. "Vice President Guo, what a coincidence, you've come to see my parents too." Guo Tiankai froze instantly when he saw me suddenly appear at the ward door. He stammered, "President Lin," his hands trembling violently, his face as pale as if he'd just been caught red-handed. I didn't rush to expose him. Instead, I slowly walked into the ward, my gaze landing on Lin Jiong. He was staring intently at me, making rapid, hoarse sounds, his eyes bloodshot. He seemed to have so many questions for me, wanting to question why I turned off my phone the day of the car accident, why I caused him to end up like this. But now, apart from his eyes being able to move, he couldn't utter a single word. Seeing him like this, the last vestiges of complex emotion in my heart turned completely cold. In my previous life, they favored Gu Yanqing and never uttered a single word in my defense, even until their deaths. More importantly, Guo Tiankai's words just now prove that they have been paving the way for Gu Yanqing all along. And I, his own son, have been nothing more than a pawn that can be sacrificed from beginning to end. Thinking of this, a slight smile curved my lips, but the next second it replaced with an expression of pain and grievance. I rushed to the bedside, my voice trembling as I called out, "Dad." I asked him, "Are you really awake? Can you really hear me? Why did you lie to me for so many years?" Lin Jiong's breathing immediately quickened, and his eyes widened even more, as if he was desperately trying to stop me from continuing. But I insisted on telling him, and also telling Guo Tiankai. I said that I had always thought my family was poor since I was little, that one of them was a driver and the other a cleaner, so I lived frugally and dared not spend a penny more than necessary, only thinking about how I could repay them when I became successful in the future. But in the end, they turned out to be the chairman and wife of the Lin Group, with assets worth billions. And I, like a fool, was eating steamed buns in my dormitory and haggling over 100 yuan for tutoring fees. Every accusation I made was like a whip lashing Lin Jiong, and a knife piercing Guo Tiankai's heart. He finally understood that I had known the truth all along, and had long hated them. I suddenly leaned down, whispered in Lin Jiong's ear, and said, "If you hadn't been in that car accident, I don't know how long I would have had to wait to inherit everything that should have been mine." As soon as I finished speaking, Lin Jiong's eyes nearly exploded with shock and anger. But after straightening up, my tone regained its intensity, and I declared that I had taken over the Lin Group and would root out every single corrupt official in the company. As I spoke of corrupt officials, my gaze casually swept over Guo Tiankai. He trembled violently at that glance, his legs went weak, and all color drained from his face. I continued, "I will send them in one by one, just like Sun Dihai did. Don't worry, I will clean up the Lin Group completely and make it truly mine." Lin Jiong suddenly convulsed violently, and the monitor alarms went off incessantly. He stared at me, his eyes filled with anger, fear, and despair, yet he remained speechless. The next second, his eyes rolled back violently, his entire body froze, and he fell into an even deeper silence. I immediately pressed the call button, feigning just the right amount of panic, and whispered, "Dad." Doctors and nurses rushed into the ward, the sounds of medical equipment and footsteps mingling together. Guo Tiankai stood beside me, looking at the anxiety on my face as if he had seen some monster. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and whispered that there was an urgent meeting at the company, and he had to go back first. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the ward as if his life depended on it. As I watched his figure disappear through the door, the worry on my face vanished instantly. That old fox was already frightened. He dared not make any further moves until he figured out my hand. Qinwei walked up to me and whispered her report that Zhang Hao had indeed gone to Gu Yanqing's apartment that morning, and Guo Tiankai had also been in contact with Gu Yanqing for some time. I nodded, my gaze falling on Lin Jiong on the hospital bed. The scene just now was half real and half fake. Half was to provoke him, and half was for Guo Tiankai to see. I bent down and said in a voice only I could hear, "Dad, I think I have a good older brother named Gu Yanqing, right? You all love him so much. I should find some time to go see him." After saying that, I instructed the doctors to use the best medications and equipment to maintain their vital signs and to prevent any bad news from emerging. Then, I took Qinwei out of the ward and simply told the driver, "Back to the company." Meanwhile, in his luxury apartment in Longhai City, Zhang Hao was nearly driven mad. Banks were pressing for loan repayments, suppliers were demanding payment, and his father was calling one after another, bringing even worse news. Gu Yanqing lost his initial composure. He repeatedly dialed the numbers of Guo Tiankai, his father, and his mother, but either no one answered or their phones were switched off, and his unease grew heavier. Zhang Hao asked in a tearful voice, "Young Master Gu, hasn't President Guo called back yet? My family is really about to collapse." Gu Yanqing's face was gloomy. Finally, he grabbed his coat and gritted his teeth, spitting out 2 words, "Hangzhou." The two rushed out of the apartment, got into a blue sports car, and sped off onto the highway. Gu Yanqing kept refreshing the financial news on her phone, wanting to know what had happened to the Lin family. Just then, an exclusive news story suddenly went viral. The headline was as glaring as a knife. A tumultuous change in a multi-billion-dollar family. The chairman and his wife of the Lin Group were involved in a serious car accident, and a mysterious heir quickly took over the group. The news report stated that Lin Jiong and Zhao Fong had an accident on their way to Longhai City and were suspected of being in a vegetative state. The Lin Group has completed its power transition, and on his first day in office, the new chairman purged a veteran member of the group. The moment Gu Yanqing saw the headline, he froze in the passenger seat, his blood running cold. He finally understood that his parents weren't sick, but had been in a car accident on their way to visit him. What devastated him even more was that the mysterious heir who took over the Lin family business might very well be me, the very person he had always looked down upon. His phone slammed onto the floor mat, and he muttered repeatedly, "Impossible." Zhang Hao, who was driving, noticed that Gu Yanqing's face was deathly pale and quickly asked what had happened. Gu Yanqing didn't answer, but just stared intently at the news, looking as if she had fallen into an ice cave. With his parents missing, Guo Tiankai not answering his phone, and the Lin family's internal behavior acting strangely, all the clues finally connected. He realized that the Lin family's relentless attack on the Zhang family was no coincidence. It was I who took action. I was avenging myself, and also dragging Gu Yanqing down from his pedestal. Guo Tiankai isn't answering the phone. Perhaps he's already sided with me. Gu Yanqing suddenly roared and slammed his fist into the interior of the sports car, his eyes bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and called out my name, his voice filled with resentment. Zhang Hao was so startled that his hand trembled, and the sports car lurched violently on the highway. He hurriedly steadied the steering wheel and stammered, "How did this get involved with me?" Gu Yanqing glared at him, her voice hoarse. "The Lin Group has a new chairman. It's probably Lin Chun." Zhang Hao's mind went blank, and his face instantly drained of color. In his eyes, "I've always been a poor boy, having to work part-time to pursue Su Qing, and even struggling to afford food. But now, the person he humiliated might be the new head of the Lin Group. The person who could bankrupt the Zhang family with a single sentence was none other than Lin Chun, whom he had once trampled on so easily." Zhang Hao recalled the photos he had posted, and his heart turned completely cold. Gu Yanqing had lost her temper, roaring at him to drive faster and get to the Lin Group immediately. Zhang Hao, disoriented, could only slam on the gas, the sports car speeding towards Hangzhou like a madman. In the afternoon, the Lin Group headquarters building reflected a cold light. I had just stepped out of the private elevator onto the first floor when a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out, ignoring the security guard's attempts to stop him, and pounced on me. The man was around 50 years old, his suit was disheveled, and his face was full of fear. He was Zhang Haishan, the owner of Haishan Building Materials and Zhang Hao's father. Two security guards grabbed his arms, preparing to drag him away. Zhang Haishan struggled desperately, shouting hoarsely, "President Lin, I'm Zhang Haishan from Haishan Building Materials. Please give me a few minutes." People in the lobby stopped in their tracks. I heard his name, turned around, and repeated softly, "Haishan Building Materials, Zhang Haishan?" Zhang Haishan, as if grasping at a straw, nodded hurriedly, saying that Haishan Building Materials had cooperated with the Lin family for many years and had never made a big mistake. He begged me to let them go, saying that the 5 million yuan in payment could not be cut off. Seeing his submissive demeanor, I gestured for the security guard to release him. Then, I stepped forward, looking down at him, and asked, "You have a son named Zhang Hao, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Haishan's face instantly changed. He forced a smile and said that if Zhang Hao ever offended me outside, he would break that bastard's legs when he got back. I took out my phone, opened the saved chat history, and held the screen in front of him. The first line was as glaring as a knife. "What you couldn't have, I got." In the photo below, Zhang Hao was embracing Su Qing, the background ambiguous, his posture arrogant. Zhang Haishan's pupils contracted sharply, finally understanding where the disaster came from. His son stole my girlfriend, sent me photos to show off, and humiliated me by stepping on my face. The answer to why the Lin family suddenly took such drastic measures is now clear. Zhang Haishan's lips trembled as he whispered that he had failed in raising his son, that Zhang Hao was a beast, and that he hadn't controlled that thing properly. He became increasingly incoherent, his legs buckling as he nearly knelt. He begged me, weeping, to spare the Zhang family's livelihood for the sake of the company's employees needing to eat. He even said he could bring Zhang Hao here and let me do whatever I wanted with him. I put my phone away, neither saying I forgave nor forgave, and simply turned to walk towards the elevator. Qin Wei passed by him, coldly tossing out, "Mr. Zhang, this is just the beginning. Your final fate will be to go inside." Upon hearing the word "go in," Zhang Haishan seemed to lose all his strength, muttering "prison" repeatedly. The security guards grabbed him again and dragged him out of the Lin Group lobby like a bag of trash. As the elevator doors slowly closed, I calmly instructed Qin Wei to have the legal and auditing departments compile all the evidence against Haishan building materials. Commercial fraud, bribery, tax evasion, contract fraud, not a single one could be overlooked. I need the entire group to simultaneously report to the police, file a tax complaint, and initiate legal proceedings to recover all losses and penalties. Qin Wei immediately nodded and took notes. I added, "Gu Yanqing and Zhang Hao will be here soon. Have someone keep an eye on them." On the other side, after being thrown out of the building, Zhang Haishan lay paralyzed on the roadside for a long time. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Zhang Hao, feeling that everything was caused by him. A son can be born again, but without the company, he's completely finished. After his last bit of hesitation vanished, he dialed Zhang Hao's number with trembling hands. At the same moment, the blue sports car screeched to a halt in front of the Lin Group building. Zhang Hao's face was deathly pale, and Gu Yanqing's was ashen. Both looked up at the towering building, feeling a chill run down their spines. Zhang Hao's phone vibrated incessantly, and a single word appeared on the screen: "Dad." Zhang Haishan only asked where he was on the phone. Upon hearing that he was downstairs at the Lin Group building, he immediately yelled at him to get back to the company, not allowing a second to pass. Zhang Hao wanted to say that Gu Xiao could solve the problem, but Zhang Haishan scolded him so much that he didn't dare to talk back. After hanging up the phone, he was trembling all over and could only drive away, waiting for Gu Yanqing to bring good news. Gu Yanqing straightened his crumpled designer clothes, forced a haughty demeanor, and walked towards the entrance of the Lin Group. He assumed that everyone should bow and greet him upon his arrival. But as soon as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by two security guards who asked him to show his work ID or appointment confirmation. Gu Yanqing was stunned, then sneered, "I am Gu Yanqing, and Lin Jiong is my father." The two security guards exchanged a glance, looking at him as if he were mentally ill. One of them burst out laughing, saying that there were plenty of people impersonating the chairman's relatives every day, and that he should get lost. These words were like a slap in the face to Gu Yanqing. He pointed at the security guards and threatened that once he became chairman, he would fire them first. But the security guards were not afraid at all. Instead, they took a step forward. The surrounding employees and visitors also stopped and pointed at him, their eyes full of mocking amusement. Gu Yanqing was forced to retreat, his face contorted with anger, shame, and panic. Only then did he realize that without his parents' influence, he couldn't even get close to the Lin family. He uttered a weak, feeble, "You just wait," before retreating to the roadside and frantically dialing Guo Tiankai's number. But all he received was a cold, unanswered message. Chapter 41: Su Qing's Inquiry. Just as Gu Yanqing called Guo Tiankai again, and once again no one answered, he felt helpless, angry, and desperate. Bite. My phone suddenly vibrated. I had received a new text message. Sender, Guo Tiankai. Gu Yanqing's heart skipped a beat, as if a drowning person had grabbed onto a piece of driftwood, and she couldn't wait to open the text message. The text message was simple, containing only one sentence, yet it sent a chill down Gu Yanqing's spine. Your parents are in the ICU at Hangzhou First People's Hospital, and their condition is very bad. You should go and see them first. There were no titles, no explanations, no words of comfort. Only this cold, impersonal sentence directed at the hospital. It was developed by Guo Tian. Gu Yanqing stood frozen on the bustling roadside, holding his phone. The afternoon sun shone on him, but he only felt a bone-chilling cold that spread from his heart to every part of his body. My parents are in the ICU. Their condition is very bad. Therefore, the news is true. So, Guo Tiankai didn't answer the phone because he knew everything, but chose to remain silent and distance himself from the situation. So, Lin Chun, that mysterious heir, a terrifying possibility, which he vehemently denied, yet which was continually being confirmed, loomed over him like the darkest shadow. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the towering Lin Group building. The cold glass curtain wall seemed to be silently mocking his stupidity and embarrassment. Then, as if finally realizing something, he suddenly turned around, rushed to the roadside like a madman, flagged down a taxi, and yelled at the driver in a hoarse voice. To the first municipal hospital. Quickly, to the first municipal hospital. On the other side, on a slightly old street in Hangzhou, the office building of Haishan Building Materials is located. Compared to the towering and magnificent headquarters of the Lin Group, this place appears simple and even somewhat shabby. It is an old 5-story building with some of the exterior tiles peeling off and the signboard at the entrance covered with a thin layer of dust. Su Qing was standing on the street corner opposite this building, gazing into the distance. She made a special change of outfit today, not wearing the eye-catching designer brands Zhang Hao bought for her, but instead wearing a simple, gray hooded sweatshirt. Wearing a mask and a baseball cap, with her long hair tucked into the cap, she deliberately concealed her usual glamorousness, looking like an inconspicuous passerby. Ever since Zhang Hao roughly pushed her away at the hotel, heard him mention, "The company is doomed," and Lin Group, on the phone, and saw him flee in a panic like a madman, Su Qing has been feeling uneasy and anxious. The countless messages and phone calls she sent to Zhang Hao went unanswered, which made her even more panicked. Is the Golden Bachelor she just found going to run into trouble so soon? Those newly acquired luxury goods, that happiness she flaunted on social media, are they all about to vanish in the blink of an eye? She was unwilling to accept it, but also held on to a sliver of hope that things might not be so bad. Perhaps Zhang Hao was overreacting? She had to see it for herself. However, the sight of Haishan Building Materials shattered any lingering hope she had. The company entrance, which is usually quite clean and orderly, is now a complete mess. The guard booth was empty. The guards who should have been on duty were nowhere to be found. The glass doors were wide open, and the inside was bustling with noise and chatter, unlike what one would expect from a normally operating company. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. She lowered the brim of her hat, quickly crossed the road, and moved closer. She saw several vans and small trucks parked at the entrance, and some people who looked like drivers or workers were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, smoking and talking loudly, their faces showing impatience and anger. Damn it, when are you going to pay me? Exactly. It's been 3 months already. If you don't settle the payment today, I'm taking the goods back. Where is Zhang Haishan? Is he hiding? I heard they've offended the Lin Group and are finished. Our money's probably gone. What? You've offended the Lin family? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go inside to move your things to pay off the debt. Listening to these comments, Su Qing's heart sank little by little. She bit her lip, mustered her courage, and walked towards the company gate. No one stopped her at the door, and no one even glanced at her. She mingled among a group of people who were making a ruckus and wanted to go inside to collect debts, and easily entered the lobby on the first floor of the office building. The lobby was in complete chaos. The reception desk was empty, and the pretty receptionist was nowhere to be found. Some documents were scattered on the floor. Dozens of people were crowded in the hall, some in suits and some in work clothes. They were all agitated and were arguing and questioning a few people who looked like company management, but were also in a state of panic and sweating profusely. We demand to see General Manager Zhang. We need an explanation today. Yes, our company can't delay payment any longer. The bank people came too, saying the loan was due and they needed to seize the assets. Where's Zhang Haishan? Tell him to come out. The noise was deafening, almost enough to lift the roof off. The air was thick with the smells of smoke, sweat, and the desperate, restless atmosphere unique to those on the eve of bankruptcy. Su Qing was terrified by the scene and shrank to the edge of the crowd, at a loss for what to do. She wanted to find someone to ask what was going on, her eyes searching through the chaotic crowd. Just then, she saw a middle-aged man with a shaved head, tattoos on his arms, and a fierce look on his face, squeezing out of the crowd while cursing, seemingly wanting to go out for a smoke. Su Qing was afraid, but her curiosity and worry about her future overwhelmed everything else. She took a deep breath and jogged after him. When the bald man reached the relatively quiet corner of the stairs, she spoke timidly, deliberately softening her voice. Brother. Excuse me, what's going on here? Why is it so chaotic? The bald man stopped, turned around, and glanced at Su Qing sideways. Seeing that she was wearing a hat and mask and dressed plainly, he asked impatiently, Who are you? What do you want? Su Qing had already prepared her explanation and quickly said, I'm here for an interview. It was scheduled for today. What's going on? An interview? The bald man scoffed as if he'd heard the funniest joke. looking Su Qing up and down with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Interview my ass. Girl, are you blind or out of touch? Can't you see how chaotic this place is? Haishan Building Materials is going bankrupt. Bankruptcy. Although Su Qing had a premonition, hearing the word in person was still like being hit by a heavy hammer, and her face turned pale instantly. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask to cover it up. Her voice trembled. No way. How could this happen so suddenly? Suddenly? Umph. The bald man lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and gestured towards the chaotic hall with his lip. See those? They're all here to collect debts. Suppliers, contractors, and bank people. I heard they offended the Lin Group. One sentence from someone cut off all their livelihoods, and they even brought up old grievances to report them. Now banks are pressing for loans. Partners are cutting ties. Suppliers are demanding repayment. Their cash flow has long been cut off. They're just waiting to be declared bankrupt and liquidated. He blew a smoke ring, looking at Su Qing's stunned expression, his tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude and shared misery. Girl, take my advice, you should leave now. This place will soon become uninhabitable. They can't even pay wages. What's the point of interviewing? Find another job as soon as possible. After saying that, the bald man ignored Su Qing, smoked a cigarette, and strolled back into the noisy crowd to continue his cursing. Chapter 42. Su Qing's Panic. When the bald man told him that Haishan Building Materials was going bankrupt and a large group of people were there to collect debts, Su Qing stood frozen in place, her whole body ice cold. Bankruptcy. Offended the Lin Group. Who on earth dares to offend them? Is it Zhang Haishan or Zhang Hao? Also, didn't the Lin Group just say they had a new manager? Su Qing stood stiffly at the chaotic corner of the staircase at Haishan Building Materials, surrounded by a cacophony of shouts and cries, her nostrils filled with the smell of smoke and despair. The bald man's words pierced her heart like an ice pick, shattering her last shred of hope. Bankruptcy? It's really bankrupt. Had she offended the Lin Group? Su Qing's mind was a complete mess. Who had she offended? Zhang Haishan or Zhang Hao? Regardless of whether it's father or son, the outcome is the same. The Zhang family is finished. The wealthy family she had just thought she had climbed into, the one that would bring her a life of luxury, was about to turn into a worthless mess, and she might even end up with a mountain of debt. As for the Lin Group changing its chairman, such a distant business upheaval that only appears in the news seems so insignificant compared to her current fear and loss. She didn't care who the new chairman of the Lin Group was. All she knew was that the Zhang family had offended the Lin Group, so they were finished, and her dream of becoming a rich wife was also over. A profound sense of loss and panic overwhelmed her once again. She took one last look at the apocalyptic scene in the lobby, then abruptly turned around, lowered her head, and fled from the suffocating building as if escaping. The sunlight outside was still dazzling. The streets were bustling with traffic and pedestrians were hurrying along. Everything was the same as when she went in, but Su Qing felt that the whole world had turned gray. She walked aimlessly down the street, not knowing where she was going. Go back to the hotel? She was all alone there, along with the chaos and unease left behind by Zhang Hao. She dared not think about where Zhang Hao was or what he was doing. The man who made promises to her that morning and bought her luxury goods may now be in dire straits himself. In the end, she dragged her heavy steps back to the girls' dormitory at Mingda University. Pushing open the door to dormitory 308, a familiar scent mingled with the smells of perfume, cosmetics, and takeout wafted out. This was the place where she had lived for 2 years. Although it was small, it gave her a morbid sense of security at this moment. The other 3 girls in the dorm were all there. One of them, named Wang Li, was sitting at her desk, carefully applying her new lipstick in front of the mirror. On the desk was a bag from a certain mid-range luxury brand. Another woman, named Li Na, was lying in bed scrolling through her phone, wearing a pair of new sneakers that looked expensive. Another person named Sun Tingting was on a video call, speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice, while dangling a sparkly bracelet on her wrist. When they saw Su Qing return, her face pale, her eyes vacant, and her expression absent-minded, the 3 girls stopped what they were doing and all looked at her. Oh, our busy Qingqing is back. Wang Li spoke first, her tone carrying her usual sarcasm and inquisitiveness. Weren't you and your young master Zhang spending the last couple of days together in a 5-star hotel? How come you're back in our shabby dorm? Judging from your expression, you didn't have a fight, did you? Lina also put down her phone, sat up, and glanced at Su Qing. Not seeing a new luxury bag, Her tone became somewhat indifferent. Yeah, Qingqing, you're dressed like a thief. Where's your new bag and bracelet? Aren't you wearing them? Sun Tingting finished the video call and leaned over, blinking her large, exquisitely made-up eyes. Qingqing, why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying? Did young Master Zhang bully you? Let me tell you, you can't spoil men too much. You have to make a scene. Look at my boyfriend. He upset me yesterday, and today he immediately bought me this bracelet as an apology. She then proudly waved her wrist. In the past, Su Qing would have definitely retaliated triumphantly, showing off what Zhang Hao had bought for her again, or pretending to sweetly recount her happiness with Zhang Hao. But at this moment, listening to her roommate's familiar words, full of comparison and vanity, she felt extremely grating and ironic. Her heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. They are still showing off the luxury goods their boyfriends gave them, which may just be things that ordinary working-class people have saved up to buy, and they are still smug about their little vanity. She had already witnessed firsthand what true, but fleeting, wealth was, and the devastating fall from grace. Seeing the curious, inquisitive, and slightly gloating looks in her roommate's eyes, Su Qing finally couldn't hold back her panic, grievances, disappointment, and despair that had been building up all day, and it suddenly burst out. With a loud wah, she could no longer hold back, covered her face, squatted on the ground, and burst into tears. Her cries were shrill and filled with helplessness and despair. Her three roommates were startled by her sudden outburst of crying and looked at each other in bewilderment. Qingqing, what's wrong? Did you really have a fight? Did young Master Zhang hit you? Wang Li frowned, her tone revealing genuine surprise, but her eyes held even more curiosity. Yes, Qingqing, don't just cry. What happened? Tell us, and we'll give you some advice. Li Na also came over, feigning to comfort her, but actually wanting to hear some gossip. Su Qing was sobbing uncontrollably and spoke haltingly, her voice thick with tears. Zhang Hao's family, is going bankrupt. The company is finished. So many people are demanding repayment. The bank is going to seize the assets. What am I going to do? What? Bankruptcy? The three girls exclaimed at the same time, their faces filled with shock. Wang Li was the first to react, her tone carrying a strange mix of sympathy and, I knew it. Oh my God, bankruptcy? Really? Wasn't Zhang Hao's family quite wealthy? How could they suddenly go bankrupt? I don't know the specifics. I heard it's because they offended the Lin Group. Su Qing sobbed, her words incoherent. I went to their company. It was a complete mess. So many people were demanding payment. My bag, my necklace, my phone. He just bought them for me. What am I going to do now? Li Na pursed her lips. Her feigned sympathy vanished, and her tone became somewhat harsh. Offended the Lin Group? How could that be good? The Lin Group. That's a behemoth. Zhang Hao's dad is too audacious. Now he's not a rich second generation anymore. He's become a negative second generation. Qingqing, your luck is too good. You just hooked up with one, and it went bankrupt in the blink of an eye. Sun Tingting also showed a sympathetic expression, but what she said was even more hurtful. Yeah, Qingqing, you, sigh, I used to envy you for finding a rich second generation guy who drives a sports car. I never thought. Life is so unpredictable. Don't be too sad. Out with the old, in with the new. But you won't have all those things taken back, will you? After all, their family went bankrupt. The things they gave away might be used to pay off their debts. To pay off the debt. Su Qing's crying stopped abruptly. She raised her head sharply, her face still streaked with tears, her eyes filled with a new kind of fear. She never even considered that possibility. Those bags, jewelry, cell phones. Are they going to be taken back before she even has a chance to enjoy them? Looking at Su Qing's terrified expression, Wang Li felt a strange sense of pleasure. When Su Qing got involved with Zhang Hao, she bragged about it in the dormitory, which really provoked them. She said slowly, it's hard to say. In bankruptcy liquidation, all assets will be investigated. If these things they gave you are of high value, and they were given when their family was on the verge of bankruptcy, they might really be considered as malicious transfer of assets and have to be recovered. She said this half-truths, mainly to scare Su Qing and make a fool of herself. Su Qing was indeed frightened. Her face turned even paler than before, and she even forgot to cry. She instinctively clutched her ordinary hoodie, as if she could grasp onto something. The fleeting vanity and pleasure brought by those luxuries have now turned into a heavy burden and fear. Chapter 43. Even if Zhang Hao is gone, There will be another one. All right, stop scaring Ching. Lina tried to smooth things over, but the amusement in her eyes was undeniable. Ching, don't worry too much. Maybe things aren't so bad. You have a good relationship with that big boss. Maybe he can help you. You're just too impatient. You rush at anyone who drives a sports car. When looking for a man, you still need to be discerning and make sure his family is financially stable. Someone like Lin Shen might be poor, but at least his family is stable and won't make you fall from grace overnight, right? She brought up Lin Shen again, her tone full of sarcasm towards Su Qing's initial choice. Back then, they often belittled Lin Shen and praised Zhang Hao in front of Su Qing, urging Su Qing to dump Lin Shen and get together with Zhang Hao. Now that they see Su Qing's investment failure, they naturally want to show off their foresight. Listening to these comforts and analysis, Su Qing felt a mix of emotions, of bitterness, regret, anger, and fear intertwined within her. Looking at the three good sisters in front of her who usually ate, drank, played, and compared themselves with each other, the fake sympathy and undisguised schadenfreude on their faces were so clear and glaring. She suddenly remembered that back then, they were the ones who kept telling her how poor Lin Chun was, how useless he was, and that there was no future with him. She said Zhang Hao was incredibly rich and generous, driving sports cars and using luxury goods, and that he was the kind of man she should be looking for. It was in this atmosphere and under such encouragement that she gradually came to dislike Lin Chun and sided with Zhang Hao. Looking back now, I realized that although Lin Chun was poor, he was genuinely good to her and truly cared for her. And Zhang Hao, what else does he have besides money? Now that he doesn't even have money, what else can he give her? In the dormitory, Su Qing's crying gradually turned into suppressed sobs. She squatted on the ground, her shoulders shrugging, her face covered in tears and snot, looking disheveled and pitiful. Her roommate's words pierced her heart like needles, especially the last comfort they offered about Lin Chun, which precisely struck her most sensitive nerve at that moment. Lin Chun, that name, carrying both distant warmth and sharp irony in the present moment, surfaced in her mind. She remembered how Lin Chun would save his meal money to buy her snacks she casually mentioned wanting to eat. He would clumsily make her brown sugar water during her period, causing the power to trip in the dormitory and getting scolded by the dormitory aunt. He would hand out flyers under the scorching sun to buy her a birthday present, even getting sunburned and peeling skin. He would secretly cook for her using a small electric cooker when she complained about how bad the food was in the cafeteria, even if the dorm supervisor caught him and he had to write a self-criticism. Although those gifts were worthless and the goodness seemed insignificant to her now, the clumsy, heartfelt sincerity was real. For a few seconds, a strong sense of regret surged into her heart like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming her. If she hadn't listened to her roommate's encouragement, hadn't looked down on Lin Shen for being poor, and hadn't thrown herself into Zhang Hao's arms for that ridiculous vanity, would she still have that ordinary but stable and secure relationship now? Wouldn't we then be spared the fear and embarrassment of falling from heaven to hell? However, this regret lasted for less than 10 seconds. Su Qing abruptly wiped away the tears on her face with the back of her hand, sniffed, and her eyes became stubborn again, even carrying a hint of self-hypnotic ruthlessness. No, she did nothing wrong. So what if Lin Shen is good to her? Can cheap care and effort put food on the table? Can I make her carry designer bags, use the latest mobile phones, and stay in 5-star hotels? Can I make her receive countless envious likes and comments on social media? Cannot. Su Qing is not only beautiful, but also has a great figure. She is one of the most beautiful girls in the department. Why should she follow a poor boy like Lin Chun and live a life of careful budgeting, having to be mindful of others' moods, and worrying about living expenses? Why should she end up like her cousins who got married and had children early, spending all her time dealing with daily chores and turning into a haggard housewife? She was born to live a life of luxury. She should be cherished by men and pampered with money and luxury goods. They deserve to enjoy the best material things and the most envious glances. She did nothing wrong. She simply chose a better life. It's because Lin Shen himself is incompetent. He can't give her what she wants, and he's not good enough for her. As for Zhang Hao, he was just unlucky. His family went bankrupt. Who can he blame? He wasn't destined for wealth and status. He couldn't contain her heart, which was destined for a good life. Even if Zhang Hao is gone, there's always another one. Su Qing said fiercely to herself, as if to encourage herself and convince herself. With my qualifications, Why would I be afraid of not finding someone richer? There are plenty of people in Hangzhou with Zhang Hao's level. The Lin Group. Humph. Once I find someone more capable, let's see who dares to look down on me. Thinking about it this way, her panic and disappointment seemed to lessen a bit, replaced by a distorted, almost obsessive confidence. She stood up, ignoring the pity or mockery in her roommate's eyes, and went straight to her bed. She began packing up the luxury goods Zhang Hao had bought for her, as if she were clutching the last bit of spoils of war. Ching Ching, are you all right? Wang Li was somewhat surprised to see that she had suddenly stopped crying and even started packing her things. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Qing asked without turning her head, her voice still trembling with tears, but her tone had hardened. So what if it goes bankrupt? It's not like the sky is falling. Zhang Hao and I were just playing around anyway. She spoke so casually, as if she weren't the one who was all lovey-dovey with Zhang Hao at the hotel that morning, posting and showing off on social media. The roommates exchanged a knowing glance, pursed their lips, and remained silent. They knew Su Qing. They knew she was vain and strong-willed, and that she was just putting on a brave face. But they were also happy to watch the show, to see which high branch this department beauty could climb to next. Chapter 44: Severing Ties. Meanwhile, at Haishan Building Materials Company, in the chairman's office. Bang! Zhang Hao pushed open the heavy solid wood door with all his might. He was panting, his forehead still damp with sweat from his journey and the cold sweat he had broken out in downstairs at the Lin Group building. He was restless the whole way, worried about his father and secretly hoping that Gu Yanqing would bring good news. However, as soon as he stepped into the office and before he could even see what was inside, everything suddenly went blurry. Smack! A powerful, extremely loud slap landed squarely on his left cheek. The force was so great that Zhang Hao was completely stunned. His ears were ringing. Half of his face instantly lost sensation, followed by a burning pain. He staggered back 2 steps, his back hitting the door frame before he could barely regain his balance. A metallic, sweet taste filled his mouth. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe it, and his fingertip was covered in a glaring red stain. His lip had been split open. My left cheek swelled up rapidly and visibly, revealing a clear 5-finger mark. Dad, why did you hit me? Zhang Hao was both shocked and angry. He covered his face and shouted at his father, Zhang Haishan, in the office. In all his years, although his father was usually strict, he had never hit him so hard, and it was all for no apparent reason. Zhang Haishan stood behind his large desk, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Zhang Hao with a gaze filled with overwhelming rage, deep-seated hatred, and an almost insane despair. He pointed at Zhang Hao, his fingers trembling with extreme anger. Hit you? I'd love to beat you to death, you unfilial son. You beast. Zhang Haishan's roar echoed in the empty office, making Zhang Hao's eardrums ache. If it weren't for you, because of all the awful things you did, how could our family have ended up like this? The company is going bankrupt. The bank is going to seize our assets. The suppliers are blocking our door, demanding payment. And I'm going to jail. All of this is thanks to you. Zhang Hao was even more bewildered by his father's outburst, and ignoring the pain on his face, he hurriedly said, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? What does the company's troubles have to do with me? I don't manage the company. What could I possibly do? It must be a business problem, or you've offended someone. Business problems? Offended someone? Zhang Haishan laughed bitterly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, but his eyes became even more venomous. Yes, I've offended someone. I've offended Lin Chun, the new chairman of the Lin Group. Lin Chun. When Zhang Hao heard this name, his mind went blank, as if something had exploded. The speculation he had overheard in Gu Yanqing's car, which he had always refused to believe, was now being spoken by his father in such a certain and desperate tone that it felt as if the blood in his body had frozen instantly. What Gu Yanqing said on the way, was it true? Lin Chun really is the new chairman of the Lin Group? That's right. It's Lin Chun. The Lin Chun who stole someone's girlfriend and then sent those filthy photos to humiliate him. Zhang Haishan practically roared as he laid things out. He's now in charge of the Lin Group. He can decide the life or death of a small company like ours with just a word. He hates you. He hates you to the core. So he's going to use the ruthlessest methods to destroy the Zhang family. To kill me. And to kill you too. Every word was like an icicle, piercing Zhang Hao's heart. His face turned deathly pale, even paler than when he had just been slapped. The last bit of wishful thinking and self-deception I had before was utterly shattered in the face of my father's bloody accusations. Lin Shun really is the heir of the Lin family. He stole Lin Chen's girlfriend, Su Qing. He constantly provoked, belittled, and humiliated Lin Shun. He even posted those kinds of photos that crossed the line to show off and provoke Lin Shun. Everything he did was suicidal. He was pushing the Zhang family to the brink of destruction. An immense fear gripped Zhang Hao like an invisible giant hand, making it difficult for him to breathe, chilling him to the bone, and causing his legs to weaken, almost making him unable to stand. He remembered everything he had done and said to Lin Shun. All those victories that had once made him proud, now all turned into a death warrant. No, no way. How could that be? Young Master Gu said. Zhang Hao stammered, still trying to grasp at Gu Yanqing as his last straw. Young Master Gu? Gu Yanqing. Zhang Haishan interrupted him sharply, his face revealing an even more ferocious mockery. A fool like you doesn't even deserve to be someone's dog. You think you can rest easy just by hooking up with him? Let me tell you, Lin Shun is the rightful heir of the Lin family. Gu Yanqing? What is he? You didn't even find out his identity before becoming his dog. Zhang Haishan's words shattered Zhang Hao's last illusions. He then recalled the pathetic sight of Gu Yanqing being chased away like a fly by security guards at the entrance of the Lin group, and his exasperation when he couldn't get through to Gu Tiankai. It turned out that Gu Yanqing was completely unreliable. He's lying to himself. Dad, what do we do now? Zhang Hao's voice was choked with sobs, filled with boundless fear and despair. For the first time, he felt the approach of annihilation so acutely that he was terrified. What should we do? Zhang Haishan looked at his son, who was terrified and running away in a panic. The madness and resentment in his eyes gradually settled into a cold, almost cruel calm. He slowly walked up to Zhang Hao, looking down at him, his voice as if from hell, each word spoken clearly. All the trouble was caused by you alone. Lin Shen hates you, not me, and certainly not the company. If you can make him feel better, maybe, he might be lenient towards the company and me. Upon hearing this, a faint glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, and he quickly grabbed his father's trouser leg. Dad, you mean we should beg him? I should kowtow to him and apologize? Give him all my money? Yes. And Su Qing too. I'll give Su Qing back to him. Dad, please help me think of a way. Kneel down and admit your mistake? Return the money? Return the woman? Zhang Haishan sneered, a smile devoid of any warmth, only chilling cruelty. Do you think someone in his position would need your money and woman? What he wants is to vent his anger. He wants you to pay the heaviest price for what you've done. Zhang Hao was startled by his father's gaze and words, and asked blankly, Then what should we do? Zhang Haishan leaned down, close to Zhang Hao's ear, and said in a cold, piercing voice that only the two of them could hear, I will hold a press conference and publicly announce that I am severing my father-son relationship with you. From now on, whether you, Zhang Hao, live or die, will have nothing to do with me, Zhang Haishan, or Haishan Building Materials. And then, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Hao's legs, his tone as flat as if he were remarking on the weather. I will break your legs and send you to Lin Chun, where he can do whatever he wants with you. Whether he kills you or tortures you, it's all up to him. Boom! Zhang Hao was struck dumb, completely frozen, his pupils dilated to the extreme as he stared in disbelief at the man he had called Dad for over 20 years. Sever ties? Break his leg? Should we hand them over to Lin Shun and let him do as he pleases? Chapter 45 Breaking Legs, Severing Ties. When he heard his father say he would break his legs, sever ties with him, and hand him over to Lin Shun to deal with. No, Dad, you can't do this. I'm your son, your only son. Zhang Hao burst into a piercing cry, clinging tightly to Zhang Haishan's leg, tears streaming down his face. Dad, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please save me. You can't hand me over. I'll suffer a fate worse than death. Zhang Haishan's face showed no emotion, only a twisted ruthlessness, a willingness to do anything to protect himself. He kicked Zhang Hao away forcefully, watching him slump on the ground like a dead dog, and said coldly, Son, if you lose a son, you can have another one. If you lose a wife, you can remarry. But if the company is gone, everything I've worked for all my life is gone, and I'm really finished. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for being blind, for being too arrogant, for being too stupid, and for provoking the wrong person. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. After saying that, Zhang Haishan didn't look at Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground crying and trembling again. He turned around, walked to his desk, picked up the internal phone, and coldly ordered, "Call 2 men in and invite the young master to the next room. Keep a close watch on him. Without my order, he is not allowed to leave, nor is anyone allowed to touch him. In addition, contact the media immediately. I need to hold an emergency press conference." A respectful reply came from the other end of the phone. Hearing his father's cold and ruthless arrangement, Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, his eyes vacant, only tears flowing silently. He knew his father was serious this time. To protect himself, his father would really sacrifice him. It's over. It's completely over. He has not only lost his status as the young master of the Zhang family and his wealth, but now he is about to lose even his most basic freedom and security. On the other side, in the intensive care unit of Hangzhou First People's Hospital, the taxi Gu Yanqing was stopped at the hospital entrance. He practically threw down a banknote, pushed open the car door, and rushed out, running wildly towards the inpatient building. Throughout the journey, Guo Tiankai's cold text message kept echoing in his mind, along with the words "vegetative state" and "very bad" from the news. A huge panic gripped him, making him temporarily forget the humiliation he suffered in front of the Lin Group building, leaving only his urgent concern for his parents' safety. He rushed into the inpatient building and incoherently asked at the information desk for Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng's wards. The nurse checked and told him that he was in the VIP intensive care unit on the top floor, but he needed to be accompanied by a family member or specific personnel to enter. Gu Yanqing didn't care about any of that. He rushed into the elevator like a gust of wind and headed straight for the top floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he saw 2 burly bodyguards in black suits standing at the entrance to the corridor leading to the intensive care unit. They looked serious and wary. Security has clearly been increased here. Halt. This is a special ward. No unauthorized personnel allowed. A bodyguard reached out to stop Gu Yanqing. "Let me in. I've come to see my parents. Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng. I'm their son." Gu Yanqing shouted anxiously, trying to force his way in. The 2 bodyguards stood in front of him like 2 walls, unmoving, their eyes cold. "Sorry, we haven't received any notification. Please show relevant proof or contact someone inside to come and meet you." "Proof? What the hell do I need proof for? Let me see if my parents need any proof either." Gu Yanqing's face turned ashen with rage. The pent-up frustration he had suffered at the entrance of the Lin Group building finally erupted. "Do you know who I am? I am Gu Yanqing. I am Lin Jiong's biological son, the future heir to the Lin Group. Do you dare to stop me?" To the bodyguards, his remarks sounded exactly the same as what he had said at the entrance of the Lin Group, and even more like those of a mentally unstable madman. The 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance, but instead of stepping aside, they stepped forward, preparing to invite him away. Gu Yanqing panicked. Seeing that forcing his way in wouldn't work, he suddenly remembered something, frantically pulled out his phone, quickly unlocked it, and started searching through his photo album. Finally, he found a picture of the 3 of them at a high-end restaurant when his parents visited him in Longhai City last year on his birthday. In the photo, Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng sit on either side of him, while he stands in the middle with a pampered smile on his face, against a backdrop of dazzling night views. This is one of the few photos on his phone that proves his relationship with his parents. Look, look! Gu Yanqing shoved her phone screen in front of the bodyguard's eyes, her voice trembling with excitement. "These are my parents. Lin Jiong, Zhao Feng, and this is me next to them. See me clearly? I'm their son. Let me in." The 2 bodyguards leaned closer to examine the photo. Although the couple in the photo have an extraordinary demeanor, their smiles are gentle, and they do indeed bear some resemblance to the furious young man in front of us. The authenticity of the background and people in the photo does not suggest it is fake. The 2 exchanged a glance, then looked at Gu Yanqing's anxious, panicked, and seemingly genuine expression. Finally, one of them turned to the side and whispered something into the earpiece, as if asking for instructions. After a moment, he nodded and said to Gu Yanqing in a deep voice, "You may go in, but please keep quiet and do not disturb the patients or other medical staff." After letting Gu Yanqing in, one of the bodyguards immediately picked up the phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Gu Yanqing felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She didn't care about the wariness in the other party's tone. She pushed aside the bodyguard blocking her way and staggered into the quiet corridor. Guided by the nurse, he found the special VIP ward. Pushing open the heavy hospital room door, when he saw the two familiar yet utterly unfamiliar faces on the hospital bed, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the ground. Gu Yanqing's throat tightened, and her voice was so dry that she could barely speak. Chapter 46. A cry at the bedside. He moved step by step to his parents, who were always so spirited and omnipotent in his eyes, now lay there like two soulless shells, completely at the mercy of others. No, how could this be? Gu Yanqing muttered to himself, his eyes instantly reddening. The enormous impact made him feel dizzy and almost unable to stand. Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged doctor in a white coat with a serious expression walked in, holding a ward-round record in his hand. He saw Gu Yanqing, paused for a moment, and then asked, "Are you a patient's family member?" "Yes, I'm their son." Gu Yanqing grabbed the doctor's arm tightly, as if grasping at a lifeline, and asked urgently, "Doctor, how are my parents? When will they wake up? Please tell me." The doctor frowned slightly as Gu Yanqing gripped his hand, but he understood the family's emotions. He gently pulled his hand away from Gu Yanqing's and walked to the bedside. He carefully examined the data on the instrument, then flipped through the records in his hand before turning to Gu Yanqing. His tone was professionally calm, yet there was a hint of a barely perceptible sigh. The condition of the two patients is not optimistic. The car accident caused severe traumatic brain injury and multiple internal organ ruptures, although they survived after all-out rescue efforts. However, his brainstem function is severely damaged, and he is currently in a deep coma, showing virtually no response to external stimuli. Based on clinical indicators and brain scans, the likelihood of a persistent vegetative state is very high. In other words, he is commonly known as a vegetative state patient. Vegetative state. Gu Yanqing repeated the word, her face pale and her lips trembling. Then what are the chances of her waking up? What are they? The doctor paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head, very slim. Given their current level of injury and age, the possibility of them waking up on their own is extremely low. All we can do right now is maintain vital signs, prevent complications, and hope for a miracle. But the family needs to be prepared for long-term care and psychological support. After saying that, the doctor routinely checked the instruments again. After confirming that everything was normal, he nodded to Gu Yanqing, turned around, and left the ward, leaving Gu Yanqing alone to face this cruel reality. The ward fell silent again, with only the sounds of the medical equipment relentlessly reminding everyone of the passage of time. Gu Yanqing stood frozen in place, stunned for several seconds, as if unable to process the doctor's words. Then, he suddenly rushed to Xiaofang's bedside, grabbed her cold hand, and his voice choked with emotion. "Mom, wake up. Look at me. It's me, Yanqing, Mom." He then turned to Lin Jiong and shook his shoulders. Dad, wake up. Say something, Dad." However, no matter how he called out or shook them, the two people on the hospital bed did not respond. They just lay there quietly, as if they were asleep in another world and could not hear his calls at all. Gu Yanqing's tears finally rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. He cried for a while, then suddenly remembered something, and his emotions became even more agitated. He leaned close to Lin Jiong's ear, lowered his voice, and asked in a tearful and accusatory tone, "Dad, wake up. You promised me. You said the Lin Group would be mine in the future. Did you make a will? Did you transfer the shares to me? Didn't you tell me that you had already made a will and left most of the shares to me? Huh? Say something." He stared intently at Lin Jiong's face, hoping to see even the slightest reaction, even just a glance or a trembling finger. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Lin Jiong's face was as calm as a sculpture. Gu Yanqing's heart sank deeper and deeper, and panic spread again. "What should I do? Dad, I heard that the Lin Group has a new chairman. Is it Lin Chen? Is it that bastard? What right does he have? Did you give him the company? Speak up. How could you treat me like this?" His voice gradually became filled with resentment and bitterness. "From the moment I was born, you gave me to my uncle to be adopted, and made me take the surname Gu. You made me grow up like an outsider. Now you don't even plan to leave me the company, the assets? How can you be so heartless?" He cried and questioned, pouring out all the grievances he had accumulated over the years, his resentment towards his status, his jealousy of Lin Chen, and the immense fear he felt at the moment of facing his parents' incapacity and the possibility of losing his property. However, All that answered him was the beeping of the instruments and a deathly silence. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Yanqing cried until she was exhausted and her voice became hoarse. He slumped in a chair beside the hospital bed, his eyes vacant, tears still wet on his face. He knew he wouldn't get any response or answers from his parents. They really might never wake up again. And the Lin Group, that empire that should have belonged to him. A name became clear in his mind, Gua Tiankai. Yes, Uncle Gua. Uncle Gua is father's confidant. He must know about the will. He must know his father's plans. And only Uncle Gua can help him now. Uncle Gua didn't answer the phone before, probably because he was busy or had concerns. But since he sent me a text message with the hospital address, it shows that he still cares about our old friendship. Gu Yanqing seemed to have regained hope. She suddenly stood up, wiped her face, and took one last look at her lifeless parents on the hospital bed. Her eyes became resolute and sinister. He turned and quickly left the ward. He had to find Gua Tiankai immediately. Only Uncle Gua can tell him the truth and help him get back everything that belongs to him. Chapter 47. Zhang Haishan's cutting. Almost at the same time, in the lobby on the first floor of Haishan Building Materials Company. It's even more chaotic here than when Su Qing arrived. Upon learning that Zhang Haishan had returned to the company, the creditors, suppliers, partners, and reporters from several local financial media outlets who had rushed over all swarmed around him, surrounding Zhang Haishan as he walked from the back door of the office to the front hall in an attempt to calm everyone down. Mr. Zhang, when will we settle our payment? Zhang Haishan, don't even think about running away. We're not leaving until you pay us. The bank says they're going to apply for asset preservation. Mr. Zhang, please give us an explanation. Mr. Zhang, I heard that your company offended the Lin Group, resulting in a complete blacklist. Is that true? Mr. Zhang, is Haishan Building Materials already insolvent? When will bankruptcy proceedings begin? A barrage of questions, demands for repayment, and interviews overwhelmed Zhang Haishan like a tidal wave. The flashbulbs kept going off, capturing his disheveled state. The few remaining employees in the company kept their distance and dared not approach. Zhang Haishan managed to maintain a calm demeanor, but the weariness, anxiety, and a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes were hard to conceal. He took a deep breath, raised his hands, and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. Let me say a few words. He raised his voice, trying to make his tone sound calm and powerful. The crowd quieted down a little, but their eyes remained fixed on him. Zhang Haishan looked around and slowly spoke, his voice carrying a deliberately crafted sense of sorrow and helplessness. First of all, on behalf of Haishan Building Materials, I would like to express my sincerest apologies for the trouble and losses caused to our partners and suppliers. He bowed deeply, adopting a very humble posture. Recently, the company has encountered some difficulties, and there have been some problems with cash flow. This is true, but please believe me, Zhang Haishan has been in business for decades, and the foundation of my success is integrity. I will not shortchange you a single penny of the money I owe you. As for the rumors you've heard about the Lin Group, Zhang Haishan changed the subject, his expression becoming heavy and self-reproachful. Indeed, Haishan Building Materials has recently had some misunderstandings with the Lin Group due to some private and extremely foolish reasons, which led to the Lin Group taking some measures against us. He didn't explicitly say he had offended anyone, but instead downplayed it with misunderstanding and personal reasons, but everyone understood. And the root of all this misunderstanding, Zhang Haishan's voice suddenly rose, filled with heartache and indignation. It all stems from my good-for-nothing, unfilial son Zhang Hao. His words stunned everyone present. Was he shifting the blame to his son? It's Zhang Hao. He's young and ignorant, acts recklessly, and causes trouble outside, seriously offending people he shouldn't have. That's why he's brought such a big problem and loss to the company and everyone here. Zhang Haishan spoke with righteous indignation, as if he himself were a victim, saying, I failed to raise my son properly, and I bear an unshirkable responsibility. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and the reporters' cameras, a resolute expression of sacrificing family for the greater good appearing on his face. Therefore, I hereby solemnly declare, from this day forward, I, Zhang Haishan, sever all ties with Zhang Hao as father and son. All his words and actions are unrelated to me and Haishan Building Materials. He shall bear all the consequences of his actions alone. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. Severing ties with his son? This is breaking news. Reporters immediately started taking photos and recording audio. As for Haishan Building Materials' debt problem, Zhang Haishan continued, his tone becoming firm. Please rest assured. I, Zhang Haishan, hereby promise that even if it means going bankrupt and selling everything I own, I will do everything in my power to gradually repay the debts I owe you. I will hire a professional legal and accounting team to conduct the company's asset liquidation and debt settlement in an open and transparent manner. I will absolutely not let everyone's hard-earned money go to waste. Please give me some time to resolve the misunderstanding with the Lin Group, strive to resolve the conflict, and get the company back on track. He spoke earnestly and adopted a very humble attitude, shifting the main responsibility to his son, severing ties to cut off risk, expressing his determination to repay the money, to appease the creditors, and hinting that he would resolve the issues with the Lin family, giving them a glimmer of hope. This series of measures, while not completely eliminating everyone's doubts and anger, at least temporarily stabilized the situation. Although the debt collectors were still indignant, they didn't press the issue too hard after seeing Zhang Haishan's statement that he was willing to repay the money and even put righteousness before family. The reporters, on the other hand, had obtained some juicy scoops and were busy editing their articles. Seeing that everyone's emotions had calmed down a bit, Zhang Haishan dared not linger any longer. He made a few more promises to everyone, and then, under the cover of his assistant and security guards, hurriedly left the chaotic hall and disappeared from everyone's sight once again. He had to hurry and deal with Zhang Hao, and then find a way to see Lin Chen again. His son's leg was his pledge of allegiance. In the hall, the crowd remained in a state of discussion, skeptical of Zhang Haishan's words and pessimistic about the future of Haishan Building Materials. The news that Zhang Haishan and Zhang Hao have severed their father-son relationship spread rapidly across the internet through on-site reporters, becoming another heavy blow to this bankruptcy saga. Room 308, Female Dormitory, Mingda University, Hangzhou. Su Qing was facing the mirror, carefully using concealer to cover her slightly swollen eyelids, trying to make herself look less disheveled. Although she kept saying, even if one Zhang Hao is gone, there will be another, and she tried to convince herself that she was right, the impact and potential risks of the Zhang family's bankruptcy still made her uneasy. Her roommate's scare tactics in the morning about the luxury goods possibly being reclaimed were particularly upsetting to her. Just then, Wang Li, who was lying in bed scrolling through her phone, suddenly sat up abruptly, her eyes wide open, and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my God! Qing, come quick! Come quick! Something terrible has happened. What's wrong? What gossip is it now?" Li Na and Sun Tingting also curiously came over. Wang Li turned her phone screen towards Su Qing, her voice quick and urgent. "Look, it's the top local news story in Hangzhou. Zhang Hao's father, Zhang Haishan, just held a press conference. He announced that he's severing ties with Zhang Hao." What? Sever ties? Chapter 48 deleted, blocked. When Su Qing, who was still putting on makeup, heard Wang Li tell her that Zhang Hao's father was holding a press conference to sever ties with him, she was shocked. The concealer in Su Qing's hand fell onto the table with a thud. She didn't care about anything else, snatched Wang Li's phone, and stared at the screen with wide eyes. The news headline boldly proclaimed, "Cutting off risks?" Haishan Building Materials Chairman Zhang Haishan publicly announces severing father-son relationship with his only son, Zhang Hao. Below is a short video and text report from the scene. In the video, Zhang Haishan, looking grief-stricken, stands in the chaotic company lobby and announces to the camera and the crowd of creditors, "The root of all this misunderstanding lies with my good-for-nothing son, Zhang Hao. His actions are outrageous, and he has seriously offended those he shouldn't have. From this day forward, I, Zhang Haishan, sever all ties with Zhang Hao. All his words and deeds are unrelated to me and Haishan Building Materials." The written report added more details, mentioning that Haishan Building Materials was in trouble and on the verge of bankruptcy because it offended the Lin Group. Zhang Haishan pushed all the responsibility onto his son and promised to do his best to repay the debt. Offended the chairman of the Lin Group. Su Qing murmured, repeating the keywords from the news. The last trace of complicated feelings she had towards the Zhang family completely dissipated, leaving only relief and disdain. Serves him right. He really deserves it. That idiot Zhang Hao, always so arrogant and domineering. Thinking he's something special, turns out he's really messed up the whole world. The chairman of the Lin Group. Is that someone he can afford to offend? He's practically courting death. At that moment, She didn't connect chairman of the Lin Group with Lin Shun at all. In her view, they were people from completely different worlds. One is a high-ranking, mysterious business tycoon, and the other is her former ex-boyfriend, whom she used to despise but now feels fortunate to have gotten rid of. Zhang Hao must have gone mad to offend the former. Exactly. That's so stupid. Li Na curled her lip, her tone laced with sarcasm. Now look what's happened. The rich kid has become a stray dog and has been abandoned by his own father. Ching Ching, your luck is truly incredible. You just escaped the sea of suffering, referring to Lin Shun, and jumped into the fire pit, referring to Zhang Hao. Fortunately, the fire pit collapsed on its own. Sun Tingting nodded repeatedly, looking terrified. Ching Ching, you have to be careful. Zhang Hao has been cut off from his father, and his family has gone bankrupt. He must be desperate. A man like him is capable of anything. What if he's desperate and comes back to you? You're his ex-girlfriend, and you even received so many things from him. He'll definitely see you as his lifeline and cling to you relentlessly. Trying to cling to me? Su Qing was startled by Sun Tingting's words, and her expression changed slightly. Upon closer reflection, given Zhang Hao's domineering, selfish, and vindictive personality, it's quite possible that he might actually do something so despicable to end up in this predicament. He has nothing now, but she is still young and beautiful. He might stick to her like a leech, demanding money or her, or even threatening her with the things they did in bed. The thought of possibly being entangled with someone like Zhang Hao, a liability, sent chills down Su Qing's spine and filled her with panic. She finally managed to escape from the poor bastard Lin Shun and hook up with Zhang Hao, hoping for a better life. But Zhang Hao became a bankrupt and homeless dog, and now he wants to drag her down with him? No way. No, absolutely not. Su Qing immediately picked up her phone, unlocked it, and her fingers trembled slightly, but she quickly opened WeChat and found Zhang Hao's chat box. Looking at the starry sky profile picture that she once thought was high-end and classy, she now felt incredibly unlucky. Without any hesitation, she long pressed the chat box and selected Delete this chat. But that wasn't enough. She worried that Zhang Hao would contact her through other means. She opened her contacts again, found the nickname Brother Hao, and blocked him. Then, block the numbers in your phone's contact list as well. She quickly checked every social media account that Zhang Hao might have contacted her with and deleted, blocked, and unfollowed anyone that was related. After doing all this, she finally let out a long sigh of relief, as if she had gotten rid of a huge burden. Looking at the clean contact list, she felt much more at ease. That's right, Ching Ching. Wang Li smiled and patted her shoulder as she watched her deftly add the black person to the contact list. We need to cut ties with this kind of unlucky person as soon as possible. In the future, we need to be more discerning when looking for a man, and not go after this good-looking but useless good-for-nothing. Su Qing twitched the corners of her mouth, said nothing, but deeply agreed in her heart. She secretly vowed that next time she would find someone who was truly rich and powerful, with a solid family background, and who wouldn't easily fall from grace. Like the Lin Group. Never mind, that's too high a level, but at least they have to be scions of prominent families in Hangzhou. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Lin Group, Lin Shun had just finished looking at the entire organizational chart of the Lin Group. My phone vibrated. It was a call from the hospital's bodyguard. President Lin, Gu Yanqing has arrived at the hospital. She used a photo to prove her identity and entered the ward. She stayed inside for about half an hour. After the doctor went in, he told him that the former chairman might become a vegetable. He then spoke at length to the patient, becoming quite emotional, and mentioned the will, shares, and you. He cried for a while and has now left the ward, seemingly to find someone else. Should we continue to monitor him? Lin Shin listened to the report over the phone without any surprise on his face. Gu Yanqing going to the hospital was within his expectations. Seeing his parents' condition and learning about their illness, he also anticipated that they would break down, question, and resent him. What he wanted to know was whether his parents had left him a way out. Who will he go to if he leaves the hospital now? Go find Guitiankai? That fits Gu Yanqing's personality perfectly, always looking for a backer when things go wrong, yet lacking any real ability herself. Guitiankai is currently in dire straits. He probably won't bother with him anymore. Just keep following, Lin Shin calmly instructed. Have someone keep an eye on his behavior and prevent him from doing anything rash or foolish. At the hospital, increase security. Apart from me and Secretary Qin, no one is allowed to enter the ward without my permission, including Gu Yanqing. If he goes there again, stop him immediately and tell them it was my order. Yes, Mr. Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shin glanced at the time. There are 2 more professional classes this afternoon. Although his status is different now, his studies at Mingtak University are not over yet, and he still needs to get his diploma. He didn't want to be treated specially. At least on the surface, he was still an ordinary senior student. Moreover, occasionally going back to school might lead to encountering some interesting people and things. He asked Qin Wei to arrange a car, while he changed into a relatively casual and ordinary outfit and left the group building discreetly. Chapter 49: The School Beauty Who Was Confessed To. The car drove into the familiar campus of Matilda University. In the late autumn campus, the plane tree leaves are turning yellow, students are hurrying along the road carrying books, and soft music is playing from the loudspeaker. Everything looks peaceful and full of vitality, as if it were a different world from the turbulent business world outside. Lin Shin asked the driver to park the car a little distance away from the teaching building, and then walked there himself. Feeling the long-lost atmosphere of the campus, he relaxed a little. As soon as I got near the teaching building, I saw that the small square not far ahead was surrounded by people, with noise and commotion, as if something exciting was happening. Lin Shin wasn't one to join in the fun, but as his gaze casually swept across the crowd, he spotted a striking, aloof figure in the center of the crowd. Qingyi. She is the undisputed campus belle of Mingda University, possessing both beauty and talent, and coming from a wealthy family. With a cool and aloof demeanor, she is the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. She had previously spoken up for him at the school gate and reprimanded Zhang Hao. At this moment, Qingyi stood in the center of the crowd. Today, she wore a beige knitted long dress with a light brown trench coat over it. Her long, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features were exquisite. But there was no joy or shyness on her face from being surrounded by onlookers confessing her feelings. Instead, her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes, though calm, revealed a hint of helplessness and indifference. In front of her, hundreds of bright red roses were arranged in the shape of a giant heart. In the center of the heart-shaped roses stands a boy wearing a custom-made suit, with his hair slicked back and holding a large bouquet of blue roses. The man was fairly handsome, but his eyes and brows carried the arrogance and confidence typical of rich kids. He was looking at Qingyi with deep affection, while several people who seemed to be his friends were cheering and egging him on. Qingyi, from the first time I saw you at the freshman ceremony, I knew you were the one I had been waiting for. The boy's voice was loud and clear, trying to drown out the surrounding noise. He knelt on one knee, not in a proposal pose, but very solemnly, raising the blue rose in his hand high. These 99 blue roses represent my enduring love. I know you prefer quiet, but my feelings for you make it impossible for me to remain silent. Be my girlfriend, Qingyi. I, Zhou Zihong, swear to heaven that I will treat you well. Let me take care of you and protect you. An even louder jeer and whistling erupted from the surrounding area. Say yes. Say yes. Young Master Zhou is awesome. School beauty, say yes already. How romantic. Blue roses. They must be so expensive. Zhou Zihong's family seems to be quite wealthy, and he and the school beauty are a good match. The boy called Zhou Zihong had a confident smile on his face. He believed that in this public place, with such a thoughtful arrangement, plus his family background and appearance, no girl could refuse him, especially someone like Qingyi who seemed aloof but actually needed enthusiasm to melt her heart. However, Qingyi's expression did not change at all. She didn't even glance at the expensive blue roses or the heart-shaped roses on the ground. Her gaze swept indifferently over Zhou Zihong's confident face. Then, her gaze swept over the crowd of onlookers, and finally, seemingly unintentionally, it met Lin Shin's, who was standing on the outskirts of the crowd, quietly watching them. Lin Shin clearly saw a faint hint of annoyance, like seeing trouble, flash in Qingyi's clear eyes. But when she looked at him, she seemed to pause for a moment before returning to calm. She didn't answer Zhou Zihong immediately, nor did she accept the flowers. She just stood there quietly, as if all the noise around her had nothing to do with her. This silence, ironically, made the atmosphere at the scene somewhat subtle and awkward. Zhou Zihong's smile faltered, and he spoke again, his voice rising slightly. Qingyi, you, why aren't you saying anything? Isn't this too sudden? It's okay, I can wait. Just give me a chance. Qingyi finally sighed softly, her voice clear and melodious, yet carrying a distinct air of detachment. Zhou, thank you for the flowers and for your kind thought. But I'm sorry, I just want to focus on my studies right now and have no plans to date. Please take the flowers back, and please don't do this again. It's not a good thing. Her words were polite yet firm, leaving Zhou Zihong no room for maneuver. Zhou Zihong's face instantly turned ugly. He clearly hadn't expected to be rejected so directly in public. His friends behind him also began to grumble. Qingyi, don't be so disrespectful. That's right. Young Master Zhou is showing such sincerity. So many girls would love to be with him, but can't. Zhou Zihong suddenly stood up, seemingly wanting to say something, but Qingyi no longer looked at him and turned to leave. Qingyi, you. Zhou Zihong panicked and stepped forward to stop her. Qingyi felt a deep sense of embarrassment and helplessness at this moment. She had already made herself clear and polite enough. So why was Zhou Zihong still so persistent and even tried to stop her? The jeers and jeers from the surrounding crowd, who seemed to enjoy the drama, only added to her irritation. All she wanted was to get away from this troublesome place as quickly as possible. Just as Qingyi was about to force her way out, and Zhou Zihong reached out to stop her, Su Qing and her roommates squeezed through the crowd to watch the commotion. They had originally planned to go out for a stroll to relax, but they were drawn here by the noise. Wow, it's school beauty Qingyi. Someone's confessing their love to her. What a big commotion. Lina stood on tiptoe to look inside, her face full of excitement. But the next second, her gaze swept across the crowd, her excitement turning into undisguised disgust. She even nudged Su Qing next to her with her elbow, her voice low but full of contempt. Tisk, Qing, look, that good-for-nothing Lin Chun is here too. What bad luck. He got dumped and still has the nerve to watch other people confess their love. He's shameless. Su Qing was captivated by Zhou Zihong's confession and felt a subtle pang of jealousy and comparison. Upon hearing Lina's words, she followed her gaze and indeed saw Lin Chun standing on the other side of the crowd, dressed plainly and with a calm expression. An indescribable sense of irritation and disgust instantly welled up in Su Qing's heart. In her view, Lin Chun's appearance at this moment was nothing short of a silent mockery of her. She just dumped him and got together with Zhang Hao. But then Zhang Hao's family went bankrupt, and Lin Chun, this poor ex-boyfriend, was just sitting here leisurely watching the school beauty get confessed to, acting like nothing had happened. Shouldn't he be crying every day, feeling depressed and ashamed because he was dumped? How can he remain so calm? Even a twisted thought flashed through Su Qing's mind. Why did he have the right to stand here and see such a perfect girl as Qingyi? He didn't deserve it. What a scumbag, heartless. Su Qing pouted and whispered to Lina, as if saying this would prove how wise her choice was and how despicable Lin Chun was. Chapter 50. What makes him so special? At this point, the atmosphere in the room had become somewhat tense. Zhou Zihong stood up and blocked Qingyi's way with a gloomy expression. Qingyi's refusal and her attempt to leave caused him to lose face in front of everyone. The cheers of "say yes" around him now sounded more like mockery. He had several girlfriends, and thanks to his family background and decent looks, he was always successful. This was the first time that, after such careful preparation and under the watchful eyes of everyone, I had been so decisively rejected by a girl. Qingyi's cold and aloof gaze was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, making him furious and embarrassed. Seeing Qingyi about to leave, Zhou Zihong stepped forward, almost whispering in her ear, his voice laced with threat. Qingyi, our two companies have a business partnership. My father and your father also frequently do business together. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be so disrespectful to me? If word gets out, it might not be good for Uncle Shin's company, would it? This goes beyond being harassed by a rejected confession. It's a blatant attempt to link personal feelings with the family business, using them as a form of threat. Qingyi's expression instantly turned even colder, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. What she detested most was this kind of bullying and blurring of public and private matters. Zhou Zihong's words completely crossed her bottom line. But she also knew that Zhou Zihong's family did have business dealings with her family's company, and on a considerable scale. If Zhou Zihong really goes home and talks nonsense, or if his father harbors resentment because his son was humiliated, it won't necessarily cause serious damage to the Shin family, but it will certainly cause some trouble and put his father in a difficult position. Should he directly and firmly refuse, and then storm off? It may feel great, but it could lead to unnecessary business disputes. Compromise? Absolutely not. She had no liking for Zhou Zihong whatsoever, and even felt disgusted by him. What to do? We need a A reason that will make Zhou Zihong give up, that won't easily lead to further harassment, and that won't immediately escalate the conflict to the family level. Shen Qingyi's gaze swept across the crowd again unconsciously, and this time, she clearly saw Lin Chun standing not far away. The boy with the stubborn and cold look in his eyes when he was humiliated by Zhang Hao and Su Qing at the school gate a few days ago. She couldn't stand by and watch, so she spoke up in his defense. In a flash, a bold, or rather, somewhat shameless, idea flashed through her mind. Now that I've helped you, it's time for you to repay me. Without much hesitation, Shen Qingyi made her decision. She ignored Zhou Zihong, whose face was gloomy, and turned around. To everyone's astonishment, she walked straight towards Lin Chun, who was also somewhat confused, on the outskirts of the crowd. She walked quickly but steadily, her off-white skirt swaying gently. Amidst the surrounding silence and puzzled gazes, she walked up to Lin Chun. Lin Chun looked at Shen Qingyi, who had suddenly walked up to him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He still didn't understand what this school beauty wanted to do. The next second, Shen Qingyi made a move that shocked everyone present. She slightly tiptoed, leaned close to Lin Chun's ear, and whispered rapidly in a voice only the two of them could hear, with a hint of righteous indignation. I helped you a few days ago, now it's your turn to repay me. Don't say anything, just cooperate with me. Before she could finish speaking, and to everyone's surprise, including Lin Chun himself, Shen Qingyi turned her head and, with her soft lips, quickly and clearly placed a kiss on Lin Chun's cheek. Boom! The entire small square seemed to have been muted, and then instantly detonated. Everyone was stunned, speechless. Their school beauty, the aloof goddess Shen Qingyi. She actually kissed a guy? And in front of so many people, right where another guy had just confessed his feelings to her and been rejected? Countless gazes, like searchlights, focused on Lin Chun and Shen Qingyi. Shock, disbelief, envy, jealousy, bewilderment, a variety of emotions spread among the crowd. Zhou Zihong's expression froze instantly, then quickly turned red, his eyes widened like copper bells, filled with disbelief and extreme rage from being humiliated. His carefully prepared confession was rejected, and to make matters worse, Shen Qingyi kissed another man right in front of him. This is practically rubbing his face in the ground. Among the crowd, Su Qing and Li Na were struck dumb, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg in them. Su Qing was first shocked, then a strong, twisted jealousy and anger gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Why? Lin Chun, that penniless bastard she didn't want. What a simp. What a loser. How could he be kissed in public by a school beauty and goddess like Shen Qingyi? In her vain and narrow-minded mind, anything Su Qing didn't want was garbage that everyone despised. Lin Chun should be devastated because of her, should live in the shadow of being abandoned by her, and should become the object of ridicule. What makes him able to climb to Shen Qingyi's feet? What makes him so special that he could win Shen Qingyi's favor and even kiss her in public? This is unreasonable. It made her feel incredibly humiliated and resentful. It was as if Shen Qingyi's kiss wasn't on Lin Chun's face, but rather a slap across Su Qing's face, negating her wise decision to dump Lin Chun and choose Zhang Hao. That scumbag. I dumped him so recently, and he's already hooking up with the school beauty? He must have used some underhanded methods. Su Qing gritted her teeth, her nails digging deep into her palms. She completely ignored the fact that she was the one who betrayed and humiliated Lin Chun first, and selectively ignored the fact that it was Shen Qingyi who took the initiative to kiss Lin Chun. She only felt that Lin Chun was shameless and a toad trying to eat swan meat. At this moment, others in the crowd recognized Lin Chun, and whispers began to circulate. Hey, isn't that Lin Chun? The one from the Economics and Management Department. It seems to be him. I heard he was dumped by his girlfriend recently. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's Su Qing. She got together with that rich second-generation Zhang Hao, and now the Zhang family is bankrupt. It's really, wow, what a plot twist. I got dumped, and then the school beauty kissed me? What kind of luck is that? But why would the school beauty kiss him? What's their relationship? These comments made Su Qing feel ashamed, as if everyone was laughing at her. Chapter 51 inspires everyone's jealousy. At this moment, Lin Chun, the protagonist in the scene, was also stunned after being unexpectedly kissed by Shen Qingyi. The soft touch and faint fragrance on his face made his mind go blank for a moment. But then, he felt countless complex gazes around him, and he also saw a fleeting glint of cunning in Shen Qingyi's eyes, a hint of mission accomplished, and a trace of barely perceptible tension. He instantly understood Shun Qingyi's intention to use him as a shield to deal with Zhou Zihang's entanglement and threats. This woman, she certainly knows how to make the most of everything. Lin Chen was speechless, but not angry. Shun Qingyi did help him last time, even though he didn't need it himself. Moreover, seeing Zhou Zihang's expression as if he'd swallowed a fly, and Su Qing's face twisted with jealousy in the crowd. It seems pretty good. At this moment, Shun Qingyi had stood up again, her face regaining its usual coolness, but there was a suspicious faint blush at the base of her ears. She turned around, looked at Zhou Zihang, who was trembling with anger, and spoke calmly, even with a hint of helplessness. Zhou, do you understand now? I already have a boyfriend. It's him, Lin Chen. So please don't do these troubling things anymore. As she spoke, she very naturally reached out and took Lin Chen's arm, making an intimate gesture. Lin Chen could feel that Shun Qingyi's body was slightly stiff, clearly not used to such intimate contact. But he cooperated fully. Since he was being used, he decided to play his part to the fullest. As Shun Qingyi took his arm, he naturally raised his other hand and gently embraced her slender waist, pulling her a little closer to him. Yes, I'm her boyfriend. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Zihang and admitted it in a calm tone, as if he were saying something completely ordinary. Shun Qingyi trembled slightly at his sudden, controlling waist-hugging gesture, her ears turning even redder, but she still tried her best to remain calm. She even leaned closer to Lin Chen, as if they were a sweet couple. Zhou Zihang watched the scene of mutual affection before him, especially Lin Chen's arm around Shun Qingyi's waist and Shun Qingyi's. His petite, independent posture infuriated him to the point of wanting to explode. The goddess he had pursued for so long without even touching his hand was now being held in the arms of another man, who was even publicly acknowledging that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Shun Qingyi, Yu. Zhou Zihang pointed at the two of them, his fingers trembling. His face turned from red to green, then from green to white, finally becoming a grim, grotesque expression. Good. Very good. You just wait. He glared at Lin Chen one last time with venomous hatred, as if trying to etch his image into his very bones, then abruptly turned and kicked over a corner of a heart-shaped arrangement of roses beside him. Amidst the swirling petals, he moved with a heart full of rage and humiliation. He pushed through the crowd and strode away without looking back. His friends quickly followed, looking rather embarrassed. With the protagonist gone, the confession farce came to a perfect end in an even more explosive way. The students watching looked at Lin Chen and Shun Qingyi embracing sweetly, then at Zhou Zihang's disheveled departure, and then at the earth-shattering kiss just now. They felt that today's gossip was really worth it. Discussions, photos, and posts on social media have resurfaced. Su Qing looked at Lin Chen, who was being intimately linked arm in arm with Shun Qingyi, and at the calm expression on his face. Then she looked at Shun Qingyi's stunning profile and felt a surge of anger rising to her head. Jealousy and resentment almost overwhelmed her. She stomped her foot angrily, grabbed the still shocked Li Na, turned around, and squeezed out of the crowd, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Scumbag. Shameless. She cursed viciously in her heart, completely unaware of how ridiculous and ugly she looked at that moment. Meanwhile, as Shun Qingyi felt Zhou Zihang leave and the gazes of the surrounding crowd growing increasingly intense, she shifted slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy, as if trying to pull away from Lin Chen's embrace. Is the play over? Lin Chen released his arm around her waist at the right moment, looked down at her, and seemed to have a very faint smile on his lips. Shun Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly. She took a half-step back, smoothed a stray hair behind her ear, and resumed her cool and aloof demeanor, but her eyes were somewhat unfocused. Thank you. You're welcome, Shun. Lin Chen nodded. It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, next time you use me as a shield, you'd better give me a heads up. Shun Qingyi. Also, Lin Chen glanced in the direction Zhou Zihang had left and calmly reminded him. Zhou Zihang is a narrow-minded and vindictive person. What you did just now may have temporarily solved the problem, but it will probably make him resent you and me. Be careful that he doesn't come looking for trouble with you later, or with me. Shun Qingyi pursed her lips, her eyes resolute. I'm not afraid of him. As for you, I'm the one who dragged you into this. If you encounter any trouble, you can always come to me. Looking for me? Can you help me solve this? Lin Chen looked at her with interest. Shun Qingyi paused, as if she had thought of something, but didn't say it aloud. She only said, at least, I can tell my father. The Zhou family won't dare to go too far. Lin Chen smiled noncommittally. The Zhou family? In his eyes, they weren't even worth mentioning. However, he didn't need to show off in front of Shen Qingyi. All right, the excitement's over, time to get to class. Lin Shun checked the time, nodded to Shen Qingyi, and then turned and walked towards the teaching building, as if the sensational scandal that had just shocked the entire school had nothing to do with him. Shen Qingyi looked at his tall and calm back, then touched her cheek, which still seemed to retain a strange feeling, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This Lin Shun seems quite different from what she had imagined and heard before. At least, she wouldn't dislike this man. When Lin Shun entered the classroom, there were still a few minutes before class started. But almost the instant he stepped through the door, the previously noisy classroom fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Immediately afterwards, dozens of eyes focused on him. The gazes were indescribably complex. There was naked jealousy. The boys were so envious that their eyes turned red as they watched this former simp being kissed in public by the school beauty, Shen Qingyi. There was a sense of admiration mixed with amusement, as if watching a show, thinking that this kid had gotten incredibly lucky. There is ill-intentioned resentment, probably from Zhou Zihong's friends or people who admire Shen Qingyi. Of course, there was also a lot of disdain from those who felt it was none of their business, thinking he was still that poor kid Su Qing had dumped, only now he'd had a stroke of good luck. If this sudden collective attention had been directed at Lin Shen in the past, he might have felt embarrassed and uneasy. Chapter 52, He did not make a will. But Lin Shun at this moment is no longer the sensitive and slightly self-conscious boy he once was. He could calmly withstand the gazes of those old foxes in the Lin group, let alone these classmates who were still quite naive. He remained calm, his gaze not lingering on the inquiring or hostile faces, as if everything around him was irrelevant, and walked straight to his usual seat in the back row by the window. However, as he passed the third row, two exceptionally cold and venomous gazes, like tangible icicles, pierced him deeply. It's Su Qing and Li Na. Su Qing put on makeup and wore new clothes today, seemingly wanting to prove that she was doing better after leaving Lin Chen. But at this moment, her carefully drawn face was slightly distorted by jealousy and anger, and the hatred in her eyes was almost bursting out. In her view, Lin Chen's calmness at this moment was the greatest mockery and provocation to her. How could he climb onto Shen Qingyi after being dumped by her? And how could he act so nonchalantly? He should be in pain. He should be humbled. He should be the laughingstock of everyone. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face to Su Qing? This proves she has poor taste. The school beauty has her eye on a woman, but she ignores her. Li Na also looked disdainful and annoyed, as if Lin Chen's presence was polluting the air. She leaned close to Su Qing's ear and whispered something in a voice that was just loud enough for those around them to hear. Some people are really shameless. They're like toads eating swan meat, thinking they're princes. They should look in the mirror and see what kind of people they are. Do they even deserve the school beauty? They're probably just tools to be used as shields, to be used and then thrown away. She deliberately spoke harshly, partly to vent Su Qing's anger, partly to provoke Lin Shun, and partly to belittle him in front of their classmates. Some of the students around heard this and showed expressions of deep agreement or anticipation. Yes, how could a goddess like Shen Qingyi really fall for Lin Chen? They were definitely brought in temporarily to block Zhou Zihong. Thinking about it this way, many people felt much better, and their gazes toward Lin Chen changed from jealousy to mockery. Hearing Li Na's words, Su Qing felt a little better. Yes, that must be it. Shen Qingyi was just using him. Lin Shun, that idiot, actually cooperated so eagerly. He's a disgrace. She snorted coldly, deliberately raised her chin, and glanced at Lin Shun with an extremely contemptuous look, as if to say, "See, you'll always just be a clown who can't stand on stage." Lin Shen's steps did not falter in the slightest because of their words and gazes. He acted as if he hadn't heard or seen anything, walked straight to his seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down calmly. Then I took out my textbook and notes from my bag and started previewing the lesson. The whole process was smooth and natural, as if the small, silent storm that had just targeted him was just a gentle breeze that brushed past his ear. His completely indifferent and calm demeanor made Su Qing and Li Na feel like they had punched cotton, making them even more frustrated. Especially Su Qing, seeing Lin Chen's profile as he focused on reading and recalling the scene of Shen Qingyi kissing him earlier, felt a tightness in her chest that she couldn't shake off. Why? Why is he so calm now? Shouldn't he feel embarrassed and ashamed for what he just said? Seeing that Lin Shun had no reaction, and that Su Qing and the others were like two clowns. The surrounding classmates grew bored and gradually withdrew their attention. They whispered among themselves about the shocking revelation that had just happened, and the topic quickly shifted from Lin Shun to Shen Qingyi, Zhou Zihong, and the romantic confession scene. Su Qing sat in her seat, fuming, cursing Lin Shun and Shen Qingyi countless times in her mind. She secretly vowed to find a boyfriend who was richer than Zhang Hao and had a better family background than Shen Qingyi, and then see how Lin Shun would pretend in front of her. On the other side, in a high-end residential community in Hangzhou, Gu Yanqing waited downstairs at Guo Tiankai's house for nearly an hour, making countless phone calls. Her feelings changed from initial anxiety to anger, and then to near despairing numbness. Just when he thought Guo Tiankai was going to abandon him completely and was preparing to force his way in or leave, the heavy security door finally clicked open from the inside. The person who opened the door was Guo Tiankai himself. He was dressed in casual home clothes, and his face showed obvious fatigue and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Seeing Gu Yanqing outside the door, unshaven, with bloodshot eyes and an agitated expression, his eyes flickered for a moment, but he still stepped aside and said, "Come in." Gu Yanqing grasped at the last straw and hurriedly slipped inside. As soon as the door closed, he spoke impatiently, his voice hoarse from excitement and the long wait. "Uncle Guo, what exactly do you mean? Why aren't you answering my calls? Why are you avoiding me? Now even you're abandoning me." Guo Tiankai did not answer immediately. He walked to the living room sofa and sat down, gesturing for Gu Yanqing to sit down as well. He picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, lit it, and took a deep drag. His face looked even more gloomy through the swirling smoke. "Young Master Gu." Guo Tiankai finally spoke, his voice low and heavy, filled with deep helplessness and a hint of fear. "It's not that I don't care about you. It's just that the situation is beyond my control now." "Situation? What situation?" Gu Yanqing suddenly stood up, waving his arms excitedly. "My parents are in trouble. The Lin Group has been taken over. Now that bastard Lin Shun has taken over as chairman. Uncle Guo, you are the person my dad trusts the most. You have to help me. My dad said he would hand the company over to me. You know that." Guo Tiankai frowned as he looked at Gu Yanqing, who was almost out of control. He took another drag of his cigarette before slowly saying, "Young Master Gu, please calm down. Lin Shun is in charge of the Lin Group now. Haven't you seen it clearly yet? He just took office and immediately started targeting Sun Dihai, sending several veterans who opposed him to jail. His methods are swift and ruthless. I'm scared too." "Afraid? What are you afraid of? You're a veteran who helped my father build this empire. Does Lin Shun dare to touch you?" Gu Yanqing said angrily. "An elder?" Guo Tiankai gave a wry smile. Sun Dihai wasn't an elder, yet he was still imprisoned without warning. Lin Shun has evidence, power, and is acting legitimately. He's the chairman now, with a 51% controlling stake. Who can stop him from touching whomever he wants? If I openly help you, I might be the next one to go to jail." Gu Yanqing was momentarily speechless at Guo Tiankai's words, but then became even more furious and resentful. "Why? Why should that bastard inherit the Lin Group? My father promised me. He said the Lin Group would be mine in the future. What is Lin Shun anyway?" Guo Tiankai looked at Gu Yanqing with a complicated expression. "Young Master Gu, it's no use saying all this now. Legally speaking, Lin Shun is the only biological son of the former chairman and his wife. The inheritance procedures are complete and undisputed. The former chairman, it seems he didn't leave any valid will. At least, not a publicly available, legally binding one. No will." Gu Yanqing was struck as if by a heavy blow, staggering back a step, her face deathly pale. "Impossible. My dad clearly told me that he had already made a will, leaving most of the shares to me. He also told me to change my surname to Lin, but he said he would wait for the right time." Chapter 53 Wake Them Up. When the topic of changing her surname came up, resentment flashed in Gu Yanqing's eyes. He had mentioned wanting to change his surname back to Lin and become the eldest son of the Lin family with dignity, but his parents always made excuses such as the time is not right, and he was adopted by someone else. Looking back now, did they never really intend to give him everything? However, compared to the care and pampering that Lin Jiong and his wife have shown him over the years, and their attitude towards Lin Shun, he was quite certain that his parents genuinely loved him and wanted to give him the company. Guo Tiankai sighed. "Even if he told you privately, without a written agreement or notarization by a lawyer, it is legally invalid. Furthermore, Mr. Gu, your surname is Gu, and on your household registration, you have no relation to the Lin family whatsoever. Even if you were to stand up now and claim to be the former chairman's biological son, who would believe you? What proof would you have? Your words alone cannot change the fact that Lin Shun is the legitimate heir. Unless... Unless what? Gu Yanqing asked eagerly. Unless the chairman wakes up and personally acknowledges your identity or produces the chairman's will. Gua Tiankai looked at Gu Yanqing and said, but the doctor said that there is a very high chance that they will become vegetative, and the hope of waking up is slim. Gu Yanqing felt a pang of pain and despair again when she recalled seeing her parents lifeless in the hospital. He went there today, shouted, cursed, and cried, but they didn't react at all. Could I just accept this? Watch Lin Shen take everything that belongs to me. Gu Yanqing clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, her face full of resentment. Gua Tiankai was silent for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something and lowered his voice to say, however, when I went to the hospital to see the chairman yesterday, I think I saw his eyes open for a moment. They closed again after he was stimulated, but I feel like, is he still conscious? Can he hear the sounds from the outside world? Really? Gu Yanqing suddenly raised her head, a spark of hope rekindling in her eyes. My dad, he opened his eyes? Didn't the doctor say? You can't completely trust what doctors say, Gua Tiankai said meaningfully. Perhaps, if we use the right method, say the right thing, or give him a little stimulation, the chairman might actually wake up. He loves you so much. Maybe subconsciously he's still worried about you and wants to make arrangements for your future. Gu Yanqing's heart pounded. Could her father be waking up? If father wakes up, there's still a chance. The will, the shares, the company, we can still get them back. Yes, I'm going to try. I'll talk to my dad. I'll try to provoke him. Gu Yanqing was overjoyed, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Gua Tiankai nodded and added, furthermore, young Master Gu, think about it. Would a shrewd person like the chairman really leave no room for maneuver and hand over such a huge family business entirely to a son he doesn't completely trust, referring to Lin Shen? Besides his wife and me, who else could he trust most? Has he arranged for someone else to help you in a crucial moment? Or has he entrusted someone with something important for safekeeping? Guided by Gua Tiankai's words, Gu Yanqing fell into deep thought. Who was the person her father trusted most, besides Uncle Gua? Chen Ming? That Minister of Justice, he's already sided with Lin Shen. The other elders? They all seemed to have their own thoughts. His mind was a mess, with no clear clues. I'll go to the hospital and see. I have to wake my dad up. Gu Yanqing made up her mind. Okay. Gua Tiankai stood up, patted Gu Yanqing on the shoulder, and spoke with the concern of an elder. Don't rush. Lin Shun has definitely arranged for people to keep an eye on things at the hospital. If you go there rashly, he will definitely be on guard. I have an apartment near the first municipal hospital, which is usually empty. You can stay there for now. It'll be convenient for you to go to the hospital anytime. When the time is right, I'll find a way to get you in, or tell you how to avoid being watched. Gu Yanqing was in a state of turmoil and desperately needed a safe haven and the support of an ally. Hearing that Gua Tiankai was still willing to help him, and even provide him with accommodation, he felt a surge of gratitude and dependence. Thank you, Uncle Gua. You're so kind to me. Gu Yanqing quickly thanked him. Don't mention it. I've known your dad for decades and watched you grow up. Gua Tiankai waved his hand, a tired smile appearing on his face. Here's the key, and I'll send the address to your phone. Remember, keep a low profile lately, and don't confront Lin Shen. If anything happens, contact me by phone. Try not to come directly to me. It's not safe. I understand, Uncle Gua. Gu Yanqing took the keys and nodded heavily. He felt that Gua Tiankai was still on his side and was the only person he could rely on now. As long as my father can wake up, there is still hope. The afternoon classes ended in a slightly eerie atmosphere. Many students secretly checked their phones during class, and the campus forum and social media were flooded with posts about school beauty Shun Qingyi kissing a mysterious boy in public. Campus heartthrob Zhou Zihang's confession was rejected. The goddess has another boyfriend. Topics such as, that boy is suspected to be Lin Shun from the Economics and Management Department, are trending online. Photos and short videos from all angles are flying around, and Lin Shen's calm, or bewildered in other people's eyes, face and Shun Qingyi's fleeting kiss have become the biggest topic of conversation at Mingda University today. As soon as the bell rang, the students packed up their things more slowly than usual, their eyes occasionally glancing at the figure calmly packing up her books in the back row of the classroom. Lin Shen seemed completely oblivious to all of this. He put the books into his ordinary backpack, stood up, and prepared to leave. He still had to go back to the company to handle some matters in the afternoon. He didn't care what his classmates thought of him or what they said about him behind his back. Chapter 54 Campus Forum. Meanwhile, Zhou Zihong, who had failed to confess his feelings and lost face, spent the entire afternoon with a gloomy face and couldn't concentrate on his classes. He and a few of his usual friends, or lackeys, hid in a secluded spot on campus, smoking one cigarette after another. Young Master Zhou, calm down. It's not worth it for a woman like that. A sycophant with dyed yellow hair offered him a lighter. Exactly. Shen Qingyi is clearly using that guy as a shield. Who doesn't know who that guy is? Lin Shen, the famous poor guy in the Department of Economics and Management. He used to be Su Qing's lapdog every day, saving up to buy her things. But in the end, Su Qing cheated on him, and he went with Zhang Hao. Now that Zhang Hao's family is bankrupt, this good-for-nothing must have gotten incredibly lucky to be pulled in by Shen Qingyi to take the fall. Another tall, thin man quickly added, pouring out all the details he had learned about Lin Shen. Zhou Zihong took a deep drag on his cigarette, his eyes filled with malice. Of course, he also had someone investigate Lin Shen's background, and the information he got was similar to what the lackey had said: an ordinary family, an honest and simple person. His academic performance was average. He was previously very obedient to Su Qing, but was dumped. He is a typical simp template. In terms of family background, appearance, ability, and interpersonal relationships, they are worlds apart from me. If Shen Qingyi weren't blind, she would never have fallen for someone like that. Rationally, he knew that Shen Qingyi was most likely using Lin Shen. But emotionally, he still felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. Especially the way Shen Qingyi kissed Lin Shen, and the way Lin Shen later wrapped his arm around Shen Qingyi's waist, felt like a thorn stuck in his heart. That was the scene he thought should happen after a successful confession, but it was enjoyed by a poor boy he would never normally even glance at. He simply couldn't swallow this insult. Even if I'm being used, I'm still not happy about it. Zhou Zihong crushed the cigarette, but on the ground with a fierce look in his eyes. What a worthless piece of trash. Does he even deserve to touch Shen Qingyi? Does he even deserve to make me lose face in front of so many people? Young Master Zhou is right. We have to get revenge, the blonde-haired man immediately chimed in. How about we find a chance to ambush him after school and teach him a lesson? Let him know that a toad shouldn't even think about eating swan meat. The tall, thin man darted around and stopped the impulsive blonde-haired guy. Hey, hitting someone is a bad idea. If the school catches you, it will have a bad influence on young Master Zhou. Moreover, now the whole school knows that he is the one who made young Master Zhou lose face. And if something happens to him, everyone will think that it was young Master Zhou who did it. I have an idea that will not only humiliate that kid, but also show Shen Qingyi how foolish it was to choose such a scapegoat. It might even help you, young Master Zhou, salvage some of your image. What idea? Tell me quickly. Zhou Zihong urged impatiently. The tall, thin guy chuckled and took out his phone. Let's post it on the campus forum. I've already thought of a title. Unveiling the true face of the campus belle's boyfriend, a pathetic shield and simp. The content should read, Goddess Shen Qingyi is proud and arrogant, and she can't stand your past romantic history, so she finds it hard to accept. She deliberately brought the most inconspicuous Lin Shen to provoke you and test your sincerity. As for Lin Shen, he's a complete loser. He was publicly cheated on and dumped by his ex-girlfriend. His family is dirt poor, yet he still tries to have his cake and eat it too. He plays along and thinks he's really on top of the world. He's shameless. Let's set the tone and let the whole school see what kind of person he is. At that time, everyone will sympathize with Zhou Xiao being tested, while Lin Shen will only become a laughingstock. Shen Qingyi, seeing the public opinion, might also feel that using such a person as a shield is beneath her dignity, and naturally will no longer associate with him. Zhou Zihong's eyes lit up after hearing this. That's a great idea. Without lifting a finger, you can kill someone by destroying their spirit. It would not only humiliate Lin Shen, but also save face for herself, and sow discord between Shen Qingyi and Lin Shen. Alright, let's do it this way. You're a good writer, so hurry up and post it. Find a few more alt accounts to stir things up and generate buzz. I'm going to make sure Lin Shen can't stay at Mingda University anymore. Zhou Zihong gave the order in a cold tone. Don't worry, young Master Zhou. I've got your back. The tall, thin man patted his chest and assured him, then immediately grabbed his phone and went to the side to type furiously. In less than half an hour, a post that was well-reasoned and full of sarcasm appeared at the top of the Mingda University campus forum. The post detailed Lin Chen's dark history, how he humbly pursued Su Qing, working day and night to earn money to please her, how he was ultimately rejected by Su Qing for being poor, how Zhang Hao stole his love and humiliated him by sending intimate photos, and how he existed on campus like an invisible person. Then, the author shifts focus to analyze why Sun Qingyi chose him as a shield, because he was the least noticeable, the least threatening, the easiest to control, and could be discarded after use. The post concluded with a heartfelt appeal. Although Zhou Xiao has had several relationships, he is truly sincere towards the goddess Sun Qingyi. Everyone should give Zhou Xiao a chance to prove himself, instead of letting a clown like Lin Chen ruin the goddess's judgment on love. The post quickly garnered a large number of replies. Exactly. Lin Chen doesn't even deserve it. He's not even worthy of carrying the school beauty's shoes. Although Zhou Xiao has a rich romantic history, Lin Chen, get out of Mingda right now. Stop making a fool of yourself here. The comments were almost unanimously sarcastic, belittling, and abusive. Occasionally, one or two comments would be made that felt the post was too much or that questioned Zhou Zihang's character, but these were quickly drowned out by a barrage of criticism. In the eyes of most people, Lin Chen and Sun Qingyi are from completely different worlds. The gaze directed at Lin Chen shifted from shock and jealousy in the morning to undisguised contempt, mockery, and schadenfreude. Look, it's that Lin Chen, the simp in the post. TSK, how pitiful. Whispers buzzed through the air like countless flies. Chapter 55 Sun Qingyi's Guilt. Lin Chen carried his bag and walked directly towards the school gate. He naturally noticed the discussions and strange looks he received along the way. He doesn't even need to look at his phone to guess what the forum is like right now. He couldn't be sure who posted the thread on the campus forum, but someone like Zhou Zihang, who had lost face so badly, would definitely do something underhanded. Smearing, spreading rumors, and stirring up trouble are the cheapest and most effective ways for spoiled brats to retaliate. If it were that sensitive and insecure boy from his previous life, he would probably have collapsed long ago in the face of such widespread ridicule and insults online, and might even have taken extreme actions. But Lin Chen's heart was calm and undisturbed at the moment. The vicious words on the forum seemed to him like the chirping of ants, laughable and powerless. They called him a poor boy, a lapdog, a shield, a toad, and so on. They had no idea that the person they were wantonly belittling was the real controller of the Lin Group, someone who held billions in capital and could cripple a company of Zhou Zihang's caliber with a single word. They assumed the post contained the truth, that Lin Chen was merely being used by Sun Qingyi. They thought that this might be true, and that hurling insults and attacks online would make them feel better. After all, she's the school beauty. Even if he's being used, who wouldn't want to be kissed by her? Lin Chen even found it somewhat ironic. These people, driven by a pitiful sense of superiority and herd mentality, vent their malice on someone they know nothing about, unaware of how naive and vulnerable their words and actions are in the face of true power. He was indeed helping Sun Qingyi, acting as a shield. So what? Sun Qingyi paid the reward, the kiss, and the favor. And he completed the transaction. Does it matter what others think or feel? Could this affect his inheritance of the Lin family business? Could it affect his ability to deal with Zhang Hao and Gu Yanqing? Or could it affect the numbers in his bank account? Neither is possible. Therefore, he didn't care at all. These campus disturbances were nothing more than a trivial diversion in his busy schedule, not even worth his time to pay attention to or refute. He walked out of the school gate with a calm expression, and a black sedan that had been waiting by the roadside silently pulled up in front of him. The driver got out and respectfully opened the car door for him. Back to the company, Lin Chen said casually as he got into the car. The car drove away smoothly, leaving the pointing and clamoring eyes and the crowds at the school gate far behind. Meanwhile, in a music room in another teaching building, Sun Qingyi had just finished her afternoon piano practice, put away her sheet music, and checked the time on her phone. The moment the screen unlocked, several push notifications about the campus forum popped up, all with eye-catching words like Lin Chen, simp, and shield. She frowned slightly and clicked on the most popular post. The further she read, the more her brows furrowed, a hint of anger flashing in her cool eyes, but more than that, a complex guilt. The post was full of malicious speculation and personal attacks against Lin Chen, making him worthless and describing him as a pathetic and laughable clown. Although the post also elevated her, saying that she was testing Zhou Zihang, She knew that this was just a lame excuse that Zhou Zihong made to save face, and at the same time smear Lin Chun. The one who was truly harmed and besieged was Lin Chun. It was she who, in a moment of panic, dragged Lin Chun into this trouble. At the time, I was only thinking about getting rid of Zhou Zihong's entanglement and threats as soon as possible, without considering the consequences. She thought that given Lin Chen's introverted and even somewhat timid nature, if she used him, at most he would be gossiped about, and there wouldn't be any major problems. Moreover, she felt that since she had helped him before, it was fair for him to repay her this time. But she never expected that Zhou Zihong would be so despicable as to use cyberbullying to mobilize the entire school to humiliate and attack Lin Chen. The comments under those posts were appalling. Lin Chen must be under immense pressure and facing a lot of criticism right now. Shin Xingyi recalled Lin Chen's completely indifferent and calm demeanor when he was being watched by everyone in the classroom that morning and mocked by Su Qing and Li Na. Then he recalled the calm, yet resolute tone in which the man warned him to be wary of Zhou Zihong's retaliation. This boy didn't seem as weak and easily bullied as the rumors suggested, nor was he just an ordinary classmate she thought she could use at will. She took advantage of him, pushed him into the limelight, and now he is suffering an undeserved disaster because of her. A strong sense of guilt welled up in Shun Xingyi's heart. She put down her phone, walked to the window, and watched the crowd gradually disperse below. Lin Chen should have left by now, right? How is he now? Will she be saddened by those posts? Will she hate her as the instigator? She pursed her lips, picked up her phone, and found the number belonging to Lin Chen that she had temporarily saved because of acting. My fingertip hovered over the dial key for a few seconds, but I didn't press it in the end. What would you say if you called now? An apology? That would seem weak and hypocritical. An explanation? The whole thing started because of her. An explanation would be useless. Comfort? From what standpoint? Moreover, given Lin Chen's unusual calmness that afternoon, perhaps he really doesn't care about these rumors? Shin Xingyi's mind was in turmoil. This was the first time she had felt so guilty and uneasy towards someone. It seemed she owed this person a rather heavy debt. As she watched the twilight deepen outside the window, she silently made a decision. This whole affair started because of her, and she couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Chen be humiliated like this by Zhou Zihong. She has to do something. Chapter 56 Gu Yanqing's black card cannot be used. On the other side, a high-end apartment near the first affiliated hospital of Hangzhou. This is a house under Guo Tiankai's name that he doesn't live in often. It's simply decorated, but it has everything you need. Gu Yanqing tossed and turned on the living room sofa, barely sleeping all night. Guo Tiankai's words echoed repeatedly in his mind, and he fantasized about his father waking up, Lin Chen slinking away, and him ascending to the chairman's seat of the Lin Group. He had been sleeping for a long time when he was finally awakened by a strong feeling of hunger. I woke up in the afternoon, and sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains. He rubbed his throbbing temples, glanced at the time, and then realized that he had barely eaten anything since yesterday. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, Gu Yanqing couldn't change his eating habits even now that he was down on his luck. He got up, took a quick shower, changed into some reasonably clean clothes, grabbed his wallet and phone, and went out. There's a decent-looking Western restaurant downstairs that he used to occasionally visit when he came to Hangzhou. The restaurant had an elegant ambience and wasn't crowded. Gu Yanqing found a seat by the window, picked up the menu, and habitually ordered a few of her favorite dishes, along with a glass of red wine. The meal was quite expensive, probably costing over 1,000 yuan. Sir, the total is 1,380 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or mobile payment? The waiter handed over the bill with a smile. Swipe the card. Gu Yanqing naturally took out her wallet and pulled out a black and gold supplementary credit card. This card was a supplementary card for his father, Lin Jiong, with an extremely high credit limit. Over the years, he had been extravagant, spending most of his expenses through this card. His parents never questioned it or restricted him. In his view, this was almost a symbol of his princeling status and a source of his daily pocket money. He casually handed the card to the waiter. The waiter took the card and operated it on the POS machine. A few seconds later, the waitress's smile froze slightly. She returned the card, her tone apologetic. Sir, I'm sorry, this card is frozen and cannot be used. Do you have any other payment methods? Freeze. Gu Yanqing was stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard. He took the card back and examined it carefully. It was indeed his father's supplementary card. How could it be frozen? Try again. The waiter tried again, but the result was the same. I'm sorry, sir, it has indeed been frozen. An ominous premonition welled up in Gu Yanqing's heart. His expression changed, but he forced himself to remain calm and pulled out another credit card from his wallet. It was a card the dealership salesperson had helped him apply for when he bought the car. He didn't know the credit limit because he had never used it. Try this one. This time, the card swipe was successful. After paying, Gu Yanqing took the receipt and card and walked out of the restaurant. Her face so gloomy it could drip water. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright, but he felt a chill all over his body. My father's supplementary credit card has been frozen. Who did it? The answer is obvious: Lin Chen. He's now in charge of the Lin Group, so he naturally has the authority to handle bank accounts and credit cards. Anger, like a poisonous fire, instantly engulfed Gu Yanqing's entire body. Lin Chen, that bastard. He stole his company, and now he's even freezing his credit card for daily expenses. Is this driving him to the brink of despair? But after the anger subsided, a deeper sense of doubt and chill crept in. How did Lin Chen know about the existence of this card? How could they freeze it so quickly? Could it be that Lin Chen knew of his existence? The thought made his heart clench. But then, he shook his head in self-doubt. Impossible. If Lin Chen had known he had such an older brother before, given his poor appearance and cowardly personality, he would have made a scene long ago, or at least acted strangely. For so many years before that, Lin Chen lived in Hangzhou like an ordinary poor student, without making any unusual moves. The parents also kept it a secret very well. How did Lin Chen find out? Did they cancel all of their parents' cards after taking over the company? He assumed all the property was his, so his parents' assets were directly transferred to his name. Damn it, that must be it. Gu Yanqing cursed bitterly, his hatred for Lin Chen deepening. This bastard not only stole his things, but also cut off his source of income. He touched the credit card with a limited limit in his pocket and felt a pang of unease. He had almost no savings and used to spend money like water, never imagining that he would need to save money one day. He didn't know how much money was on the credit card or how long it would last. Although Guo Tiankai took him in, it seems he won't support him indefinitely. An unprecedented sense of economic hardship and fear of the future enveloped him for the first time so vividly. He used to look down on Lin Chen's poverty and stinginess, but now it seems he himself is about to follow in Lin Chen's footsteps. No, he absolutely wouldn't allow it. He had to wake his father up as soon as possible and take back everything that belonged to him. Suppressing a belly full of anger and nameless panic, Gu Yanqing hurried back to her apartment. The first thing he did after closing the door was to turn on his phone and frantically search online for information such as awakening a person in a vegetative state, stimulation therapy for vegetative state patients, and cases of awakening patients by calling out to them by family members. He was dazzled by the variety of methods and memorized some of the ones that sounded effective, such as playing familiar music, recounting important past events, and performing physical massage and stimulation. Yes, I'm going to the hospital. Every day? I'll talk to my dad. I'll tell him what he promised me. I'll tell him how that bastard Lin Chen bullied me. He loves me so much. He'll wake up when he hears I've been wronged. Gu Yanqing seemed possessed, trying to bolster his spirits. He pinned all his hopes on the slim possibility of awakening his father. The next day, Mingda University was in an uproar once again. In the morning, Lin Chen arrived at school on time for class as usual. He wore a simple gray sweater with a black jacket over it today, still looking like a clean and refreshing student. Little did he know that, after a night of fermentation, his fame and infamy on campus had reached a new level. As soon as he entered the campus, he felt even more intense and almost ubiquitous strange looks than yesterday. Those gazes were no longer simply filled with jealousy or curiosity, but with undisguised contempt, mockery, and schadenfreude. Some even pointed directly at him and sneered. "Look, it's him, Lin Chen, the one in the post. You're really shameless. You've been scolded like that, and you still dare to come to school." He was the school beauty's boyfriend. Even if it was fake, he still had his moment of glory. What glory? It's just embarrassing. Zhou Xiao's post exposed him completely. If I were him, I would have hidden at home and been too ashamed to face anyone. The gossip was even more unrestrained than yesterday, as if they had decided that he was someone they could mock at will. The power of that post on the campus forum was amplified to the extreme by the encouragement of Zhou Zihang's lackeys and the students' herd mentality. In many people's eyes, Lin Chen has become a synonym for a pathetic and laughable clown who overestimates his abilities. Lin Chen remained calm, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. These noises, compared to the open and covert attacks from those old foxes at the Lin Group's board meeting, were as gentle as a spring breeze. He walked steadily toward the teaching building where he had his classes. However, when he reached the entrance of the teaching building, he saw an unexpected figure. Shenqingyi. Chapter 57 The School Beauty Delivers Breakfast. Lin Shen walked into the school and was surprised to find Shenqingyi waiting for him. This was the first time the school beauty had ever waited for someone. Today she was wearing a light blue dress with a beige knitted cardigan over it, her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, and she was holding 2 books in her arms, standing quietly on the steps at the entrance of the teaching building. The morning light shone on her, outlining her elegant and ethereal features, attracting the attention of passing students, but no one dared to approach her. Seeing Lin Shen walk over, Shenqingyi raised her eyes and met his gaze. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes seemed to hold a hint of determination and apology. Under the gaze of countless astonished, curious, jealous, and incredulous eyes around her, Shenqingyi strode towards Lin Shen. Holy crap, the school beauty is waiting for Lin Shen. No way. Didn't you say yesterday that you were just a shield? Could the post be fake? Are they really talking? Impossible. Lin Shen must have used some kind of trick to threaten the school beauty. Shoo, keep your voice down. Let's see what's going on. Whispers instantly filled the air, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Shenqingyi walked up to Lin Shen and stopped. She seemed to take a light breath, then raised her hand and handed a delicate paper bag that she had been holding to Lin Shen. The paper bag was printed with the logo of a well-known breakfast shop near the school. I brought you breakfast. Shenqingyi's voice was clear and melodious, not loud, but it sounded particularly clear in the quiet doorway. Crab roe soup, dumplings, and soy milk. You used to seem to like these? She wasn't actually sure what Lin Shen liked to eat. She thought about it for a long time last night and vaguely remembered seeing Lin Shen buy a similar breakfast in the cafeteria once, so she went to buy it for him. She knew this move was abrupt and might even attract more criticism, but it was the best way she could think of to support Lin Shen and refute those rumors. She thought about it for a long time last night. The reason why posts on the campus network claiming that her relationship with Lin Shen is fake are popular is because everyone believes that there is a gap in their social status and that she is taking advantage of Lin Shen. If she were to apologize to Lin Shen now, it would only make him the target of more ridicule and cause him even more harm. The only way is to let this shield lie fall apart on its own. How to solve this? The only way is to keep acting, and to act even more realistically. So she went to buy breakfast early in the morning and waited here. She wanted everyone to see that it was she, Shenqingyi, who was actively approaching Lin Shen and caring about him. She wants to reverse public opinion, even if only superficially. The surroundings fell silent instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, before erupting into an even louder buzz of discussion. Everyone's eyes widened. School beauty Shenqingyi takes the initiative to bring breakfast to Lin Shen? Do you even know what he likes to eat? This doesn't look like a simple exploitation relationship at all. What girl would be so considerate of her use and discard shield? Su Qing and Li Na happened to walk nearby and saw this scene. Su Qing's face instantly turned red and then ashen. She almost snapped the strap of the bag in her hand. Why? Shenqingyi actually brought breakfast to Lin Shen? Could it be that she's really taken a liking to this good-for-nothing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be that scumbag Lin Shen who used some despicable means to coerce Shenqingyi. Yes, that must be it. Zhou Zihong and his lackeys happened to be nearby when they saw this scene. The muscles on Zhou Zihong's face twitched violently, and his eyes turned frighteningly gloomy. His carefully planned smear campaign hadn't even died down when Shenqingyi pulled this stunt. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face to that post? Lin Shen looked at the breakfast handed to him, and then at the apology and determination hidden in Shenqingyi's clear eyes, and instantly understood her intention. This woman is quite responsible, and quite intelligent. Using this method to compensate and clarify may attract more attention, but it is indeed the most direct and effective approach. At least, it can temporarily shut some people up and stop them from gossiping about him behind his back. He didn't originally need to use this method, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to those rumors. But he appreciated Shenqingyi's kindness. Thank you. Lin Shen naturally accepted the breakfast, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Shenqingyi's slightly cool fingers. He could feel Shenqingyi's body stiffen almost imperceptibly. Then, Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Shun made an even bolder move. He reached out his other hand and very naturally and gently grasped Shen Qingyi's hand, which had just handed her breakfast and hadn't yet fully retracted. Shen Qingyi's hands were slender and soft, with a slight coolness to them. When Lin Chen's warm hand grasped hers, her body visibly trembled, and her ears quickly flushed red. However, she did not break free. Instead, she raised her eyes and looked at Lin Shun with some surprise. Lin Chen smiled slightly at her, a smile that was calm and gentle, carrying a reassuring power. He held Shen Qingyi's hand without letting go and naturally took her hand. He turned to face the teaching building and said in a clear and calm voice, "Let's go. It's still early. Let's eat together in the classroom." After saying that, he took Shen Qingyi's hand and, under the watchful eyes of countless people who were practically spitting fire, strode up the steps of the teaching building. His movements were unhurried, as if holding the school beauty's hand and going to the classroom for breakfast was an ordinary thing. Shen Qingyi was led by him, following closely behind, her heart beating a little fast and her cheeks slightly flushed. She could feel the almost tangible gazes around her, jealous, angry, incredulous, envious. But she didn't back down. Instead, she straightened her back and tried to appear more natural. This scene was like a bombshell, completely exploding at the entrance of the teaching building in the early morning. Holy crap, they're holding hands. They're holding hands. The school beauty didn't refuse. She even went with him. This really is a relationship, right? Is the post fake? Is Zhou Zihong spreading rumors? Not necessarily. Maybe the school beauty is kind-hearted and deliberately played along with him because she saw Lin Chen being scolded so badly. Does acting require you to hold hands upstairs and have breakfast together? Are you really that dedicated to your role? Damn it. What kind of incredible luck did Lin Chen have? The discussion was deafening. Some people were so jealous they were red-eyed. Some began to doubt the authenticity of Zhou Zihong's post, and others thought that Shen Qingyi might be too immersed in the role or having a sudden burst of saintly compassion. Regardless, the credibility of Lin Chen and Shen Qingyi's romantic relationship has greatly increased in the minds of the public. At least on the surface, they don't seem to be just shields at all. Chapter 58: Anger, Jealousy, and Those Around Us. Zhou Zihong stood there, watching the two walk away hand in hand, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. His meticulously planned public opinion attack seemed to have been easily neutralized by Shen Qingyi's simple act of delivering breakfast and Lin Chen's casual hand-holding. This felt like he had punched a steel plate. Not only did it not hurt the other party, it also made his hand hurt from the impact. Lin Chen, Shen Qingyi, you just wait. Zhou Zihong spat out these words through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with venom. He would never let this go so easily. As Su Qing watched Lin Chen holding Shen Qingyi's hand in their natural and intimate backs, she felt a surge of heat rush to her head, and her vision went black. The man who once doted on her and cherished her is now holding the hand of another girl who is infinitely more outstanding than her, receiving the attention of the entire school. This stark contrast and disparity almost suffocated her. Jealousy, anger, resentment, and a trace of regret that she herself was unwilling to admit gnawed at her heart like venomous snakes. Scumbag. Bitch. You'll both get what's coming to you. She could only curse viciously in her heart, but she couldn't change the ironclad fact before her eyes Lin Chen seemed to no longer belong to her, and might even have found a next home, 1,000 times better than her. Inside the teaching building, Lin Shun led Shen Qingyi to a relatively quiet corner of the stairs before letting go of her hand. I'm sorry for being so abrupt, Lin Chen said calmly, as if he hadn't just been holding hands with someone else. The blush on Shen Qingyi's cheeks hadn't completely faded. She withdrew her hand, gently shook her head, and said in a low voice, No, it's okay. I should apologize for dragging you into this. Also, thank you for your cooperation. You helped me before, so I'll just return the favor. Lin Chen smiled and shook the breakfast bag in his hand. But breakfast is fine, thanks. Want some together? Looking at his calm and gentle smile, Shen Qingyi felt her tension and guilt dissipate somewhat, and she nodded gently. The two didn't speak again and walked side by side toward the classroom. Although they didn't continue holding hands, after what happened that morning, everyone felt that their relationship had undergone a subtle change. At least, no one would be so certain that Lin Chen was just a shield that Shen Qingyi picked up casually and discarded after use. A class in the Department of Economics and Management, also Zhou Zihong, Zhou Zihong walked into his classroom with a heavy atmosphere, his face terribly gloomy. Several lackeys who had originally wanted to come up and ask about the gossip from the morning saw his murderous look and wisely shut their mouths and shrank to the side. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhou Zihong slammed his fist hard on the desk, startling the surrounding students. He stared at the table with a sinister look in his eyes, as if the table were the faces of Shun Qingyi and Lin Chun. Shun Qingyi. He squeezed out the name through gritted teeth, his voice filled with anger and resentment at being humiliated. Fine, very well. Since you insist on going against me and slapping me in the face in that way, then don't blame me for being impolite. He thought about how Shun Qingyi had brought Lin Chun breakfast that morning and how naturally Lin Chun had held her hand. He felt like a huge rock was lodged in his chest, making him feel suffocated. This was completely different from what he had expected. He assumed that Shun Qingyi had seen the post online and pointed out that her relationship with Lin Chun was an act, something she had just used as an excuse to reject him yesterday when she was at a loss for words. Now that she's been exposed, she should have stopped having contact with Lin Chun. But instead, she went even further and staged a sweet breakfast scene. This is simply humiliating Zhou Zihong and the Zhou family. You think that just because the Shun family is backing you up, I can't do anything to you? Zhou Zihong's eyes flickered as he thought about how his family and the Shun family did indeed have some business cooperation, and on a considerable scale. The Shun family still needed to rely on the Zhou family in some aspects. Shun Qingyi, your family business still depends on the Zhou family's approval. I wonder if your father will protect his willful and unruly daughter or the company's interests when the time comes. He was already planning to go home today and complain to his father, exaggerating how Shun Qingyi had humiliated him. Given his father's protective nature and his control over the Shun family's business, he might step in to put pressure on the Shun family. Then we'll see if Shun Qingyi still dares to ignore me like this, and if she still dares to refuse my request. Thinking of this, Zhou Zihong felt a little better, but when he thought of Lin Chen's calm face and the way he held Shun Qingyi's hand, his anger flared up again. Lin Chen, that damned pauper must pay the price. Relying solely on online criticism to condemn him is useless. He's a sycophant with a thick skin. We need to come up with a more practical approach. On the other side, Lin Chen's class. The atmosphere in the classroom was equally subtle. Lin Chun and Shun Qingyi walked into the classroom together. Although they didn't hold hands again, Shun Qingyi sat in the empty seat next to Lin Chun. The two opened their breakfast bags and quietly shared the still warm soup, dumplings, and soy milk. The scene looked somewhat harmonious. But this harmonious scene is particularly jarring to some people. Shun Qingyi wasn't in their class. She only came along to have breakfast with Lin Chun. Su Qing sat in her seat, pen in hand, her eyes fixed on the backs of Lin Chun and Shun Qingyi in the row in front of her. Seeing Shun Qingyi gently push the soup dumplings in front of Lin Chun, and seeing Lin Chun naturally take them and even whisper something, Shun Qingyi seemed to smile slightly. This scene pierced Su Qing's heart like a needle. Why should the man she doesn't want, the man she discards like trash, receive such gentle treatment from a school beauty like Shun Qingyi? Why is he able to enjoy all of this with such a calm expression? Shouldn't he be devastated and ashamed because he was dumped? How did he manage to find a next partner so quickly, especially Shun Qingyi? Resentment, jealousy, anger, and a sense of absurd betrayal churned within her. She felt that her wise choice to dump Lin Chun and throw herself into Zhang Hao's arms had become a huge joke in the face of Lin Chun and Shun Qingyi's affection. What will others think of her? Will they think she's blind to talent and missed out on a potential gem? No, Lin Chun can't possibly be a promising talent. He's just a penniless wretch and a good-for-nothing. Shun Qingyi must be using him, or she has some ulterior motive. Su Qing frantically denied it in her mind, trying to convince herself. Sitting next to her, Li Na was equally furious, her face turning pale. She always looked down on Lin Chun, thinking he was just Su Qing's lapdog, someone they could mock at will. But now, this simp has actually climbed up to the school beauty and is even showing affection in the classroom. This is simply a provocation and an insult to these sisters. Chapter 59. Lin Jiong woke up, seeing Su Qing trembling with anger but not daring to retaliate. Li Na's sense of justice and desire to perform arose. She stood up abruptly and, amidst the surprised gazes of her classmates, stormed towards Lin Chun and Shun Qingyi in the front row. Lin Chun. Li Na walked up to Lin Chen's desk, put her hands on her hips, and spoke in a shrill voice, filled with undisguised sarcasm. Oh, So the toad has finally gotten his hands on swan meat. Feeling pretty smug, huh? All lovey-dovey here first thing in the morning. Who are you trying to disgust? Her voice was loud, and the entire classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone looked in her direction with different expressions. Some were gloating, some were curious, and some were annoyed that Li Na was meddling in other people's business. Shen Qingyi frowned and looked at Li Na with a cold gaze. She wanted to speak, but Lin Shen gently patted the back of her hand, indicating that she didn't need to pay attention. Lin Shen slowly swallowed the soup dumpling in his mouth, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then looked up at the aggressive Li Na. His eyes were calm and still, even carrying a hint of amusement. What? Lin Shen spoke, his voice low but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. Are you jealous? Jealous? Li Na laughed as if she'd heard the funniest joke, raising her voice even higher as she pointed at Lin Shen's nose. I'm jealous of you? Lin Shen, you've really gotten too big for your britches. Don't you know your place? Shen Qingyi is the school beauty, and she comes from a good family. What are you to her? A penniless simp who got dumped by Qingqing. Do you think she'd actually like you? She was just playing with you, using you as a shield, and then throwing you away. You really think you're something special? Her words were harsh and vicious, almost a direct repetition of what she had said on the forum, and she even added Su Qing's name, trying to provoke Lin Shen by using Su Qing. The surrounding classmates began to whisper among themselves, their eyes scanning back and forth between Lin Shen, Shen Qingyi, Li Na, and Su Qing. When Su Qing heard Li Na mention her, her face burned with a mixture of relief and embarrassment. She lowered her head, pretending to tidy up her books, but her ears were perked up. Lin Shen listened to Li Na's insults without changing his expression. He even curled the corners of his mouth into a faint, almost mocking smile. It's my honor to be able to hang out with the school beauty. Lin Shen spoke slowly, his tone eerily calm, yet his gaze swept sharply over Li Na, then glanced almost imperceptibly at Su Qing, who was sitting with her head down in the back row. Even if it's just for one day, it's much happier than some people who scheme and plot, but end up with nothing. Don't you think so? His words were pointed, both responding to Li Na's, just for fun, comment, and subtly mocking Su Qing's predicament of climbing the social ladder by clinging to Zhang Hao only to go bankrupt in the blink of an eye. You. Li Na was speechless, her face flushed red, especially the last sentence, which was like a direct hit to Su Qing's lungs. She was so angry that she was trembling all over. She pointed at Lin Shen and kept saying, you for a long time, but she couldn't think of any more vicious words to refute him. The Lin Shen in front of her was completely different from the polite, even somewhat timid and honest boy she remembered. Where does he get the audacity to speak like that? Shameless and scrupulous. Li Na could only manage to utter these few feeble words in the end. She stomped her foot angrily, amidst the strange looks and murmurs of her classmates. He turned around and went back to his seat, looking disheveled and pale, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Su Qing lowered her head even further, her nails digging deep into her palms. Lin Shen's last words were like a cold knife, piercing her heart. It was all for nothing. Was he talking about her? This realization filled her with shame and anger, yet she was powerless to refute it. It's a fact that Zhang Hao's family went bankrupt, and she has indeed lost everything. Looking at Lin Shen's calm profile, and then at Li Na who was fleeing in panic and Su Qing who was bowing her head in silence, Shen Qingyi's understanding of Lin Shen deepened. This man is far more profound and sharp than he appears. He doesn't care about rumors, but when he retaliates, it's precise and deadly. The commotion in the classroom has temporarily subsided, but undercurrents are still surging. After this incident, no one dared to easily provoke Lin Shen anymore. His relationship with Shen Qingyi as a couple has become more ambiguous in the minds of many people because of the breakfast incident and Li Na's farce in the morning, yet it also seems a bit more real. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou First People's Hospital, VIP wards. With Guo Tiankai's arrangement and accompaniment, Gu Yanqing visited the hospital again. When he came alone, the bodyguards at the door indeed wouldn't let him in until Guo Tian showed his credentials. He was acting as the company's vice president, visiting the chairman, and only then were the two of them allowed to enter. The ward remained quiet, with only the rhythmic hum of the medical equipment. Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng lay quietly, just as they had the day before. Looking at her parents' lifeless faces, Gu Yanqing felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Following the methods he found online, he first tried warm appeals. Dad, Mom, it's me, Yin Qing. He sat down beside Lin Jiong's bed, holding his father's somewhat withered hand, his voice choked with emotion. I've come to see you. Do you remember? On my 10th birthday, you took me to Disneyland. I insisted on riding the roller coaster and cried my eyes out. You held me the whole time. And Mom, I was under a lot of pressure and couldn't sleep before my college entrance exam. You warmed up milk for me every night and talked to me. Guatiankai chimed in, sharing some anecdotes from the company's past, mentioning several retired employees, and reminiscing about the hardships and triumphs Lin Jiong experienced in the early days of his business. However, no matter what they said, the two people on the hospital bed remained unresponsive, and the lines on the monitor were so flat, it was despairing. Gu Yanqing's heart sank little by little. The gentle approach seemed to be ineffective. He gritted his teeth and decided to adopt this stimulation therapy that Guatiankai had suggested. Dad, Mom, if you don't wake up soon, your son might be gone. Gu Yanqing's voice trembled with tears, but it was more a deliberate expression of panic and grievance. Lin Chun seized the company, and now he's even frozen my cards. I don't have a single penny on me, and I'm having trouble even eating. Uncle Guo is helping me out, but I can't always rely on others. As he spoke, he carefully observed Lin Jiong's reaction. Just then, Guatiankai seemingly casually added, Alas, after President Lin, referring to Lin Chun, took over, he made some big moves. Several of the chairman's old subordinates who had followed him for many years were dismissed on various pretexts, and the company is in a state of panic. Furthermore, I heard that Mr. Kobayashi has been rarely going to the school lately, and seems to be frequenting upscale clubs and nightclubs, spending a lot of money. Almost as soon as Guatiankai finished speaking, both Gu Yanqing and Guatiankai clearly saw that the tip of Lin Jiong's index finger trembled very slightly on his hand placed at his side. Although the fluctuations were small and the situation quickly returned to calm, both of them were certain that they had seen it. It works. The stimulation really works. Chapter 60 The Fate of the Zhang Family. Gu Yanqing and Guatiankai screamed when they saw Lin Jiong's finger move. Gu Yanqing was overjoyed and quickly pressed his advantage. He leaned close to Lin Jiong's ear and said in an even more terrified, tearful voice, Dad, Lin Chen already knows I exist. He's afraid I'll fight him for the family fortune. He said he's going to have someone run me over. Dad, wake up. Save me. Otherwise you'll never see your son again. This statement is like a boulder thrown into stagnant water. On the hospital bed, Lin Jiong's originally calm face suddenly furrowed, forming a painful Chan character. His tightly closed eyelids trembled violently, and his eyeballs rolled rapidly beneath them. Then, under the watchful eyes of Gu Yanqing and Guatiankai, who held their breath, Lin Jiong's eyes, which had been closed for many days, suddenly opened. Although his eyes were vacant, unfocused, bloodshot, and filled with pain and extreme anxiety, he had indeed opened them. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, and he made a difficult hoarse sound in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single word. Only his chest heaved violently with excitement, and the alarm on the monitor began to sound rapidly. Dad, you're awake. Can you hear me? Dad. Gu Yanqing was so excited that she was incoherent, and she tightly grasped Lin Jiong's hand. Guatiankai was also overjoyed and quickly pressed the call button. Doctor, come quick. The patient is responding. Hurried footsteps approached, and doctors and nurses rushed into the ward to begin examining and treating Lin Jiong. The ward was a scene of chaos. After examining the patient, the doctor said to Gu Yanqing and Guatiankai with a serious expression, the patient just experienced a strong stimulus, and his brain activity is abnormally high. This is indeed one of the signs of awakening. However, this stimulation must be done with extreme care. Excessive stimulation can cause irreversible brain damage and even endanger life. The patient is currently agitated and needs immediate medication to stabilize him. Please refrain from speaking to him for now and allow him to calm down. Subsequent awakening treatments must be conducted gradually and under professional guidance. Gu Yanqing and Guatiankai nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with barely suppressed excitement. After leaving the ward, Gu Yanqing excitedly grasped Guatiankai's hand. Uncle Gua, did you see that? My dad opened his eyes. He can really hear. The stimulation really worked. Guatiankai also looked relieved. Yes, young Master Gu, this is fantastic news. It shows that the chairman is most concerned about you. However, the doctor also said that we can't rush things. We need to make a plan. We'll come every day, using suitable topics to gradually provoke him, but without going too far. I believe it won't be long before the chairman regains consciousness and personally seeks justice for you. Yes, yes, I'll come every day. Uncle Gua, we're counting on you. Gu Yanqing was filled with gratitude and dependence on Gua Tiankai at this moment. He felt that the hope of reclaiming his family property was just around the corner. Father has opened his eyes. How far is he from waking up? He failed to notice the fleeting, complex, and enigmatic glint in Gua Tiankai's eyes as he turned away. The stimulus worked, but the direction seemed a little off from his initial expectations. However, as long as there is a possibility that the chairman may wake up, it adds another variable for everyone. As for Gua Tiankai, he only needs to observe the situation and make the choice that is most beneficial to himself at the right time. Filled with excitement and calculation, the two left the hospital and began planning their next visit. They all believed that Lin Jiong would wake up completely soon, and then the Lin Group would belong to Lin Chen. In the afternoon, at the Lin Group, in the chairman's office, the afternoon sun streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its light on the gleaming, mirror-like solid wood desk. Lin Shun had just finished processing a few documents and picked up the coffee his secretary had brought him when there was a gentle knock on the office door. Enter. Qin Wei pushed open the door and entered, holding a tablet in her hand, her steps brisk. She walked to the desk and placed the tablet in front of Lin Shun, which displayed some information and photos. President Lin, there are a few things I need to report to you. Qin Wei's voice was clear and professional. Explain. First, regarding Zhang Haishan from Haishan Building Materials. He's here again, waiting at the front desk all morning, insisting on seeing you. The front desk and security have already stopped him as you instructed, he said. Qin Wei paused, her tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm. He has publicly severed his father-son relationship with Zhang Hao and hopes that we can be lenient and let Haishan Building Materials off the hook. He said he is willing to make amends in any way, and even hand Zhang Hao over to us for disposal. Lin Shun took a sip of coffee, his eyes calm and unwavering, as if listening to a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. What about Zhang Hao? What's his situation now? Lin Shun hadn't seen or heard from this person for several days. He used to be so arrogant in front of him, and now that he suddenly had no feelings for him, he felt a little unaccustomed to it. Qin Wei nodded, swiping her finger across the tablet to bring up another report. This is the second thing I want to report. Our people have been keeping an eye on Zhang Hao's movements. He was missing for a few days, and yesterday afternoon, someone saw him at the orthopedic clinic of the First Municipal Hospital. He was in a wheelchair with his left leg in a cast, and his injury was quite serious. The person who escorted him was one of Zhang Haishan's trusted subordinates. Considering the timing and Zhang Haishan's previous behavior, there's reason to infer that the leg was very likely broken by Zhang Haishan himself as a pledge of loyalty. Lin Chen's lips curled into an extremely cold smile. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, yet Zhang Haishan was so ruthless and selfish that he would even kill his own son to protect himself. However, this was within his expectations. When people are driven to the brink and believe they have grasped at a straw, they are capable of doing anything crazy. And all these troubles were caused by that son. So if we don't deal with him, who should we deal with? Did he think that breaking his son's leg would wipe the slate clean of the feud between me and Zhang Hao? That it would let his company's violations go unpunished? That it would protect his company and his fortune? Lin Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable chill. Obviously, that's what he thinks. He believes the main root cause is Zhang Hao, and that punishing Zhang Hao will appease your anger, Qin Wei analyzed. Chapter 61. If they wake up. Listening to Qin Wei's report on Zhang Haishan's fake situation, Lin Chen put down his coffee cup, turned his gaze to the bustling cityscape outside the window, and asked in a calm voice, "How have the investigations been conducted regarding any violations or illegal activities by Haishan Building Materials in its business dealings with us and other partners over the years? How serious have these violations been?" Qin Wei immediately pulled up another document, which was filled with dense data and clauses. The investigation has been largely completed. Haishan Building Materials has been found to have engaged in serious shoddy workmanship and the use of substandard materials in multiple projects over the past 5 years, involving a huge sum of money. They bribed at least 3 officials in charge of relevant departments to facilitate project approvals and acceptance. They are also suspected of fabricating transactions, issuing false invoices to evade taxes, and contract fraud. If this matter is investigated thoroughly, Not only will Haishan Building Materials immediately go bankrupt and be liquidated, but Zhang Haishan himself, as the company's actual controller and main decision-maker, will also face criminal charges, with a high probability of serving more than 10 years in prison. Lin Chen listened quietly, his face expressionless. Zhang Hao's humiliation was a personal vendetta, but Haishan Building Materials' actions damaged the interests of the Lin Group, the quality and safety of the project, social fairness, and market order. He had no reason to let Zhang Haishan off the hook, whether for public or private reasons. Since the evidence is conclusive and the facts are clear, Lin Chen turned around, looked at Qin Wei, and spoke with unwavering resolve. Then let's follow the rules. Report what needs to be reported, sue what needs to be sued, and pursue compensation where appropriate. The company's legal and audit departments will fully cooperate. I want to see the fastest possible results. As for Zhang Haishan wanting to see me, he paused, a cold glint in his eyes. Tell him I have nothing to talk to him about. Let him be prepared to talk slowly in court and in prison. Understood, Mr. Lin. Qin Wei quickly wrote it down, gaining a new understanding of the young chairman's decisiveness and ruthlessness. He not only holds grudges, but also skillfully uses the rules to perfectly combine personal grudges with official business, delivering the heaviest and most irrefutable blow to his opponents. After Qin Wei left, the office returned to silence. Lin Chen picked up his phone. On the screen was an encrypted message from the head of the bodyguards at the hospital who were taking care of his parents. The message was concise. At 10:20 a.m., Guo Tiankai accompanied Gu Yanqing into the ward and stayed for about 40 minutes. During the incident, the patient, Lin Jiong, experienced severe emotional fluctuations, briefly opening his eyes but remaining unable to speak. His condition stabilized after medical intervention. Guo and Gu have left. Lin Chen looked at the message and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Gu Yanqing went again, this time with Guo Tiankai. Father actually opened his eyes? Although the bodyguard had previously reported that Gu Yanqing's father had reacted when he first visited, opening his eyes was a clearer signal. It seems that Gu Yanqing and Guo Tiankai have found a way to stimulate their father, and it seems to be effective. A subtle sense of crisis, like a cool stream, quietly crept into Lin Chen's heart. He didn't care about Gu Yanqing or Guo Tiankai's petty thoughts. What he cared about was the possibility that his father, Lin Jiong, would wake up. What if my father really wakes up and regains some of his cognitive and expressive abilities? Will he acknowledge Gu Yanqing's identity? He might want to redistribute his assets, or even reclaim the Lin Group he has already inherited because of his favoritism and guilt towards Gu Yanqing. Although legally, I am already a legitimate heir with all the necessary procedures completed. But if the father wakes up and says that he did not leave a will, he may take back everything, either completely or very likely. Given his prestige and influence within the Lin family, if he were determined to support Gu Yanqing, there would be no way to stop him. More importantly, he had already experienced firsthand the boundless favoritism his parents showed him in his previous life. He had no doubt that as long as his father woke up, even if he was on his last breath, he would do everything he could to secure benefits for Gu Yanqing, and might even be willing to sacrifice his own son. We can't let him wake up. A cold and resolute thought clearly surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. At the very least, we cannot allow him to wake up so quickly and so clear-headedly, nor can we allow him to have the ability and opportunity to interfere with everything he has already taken control of. He needs more concrete legal grounds to assess and address this potential risk. Lin Chen immediately picked up the internal phone and dialed the number of the head of the group's legal department. Minister Chen, could you please come to my office now? I have an urgent legal question that I need to consult about. Lin Chen's tone returned to its usual calm. A few minutes later, Minister of Justice Chen Ming rushed to the scene. He was a middle-aged man with a sharp and capable demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was the legal head of the Lin Group and one of the few senior executives who quickly expressed their stance and whose abilities were recognized after Lin Chen took office. Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me? Chen Ming asked respectfully. Sit down. Lin Chen gestured for him to sit down and asked directly. Minister Chen, I would like to consult on a question regarding inheritance. Suppose A is B's only legal adult direct relative, child. After B suffers a sudden accident and falls into a coma, medically judged to have little chance of recovery, A, in accordance with relevant legal procedures, legally inherited all of B's major assets, including company shares, and has completed all formalities such as the business registration change. Lin Chen paused, then looked at Chen Ming. Now, after being in a coma for a period of time, B has shown signs of waking up and may even regain some cognitive and expressive abilities in the future. Legally speaking, after regaining consciousness, does B have the right to claim that A's inheritance is invalid or to demand a redistribution of the estate? Chun Ming pushed up his glasses, his expression becoming serious and professional. He thought for a moment and cautiously replied, Mr. Lin, what you mean is, if your parents wake up, can they take back the family business you inherited? Lin Chen nodded somewhat awkwardly. Chun Ming had explained it to him directly, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Chun Ming saw the fleeting embarrassment on Lin Chen's face and understood. This young chairman is meticulous and has already begun to consider the worst-case scenario. He did not press for specific targets, but instead addressed the matter at hand, providing the most professional legal analysis. Chapter 62, he has the right to take everything back from you. Mr. Lin, the situation you described is indeed possible in terms of legal principles, but it is very complicated to implement and has many restrictions. Chun Ming carefully considered his words. Simply put, the key lies in the legal status of the deceased, your parents, at the time the inheritance occurred, as well as the legality of the inheritance procedure. You just mentioned that the inheritance was completed when they were in a coma and their chances of waking up were slim. If there had been a legal and valid will at that time, designating you as the sole or primary heir, and if the will had been made when they were of sound mind and had full civil capacity, and if the notarization and other procedures were complete, then even if they later regained consciousness, it would have been very difficult to overturn it. The will represented their true wishes at that time. But if it's intestate succession, there's no will. Chun Ming changed the subject, his tone becoming more serious. The situation is different. Statutory inheritance is a method of inheritance stipulated by law when the deceased has not left a valid will. It is based on kinship and implicitly assumes compliance with the deceased's general wishes. However, there is a prerequisite. The law presumes that the deceased did not make any special arrangements for their property. If the deceased, your parents, is legally declared as a person without civil capacity while in a coma, then it is procedurally legal for their guardian, such as one appointed by the court or previously appointed, to handle their property and carry out statutory inheritance. However, the declaration procedure must be rigorous. Now, here comes the crucial point. Chun Ming looked directly at Lin Chun and said, word by word, if B, that is, your parents, one day really wake up and, after a medical examination, it is confirmed that they are mentally sound and have regained their civil capacity, then, legally speaking, as the owners of their own property, they have the right to make new arrangements for their property. They can argue that the statutory inheritance during their coma was not a reflection of their true will because they were unable to express their will at the time. While A, you, may have no procedural issues as a legal heir, B, upon waking, can exercise their rights as the property owner. This includes. Chun Ming paused, observing the slight change in Lin Chen's expression, and slowly said, if they wish and are able, they can revise their will, designate new heirs, or change the distribution of their assets. Furthermore, if they can prove that the previous inheritance proceedings were significantly flawed. In extreme cases, such as when they were inherited but were not completely unconscious, or were capable of expressing objections but were unable to do so, there is theoretically a possibility of claiming the previous inheritance was invalid and demanding the return of the property. However, this requires extremely substantial evidence and complex legal proceedings. Lin Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. He was silent for a moment, then asked, so, after I inherit the company and before they wake up, all the decisions, investments, and asset disposals I made in the company, if they want to reclaim them after they wake up, will all of these be recovered as well? Chun Ming nodded, his tone certain. That's the principle. If they object to the inheritance itself and their objections are upheld, then the subsequent changes in property arising from this invalid or revocable inheritance should, in theory, be restored to the state before the inheritance occurred, or be liquidated and divided. Of course, the actual process will be very complex, involving issues such as bona fide third parties and the continuity of company operations, which the court will take into consideration. However, the initiative will largely shift to the waking deceased. Seeing Lin Chen's increasingly serious expression, he added, however, Mr. Lin, you are father and son, and the old chairman only has you as his son, so you don't need to worry about these issues. Chun Ming was unaware of Lin Jiong's family situation, let alone that Lin Jiong had another son and was completely biased towards that son, which is why he told Lin Chen not to worry. I see. Lin Chen's voice was calm, but a cold glint flashed deep in his eyes. Chun Ming's analysis confirmed his worst fears. Thank you, Minister Chen. Regarding today's consultation. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I fully understand. Today we're just discussing a hypothetical legal case. Chun Ming immediately replied, his expression serious. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. Chun Ming stood up, bowed slightly, and then quietly left the office, carefully closing the door behind him. The office fell silent again, with only the low hum of the central air conditioning audible. Lin Chen got up from the large leather chair and slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the bustling cityscape of Hangzhou unfolds before your eyes, with towering buildings and a constant flow of traffic. The afterglow of the setting sun casts a dark golden halo over this modern metropolis. This place should have been his empire. However, Chun Ming's words were like a cold key, unlocking the box deep in his memory that he least wanted to touch. The bone-chilling coldness and despair that he had deliberately suppressed and covered up with indifference and revenge, originating from his previous life, surged forth like a tidal wave. He remembered his previous life. His parents, Lin Jiong and Zhao Fong, always appeared frugal and even somewhat embarrassed in front of him and all his relatives and friends. He lives in an ordinary neighborhood, drives a used car worth tens of thousands of yuan, and wears clothes from ordinary brands. When he was a child, if he wanted a slightly more expensive toy, he would be taught to be thrifty and that his parents don't earn money easily. He believed it to be true and was sensible from a young age. He never compared himself to others and even felt somewhat inferior because of his ordinary family background. He thought his parents were just being low-key or that their business was genuinely struggling. He studied hard, got into a good university, and thought that after he got a job, he would take good care of his parents and improve his family's life. Until his previous life, he graduated and looked for a job everywhere, while Gu Yanqing inherited the Lin Group. By sheer coincidence, he suddenly encountered Gu Yanqing and her parents chatting and laughing at the Lin Group, all dressed in high-end clothing. He only realized everything when Gu Yanqing called him Mom and Dad. He originally thought his father was a driver for the Lin Group and his mother was a cleaner at the Lin Group, which was what his parents had told him. He never doubted it. He learned from the employees of the Lin Group that his parents were the chairman of the Lin Group, and that day was also the auspicious day for Gu Yanqing to inherit the family business. At that moment, he felt like his whole world had collapsed. It's not that I'm angry because they're the chairman, but because I'm angry about the more than 20-year-long deception. She was furious that they had a son the same age as her, but didn't tell anyone. They were furious that these people, despite their immense wealth, could bear to watch their own son live like a child from an ordinary poor family, worrying about a little money for living expenses and feeling inferior because of a little vanity. They watched him scrimp and save to buy gifts for Su Qing, watched him be humiliated by people like Zhang Hao, watched him lose love and dignity because of poverty. They stood by, watching coldly, and might even have been laughing at his stupidity and despicableness in their hearts. If they pretend to be poor to their relatives and friends because they are afraid of being taken advantage of, he can understand. But he was their own son, their son by blood. How could they bear to do it? How could they bear to part with him? Later, he learned of Gu Yanqing's existence. That other son they adopted out, yet he lived a life of luxury, received the best education, and enjoyed the treatment of a true prince. They poured all their love, resources, and hopes for the future into Gu Yanqing, while they themselves were just a facade, a prop, or even a burden used to cover up the truth or satisfy some kind of distorted psychology. Chapter 63 that was to test you. He immediately exploded when he got home that day, questioning his parents about why they treated him that way. The parents remained calm, showing no remorse or comfort. They simply said that it was to toughen you up so that you would have the motivation to improve. From that day on, the parents stopped pretending, and Gu Yanqing knew that he knew everything. He knelt before his parents, crying and saying that he didn't want the family fortune. He just wanted a job to support himself, begging Gu Yanqing to let him go. So what about the fact that they raised that good-for-nothing Gu Yanqing for over 20 years and gave him the entire Lin family? At that moment, he was completely hard. In this life, he took the initiative and reclaimed the Lin family business. He believed he could control his own destiny and take revenge on those who had hurt him. However, the father showed signs of waking up. Gu Yanqing and Guo Tiankai, like sharks smelling blood, surrounded him. If his father were to wake up, given his unprincipled favoritism towards Gu Yanqing and his indifference and scheming towards him, Lin Shun had no doubt that his father would do everything in his power to take the Lin family business from him and hand it over to Gu Yanqing. Just like in the previous life, perhaps even more ruthless methods will be used to deal with this disobedient son. A test? Screw tests. He will never give anyone another chance to test him. I will never again allow myself to fall into the same predicament as in my previous life, where I was at the mercy of others. So what he needs to do now is to prevent his assets from being taken back in the future. Lin Shin stared at his reflection in the glass, muttering to himself in a voice as cold as iron. Company assets must be transferred. Before they wake up, before they are able to act, transfer as much of the Lin family's core value as possible, quietly, to places they cannot reach. But how to transfer it? And to whom? This requires an absolutely trustworthy person to operate a complex and covert asset transfer plan, which may require setting up an offshore company, a complex equity structure, related party transactions, etc. It requires a white glove, or rather, a shadow, that he can completely control, and that will not betray him. Whom does he trust? Qinwei. She is capable enough, but she is a professional manager, and her loyalty is more based on interests and career prospects. She might not do something like this, which involves hollowing out the company and bordering on illegality, and she might not be reliable. Chen Ming? A legal expert, but also too specialized, and this kind of thing is too risky. Su Qing? That woman who could easily betray him for money? Just thinking of that name made Lin Shin feel nauseous and ironic. Even his girlfriend, who once swore eternal love to him, betrayed him for money and vanity. Who can he trust in this world? The betrayal he suffered in his previous life, and Su Qing's betrayal in this one, are like two cold thorns, reminding him of the unpredictability of human nature. It seems, he truly has no one he can completely entrust with his trust. A profound sense of loneliness and urgency enveloped him. He owns a multi-billion-dollar empire, yet he can't find a partner with whom he can share secrets and entrust his life and fortune. This may be the price of rebirth, and the inevitable curse that comes with wielding immense wealth. He needs to find a solution as soon as possible. During this period when his father might wake up and Gu Yanqing and Gu Tiankai are intensifying their efforts, he must fight on two fronts. On the one hand, they need to handle things at the hospital to delay or even prevent their father from regaining consciousness. On the other hand, he needed to secretly plan the transfer of assets to secure his escape route and ensure that he would never lose everything again, no matter what. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Hangzhou, in the orthopedic ward, this is an ordinary 3-person hospital room, filled with the smell of disinfectant. Zhang Hao lay on the hospital bed by the window, his left leg in a thick cast, suspended in mid-air. His face was pale and haggard, his eyes were sunken, and his beard was unshaven. In just a few days, the arrogant and domineering rich second generation seemed to have become a different person, leaving only an empty shell tormented by fear and pain. The ward door was pushed open roughly, and Zhang Haishan walked in with a gloomy face. He looked much older, with puffy eye bags, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and a kind of desperate ferocity. When the other two patients and their families in the same ward saw Zhang Haishan like this, they instinctively shrank back and dared not look at him for too long. Zhang Haishan walked straight to Zhang Hao's bedside, looking down at him with no pity in his eyes, only impatience and deep resentment. "Dad?" Zhang Hao shrank back when he saw his father, his voice weak. "Don't call me Dad," Zhang Haishan growled, startling Zhang Hao. "I don't have a son like you who's good for nothing and good for nothing." Zhang Hao's lips trembled, tears welled in his eyes, but he dared not let them fall. The excruciating pain in his leg constantly reminded him how ruthless the man before him was. Zhang Haishan lowered his voice, but the chill in his tone remained undiminished. "I told you to beg Lin Shun. Did you go and beg him?" "Huh. I called him, but he didn't answer. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply." Zhang Hao's voice was choked with tears. "Dad, my leg. It hurts so much." "Pain? You deserve to die from the pain." Zhang Haishan gritted his teeth. "Do you know what the Lin family's attitude is? They're completely unyielding. They're determined to destroy us. We've already submitted the complaint. The banks, the tax bureau, every department, they're all investigating. Our company accounts have been frozen. Those debt collectors are blocking our door every day. I don't even dare to leave the house now." He grew angrier as he spoke, his chest heaving violently. I broke your leg to show Lin Shun, to apologize to him. And what happened? He didn't buy it at all. He wasn't satisfied. He wants the Zhang family to be completely ruined. He wants me to go to jail. Zhang Hao's face turned ashen. Boundless fear overwhelmed him once more. Even with his leg broken, Lin Shun still wouldn't let him go. What exactly did he want? I'm telling you. Zhang Hao. Zhang Haishan leaned down, his voice as cold as a venomous snake, close to Zhang Hao's ear. You're barely alive now. If Lin Shun doesn't give in, our Zhang family is completely finished. If I'm finished, you won't have an easy time either. Get up right now, and if you have to crawl, crawl all the way to the Lin group. Kneel in front of his company. Kowtow. Admit your mistakes. Beg him. Call him an animal. Call him a bastard. Say you'll never do it again. Make him break your other leg too. Let him vent his anger. Until he lets us go. Dad. I can't move. Zhang Hao cried out in despair. Can't move. Zhang Haishan's eyes sharpened. Then have someone carry you there. I don't care what method you use. If you can't get Lin Shen's forgiveness, before I go in, I'll break your other leg too, so you'll be bedridden and a cripple for the rest of your life. He gave Zhang Hao a final, fierce glare. You remember this. This is all your fault. If you want any chance of survival, you'd better beg for it with all your might. Otherwise, my son and I will either end up in jail together or die in the streets. After saying that, Zhang Haishan stopped looking at Zhang Hao, who was lying paralyzed on the hospital bed, trembling and full of despair. He turned around, slammed the door, and left angrily. Chapter 64. He was just a college student sponsored by the old chairman. Zhang Haishan stormed out of the ward. The ward was left in deathly silence, and Zhang Hao lay paralyzed on the bed, as if his soul had been ripped out, leaving only endless fear and regret. He knew his father was telling the truth. If Lin Shen didn't let it go, the Zhang family would be finished. And he, the instigator, would face a fate worse than having his leg broken. But Lin Shen, that poor boy he once humiliated and trampled underfoot, could he really become the Yama who controls his life and death? He had to beg him like a dog. The immense humiliation and even deeper fear intertwined, causing Zhang Hao's vision to blur. He could almost picture himself being carried like a dead dog to the entrance of the Lin group, groveling before the person he once despised most, in full view of everyone. No, he can't go. He can't bear the shame. But if he doesn't go, he'll die. He'll suffer a fate worse than death. Despair, like the heaviest shackles, locked him firmly to this hospital bed, with nowhere to escape. Evening, Lin's group, chairman's office. The setting sun bathed the office in a dark golden light. Lin Shen finished processing the last document and glanced at the time. He pressed the intercom button. Have Vice President Guo come to my office. The secretary gave a respectful reply from the other end of the phone. Vice President Guo refers to Guo Tiankai, who serves as the vice president of the Lin Group, overseeing certain business operations and administration. He holds a high position of power. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door. Enter. Guo Tiankai pushed open the door and walked in, his face bearing his usual, slightly slick smile. But upon closer inspection, one could detect a subtle tension hidden deep in his eyes. He walked to the desk and bowed slightly. Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me? Lin Shen didn't speak immediately. He leaned back in his wide chair, crossed his hands over his stomach, and calmly looked at Guo Tiankai. The gaze wasn't sharp, but it carried a quiet sense of oppression, as if it could pierce through one's heart. Guo Tiankai felt a little uneasy under her gaze. His smile became stiff, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. He couldn't figure out why the young chairman had suddenly contacted him, especially after he had taken Gu Yanqing to the hospital that morning. Vice President Guo. Lin Shen finally spoke, his voice flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Did you visit my parents at the hospital this morning? Guo Tian's heart tightened. They're here. He nodded quickly, his tone carrying just the right amount of heaviness and concern. Yes, Mr. Lin. I went to visit the chairman and his wife. Their condition, sigh. It's still the same, it's worrying. But the doctor said their vital signs are stable, which is a blessing in disguise. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Lin Shen said casually, then changed the subject, his tone seemingly tinged with curiosity. I heard you didn't go alone. You brought a young person with you. Guo Tiankai's heart skipped a beat, and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. He forced himself to remain calm, his face showing an expression of sudden realization and gratitude. Oh, you mean Xiaogu? Yes, that's right. I brought a young man with me. His name is Gu Yanqing. He is a college student whom the chairman and his wife sponsored before their passing. He is studying in Longhai City. This boy has a conscience. When he heard that the chairman had an accident, he made a special trip from Longhai to see him in person and express his gratitude for the chairman's kindness. He begged me, and my heart softened, so I took him. I figured the chairman and his wife used to like the boy, so maybe hearing a familiar voice would be a good thing. He spoke with such sincerity that it was as if Gu Yanqing were truly a grateful and impoverished college student, while he, Gua Tiankai, was merely a soft-hearted guide. This was the explanation he had already prepared. Lin Chen would definitely find out if he took Gu Yanqing to see the old chairman. Lin Chen listened quietly, his face expressionless, but his deep eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Gua Tiankai's forced composure, as if scrutinizing every word he spoke. Gua Tiankai felt his scalp tingle under that gaze, as if he had been stripped naked and placed under a microscope. His palms were sweaty, but he still had to maintain that calm expression on his face. He quickly calculated in his mind, Lin Chen probably doesn't know Gu Yanqing's true identity. If he knew, he wouldn't be so calm. Yes, it must have been a bodyguard or doctor at the hospital who casually mentioned it, and he became suspicious and came to test me. I can't panic. I have to stick to this claim. A brief silence fell over the office. The air seemed to freeze. Only the clock on the wall made a soft tick-tock sound, each tick striking Gua Tiankai's taut nerves. Just when Gua Tiankai felt he was about to collapse, Lin Chen slowly spoke, his tone still calm and devoid of emotion. Oh, I see. It's quite thoughtful of a student who's receiving sponsorship. He paused, shifting his gaze from Gua Tiankai's face to the twilight outside the window, as if asking casually, what's his name again? Gu Yanqing? The name sounds familiar. Yes, his name is Gu Yanqing, Gua Tiankai quickly replied, relieved. It seemed Lin Chen only found the name familiar and hadn't investigated further. This child is quite sensible, but he has a hard life. His family is poor, and he was able to go to university entirely thanks to the chairman's financial support. Lin Chen responded non-committally, then waved his hand. All right, I understand. Thank you for your trouble, Vice President Gua. You can go back to your work now. Yes, Mr. Lin. I'll head out now. Gua Tiankai felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He quickly bowed, carefully withdrew from the office, and gently closed the door behind him. Only after walking out of the office and reaching the deserted corner of the corridor did Gua Tiankai let out a long, silent sigh of relief. A small patch of his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken. That was close. This kid's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Being stared at by him is more uncomfortable than being stared at by the old chairman. Gua Tiankai muttered to himself, then patted his chest in relief. But it seems he really doesn't know Gu Yanqing's identity. Luckily, I reacted quickly and made up a reason to sponsor a college student. That's a good reason. I'll use that from now on. As long as he doesn't know, Gu Yanqing still has a chance, the chairman still has hope of waking up, and I'll have another way out. He composed himself, straightened his suit, put on his usual calm and collected vice president demeanor, and walked toward his office. She had made up her mind to be more careful lately and try to spend less time with Gu Yanqing, at least in front of Lin Chen. She had to distance herself from him. Chapter 65. Zhang Hao kneels and begs for forgiveness. In the office, Lin Chen looked in the direction Gua Tiankai had left, a cold, almost mocking smile curving his lips. A college student sponsored? Gu Yanqing. He repeated the two words in a low voice, his eyes as deep and cold as a pool. Gua Tiankai is lying. And he's not lying very well. Based on his understanding of his parents, they might do charity work, but they would never be so concerned about a sponsored college student, let alone have a high-ranking executive like Gua Tiankai personally take him to visit his comatose benefactor. They would not allow that college student to show the kind of near-collapse emotions that only close relatives would have. The more Gua Tiankai tried to cover it up, the more it proved that Gu Yanqing's identity was not simple, and it also proved that there was a close, unknown connection between him and Gu Yanqing. However, Lin Chen did not intend to expose him now. Making Gua Tiankai think he knew nothing actually made it easier for him to observe their movements, see what they were planning, and who would help Gu Yanqing. Play the game slowly. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, turned off the computer, and prepared to leave work. He had more important things to plan. The next day, at the entrance of Mingda University, the morning sun was still quite warm, and the school gate was bustling with students rushing to class. As usual, Lin Chen parked his car a little further away and walked over. He wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans today, looking fresh and clean. However, the composure and restraint in his eyes that were beyond his years gave him a unique aura even in a crowd. He had just reached the school gate and hadn't even stepped onto the steps when the crowd in front of him suddenly stirred and automatically parted to make way for him. A boy in a wheelchair was being pushed by someone who looked like a caregiver or his subordinate, blocking the middle of the school gate and obstructing most people's way. The person in the wheelchair, with a thick cast on his left leg, a pale and haggard face, and disheveled hair, was Zhang Hao. When Zhang Hao's gaze met Lin Chen's as he approached, he trembled violently, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His face instantly lost all color, his lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with boundless fear and pleading. The person pushing the wheelchair seemed to receive some instruction and stopped moving. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of all the surrounding students, Zhang Hao did something that left everyone speechless. He suddenly grabbed the armrests of his wheelchair with both hands. Despite his broken leg in a cast, he used all his strength to roll off the wheelchair in a very disheveled manner, falling heavily onto the cold cement floor. With a muffled thud, Zhang Hao let out a suppressed groan of pain. But he seemed not to feel any pain, or rather, a deeper fear overwhelmed all physical pain. He struggled, supporting his body with his hands, dragging his leg in a cast, and crawled 2 steps toward Lin Chun in an extremely difficult and humiliating posture, before pressing his forehead deeply to the ground. Lin Chun, young Master Lin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, please, have mercy on me and let my family go. Zhang Hao's voice was choked with sobs, hoarse and trembling, filled with desperate pleas. As he spoke, he actually raised his hand and slapped himself hard, both hands at once. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap was particularly jarring at the school gate in the early morning. Zhang Hao hit hard, and in just a few slaps, his own cheeks turned bright red and swelled up quickly. I'm not human. I'm an animal. I was blind. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have provoked you. I shouldn't have had any improper thoughts about Su Qing. I shouldn't have sent those photos to provoke you. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, please, give me a way out. I'll never do it again. I'll do anything for you. Please. He slapped himself while crying and apologizing incoherently, revealing all the despicable things he had done in the past. His posture was so humble that he was practically in the dirt. There was no trace of the arrogant and domineering rich second generation he used to be. The entire school gate fell into a deathly silence. All the students coming in and out stopped in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at the absurd and shocking scene before them. Zhang Hao, the rich second generation who used to swagger around in school, drive sports cars to pick up girls, and was all the rage just a few days ago. Now he's actually kneeling before Lin Chun like a dog, slapping himself in the face and begging for mercy while crying and wailing? Lin Chun. The Lin Chun who got dumped by Su Qing, who was rumored to be a simp and a poor guy? What's going on? Has the world turned into a magical place? After a brief silence, a burst of discussion erupted. Holy crap. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's Zhang Hao. He's kneeling down to Lin Chun. He's slapping himself? My God, what happened to his leg? Is it broken? What did he just say? That he shouldn't have provoked Lin Chun? That he shouldn't have had inappropriate thoughts about Su Qing? That he posted photos to provoke her? Did Lin Chun break Zhang Hao's leg? Impossible, right? How could Lin Chun have that ability? Isn't his family quite poor? Could it be that Lin Chun hired someone? The underworld. Look. Su Qing is over there too. And Zhou Zihang too. School beauty Shin Qingyi just arrived as well. The crowd parted automatically, revealing a few people standing not far away, equally stunned by the scene. It was Su Qing and her roommates Li Na, Wang Li, and Sun Tingting. They were just about to enter the school gate when they witnessed the whole thing. Su Qing's expression instantly became incredibly complex. First shock, then disbelief, followed by deep confusion and a hint of panic that even she herself didn't realize. What is Zhang Hao doing? He actually knelt down in front of Lin Chun and begged for mercy? Fighting yourself? His leg. Could it really have been broken by Lin Chun? How is this possible? What makes Lin Chun think he can do this? Where did he get the ability and the guts? Li Na's mouth dropped open, and she couldn't close it for a long time. Pointing in that direction, she stammered, Qing. That's Zhang Hao? He's kowtowing to Lin Chun. Wang Li and Sun Tingting looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just 2 days ago, they were mocking Lin Chun for being a simp and a good-for-nothing. In the blink of an eye, The once arrogant Zhang Hao was kneeling in front of him. The contrast was too great, and they couldn't even process it. Chapter 66: Zhang Hao's deepest regret. Meanwhile, Zhou Zihong happened to walk nearby. He arrived early today, hoping to see if Shun Xingyi would be waiting for Lin Chen again. But instead he witnessed this good show. He was first taken aback, then frowned, his eyes scanning back and forth between the humble Zhang Hao and the expressionless Lin Chen with suspicion. He had heard the news of Zhang Hao's family going bankrupt, supposedly because they had offended the Lin group. But what does this have to do with Lin Chen? Why did Zhang Hao make demands of Lin Chen? And why did he say things like, "I shouldn't have provoked you," and sent photos to provoke you? Could it be that Lin Chen has some connection with the Lin group? No, impossible. He had checked Lin Chen's information. He came from an ordinary family and had no connections whatsoever. But how do you explain this scene? Has Zhang Hao gone mad? Or did Lin Chen seize on some fatal weakness? Zhou Zihong was filled with doubts, and for the first time, he felt a sense of apprehension and unease towards this poor boy, whom he had previously looked down upon. Shun Xingyi stood quietly on the periphery of the crowd, her clear eyes watching the shocking scene at the school gate, and then looking at Lin Chen, who remained calm and even somewhat indifferent despite being begged by Zhang Hao. Her heart skipped a beat. The mystery surrounding this man seems to be growing ever larger. Zhang Hao's fear didn't seem feigned. It was a deep-seated, bone-deep dread of absolute power. Who exactly is Lin Chen? Or rather, what is it about him that makes Zhang Hao so afraid? Facing Zhang Hao kneeling at his feet, slapping himself in the face, and surrounded by countless shocked, puzzled, and inquisitive gazes, Lin Chen's face remained expressionless. He showed neither pride nor anger, not even the slightest ripple of emotion. It was as if the person kneeling before him was not the enemy who had humiliated him, but merely an eyesore of air. He didn't even stop walking. He just glanced at Zhang Hao on the ground with an extremely indifferent look, his eyes so cold they were devoid of any warmth, as if he were looking at a lifeless piece of trash. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen acted as if he hadn't seen Zhang Hao at all, and with a normal expression, he started walking around Zhang Hao, preparing to continue walking into the school. His indifference filled Zhang Hao with more fear and despair than any insults or retaliation. Young Master Lin, please don't go. Please, listen to me. I really know I was wrong. I'll do anything you want. I'll even break my other leg. I just beg you to spare my family's life. Please. When Zhang Hao saw Lin Chen about to leave, he panicked completely and forgot all about saving face. He lunged forward, trying to grab Lin Chen's leg, but Lin Chen easily dodged him. Zhang Hao missed his target and collapsed to the ground in a sorry state, tears streaming down his face, desperately screaming, "Young Master Lin, my father is going to jail. The company is finished. Please, have mercy. I'll kowtow to you." As he spoke, he actually started kowtowing repeatedly, his forehead hitting the hard cement floor with a dull thud. An uproar erupted at the school gate. Everyone was stunned by this crazy scene. Lin Chen finally stopped. He turned slightly to the side, looked down at Zhang Hao, who was prostrate on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, his eyes eerily calm. "Zhang Hao." He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly, piercing Zhang Hao's heart like an ice pick. "You chose this path yourself. You did this yourself. Begging me won't help. As for your father and your family company." Lin Chen paused, his tone indifferent, yet carrying an undeniable decisiveness. "If you do something wrong, you should accept the consequences. Begging me won't help. I am not above the law." After saying that, he didn't look at Zhang Hao, who was slumped on the ground and ashen-faced, again, and walked straight through the crowd that had parted automatically, heading towards the teaching building. His back was straight and his steps were steady, as if the farce that had just happened had nothing to do with him. The school gate was left in complete silence, and Zhang Hao lay sprawled on the ground, as if all his soul had been taken away, leaving only boundless despair and regret. He also left behind countless gazes filled with shock, doubt, fear, and re-examination, all focused on his departing figure. Lin Chen, who exactly is he? Lin Chen left coldly, his resolute back like an invisible wall, completely severing Zhang Hao's last glimmer of hope. He lay sprawled on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold, rough cement. The spot where he had just kowtowed was now red, swollen, and bleeding, mixed with tears and dust, covering his face in a disheveled state. But he couldn't feel the pain in his forehead, nor could he feel the countless gazes around him that were either contemptuous, pitying, or mocking. All that remained in his mind were Lin Chen's cold words. You chose this path yourself. You did this yourself. Begging me won't help. It's no use. It's no use. These two words echoed in his mind like a curse, dragging him into an even deeper abyss of despair. Lin Shun refused to forgive, refused to let the Zhang family go. So, what awaited him and his father? My father will go to jail for more than 10 years. The man who once commanded respect and had absolute authority over him will now wear prison clothes and spend long years in a dark and gloomy cell. The family business, Haishan Building Materials, which the Zhang family has built up over generations, will go bankrupt and be liquidated, turning into a pile of worthless ruins, and may even incur huge debts. And what about Zhang Hao? He broke his leg, and walking is a problem for him. He used to bully many people at school because he relied on his family's money and influence. Some timid and cowardly honest people might not dare to retaliate. But what about those who also have some family wealth or are petty thugs in society? They might have been wary of the Zhang family's power in the past and dared not do anything to him. But now, the Zhang family has fallen, and Zhang Hao has become a crippled, homeless dog. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. He could almost see those he had once bullied, their faces contorted with malice, wielding clubs, bringing them down on his broken leg, on his curled-up body. And what about the creditors, the suppliers and workers who were owed money by the Zhang family? If they can't find their father, will they vent their anger on this former, rich second generation? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. His whole body felt cold, and he trembled uncontrollably. His vision blurred, his ears rang, and the noisy chatter at the school gate seemed to fade away, leaving only the increasingly rapid and faint sound of his own heartbeat. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to be beaten to death. His lips trembled as he uttered silent murmurs. Extreme fear and despair, like an invisible giant hand, gripped his throat tightly, seizing his last bit of strength and consciousness. The last glimmer of light disappeared completely. Young Master Zhang, what's wrong? The subordinate who pushed him there, who was also sent by Zhang Haishan to supervise him, was shocked to see this and quickly went forward to check on him. Zhang Hao's eyes were closed, his face was ashen, and his breathing was weak. He had fainted from fright. Quick, get him to the hospital. The subordinates panicked and, disregarding the surrounding crowd, hurriedly lifted the unconscious and limp Zhang Hao onto a wheelchair with another Zhang family member who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They then pushed him away from the school gate and ran towards the car parked not far away. The farce ended abruptly with the protagonist being carried away unconscious. But the uproar caused by this farce has not subsided at all. Instead, it has caused an uproar on the campus of Mingda University, just like boiling oil being poured into cold water. Chapter 67, Did he join the underworld? In just one morning, the news that Zhang Hao knelt down and begged Lin Shun but was rejected and fainted on the spot spread to every corner of Mingda University at an astonishing speed. On campus forums, in various class groups, on social media, and even at the cafeteria tables, everyone was enthusiastically discussing this unbelievable event. Lin Shun, who was once weak and easily bullied, and labeled as a simp and a poor boy. Zhang Hao, a once arrogant and domineering rich second generation. Now, the rich second generation has fallen on hard times and broken his leg. He kneels in front of the lickspittle like a dog, slapping himself and begging for mercy. In the end, he is ignored by the other party and faints from fright. This stark contrast and drama are enough to ignite everyone's gossip-loving spirit. But what people are more curious about and discussing is the reason behind it. Did Lin Chen break Zhang Hao's leg? Was Lin Shun behind the Zhang family's bankruptcy? Just who is Lin Chen? What makes Zhang Hao so afraid of him? Immediately, all sorts of speculations and analyses spread like wildfire on campus. Speculation 1. Lin Shun is a relative of a senior executive of the Lin Group. This is a relatively mainstream and reasonable guess. After all, the Zhang family's bankruptcy was ostensibly triggered by offending the Lin Group. And Lin Chen's surname is Lin. I think Lin Shun is probably a relative of some high-ranking member of the Lin Group, maybe a nephew or something. Zhang Hao stole Lin Chen's girlfriend and even sent him those kinds of photos to humiliate him. Lin Chen held a grudge and went to ask his relative, who was a senior executive at Lin's group, to use the group's power to take revenge on the Zhang family. That's why Zhang Hao was so afraid of him, because he knew it was the Lin family who were behind it. That makes sense. Otherwise, There's no way to explain why the Lin family would suddenly target the Zhang family so ruthlessly. Lin Shun is just a poor student. How could he have that kind of ability? He must have gotten it through connections. Speculation 2. Lin Shun harbored resentment out of love and collected dirt on the Zhang family to report them. This speculation has a touch of the rags to riches trope. I don't think it necessarily depends on relatives. Think about it. Lin Shun was cheated on and humiliated like that. He must hate Zhang Hao to death. He might have infiltrated Zhang Hao's company or paid someone to investigate, gathering dirt on their shoddy workmanship and bribery, and then anonymously reported it to the Lin Group or other relevant departments. Upon seeing the irrefutable evidence, Lin saw it as a perfect opportunity to establish his authority and, incidentally, to vent Lin Chen's anger. Zhang Hao knew Lin Shun was behind it all, which was why he came to beg him to withdraw the report. That's right. Lin Shun seemed honest before, but maybe he's just pretending to be weak while actually being strong. He might be up to no good. Speculation 3. Lin Shun colluded with the Zhang family's rivals. This speculation leans towards a business conspiracy theory. The Zhang family runs a building materials business in Hangzhou, and they have a lot of competitors. Lin Shun might have been bribed by one of the Zhang family's archenemies, or made some kind of deal to have him take action against the Zhang family. After all, Lin Shun was Zhang Hao's love rival, so he had a motive and wouldn't easily arouse suspicion. After the deed was done, Lin Shun would take the money, and the other party would bring down their rival. Zhang Hao knew the inside story, which is why he came to Lin Shun to ask for leniency. Speculation 4. Lin Shun joined the underworld. This speculation is the most chilling and best fits some people's imagination of violent retaliation, especially when combined with Zhang Hao's broken leg. Have you all forgotten how Zhang Hao's leg was broken? He must have been beaten. How could Lin Shun, a student, possibly break Zhang Hao's leg? Unless he hired gangsters. I think Lin Shun has definitely joined some kind of underworld gang, or knows some big shot in the underworld, and is using shady methods to take revenge on the Zhang family. Zhang Hao isn't afraid of Lin Shun himself, but of the underworld forces behind him. That's why he was so scared that he kowtowed and begged for mercy. That's right. Look at Lin Shun today, so cold and intimidating. His eyes are terrifying. He's completely different from before. He might really have been involved in the underworld. No one guessed that Lin Shun was the new chairman of the Lin Group. This possibility is so absurd that it is completely beyond everyone's comprehension. The chairman of the Lin Group, what a high-ranking and mysterious figure he is. How could it be Lin Shun, the poor student who was once inconspicuous and even despised in their school? Of all the discussions, this answer, which was closest to the truth, became the least likely option and was never mentioned. Zhou Zihong's analysis. Zhou Zihong sat in the last row of his class, scrolling through the campus forum and group chats with a gloomy expression. His henchmen huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Young Master Zhou, what do you think of this? That kid Lin Shun is really a bit strange. The blonde guy leaned over and whispered. Zhou Zihong snorted coldly, his eyes turning sinister. What can you say? Zhang Hao is a good-for-nothing. He's terrified after his family's decline. As for Lin Shun, he paused, his tone carrying disdain and a hint of bitterness he himself didn't realize. I think the most likely explanation is that he got incredibly lucky and managed to curry favor with some minor manager at the Lin Group, or he used some underhanded means to find something on the Zhang family. Or, as some people are saying, he joined some low-level gang and is using violence to threaten Zhang Hao. He is more inclined to believe the theory that it involves organized crime, because only violence can directly instill fear, and breaking a leg is in line with the style of organized crime. Moreover, he was unwilling to believe that Lin Shun could bring down the Zhang family through legitimate connections or abilities, as that would make his previous underestimation of Lin Shun seem foolish. Yes, young Master Zhou's analysis is correct. That must be it, the tall, thin man quickly echoed. What great skills could someone like Lin Shun, a low-level character, possibly have? He must have used some underhanded methods. Zhang Hao is a coward too. He just knelt down after being intimidated. Zhou Zihong nodded, feeling slightly better. But the coldness and imposing manner that Lin Shun displayed today still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He secretly decided to have someone investigate Lin Shun's background more thoroughly to see which underworld person he was connected with. As long as he doesn't join any gang or anything, I can still bully him. He dares to steal my girlfriend? He's asking for it. Chapter 68 Love Turns to Hate. The atmosphere in girls' dormitory 308 was somewhat eerie. During the break between classes, Su Qing and her 3 roommates skipped class and gathered in the dormitory, discussing the events of the morning. My God, Qing, did you see that? Zhang Hao actually knelt down before Lin Chen. He even hit himself. Wang Li patted her chest, looking as if she was still shaken. I saw it, it's really embarrassing. Su Qing curled her lips, her tone full of disdain, but her eyes flickered. Zhang Hao's pathetic and humble appearance did disgust her, but what terrified her even more was Lin Chen's attitude. That kind of complete indifference is more chilling than physical or verbal abuse. How do you think Lin Chen managed to do that? Did the Zhang family really go bankrupt because of him? Sun Tingting asked curiously. Li Na scoffed, her face regaining its usual sarcastic tone. How else could he have done that? He must have used some despicable and underhanded methods. Didn't you hear what they said on the forum? He might have joined the underworld, or he might have some leverage over the Zhang family to threaten them. Lin Chen may seem honest, but he's a dark person at heart. He was dumped by Qing, and seeing her with Zhang Hao, he's definitely harboring resentment and plotting revenge. Love turned to hate. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat when she heard these words. She looked up at Li Na. Yes, Li Na exclaimed enthusiastically, as if she were Sherlock Holmes. Think about it. How good Lin Chen used to be to Qing. He was so obedient to her, giving her whatever she wanted. But in the end, Qing didn't want him anymore and went with Zhang Hao, who was richer. Lin Chen definitely couldn't accept it. He loved Qing so much, and since he couldn't have her, his love turned to hatred. That's why he hated Zhang Hao for taking Qing away, and hated that Qing looked down on him for being poor. That's why he used such extreme methods to retaliate against the Zhang family, breaking Zhang Hao's leg and ruining their company. He just wanted to prove to Qing that he, Lin Chen, wasn't a loser. He was better than Zhang Hao. Li Na's analysis, while heavily influenced by personal speculation and gossip, inexplicably aligns with some people's imagination of a crime of passion scenario and perfectly explains Lin Chen's motive. As Su Qing listened to Li Na's words, memories of Lin Chen's meticulous care for her in the past, and his cheap but loving concern and sacrifices, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. I recalled Lin Chen's incredulous and pained look when we broke up, though now I think it was probably more of an anger at being betrayed. Considering the scene today where Zhang Hao knelt down and begged for mercy, and Lin Chen coldly ignored him, a thought, like a vine, sprouted, entwined, and grew clearer and clearer in her heart. Lin Chen, it's because he loves her too much. He loved her so much that he couldn't accept losing her, and he went crazy whenever he saw her with Zhang Hao. That's why he was willing to do anything to take revenge on Zhang Hao in this extreme way, to prove himself, and even to get her attention again. Or perhaps he wanted to prove to her that he, Lin Chen, was also capable and no less so than Zhang Hao. This idea satisfied Su Qing's vanity like never before. A twisted sense of pleasure and triumph quietly replaced the previous shock and confusion. So that's how it is. Lin Chen actually loves her to this extent. For her sake, he was willing to become an enemy of the Zhang family, and might even take risks. Zhang Hao's leg injury, the Zhang family's bankruptcy, all stemmed from Lin Chen's love for her. A faint, smug, and satisfied smile involuntarily crept onto Su Qing's lips. That smile contained the vanity of being so deeply loved, the touching feeling of being infatuated with Lin Chen, and even a self-indulgent sense of, look, I'm still very charming. Nana, don't talk nonsense. She lowered her head, feigning modesty, and smoothed her hair, but her voice carried an undisguised lightness. What do you mean by love turning into hate? It's not that dramatic. Lin Chen, he probably just acted on impulse. Can a moment of impulsiveness ruin a company? Break someone's leg? Wang Li exclaimed. Qing, I think Lin Chen is truly deeply in love with you. Although his methods were a bit extreme, it shows that he has always had you in his heart. Exactly, Sun Tingting echoed. Maybe he did all this to prove to you that he's better than Zhang Hao, hoping to win you back. My roommates chimed in, and the more they talked, the more they realized that was exactly how it was. They automatically imagined a melodramatic story of a love-struck ex-boyfriend turning evil for love, taking crazy revenge on his love rival, just to get the goddess to turn her head back. As Su Qing listened to these words, the unease and doubts she felt due to the Zhang family's bankruptcy and Zhang Hao's broken leg were completely dispelled by the vanity of being deeply loved. She even began to feel that although Lin Chen was poor and his methods were extreme, his deep affection was much more sincere and touching than that of Zhang Hao. a spoiled rich kid who only knew how to use money to bribe people. Looking at her beautiful face in the mirror, her smile deepened. Perhaps she could give Lin Chen a chance? After all, he doesn't seem to be entirely useless now. At least, the fact that he could make someone like Zhang Hao kneel down and beg for mercy shows that he has some ability, and he's also quite devoted to her. Su Qing's mind started racing with calculations. She completely forgot that she was the one who betrayed Lin Chen first, that she cooperated with Zhang Hao to humiliate Lin Chen, and that she was the one who immediately blocked and severed ties with Zhang Hao. In her self-centered mindset, all mistakes and harms can be beautified or ignored, while all benefits and attention are what she deserves. Meanwhile, Shun Qingyi returned to her department's classroom. She sat in her seat, looking out the window, but her mind kept replaying the shocking scene of Zhang Hao kneeling and begging for mercy at the school gate that morning. Zhang Hao's fear, which came from the depths of his soul, and Lin Chen's calm, almost cold indifference. These two formed a stark contrast. She was certain that Zhang Hao wasn't acting. He was genuinely afraid of Lin Chen to the core. Lin Chen's reaction was not a forced composure, but a complete indifference to everything in front of him, or rather, a condescending look down from above. This is somewhat different from her previous impression of Lin Chen, although most of it came from rumors, and her feelings after spending the last 2 days with him. He doesn't seem to be as weak and incompetent as the rumors suggest. In fact, he's somewhat unfathomable and mysterious. After hesitating for a moment, she took out her phone and found Lin Chen's number. She hovered her fingertip over the screen for a moment, then typed a message and sent it. I saw Zhang Hao this morning. His leg, did you break it? After sending it, she felt a little uneasy. This question is somewhat overstepping its bounds and carries a degree of skepticism. But her curiosity and growing desire to investigate Lin Chen as a person still prompted her to ask. She wanted to know how much Lin Chen had to do with this. Deep down, she didn't really want to believe that Lin Chen was the one who did it, but she also felt that there seemed to be no other explanation that could make Zhang Hao so scared. The phone vibrated quickly. It was Lin Chen's reply, brief and direct. No, it has nothing to do with me. Upon seeing these words, Shun Qingyi inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, she was willing to believe Lin Chen's words. If he did it, given his personality today, he would probably admit it directly or not bother to answer, rather than deny it. She wanted to ask again, then why is he so afraid of you? But her fingers paused on the keyboard, and she ultimately deleted it. She realized that she seemed to have asked too many questions. Ultimately, her relationship with Lin Chen is still just that of mutually helpful business partners, or rather, she has been taking advantage of him more than she has. They are not close enough for her to pry into each other's privacy at will. Moreover, Lin Chen clearly has a secret. Inquiring about it rashly might provoke his displeasure. She thought for a moment and replied with just a few simple words. That's good. There were no follow-up questions, nor any further words of comfort or comment. She felt that this balance was perhaps just right. The phone went silent. Shun Qingyi put her phone aside, but her curiosity about Lin Chen didn't diminish. Instead, it increased. This man seemed shrouded in mystery, making him impossible to understand, yet irresistibly drawing one closer. Chapter 69, Give Him a Chance. Meanwhile, in girls' dormitory 308, the discussion about Lin Chen was still going strong. They barely listened to the morning classes. Their minds were entirely on the gossip at the school gate and the subsequent analysis. While touching up her makeup in front of a small mirror, Sun Tingting suddenly spoke up. Hey, Qingqing, something just popped into my head. Since Lin Chen loves you so much, to the point of ruining the Zhang family and breaking Zhang Hao's leg to prove himself, it shows how deeply he loves you. It's practically insane. Su Qing was admiring her newly applied lipstick in the mirror when she heard this. She paused, glanced at Sun Tingting in the mirror, and spoke with a hint of smugness and reserve in her tone. So what? It's no use if he loves me anymore. We've already broken up. Besides, who knows if he's really like what you're saying? His methods are terrifying. That's not how you say it. Sun Tingting put down the mirror, turned around, and her eyes gleamed with a light that seemed to be fueling the fire and enjoying the spectacle more. Qingqing, think about it. If you give him a chance now and make up with him, wouldn't he be overjoyed? All those things he did before were just to win you back, right? If you nod your head, he'll be eternally grateful and obedient to you. Tingting, what are you saying? Lina immediately interrupted, her face full of disapproval. How could Qingqing possibly stay with someone like Lin Chen? He's penniless, and now he's suspected of joining the underworld. Staying with him will only bring her bad luck. She might get caught up in their mess one day. Exactly, Wang Li echoed. Lin Shen may seem a bit strange now, but it's all crooked methods. Our Qingqing needs to find a decent, wealthy man, like Zhou Zihong. When Zhou Zihong was mentioned, Su Qing's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Zhou Zihong comes from a good family and is handsome, but he cares so much about Shen Qingyi, and he doesn't seem like someone who's easy to control. Sun Tingting, however, curled her lip in disapproval. Zhou Zihong is nice, but he only has eyes for the school beauty. Besides, Lin Shen may not have money now, but he has capabilities. Didn't you see how afraid Zhang Hao was of him today? And, most importantly, she deliberately drew out her voice to attract everyone's attention. Now everyone in the school thinks Lin Shen is the boyfriend of the school beauty, Shen Qingyi. The school beauty personally brings him breakfast, and they even hold hands in public. So many boys are envious and jealous. So what? Lina asked, puzzled. How about it? Sun Tingting raised her eyebrows smugly. Qingqing, think about it. If you could win Lin Shen back now, make him dump Shen Qingyi and come back to you as your devoted follower. How prestigious would that be? The man the school beauty has her eye on, you just snap your fingers and he's back, completely devoted to you. Isn't that much more satisfying and fulfilling than chasing after Zhou Zihong, Wang Xiao, or Li Xiao? You've totally outshone the school beauty. These words were like a bolt of lightning, shattering Su Qing's hesitation and reserve. Yes, how could she not have thought of that? Shen Qingyi, the school beauty who always outshines her. She comes from a good family, is beautiful, and has a cool and aloof temperament. She is the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in the school. Now, the man that this goddess has set her sights on was once Su Qing's devoted admirer. If she could win this man back, make him choose her without hesitation between Shen Qingyi and her, and even slap Shen Qingyi in front of everyone. Wouldn't that prove that Su Qing's charm is greater than Shen Qingyi's? Family background and temperament are all meaningless compared to true charm. Su Qing is the real goddess who can make men go crazy for her and do anything for her. This idea gave Su Qing's vanity an unprecedented and explosive satisfaction. Her eyes lit up instantly, and her breathing became slightly rapid. Tingting, you shouldn't give me any bad advice. She was still trying to be reserved, but the smile on her face and the light in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Where did I lie? Seeing that she had a chance, Sun Tingting became even more enthusiastic. Qingqing, why don't you give it a try? Anyway, Zhang Hao is definitely out of the question now, and you don't have anyone else in mind. Lin Shen, being a backup plan isn't bad. He can come when you call him and leave when you want, and you can also annoy Shen Qingyi at the same time. Isn't that a good deal? Li Na and Wang Li exchanged a glance. Although they thought Sun Tingting's idea was a bit outrageous, seeing Su Qing's obvious interest, they didn't object anymore. They were also quite eager to see Shen Qingyi get her comeuppance. Then what should I do? Su Qing finally asked, half-heartedly, having started planning in her mind. Easy, Sun Tingting said, adopting the air of a strategist. After class this afternoon, go directly to Lin Shen. Tell him you're moved by him and willing to give him another chance. However, to prove his sincerity and to clear up the misunderstanding between you and Shen Qingyi, he was forced to call Shen Qingyi over in front of the whole class and tell her personally that the person he loved was Su Qing, and that his previous relationship with Shen Qingyi was just a misunderstanding, and that it was all Shen Qingyi's wishful thinking. Yes, that's it, Li Na exclaimed excitedly. This way, we'll not only prove Qingqing's charm, but also give Shen Qingyi a good slap in the face. Let's see how she pretends to be high and mighty now. The more Su Qing listened, the more reasonable it seemed. She could almost see Shen Qingyi's shame and indignation after being publicly humiliated, and she could also see Lin Shen falling at her feet again and obeying her every command. Okay, let's do it this way. Su Qing slammed her hand on the table, making her decision. She wanted everyone, especially Shen Qingyi, to know who the real winner was. In the afternoon general education class, Lin Shen and Su Qing's classes were in the same large classroom. Lin Shen remained seated in the back, looking down at a business book unrelated to the course, exuding an aura that seemed to keep strangers at bay. After what happened this morning, although there were still many curious and inquisitive glances, few people dared to approach and chat or discuss the matter. Su Qing and her 3 roommates entered the classroom, immediately attracting the attention of some people. Su Qing had dressed up carefully today, wearing a figure-hugging dress and exquisite makeup. She stood tall and proud, like a peacock. Her gaze swept across the classroom, finally settling on Lin Chun, a confident smile playing on her lips. Encouragingly, Su Qing took a deep breath, and instead of walking directly toward Lin Chun, she gave Li Na a wink. Li Na understood, straightened her chest, and walked straight towards Lin Chun in the back row with an expression that seemed to say condescend and inform. Lin Chun. Li Na's voice sounded particularly jarring in the relatively quiet classroom. Lin Chun looked up from his book, calmly looking at her, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. All the students in the class turned to look at them, sensing that there was going to be a good show. Li Na walked to Lin Chun's desk, looked down at him, and said in a tone as if announcing a gift. Chapter 70. Used shoes. Whoever's foolish can take them. Li Na walked up to Lin Chun, looking down at him, and said, Lin Chun, listen to me. Qing is taking pity on you because you're still quite devoted, and will give you another chance. She paused, waiting to see Lin Chun's ecstatic reaction. However, Lin Chun's face remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on what seemed like a clown performing a clumsy one-man show. Li Na was a little embarrassed, but she still forced herself to continue. However, if you want this opportunity, you have to prove your sincerity. Now, go and call Qingyi over, and in front of the whole class, tell her in person that the person you love has always been Su Qing, and that the previous relationship with her was just a misunderstanding, and that she was the one who was clinging to you. As long as you do that, Qing will consider making up with you. After these words were spoken, the classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Na as if she were an idiot, or rather, a lunatic, and then at Su Qing, who stood not far away, chin slightly raised, with a look of bestowing on her face. Is this woman out of her mind? How could Lin Chun abandon school beauty Qingyi and choose Su Qing instead? And he even dared to slap Qingyi in public? What makes her so special? Because she has a big face? Because she is a slut? Lin Chun seemed to have heard an extremely absurd joke. He put down his book, leaned back slightly, and first looked at Li Na's face, which was full of you should be grateful expressions, before slowly moving to Su Qing not far away. His eyes held no anger, no surprise, only undisguised, pure contempt and the indifference of looking at trash. Is this also her idea? Lin Chun asked, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. He was referring to Su Qing. Of course, Li Na said, head held high. Qing, that's enough. Lin Chun interrupted her, his tone calm, but carrying an invisible pressure. He looked at Su Qing, a sarcastic smile curving his lips. At this moment, Su Qing also felt that it was her turn to make her appearance. She walked with what she thought were elegant steps to Lin Chun's desk, slightly raised her chin, and said in a haughty tone that said, I forgive you. Although I don't approve of your methods, I'm still very touched by your intentions. Therefore, I'm willing to give you another chance. If you do as Nana says, I can consider accepting you back. After she finished speaking, she deliberately tossed her hair, revealing a section of her fair neck, as if to show off her charm. The whole class. Does this woman have an inflated ruin Zhonghao? That was clearly the Zhang family's own doing. Looking at Su Qing's self-righteous appearance, Lin Chun finally couldn't help but chuckle softly. The laughter was filled with undisguised mockery. Su Qing. He spoke slowly, each word like an ice bead hitting the ground. Have you lost your mind? Or did you get your head caught in a door before you left? Su Qing's expression changed. You want me to choose you and give up Qingyi? Lin Chun's gaze swept over her, his eyes assessing her like a piece of trash awaiting disposal. In terms of looks, figure, family background, character, intelligence, in which aspect can you compare to Qingyi? Anyone with eyes that aren't blind and a sound mind knows how to choose. He paused, and amidst Su Qing's face flushed with shame and indignation, he uttered those two extremely insulting words, each one clear and distinct. Loose woman. Boom. These two words exploded in the classroom like a thunderclap. Everyone was stunned. Although people might talk about it in private, Lin Chun is definitely the first person to say it so bluntly and insultingly to someone's face. Su Qing's face instantly went from flushed to deathly pale, and then turned purple from extreme anger and humiliation. She trembled violently, pointed at Lin Chun, her lips quivering, but she couldn't utter a single word. She had never been publicly insulted like this before, especially with such vile words. You're talking nonsense. Li Na jumped up and down in anger, screaming. Lin Chun, you can't have Qing, so you want to destroy her. You're despicable, shameless, vulgar. Su Qing's tears streamed down her face instantly, not from grievance, but from extreme anger and humiliation. She covered her mouth, looking as if she was about to cry and had suffered a great injustice, her shoulders trembling. In the past, this appearance might have evoked some people's sympathy, but now, in the eyes of most people, it only seems ridiculous and deserved. Exactly. Lin Shun, you've gone too far. How can you say that about a girl? Su Qing was just giving you a chance out of kindness. Wang Li and Sun Tingting also rushed forward to support them, but their tone was clearly lacking in confidence. The boys in the classroom looked at Su Qing with even more disdain and contempt. Slut. Although it sounds harsh, just think about how she dumped Lin Shun and went with Zhang Hao, and as soon as the Zhang family fell, she immediately cut ties with them. Now she's coming back to try and get Lin Shun to publicly humiliate the school beauty to win her back. This behavior doesn't seem much different from being a slut. At the very least, it's pretty shameless. Just then, a slight commotion came from the classroom doorway. A graceful figure appeared at the door. It was Shun Qingyi. She seemed to be looking for Lin Shun. As soon as she reached the door, she heard the argument inside. Lin Shun's final, cold slut. Su Qing's crying, and Li Na and the others cursing. She frowned slightly, her clear gaze sweeping over the few people facing off in the classroom before landing on Lin Shun with a hint of inquiry. When Lin Shun saw her, the coldness and mockery on his face instantly vanished, and he returned to his usual calm. He stood up, ignoring the still crying Su Qing and the shouting Li Na, and walked towards Shun Qingyi. What's wrong? Shun Qingyi asked softly. It's nothing, Lin Shun said calmly as he walked to her side, as if the farce that had just occurred was merely a trivial interlude. I just ran into someone who wasn't thinking straight and said a few truths. Let's go. Didn't we say we were going to get bubble tea? After saying that, he casually gestured for Shun Qingyi to leave together, and throughout the whole process, he didn't look at Su Qing and the others again. Shun Qingyi glanced at Su Qing, who looked disheveled, with tears streaming down her face and a venomous look in her eyes, and then at Lin Shun, who remained calm and composed. She understood what was going on. She didn't ask any further questions, but simply nodded to Lin Shun. Okay. The two walked side by side, leaving the classroom under the watchful eyes of countless people. Su Qing was left standing there, unsure whether to cry or not. Her face burned as if she were being lashed by countless gazes. The undisguised contempt, mockery, and schadenfreude in the eyes of her classmates made her wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground. The immense humiliation and overwhelming hatred for Lin Shun consumed her like poisonous flames in an instant. Lin Shun, how dare he insult her like that? She even dared to embarrass Shun Qingyi in front of her, calling her a slut. She will never let him get away with this. She'll make him pay. Chapter 71. I report Lin Shun for participating in organized crime. Lin Shun and Shun Qingyi had just stepped out of the classroom when they were blocked by several people. The leader was Zhou Zihong, whose face was gloomy and whose eyes were unfriendly. He was accompanied by two middle-aged men, one of whom was wearing a dark suit and glasses and had a serious face. He was Director Liu from the Academic Affairs Office. The other person, slightly overweight and with a somewhat complicated expression, was Ms. Zhao, Lin Shun's homeroom teacher. The three people stood in the middle of the corridor, their aura clearly hostile. Students passing by instinctively avoided them, but couldn't help but slow down and peek out of curiosity. Lin Shun stopped, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three of them before finally settling on Zhou Zihong's face. His tone was indifferent. What is it? Zhou Zihong sneered, not answering Lin Shun directly, but turning to Director Liu beside him and speaking in a deliberately elevated, righteous tone. Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, this is the man, Lin Shun. I am formally reporting to the school that he is of bad character, colludes with undesirable individuals in society, and may even have been involved in a violent assault that resulted in our student Zhang Hao being seriously injured and hospitalized. This kind of person is morally corrupt and has severely tarnished the reputation of Mingda University. They are completely unworthy to continue studying at our school. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Shun with a provocative and smug gaze. The whole school knew about Zhang Hao's broken leg and his kneeling pleas for mercy at the school gate, which gave him a perfect excuse to deal with Lin Shun. Regardless of whether Lin Shun has actually joined the underworld, let's first pin this label on him, and then use family connections and school pressure to expel him from Mingda. Let's see how he dares to show off in front of me, and how he dares to be all lovey-dovey with Shun Qingyi. Director Liu adjusted his glasses, looked at Lin Shun, his expression serious and his tone official. Lin Shun and Zhou Zihang's reports have already reached our academic affairs office. Zhang Hao's behavior at the school gate this morning and the rumors about you have had a very negative impact on campus. As a university student, one should focus their energy on studies, not on associating with idle people in society, and certainly not on getting involved in violent incidents. The university is a place for teaching and nurturing students. It cannot tolerate such black sheep. Teacher Zhao stood to the side, looking somewhat embarrassed and awkward. As Lin Chen's homeroom teacher, his previous impression of Lin Chen was that he was an honest, introverted, and even somewhat timid student whose family background seemed to be poor. He had heard about Lin Chen's recent changes and the rumors surrounding him, and he was starting to have some doubts. However, Zhou Zihang's family has a strong background, and Director Liu is clearly on Zhou Zihang's side. Moreover, Zhou Zihang has made promises to the school, so naturally he would not offend Zhou Zihang for Lin Chen's sake. Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, Lin Chen said, his expression unchanged and his tone still calm. Zhou Zihang claims I joined a triad and that I caused Zhang Hao serious injury. Where's the evidence? Can he convict me based solely on his baseless accusations and some unfounded rumors? Doesn't the school need to investigate and verify information before dealing with students, instead of just listening to one side of the story? Zhou Zihang was taken aback by Lin Chen's calm questioning, then flew into a rage. What other evidence do you need? Is Zhang Hao's leg broken? Did he kneel down and beg for mercy in public? If you hadn't used some shady means to threaten him, would he have done that? Isn't that obvious enough? Obvious. Shun Qingyi couldn't help but step forward, her clear eyes looking directly at Director Liu and Teacher Zhao, her voice clear, yet carrying an undeniable force. Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, shouldn't reporting and handling students follow procedures and require evidence? How was Zhang Hao's leg injured? Is there a hospital diagnosis report? Does it prove that Lin Chen was responsible? Zhang Hao kneeling and begging for forgiveness was his own action. Who can prove that he was threatened with violence by Lin Chen? Is it merely based on some unverified rumors and Zhou Zihang's personal speculation? To label a student as a gangster or a violent element, and even expel him? Is this how Mingda University teaches and nurtures students? Is this the fair attitude that school leaders and teachers should have? Xin Qingyi is usually quiet and has a cool demeanor, but at this moment she is arguing logically and clearly, and her aura is in no way inferior to that of the director of the academic affairs office opposite her. She comes from a good family, is outstanding herself, and carries a lot of weight with school leaders and teachers. Director Liu and Teacher Zhao blushed and paled in turns after hearing Shun Qingyi's words. Director Liu, in particular, knew that Zhou Zihang's accusation was baseless and purely motivated by personal grudges. However, Zhou Zihang's father has connections at the school, and this time he has promised to donate a new basketball court to the school, with the funds to be available after Lin Chen is dealt with. When Zhou Zihang privately communicated with him, his words implied very clearly, if Lin Chen was dealt with, there would be no problem with the donation. Otherwise, the matter might need to be reconsidered. On one side is Lin Chen, a poor student with no background, and on the other side is a wealthy second-generation heir with connections and a donation that is about to be received, as well as his own benefits. Director Liu's mind was already tilted. Although Teacher Zhao did not receive a promise from Zhou Zihang, he would not offend the two of them for the sake of this poor student. Director Liu coughed lightly, straightened his face, avoided Shun Qingyi's gaze, and looked at Lin Chen again, his tone becoming firm. Shun Qingyi, don't be fooled by the appearances of some people. As teachers, we naturally have our own judgment and considerations. Lin Chen's recent behavior has been abnormal, with close contact with people outside the school, seriously damaging the school's reputation. This is an indisputable fact. In order to maintain the school's normal teaching order and good reputation, we have the right to take disciplinary action against students who have misbehaved. Teacher Zhao had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak up. Lin Chen, you've been acting a bit strange lately. The teachers are only trying to help you, and for the sake of the school's atmosphere. How about you go back and reflect on your behavior? Lin Chen looked at the two self-proclaimed teachers' faces and suddenly chuckled softly, a laugh filled with cold sarcasm. So, in the eyes of the two teachers, the so-called judgment and consideration means that whoever has money and power, their words are facts, and they can arbitrarily decide the fate of another student? So-called for the good of the school means that just to get donations, One can indiscriminately slander a student and even try to expel them? Is this the teaching ethics at Mingtak University? It's truly eye-opening. His words were like a sharp knife, cutting through the hypocritical facade of Director Liu and Teacher Zhao. Chapter 72, Seeking Reason with the Principal. Director Liu's face flushed red instantly, and he pointed at Lin Shun, his fingers trembling with anger. You're so insolent. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? You have no respect for your elders and show no remorse. Your attitude alone is enough to get you expelled. Teacher Zhao also frowned, feeling that Lin Shen's words were too harsh and made him lose face. Upon seeing this, Zhou Zihong revealed a smug and arrogant smile. This is exactly the effect he wanted. By provoking Lin Shun and making him lose his composure in front of the teacher, it would be more legitimate to deal with the situation. Lin Shun, did you see that? Zhou Zihong walked up to Lin Shun, lowered his voice, and spoke in a tone full of mockery and smugness, in a volume only they could hear. That's the power of capital. What can a poor kid like you do to fight me? Try to steal my woman? I can kick you out of Mingda with a flick of my finger. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Shun Qingyi now and apply for withdrawal from school yourself. That way you can at least save face. Otherwise, once the school officially issues an expulsion notice, you'll lose face big time. He thought his words would completely break Lin Shen, making him fearful and submissive. However, Lin Shen merely glanced at him with the same indifference and disdain he showed a clown, which instantly froze Zhou Zihong's smug expression on his face. Shun Qingyi turned pale with anger. She never expected that the school's teachers would be so indiscriminate in their judgments and so driven by profit. She clenched her fists tightly, her clear eyes filled with anger and disappointment. Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, what you've done is so unfair to Lin Shun. I'm going to the principal. I'm going to report this to the principal. Shun Qingyi's tone was firm. She believed the principal wouldn't be as confused as they were. Looking for the principal? Director Liu sneered, seemingly fearless. Shun Qingyi, I advise you not to waste your energy. The principal is extremely busy, and the Academic Affairs Office has the authority to handle such minor student disciplinary matters. Moreover, our decision is based on facts and school rules and regulations. Zhou Zihong chimed in sarcastically. Exactly, Shun, the school beauty. Isn't it worth bothering the principal for someone with such a criminal record? The principal probably doesn't have time to deal with such a trivial matter. Their attitude clearly showed that they weren't afraid of Shun Qingyi going to the principal. Clearly, Zhou Zihong's family has already made arrangements, and at least at the school leadership level, someone will speak up for him or turn a blind eye to the matter. As Shun Qingyi watched their confident and colluding demeanor, her heart sank deeper and deeper. She hadn't expected that Zhou Zihong's family influence had penetrated to this extent within the school. Fine, what a fine excuse for having the authority to handle this. What a fine excuse for basing decisions on facts. Lin Shen suddenly clapped, the applause sounding particularly abrupt and ironic in the quiet corridor. His face showed no fear, but rather a half-smile. Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, and Zhou Zihong, you all gave me a vivid social studies lesson today. I've learned it. After saying that, he stopped looking at the three people with different expressions, turned to Shun Qingyi beside him, who was trembling slightly with anger and helplessness, and gently took her hand. Shun Qingyi's hands were a little cold, but when they were enveloped by his warm palm, she trembled slightly and looked up at him. Lin Shen gave her a reassuring, calm smile and said softly, "Don't be angry. It's not worth it for someone like that. Let's go." Go? Where to? Shun Qingyi asked subconsciously. Go find the principal. Lin Shen said casually, as if he were just doing something extremely ordinary. Didn't you say you were going to see the president? I'll go with you. By the way, I also want to hear what the president of Mingda University's attitude is towards this matter. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Director Liu and Zhou Zihong, whose expressions had subtly changed, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Look at the principal. Is he like some others, only seeing capital and not fairness? Lin Shen's calmness and composure surprised everyone. Faced with the threat of expulsion and the joint suppression by the director of the Academic Affairs Office and Zhou Zihong, he did not panic, fear, or beg for mercy. Instead, he remained calm and even took the initiative to suggest going to the principal. Director Liu and Zhou Zihong both felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Shen's reaction is strange. Where does his confidence come from? Does he have something to rely on? No, impossible. What could a poor student like him possibly have to rely on? It's definitely a bluff. They're still being stubborn even when they're about to die. Lin Shen, Don't be so stubborn, Zhou Zihong shouted, his voice stern but his tone weak. If you admit your mistake now and drop out of school, we can at least save you some face. Once the school officially expels you, your record will be permanently stained. I don't need to trouble you with my file, Mr. Zhou. Lin Shun replied indifferently, then ignored him, took Xin Qingyi's hand, turned around, and walked straight towards the administration building where the principal's office was located. His steps were steady, his back straight, without the slightest hesitation or fear. As Xin Qingyi was led by him, feeling the warmth and strength from his palm, her anger and unease gradually subsided, replaced by a strange trust and determination. She stopped talking and simply followed him silently, walking side by side. Seeing Lin Shun and Xin Qingyi indeed heading towards the principal's office, Zhou Zihong and Director Liu of the Academic Affairs Office exchanged a glance. Instead of being worried, they both revealed confident and slightly sarcastic smiles. Let's go take a look. Director Liu adjusted his glasses and said to Teacher Zhao, I should take this opportunity to report to the principal about this student's appalling attitude and our Academic Affairs Office's initial handling of the matter. Yes, the principal should be able to understand our difficulties and considerations. Teacher Zhao quickly nodded in agreement. Zhou Zihong was even more smug. He straightened his collar and followed after him with light steps. He had already learned through his father's secretary that his father had come to the school to discuss the donation of a basketball court with the principal. The newly built indoor basketball court had a budget of between 1.5 million and 2 million, which was no small sum for the school, and the principal attached great importance to it. With his father present and the principal receiving benefits, what kind of trouble could Lin Shun, this poor boy with no background, possibly cause? That's utterly self-humiliating. He could already imagine the look of despair and embarrassment that would appear on Lin Shun's calm face when the principal severely reprimanded him in the principal's office and even announced his punishment on the spot. And then there's Xin Qingyi. Let's see how she'll protect this useless person then. With their own thoughts, the group arrived at the principal's office on the top floor of the administration building. Xin Qingyi took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock on the door. Please come in. A slightly authoritative middle-aged male voice came from inside. Chapter 73 Zhou Zihong's father, Zhou Yongfu, in the principal's office. Xin Qingyi pushed open the door and entered, followed closely by Lin Shun. Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, and Zhou Zihong also came in. The president's office was spacious and bright. Behind the mahogany desk sat an elderly man with gray hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a refined air. He was none other than President Chun of Mingda University. On the sofa opposite his desk sat a middle-aged man in an expensive suit, with a large belly and a face that resembled Zhou Zihong's. He was Zhou Zihong's father, Zhou Yongfu, the owner of Zhou's building materials. At this moment, Principal Chun, with a warm smile on his face, was chatting happily with Zhou Yongfu, and the atmosphere of their conversation was clearly very harmonious. Seeing so many people rush in all at once, especially Xin Qingyi and Lin Shun, Principal Chun showed a hint of surprise on his face, while Zhou Yongfu frowned slightly, his gaze falling on his son with a questioning look. Principal Chun, Uncle Zhou, Xin Qingyi greeted them politely. Her family had business dealings with the Zhou family, so she naturally knew Zhou Yongfu. Oh, it's Qingyi, and also Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, Zihong, and this student is. Principal Chun stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on the unfamiliar Lin Shun. Principal Chun, hello. I am Lin Shun, a senior student in the Department of Economics and Management. Lin Shun introduced himself neither humbly nor arrogantly. Xin Qingyi glanced at Zhou Zihong, who had a smug smile on his face, and Director Liu, who looked completely at ease and understood most of what was going on. Zhou Zihong's father was indeed here, and it seemed he was having a good talk with the principal. No wonder Director Liu and Zhou Zihong were so confident. Principal Chun, this is what happened. Suppressing her anger, Xin Qingyi tried to speak calmly and concisely recounted the events that had just transpired in the corridor, Zhou Zihong's baseless accusation, and how Director Liu and Teacher Zhao had been biased and fabricated charges. She concluded by emphasizing, Principal, Zhou Zihong has no evidence whatsoever. He has only made personal speculations and rumors on campus to falsely accuse Lin Shun of joining the underworld and committing violence. Instead of conducting an investigation and verification, Director Liu and Teacher Zhao listened only to Zhou Zihong's side of the story and wanted to punish Lin Shun on trumped-up charges, even implying that he should be expelled. This completely violates the school's principle of handling matters fairly and is extremely unfair to Lin Shun. We urge the principal to investigate this matter thoroughly. After Shun Qingyi finished speaking, she looked directly at Principal Chun with her clear gaze. She hoped that the former principal, who was known for his fairness and open-mindedness, would uphold justice. However, after listening, Principal Chen's warm smile faded slightly, and his brows furrowed gently, but he did not immediately express his opinion. His gaze first swept over Director Liu and Teacher Zhao, whose faces were not looking too good, then over Zhou Zihong, who looked wronged and righteous, and finally landed on Zhou Yongfu, who was expressionless. Zhou Yongfu coughed lightly, put down his teacup, and began to speak slowly and deliberately. Principal Chun, I shouldn't say much about what's going on between the children. However, after hearing what my niece Jingyi said, I think that although Director Liu and Teacher Zhao's handling of the matter may have been a little hasty, their starting point was to protect the school's reputation and the safety of the students. He paused, then looked at Lin Shun with a slightly scrutinizing gaze, his tone carrying a condescending judgment. I've heard about Lin Shun on my way to school. There have been some bad rumors about him lately. His dispute with Zhang Hao has caused quite a stir, even involving people from outside the school, and has disrupted the normal order of the school. As school administrators, it's their responsibility to be cautious and manage potential risks. Zihong's report against him, while perhaps lacking sufficient evidence, stemmed from concern for his classmates and the school, a well-intentioned act. His words, seemingly objective, were actually completely biased towards Zhou Zihong and Director Liu, glorifying their slander and actions as caution and good intentions, while positioning Lin Shun as a source of risk. As Principal Chun listened to Zhou Yongfu's words, he glanced at the preliminary agreement on the basketball court donation on the table and pondered for a moment. Mr. Zhou is right. Director Liu immediately chimed in, his tone even more certain. Principal, this Lin Shun has indeed been behaving strangely lately. He has been associating with unidentified people outside the school and has even been involved in violent incidents, causing real damage to the school's reputation. Our Academic Affairs Office has received numerous complaints from students and parents expressing their concerns. In order to set an example and uphold school rules and regulations, we believe it is necessary to take serious action against him. Teacher Zhao nodded quickly. Yes, Principal, Lin Shin's attitude was extremely bad today when faced with the teacher's criticism and education. He showed no remorse and even talked back. The nature of his behavior is very serious. Zhou Zihong, standing to the side, could barely conceal his smug smile. With his father speaking up, how could the principal possibly refuse? Shen Qingyi felt a tightness in her chest. She hadn't expected that even the principal would begin to waver under the persuasion of Zhou Yongfu and Director Liu. She said urgently, Principal, they're distorting the truth. Lin Shin didn't do any of those things. They can't produce any evidence. This is clearly Zhou Zihong colluding with Director Liu out of personal grudge, abusing his power to retaliate. Shen Qingyi, watch your words. Zhou Yongfu's face darkened as he reprimanded her. What collusion? What retaliation? Zihong was just reporting a problem normally. Director Liu and Teacher Zhao were handling it impartially. What is your relationship with this Lin Shin? Why are you always speaking up for him? If you don't know this person, don't make trouble. I'm being unreasonable. Shen Qingyi's eyes reddened with anger. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. She pointed at Zhou Zihong, her voice trembling with excitement. Uncle Zhou, don't you know who Zhou Zihong is? He's a bully at school. When he couldn't win me over, he found out Lin Shun was my boyfriend. So he used such despicable means to get revenge on Lin Shun. Director Liu, what benefits did you receive from the Zhou family to slander an innocent student without even investigating the facts? Is this how teachers should behave? Do you deserve the title of teacher? Insolence. Zhou Yongfu slammed his hand on the sofa armrest, stood up, and his face turned ashen. Shen Qingyi's words struck at his sore spot and exposed his hypocrisy. He pointed at Shen Qingyi and said to Principal Chun, Principal Chun, look at this. Is this the kind of student you've taught? A girl so disrespectful to her elders, spouting nonsense and slandering teachers. It seems I'll have to talk to your father. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Shen Qingyi's father's number in front of everyone, then pressed the speakerphone button. Chapter 74 Unreasonable School Leaders. Zhou Yongfu was angered by Shen Qingyi's words and said directly that he would ask her father to discipline her. So he called Shen Qingyi's father in front of everyone. The call was quickly answered, and Shun's father's gentle voice came through. Mr. Zhou, what brings you to call me? Zhou Yongfu snorted coldly, his tone unfriendly. President Shun, I'm currently in your daughter's university president's office. Your precious daughter, Shen Qingyi, is here openly arguing with the president and teachers for some shady male student, and even slandering my son for colluding with school leaders. Is this the good daughter you raised? It seems our previously discussed collaborative project needs to be put on hold. The Shen family's upbringing is truly appalling. This was a blatant threat. He wanted to use the termination of the cooperation to force the Shun family to discipline their daughter, and at the same time, he wanted to show Principal Chun the power and determination of the Zhou family. Look, for my son, and to deal with Lin Chun who made my son lose face. I can even sacrifice business cooperation. The atmosphere in the office instantly plummeted to freezing point. Director Liu and teacher Zhao lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Zhou Zihong, on the other hand, had a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Principal Chen frowned, observing the scene before him, weighing his options. Zhou Yongfu's tough stance and sacrifice undoubtedly added weight to the argument. Shen Qingyi bit her lip, looking at Zhou Yongfu's arrogant face, feeling both angry and anxious, but not knowing what to do. She wasn't afraid of her family business being affected, but she didn't want to drag her father down with her. Just then, Shen Qingyi's phone rang. It was her father calling. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yongfu gave a cold smile and gestured for her to take the call. Shen Qingyi took a deep breath, answered the phone, and pressed speakerphone. Dad, her voice was choked with emotion. Qingyi. Shen's father's voice was still gentle, but with a hint of concern. Jay Cho just called me and said something. Tell Dad, what exactly happened? How did you offend Jay Cho and your teacher? Shen Qingyi, fighting back tears, recounted, in as concise a language as possible, the events of Zhou Zihong's false accusation, Director Liu's bias, and Zhou Yongfu's pressure, concluding with, Dad, Lin Chun is innocent. They have no evidence. Uncle Zhou and the others are trying to force me to comply and force the school to punish Lin Chun. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Zhou Yongfu wore a confident smile. He believed that once Shen's father learned that an important cooperation might be lost, he would definitely order his daughter to apologize and stop meddling in this matter. However, Mr. Shen's calm and firm voice came through the receiver, echoing clearly in the quiet principal's office. Qingyi, you did the right thing. Huh. Not only was Zhou Yongfu stunned, but Principal Chun, Director Liu and others were also taken aback. Upholding justice, protecting classmates, and not fearing power are the right things to do. Shen's father's voice was calm and unhurried, yet it carried an undeniable power. Our Shen family values integrity and principles in business. We don't cater to others' whims, nor do we trade interests for personal gain. If Chairman Zhou wants to terminate our cooperation because of this, it only proves that our two families are not a good match. He paused, his tone becoming even gentler. Qingyi, don't be afraid. Dad supports you. Do what you should do. As for the school, if Mingda University is really such a place where right and wrong are indiscriminate, then it's better not to go. Dad will send you abroad. After saying that, Mr. Shun hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal sounded particularly jarring in the quiet office. Shen Qingyi held her phone, her eyes reddening even more, but this time not because of grievance, but because of being moved and warmed. Her father's unconditional trust and support gave her tremendous courage. Zhou Yongfu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect Shun's father to be so firm, willing to sacrifice the cooperation to support his daughter. This made his earlier threat look like a joke. The Shen family didn't care about his threats at all, which made him look rather embarrassed in front of Principal Chun. Principal Chen's expression also changed frequently. The Shun family's attitude was so clear, and the father's final statement, "It's better not to go to school," subtly conveyed his dissatisfaction and warning towards the school. Although the Shun family cannot compare to the Zhou family, their strength should not be underestimated, and they also have connections in the education sector. The atmosphere in the office was awkward and heavy. Enraged, Zhou Yongfu, unable to retaliate against Shen Qingyi, turned his attention back to Lin Chun, putting pressure on Principal Chun. Principal Chun, look at this. It's all because of Lin Chun. One rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. He's made the students behave like idiots, and the parents are, sigh. For the sake of the school's peace and to prevent such a terrible incident from happening again, I suggest the school take this matter seriously. To set the record straight, Zhou Yongfu knew very well that if he couldn't help his son get rid of Lin Shun after coming here in person today, how could he save face? Director Liu quickly chimed in. Principal, it's understandable that Shun Qingyi, being young, naive, and kind, was misled. But Lin Shun is indeed the root of the problem. If we don't deal with him, it will be difficult to gain public support. Principal Chun looked at the stalemate before him, then at the letter of intent for donation on the table, considering the benefits he could gain, and then at the fact that Lin Shun was just a poor boy. He quickly weighed the options in his mind. The benefits are real. The Shun family is rich and powerful, while Lin Shun is just an ordinary student with no background. He slowly sat back in his chair, took off his glasses, and rubbed his temples, as if he had made a difficult decision. Then, he put his glasses back on, looked at Lin Shun, and spoke in a serious and rigid tone. Lin Shun, although Shun Qingyi defended you, the issues raised by Director Liu and Zhou Zihong, as well as the numerous rumors about you on campus recently, have indeed had a very negative impact on the school. As a university student, one should be careful with words and actions, focus on studies, and avoid getting involved in trouble or even entanglements with people outside the university. Given that your recent behavior was indeed inappropriate and caused a negative impact, in order to uphold school discipline, educate yourself, and warn others, it has been decided, after investigation, to give you a major demerit and order you to suspend your studies for 1 year and go home to reflect. During this period, reflect carefully on your mistakes and correct your attitude. A year later, based on your reflection, we will decide whether to allow you to return to school. A major demerit. Suspension from school for 1 year. This is almost the most severe punishment besides being expelled. A major demerit will be recorded in your personnel file and follow you for life. Taking a year off from school is tantamount to interrupting one's studies, and one's future is uncertain. Principal, Shun Qingyi was shocked and furious. She hadn't expected that the principal would ultimately succumb to the pressure from the Zhou family and make such an unfair decision. Lin Shun didn't say another word from beginning to end, except for his self-introduction. Chapter 75, Taking a Year Off from School. From the moment he entered the principal's office, Lin Shun didn't even think about arguing, because it was pointless. He simply stood there quietly, calmly listening to Principal Chen's verdict-like decision, watching Zhou Zihong's uncontrollable elation and smugness, watching Director Liu and Teacher Zhao's relieved expressions, watching Zhou Yongfu's feigned sorrow but actually satisfied eyes, and watching Shun Qingyi's angry, anxious, yet powerless expression for him. His face remained expressionless. There was no anger, no pleading, no despair. There was only a bottomless calm and a fleeting, chilling glint in the depths of his eyes. He memorized the faces of all the people in front of him. Principal Chun, Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, Zhou Yongfu, Zhou Zihong. All right, that's settled then. Director Liu, you can handle the rest of the formalities. Lin Shun, complete your departure procedures today, and you don't need to come back starting tomorrow. You may all leave now. Principal Chun waved his hand, dismissing the guests, seemingly unwilling to dwell on this troublesome matter any longer. Zhou Zihong walked up to Lin Shun and whispered smugly in a voice only the two of them could hear. You poor wretch, trying to mess with me? This is what you get for it. Get out of Mingda. Shun Qingyi will be mine sooner or later. Lin Shun glanced at him indifferently, his gaze calm and unwavering, yet it sent a chill down Zhou Zihong's spine for no apparent reason. Lin Shun did not argue, did not curse, and did not even look at Shun Qingyi's apologetic and angry eyes again. He turned around, said nothing, and walked steadily out of the principal's office. His back was still upright, but it seemed to be covered by an invisible, cold barrier. As Shun Qingyi watched his figure disappear through the door, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and disappointment with the school. She turned her head and gave Principal Chun and Zhou Yongfu a cold look. The disdain and aloofness in her eyes made Principal Chun almost unable to look her in the eye. She turned around and quickly chased after him. Only a few people remained in the office, each with a different expression. Zhou Yongfu smiled again and said to Principal Chun, Principal Chun, we'll sign the agreement for the basketball court donation soon. Zihong is at the school, so please continue to help him. Mr. J, you're too kind. Zihong is a good kid. Principal Chun forced a smile, but felt a little guilty inside. What he had done today was indeed less than honorable. But, for the sake of the school's development, sometimes sacrifices had to be made. He could only console himself with this thought. Zhou Zihong was overjoyed. feeling a surge of satisfaction and relief. Lin Shun was gone. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. Shen Qingyi. He'll make her submit sooner or later. Outside the principal's office, a chilling calculation mingled with a warm apology. Stepping out of the principal's office, the corridor was deserted. The glaring afternoon sunlight streamed in through the window at the far end, casting a bright band of light on the polished floor, but it couldn't dispel the almost tangible, icy aura emanating from Lin Shun. He didn't leave immediately, but stopped in the shadows at the corner of the corridor. He took his phone out of his pocket, unlocked it skillfully, and the screen displayed a save interface for an audio recording. With a tap of his finger, he renamed the file to Mingda University President's Office Chen XX, Zhou Yongfu Lu XX, Zhao XX, Zhou Zihong 2023.10.xx, then clicked to encrypt and save it, backing it up to the cloud. Lin Shun understood the situation as soon as he stepped into the principal's office and saw Zhou Yongfu's face, which bore a resemblance to Zhou Zihong, and bore the hypocritical smile typical of successful businessmen. He also heard Shen Qingyi call him Uncle Zhou. The outcome of today's attempt to seek justice from the principal was predetermined from the very beginning. Principal Chen's seemingly hesitant but actually decisive look, Zhou Yongfu's hypocritical favoritism, Director Liu and Teacher Zhao's obsequiousness and framing, Zhou Zihong's smug face. All of this was nothing more than a pre-arranged play, the purpose of which was to completely kick this ungrateful, poor student out of the game, while also currying favor with the sugar daddy and satisfying Zhou Zihong's pitiful vanity and possessiveness. Explanation? Evidence? Justice? These arguments seem ridiculous in the face of blatant exchanges of interests and oppression by power. So he chose to remain silent. It's not about accepting fate, but about seeing their true colors and preserving evidence. With her phone in her pocket, the recording function was already quietly activated. From the moment Shen Qingyi knocked on the door, every face of everyone in the office, every word of their distorted, threatening, and shameless remarks was clearly recorded. This recording is irrefutable evidence. It is a great gift he will give to these teachers and celebrities in the future. I had just put my phone away when I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Shen Qingyi caught up with her. She ran a little too fast. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her breathing was a little unsteady, and her clear eyes were filled with undisguised guilt, anger, and sadness. Lin Shun. She stopped in front of him, looking at his profile, which was still calm but clearly much more distant, her voice trembling with a sob. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I'm the one who dragged you into this. If it weren't for me, Zhou Zihong wouldn't have targeted you like this, and the principal and the others wouldn't have. She couldn't continue. The thought of how Lin Shun had been slandered and framed by those people in the office just now because of her, and how he ended up with a major demerit and a year of suspension from school, made her heart ache as if it were being pricked by needles. He did nothing wrong, yet he had to endure such injustice. And the trigger for all of this was her. Lin Shun turned around, and his gaze fell on Shen Qingyi's face, which was filled with self-blame and sadness. Her eyes were very red. She had clearly been crying while chasing after him. This usually aloof and ethereal school beauty revealed such a vulnerable and emotional side because of his situation. It's none of your business, Lin Shun said, his voice calm and devoid of much emotion. Even without you, someone like Zhou Zihong, who doesn't like me, would find another excuse sooner or later. Today's outcome was something they had planned long ago, and your father's attitude won't change anything. All they care about is profit and obedience. He paused, looking at Shen Qingyi's still furrowed brows and worried eyes, his tone softening slightly. No need to apologize, and don't feel guilty. I heard your father's attitude just now. Thank you. And please thank him for me. Shen Qingyi's father's words did indeed surprise him. In this profit-driven circle, there aren't many fathers who would rather forego a business opportunity for their principals and their daughter's choice. This made him feel more favorably toward Shen Qingyi. But I'll get a major demerit, and I'll have to take a year off from school. Shen Qingyi bit her lip, her eyes filled with anxiety. This will have a huge impact on you. A stain on your record will affect your future postgraduate entrance exams and job hunting. I will definitely find a way. I will go to the education department to report it, or I will ask my father. No need. Lin Shun interrupted her, shaking his head, his gaze drifting to the bright, yet cold sky outside the window. I'll handle this myself. You, just focus on your own work. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable decisiveness. Shen Qingyi saw an indescribable, cold certainty deep in his calm eyes. That look in his eyes gave her a strange feeling that he wasn't really being taken advantage of, but rather, he was brewing something. Lin Chenyu. Shen Qingyu wanted to say something more. I have something else to do. Lin Chun withdrew his gaze, nodded to her as a farewell, and said, thank you for today. And thank you for speaking up for me like that too. After saying that, he didn't linger. He turned around and walked steadily down the sunlit corridor toward the stairwell. He didn't go back to the classroom, didn't go to the dormitory, and didn't even glance at the university where he had lived for several years. His silhouette stretched long in the light and shadow, exuding a sense of loneliness and alienation that seemed out of place for his age. Chapter 76. Gu Yanqing is broke. Shen Qingyi stood there, watching his figure disappear around the corner of the stairs. She felt empty inside, filled with a sense of powerlessness and an inexplicable worry. She took out her phone, intending to call her father, but her finger hovered over the dial button before stopping. Lin Chen said he would handle it himself. Moreover, his father had already made his stance clear, and pressing his father further might put him in a difficult position. She gripped her phone tightly, ultimately only managing to type one message. Dad, Lin Chen received a major demerit and has been suspended from school for a year. I feel the school handled it very unfairly. I'm heartbroken. Soon, her father replied. Qingyi, I understand how you feel, but some things are beyond our control. That Lin Chen. If he needs help, you can tell him that the Shun family is willing to offer some support, such as helping him contact other schools to resume his studies, or providing some legal aid. But the prerequisite is that he has to be worthy. Calm down first, and we'll talk about it when you get home tonight. Shen Qingyi looked at her father's message and knew that this was the limit of what her father could do. She put away her phone, feeling a mix of emotions. She had a feeling that Lin Chen wouldn't just let it go. But what could an ordinary student do? Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in Hangzhou, Gu Yanqing's carefree lifestyle contrasts sharply with his predicament. In stark contrast to the cold and oppressive atmosphere on Lin Chen's side, Gu Yanqing had just woken up from a hangover in the apartment provided by Guo Tiankai, her head throbbing with pain. Since arriving in Hangzhou, aside from the panic he felt on the first day due to his parents' situation and the freezing of his bank card, in the following days, especially after successfully stimulating his father to open his eyes and see hope, his inherent playboy and pleasure-seeking nature resurfaced. In Longhai City, he lived a life of revelry every night, surrounded by a group of cronies and beautiful women. He had been feeling very uncomfortable these past few days in Hangzhou because he had no money and no acquaintances. The night before last, he couldn't hold back any longer and took the credit card with a limit of 100,000 yuan that Guo Tiankai had given him to a famous bar in Hangzhou. With his decent looks and generous spending, he quickly struck up conversations with two stylish and hot girls. Amidst the bright lights and intoxicating alcohol, coupled with the flattery and physical contact from the two girls, Gu Yanqing quickly rediscovered her former feelings, casting aside her father's illness, Lin Chen's threats, and the uncertainties of the future. A night of revelry, credit cards spending like water, expensive drinks, private room fees, gifts for two girls. A credit limit of 100,000 yuan was almost emptied overnight. He slept all day yesterday, and then went out with those two girls in the evening, spending all his money again. The card Guo Tiankai gave him was completely maxed out, and his own card was also gone. Waking up at noon today, looking at the empty apartment and the message on her phone that her credit card limit had been maxed out, Gu Yanqing felt a wave of fear and emptiness. The money was gone. He felt his pockets and found he only had a few hundred yuan in cash left. This amount of money isn't even enough for him to have a decent meal in a place like Hangzhou, let alone continue to live it up that night. The two girls even hinted last night that they wanted to go to a newly opened luxury club tonight. Gu Yanqing licked her dry lips, picked up her phone, and dialed Guo Tiankai's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Guo Tiankai's tired and impatient voice came through. Young Master Gu, what is it now? Uncle Guo. Gu Yanqing forced a fawning smile, even though the other person couldn't see it. I'm a little short on cash. The card you gave me last time has reached its limit. Could you lend me some more? Not much, just another 20 or 30,000. I'll pay you back double. No, triple, once my dad wakes up. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Guo Tiankai let out a heavy sigh, his tone filled with helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible annoyance. Young Master Gu, it's not that I don't want to help you. The 100,000 I gave you before was the limit of what I could give you. As you know, I'm working under Lin Chen now, and I have to be careful in everything I do. There can't be any problems with the accounts. Besides, my family's expenses have been high recently, and I really can't come up with any more. Uncle Gua, please help me. Just this once. Gu Yanqing grew anxious, her voice pleading. I have an appointment tonight. I can't lose face. Don't worry, my dad will wake up soon. At that time, not only will it be 2 or 300,000, but 2 or 3 million won't be a problem. Young Master Gu, I really have no other choice. Gua Tiankai's voice turned cold. Figure it out yourself. Remember, keep a low profile lately and don't cause trouble. I have another meeting. I'm hanging up now. Uncle Gua. Gu Yanqing hadn't finished speaking when the phone went dead. Damn it. Gu Yanqing slammed his phone onto the sofa, his face dark and gloomy. Gua Tiankai, that old fox. He talked so nicely before, about decades of friendship and watching me grow up. But now he's gone after only borrowing 100,000? They keep making excuses and delaying. She must have thought her father was unlikely to wake up, so she gave up hope for herself. A surge of anger at being betrayed and humiliated welled up inside me. But even more so, I felt a panic about my current predicament. How can he survive in Hangzhou without money? How can he maintain his rich second-generation status? What about those 2 girls tonight? Should I tell them that I have no money and am penniless? No way. Absolutely not. He can't bear the shame. Just as he was scratching his head, at his wit's end, his phone chimed with a text message. The sender was an unknown number, and the message was simple and direct. Need money? No collateral required. Fast loan disbursement. Up to 500,000. Click the link to apply or call. 13x times x times x times x times x. Spam text. Gu Yanqing frowned, intending to delete it directly. But her finger paused on the delete key. Need money. Quick loan disbursement. Up to 5 million. These keywords, like the devil's whispers, tempted him. He knew that such text messages were most likely from loan sharks or unregulated online lenders with shockingly high interest rates. Back in Longhai, some of his cronies borrowed this kind of money and were eventually driven to ruin and death. But he urgently needs money. Moreover, he'll be rich soon. Once his father wakes up, the Lin Group will all be his. What's a few 100,000 or a few million in usurious loans? That's just a drop in the ocean. Let's get through this immediate crisis first and save face. Once this idea takes hold, it grows wildly like weeds. Yes, lend it. Lend me 100,000 or 200,000 to tide me over. I'll pay it back as soon as my father wakes up. Even if the interest is high, I can afford it. His mind, clouded by alcohol and vanity, automatically blocked out all warnings of risk. All he could think about now was spending the night at the club, surrounded by women, spending money like water, and enjoying the adoring gazes of those 2 girls. Without further hesitation, he picked up his phone and dialed the number in the text message. The call was quickly answered, and a man's slightly hoarse, businesslike voice came through. Hello? Who is this? I saw a text message saying I could get a loan. Gu Yanqing tried to keep her voice calm. Yes, we offer short-term working capital loans. The daily interest rate is 1%. If you borrow 100,000, the daily interest would be 1,000. Is that acceptable? The other party got straight to the point, quoting an astonishingly high interest rate. 1% daily interest? Borrowing 100,000, and the interest is 1,000 a day? That's 30,000 a month. This is practically robbery. Gu Yanqing's heart trembled, but thinking of his father waking up soon and his date, that night, he gritted his teeth. Yes, I'd like to borrow 200,000. He gave a number. 200,000? Sure. Bring your ID and come to room 1806, Building B, XX Building, XX Road for an in-person meeting. Call me when you get there. The other party gave an address, their tone leaving no room for argument. Okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 77 Borrowing Money at High Interest Rates. Gu Yanqing hung up the phone, took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. He got up, found his ID card, and tidied his messy hair and clothes in front of the mirror, trying to make himself look more energetic and like a rich young master who was temporarily in trouble. With a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and self-deceptive excitement, Gu Yanqing took a taxi to the location specified in the text message, a mixed-use commercial and residential building in the old city, which looked somewhat old and was filled with all sorts of people. The entrance to Building B was narrow and dimly lit, with a damp and stale smell permeating the air, a far cry from the financial company Gu Yanqing had imagined. He was a little nervous, But thinking about the 200,000 yuan he was about to receive and the carefree night ahead, he gritted his teeth and pressed the elevator button for the 18th floor. There were no signs on the door of room 1806. Gu Yanqing knocked on the door, and a gruff voice came from inside. "Who is it?" I'm here to apply for a loan. I just called." Gu Yanqing lowered her voice. The door opened, and a wave of smoke hit me. The man who opened the door had a shaved head, wore a tight t-shirt, revealing two thick, tattooed arms, and his eyes held a scrutinizing gaze and a hint of barely perceptible contempt. Behind him sat a tall, thin man, legs crossed, smoking, his eyes equally unfriendly. The room was simply furnished, with only a few worn-out desks and chairs, and a few incomprehensible landscape paintings hanging on the walls. It looked more like a temporary outpost. "Come in." The bald man stepped aside to let him in, then closed the door with a thud. Gu Yanqing felt even more uneasy, but he forced himself to remain calm and took out his ID card. "Brothers, I would like to borrow 200,000 yuan for an emergency. I will pay it back soon." The bald man took the ID card, glanced at it, and then looked him up and down, especially noticing Gu Yanqing, from Longhai, here in Hangzhou for fun. "You don't look like someone who's short of money. How did you end up having to borrow money from us?" "Recently, I've been having a little trouble with cash flow," Gu Yanqing explained with an embarrassed smile. "That's the rule. You either lend it or you don't. Judging from your attitude, you probably can't borrow it anywhere else, right?" Gu Yanqing choked for a moment, her face turning red. Indeed, who else could he turn to besides this place? "I'll borrow it," he said through gritted teeth, steeling his resolve. "Great." The tall, thin man clapped his hands and took out two printed loan contracts from the drawer. Gu Yanqing's neck veins throbbed. He was taken aback by the question, "Can you afford it?" But he still maintained his arrogant demeanor, raising his chin and forcing a confident look. "I can afford it, don't worry. I still have luxury cars in Longhai City. I'm quite well off." He spoke with great confidence, but his palms were already sweating profusely. The bald man, still somewhat skeptical, squinted at the man's slightly disheveled, yet still impeccably dressed attire. He slowly lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, his voice was rough and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together. "You're not lying to me, are you? Kid, we hate tricks the most in this line of work." Gu Yanqing was prepared. He immediately took out his phone, his fingertips trembling slightly as he pulled up the driver's license, the one his parents had bought for him for his birthday. He held the screen up to the bald man, his tone deliberately composed. "Look carefully. The car is only in Longhai City, and all the paperwork is in order. If I can't pay it back, I'll use the car as collateral." The bald man took the phone, glanced at it, then looked at Gu Yanqing's tightly pursed lips. After a few seconds of silence, he tossed the phone back to him. The tall, thin man had already prepared the contract. The edges of the paper were worn rough, and the clauses were densely packed, except for the breach of contract clause, which was shockingly written. Gu Yanqing didn't even sweep the paper before grabbing a pen and signing his name. The scratching sound of the pen tip gliding across the paper was particularly jarring in the quiet room. The bald man put away the contract, pulled a black plastic bag with a code printed on it from the metal filing cabinet, and threw it on the table with a dull thud. 1 million. After deducting the first month's interest of 100,000, you'll actually receive 900,000. Do you understand the rules? You'll pay back 1 million in a month. If you're short even a penny, the car registered on your vehicle registration certificate will have to be used to offset the amount. Gu Yanqing stared at the bag of money, his Adam's apple bobbing, and he reached out and gripped the bag tightly, his fingertips icy cold. As he stood up, the hem of his suit jacket swept across the corner of the table, causing his worn-out luxury watch to sway, as if confirming his current pretentious embarrassment. "I know." He lowered his voice, picked up the money, and strode towards the door without even having the courage to turn back. He pushed open the mottled wooden door, and the sunlight outside made him squint. The wind in the stairwell carried the noise of the market downstairs, creating a stark contrast with the smoke and hostility inside the house. He gripped the money tighter and tighter, as if the heavy weight represented not just cash, but the last straw that held on to his dignity as young Master Gu. The elevator slowly descended, and every second the numbers jumped felt like a pounding on his nerves. Inside, watching his hasty departure, the bald man sneered and said to the tall, thin man, "Another fat sheep walking into the trap. Look at his cowardly appearance, young Master Lin. He's dreaming." The tall, thin man picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said respectfully, "Boss, the fish has taken the bait. As you instructed, the contract was for 1 million. He signed it." A curt came from the other end of the phone, and then the call ended. The tall, thin man put away his phone and exchanged a smile with the bald man. The deal was done. Lin's group, chairman's office. Almost at the same moment Gu Yanqing signed the contract of servitude, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He was looking at a document when he picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a short message from an encrypted channel. "The fish has taken the bait. Contract amount, 1 million. Monthly interest, 10%. 1 month." Lin Chen's eyes remained expressionless as he calmly replied with 4 words. "Okay, how much you earn is up to you." The other party quickly replied, "Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Chapter 78, Revealing My Identity? Lin Chen put down his phone, his gaze returning to the document, a cold smile curving his lips. Gu Yanqing couldn't stand the loneliness. He used to spend money lavishly and indulge in a life of luxury every day. It's no wonder he can't stand it now. Running out of money, he finally resorted to high-interest loans, borrowing 1 million at once. Let him sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire of debt. This way, he wouldn't have as much time to visit his parents, and as long as they didn't wake up too soon, he would have more time to transfer company assets. He originally planned to make great strides with his memories from his previous life and the resources he already had, but if his parents woke up, they could revoke their inheritance. If that's the case, wouldn't I be doing all the work for someone else for nothing? He temporarily put Gu Yanqing's matter aside and his thoughts returned to what had happened at school that day. A major demerit, a year of suspension from school. Principal Chun, Zhou Yongfu, Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, Zhou Zihong. The names and faces of these people are like brand marks, etched into his heart. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and Qin Wei walked in, holding a folder in her hand, her expression somewhat serious. "President Lin, the relevant information about the Zhou family that you requested, as well as the preliminary assessment of the cooperation between the Shun family company and the Zhou family, have been compiled." Qin Wei placed the folder in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened the folder and quickly browsed through it. Zhou Yongfu, chairman of the Zhou Group, is mainly engaged in commercial real estate. He owns 8 large-scale integrated shopping malls in Hangzhou and surrounding cities. The company has a market value of about 1 billion yuan and is considered one of the local bigwigs in Hangzhou. Shen Qingyi's father's company mainly engages in food agency and sales, with several well-known regional brands under its umbrella and annual sales of several 100 million yuan, but its distribution channels largely depend on large local shopping malls like Zhou's. No wonder Zhou Yongfu dared to threaten Shen's father with terminating the cooperation. This truly put the Shun family's lifeline in his hands. In my previous life, I had absolutely no connection with Zhou Zihong and knew nothing about his family. Lin Chen closed the folder and muttered to himself. In his previous life, he lived like an invisible man, never having any contact with Zhou Zihong's circle, and naturally knew nothing about the Zhou family's background. "Mr. Lin." Qin Wei looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Regarding the school, I think it might be appropriate to reveal your identity. Once your identity as the chairman of the Lin Group is revealed, Mingda University will definitely not dare to treat you like this again, and the Zhou family will probably have to think twice." Qin Wei is now not only Lin Chen's secretary, but also his confidant. She knew that Lin Chen's low profile at school was intentional, but seeing Lin Chen being treated so unfairly, she felt a surge of anger. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Should their identities be revealed? He did think about it. Reborn, he inherited the Lin family business. Although the outside world knew that the Lin family had a new young heir, because he deliberately kept a low profile, the media did not have a clear photo or personal information about him. Few people knew who he was, and those who did were all people in the company. Because he didn't show up on his own initiative, people in the company thought he was low-key and deliberately didn't talk about it outside. However, if he makes a high-profile appearance as the chairman of the Lin Group, he could indeed turn everything around instantly. Not to mention a major demerit and suspension from school. Even the principal personally coming to apologize wouldn't be too much. Zhou Yongfu would probably be so frightened that he would immediately bring his son to apologize. But that would be too boring. It also disrupted some of his plans. "Revealing our identities is only a matter of time," Lin Chen said slowly, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "However, not now, and not in this passive way. Is our group's Lingyun UAV subsidiary preparing to hold a new product launch conference? Qin nodded. Yes, President Lin. The Lingyun S2 series of drones is a major product this year. The launch event is scheduled for next month at the Hangzhou International Convention and Exhibition Center. We have invited many media outlets and partners. Okay. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. At that press conference, at a suitable moment, I will officially appear as the chairman of the Lin Group and announce the next strategic plan for Lingyun. This way, we can both generate buzz for the new product and let everyone know who we are in the most sensational and formal way. We've got the hype, the buzz, and the impact. Qin Wei's eyes lit up, and she sincerely admired him. President Lin has thought this through. This approach is indeed much more effective than simply issuing a statement or giving an interview. Let's see how arrogant those people will be then. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, then picked up his phone, made a few quick movements, and sent a file to Qin Wei. This is the complete recording of what happened in the principal's office at school today. Principal Chun, Zhou Yongfu, Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, and Zhou Zihong, every single one of them said something clearly. The evidence is conclusive, and the content is quite fascinating. Qin Wei received the document, quickly listened to a section through her earphones, and her expression immediately turned serious and angry. These people are utterly unfit to be teachers. For money and connections, they've distorted the truth and framed their students. Mr. Lin, this evidence is enough to ruin their reputations. Who do you think is the most suitable to give this to? Someone who can get rid of these scumbags in the education sector? Lin Chen asked, his tone calm, but carrying a chilling, killing intent. Qin Wei pondered for a moment, a resolute glint in her eyes. The discipline inspection teams of the education authorities, the supervisory commissions of the provincial education department, and mainstream media, especially those media that focus on educational equity and social news. Once this recording is released, combined with your upcoming public revelation of your identity as the chairman of the Lin Group, the resulting contrast and public pressure will be enough to completely bring down Principal Chun, Director Liu, and Teacher Zhao. As for Zhou Yongfu, he will also be affected to some extent. Very good. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. I'll leave this matter to you. Pay attention to the pace and method. I want to see their expressions of despair when they are at their most triumphant and relaxed. Understood, Mr. Lin. Qin Wei replied solemnly, her eyes gleaming with excitement and fighting spirit. She had long disliked those people. Chapter 79, The Shun Family Crisis. Meanwhile, at the same time Lin Shun was planning his counterattack, a completely different scene was unfolding in a secluded private room of a high-end restaurant in Hangzhou. Principal Chun, Director Liu, along with Teacher Zhao and two other middle-level cadres from various schools, were toasting each other in a lively atmosphere. The table was laden with delicacies, and the wine was aged Matai. Principal Chun, this time it's all thanks to your leadership and decisive action in dealing with that bad apple, which has protected our school's reputation. Director Liu said, his face beaming, as he raised his glass in a toast. Yes, Principal is wise. That Lin Shun is obviously no good. Dealing with him sooner will keep the campus quieter. Teacher Zhao quickly chimed in. Principal Chen smiled, took a sip of his drink, waved his hand, and feigned modesty. Well, it's all for the school and the students. But Jay Chao's side really showed his support for our school's educational cause. That new basketball court will benefit many students. Yes. Mr. Zhou is so generous. Principal, don't worry. I've already had the donation agreement processed, and the funds will be in the school's designated account soon. As usual, Director Liu lowered his voice, leaned closer to Principal Chun, and made a gesture. Principal Chun understood, his smile deepened, and he nodded slightly. The so-called old rule is that a portion of the donated funds will be returned to their private accounts under the guise of consulting fees or service fees. The benefits they can receive from this donation of 1 or 2 million are quite considerable. As for Lin Shun, the poor student who was wronged and whose future was ruined, who cares? Just a worthless sacrifice. The group exchanged smiles, as if they could already see piles of cash and a bright future of wealth. They toasted each other more frequently, and the private room was filled with smug laughter. In stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere here, the chairman's office at the Shun family company was shrouded in gloom. Shun Qingyi's father, Shun Wenbao, was standing by the window, looking at the endless stream of cars below, his brows furrowed, holding a formal notification letter he had just received in his hand. The notification letter came from the Zhou Group, and its content was cold and brief. In view of the differences in the cooperation philosophy between the two parties, the Zhou Group has decided, after research, to terminate all cooperation with Shun Company starting from the next quarter. Its shopping malls will not renew the entry agreements for Shun Company products, and the existing inventory will be cleared out after it is sold out. This means that Xinjia Company has lost its most important and core sales channel in Hangzhou and the surrounding areas. Although the Shun family has other channels, the sales volume of Zhou's 8 shopping malls accounts for nearly 60% of the Shun family's local sales. Being ousted would be a heavy blow to Shun's company, causing a significant drop in sales and profits, and potentially even affecting its cash flow and brand reputation. Shen Wenbo sighed heavily. He never expected that Zhou Yongfu would be so petty and narrow-minded, resorting to such severe retaliation using business tactics that would harm both himself and others, all over a matter between children. This completely exceeded the scope of normal business competition and was purely a matter of venting personal grievances. This Zhou Yongfu, he's really getting worse as he gets older. Shen Wenbo cursed under his breath, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. They were angry at the other party's unreasonable and domineering behavior, but helpless because their own company was indeed controlled by others in terms of distribution channels. He picked up his phone, intending to call his daughter and ask how she was doing, but ultimately didn't dial. His daughter was already upset enough. He couldn't add to her stress. Ultimately, this matter arose because he supported his daughter's principles, and he has to bear the consequences. But how can the company's predicament be resolved? Finding new channels takes time, and they might not even achieve the sales volume of Zhou's department store. Price cuts and promotions? That would damage the brand image and profits. Shen Wenbo felt a headache coming on. He could almost see the glaring red numbers on the financial statements for the next quarter. As night deepened, only a warm yellow floor lamp was lit in the living room of the Shun family's villa. Shen Qingyi sat on the sofa with her knees drawn up to her chest, her gaze unfocused as she watched the silent financial news playing on the television, her mind completely elsewhere. The clock on the wall had already passed 10 o'clock, but father still hadn't returned. She knew that her father must be busy with company matters tonight. That shameless and despicable Zhou Yongfu contradicted him at school today and called his father, but his father wouldn't listen to him. Given his personality, he will definitely take his anger out on his business. The sound of a key turning and slightly heavy footsteps came from the entrance hall. Shen Qingyi immediately looked up and saw her father, Shen Wenbo, push open the door and walk in. He took off his suit jacket and casually draped it over the back of the sofa. His face showed undisguised fatigue, his brows were furrowed, and the shadows under his eyes were particularly noticeable under the light. "Dad, you're back." Shen Qingyi quickly stood up and took the briefcase from her father's hand. "Have you eaten? I asked Aunt Wu to heat up some soup for you." "I've already eaten. I just grabbed something quick outside." Shen Wenbo rubbed his temples, his voice a little hoarse. He sat down on the sofa opposite his daughter, leaned back, and let out a long sigh, as if a huge burden had been lifted, but his tightly furrowed brows remained furrowed. "Dad?" Shen Qingyi felt a sharp pain in her heart as she looked at her father's exhausted appearance, and guilt surged up like a tidal wave. "Is it because of the Zhou family?" Shen Wenbo opened his eyes and looked at his daughter's worried and self-reproachful eyes, and his heart softened. He sat up straight and forced a smile, though it sounded somewhat strained. "Don't overthink it. Dad can handle things at the company. It has nothing to do with you." "How can it be nothing?" Shen Qingyi's voice choked with emotion. "If it weren't for me, Zhou Zihong wouldn't have targeted Lin Chun, and Uncle Zhou wouldn't have." "Dad, I've heard that they terminated their cooperation with us, right?" Shen Wenbo remained silent for a moment, knowing he couldn't hide it from his daughter, and sighed softly. "Yes, we received the official notification this afternoon. Starting next quarter, our products will be withdrawn from all Zhou's shopping malls." Although she had expected it, Shen Qingyi still felt a sense of suffocation when she heard her father confirm it with her own ears. Although she wasn't entirely clear on the exact extent of the loss, seeing how exhausted her father looked, she knew the situation was very serious. "I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault." Shen Qingyi lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She felt utterly useless, not only failing to help Lin Chun, but also dragging her father and the company down with her. "Qingyi, raise your head." Shen Wenbo's voice became serious yet gentle. "Dad will say it again, you did nothing wrong. It's right to stand up for what you believe is right, to value fairness, and to not be afraid of those in power." Shen Qingyi raised her head, looking at her father through teary eyes. Our Shin family operates with integrity and uprightness. Making money is important, but being a good person is even more important. If for the sake of business, we have to sacrifice our principles, compromise our principles, or even if it means selling out your daughter's happiness, then this deal is better off not going, Shun Wenba said, his voice trembling with emotion as he recalled the unpleasantness of the evening. Dad, did Uncle Zhou, did he say anything else? Shun Qingyi keenly sensed the unspoken meaning in her father's words. Chapter 80 Selling One's Daughter for Personal Gain. Shun Qingyi asked her father what conditions the Zhou family had proposed. Shun Wenba's face darkened, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. He knew his daughter was an adult, and that there were things she should know about the wickedness of people. That evening, I called Zhou Yongfu and hoped that he could separate public and private matters and not let the children's affairs affect normal business cooperation. What did he say? Shin Qingyi's heart jumped. Humph. Shin Wenba snorted coldly, a flash of anger in his eyes. He was quite smug on the other end of the phone. He said something like, President Shun, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that your daughter is so insensible. For some poor boy, she embarrassed my son and me in public. As for this cooperation, it's not that it can't continue. Shun Wenba mimicked Zhou Yongfu's greasy and arrogant tone, paused, looked at his daughter's face which had turned pale instantly, and said, word by word. He said, as long as my niece Qingyi is sensible and apologizes to Zihong, and spends more time with him in the future, young people can develop feelings for each other. Once they get along well, and she becomes my Zhou family's daughter-in-law, then we'll be family, and cooperation will be a piece of cake. Shameless. Shun Qingyi trembled with anger, her pretty face flushed red. She never expected Zhou Yongfu to be so despicable, threatening to terminate the cooperation and even blatantly demanding that she apologize, get along, and even become his daughter-in-law. This is simply treating her like a commodity to be traded. They're trampling on the dignity of the Shun family. I yelled back right then and there. Shin Wenba was also furious. Even if my company goes bankrupt, I, Shin Wenba, will never sell my daughter for personal gain. What is Zhou Yongfu anyway? How dare he even try to take advantage of my daughter? I hung up the phone right away. Seeing her father's eyes redden with anger, Shun Qingyi's guilt was replaced by an even stronger anger and chill. She originally felt only disgust and aversion towards Zhou Zihong, but now she feels contempt and hatred towards the entire Zhou family. In order to force her to submit and to get revenge on Lin Shun, they actually resorted to such despicable business tactics and even made such shameless demands. Dad, let's not cooperate with them anymore. We're better off without partners like that. Even if the company suffers losses, we'll definitely pull through. Shun Qingyi clenched her fists, her tone resolute. She would never bow down to the Zhou family, much less sacrifice her dignity and feelings for business. Good. This is my daughter, Shun Wenba's daughter. Looking into his daughter's resolute eyes, Shin Wenba felt both gratified and a little heartbroken. I am gratified by my daughter's backbone and sense of responsibility, but saddened by the difficulties the company is about to face. But he knew his daughter's choice was right. There are some bottom lines that must never be crossed. Qingyi, don't worry too much. There's always a way out. If we run out of channels, we'll find another one. The market is so big, there's always a way. Your father hasn't been working for nothing all these years. Shun Wenba patted his daughter's shoulder and comforted her. But what about you? How's Lin Shun? Have you gotten in touch with him? Mentioning Lin Shun, Shin Qingyi's eyes dimmed slightly, and she shook her head. I haven't heard from him since he left school. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Dad, he must be very sad and disappointed. Alas, that child, it was an innocent misfortune. Shin Wenba sighed. If he needs it, we'll help him if we can. But from what you said about his behavior in the principal's office, he didn't beg for mercy, argue, or compromise. He doesn't seem like someone who can be easily defeated. His composure is extraordinary. Shun Qingyi nodded, her worry for Lin Chen undiminished. She knew her father was right, that Lin Chen was special, but she still couldn't imagine how he, alone, would cope with the severe punishment of a major demerit and a year's suspension from school and the Zhou family's arrogant oppression. That night, both the Shun father and daughter tossed and turned, unable to sleep. One was worried about the company's future, while the other felt guilty for her innocent classmate who had been implicated, and was also furious at the Zhou family's shameless behavior. The next day, Lin Chen naturally did not appear at Mingda University again. His disappearance quickly became a new topic of conversation on campus, which was already filled with various rumors and gossip. Zhou Zihong and his cronies were undoubtedly the happiest and most active disseminators. Have you heard? That Lin Xin got a major demerit from the school and has to take a year off. Really? Just because of Zhang Hao. That's not all. I heard he also colluded with shady characters to threaten classmates, and Zhou Zihong filed a formal complaint against him. The Academic Affairs Office and the principal handled it personally. TSK, I never would have guessed. He always looks so honest and unassuming. But he's actually this kind of person. That's it. Now that there's a stain on my record, I'm finished. Serves him right. Who told him to offend young Master Zhou and then dare to have an ambiguous relationship with the school beauty? Similar discussions spread to every corner of classrooms, cafeterias, corridors, and campus forums. Zhou Zihong's henchmen, especially the blonde guy and the tall, thin guy, added fuel to the fire, portraying Lin Xin as a deeply hidden, wicked, and despicable social scum, while Zhou Zihong became a righteous messenger who dared to report and uphold school discipline. Many students who were unaware of the truth or were simply jealous of Lin Xin's good luck easily believed these claims. After all, it's a fact that Zhang Hao broke his leg and knelt down, and it's also a fact that Lin Xin was severely punished by the school. In addition, with Zhou Zihong's side deliberately guiding public opinion almost unanimously turned to criticize Lin Xin. Of course, a few clear-headed people remained silent or questioned the situation, but under the atmosphere deliberately created by Zhou Zihong's side, they dared not speak out easily. Zhou Zihong himself was riding high, walking with a swagger. He basked in the gazes of others, some fearful, some fawning, some envious, and felt his prestige at school had reached an unprecedented height. Girls who might have previously ignored him now look at him with more fervor and awe. After all, Lin Xinkai, who stole his girlfriend, ended up in this state because of him. He was confident that after this incident, Shen Xingyi would definitely see reality clearly. Lin Xin, that poor bastard and good for nothing, has been completely defeated and kicked out of Mingda. As a result of her willfulness, the Shen family is facing huge business losses. She must be filled with regret now, and is probably hiding in some corner, secretly crying and preparing to beg for her forgiveness. He had even planned out how he would magnanimously forgive Shen Qingyi when she couldn't bear it anymore and came to beg him, and how he would gently propose his own conditions. The thought of Shen Qingyi's aloof and stunningly beautiful face, and how she might appear pitiful and submissive in front of him, filled Zhou Zihong with a surge of heat and excitement. Shen Qingyi will be mine sooner or later. He looked at his reflection in the classroom window and gave a confident smile. He felt that after this establishment of authority, no one at Mingda University dared to oppose him anymore, and no one could stop him from getting everything he wanted. Chapter 81. Lin Xin is the chairman of the Lin Group. Just as Zhou Zihong was immersed in the joy of victory and the wonderful fantasy of the future, Su Qing and Li Na were also in a pretty good mood. Qing, are you satisfied now? That ungrateful Lin Xin actually dared to insult you. Now look what's happened. He got a major demerit, had to take a year off from school, and his record is stained. His life is ruined. Li Na linked arms with Su Qing as they walked towards the commercial street outside the school, her tone full of schadenfreude. Su Qing smiled smugly and gave a soft hum. Ever since Lin Xin publicly humiliated her in the classroom that day and called her a slut, she had hated Lin Xin to the core. This humiliation made her feel even more ashamed and angry than when she dumped Lin Xin and threw herself into Zhang Hao's arms, when Lin Xin's eyes were filled with pain and silence. Why should he, a sycophant she abandoned, turn around and humiliate her? Hearing that Lin Xin had been brought down by Zhou Zihong and suffered such a miserable end, she did feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. Although she didn't do it directly, it's always a happy thing to see her enemy suffer. As for whether Lin Xin really colluded with the underworld and violently assaulted people, she couldn't be bothered to investigate the truth. She only needed a reason that Lin Xin deserved it to comfort her vain and fragile heart. Come on, Nana, I'll treat you to milk tea to celebrate. Su Qing was in a great mood and decided to splurge. The two were chatting and laughing when, not far from the school gate, just as they were about to cross the street to the milk tea shop on the other side, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows of the green belt next to them and blocked their way. Ah! Su Qing and Li Na screamed in fright at the same time, taking several steps back, their hearts pounding. The person blocking their way was a man, hunched over, leaning on a simple wooden cane, his left trouser leg hanging empty, clearly broken. His hair was long and messy, greasy, and stuck to his forehead. His face was covered in stubble, making it almost impossible to see his original appearance. Only his bloodshot eyes were fixed on Su Qing. He wore a wrinkled, stained old jacket and shoes with holes in them. He reeked of sourness and a disheveled air, standing out starkly from the bright and stylish students around him. Who are you? What do you want? Lina asked, mustering her courage, but her voice trembled slightly. The man ignored Lina, staring intently at Su Qing with his terrifying eyes, and uttered a hoarse, unpleasant sound. Su Qing. It's me. That voice sounds familiar? Still shaken, Su Qing forced herself to suppress her nausea and fear, and carefully examined the other person's dirty face by the light of the street lamp. When she saw the familiar, now filled with resentment and madness in those eyes, her eyes widened suddenly, and she cried out, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. Lina was also shocked, looking the beggar-like man in front of her up and down in disbelief. Is this Zhang Hao, the once arrogant rich second-generation heir who drove sports cars, wore designer clothes, and was always invincible? Yes, it's me. Zhang Hao forced a smile, but it looked worse than a grimace, and combined with his current appearance, it made him look even more ferocious. Su Qing, I've finally found you. After confirming that it was Zhang Hao, Su Qing's fear was replaced by a strong sense of disgust and aversion. She frowned, pinched her nose, took a step back, and spoke in a sharp tone. Zhang Hao, what happened to you? You look like a homeless person. It's terrifying. A flicker of humiliation and resentment flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a deeper despair and madness. His voice was hoarse as he said, My family went bankrupt. The company was investigated, all assets were frozen, and my dad was arrested and might serve more than 10 years in prison. I'm penniless. I've lost my house and car, and my leg is broken. I can't even afford to go to the hospital. I was kicked out. He spoke haltingly, his voice trembling with tears, but Su Qing and Lina felt no sympathy, only contempt and disdain. Your family went bankrupt, your father went to jail. What does that have to do with me? Su Qing interrupted him impatiently, her tone cold. We broke up a long time ago. You have nothing to do with me now. Get out of the way, don't block my way. As she spoke, she tried to pull Lina away from Zhang Hao. How can it be nothing? Zhang Hao suddenly became excited, threw away his crutches, and with his last bit of strength, took a step forward and grabbed Su Qing's wrist. His hands were cold and dirty, but his strength was astonishing. Let go. You're filthy. Su Qing screamed, struggling desperately, but she couldn't break free. If it weren't for you. Zhang Hao's bloodshot eyes glared at Su Qing, his voice hoarse as he growled. If it weren't for you, why would Lin Chen have targeted me? Why would he have targeted my family? Why would my family have gone bankrupt? Why would my father have gone to jail? It's all because of you. You jinx. These words stunned both Su Qing and Lina. What nonsense are you spouting? Lina snapped, realizing what was happening. What does your family's bankruptcy have to do with Lin Chen? He's just a poor student. How could he possibly bring down your company? Zhang Hao, are you crazy? Or have you lost your mind because of the bankruptcy? Ha! Zhang Hao suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, the sound eerie and chilling on the night street. You still don't know? You actually don't know who Lin Chen is? Ha! How laughable. How pathetic. He stopped laughing, leaned closer to Su Qing, lowered his voice, and said in an almost curse-like tone, Lin Chen, he's not some poor student at all. He's the current chairman of the Lin Group. The Lin Group. One of the top Lin groups in Hangzhou. One word from him, and he could bankrupt my family. Put my dad in jail. Turn me into this grotesque mess. You two stupid women. How could you believe he was a penniless wretch? Ha ha. Chairman of the Lin Group? Lin Chen. The combination of these two words was like a thunderbolt, striking Su Qing and Lina's minds and leaving them frozen in shock, their minds blank. Chapter 82 Zhang Hao's Extortion. When Su Qing and Lina heard Zhang Hao say that Lin Chen was the chairman of the Lin Group, they were initially shocked. A few seconds later, Su Qing was the first to react, her face showing disbelief and absurdity. She abruptly shook off Zhang Hao's hand and shrieked. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Hao, you're really out of your mind. Lin Chen is the chairman of the Lin Group? Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. I've been with him for 2 years. Do you think I don't know what his parents do? One's a driver, the other's a cleaner at a company. They're dirt poor. Chairman? You must be dreaming. Su Qing had met Lin Chen's parents before. They were dressed plainly and did not have the air of wealthy people. In fact, they looked like poor people. Lina also came to her senses, her face full of disdain. Exactly. Zhang Hao, even if your own family goes bankrupt, don't make baseless accusations and fabricate such absurd stories. If Lin Chen were the chairman of the Lin Group, I'd be the richest man in the world. I think you're either obsessed with money or driven mad by Lin Chen. They didn't believe it at all, not even a little bit. In their deeply ingrained perception, Lin Chen was a poor, timid, and subservient sycophant who fawned over her. Chairman of the Lin Group? What kind of high-ranking figure is that? They were from completely different worlds from Lin Chen, a low-class boy whom they could despise and ridicule at will. They had absolutely nothing in common. To them, Zhang Hao's words sounded like the ramblings of a mentally unstable person who had gone bankrupt. Get out of my way. You cripple. You madman. Su Qing completely lost her patience and forcefully pushed away Zhang Hao, who was blocking her way. Zhang Hao had a broken leg and was unsteady on his feet. She pushed him, causing him to stumble and almost fall. He awkwardly grabbed onto a nearby lamppost. Su Qing didn't even glance at him and pulled Li Na to leave this place that she found disgusting and unlucky. Su Qing, you can't leave. Zhang Hao screamed hoarsely from behind, his voice filled with despair and madness. I'm desperate. I have no money, nowhere to live, and no food. You have to take me in. You're the one who made me like this. Take you in? Dream on. Su Qing said without turning her head, her voice filled with disgust. Look at yourself. You're filthy, smelly, and crippled. Even ghosts are afraid of you. Why should I take you in? Fine. Fine. Zhang Hao, leaning against the lamppost, panted heavily, his eyes turning sinister. You won't take me in, huh? Fine. Then give me back the money I spent on you. From the time we met until now, all the bags, cosmetics, clothes, and jewelry I bought you, the fancy restaurants I took you to, the hotel rooms. All that, it's at least 100,000, if not 200,000. Give me back the money, and I'll disappear right now. Give me back the money? Su Qing turned around abruptly, her expression contorted as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Zhang Hao, are you really crazy? You gave me those things willingly. You were the one who wanted to pursue me and please me, so you gave them to me. Why do you ask for things back after you've given them away? Why don't you just steal them? Besides, you even slept with me, and I didn't even ask you for compensation for emotional distress. Given it voluntarily? Zhang Hao sneered, a smile that looked particularly eerie in the dim light. Su Qing, have you forgotten that when we were together, I took a lot of interesting photos and videos, in the hotel, in the car. Those were all taken voluntarily by me. What if I posted these voluntary photos on the campus forum, online, so everyone could see how enthusiastic and proactive our former department beauty at Mingda University was in private? Su Qing's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Of course she remembered. Zhang Hao had that perverted fetish of taking photos and videos during intimate moments. She'd thought of the designer handbag Zhang Hao had given her, and hadn't really given in, even finding it a little exciting. She never imagined Zhang Hao would use that to blackmail her at this moment. You dare. Su Qing's voice was filled with sobs and fear. What wouldn't I dare to do? Zhang Hao's eyes were as cold as a venomous snake. I have nothing now, my family is gone, my leg is broken, living is no different from being dead. If you push me to the brink, I'll drag you down with me. I have nothing to lose, so I'm not afraid of anyone. Pay me, or let everyone enjoy your spectacular performance. The choice is yours. A tremendous fear gripped Su Qing instantly. She could imagine that if those photos and videos were leaked, she would be completely disgraced at Mingda University. No, in the entire city of Hangzhou, becoming the laughingstock and fodder for everyone's gossip. Her life would be ruined. I don't have that much money. Su Qing's voice was soft and pleading. Give me whatever you have. Zhang Hao pressed on. I'll give you a week to gather the rest. If you're short even a fraction, you can expect to become famous. Su Qing was terrified. She frantically rummaged through her wallet and took out all the cash inside. She also made Li Na take out all the money she had. Together, they had about 5,000 yuan. That's all. Su Qing handed the money to Zhang Hao with trembling hands. Zhang Hao grabbed the money, stuffed it into his dirty pocket without even looking at it, and glared fiercely at Su Qing. Remember, 1 week. 100,000 yuan. If you're short a penny, you can expect to be trending on the entire internet. After saying that, he picked up his crutch from the ground and limped away, quickly disappearing into the night outside the school gate, leaving Su Qing and Li Na standing there like two statues. A cool evening breeze blew by, but Su Qing felt icy cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The arrogance and pleasure from before had vanished without a trace, leaving only boundless fear and lingering dread. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the cold sidewalk, covering her face and weeping silently. Li Na was also terrified and quickly helped her up. "Qing Qing, don't cry. Let's go back to the dormitory first, and we'll think of something when we get back." The two supported each other and returned to their dormitory in a daze, forgetting even to buy milk tea. After closing the dormitory door, Wang Li and Sun Tingting were startled to see that the girls looked pale and absent-minded, and quickly asked what was wrong. Chapter 83. Let them die suddenly? Su Qing just cried, unable to speak. Li Na recounted with lingering fear her encounter with Zhang Hao at the school gate and Zhang Hao's threat to expose the photos. Of course, she omitted the crazy talk Zhang Hao made about Lin Chun being the chairman of the Lin Group. "Oh my god, how could Zhang Hao do this?" Wang Li exclaimed. "This is terrible. Qing Qing, those photos, did you really let him take them?" Sun Tingting's face was also full of worry. Su Qing nodded through her tears. It was too late for regrets now. "What are we going to do? 100,000 yuan a week. Where are we going to get so much money?" Li Na was frantic. They were all ordinary students with limited allowances from their families, which were mostly spent on cosmetics and clothes, leaving them with virtually no savings. "How about we tell your parents?" Wang Li suggested softly. "No." Su Qing immediately screamed in protest. "Tell her parents? Wouldn't that expose all the things she did hooking up with rich second-generation heirs and taking those kinds of photos? Her parents would definitely break her legs. Besides, her family's financial situation isn't great. It would be difficult for them to come up with 100,000 yuan all at once. Then, how about we ask Zhou Zihong for help?" Sun Tingting's eyes lit up. Young Master Zhou is so rich, 100,000 yuan is just pocket change for him. Besides, didn't he used to have feelings for you, Qing Qing? Now that Lin Chun is gone, maybe he... Find him. No way, I don't know him at all. Su Qing interrupted her sharply, her face full of insecurity. Zhou Zihong only had eyes for Shun Qingyi right now. How could he possibly help her? The dormitory fell into a deathly silence, broken only by Su Qing's suppressed sobs. The four girls looked at each other, none of them able to come up with a solution. The 100,000 yuan felt like a heavy shackle around Su Qing's neck and also weighed heavily on each of their hearts. For the first time, they truly felt how terrible the consequences of vanity and indulgence could be. Zhang Hao, whom they considered a joke and a madman, has now become a Damocles sword hanging over their heads. Lin's group, chairman's office. The bustling cityscape of Hangzhou was laid out before him through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, but Lin Chen's mind was elsewhere. He sat behind his large desk, leaning back slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. A blank business plan was spread out in front of him, next to several complex equity structures and offshore company establishment plans. This was his initial plan for transferring assets through a series of complex related party transactions, investments, and even the establishment of shell companies. He gradually transferred some of the core assets and high-quality businesses of the Lin Group to a shadow entity that was completely controlled by him, but had no apparent connection with him. In this way, even if his father, Lin Jiong, wakes up in the future and is truly capable and willing to reclaim the assets he inherited, he will already have a considerable amount of substantial wealth and resources in his hands, so he won't be driven away, left with nothing, and ultimately die a miserable death like in his previous life. However, this plan has one crucial and most challenging question. Who is the shadow? Or, to put it another way, who controls this front company used to transfer assets? And who should be listed as the nominal owner of this company? He himself is clearly not suitable. If his parents wake up and want to take everything back, then the assets under his name may also be investigated. Qingwei, she is capable enough and currently loyal to me. But this loyalty is largely based on the fact that he is the chairman of Lin's group and can provide her with a platform and a future. Such matters, involving the transfer of huge amounts of assets and potentially touching on legal gray areas, pose extremely high risks once exposed. As a professional secretary, even if Qin Wei is willing for now, can she guarantee that she won't have any ulterior motives when the benefits are significant enough in the future? Chen Ming, a legal expert, professional, But precisely because of his professionalism, he is more aware of the legal risks and ethical flaws involved, and therefore will not easily get involved. Other company executives? Even less likely. They're either old foxes, opportunists, or incompetent. Lin Chun rubbed his temples in frustration. He discovered that he couldn't find a single person he could completely trust and who was capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. In his previous life, the deception and betrayal of his parents and Su Qing's opportunism had already made him completely disillusioned with family and love. In this life, although he has gained wealth and power, the deep-seated sense of defensiveness and loneliness in his heart has not dissipated. On the contrary, he has become more vigilant because of his high position. Even my parents and girlfriend are lying to me. How can I feel safe with anyone else? Lin Chen muttered to himself, his tone tinged with self-mockery and coldness. He was reborn with the power of revenge, but he also lost the ability to easily trust others. Did he directly embezzle public funds into his own account? That was a foolish act of suicide. There are quite a few people in the company who are watching him, this young successor, for mistakes, and people like Tiankai are even more eyeing him covetously. He had to do it flawlessly, in a legal and legitimate way, so that even if his parents woke up and found out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Set up a shell company, operate it for a while, and then go bankrupt. The idea is feasible, but the person who carries it out must be an absolute confidant. Moreover, if his parents hadn't woken up, he wouldn't have needed to take this risky step. He could have easily consolidated his power, gradually purged dissidents, and completely transformed the Lin family into his own impregnable empire. The problem is that the parents are showing signs of waking up. Gu Yanqing and Tiankai were like flies that smelled blood, trying every day to find ways to stimulate their father at the hospital. This is a huge, uncontrollable variable. If only they wouldn't wake up. A dark thought had flashed through Lin Chen's mind more than once. With his current resources and methods, it is not entirely impossible for him to make the condition of 2 comatose patients naturally worsen or accidentally die. He has people in the hospital, so it's difficult to do, but not impossible. But every time this thought arose, he would forcefully suppress it. He can't do it. It's not just because of legal and moral constraints. More importantly, those 2 people, no matter how indifferent, biased, or cruel they were to him, were still his biological parents. In his previous life, they deceived him, neglected him, gave their family business to Gu Yanqing, and watched him being driven to the brink of despair without doing anything. This hatred runs deep in his bones. But hatred is not the same as being able to kill one's own parents. Moreover, the parents are not ordinary people. Lin Jiong was the chairman of the Zhongming Lin Group in Hangzhou. Their sudden, unexpected death will inevitably attract attention and investigation from all sides. Those longtime subordinates who had followed his father for many years, such as several veteran directors, although they now outwardly obeyed him. However, he would occasionally visit the hospital under the guise of visiting the former chairman. If his parents die under abnormal circumstances, Lin Chun will be the first suspect. At that point, let alone transferring assets, it's hard to say whether he can even keep his position as chairman. Never mind. Lin Chun let out a long sigh, closed the plan in front of him, and pushed it aside. He rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of fatigue. Perhaps I was too impatient. One must proceed step by step. First, resolve the immediate troubles and consolidate power, then slowly plan for the future. As for my parents, I can only increase surveillance and deal with their moves as they come. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door, and Qin Wei walked in, holding a new report in her hand, her expression more serious than usual. Chapter 84. The principal was taken away. Qin Wei walked into the office and spoke to Lin Chen. President Lin, there's an update on the situation regarding the Shen family. Qin Wei placed the report in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen perked up and quickly skimmed through the report. Ever since he overheard Zhou Yongfu threatening to terminate the cooperation with Shun Qingyi's father in the principal's office, he had Qin Wei keep a close eye on the Shun family's movements. On the one hand, I wanted to see what Zhou Yongfu could do, and on the other hand, I also felt a bit of goodwill towards Shun Qingyi and her father in that situation. It was rare to find a father who could uphold his principles, not be afraid of powerful figures, and would rather lose his own interests to support his daughter. The report shows that the Zhou Group has officially sent a letter terminating all cooperation with the Shin Company. The Shin family company has lost its sales channels in the Zhou family's 8 shopping malls. It is expected that sales will plummet by more than 50% next quarter, and profits will decline sharply, possibly even resulting in losses. Shen Wenba is actively seeking new channels, but it will be difficult to make up for such a huge gap in the short term, and the company is facing considerable financial pressure and operational difficulties. Zhou Yongfu really does what he says. He's ruthless. Lin Shen put down the report, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. To avenge his son, he was willing to sacrifice his own business interests. Terminating the cooperation would also result in a certain loss of customers for Zhou's shopping mall, in order to suppress the Shen family. This vindictive and indiscriminate behavior is despicable. Looking at the predicament faced by the Shen family company in the report, and recalling Shen Qingyi's cool and firm gaze, as well as her father Shen Wenba's resounding words on the phone, Lin Shen suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. A vague idea gradually became clearer. The Shen family is currently facing a channel crisis and urgently needs a new way out. Shen Wenba is an upright and principled person with a good reputation in the local business community. Although he didn't have much contact with Shen Qingyi, he had a very good impression of her. She was intelligent, calm, and responsible. Most importantly, the Shen family and the Zhou family have become enemies, and to some extent, they have a common enemy with Lin Shen. Furthermore, the Shen family is in the food sales business, which falls under the fast-moving consumer goods industry. Their cash flow is relatively stable and not closely related to the Lin Group's current main businesses, real estate, high technology, investment, etc. A plan for cooperation, or rather, a plan that combines support and checks and balances, took shape in his mind. Perhaps the Shen family could become part of his plan? It may not be the most crucial shadow, but it can be a partner worth investing in and one that may play an important role in the future. Supporting the Shen family would not only curb the Zhou family's arrogance and repay the favor Shen Qingyi did for him in the principal's office, but also plant a seed in his own business empire in Hangzhou. Qinwei. Lin Shen raised his head, his gaze becoming sharp and clear. Contact Chairman Shen Wenba of Shen's company and tell him that we are interested in integrating fast-moving consumer goods channels and would like to meet with him to discuss the possibility of cooperation. He can decide the time and place, and the sooner the better. Qin Wei was slightly taken aback, but then she understood Lin Chen's intention, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. President Lin is going to help the Shen family, but at the same time, he's also planning to deal with the Zhou family. She immediately replied, "Yes, President Lin, I'll arrange it right away." Meanwhile, at Middlebury University, a storm is brewing. Just as Lin Shen was planning to cooperate with the Shen family, beneath the surface of peace and tranquility at Mingda University, the undercurrents finally turned into turbulent waves. That afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. On campus, students either hurried to their classrooms or chatted in twos and threes on the lawn, basking in the sun. Zhou Zihong was surrounded by several lackeys, patrolling the main road of the campus, enjoying the fearful or envious gazes of the crowd, feeling smug and self-satisfied. Suddenly, a slightly shrill car engine sound came from afar. Two black official cars with special license plates and the words Education Supervision painted on them drove straight into the campus, breaking the afternoon tranquility, led by a vehicle from the school's security department. The car was not parked in the administration building, but drove directly to the teaching building area and parked in front of the office building where the academic affairs office is located. The car door opened, and 7 or 8 middle-aged men and women, dressed in dark suits, with serious expressions and work badges pinned to their chests, disembarked one after another. The leader was in his 50s, with a square face and sharp eyes, exuding an imposing presence even without anger. He glanced up at the sign for Academic Affairs Office, whispered something to the staff member beside him, and then strode steadily into the office building with his entourage. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Huh? Who are those people? They look so serious. An education supervisor's car? What are they doing at our school? Has something happened? Judging by the direction they're heading, it's going to the registrar's office. Could it be? The students whispered among themselves, peering around curiously. Zhou Zihong also stopped and looked at the two official vehicles and the group of imposing people. His heart skipped a beat for no reason. Although his father was wealthy and had some connections in the education system, it was still rare for him to come to his door in a supervisory car with a group of people. Is it a routine check? But he quickly calmed down. So what if we do get checked? His father just donated a basketball court to the school. Principal Chun and Director Liu will definitely handle things well. It might just be a routine survey or inspection. However, what happened next far exceeded Zhou Zihang's expectations and the imagination of all the students watching. Less than 10 minutes after the group entered the Academic Affairs Office building, Director Liu of the Academic Affairs Office was invited out by 2 staff members. Director Liu was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he had lost his usual official demeanor. His legs were weak as he walked, and he looked very disheveled, being sandwiched in the middle. They didn't stop and walked straight towards the administration building. A few minutes later, Principal Chin's secretary rushed out of the administration building, looking panicked and almost tripped on the steps. He took out his phone and seemed to be anxiously making a call. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Principal Chun, with his gray hair, walked out of the principal's office, accompanied by 2 staff members. Principal Chin's face had lost its usual elegance and composure, replaced by a look of dejection and disbelief. His lips trembled as if he wanted to explain something to the leader in the lead, but the other party simply waved his hand expressionlessly, signaling him to follow. Principal Chun, Director Liu, and Teacher Zhao, who was brought out later, were escorted by a group of education supervisors to the 2 official vehicles. The car didn't linger. Under the watchful eyes of countless people filled with shock, confusion, and excitement, it slowly drove away from Mingda University and disappeared at the campus gate. The whole process was so fast it was dazzling, yet it was filled with a silent sense of oppression. Chapter 85 Reversal. They watched as the principal and the director of the Academic Affairs Office were suddenly taken away. The campus was first deathly silent, then suddenly exploded. My God! Principal Chun and Director Liu have been taken away. That's a vehicle from the Discipline Inspection Commission, isn't it? Could it be related to recent events? Lin Chen. Zhou Zihang. Quick, look at the forum. Someone's posted something. Sure enough, the campus forum was instantly flooded with messages. Some people also said that when they were taken away, the staff were carrying thick file bags, which may have contained materials for whistleblowing. Zhou Zihang stood there, looking in the direction the official car had disappeared. The smug smile on his face had long since frozen, slowly turning into surprise and uncertainty, and finally turning into a pale face. His heart pounded, an ominous. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Su Qing and Li Na, who were heartbroken and in tears over the 100,000 yuan, also heard the commotion outside and the shocking news brought by their roommates. What? Principal Chun and Director Liu have been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Na jumped out of bed in shock. Su Qing also stopped crying, her swollen eyes filled with astonishment. The principal and the director of the Academic Affairs Office were arrested? This seems like something more distant, yet more terrifying, than the threat she faces. Is Ming Tak University about to undergo a major transformation? In the afternoon, the sun was still shining brightly, but the atmosphere on the campus of Middlebury College was completely different from that in the morning. An eerie atmosphere, a mixture of tension, excitement, and unease, filled the air. The shock of Principal Chun and Director Liu being taken away in the morning had not yet subsided when, in the afternoon, those 2 familiar black official cars with education supervision license plates drove into the campus again. This time, the car didn't linger and drove directly to the teacher's apartment area. Fewer people came down than in the morning, but their movements were more swift and efficient. They went straight into one of the buildings, and soon after, Teacher Zhao, Lin Chen's homeroom teacher, who looked ashen-faced and had a frightened look in her eyes, was also invited out and got into one of the cars. Immediately afterwards, 2 more middle-level school officials who had not been taken away that morning and had participated in the principal's office meeting that day were also invited out of their offices and meeting rooms respectively and put into another car. Within a few hours, the principal, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, the homeroom teacher, and 2 other related personnel were taken away by disciplinary personnel from the education system. The frequency and scale of this operation made it clear to all the students who witnessed it that this was definitely not a simple routine inspection or cooperation with an investigation, but a targeted, well-documented, and swift crackdown. Oh my God! Teacher Zhao has been taken away too. And Director Wang and Minister Li too. This means they're going to wipe out everyone who was in the principal's office that day. It must be because of Lin Chun. There's no doubt about it. My God, what did Lin Chun do? How could he get the principal, the headmaster, and a teacher all imprisoned at the same time? This energy is terrifying. Is he really a poor student? Could it be that Lin Chen's family has some kind of background that we don't know about? Look, the school has posted an announcement. It's on the official website and the bulletin board. Someone shouted, and the students rushed to the nearest bulletin board or took out their phones to refresh the school's official website. Sure enough, less than half an hour after the afternoon's takeaway operation ended, Middlebury University's official website and bulletin boards throughout the campus simultaneously posted a formal announcement with serious wording and the university's official seal. Notification regarding the handling of disciplinary violations by Chun XX, Lu XX, Zhao XX, and others. The announcement was concise, yet carried immense weight. According to the investigation and verification by the Disciplinary Inspection Team of the Higher Education Authority, several individuals, including our school's former principal Chen XX, former director of the Academic Affairs Office Lu XX, and teacher Zhao XX, disregarded the facts, listened to biased opinions, and abused their power in the recent handling of student Lin Chen's suspected disciplinary violations. The conduct was deemed irregular, and the individual is suspected of abusing their position to accept improper requests and benefits from individuals outside the school, seriously violating professional ethics for teachers and school discipline, and damaging educational fairness and the school's reputation. After investigation, the following decision has been made. 1. All positions held by Chun XX, Lu XX, Zhao XX, and others are hereby revoked, and their cases are transferred to judicial authorities for further processing. 2. The previous disciplinary decision to give Lin Chen a major demerit and suspend him from school for 1 year is hereby revoked, and his reputation is restored. 3. Zhou Zihong, the student who made inappropriate reports and fueled the flames in this incident, will be given a major demerit as a warning to others. 4. The school will deeply reflect on this matter, strengthen the construction of teachers' ethics and conduct, and resolutely safeguard educational fairness and justice. A working group from higher authorities has been assigned to the school to act as principal and oversee all aspects of its work. The announcement was a bombshell. Although there had been speculation, the fact that the truth was revealed in such a formal and serious manner still shocked everyone. A complete reversal. Lin Chun was framed. Moreover, the principal, the director, and the teachers conspired to frame him. The reason for the frame-up was that he accepted improper requests and benefits from people outside the school. Who is that off-campus person? It's obvious even to a fool that it must be Zhou Zihong's father, Zhou Yongfu. The so-called transfer of benefits is nothing more than the donation of that basketball court, isn't it? Zhou Zihong, who previously righteously reported Lin Chun, not only had impure motives, but was also given a major demerit for it. This is simply a huge irony. The announcement caused an uproar at Middlebury University, like ice water poured into boiling oil. My God, it's true. Lin Chun was really wronged. The principal and his associates actually accepted bribes? They'd ruin a student's future just for the Zhou family's money? That's terrifying. Zhou Zihong is disgusting. He couldn't win Shun Qingyi's heart, so he resorted to such despicable means to get revenge on Lin Chun, and even dragged his father and school leaders into it. Lin Chun is now completely exonerated. The punishment has been revoked and his reputation restored. Zhou Zihong deserves it. A major demerit. Let's see how arrogant he'll be then. But how did Lin Chun manage to do that? How could an ordinary student like him get the education system's disciplinary committee to take it so seriously, investigate so quickly, and punish him so severely? Yeah, this energy, it's terrifying to think about. Chapter 86 Speculations from All Sides. Public opinion took an instant 180-degree turn. All the previous criticisms and ridicule directed at Lin Chun have now turned into sympathy, shock, and deep curiosity and apprehension. How much power and means does it take to bring down the principal, director, teachers, and those who colluded with him overnight and clear one's name? Lin Chen's image in everyone's mind instantly changed from a poor student who was expelled/suspected gangster to a mysterious, powerful, and ruthless character who should never be provoked. No one dared to talk about him easily anymore, and no one dared to look at him with the same disdain as before. Zhou Zihong didn't look at the announcement, but he already knew everything from his frantically vibrating phone and the strange looks from the people around him. His face was ashen, and he walked dejectedly to a corner of the playground, leaning against the cold wire mesh, his body trembling slightly, uncontrollably. It's over, it's all over. The principal and department head whom my father had bribed were all arrested. I even received a major demerit. It left a permanent stain on my record. More importantly, his meticulously planned and seemingly foolproof revenge not only failed completely, but also instantly reversed his and Lin Chen's situation. He has now become a shameless and despicable person. He was originally very excited because he had established his authority by expelling Lin Chen from the school, but in just one day, Lin Chen has become a symbol of being exonerated and unfathomable. The immense disparity and humiliation nearly drove him insane. He shakily took out his phone and dialed his father Zhou Yongfu's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and Zhou Yongfu's deep voice, suppressing his anger, came through. "Hello. Dad. Dad. What happened? How could Principal Chun and the others be arrested? How could I have received a major demerit?" The school announcement said it was for bribery and improper solicitation. The basketball court incident. Zhou Zihong was incoherent, his voice trembling with tears. "Shut up," Zhou Yongfu growled on the other end of the phone, his tone filled with frustration and lingering fear. "You still have the nerve to ask. This is all your fault. That Lin Chun, he secretly recorded everything you said on his phone in the principal's office that day, including the rubbish from Principal Chun and Director Liu, and my words. He anonymously sent the recording to the Provincial Education Department's disciplinary committee. The evidence is irrefutable and irrefutable. Fatty Chun and his accomplices have no way to deny it." A recording? Zhou Zihong was struck dumb, frozen in place. He recalled that day in the principal's office, when Lin Chen remained unusually calm throughout, offering almost no explanation. So he was recording, gathering evidence. That despicable scoundrel. So cunning, he actually dared to record it, and even dared to hand it over to the disciplinary committee. Zhou Zihong realized what was happening, a surge of anger rising within him. He cursed wildly into his phone. "Dad, we can't let this go. He dared to scheme against us. Calm down, you bastard." Zhou Yongfu interrupted him sharply, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible weariness and relief. "We've really messed up this time. Fatty Chun and his gang have dirty hands. They deserve it. Luckily, your old man left some room for maneuver. The basketball court donation was made in the company's name, and the agreement and funds were processed through formal channels, without being directly given to their personal accounts. The disciplinary committee investigated and, although they felt the motives were impure, they couldn't find any major problems with the procedures. At most, they said our inappropriate intentions didn't qualify as bribery. So I'm fine, and the company's fine too. But you better not do anything stupid like that again. Stay away from that Lin Chun. That kid is really wicked." Zhou Yongfu knew so much because he did have an old classmate in the Education Bureau who had slightly leaked information during the disciplinary committee's investigation, but that was all. He dared not interfere any further. Upon learning that his father and the company were all right, Zhou Zihong breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the hatred and humiliation in his heart burned even more intensely. The father is fine, but he himself received a major demerit. This stain will stay with him for the rest of his life. Moreover, everyone believes that he falsely accused Lin Chun because of his father and bribery. How will he be able to hold his head up at school in the future? "But Dad, my punishment." "The punishment has already been decided, and it can't be changed," Zhou Yongfu said impatiently. "You brought this on yourself, so you'll have to deal with it. Behave yourself for now and don't cause any more trouble. Especially right now, don't provoke Lin Chen. Do you hear me?" After saying that, Zhou Yongfu hung up the phone, clearly in a very bad mood. As Zhou Zihong listened to the busy tone on his phone, he slowly lowered his arms, leaned against the barbed wire fence, and stared blankly at the sky, his face a mixture of anger, resentment, humiliation, and a deep fear. Lin Chun. He actually used such a simple yet deadly move to completely turn the tables and crush him in the mud. He didn't notice that not far behind him, by the bushes, his classmate Wang Lily was pretending to tie her shoelaces and had overheard most of his excited phone call. Wang Lily's eyes darted around, and she quietly got up and quickly left the playground. The atmosphere in girls' dormitory 308 was equally turbulent. Su Qing, Li Na, Wang Li, and Sun Tingting sat together, their phone screens displaying the school's official website announcement. Each of them had a look of shock and disbelief on their faces. It really is like that. Lin Chun was framed. The principal and the others accepted bribes, and Zhou Zihong made a false accusation. Li Na murmured, feeling her worldview shaken. "Lin Chen, how did he do that?" Sun Tingting covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Only one day. The principal, the director, and the teachers have all been arrested, and his punishment has been revoked. How? How powerful does he have to be? Su Qing stared intently at her phone screen, looking at the words, "Restore his reputation." Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, a dull ache accompanied by an indescribable panic and regret. If Lin Shun truly possesses such immense power that he could provoke such swift action from the education system's disciplinary committee, then his previously stated identity as a poor boy. Could Zhang Hao's crazy talk from that day have been true? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. But if it's not true, how do you explain all of this? How could an ordinary student possibly have such abilities? Qing. Li Na hesitated, looking at Su Qing's changing expression, and whispered, "You mean, Lin Shun? Could he really be the chairman of the Lin Group, like Zhang Hao said? Only then could he have this kind of power, making the Discipline Inspection Commission act so quickly with just a phone call or a message." This conjecture no longer seemed so absurd in Dormitory 308 at this moment. After all, facts speak louder than words. Su Qing's face paled even more. If Lin Shun really was the chairman of the Lin Group, then what kind of gold mine had she been sitting on for the past 2 years without realizing it? And she betrayed and humiliated Zhang Hao for a little bit of money? In the end, he even publicly called her a loose woman. A deep sense of regret instantly overwhelmed her. How could she have been so blind to Lin Shen's extraordinary abilities? No, it's just that Lin Shen hid them too well. And his parents, they actually cooperated in the act, pretending to be poor for over 20 years. This whole family is insane. If Lin Shen really is the chairman of the Lin Group. Seeing Su Qing's distraught state, Li Na couldn't help but sigh, her tone complex. Qing, you really are losing the watermelon and picking up a rotten sesame seed. No, you picked up dog poop and had to step on it yourself. She was referring to Zhang Hao's threat. Su Qing's lips trembled. She wanted to retort, but couldn't utter a single word. The immense psychological gap and the harsh reality nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open, and Wang Lily rushed in, her face showing excitement and mystery, as if she knew a big secret. Chapter 87, He Has No Background. Just as they were discussing, the dormitory door was pushed open, and it was their roommate Wang Lily who returned. "Lily, where have you been? Did you see the announcement? Something terrible has happened." Sun Tingting called out. I saw it. Wang Lily closed the door, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, "I was over at the playground just now, and I heard Zhou Zihong talking to his dad on the phone." "What did you say?" Li Na immediately perked up. Wang Lily recounted what she had heard, emphasizing the key information that Lin Shen secretly recorded the conversation, anonymously sent it to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and Zhou Yongfu was unharmed because the donations were accounted for through public funds and not directly given money. The dormitory was quiet for a few seconds. "So that's how it is." Li Na let out a long, "Oh," her shock and speculation fading, replaced by a dismissive and knowing look of, "I knew it. I knew it." If Lin Shen were really that capable, the chairman of the Lin Group, why would he have been working part-time jobs every day and scrimping and saving to buy Qing those cheap gifts? It turns out he just got lucky, happened to record the conversation, and happened to know where to report it. She automatically imagined a scenario where a poor student makes a comeback and turns the tables with cleverness, which was easier for her to accept than the idea that Lin Shun is a hidden master. It was also more effective in calming her subtly unbalanced mindset caused by her previous speculation. After hearing this, Su Qing's intense regret and panic over the possibility that Lin Shun might be a big shot dissipated almost entirely, replaced by a distorted sense of relief and a trace of resentment. It was just a recording? Just a report? It's not that he has a lot of energy. Then wouldn't my regret just now seem ridiculous? Regardless, Lin Shen did indeed clear his name and cause Zhou Zihong to suffer a great loss. This is beyond doubt. However, in their minds, his ability was downgraded from mysterious background to luck and scheming. However, the fact that he thought of recording the conversation and found a way to report it shows he has some cleverness, Wang Li commented. Humph, scheming man. Li Na curled her lip, but her tone was no longer so sharp. Su Qing didn't speak again, only lowered her head, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. It was unclear whether it was the threat of 100,000 yuan or Lin Shen's recent comeback that had left her feeling unsettled. Unlike the complicated thoughts in Dormitory 308, in a classroom of another department, Shun Qingyi saw the school announcement on her phone and the overwhelming discussions on the forum. Her slightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, and a genuine smile appeared in her clear eyes, like the first thaw of spring ice. She knew Lin Chen wouldn't be defeated so easily. His ability to face injustice so calmly meant he definitely had a backup plan. Reporting. Although the methods weren't particularly shocking, they were precise, effective, and hit the nail on the head. This composure and decisive counterattack made her think even more highly of Lin Chen. She took out her phone, found Lin Chen's number, hesitated for a moment, then edited a message and sent it. "Congratulations, your innocence has been vindicated." The message was sent successfully. Holding her phone, she looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, feeling happy for Lin Chen and also secretly anticipating what he would do next. The Zhou family has suffered such a huge loss. They probably won't let it go easily, right? The afternoon sun shone through the giant floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Lin Group headquarters building, casting a cool and luxurious glow on the smooth, dark marble floor. This is a landmark in Hangzhou's commercial center, a place that countless entrepreneurs dream of stepping into. Shen Wenba stood in the elevator, watching the floor numbers jump around. His mood, like the ever-ascending elevator, was filled with trepidation, doubt, and a hint of barely suppressed anticipation. He wore a well-pressed but not top-of-the-line dark gray suit. His hair was neatly combed, and he tried his best to maintain the dignity and composure expected of a chairman of a small company, but the slight sweat on his palms betrayed his inner turmoil. This morning, he was still overwhelmed by the Zhou family's sudden termination of cooperation and the huge predicament the company was about to face. Several minority shareholders had already subtly expressed their dissatisfaction, implying that if he did not handle the relationship with the Zhou family well, he might withdraw his investment. He barely slept a wink, pondering how to explore new channels, how to stabilize the stock price, and how to deal with potential cash flow problems. Just when he was feeling gloomy and depressed, he received a phone call from Ms. Qin Wei, the secretary of the chairman of the Lin Group. On the phone, the female secretary, whose voice was efficient but whose tone was very polite, said that the chairman of the Lin Group was interested in the integration of fast-moving consumer goods channels and hoped to meet with Shun Wenba, the chairman of the Shen Company, to discuss the possibility of cooperation. The time and place would be determined by Mr. Shun. After hanging up the phone, Shun Wenba remained stunned for a long time. Lin's Group? That business behemoth spanning multiple sectors including real estate, finance, technology, and manufacturing? A leading enterprise that ranks among the top in Hangzhou and even the entire province? Should I contact him proactively to discuss cooperation? Although Shen's company is well known in the city's food industry with annual sales of several hundred million yuan, it is as insignificant as an ant under an elephant compared to the behemoth Lin's Group, which has a market value of tens of billions of yuan. The two companies had almost no business overlap, and Shun Wenba himself had never had any dealings with the senior management of the Lin Group, let alone that mysterious and young chairman. Is it a windfall? Or is there some trap he's unaware of? But in any case, the phone call was like a ray of sunshine breaking through a gloomy sky, giving him immense hope and pressure. He dared not delay and immediately said that he was available at any time. Finally, the meeting time was set for this afternoon at the Lin Group headquarters. Bite. The elevator's announcement that it had reached the top floor pulled Shun Wenba back from his chaotic thoughts. The elevator doors slid open silently, revealing a huge, modern, and spacious lobby that was both simple and well-designed. A poised and elegant female secretary, it was Qin Wei, who had been waiting there, greeted them with a professional and perfectly timed smile. "Mr. Shun, welcome to the Lin Group. Mr. Lin is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." Secretary Qin. "Hello. Thank you for your help." Shen Wenba nodded hurriedly and followed Qin Wei through the wide, quiet corridor, the thick carpet absorbing all the sound of their footsteps. He could feel the pervasive aura and efficiency of a top-tier business empire. Arriving at a heavy, solid wood double door, Qin Wei gently knocked. A young, calm, yet undeniably powerful male voice came from inside. "Please come in." Qin Wei pushed open the door and gestured to the side. "President Shun, please." Chapter 88. The Lin family can cooperate with you. Shen Wenba took a deep breath, adjusted his tie, and stepped inside. The first thing that catches the eye is the floor-to-ceiling window that almost takes up the entire wall, and the bustling skyline of Hangzhou outside the window, giving one an instant illusion of looking down on all living beings. The office was so spacious it was almost empty, yet the furnishings were extremely simple, consisting of only a huge curved desk, a few stylish chairs, a bookshelf against the wall, and a set of sofas for guests. The overall color scheme is dominated by black, white, and gray, creating a cool and stylish atmosphere. Sitting behind that huge desk was a man who looked unusually young. He was wearing a well-tailored dark shirt, no tie, and the sleeves were casually rolled up to his forearms. He was looking down at a document. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, revealing a handsome but slightly aloof face with distinct features and deep, calm eyes, creating a peculiar contradiction with his excessively young age. Is this the new chairman of the Lin Group? So young? She looks about the same age as my daughter, right? Shun Wenba's heart skipped a beat again, but he remained outwardly calm, quickly adjusting his expression to a polite and respectful smile, and bowed slightly. Chairman Lin, hello, I am Shun Wenba from Shin's company. I apologize for bothering you. Lin Shin put down the documents in his hand, stood up, and walked around the desk. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were not arrogant. Instead, they held a scrutinizing quality and a hint of barely perceptible gentleness. Mr. Shun, please have a seat. Lin Shin gestured to the sofa in the reception area and sat down in the main seat, his relaxed posture naturally exuding the aura of a superior. Qin Wei quietly served 2 cups of tea, then left and gently closed the door behind her. Only the two of them remained in the office. Shun Wenba sat upright, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to start the conversation. Mr. Shun, there's no need to be so formal. Lin Shin spoke first, his voice still steady. I heard that your company and the Zhou Group seem to have had some unpleasantness recently. Shin Wenba's heart skipped a beat. As expected, Lin Shin's visit to him is very likely related to the Zhou family. He dared not hide it, nor did he need to. The matter had already spread within the circle. He nodded with a wry smile, his tone heavy and frank. Yes, Chairman Lin. The Zhou Group has unilaterally terminated all cooperation with our company, and our products will be completely removed from their stores next quarter. This will have a significant impact on our company. What's the reason? Lin Shin picked up his teacup and gently blew on the floating leaves, as if he were just asking casually. Shun Wenba hesitated for a moment, but considering that the other party probably already knew the inside story since they were willing to ask, concealing it would only seem dishonest, so he briefly said, the cause was some conflicts among the children at school. Jay Chao's son, Zhou Zihong, was rejected by my daughter and then got into a conflict with one of his classmates. My daughter spoke up for that classmate and may have offended Jay Chou. He didn't know the relationship between his daughter and the classmate she mentioned, nor did he know her name. Lin Shin listened quietly, his face expressionless, until Shun Wenba finished speaking. Only then did he put down his teacup, look calmly at Shun Wenba, and slowly say, Zhou Yongfu is a man who is unscrupulous in business and petty. He uses business tactics to suppress his business partners over minor squabbles between his children. He doesn't distinguish between public and private matters and is vindictive. I can't stand him. Shin Wenba's heart skipped a beat. From Lin Chin's calm tone, he could detect a clear chill and disdain for the Zhou family. This reassured him somewhat. At least Lin Chin's impression of the Zhou family was negative. So, Lin Chin changed the subject, his gaze becoming sharp and direct. I plan to cooperate with President Shun. Cooperation? Shin Wenba's spirits lifted, but he was more puzzled. He asked cautiously, Chairman Lin, our Shun Group deals in food distribution and sales, while your group's main business seems not to involve supermarket retail? This cooperation. Lin Shin shook his head slightly, interrupting Shun Wenba's doubts. The Lin family does not have a large-scale comprehensive shopping mall like the Zhou family. However, Mr. Shun, the Lin Group has branches, R&D centers, and production bases in more than 30 major cities across the country. Each location has anywhere from a few hundred to several thousand people. We have staff canteens, on-site convenience stores, and even some small supermarkets brital with the park. Although these channels may not seem large individually, when added together, the annual purchase volume of food, beverages, and daily consumer goods may not be less than your sales volume in Zhou's 8 shopping malls. Moreover, we use a centralized procurement system across the group, with standardized processes and timely settlements. There are no miscellaneous fees like entry fees or barcode fees. Mr. Shin should be aware of our profit margins. Shin Wenba's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. How could he not have thought of that? For a giant corporation like the Lin Group, internal consumption is an extremely stable and high-volume channel. The rice, flour, cooking oil, meat, eggs, vegetables, and condiments in the staff canteen, the snacks, beverages, convenience foods, and daily necessities in the internal convenience store and mini-supermarket. These are all within the scope of Shun's company's agency. Moreover, as Lin Shun said, this B2B channel does not have the high costs and complicated payment terms of retail terminals, resulting in more stable profits and better cash flow. If we can truly secure the Lin Group's nationwide internal supply contracts, it will absolutely make up for, or even surpass, the losses from losing the Zhou family's distribution channels. Moreover, having the Lin family as a powerful backer will be a huge boost to the Shun family's brand and reputation. This is not just a timely help, it's a lifeline in a desperate situation. The overwhelming surprise stunned Shen Wenbo, but being a seasoned businessman, he quickly regained his composure. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Why would Lin Shen help him? And so wholeheartedly at that? He suppressed his excitement, looked at Lin Shen cautiously and sincerely, and asked, Chairman Lin, the cooperation terms you've offered are undoubtedly fantastic news for the Shen family. However, if I may be so bold, are there any conditions for doing this? Or rather, what do you require of the Shen family? He asked very directly, and he was mentally prepared. Even if Lin Shen wants to invest, take control, or make other demands, as long as it's within a reasonable range and for the company's survival and development, he can consider it. However, Lin Shen's answer stunned him once again. Conditions? Lin Shen raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly puzzled. Then a very faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. There are no conditions. It's just normal business cooperation. I have confidence in Shun's company's products and reputation, and I also need a stable and reliable supplier. It's a win-win situation. No conditions? Shen Wenbo was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 89, Giving the Shun Family a Hand. When Lin Shun said that no conditions were required, Shen Wenbo was stunned. How is that possible? The Lin Group proactively approached us, offering such a generous cooperation without any strings attached? This makes no sense in the first place. He looked into Lin Shen's calm, unwavering eyes so deep they were unfathomable. Shen Wenbo felt even more uncertain and even a little uneasy. He gave an awkward laugh, his tone tentative and apologetic. Chairman Lin, I apologize. It's not that I'm being cynical. It's just, for a small company like ours like Shun's to receive such favor from Lin's, to have them extend an olive branch and offer such generous terms, I'm a little overwhelmed and truly don't understand why. So, you're afraid I'll scheme against you? Lin Shun directly pointed out his doubts, his tone remaining calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Shen Wenbo, his thoughts exposed, blushed and quickly waved his hands. No, Chairman Lin, that's not what I meant, It's all right. Lin Shun waved his hand, interrupting his explanation. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze falling on Shen Wenbo's face. His eyes seemed to soften for a fleeting moment, but it was too quick to catch. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching Shen Wenbo's ears. Mr. Shun, you don't need to overthink it. I'm helping you because of your daughter, Shun Qingyi. Qingyi. Shen Wenbo looked up abruptly, staring at Lin Shun in disbelief. Lin Shun nodded, his tone carrying a barely perceptible warmth. That day at school, when I was falsely accused and maliciously reported by Zhou Zihong, and treated unfairly by the principal and others, your daughter disregarded Zhou Yongfu's threats and insisted on speaking up for me. I remember this favor. Later, I heard that the Zhou family took their anger out on you because of it and suppressed the Shen family. I happened to have the same need. So this is a way of returning the favor and, incidentally, making things difficult for Zhou Yongfu. So that's how it is. Shen Wenbo suddenly understood, and all his doubts and anxieties vanished instantly. The classmate my daughter mentioned turned out to be the person in front of me, the heir to the Lin Group. I never expected him to be so low-key. A wave of shock, relief, pride, and emotion washed over Shen Wenbo. He never expected that his daughter's action would bring such a huge turning point to the family business at a critical moment. This made him happier and prouder than any other business deal he had ever closed. Qingyi, she is truly his good daughter. Chairman Lin, so you are. At this moment, Shen Wenbo finally matched the young business tycoon in front of him with the Lin Shun, the classmate who was falsely accused by Zhou Zihong, who was very calm and had a lot of backbone, that his daughter had described. He was utterly shocked. Who would have thought that the good-for-nothing poor student Zhou Yongfu had described was actually the head of the Lin Group? The contrast in their identities is too great. No wonder he was able to turn the tables so easily and send the principal and the others to jail. I hope Mr. Shun will keep my identity a secret for the time being. Lin Shen seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, I don't want to reveal it while I'm at school. Understood. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. I will absolutely not reveal a single word to anyone. Shen Wenba immediately gave a solemn guarantee. He certainly understood the implications. Lin Shen must have had his reasons for concealing his identity. The conversation went much more smoothly after that. The two had a preliminary discussion on the specific details of the cooperation. Lin Shen displayed a maturity and precision beyond his years, and the cooperation framework he proposed was extremely favorable to the Shen family, almost to the point of being supportive. Shen Wenba became increasingly alarmed, yet also increasingly excited, as he spoke. He could almost see the scene where Shen's company, with the help of Lin's platform, would leap into becoming a regional food supply giant, leaving Zhou's company far behind. More than an hour later, a preliminary letter of intent for cooperation was placed on the table. With great excitement, Shen Wenba solemnly signed his name on it. The legal department will draft the formal contract as soon as possible, and then we'll invite President Shen over to discuss it in detail. Lin Shen put away the documents, stood up, and extended his hand. Shen Wenba quickly stood up, grasped Lin Shen's hands with both of his, and shook them vigorously, his tone filled with gratitude and excitement. Chairman Lin, we are deeply grateful. I, Shen Wenba, and the Shen family will remember this kindness. Please don't hesitate to ask if we need anything in the future. Mr. Shen, you're too kind. Cooperation is mutually beneficial. Lin Shen released his hand, his expression remaining calm. Qin Wei appeared at the right moment and respectfully saw Shen Wenba out of the office. Stepping out of the towering headquarters of the Lin Group, the afternoon sun felt warm and comforting on my skin. Shen Wenba took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, feeling a sense of comfort emanating from every pore of his body. The gloom that had been weighing on his heart for days was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity and fighting spirit. He glanced back at the glass curtain wall building that gleamed in the sunlight, and a big, hearty smile involuntarily spread across his face. Zhou Yongfu, you think you can kill me by cutting off my channels? You never expected this, did you? I, Shen Wenba, have turned misfortune into blessing and have latched onto the Lin family, a leg that is many times stronger than yours. Are you trying to use business tactics to suppress me? Are you trying to force my daughter to submit? Dream. With the Lin family's support, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. We'll see. Shen Wenba got into his car with a triumphant air and instructed the driver. Back to the company. He was eager to convene a board meeting to announce this fantastic news and had already begun preparations for connecting with the Lin family. As night deepens, the neon lights of Hangzhou's bustling city begin to twinkle. Lin Shen went to a high-end private club alone and asked for the quietest private room. He leaned back on the soft leather sofa, poured himself a glass of red wine, the deep red liquid gleaming faintly in the dim light. He didn't rush to drink, but gently swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze fixed on the dazzling city night view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes somewhat unfocused. This afternoon, he anonymously consulted a well-known legal consultation platform, describing his predicament. His parents are in a coma. He has inherited the family business, but there is a possibility that his parents will wake up. Once the parents wake up from their vegetative state, they have the right to claim that the previous inheritance is invalid and to demand a redistribution of the estate. In this situation, how can one legally protect the property they have inherited? Several tens of minutes later, he received a reply from a senior lawyer. In its response, the lawyer pointed out that the safest way to legally and reasonably protect assets is to establish a new company that is entirely under your control and hire reliable professional managers to manage it. Then, in the name of this new company, it takes over some of the original company's business and gradually transfers the core assets and high-quality business to the new company through normal business dealings. In this way, even if his parents wake up in the future and want to take back control of the original company, Lin Shen will have already transferred a considerable amount of substantial wealth to a new company that belongs entirely to him and has nothing to do with his parents through legitimate business cooperation. This suggestion coincided with Lin Shen's previous thoughts. However, a problem remains. Doing so would require a complete transfer of Lin's business and funds, which would take too long. This approach can only be taken gradually, otherwise it could easily arouse suspicion from the company's shareholders. Too slow. Lin Shen took a sip of wine and muttered to himself. The solutions provided by lawyers require time and a prudent approach. But what he lacked most was time. Gu Yanqing and Guo Tiankai were like two flies, constantly buzzing around the hospital, and the signs of their father waking up were becoming increasingly obvious. He dared not gamble on when his parents would fully wake up. Once they did, given their favoritism towards Gu Yanqing and their indifference towards him, the likelihood of them taking back the Lin family business was extremely high. At that point, it would be incredibly difficult for him to transfer his assets. But for now, this is the only way we can use it. Lin Shen put down his wine glass, his eyes sharpening. He decided to start working on it tomorrow, registering a new investment company in a certain place under the name of an offshore company. First, establish the framework and find suitable candidates. Even if progress is slow, we must get started. As for more thorough and faster solutions, we can only wait for an opportunity. Chapter 90 Zhou Yongfu's Challenge. At the same time, loud music and unrestrained laughter from the next private room could still be faintly heard through the well-insulated walls. He had already been informed that the room next door belonged to Gu Yanqing, along with 2 girls and 2 friends he had invited from Longhai, making a total of 3 men and 4 women. This afternoon, he used a sports car and luxury watch that he had brought from Longhai Shipping as collateral to borrow 2 million. Lin Shen's lips curled into a cold smile. Sure enough, Gu Yanqing, this fish, had taken the bait completely and was sinking deeper and deeper into the quagmire he had carefully laid out. In just a few days, from the 100,000 yuan given by Guo Tiankai, to maxing out his credit cards, to 1 million yuan in high-interest loans, and now to 2 million yuan. This spoiled brat has become completely immersed in a life of extravagance and debauchery, forgetting all about his parents' illness and the future crisis. We spoiled him, let him accumulate debts, become addicted to pleasure, and he no longer has the mind or ability to stimulate his father at the hospital, and no one dares to help him anymore. Lin Shen's plan is being realized step by step. If Gu Yanqing continues his extravagant spending and takes out huge high-interest loans, when his father finally wakes up, he will be faced with a debt-ridden, infamous, and useless son. Will his father still entrust everything to Gu Yanqing without hesitation, just like in his previous life? Lin Shen had serious doubts. More importantly, Gu Yanqing is now living a life of debauchery and has no interest in going to the hospital. This greatly reduced the risk of the father being stimulated awake, buying Lin Shen valuable time to transfer assets. The noise from next door grew louder and louder, mixed with the clinking of wine glasses and Gu Yanqing's boasting about his family background. Lin Shen listened quietly, his eyes deep and unfathomable. He wasn't worried about what trouble Gu Yanqing could cause. A good-for-nothing controlled by alcohol, women, and loan sharks was no threat. What he needs to be wary of now is that old fox Guo Tiankai, as well as other variables that may arise in the hospital. Guo Tiankai. Lin Shen recalled his subordinate's report a few days ago that Guo Tiankai had secretly gone to the hospital again and stayed for quite a while. It seems this loyal old subordinate hasn't completely given up on Gu Yanqing. He needs to find an opportunity to teach this traitor a lesson. Lin Shen finished the rest of his drink in one gulp, then got up and left the private room. He didn't disturb Gu Yanqing next door, just as a hunter wouldn't disturb his prey still lingering near the trap. The atmosphere in the conference room of Shun's Food Company Limited was somewhat heavy the next morning. Sitting around the long conference table were Shun Wenba and 7 or 8 of the company's senior executives and shareholders. Shun Wenba sat in the main seat. Although he tried his best to hide it, the lingering fatigue and pressure in his eyes were still noticed by some of the old foxes present. Everyone. Shun Wenba cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound steady and powerful. The main reasons for this meeting today are twofold. First, to assess the impact of the Zhou Group's unilateral termination of cooperation on our sales next quarter and to develop corresponding solutions. Second, to announce a major positive development, new opportunities for our company's future development. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Several minority shareholders exchanged glances. One of them, a balding middle-aged man, the company's vice president and shareholder, Mr. Liu, adjusted his glasses and spoke first, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Chairman Shin, you need to give us an explanation regarding the Zhou family matter. How could a perfectly good cooperation be terminated so suddenly? And why has it become so strained? This is having a huge impact on our company's reputation and performance. I heard it's because my niece Chingy had a conflict with Mr. Zhou's son at school. Isn't this bringing personal emotions into the company? Another shareholder echoed. Yes, Chairman Shen. It's normal for young people to have some conflicts, but affecting tens of millions of dollars of business for the company is too much of a price to pay. Shouldn't you go and smooth things over with Chairman Zhou? Apologize or something? Shun Wenba's face darkened, and he was about to retort when the conference room door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A loud bang interrupted everyone's thoughts in the meeting room. Everyone looked up in astonishment and saw a slightly overweight middle-aged man with an expensive suit, slicked back hair, and a face full of menacing features, swaggering in with two burly men who looked like bodyguards. With a haughty, condescending expression on his face, he was none other than Zhou Yongfu, the chairman of the Zhou Group. Following behind him, looking embarrassed and with shifty eyes, was none other than Director Wang, the sales director of Shen's company. Chairman Zhou. Shen Wenba abruptly stood up, his face instantly turning ashen. His gaze, sharp as a knife, shot towards Director Wang, who was cowering behind Zhou Yongfu. Director Wang, what's going on here? Who gave you permission to bring people in? Director Wang shrank back, stammering and not daring to speak. Zhou Yongfu laughed and walked to the conference table on his own. He pulled out an empty chair without any ceremony, sat down, crossed his legs, and his gaze swept mockingly over everyone present before finally settling on Shun Wenba's angry face. President Shun, please don't get agitated, Zhou Yongfu said slowly, his voice carrying a greasy tone. I heard you were having a meeting discussing the termination of our cooperation. Perfect timing. I was just passing by, so I came up to listen. After all, we've been cooperating for so many years. I'd also like to hear how President Shen plans to deal with my suppression, Zhou Yongfu. Ha ha. He deliberately emphasized the word suppress, making it sound provocative. Chapter 91, The Uninvited Guest. The meeting room of Shen's Food Company, Limited was deathly silent. All the executives and shareholders stared in shock at this uninvited, arrogant, and domineering guest. Vice President Liu and the others looked on with surprise and uncertainty, glancing at Zhou Yongfu, and then at Shun Wenba. Shen Wenba's chest heaved violently. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, Zhou Yongfu, this is the conference room of my Shen Group. You are not welcome. Please leave immediately. Leave. Zhou Yongfu spread his hands dramatically, as if he had heard a joke. Mr. Shun, is this how you treat your guests? I'm here to check on our old business partners. I heard that without our Zhou family's distribution channels, your performance is going to plummet by 50% or 60% next quarter. TSK, what a pity. So many years of hard work, it might all be destroyed in an instant. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the shareholders whose expressions were shifting, and said meaningfully, Aren't you all veterans and investors of Shen's Group? Seeing the company about to fall into trouble or even go bankrupt because of some people's personal grudges, aren't you worried? Don't you want to find a way out for the company and your investments? These words were like a poisonous thorn, piercing precisely into the hearts of Vice President Liu and several other shareholders who already harbored resentment towards Shun Wenba. Their gazes towards Shun Wenba became even more complex. Shun Wenba trembled with rage, pointing at Zhou Yongfu. Zhou Yongfu, stop trying to sow discord. Our Shen family can survive even without your Zhou family. You, survive? How can you survive? Zhou Yongfu interrupted him, scoffing, leaning forward, staring at Shun Wenba, his tone filled with undisguised threat and smugness. Shen Wenba, stop being so stubborn. In Hangzhou and even the surrounding areas, my Zhou family controls nearly 40% of the large supermarket channels. As for the rest, which one doesn't give Zhou Yongfu some face? Do you think you can find an alternative channel of the same scale after cutting off your cooperation with me? Dream on. He leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, I'm here today to point out a clear path for you and for everyone here. If you, Mr. Shun, are sensible enough, go back and discipline your precious daughter properly. Make her apologize to my son, and then obediently serve him well from now on. Our cooperation isn't impossible to resume. In fact, I could even consider allocating better locations and more resources to your Shen family. What do you say? This is a blatant threat. Not only does he want Shun Wenba to submit, but he also wants to force him to sacrifice his daughter's happiness in front of all the executives and shareholders in order to save the company. His intentions are despicable. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath and stared at Shun Wenba. Vice President Liu and the others exchanged glances, seemingly somewhat tempted. After all, if simply apologizing and making Shun Qingyi obedient could salvage a huge loss and even bring more benefits, it sounds not like something that can't be ignored. Director Wang kept his head down, not daring to look at anyone. Looking at Zhou Yongfu's disgusting, self-satisfied face and the wavering eyes of his shareholders, Shun Wenba felt a surge of adrenaline rush to his head. He slammed his hand on the table, making a loud bang. Zhou Yongfu, Shun Wenba roared, his voice trembling slightly with extreme anger, yet echoing in the conference room with unwavering clarity and determination. Listen to me. Even if my company goes bankrupt today and I have to beg for food, I, Shun Wenba, will never sell my daughter for personal gain or bow down to someone like you. My daughter was right to reject your son. Your family is not good enough for my daughter. He pointed at the conference room door and roared with all his might. Get out of here now. The Shin family doesn't welcome you. Our cooperation ends here, and it will never happen again. Zhou Yongfu's smug smile froze instantly, slowly turning into embarrassment and anger at being publicly humiliated. He never expected Shun Wenba to be so tough, willing to offend all the shareholders and plunge the company into dire straits just to protect his damned dignity and his daughter. Good, good, good. Zhou Yongfu said good 3 times in a row, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on Shun Wenba with a sinister gaze. Shun Wenba, you've got guts. Since you're so shameless, don't blame me, Zhou Yongfu, for being ruthless. I want to see how long your Shin family can survive without my Zhou family's connections. Don't come crying to me then. Zhou Yongfu was publicly reprimanded by Shun Wenba. His face turned pale and then red. In his anger and embarrassment, he sat back down in his chair and showed no intention of leaving. Shun Wenba, I'm not leaving today. Zhou Yongfu sneered and looked at Director Wang next to him. Director Wang, give me a seat. I'll listen to what you, President Shin, are planning today. Director Wang's face stiffened, but seeing Zhou Yongfu's cold eyes and remembering the promise Zhou Yongfu had given him in private, he gritted his teeth, stood up and gave his seat to Zhou Yongfu, while he stepped aside, lowering his head and not daring to look at Shun Wenba. Director Wang, what are you doing? Shun Wenba was trembling with anger, pointing at Director Wang. Do you even know what you're doing? President Shun. Director Wang looked up, his expression somewhat distorted, but his voice was unusually clear. I think Mr. Zhou is right. Given the company's current situation, without the Zhou family's connections, we really wouldn't be able to hold on for long. You can't sacrifice the interests of the entire company and all shareholders just because of your personal feelings. Shun Wenba laughed angrily. Fine, fine. Director Wang, so you're planning to stand with Zhou Yongfu? Mr. Shun, that's not what I meant. Wang. The director avoided Shun Wenba's gaze and looked at the shareholders present. I just feel that we should think about the company and everyone's investment. His words immediately resonated with the other shareholders. Vice President Liu adjusted his glasses and said in a deep voice, Chairman Shun, Director Wang is right. Chairman Zhou is willing to give us a way out, so we have no reason to walk down a path of self-destruction. Let Qingyi apologize to young Master Zhou, and let our 2 families continue to cooperate in the future. Isn't that a good thing? Another shareholder chimed in. That's right, Chairman Shun. It's normal for young people to have some misunderstandings. They'll be fine once it's talked out. In business, harmony brings wealth. Chairman Shun, I think you should reconsider this matter. Yes, so many people have jobs in the company. We can't act impulsively. Soon, more than 2/3 of the shareholders and executives in the meeting room expressed similar sentiments. Whether they were intimidated by Zhou Yongfu's imposing manner, genuinely worried about the company's future, or persuaded by Director Wang, they almost unanimously leaned towards compromising with Zhou Yongfu. Zhou Yongfu leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and wore a smug smile, as if victory was assured. That's exactly the effect he wanted to make Shun Wenba deserted by everyone in front of all, leaving him no choice but to submit. Chapter 92. What are you doing here, causing trouble? Shun Wenba's heart sank to the bottom as he looked at the scene before him. He never expected that his longtime partner and comrade in arms would so easily betray him at this crucial moment. A sense of sorrow and anger welled up inside him. Good, good, good. Shun Wenba said good 3 times in a row, his voice low and cold. It seems that everyone here thinks I should sacrifice my daughter's happiness and bow down to Zhou Yongfu. Is that right? Vice President Liu frowned. Chairman Shun, you can't say that. How can this be called sacrificing your daughter's happiness? Young Master Zhou is young and promising, and comes from a good family. If my niece Qingyi could marry him. Shut up. Shin Wenbo slammed his hand on the table, interrupting him sharply. Vice President Liu, my daughter's happiness is none of your business. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp as a knife. I'm making this clear today. I, Shin Wenbo, will never trade my daughter's happiness for some worthless cooperation. If you insist on making me do this, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. So what does President Shin plan to do? One of the shareholders asked sarcastically. Without the Zhou family's channels, the company's performance will drop by at least half next quarter. If the stock price plummets then, who will bear our investment losses? Exactly. If Chairman Shin insists on his own opinion, then we will have no choice but to withdraw our investment, another shareholder threatened. Yes, withdraw the investment. We can't just sit here and wait to die with the company. Chairman Shun, if you can't come up with a solution, we'll have no choice but to withdraw. The meeting room was in an uproar, with more than 2/3 of the shareholders expressing their intention to withdraw their investment. The remaining few, either old friends of Shun Wenbo or those with smaller stakes, all looked troubled and remained silent. Shin Wenbo's face turned extremely grim. According to the company's articles of association, if these shareholders collectively withdrew their investment, he would be obligated to repurchase their shares. But the shares held by these people are worth hundreds of millions. Although Shin's company is doing reasonably well, it is simply impossible for them to come up with so much cash all at once. If they cannot come up with the money, the company will face liquidation or even bankruptcy. Do you really have to go this far? Shin Wenbo looked at his old friends with whom he usually had a fairly good relationship, his voice trembling slightly. The group exchanged glances, and one of them sighed and said, Old Shun, it's not that we're heartless. It's just, this concerns everyone's vital interests. If you can come up with a solution, we'll definitely support you. But right now, sigh, just listen to everyone's advice and let Qingyi and young Master Zhou. Enough, Shin Wenbo roared, his eyes bloodshot. Let me tell you, no one is allowed to interfere in my daughter's affairs. You want to withdraw your investment? Fine. I, Shin Wenbo, will buy your shares at market price. The meeting room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Everyone stared at Shin Wenbo in astonishment, as if they were looking at a madman. Chairman Shin, do you have that much money? Vice President Liu couldn't help but ask. Yes, Mr. Shun, this is no joke. The combined shares of all of us are worth at least 300 or 400 million, another shareholder said. Shin Wenbo, stop bluffing. Zhou Yongfu sneered. With the meager resources of your Shin family, let alone 300 or 400 million, you might not even be able to come up with 30 or 40 million in cash right now. What are you going to use to acquire their shares? Sell your houses? Sell your factories? Ha ha. Zhou Yongfu's laughter was grating and triumphant. This was exactly the effect he wanted to force Shin Wenbo into a corner and force him to submit. Shin Wenbo looked coldly at Zhou Yongfu. Zhou Yongfu, this is an internal matter of the Shin family, and it's none of your business to interfere. All right, I won't interrupt. Zhou Yongfu shrugged, looking like he was watching a good show. Then I'll sit here and watch how President Shun performs his get-something-for-nothing act. Shin Wenbo ignored him and turned to the shareholders who wanted to withdraw their investment, asking them word by word. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really going to withdraw your investment? The shareholders exchanged glances, and finally, Vice President Liu gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Shun, if you cannot guarantee the normal operation of the company and cannot give us a reasonable explanation, then we will have no choice but to withdraw our investment. All right, Shin Wenbo took a deep breath, his gaze becoming exceptionally firm. I'll take your shares. At today's market price, not a penny less. Sign the agreement now, and the money will be here in a second. What? Mr. Shun, you're not joking, are you? Do you really have that much money? The shareholders were all stunned, staring at Shin Wenbo in disbelief. They originally just wanted to force Shin Wenbo to give in, but they didn't expect that Shin Wenbo would actually take their shares, and he said it with such certainty. Zhou Yongfu also frowned. He knew Shin Wenbo's background. It was absolutely impossible for Shun's company to come up with so much cash in such a short time. But Shin Wenbo's confident expression didn't seem like he was bluffing. Could it be that he has some other trick up his sleeve? Shin Wenbo, stop playing tricks. Zhou Yongfu sneered. I'd like to see how you're going to come up with these hundreds of millions in cash. Shen Wenba ignored him and instead said to his secretary, Xiaozhong, go and prepare the equity transfer agreement. As I just said, all the shares of shareholders who want to withdraw their investment will be bought back at the market price. Yes, Chairman Shen, the secretary replied, turning to prepare. Wait. Vice President Liu suddenly shouted. President Shen, words are no proof. You said you would take our shares, but where is the money? How do we know you're not just stalling for time? Yes, let's take out the money and see it first. Don't release the hawk until you see the rabbit. Other shareholders who wanted to withdraw their investment also joined in the commotion. Shen Wenba looked at them calmly. The agreement is signed, and the money will naturally be deposited into my account. In all my years in the business world, when have I, Shen Wenba, ever gone back on my word? That's not necessarily true, Zhou Yongfu said ominously. Things are different now. Mr. Shen, if you can't come up with the money, signing these agreements is pointless and will only lead to lawsuits, which is too much trouble. Why don't you show us your sincerity now? Just as Shen Wenba was about to speak, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open gently from the outside. All eyes turned to the doorway. A handsome young man in a dark casual suit walked in unhurriedly, accompanied by a capable and beautiful female secretary. The man's expression was calm, his eyes deep. Despite his young age, he possessed an air of composure, as if the tense scene before him was nothing more than a trivial matter. It was Lin Chun and Qin Wei. Chairman Lin. Shen Wenba's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Lin Chun, which quickly turned into deep gratitude. The reason he was so assertive just now was because his secretary had whispered in his ear that Chairman Lin of the Lin Group had arrived and was waiting outside. He didn't expect Lin Chen to appear at this crucial moment. President Shen. Lin Chen nodded slightly to Shen Wenba as a greeting. His gaze swept around the conference room, finally landing on Zhou Yongfu, who was sitting next to the head of the table with his legs crossed, his eyes slightly cold. How come it's you? Zhou Yongfu frowned, looking at Lin Chen, who had suddenly appeared. He had seen him in the principal's office at school that day. The conflict between his son and the girl from the Shen family was because of this person. At the time, he even had someone investigate and found out that the student was just a poor student with no background. Lin Chen didn't answer him, but looked at Shen Wenba and asked calmly, Mr. Shen, I heard that some shareholders of your company want to withdraw their investment? Yes, Chairman Lin. Shen Wenba nodded quickly. Several shareholders feel that the company's future is uncertain and want to withdraw their investment. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze to Vice President Liu and the others. I wonder how many shares these shareholders hold, and at what price do they plan to transfer them? Vice President Liu and the others looked at each other, intimidated by Lin Chen's aura, and for a moment no one dared to speak first. Seeing this, Zhou Yongfu snorted coldly and spoke up for them. Kid, who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. Shen's affairs are none of the business of outsiders. The people from Shen's company were also puzzled by the man in front of them. Why was Shen Wenba being so respectful to them? Who exactly is this young man? Jie Chou actually knows him. Everyone was speculating about Lin Chen's identity. Lin Chen then turned his gaze to Zhou Yongfu, his eyes calm and unwavering, but his tone carried an undeniable chill. Zhou Yongfu. We meet again, kid. Zhou Yongfu puffed out his chest, his eyes full of disdain. What are you doing here causing trouble? Chapter 93, He is Chairman Lin. The atmosphere in the meeting room was strange, with everyone's eyes darting back and forth between Lin Chun, Zhou Yongfu, and Shen Wenba. Zhou Yongfu's words, we meet again, kid. And what are you doing here causing trouble? Were filled with contempt and impatience, as if he were shooing away a fly that had wandered into the meeting. Zhou Yongfu. Shen Wenba's face darkened, and he was about to reprimand him when Lin Chen gently raised his hand to stop him. Lin Chen remained calm, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yongfu's arrogant face, and asked indifferently, Chairman Zhou seems to have some issues with me? Opinions? You dare to offer them? Zhou Yongfu scoffed, leaning back in his chair, legs crossed, and scanning Lin Chen up and down with the same look he would give a beggar. Kid, I don't know how you got in here, or what your relationship is with Shen Wenba, but this is a board meeting of Shen's company, not a place for a poor student like you. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. A poor student. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. What? Did I say something wrong? Zhou Yongfu sneered. A few days ago at the school principal's office, didn't you get reported by my son for colluding with gangsters and committing violent assault, and were dealt with by the principal and others? What? You got a major demerit and were suspended from school, and now you have nowhere to go but to come to Shun's company to swindle and cheat. His words immediately sparked a murmur of discussion in the conference room. Colluding with organized crime? Violent assault? Expelled from Mingda University? No wonder Jay Cho knows him. How could President Shin know someone like that? Could it be a scam? The way Vice President Liu and the others looked at Lin Shin instantly changed from fear to disdain and suspicion. What kind of background could an expelled college student have? Why is Shun Wenba so respectful to this kind of person? Has he been fooled by a con man? Shin Wenba's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected Zhou Yongfu to be so despicable, revealing Lin Shin's background in front of so many people and distorting the facts, portraying Lin Shun as a criminal and an expelled student. Zhou Yongfu, what nonsense are you spouting? Shin Wenba roared. Chairman Lin, Chairman Lin. Zhou Yongfu burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, his laughter filled with sarcasm. Shun Wenba, are you senile? This kid doesn't even deserve to be called Dong. Where did you find this actor from to scare us? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. He laughed as he pointed at Lin Shun and addressed the shareholders present. Gentlemen, do you know who this kid is? His name is Lin Shun, a poor student at Mingda University. His parents are both laborers, dirt poor. A couple of days ago at school, he was caught colluding with thugs and even injured a classmate. My son filed a formal complaint against him, and he received a major demerit and was suspended from school for a year. Shin Wenba actually calls this kind of person Chairman Lin? Isn't that ridiculous? I see. I knew it. How could someone so young be a chairman of the board? Mr. Shun is grasping at straws in his desperation. Do you think we're fools to hire a conman to act? The shareholders were buzzing with discussion, their eyes filled with disappointment and anger as they looked at Shun Wenba. They had initially thought Shin Wenba had some real tricks up his sleeve, but they never expected him to hire a poor, expelled student to act in this charade. Wasn't he just making a fool of them? President Shun, this is not a fair thing to do, Vice President Liu said with a stern face. We are all here discussing important company matters, and you send a swindler to fool us. What does this mean? Exactly. Mr. Shun, you really don't take us seriously at all. Is this kind of trick interesting? I think President Shin really had no other choice but to come up with this foolish move. Director Wang stood behind Zhou Yongfu, a gloating smile playing on his lips. Shin Wenba, you've finally met your match. Let's see how you get out of this mess. Seeing that his words had an effect, Zhou Yongfu became even more smug. He looked at Lin Shun and said in a condescending tone, Kid, I'll give you a chance because you're so young. Now, immediately get out of here. I can pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Shun listened quietly to Zhou Yongfu's sarcasm and the crowd's discussions, his face remaining expressionless, as if they weren't talking about him. Only after Zhou Yongfu finished speaking did he slowly open his mouth, his tone still calm. Finished? You? Zhou Yongfu was taken aback by Lin Shin's calm attitude, then became even more furious. Kid, can't you understand human language? I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? You're the one who should get lost. Lin Shin's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. This is Shun's company. Chairman Shun invited me here, not you, right? You. Zhou Yongfu's face turned ashen with rage. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up. You brat, you're asking for death. Shun Wenba could no longer contain himself and shouted sternly. Zhou Yongfu, shut up. Chairman Lin is a distinguished guest I invited. He is the president of the Lin Group. If you dare to disrespect Chairman Lin again, don't blame me for being impolite. The president of the Lin Group? Zhou Yongfu laughed so hard, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century, that tears were almost streaming down his face. Shin Wenba, are you crazy? The president of the Lin Group? Him? Ha ha ha. Even if you're going to hire someone to act, can't you at least find someone decent? What kind of place is the Lin Group? It's one of the top business empires in Hangzhou. The president can't be some poor student like this. Do you think we're all 3-year-olds? Exactly. Mr. Shun, your lie is absolutely outrageous. The president of the Lin Group? If he's the president of the Lin Group, then I'm the richest man in the world. President Shun, stop acting, it's pointless. The shareholders shook their heads. Clearly, no one believed Shun Wenba's words. A poor student who was expelled from school is the president of the Lin Group? That's simply a fantasy. Chapter 94 Acquisition of Shares. Looking at the doubtful, mocking, and disdainful gazes of the crowd, and then at Zhou Yongfu's smug face. Shen Wenba felt both anxious and angry. He knew that if he didn't demonstrate some real skills, these people would never believe Lin Chen's identity just by talking. Chairman Lin, what do you think of this? Shen Wenba looked at Lin Chen, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. He looked at Zhou Yongfu and said calmly, Chairman Zhou, do you not believe my identity? Believe you? Why should I believe you? Zhou Yongfu sneered. What evidence do you have to prove you are the president of the Lin Group? Show me your student ID or your proof of poverty. Ha! A burst of laughter erupted in the conference room. Everyone looked at Lin Chen as if he were a clown. Lin Chen neither laughed nor got angry. He simply looked calmly at Zhou Yongfu and said slowly, I don't need to prove my identity to anyone. Whether you believe me or not is your business. I'm here today on behalf of the Lin Group to discuss cooperation with President Shen. If any shareholders wish to withdraw their investment, I can repurchase your shares at market price. If you do not wish to withdraw, please remain seated quietly and do not interrupt our business discussion. Acquire their shares? Zhou Yongfu scoffed. Kid, what are you going to use to acquire it? Your meager living expenses? Or your parents' pittances? Do you know how much our shares are worth? 300 or 400 million. Can you come up with that? Exactly. Kid, there's a limit to bragging. 300 or 400 million. Have you ever seen that much money before? Mr. Shun, where did you find such a clown? He's absolutely hilarious. The shareholders started jeering, and no one took Lin Chen's words seriously. Lin Shun ignored their mockery and instead looked at Shen Wenba. President Shun, is the agreement ready? Ready, Chairman Lin. Shen Wenba nodded quickly and said to his secretary, Xiao Zhang, bring over the equity transfer agreement. Yes. The secretary quickly brought over a stack of agreements and distributed them to the shareholders who wanted to withdraw their investment. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Zhou Yongfu crossed his arms, looking on with amusement. I want to see how long you're going to keep up this act. Vice President Liu and the others looked at each other, holding the agreement. They had only intended to force Shen Wenba to comply, but they hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Now that the agreement is in front of us, should we sign it or not? Vice President Liu, didn't you want to withdraw your investment? Shen Wenba asked calmly, looking at Vice President Liu. The agreement is here. Once you sign it, the money will be in your account immediately. If you don't want to withdraw your investment, put the agreement down and we'll continue the meeting. Vice President Liu and the others looked at each other, then at Zhou Yongfu, and then at Lin Chen. They didn't really believe Lin Chen could come up with that much money, but Shen Wenba's confident expression made them hesitate. Mr. Shen, are you sure the money will be credited to your account once you sign? One shareholder couldn't help but ask. I'm sure, Shen Wenba said firmly. Fine, I'll sign. A shareholder who was usually impulsive gritted his teeth, picked up the pen, and signed his name on the agreement. President Shun, I've signed. Where's the money? I'll sign too. Count me in. I want to see if they really have money. With the first one taking the lead, the other shareholders who wanted to withdraw their investment also signed the agreement. They were essentially gambling, betting that Shen Wenba wouldn't be able to come up with the money and that the agreement would be void, leaving them with no loss. Moreover, they could use this opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty to Zhou Yongfu. Soon, all 6 or 7 shareholders signed the agreement, which was then delivered to Shen Wenba. President Shen, we've all signed. Where's the money? Vice President Liu asked, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. Shen Wenba didn't speak, but looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded to Qin Wei beside him. Qin Wei stepped forward, picked up the agreements, carefully reviewed them, and after confirming there were no problems, said to the shareholders who had signed them, Gentlemen, please provide your bank account information. The acquisition payment will be directly deposited into your accounts. Bank account. Vice President Liu and the others were taken aback. What? You're afraid to give it? Qin Wei smiled slightly. Afraid we'll check your account balance. Who's afraid? Provoked, Vice President Liu immediately gave out his bank account number. The others followed suit. Qin Wei noted down the account number, took out her phone, and made a call. Director Chen, there are several accounts here that need immediate transfer. I'll send you the account number. The amount should be according to the agreement. Please process it right away. After saying that, she hung up the phone and started operating her mobile phone. The conference room fell silent. Everyone stared at Qin Wei, wondering what she was up to. Zhou Yongfu crossed his arms, a cold smile playing on his lips. He simply didn't believe that Qin Wei could actually transfer the money successfully. Even the Lin Group couldn't just transfer 3 or 400 million yuan in cash so easily. Besides, this Chairman Lin is a complete imposter. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly strange. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Zhou Yongfu finally couldn't help but sneer. Are you going to say that the bank system malfunctioned and the transfer failed? Or that the account was frozen? I've seen this kind of trick many times. As soon as he finished speaking, Vice President Lu's phone suddenly dinged and received a text message. Vice President Lu took out his phone and glanced at it casually. The next second, his eyes widened suddenly. His face turned deathly pale, and his phone fell to the ground with a thud. Vice President Lu, what's wrong? The person next to him was startled and asked quickly. Vice President Lu did not answer. He just stared blankly at the phone on the ground, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Immediately afterwards, the phones of the other shareholders who had signed the agreement also started ringing with text message notifications. Bite, bite, bite. Each notification tone was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's hearts. The shareholders all took out their phones, and after just one glance, their expressions changed. Some people's hands trembled, and they almost dropped their phones. Some people opened their mouths wide, but couldn't make a sound. Some people's legs went weak, and they slumped into their chairs. What's wrong? What exactly happened? Zhou Yongfu sensed something was wrong and asked sternly. Vice President Lu slowly raised his head, his face ashen, his lips trembling, and said in an almost inaudible voice, The money has arrived. What? Zhou Yongfu's pupils suddenly contracted. It's in the account. Another shareholder said in a trembling voice, 30 million. Not a penny less. Mine has arrived too, 25 million. Mine too, 18 million. The voices of several shareholders trembled, filled with disbelief and fear. They originally thought that Shan Wenba couldn't come up with the money at all, and that signing the agreement was just for show. To my surprise, the money arrived in my account less than 5 minutes after the agreement was signed, and not a penny less. Chapter 95. It's all a lie, it's all a scam. The shareholders were incredulous when they saw the exact amount of money they received on their phones. How is that possible? How could Shun Wenba possibly produce so much cash in such a short period of time? Unless that young man is really the president of the Lin Group. Thinking of this, Vice President Lu and the others suddenly looked at Lin Chun, their eyes filled with fear and awe. No, impossible. Zhou Yongfu suddenly stood up, rushed to Vice President Lu, and snatched his phone. On the screen was a bank notification that money had been deposited into the account. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 30 million yuan at XX balance. The long string of numbers that followed stung Zhou Yongfu's eyes. It's fake. It must be fake. Zhou Yongfu shouted hysterically. It's photoshopped. It must be Photoshop. If Mr. Zhou doesn't believe me, he can call the bank to verify, Qinwei said calmly. Or he can ask the other shareholders if their money has also arrived. Zhou Yongfu abruptly turned his head to look at the other shareholders. Those shareholders were pale-faced, their eyes darting away, not daring to look at him at all. No need to ask anymore. The answer is already obvious. You really are. Zhou Yongfu slowly turned his head to look at Lin Chun, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Lin Chun looked at him calmly, without saying a word. But sometimes, silence is more powerful than any words. At that moment, the conference room was deathly silent. Everyone seemed to understand. This young man, whom they mocked, despised, and treated as a fraud, is actually the president of the Lin Group, the helmsman of that commercial behemoth in Hangzhou and even the entire province. And just now, they had humiliated and mocked him in every way possible. Thump. Vice President Lu was the first to collapse to his knees, his face ashen. The other shareholders who had signed the agreement also collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with despair. The meeting room was deathly silent, enveloped by the despair and fear of the shareholders kneeling on the floor. But Zhou Yongfu, being a shrewd businessman, quickly got his mind, blinded by profit and prejudice, working again after the initial shock and disbelief. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who is Zhou Yongfu? Having worked my way up in Hangzhou for decades, what kind of people haven't I seen? What kind of things haven't I experienced? How could he possibly be wrong? He personally sent people to investigate Lin Chun. His parents were ordinary wage earners, and his family was as ordinary as could be. He was an inconspicuous poor student at Mingda University. The two had a conflict before, in the principal's office, the reason being their son. Although Lin Chun was a bit clever and secretly recorded the conversation, he ultimately couldn't do anything to Lin Chun. But in the end, he was still just a poor kid. How could someone like that be the president of the Lin Group? What kind of place is the Lin Group? That's the very pinnacle of Hangzhou's business world. Could a CEO really be that kind of person? It's all fake. It's all a lie. It must be that old fox Shen Wenba's doing. Zhou Yongfu quickly sketched out a truth in his mind. Shen Wenba was desperate and, in order to stabilize the shareholders and save the company, took a risk and joined forces with this poor student named Lin Shen to stage a grand drama of President Lin of the group parachuting in to save the day. Those transfers, that money, were probably raised by Shen Wenba by selling off assets or even borrowing money at high interest rates. The purpose was to intimidate the other shareholders and make them believe that the Shun family had truly aligned themselves with the Lin family, so that they would stop trying to withdraw their investment and might even increase their investment. As for why Lin Chun was willing to cooperate in the act, it's very simple. Shin Xingyi is dating him, so they will definitely help each other out, and Lin Shin will also reap a lot of benefits in the future. Yes, that must be it. The more Zhou Yongfu thought about it, the more he felt that his reasoning was flawless. The slight wavering in his heart caused by the huge transfer disappeared instantly, replaced by anger at being fooled and excitement at uncovering the conspiracy. He must not panic or lose his composure. He needs to stay calm and expose this ridiculous scam. Once exposed, Shen Wenbao will be completely finished. Those shareholders who signed the agreement and received the money will also turn against you. At that time, the Shen family will be his for the taking. That little bitch Shen Qingyi will have to kneel down and beg him. Thinking of this, Zhou Yongfu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surprise and doubt, and his condescending sneer reappeared on his face. He slowly straightened up, patted off non-existent dust from his body, and with a look that seemed to say, "I have seen through everything," swept over Vice President Liu and the others who were kneeling on the ground, finally fixing his gaze on Shen Wenbao and Lin Chun. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Zhou Yongfu clapped his hands, his tone full of sarcasm. Shen Wenbao, you really went all out to put on this show. How much of your family property did you sell? How much high-interest loan did you take out? How much money did you scrape together to give them this money? He pointed at Vice President Liu and the others who were kneeling on the ground and cursed them without any politeness. A bunch of idiots. You've been played. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. These tens of millions might be Shen Wenba's last remaining assets. He used this money to buy the shares in your hands, and then used the guise of cooperation with the Lin Group to make you believe that the Shun Group is really cooperating with the Lin Group, so that you can continue to invest. Zhou Yongfu's words were like cold water poured into a boiling oil pan, causing Vice President Liu and others, who had resigned themselves to their fate and fallen into despair, to suddenly raise their heads. Yes, Jay Cho is right. How could Shen Wenbao possibly know the president of the Lin Group? How could they possibly come up with hundreds of millions in cash in such a short period of time? Unless all of this was a scheme orchestrated by Shen Wenbao. He used his last savings to borrow money at exorbitant interest rates and staged this whole charade to trick them into investing more. Shen Wenbao, you shameless person. Vice President Liu was the first to react, pointing at Shen Wenbao, trembling with anger. You actually used such despicable means to deceive us. President Shen, how could you do this? We've been friends for so many years, and you actually schemed against us. Just wait until it goes bankrupt. Don't even think about tricking us into investing more. The other shareholders who had signed the agreement also got up, their faces filled with anger and fear at being deceived. They almost actually believed that the Shun family and the Lin family had cooperated, and they were very regretful. They never expected it to be like this. They're not that stupid. They won't be fooled and will continue to invest. It's good that they withdrew their investment now. Anyway, they had a falling out with Zhou Yongfu, and they would have lost a lot of money if they hadn't withdrawn their investment. The remaining shareholders who had not signed the agreement looked at each other with suspicion and uncertainty in their eyes. They had begun to believe Lin Chen's identity, but Zhou Yongfu's words made them waver again. Could this really be an elaborate scam? Shen Wenbao was furious at the dramatic scene before him. He never expected that Zhou Yongfu would be so shameless, still struggling and distorting the truth even at this point. Chapter 96. Once you've received the money, get out of here. Zhou Yongfu. Don't spout nonsense here and sow discord. Shin Wenbo roared. How dare you question Chairman Lin's identity? That money is all real cash, from the Lin Group. The Lin Group? Ha ha ha. Zhou Yongfu interrupted him with wild laughter. Shin Wenbo, stop acting. Lin's Group? Ask everyone here, who believes this poor kid is the president of Lin's Group? Do you think we're all 3-year-olds? He turned to the shareholders and urged them. Gentlemen, although the change of president of the Lin Group is quite mysterious, and the outside world doesn't know who it is, think about it. If this guy really is the president of the Lin Group, why would he cooperate with a small company like yours and come all the way here in person? The shareholders looked at each other, then at Lin Chen's simple, even somewhat plain, casual suit, and then at his excessively young face, their suspicions growing stronger. Yes, if he really is the president of the Lin Group, he should be surrounded by a retinue, have a powerful aura, and be dressed in top-tier custom-made clothing. How could it be such an ordinary-looking young man? Moreover, if he were truly an important figure, why would he personally come here to discuss cooperation? Jay Cho is right. This is truly unbelievable. Mr. Shun, shouldn't you give us an explanation? The shareholders' attitudes began to waver again, and their gazes toward Shin Wenbo and Lin Shun were once again filled with suspicion and questioning. Seeing this, Zhou Yongfu felt much more at ease. He knew his words had worked. With just a little more fuel to the fire, the scam would be completely exposed. Shin Wenbo, stop your futile struggle, Zhou Yongfu said smugly. Admit your mistake now, return the shares to Vice President Liu and the others, and apologize to me properly, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you're finished. Faced with Zhou Yongfu's relentless pressure and the shareholders' questions, Shin Wenbo was sweating profusely. Just as he was about to defend himself again, Lin Chen gently raised his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Lin Chen's gaze calmly swept over the indignant Vice President Liu and others, then looked at Zhou Yongfu, who had a righteous look on his face and was waiting to see a good show, and finally landed on the hesitant shareholders. His expression remained unchanged throughout, as if the farce unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Finished, Lin Chen looked at Zhou Yongfu and asked calmly, "What's wrong, kid?" Speechless now, Zhou Yongfu sneered. "I hit the nail on the head, feeling guilty now?" Lin Chen ignored him and turned to Vice President Liu and the others, asking, "Has your money arrived in your accounts?" Vice President Liu was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. Yes, the money has arrived." "It's good that the money has arrived." Lin Chen nodded, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable decisiveness. "Now that the money has been received and the agreement has been signed, from this moment on, the shares of Shun's company that you hold belong to me. You have no further relationship with Shun's company." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. "So now, please leave. You are not welcome here." "What?" Vice President Liu and the others were stunned. They were still immersed in the anger of being deceived and the excitement of exposing the conspiracy when Lin Chen said that, and they were suddenly awakened by what he said. That's right. Regardless of where the money came from or whether it was Shin Wenbo's conspiracy, the money has indeed been deposited into their accounts. The agreement in black and white has been signed. Legally speaking, their shares have already been sold. They are no longer shareholders of Shun's. Then what are they still doing here? What are they accusing Shin Wenbo of? They have no right to do so anymore. Once they understood this, the anger on Vice President Liu and the others' faces froze instantly, slowly turning into embarrassment, confusion, and finally deep regret and fear. They then realized that regardless of whether Shin Wenbo had lied to them or whether Lin Shun was really the president of the Lin Group, they had already handed over their bargaining chips, and it was sold at market price. If the Shun family were to truly be resurrected and rise to prominence because of the Lin family's intervention, then they would be complete fools who sold off a goose that lays golden eggs for a pittance. No, Mr. Lin, President Shun, just now Vice President Liu wanted to say something, trying to salvage the situation. Seeing Lin Chen so calm and composed, without the slightest hint of guilt, and speaking with such confidence, he began to believe him again. "Please leave." Lin Chen's voice turned cold, tinged with impatience. "I don't want to say the same thing a third time. Chairman Shun, call security." "Yes, Chairman Lin." Shin Wenbo immediately picked up the intercom. "Security department, send a few people to the conference room and ask the shareholders who have already resigned to leave." "Wait, Mr. Lin, President Shun, let's talk some more." Vice President Liu and the others panicked. They realized that things had turned out differently than they expected. They thought Shen Wenbo was just bluffing. If they were kicked out like this, they would really break ties with the Shun family and the Lin family. There's nothing to talk about, Shen Wenbo said coldly, his tone hardening. You weren't acting like this when you wanted to withdraw your investment. Now that you've taken the money and signed the agreement, you want to back out? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Security. Soon, several security guards rushed in. Please ask these gentlemen to leave. Qin Wei pointed at Vice President Liu and the others and said to the security guard, also, write down their names and appearances. They shall not be allowed to enter Shin's company again without permission. Yes, the security guard replied, stepping forward to invite the person. You dare? I'm a shareholder. Vice President Liu still tried to struggle. You're not anymore, a security guard said coldly, grabbing his arm and dragging him outside. Let me go? I can walk by myself. Vice President Liu struggled, his face flushed, but it was no use against the security guards. He could only be half dragged and half pulled out of the conference room. Seeing this, the other shareholders who had signed the agreement knew that all was lost. They looked ashen-faced and dejected and followed behind, walking out on their own. They all felt a little regretful, but also somewhat relieved. Since Shun Wenbo and Zhou Yongfu had fallen out, Shun's business would only get worse and worse, and might even go bankrupt. This way, they can be considered to have cut their losses and withdrawn early. As Zhou Yongfu watched this scene, the smug smile on his face gradually disappeared. He didn't expect that Lin Shun, who was so inconspicuous, would handle things so decisively. Where did his confidence come from? Could I have guessed wrong? Impossible. Mr. Zhou, are you done watching the show? Lin Shun turned his gaze to Zhou Yongfu, his eyes calm, but carrying an invisible pressure. If you're done, you can leave now. You. Zhou Yongfu's face turned pale and then red. He originally thought that after exposing the scam, he would see Shun Wenbo and Lin Shen panic and beg for mercy on their knees. He did not expect that the other party would be so calm and even clear his people out. Kid, don't get cocky, Zhou Yongfu said through gritted teeth. This isn't over yet. I'll show you what happens when you offend Zhou Yongfu in Hangzhou. Shen Wenbo, and you too. We'll see. After making his harsh remarks, Zhou Yongfu knew that staying any longer would only lead to further humiliation. He glared fiercely at Lin Shun and Shun Wenbo, then slunk away from the conference room with his two bodyguards. Chapter 97: Eliminating the Cancer. With the departure of Zhou Yongfu and Vice President Liu, the meeting room suddenly became much emptier, leaving only Shun Wenbo, Lin Shun, Qin Wei, and 3 or 4 other small shareholders who had not yet expressed their opinions and held relatively few shares. The 3 or 4 minority shareholders were on pins and needles, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Although they hadn't joined Vice President Liu and the others in their commotion, they hadn't stood up to support Shen Wenbo either. Now, they were filled with unease, wondering how this young Chairman Lin would deal with them. Shen Wenbo looked at the empty conference room and let out a long sigh of relief. A crisis that nearly led to the company's collapse was thus resolved by Lin Shun with swift and decisive action. Although the process was thrilling, the result seems pretty good. Those dissenting shareholders were ousted. Although the company lost some cash, its shareholding structure became clearer, and he looked at Lin Shun, his heart filled with gratitude and lingering fear. If Lin Shun hadn't come to the company today and told me he could pay, I might have really become a laughingstock for Zhou Yongfu. Chairman Lin, we are truly grateful to you today, Shun Wenbo said sincerely. I am deeply grateful, and thank you so much. The Shen family was able to overcome the difficulties entirely because of you. Mr. Shun, you flatter me. Lin Chen waved his hand. Let's get down to business. He glanced at the 3 or 4 minority shareholders and said calmly, Gentlemen, you've all witnessed what happened. The future of Shen's company depends on your own choices. If you wish to stay, you're welcome. If you wish to leave, you can do so now, and I will acquire your shares under the same conditions. Upon hearing this, the 3 or 4 minority shareholders trembled and quickly expressed their opinions. Chairman Lin, President Shun, of course we'll stay. Yes, we've always supported President Shun. They weren't stupid. Although they were momentarily swayed by Zhou Yongfu's words, seeing Lin Chen's extravagant transfer of hundreds of millions and his decisive and forceful handling of Vice President Liu and others, they knew that this young man was no ordinary person. In particular, Shun Wenbo's respect for him was genuine and not an act. If you follow him, you might actually get to eat meat. Moreover, since they have few shares, They wouldn't get much money even if they wanted to withdraw their investment, so they might as well stay and take a gamble. Lin Shen nodded and said no more. His main purpose in coming today was to help Shun Wenba stabilize the situation and also to assess the true worth of Shun's shareholders. It seems the result is not bad. A number of opportunists have been purged, and while the remaining ones may not be entirely loyal, at least they are pragmatic. President Shun, let's continue the meeting, Lin Shun said to Shun Wenba. Yes, Chairman Lin. Shun Wenba perked up, sat back in the main seat, glanced at the remaining shareholders, and said loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I am now officially announcing some news. Our Shin's company has reached a strategic cooperation agreement with the Lin's Group. Despite having already guessed, the minority shareholders still couldn't help but gasp when they heard Shin Wenba announce it in person. The Lin Group? Is it really that Lin Group? My God, we've really partnered with the Lin family. Mr. Shun, is this true? Shin Wenba nodded affirmatively. Absolutely true. Chairman Lin came here in person today to represent the Lin Group and discuss the details of our cooperation. The initial intention is that the Lin Group will designate us as a core food supplier for all its branches nationwide, as well as for its canteens, convenience stores, and supermarkets. They will also consider making a strategic investment in Shun's group to help us expand our production scale and develop the national market. Very good. The Shun family is saved. No, they're about to take off. Congratulations, Mr. Shun. Congratulations, Mr. Shun. Several minority shareholders were flushed with excitement. Although they held fewer shares, they believed that if the company did well, they would also benefit. Moreover, with the Lin family as their backer, who in Hangzhou would dare to underestimate the Shin family? The Zhou family? Compared to the Lin family, the Zhou family is nothing. Thinking of Zhou Yongfu's arrogant demeanor just now, and considering that the Shun family now has the Lin family as their backer, the shareholders felt triumphant and extremely pleased. That old bastard Zhou Yongfu was so arrogant just now. Now he's probably crying his eyes out. Exactly. He still wants to use our supply channels to cut us off. Now we have Lin's internal supply channels, which are much better than his lousy department stores. Let's see if they dare to act arrogantly when they see members of the Zhou family again. Seeing the shareholders' excitement, Shun Wenba was also filled with pride. He knew that from today onwards, the Shun family would usher in a brand new beginning. With the support of the Lin family, the Zhou family's suppression will no longer be a threat, and the Shun family's future is bright. All of this stemmed from the friendships her daughter had with her classmates at school, and from the excessively young yet unfathomable Chairman Lin before her. Shin Wenba looked at Lin Shun, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Lin Shin remained seated calmly, as if all the noise and changes had nothing to do with him. But his very existence was like a towering mountain, shielding the Shin family from all storms and bringing them boundless hope. The top-level meeting of Shun's company finally ended. Although the process was tortuous and thrilling, the result far exceeded Shun Wenba's initial expectations. Not only did they stabilize the crisis and eliminate internal instability, they also climbed up the towering tree of the Lin Group. After listening to Shun Wenba's preliminary report on the company's situation and future cooperation directions, Lin Chen did not linger. He simply instructed, Secretary Qin will handle the specific coordination matters, and then left with Qin Wei, respectfully watched by Shun Wenba and several minority shareholders. After seeing Lin Chen off, the atmosphere in the conference room became noticeably more relaxed, but it still carried a sense of relief and excitement for the future. Shun Wenba did not immediately dismiss the remaining minority shareholders, but instead turned his gaze to the outside of the meeting room, to the figure who kept his head down, wishing he could shrink into a crack in the wall. Director Wang. This former sales director of the company, Shun Wenba's trusted right-hand man, sided with Zhou Yongfu at a critical moment. He not only allowed Zhou to enter a confidential meeting, but also spoke up for Zhou in public, putting on a show of coercion. His actions were despicable and his intentions were wicked. Director Wang. Shin Wenba's voice was not loud, but it was unusually cold, echoing in the empty corridor. Director Wang trembled, his face turning deathly pale. He knew what was coming was inevitable. He forced a smile more painful than a grimace, and slowly turned around. President Shun. You don't need to call me President Shun anymore. Shun Wenba interrupted him, his tone devoid of any warmth. From the moment you gave up your seat to Zhou Yongfu and spoke up for him, you were no longer one of my people, Shun Wenba, nor one of Shun's company. President Shun. Director Wang wanted to explain and beg for mercy, but under Shen Wenba's cold and disappointed gaze, all the words stuck in his throat. He recalled his actions just now, and his dream that he could achieve great success by associating with Zhou Yongfu. At that moment, he felt only utter irony and stupidity. The HR department will process your resignation immediately. All outstanding wages and commissions will be settled with you according to regulations. Shen Wenba stated matter-of-factly, leaving no room for negotiation. However, based on your actions, the company reserves the right to pursue legal action against you for leaking trade secrets and harming the company's interests. In addition, your non-compete agreement is effective immediately, and you are prohibited from working for companies in the same industry in Hangzhou and the surrounding areas for the next 3 years. You should think carefully about this. These words were like a final verdict. Not only was he fired, but his path to switching to a competitor in the short term was also blocked, and he may even face legal action. Director Wang felt his legs go weak and his vision go black. He almost couldn't stand up. President Shen, considering how much I've done for the company over the years, even if I haven't made any great contributions, I've certainly put in a lot of hard work. Could you? Director Wang's voice trembled, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Merit, Shen Wenba sneered. Your greatest merit is that you almost handed the company over to Zhou Yongfu today, and took it away. The last 2 words were spoken to the security guards beside him. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and invited the distraught Director Wang away from the office area. Director Wang didn't struggle anymore. He was simply dragged away like a walking corpse. He knew that his future in Hangzhou's business world was completely ruined by this foolish choice he made today. Chapter 98, Zhou Yongfu's Comfort. Watching Director Wang being taken away, Shen Wenba felt little joy, only a chill and a sense of alarm. The business world is like a battlefield. When faced with interests, people's hearts are hard to fathom. If it weren't for Lin Shen, he himself would probably be the one eliminated today. Gentlemen, Shen Wenba turned around and addressed the few remaining minority shareholders who were both shaken and excited. The company has just gone through a period of turmoil and needs to reorganize. The next period will be very busy. I hope everyone can work together to overcome the difficulties and usher in a new era of glory for Shen's. Don't worry, Mr. Shen. We will do our best. That's right. With President Shen and the Lin family, we're sure to achieve great things. Several shareholders expressed their support, their morale high. They knew they had chosen the right side and aligned themselves with the right people. The future of the Shen family was already promising. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the parking lot outside the Shen's company building was completely different. With a gloomy face, Zhou Yongfu, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, strode quickly toward his car. He came with high hopes, but left disappointed. Not only did he fail to force Shen Wenba to submit and take over the Shen family business, but he also witnessed a farce and was publicly ordered to leave, losing all face. Especially that kid named Lin Shen, whose calm yet disdainful gaze made him feel like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, and his anger was burning. Jie Cho, wait for us. Just as Zhou Yongfu was about to open the car door, a hurried and flustered shout came from behind him. He turned around and saw Vice President Liu and his entourage, who had just been invited out by Shen's security guards. These people looked disheveled and terrified, completely unlike their earlier arrogance in the meeting room when they were shouting about withdrawing their investment and criticizing Shen Wenba. Zhou Yongfu frowned, his frustration growing. These incompetent fools were more likely to cause trouble than accomplish anything. Mr. Zhou, you have to stand up for us. Vice President Liu came running over, panting, his face full of lingering fear and bewilderment. We only broke with Shen Wenba and withdrew our investment because we listened to you. Now look what's happened. We've lost our shares and been kicked out. That bastard Shen Wenba and that kid who popped up out of nowhere, they're just too much. Chairman Zhou, what do you think we should do now? Yes, Mr. Jie Cho, we're all doing this to support you. Now that the Shen family has kicked us out, what are we going to do? Mr. Jie Cho, you have to help us think of a solution. The other shareholders also gathered around, chattering amongst themselves, their voices filled with anxiety and fear of the future. They had been incited by Zhou Yongfu to believe that Shen was doomed, and that withdrawing their investment was a wise move that would also allow them to curry favor with Zhou Yongfu. Unexpectedly, Shen Wenba actually took out the money, and Lin Shen acted so forcefully and decisively. Now they have the money, but they have also completely broken ties with the Shen family and lost their shareholder status. If the Shun family were to truly be resurrected, or even soar to new heights through some cooperation with the Lin family, they would become a colossal joke and have offended a potentially enormous behemoth. How could they not panic? Looking at the panicked allies in front of him, Zhou Yongfu felt even more contempt. A bunch of opportunists, blinded by greed. Are they scared now? Or were they before? However, he cannot completely distance himself from them yet. Although these people are foolish, they have just received a sum of cash and have been in the Hangzhou business community for many years, so they still have some connections and influence. Keep them calm. They might come in handy later. Thinking of this, Zhou Yongfu forcibly suppressed his impatience and anger and forced a smile that looked quite calm and even had a bit of foresight on his face. Everyone, please calm down. Zhou Yongfu waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. What's the panic? Do you think withdrawing from the Shin family is a bad thing? Vice President Liu and the others were taken aback and looked at him, puzzled. I'm telling you, it's not a bad thing at all, but a wonderful thing. Zhou Yongfu lowered his voice, his tone resolute, as if revealing some secret. You guys were fooled by the act that Shun Wenbo and that kid put on. An act? Vice President Liu asked doubtfully. But the money really did arrive in the account. So what if the money arrives? Zhou Yongfu scoffed. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, for Shun Wenbo. Even if he sells everything he owns and borrows some high-interest loans, he might not be unable to raise the money. He's gambling. I'm betting you'll be scared, betting other investors will be lured in by the Lin's cooperation gimmick, and betting he can use the new investments he's swindled to fill the hole left by high-interest loans, or even abscond with the money. He scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Think about it. If the Shun family really got involved with the Lin Group, would the president of the Lin Group personally come to talk to Shun Wenbo? So low-key? Dressed like that? Is that even possible? This is clearly Shun Wenbo, desperate and hiring a somewhat convincing actor to stage a ruse. His goal is to buy time and swindle money to prolong his life. Vice President Liu and the others looked at each other, still feeling a little uneasy, but Zhou Yongfu's words did indeed alleviate their panic and regret to a great extent. Yes, it's really unusual for the president of the Lin Group to personally visit a small company like the Shun Group. In contrast, Zhou Yongfu's fraud theory seems to better align with their understanding of Shun Wenbo's situation. Chairman Zhou, do you mean Shin's group is actually still struggling to survive? That Lin Shin is a fake. The cooperation is also fake, a shareholder asked hesitantly. Most likely, Zhou Yongfu said decisively. I've investigated that kid. He has absolutely no background, and he's definitely not the president of the Lin Group. He's just here today to support Shin Wenbo. He paused, then spoke with even greater sincerity. So, everyone, it's a wise move for you to withdraw your real money now. Without the Zhou family's channels, the Shin family was doomed anyway. Now, burdened with massive debts, they're still putting on a show of wealth beyond their means. How long can this last? A month? 2 months? When the cash flow dries up and loan sharks come knocking, what other option does Shin Wenbo have but bankruptcy and fleeing? If you don't back down now, are you waiting to be buried with the Shin family, losing everything? These words were like a shot in the arm for Vice President Liu and others, and also gave them a perfect reason to comfort themselves. Yes, they cut their losses in time. It was a wise choice. The Shin family was doomed, and their safe escape with their money was absolutely brilliant. As for Lin Shun and the so-called cooperation, it's definitely a scam. It's Shun Wenbo's last-ditch effort. With this in mind, the fear and regret on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief at surviving a disaster, and even a feeling of gratitude towards Zhou Yongfu. Chairman Zhou is right. We were foolish and almost got tricked by that old fox Shun Wenbo. Thanks for reminding us, Jay Cho. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark. Yes, timely withdrawal minimizes losses. Mr. Jay Chow's insight is brilliant. Seeing the change in their attitude, Zhou Yongfu sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he still maintained a for-your-own-good demeanor. I'm glad you all understand. From now on, if you need any help in Hangzhou, just come to me, Zhou Yongfu. You won't be treated badly if you follow me. As for Shun Wenbo and that arrogant brat, we'll see how long they can keep up this act. Yes. We'll have to rely on Jay Cho from now on. Mr. J, we'll head back now. Thank you so much for today. Goodbye, Jay Cho. The gloom in the hearts of Vice President Liu and others was largely dispelled by Zhou Yongfu's words. After expressing their gratitude, they left with mixed feelings. Some people may still have a sliver of doubt deep down, but most have chosen to believe the truth fabricated by Zhou Yongfu because it makes them feel better and makes them feel that their choice is correct. Chapter 99. Was he being kept by a sugar daddy? After dealing with the Shun family's affairs, it was nearly noon. Lin Shen glanced at his watch and said to Qin Wei beside him, "Let's find a place to eat. Keep it simple. We have things to do this afternoon." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Qin Wei nodded and quickly searched her mind for suitable restaurants nearby. Lin Shen isn't picky about food, but the environment must be quiet, the food must be authentic, and it's best to have a relatively private spot. She quickly chose a well-regarded, mid to high-end fusion restaurant that was not far away and had an elegant ambience. "Let's go to Yunjing, President Lin. They serve authentic Cantonese and Hangzhou cuisine there, and they have private rooms," Qin Wei suggested. "Okay." Lin Shen nodded, having no objection. The driver had already driven the car to the entrance of the Shun's building and was waiting. It was a black Maybach S680 with a low-key and understated appearance, its smooth lines and composed temperament somewhat similar to the feeling Lin Shen gave off. This is one of the several official vehicles provided to the chairman of the Lin Group headquarters, and is usually driven by a dedicated driver. Qin Wei opened the car door for Lin Shen, and after he was settled, she got into the passenger seat and gave the driver the address. The car smoothly entered the slightly busy midday traffic and stopped in front of a restaurant called Yunjing about 20 minutes later. The restaurant's facade is unassuming, but through the floor-to-ceiling windows one can see the elegant interior and the sparse number of customers, clearly indicating that it is not targeting the mass market. Lin Shen and Qin Wei got out of the car one after the other. Lin Shen was wearing a simple dark casual suit today, without a tie, exuding a cool and composed demeanor. Qin Wei was dressed in a well-fitting business suit, with exquisite makeup, looking capable and efficient, and carrying a briefcase containing documents. The two walked side by side toward the restaurant entrance, with Lin Shen slightly ahead and Qin Wei half a step behind, their posture respectful and professional. Unbeknownst to them, 3 young men and women were standing in front of another cafe across the street, their eyes drawn to the sight of them getting out of the car. It was Su Qing, her best friend Li Na, and Li Na's boyfriend, a rich second-generation heir whose family ran a small business named Zhao Kai. "Hey, isn't that Lin Shen?" The sharp-eyed Li Na was the first to spot him, nudging Su Qing next to her with a tone of surprise and undisguised gossip. Su Qing was looking down at her phone when she heard this, so she looked up and followed the direction Li Na was pointing. Sure enough, I saw that familiar yet unfamiliar figure Lin Shen. He was walking into the Cloud Realm restaurant with a woman who looked much more mature than her, dressed in professional attire and exuding a capable air. The woman's demeanor seemed quite respectful towards Lin Shen, but in their eyes it was affection. Su Qing's brows immediately furrowed. "Lin Shen, what's he doing here?" She knew Cloud Realm was expensive, something the Lin Shen of the past, who had to work part-time and save every penny, could never easily afford. And who was that woman beside him? She looked at least several years older than him, dressed maturely, like a career woman or a rich woman. It really is him. Li Na's boyfriend, Zhao Kai, also recognized him. His family was in business, so he was quite knowledgeable about cars. His gaze lingered on the car Lin Shen and his group had just gotten out of, and he clicked his tongue. "Wow, a top-of-the-line Maybach S680. That car isn't cheap. It must cost over 3 million after all the fees, right? Looks like that woman is quite wealthy." "A Maybach? Over 3 million. Li Na gasped, her gaze towards Lin Shen and the woman instantly becoming subtle yet excited. She lowered her voice, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. "My God, could Lin Shen be being kept by a rich woman? No wonder I heard he was expelled from school recently. Oh no, suspended from school, and then disappeared. So he found a way out." The more she talked, the more she felt that her guess was reasonable and well-founded. "Look at that woman. She looks much older than Lin Shen. She's dressed like a female boss, and she's so concerned about Lin Shen. She mistakenly took Qin Wei's professional respect for something else. She must be one of those rich, powerful, and lonely women who've taken on a young, handsome gigolo like Lin Shen. TSK. I never expected Lin Shen, who usually seems so honest, to go down this path." As Su Qing listened to Li Na's words and watched Lin Shen and that woman disappear into the restaurant, her face turned pale and then red. Her heart felt like it was filled with mixed emotions, and she couldn't quite describe what she was feeling. There was disgust, disdain, and a hint of bitterness, but more than anything, there was a sense of "I knew it" contempt. She remembered that Lin Shen had been framed by Zhou Zihong at school, but later he reportedly turned the tables by recording a conversation and even made Zhou Zihong suffer. At the time, she thought Lin Shen might be a bit clever and had just gotten lucky. Now it seems that his so-called comeback might not have been due to his own abilities, but rather that this rich woman might have been pulling strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, where would a poor student like him get the connections and confidence? It's disgusting. Su Qing squeezed out the two words through gritted teeth, her eyes practically overflowing with disgust. She felt she had been blind to have spent 2 years with such a person. Although she dumped him and went on to be with Zhang Hao, it now seems that Lin Shun is even worse than she imagined. He actually went and hooked up with an older woman who could be his sister or even his aunt for money. He has absolutely no morals. Chapter 100. How shameful. Exactly. They're a disgrace to Mingda University. Li Na chimed in, her tone filled with schadenfreude and a sense of moral superiority. Qingqing, you were so wise to dump him back then. It's a good thing you didn't continue with a man who would do anything for money. Looking at the two girls' indignant expressions, Zhao Kai glanced at the rather upscale Cloud Realm restaurant, his eyes darting around, and a malicious smile crept across his face. Since we've run into each other by such a coincidence, how about we go in and say hello? Let's see what kind of fairy life our young Master Lin is living after hooking up with a rich woman. We can also do justice to him and mock this gigolo. What do you say? He comes from a family with some money, and he likes to seek validation from people who are less well off than him. Lin Shen used to be Su Qing's poor ex-boyfriend, and now he's a gigolo, making him the perfect target for his mockery. Moreover, why not show off your sense of justice and superiority in front of your girlfriend and her best friend? Li Na's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded excitedly. Great. Kai is right. Let's go take a look and expose his true colors. Let him be so ashamed. Su Qing hesitated for a moment. She didn't really want to face Lin Shen again, especially not in this awkward situation. But seeing Li Na and Zhao Kai's enthusiastic expressions, and thinking that Lin Shen might be flirting with that rich woman in the private room, a strange anger and the urge to expose him and see him make a fool of himself surged up. All right. Su Qing nodded, her tone carrying a hint of condescending pity and disgust. Although I dumped him, he shouldn't let that lead him astray. As his classmates, we saw it, and it was our duty to remind him and help him see the error of his ways. She gave herself a high-sounding reason for her actions, as if she were really doing a good deed. Yes, we're doing this for his own good, Li Na said with a smile, linking her arm with Su Qing's. Let's go. I can't wait to see his expression. Zhao Kai straightened his expensive designer jacket, stood tall and proud, looking ready to carry out justice. The three crossed the road and headed towards the Cloud Realm restaurant. Inside the Cloud Realm restaurant, the environment was indeed as Qin Wei had described, elegant and tranquil. There weren't many customers at this time, and the soothing piano music flowed like water. The waiter led Lin Shun and Qin Wei to a secluded booth by the window, where they could enjoy a good view and avoid being disturbed. Lin Shun took off his suit jacket and casually draped it over the back of the chair. He took the menu from the waiter, quickly glanced at it, ordered a few light Cantonese dim sum dishes and a steamed fish, and then handed the menu to Qin Wei. Qin Wei took the menu, quickly ordered a few dishes, and then handed it back to the waiter, adding, "Please bring the food quickly. We're in a hurry." "Yes, ma'am. Please wait a moment." The waiter respectfully withdrew. Only Lin Shun and Qin Wei remained in the private room for the time being. Qin Wei sat up straight, took out a tablet computer from her briefcase, and prepared to report on the afternoon schedule. This is her professional habit. Even during meal breaks, she is always ready to switch into work mode. Lin Shun picked up the lemonade on the table, took a sip, glanced at Qin Wei, and said, "It's lunchtime now. Relax, don't be so tense." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei paused slightly with her fingers gripping the tablet. She looked up and saw Lin Shen's calm gaze, and her tense shoulders relaxed imperceptibly a little. She put the tablet aside, her professional serious expression softened, and the corners of her mouth even curved slightly upward, revealing a genuine smile that was almost imperceptible. "Yes, Mr. Lin," she replied softly, picking up her water glass and taking a sip. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the clean glass window, bathing her in a gentle glow that belied her age, making her appear less sharp and less like a typical career woman. Lin Shun turned his gaze to the window, watching the traffic flowing by on the street, seemingly lost in thought. The atmosphere was unusually peaceful, even carrying a hint of leisure during a work break. However, this period of leisure did not last long. A series of slightly noisy footsteps and deliberately amplified laughter broke the tranquility of this corner as they approached. Lin Shun and Qin Wei both frowned slightly and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw Su Qing, Li Na, and Zhao Kai walking towards them, led by a waiter with a slightly embarrassed expression. Li Na's face showed undisguised excitement and a look of anticipation, while Zhao Kai held his head high, looking arrogant as if he were here to uphold justice. Su Qing walked in the middle, her expression complex, her eyes a mixture of contempt, disgust, and a strange excitement. They were clearly not just passing by. They stopped with a clear purpose in front of Lin Shun and Qin Wei's booth. The waiter, somewhat embarrassed, tried to dissuade them. "Gentlemen, this place is already taken. Let me take you over there." "No need, we'll sit here." Li Na waved her hand, rudely interrupting the waiter. She crossed her arms, looking down at Lin Shun sitting there, then scrutinized Qin Wei with a critical gaze before letting out an exaggerated sneer. "Hey, Lin Shun, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. And this is, won't you introduce us?" Her gaze swept over Qin Wei's mature and sophisticated makeup, her appropriate business attire, and the Hermes briefcase placed to the side, her eyes revealing even more disdain and a sense of "just as I thought." Zhao Kai stepped forward and stood next to Li Na, speaking with the sarcasm of someone who had been there before. "Lin Shun, impressive. Your lifestyle has improved dramatically since you took a leave of absence from Mingda University. You're even dining at Cloud Realm now? And you're accompanied by a beautiful woman? This lady seems to be taking good care of you." He deliberately emphasized the word "take care of," the meaning of which was self-evident. Su Qing didn't speak, but stood on the other side of Li Na, looking at Lin Shun with a mixture of disappointment, heartache, and extreme disgust, as if she were looking at something filthy. Her silence, in this setting, was more damaging than Li Na and Zhao Kai's direct mockery, seemingly confirming Lin Chen's incompetence. Chapter 101, Bringing in Dad. Lin Chen put down his water glass, his back still straight, his face expressionless, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three people in front of him. Qin Wei quickly regained her usual calm and professionalism, though her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly and her eyes sharpened. But since Lin Chen didn't speak, she remained silent, only leaning forward slightly in a subtle defensive posture. "Is there something you need?" Lin Chen finally spoke, his voice flat, revealing neither joy nor anger, as if he were asking a few unimportant strangers. "Something wrong?" "Of course something wrong." Li Na seemed to be angered by Lin Chen's calm attitude, and her voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of several guests at a distant table. She pointed at Qin Wei and shrieked, "We're here to kindly remind this Annie. We're afraid she'll be deceived by a two-faced bastard like you." She turned to Qin Wei, speaking rapidly with a voice full of righteousness. "Auntie, you must not be fooled by Lin Chen's appearance. He's just a poor student at our school. His family is dirt poor, and he was previously given a major demerit and suspended from school for a year for fighting and colluding with gangsters. He's a terrible person. He's getting close to you and being so attentive. He's definitely just after your money and wants to scam you. You'd better be careful." Zhao Kai chimed in, speaking sarcastically. "Exactly, ma'am. You seem to be a person of status. Don't fall for this pretty boy. We know Lin Chen all too well. He used to be supported by his girlfriend, but now that he's been dumped, he's immediately looking for someone new, specifically someone like you, mature and wealthy. What wouldn't a man like that do for money? Don't be fooled by his sweet talk." Su Qing then spoke softly, her voice carrying a self-righteous sense of pity and sorrow. "Lin Chen, I really didn't expect you to turn out like this. Even if we broke up, you can't degrade yourself like this and go down this crooked path. Madam, he can't give you anything except this face and a mouth full of lies. You'd better leave him as soon as possible, lest you lose both your money and your love." The three of them spoke in unison, their voices loud and full of derogatory, slanderous, and humiliating remarks, portraying Lin Chun as an ignorant, morally corrupt, womanizing swindler and gigolo. They were engrossed in their own righteous performance of revealing the truth and saving fallen women, their faces filled with a sense of moral superiority and the pleasure of watching a show. They were completely unaware that Lin Chen's gaze had gradually turned cold, like a frozen lake. Qin Wei's face also darkened completely. She hadn't been with Lin Shen for long, but she knew his personality and methods very well. These arrogant young people are practically courting death. Her hand, which was under the table, twitched slightly, but Lin Shen didn't signal her, so she could only suppress her anger. The other guests and waiters in the restaurant noticed the commotion and cast curious, surprised, or disgusted glances at them. The waiter wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but hesitated after being glared at by Zhao Kai. Lin Shen listened quietly, without interrupting them or even glancing at Su Qing again. His gaze fell on Li Na, who was speaking the most enthusiastically and with the most exaggerated expressions. His eyes were frighteningly calm. Finally, when Li Na pointed at Qin Wei with spittle flying and said, "Auntie, wake up, he's just trash," Lin Shen moved. His movements were slow, even somewhat casual. He slowly stood up from his seat. Li Na was in the middle of her talk when she saw Lin Shen stand up. She thought he had been hit where it hurt and was trying to explain or run away. Her smug smile widened, and she was about to intensify her attack. The next second, smack! A crisp, loud slap suddenly rang out in the restaurant. The sound was so loud that it even drowned out the background music, instantly silencing all whispers. The entire restaurant seemed to have been put on pause. Li Na's remaining words were stuck in her throat. She felt a burning pain on her left cheek. Her ears were ringing, and she staggered from the slap, almost falling. Fortunately, Zhao Kai, who was next to her, instinctively caught her. She covered her face, looked up, and stared at Lin Shen in disbelief, her eyes filled with astonishment, anger, and bewilderment. She never expected that Lin Shen would dare to hit her, to slap her in front of so many people. Su Qing and Zhao Kai were completely stunned, staring blankly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen shook his hand as if he had just swatted away an annoying fly. He didn't even glance at Li Na, who was covering her face and glaring with resentment. His gaze calmly shifted to Su Qing and Zhao Kai, who were still not fully recovered. His voice remained indifferent, yet carried an icy chill. "Are you done talking? If you're going to litter, you should be aware of the consequences." Roll. 2 short sentences, 3 words. There was no angry roar, no fierce rebuttal, only a condescending, utter indifference and expulsion. Su Qing's face flushed bright red instantly, then quickly turned deathly pale. Zhao Kai was both shocked and furious. He wanted to step forward, but when he met Lin Shen's cold and indifferent gaze, he felt a chill in his heart and dared not move for a moment. Li Na, who had been covering her face, finally snapped out of her shock and pain, bursting into tears partly from the pain and partly from overwhelming shame and indignation. She pointed at Lin Shen, wailing and cursing. "Lin Shen, how dare you hit me? You lowlife gigolo. You'll die a horrible death. I'm calling the police. I'll sue you for intentional assault." "Call the police?" Qin Wei finally spoke coldly. She stood up, took out her phone, and her tone was devoid of any warmth. "Do you need me to call 110 for you? By the way, I'd like to remind you that publicly insulting or defaming others in public is illegal if the circumstances are serious. Would you like me to contact my lawyer to discuss with you in detail the sentencing standards for defamation, as well as compensation for reputational damage and emotional distress?" She exuded a powerful aura, her eyes sharp as knives, instantly stunning Li Na, who was only capable of throwing tantrums and crying, causing her sobs to stop. Li Na was speechless, her face flushed, and she couldn't stop crying. She didn't know how to respond. Call the police? Of course she wanted to call the police and have Lin Shen arrested, but Qin Wei's words made her uneasy. Insult and defamation? Compensation? What did she, a student, know about these things? Su Qing's face also turned pale, and she bit her lip, feeling both angry and scared. She never expected things to escalate to this point, with Lin Shen daring to hit someone, and that rich woman also seemed to be no pushover, speaking sharply and appearing to be someone not to be trifled with. Only Zhao Kai, after the initial shock and a trace of apprehension, watched Qin Wei stand up for Lin Shen, especially when he heard Qin Wei say "my lawyer" in that condescending tone, and then looked at Lin Shen's calm and seemingly detached appearance. A surge of anger mixed with the annoyance of being belittled suddenly rushed to his head. His family is in the building materials business, with assets worth tens of millions. While they may not be considered top tier in Hangzhou, they are not easily manipulated either. At school and on social media, he acts like a little tyrant, relying on his family's wealth and his eloquence. When have I ever suffered such a loss? My female companion was assaulted by a pretty boy, and then threatened with the law by an older woman. Lawyer? Huh, who are you trying to scare? Zhao Kai released Li Na's hand, stepped forward, puffed out his chest, and tried to intimidate Qin Wei with his imposing manner. He pointed to himself, then to Li Na, who was still sobbing with her face covered, his tone arrogant. Do you know who we are? My dad is Zhao Jiqiang, the owner of Jiqiang Building Materials. He's a big shot in Hangzhou. You, just because you have a little money and keep a young man as a mistress, you dare to be so arrogant? And you even hit my girlfriend? Do you really think there's no law in Hangzhou? He deliberately raised the volume of Zhao Jiqiang and Jiqiang Building Materials, as if these two names were some kind of powerful talisman. In his view, no matter how capable this woman was, she was just a businesswoman or a high-level executive with some money. Hearing his father's name, she would have to give him some face, and at least wouldn't dare to be so aggressive. Chapter 102. They are role-playing. When Su Qing and Li Na heard Zhao Kai mention his father, they felt as if they had found a pillar of support. Li Na's crying subsided a little, and her gaze towards Qin Wei regained its defiant tone. Su Qing also breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking that with Zhao Kai's family involved, things might not escalate too much. However, Qin Wei's reaction was completely unexpected. Zhao Jiqiang. Qin Wei repeated the name, her tone completely unchanged, even a subtle, sarcastic, and contemptuous smile playing on her lips. She looked at Zhao Kai with the same gaze she would give a clown performing a poorly executed farce, and slowly, clearly, uttered a few words. Who does Zhao Jiqiang think he is? What? Zhao Kai could hardly believe his ears. His father, Zhao Jiqiang, has been working in the Hangzhou business world for over 20 years. He has assets worth tens of millions of yuan and a wide network of connections. Normally, everyone would respectfully call him General Manager Zhao. How dare this woman in front of him use such a contemptuous and disdainful tone to say that his father is nothing? This is not only an insult to his father, but also a contempt for him and his entire family. You dare to talk like that? Zhao Kai's face flushed red with anger, and his hand trembled as he pointed at Qin Wei. Say that again and see what happens. I said, Zhao Jiqiang, you are nothing in front of me. Qin Wei's tone remained calm, but every word was like an icicle, carrying a chilling coldness and undeniable dominance. Should I repeat it a third time? You fine. Zhao Kai laughed angrily. He stopped looking at Qin Wei, instead pulling out his phone and frantically scrolling through his contacts, saying viciously, I'm calling my dad right now. I want to see if you'll still dare to be so arrogant when he gets here. Some woman who just popped up out of nowhere dares to look down on my dad. If I don't make you apologize and pay me back today, I'll change my name, Zhao Kai, backwards. He thought Qin Wei was bluffing, that she was just showing off. He wanted to use his father, this true god, to crush this arrogant woman, and also to let Lin Shun, this pretty boy, know that some people are people he can never afford to mess with. Seeing Zhao Kai's furious phone call, Qin Wei not only didn't stop him, but instead calmly crossed her arms and even slightly turned her head to whisper to Lin Shun, who remained sitting as still as a mountain. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I need to deal with a small problem. Lin Shun picked up his water glass and took another sip without even lifting his eyelids, as if everything before him, including Zhao Kai's act of calling for help, was irrelevant to him, or rather, not worth mentioning at all. Su Qing and Li Na stared wide-eyed at Lin Shun. Why was this woman so respectful to him, even calling him President Lin? What's going on? Li Na only paused for a few seconds before realizing what was happening and said to Su Qing that they were role-playing, and that some rich women had this particular fetish. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt even more contempt for Lin Shun. Zhao Kai quickly dialed the number, pressed the speakerphone button, and deliberately played the sound out loud. Hello? Zhao Kai? What's up? A slightly tired but energetic voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Zhao Kai's father, Zhao Jiqiang. Dad. Upon hearing his father's voice, Zhao Kai's confidence grew stronger, his voice filled with grievance and anger. I was bullied at the Cloud Realm restaurant. My girlfriend, Li Na, was even slapped by some kid. When I argued with them, they insulted me. They said who I am. Dad, you have to stand up for me. What? In Cloud Realm? Who dares to do this? Zhao Jiqiang's voice was clearly filled with anger. He only had one son, Zhao Kai, and although he disciplined him regularly, he was extremely protective of his own. Upon hearing that his son and future daughter-in-law had been beaten and insulted outside, his anger flared up immediately. It's just, Zhao Kai was about to describe it when Qin Wei suddenly spoke up. Her voice wasn't loud, but it came through the phone's microphone clearly. Mr. Zhao, it's been a long time. You still have such a temper. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Jiqiang's voice, which was about to erupt in anger, suddenly stopped, as if he had been choked. After a 2-second silence, a voice, tinged with obvious hesitation and even a barely perceptible tremor, came through. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Zhao Kai, unaware of the situation, blurted out. Dad, it's her. It's this woman. She. Shut up. Zhao Jiqiang abruptly interrupted him on the phone, his voice stern and even tinged with panic. Give her the phone. Now. Immediately, Zhao Kai was startled by his father's sudden roar and choked back the rest of his words. He looked blankly at his phone, then at Qin Wei, who stood in front of him with a cold expression and didn't react for a moment. Qin Wei had already extended her hand, her tone calm. Young Master Zhao, your father asked you to give me the phone. Should I repeat it? Zhao Kai looked at Qin Wei's outstretched, slender, pale hand, which seemed to carry an invisible pressure, and then heard his father's almost roaring voice on the phone. Give it to her. A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped him. Instinctively, almost with trembling hands, he handed over his phone. Qin Wei took the phone, turned off the speakerphone, and put the phone to her ear. Mr. Zhao, I am Qin Wei. She only said this much, and then said nothing more. There was an instant, deathly silence on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, Zhao Jiqiang's fearful, humble, and even pleading voice could be faintly heard through the receiver, but it was not clear. All that could be seen was Qin Wei listening expressionlessly. Yes, yes, Secretary Qin. No, President Qin. I'm so sorry, so very sorry. It's my fault for not raising my son properly. That unfilial son. He's blind. He deserves to die? Yes, I will definitely discipline him severely. Please be lenient. Is President Lin here too? Please give my regards to President Lin. I am extremely sorry. I will make that unfilial son apologize immediately. His voice was broken and intermittent, his tone humble, and his attitude fearful, a stark contrast to the angry Zhao Jiqiang from just moments before. Zhao Kai, Su Qing, and Li Na stood in front of Qin Wei. Although they couldn't hear the specifics, they clearly heard Zhao Jiqiang's sudden change in tone, which was almost pleading. The three people stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The color drained from Zhao Kai's face instantly, his lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. His father, who was omnipotent in his eyes and a prominent figure in Hangzhou, actually spoke to this woman in such a tone. He called her Secretary Qin, President Qin, and said he would discipline her strictly. He even mentioned President Lin, and asked her to give my regards. Su Qing and Li Na were completely dumbfounded. Even the most foolish among them understood at this moment. The woman in front of them, whom they regarded as the rich woman who was keeping Lin Chun, was definitely not simple. Simple enough that she could make Zhao Kai's father, the President Zhao, whom they usually looked up to, so humble and terrified. Who exactly is this Qin Wei? Chapter 103, he hooked up with a golden thigh. Qin Wei didn't seem to want to hear Zhao Jiqiang's repentance and pleas for forgiveness any longer. She simply said a few words like, I hope Mr. Zhao will keep his family in check and not do it again, and then hung up the phone. She handed the phone back to Zhao Kai, who was stiff and ashen-faced. Zhao Kai took the phone, his hands trembling so much he could barely hold it. He looked at Qin Wei's cold and delicate face, then at Lin Chen beside him who hadn't uttered a word from beginning to end, as if watching a play. A huge sense of fear and shame almost overwhelmed him. He finally realized that what he had kicked today was not a steel plate, but an electrified titanium alloy steel plate. No, it was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. I'm so sorry. Mr. Qin, Mr. Lin. Zhao Kai suddenly bowed 90 degrees, his voice trembling with fear, stammering. The phone call had been on speakerphone, and his father's attitude explained everything. I was blind. I was talking nonsense. I was wrong. I apologize to you both. Please forgive me this time. As he spoke, he forcefully pulled Li Na, who was still in a daze beside him, and glared at Su Qing. Li Na was also terrified. Forgetting the pain in her hands that were covering her face, she quickly followed suit and bowed, her voice trembling with tears. I'm so sorry. President Qin, Lin Chen. No, Mr. Lin, it was my fault for being so loose-lipped. I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. Su Qing watched this dramatic scene unfold before her, observing Zhao Kai and Li Na's initial arrogance followed by their obsequious and servile behavior, and then glanced at Lin Chen's calm, almost indifferent gaze. It felt as if someone had slapped my face dozens of times, the pain burning intensely. A wave of indescribable bitterness, shame, and a deep-seated fear washed over me. She seemed to understand that Qin Wei, who was keeping Lin Shun as her sugar daddy, was definitely not an ordinary rich woman. The President Qin, who could inspire such fear in Zhao Jiqiang. Her status is probably beyond their comprehension. As for Lin Shun, the fact that she's protecting him so much suggests that he's been taking good care of this woman lately. This realization made Su Qing dizzy and almost unable to stand. At that moment, she felt incredibly ironic and foolish to have to bow down to them. She opened her mouth, wanting to apologize, but couldn't utter a single word. It was as if something was blocking her throat. Qin Wei looked at the three trembling, disheveled young men before her without a trace of pity. She turned to Lin Shun, her eyes seeking his approval. Lin Shun finally put down his water glass, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three of them. It lingered on Su Qing's pale face for less than a second before he looked away. Get out. It was the same word, calm yet more intimidating than any roar. Yes, yes, yes. We'll leave right away. Right away. Zhao Kai was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. He didn't care about Li Na and Su Qing anymore. He turned around and practically scrambled towards the restaurant door, afraid that if he was a step too slow, disaster would befall him. Li Na hurriedly followed, glancing back in alarm before leaving. Su Qing stood there, her body trembling slightly. She looked at Lin Shun with an extremely complicated expression, filled with fear, regret, and embarrassment. But more than anything, she felt a sense of bewilderment and coldness after being slapped hard by reality. In the end, she didn't say anything, lowered her head, and staggered away from the restaurant with unsteady steps. The farce ended with the three men fleeing in a sorry state. The restaurant returned to silence, but the other guests looked at Lin Shun and Qin Wei's table with shock, curiosity, and awe. How could a single phone call terrify General Manager Zhao of Jiqiang Building Materials and turn those three arrogant young men into stray dogs? Just who are these two people? The waiter approached cautiously, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. The dishes are ready to be served, Qin Wei said to the waiter, her tone returning to its usual capable manner, as if nothing had just happened. Yes, yes, coming right away. The waiter replied hurriedly and withdrew. Qin Wei sat back down, looked at Lin Shun, and said in a low voice, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have disturbed your meal. Lin Shun shook his head, his tone still calm. Just a few flies, swat them away. He paused, then added, Tell Zhao Jiqiang to keep a low profile in Hangzhou from now on. Understood. Qin Wei understood immediately. President Lin's words meant that the future of Zhao's Jiqiang Building Materials was likely bleak. This was both punishment and a warning. The dishes were served quickly, and the two ate in silence, without mentioning the earlier incident again. The three of them, Su Qing and her companions, who had fled Cloud Realm, in a panic, stopped in their tracks, still shaken, after walking quite a distance from the restaurant. Brother Kai, who exactly is Qin Wei? How could your dad? Li Na asked, still feeling lingering fear, as she covered her face, which was still throbbing. Zhao Kai's face was still pale, he was breathing heavily, and his eyes were filled with lingering fear and resentment. I don't know either. My dad has never mentioned this person, but she must be someone extremely important. My dad acts like a grandson in front of her. He recalled his father's fearful tone on the phone, and his heart pounded again. Then Lin Shun. Su Qing finally found her voice and asked hoarsely, Lin Shun. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth, his tone filled with resentment and jealousy, but even more so with incomprehension and resentment. He must have hooked up with a powerful patron. I wonder what methods he used to get close to Qin Wei. Damn, for a gigolo to reach this level, he's really got some skills. He simply couldn't believe, nor dared to believe, that Lin Shun possessed the authority to command Qin Wei's obedience. He preferred to believe that Lin Shun had used some shady methods to bewitch and control the mysterious President Qin. Yes, that must be it. Li Na also found a reasonable explanation and said indignantly, This Lin Shun is too lucky. He actually managed to hook up with a rich woman of this caliber. No wonder he's so arrogant. Su Qing didn't say anything. She just walked silently. Zhao Kai and Li Na's words seemed to offer her a plausible explanation, allowing her to recover slightly from the immense shock and fear she had just experienced. Yes, how could Lin Shun possibly possess such abilities? It must be through a woman. That must be it. This realization caused the nascent seeds of regret and fear in her heart to be replaced by a more distorted emotion called contempt and jealousy. She became increasingly convinced that she had made the right decision to dump Lin Chun, and that all of Lin Chen's current glory was nothing more than a despicable shortcut obtained by selling his body. However, deep in her heart, the inexplicable chill that arose when Lin Chen's icy gaze swept over her lingered. Chapter 104. Gu Yanqing is being pursued by debt collectors. Compared to Lin Chen's minor trouble at the restaurant, which was merely a fly nuisance, Gu Yanqing's situation could be described as in dire straits and on the verge of despair. Since settling down in Hangzhou, he has been experiencing financial difficulties due to his previous extravagant lifestyle and the fact that his biological parents, or rather, the people who could give him endless money, were in a car accident. After spending all 100,000 yuan he got from Guotiankai in one night, maxing out his credit cards, and borrowing 1 million from loan sharks, Gu Yanqing was like a desert traveler who had been parched for a long time and found rain, instantly lost in the illusory oasis of extravagance and debauchery. In the past few days, his two cronies from Longhai City, along with several newly acquainted girls, have been partying at upscale clubs, Michelin-starred restaurants, luxury stores, and nightclubs. In just a few days, it seems he is trying to make up for all the glory he lost in Longhai and the stifling feeling he had in Hangzhou. Young Master Gu is indeed young Master Gu. He's just as dashing in Hangzhou, a friend complimented. Brother Gu, this wine is really good. Another bottle, please, the girl said coquettishly. What's a little money? Once my dad wakes up, the entire company will be mine. Then I'll take you all on a trip around the world. With his eyes glazed over from the alcohol, Gu Yanqing patted his chest, basking in the envious and flattering gazes of those around him and the false aura of a rich young master. He completely forgot about his parents' vegetative state, his fear of Lin Chun, and his vague unease about the future. He borrowed 1 million yuan from loan sharks at high interest rates, and then used his car and luxury goods as collateral for another 2 million yuan. Like sand slipping through his fingers, the money quickly disappeared in his extravagant spending and not short of money lifestyle. When the two girls hinted that they wanted to open their eyes at the newly opened, members-only top-tier private club, Gu Yanqing looked at his almost empty account balance and finally felt a chilling coldness as he emerged from his life of debauchery. The money is gone again, but he couldn't show weakness, especially in front of his friends and women. Gu Yanqing's vanity and his persona as the eldest son of the Gu family wouldn't allow him to show the slightest embarrassment. He pretended to be calm and approached the bald man and the tall, thin man who had lent him money before, hoping to use the same trick again to make a living. This time, the location was still that dimly lit office filled with the smell of smoke and a sense of hostility. Still want to borrow? The bald man squinted, looking Gu Yanqing up and down. Compared to a few days ago, Gu Yanqing had dark circles under his eyes and looked somewhat pale. Although he was still wearing designer clothes, there were some barely noticeable wine stains on his collar. Beneath his forced, rich young master, demeanor lay an undeniable weariness and a hint of anxiety. Yes, just a little more cash. 1 million will do. Same as always, the car and watch are yours as collateral. Gu Yanqing tried to make her voice sound calm and strong. The bald man didn't take the driver's license and watch box offered to him. Instead, he slowly lit a cigarette, took a puff, and blew the smoke into Gu Yanqing's face. Young Master Gu, it's not that I don't want to help you. Your things have already been mortgaged once, and the higher-ups have assessed them and determined that you can't repay them. Can't pay it back? Gu Yanqing's heart skipped a beat, but she forced a smile. Brother, are you kidding me? My car, my watch, and my dad's company. Your dad's company? The tall, thin man next to him sneered, interrupting him. You said your dad is in the hospital, and it's uncertain whether he'll wake up. Even if he does, is the company your dad's or yours? Also, you're the one who said all of that. We don't know if what you said is true. If it is true, why are you so short of money? Besides, you borrowed 1 million last time, and then used those things as collateral to borrow another 2 million, plus interest, and you haven't paid back a single penny. In our line of work, we value quick borrowing and quick repayment. You just keep borrowing and not paying back, and you're even borrowing more and more. Do you think we're a charity? The bald man flicked his cigarette ash, his tone turning icy. Young Master Gu, your arrival today is timely. The money you borrowed last time, with interest, is due for repayment. The 10-day deadline is almost over. Pay back the money? Gu Yanqing was stunned. Didn't he come to borrow money? How did it turn into urging him to pay it back? Didn't we agree on a month? It's only been a few days. A month? Who told you a month? The bald man's eyes flashed sharply. It's written in black and white on the contract. 10 days. You signed it yourself. You put your fingerprint on it. Are you trying to renege on the agreement? Gu Yanqing then remembered that when he signed the contract that day, he was so eager to get the money that he didn't pay attention to the repayment period. I never expected to be scammed by them. A chill instantly rose from the soles of my feet. 10 days? 7 or 8 days have already passed. That means he only has 2 or 3 days left to repay that huge sum of over 3 million yuan, principal plus 10 days interest. Where did he get the money? Big brother, please give me a few more days. I'm sure I can pay it back. Once my dad wakes up. Gu Yanqing's voice began to tremble. Wait for your dad to wake up. The bald man waved his hand impatiently. I'm tired of hearing that. Either pay me back now, or stick to the contract. Your car, your watch, and anything else of value in your name, if you own anything, will have to be used to pay off the debt. Plus, you'll have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. The tall, thin man added. By the way, let me remind you, the loan amount stated in the contract is 3 million, but what you have to repay is much more than that. There are also service fees, appraisal fees, guarantee fees, all sorts of things added up. You can do the math yourself. Gu Yanqing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her face turning deathly pale. He then realized what a deep trap he had fallen into. The loan shark contract was nothing short of a noose that would devour people without spitting out their bones. Gu Yanqing emerged from the loan shark's den, looking disheveled and dejected. The immense fear and debt pressure weighed on him like 2 mountains, making it hard for him to breathe. For the first time, he truly felt that without the protection of his parents, he was nothing. Back in Longhai, no matter how much money I spent or what trouble I got into, I never had to worry. I could just make a phone call and someone would help me. But now, that's it. Gua Tiankai, Uncle Gua. He's my father's old subordinate. He watched me grow up. He must have a way. As if grasping at the last straw, Gu Yanqing immediately found a quiet corner, took out her phone, and dialed Gua Tiankai's private number with trembling hands. He didn't dare to go directly to the Lin group to find Gua Tiankai. When Lin Shin found out about Gua Tiankai's previous hospital visit, Gua Tiankai lied and said that he was just a student sponsored by the late chairman, which was both to protect Lin Shun and to protect himself. If he were to openly appear at the Lin group now to see the vice president, and Lin Shun or his people saw him, it would cause trouble again. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Gua Tiankai's low voice came from the other end, carrying a hint of displeasure and wariness at being disturbed. Hello? Who is this? Uncle Gua. It's me, Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing's voice was trembling with sobs. Uncle Gua, help. I'm in big trouble. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Gua Tiankai's voice became even deeper. Where are you now? I'm downstairs at your company, Gu Yanqing said quickly. Don't say it on the phone. Meet me in half an hour at the alley behind the coffee shop where we met last time. Be careful, don't let anyone follow you. Gua Tiankai finished speaking and hung up the phone without waiting for Gu Yanqing's response. Chapter 105, Finding a Way to Provoke Them. Upon hearing Gua Tiankai's words, Gu Yanqing hurriedly took a taxi to the location Gua Tiankai had designated. It was a quiet alleyway located in the backstreet of the commercial district, and few people usually passed by it. He waited anxiously at the alley entrance for nearly 40 minutes before he saw an inconspicuous black sedan slowly drive up and stop in front of him. The rear window rolled down halfway, revealing half of Gua Tiankai's expressionless face. Get in, he said briefly. Gu Yanqing quickly opened the car door and got in. Inside the car were only Gua Tiankai and the driver. The driver was wearing sunglasses and had a blank expression, as if he was oblivious to everything happening in the back seat. The driver was a relative of Gua Tiankai, so he wouldn't expose anything about him. Uncle Gua, you have to save me. As the car slowly started moving, Gu Yanqing could no longer hold back and almost threw herself at Gua Tiankai, her voice trembling with sobs and incoherent. I borrowed money from loan sharks, and they're forcing me to pay it back. It's over 3 million yuan in total. I'm broke now. Uncle Gua, could you lend me some more to help me plug this hole? I'll pay you back tenfold when my dad wakes up. Looking at the once arrogant and domineering young Master Gu in Longhai City, who was now panicked and in a sorry state, Gua Tiankai felt little sympathy. Instead, he gave a cold laugh of just as expected and a disdainful look of hopeless as mud. The reason he gave Gu Yanqing the 100,000 yuan was partly out of respect for the late chairman, and partly to leave himself a way out. In case Gu Yanqing's parents really woke up, he would be considered Gu Yanqing's benefactor. But now it seems that Gu Yanqing is a bottomless pit and utterly useless. At this point, instead of thinking about how to wake his parents up and reclaim the property, he only cares about having fun all day long. He's truly a hopeless case. Young Master Gu, Guotian said coldly, his tone carrying obvious distance and dissatisfaction. It's not that I don't want to help you. The 100,000 I gave you before was the limit of what I could personally afford. I also have a family to support and need to make a living. Moreover, I'm currently working under Lin Shun, walking on thin ice, and I have to be careful at every turn. If I embezzle public funds or lend you money privately, and it gets discovered, I'll lose my job and might even go to jail. You should understand our situation now. We can't afford to give Lin Chen any more leverage. Then what should we do? Uncle Gua, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Gu Yanqing panicked and grabbed Guo Tiankai's arm. Those loan sharks said that if I can't pay back the money, they'll break my arms and legs. They also want to take away the car and watch I'm mortgaged. Uncle Gua, please help me think of a way. For my dad's sake, think of a way. Guo Tiankai pulled his arm away, leaned back to create distance between himself and Gu Yanqing, tapped his knee with his fingers, and his eyes became somewhat deep. Young Master Gu, your biggest problem right now isn't how much money you owe, but that your parents are still in the hospital. As long as they don't wake up, you'll have no real support and no source of funds. Lin Shun, that brat, is now firmly in the chairman's seat, wielding immense power. He'd rather your parents never wake up so he can rightfully swallow up the entire Lin group. He looked at Gu Yanqing's pale face, lowered his voice, and said earnestly, besides, he doesn't know your true identity now. If he did, do you think he would keep you to share the inheritance? What you should be doing right now isn't borrowing money everywhere to fill the hole. That's like drinking poison to quench thirst, only making things worse. You should be thinking about how to get your parents to wake up as soon as possible. Once they wake up, what will a few million, or even 10 or 20 million, mean to you? You can easily pay back the loan sharks, can't you? Guo Tiankai's words were like a bolt of lightning, shattering Gu Yanqing's chaotic mind. Yes, the root of the problem lies with the parents. Once the parents wake up, all the problems will be solved. Who is Lin Chen? What are loan sharks? They'll get whatever they want. But how can I wake my parents up? The doctors said that he needs continuous stimulation and good care. Whether he will wake up and when he will wake up is up to fate. Uncle Gua, then what should I do? A glimmer of hope ignited in Gu Yanqing's eyes. Guo Tiankai pondered for a moment and said, I will continue to keep an eye on what's happening at the hospital and try to get you to go there more often. Try to stimulate yourself and see if that will wake you up. Talk to your parents more, especially about things that might trigger their emotions, like how Lin Chen seized power, how he bullied you, or how you were being harassed by loan sharks. It might ignite their survival instincts and protective instincts. He paused, then added meaningfully, I'll keep an eye on Lin Chen and look for an opportunity. But remember, the most important thing right now is to wake your parents up. Everything else can wait. As for the loan sharks, stall them until your parents wake up. Once they're awake, money won't be a problem. Gu Yanqing was moved by Guo Tiankai's frank and even advising words and nodded repeatedly. I understand, Uncle Gua. I'll listen to you. I'll go to the hospital right now, and I'll go every day. I'll tell them how that bastard Lin Chen treated me. He seemed to have found his anchor again. Although the debt burden was still enormous, he seemed to have hope and direction for a solution. He even forgot to mention borrowing money again. Stop at the next intersection and let him out, Guo Tiankai instructed the driver, then said to Gu Yanqing, be careful, and be careful when you go to the hospital too. Don't let Lin Chen's people target you. If you need anything, call me. Don't come to me directly. Yes, thank you, Uncle Gua. Gu Yanqing got out of the car with tears of gratitude, watching the black sedan speed away and disappear into the traffic. He touched his pocket and found that he only had a few hundred yuan left in cash, but the goal of awakening his parents temporarily dispelled some of the gloom in his heart. Sitting in the departing car, Guo Tiankai looked at Gu Yanqing's back as she stood there, gazing into the distance. In the rearview mirror, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. Chapter 106, I'll give you 3 days. Even after leaving Guo Tiankai, Gu Yanqing's fear had not completely dissipated. The threat of usury hung like a sword over her head. Only then did he realize that his main purpose in coming to Hangzhou was to awaken his parents, who were in a vegetative state. not to have fun. He planned to go back to the apartment Gua Tiankai had arranged for him to get some things first, and then go to the hospital to fulfill his filial duty. However, as soon as he reached the apartment building, and before he could even take out his keys, several figures emerged from the shadows and blocked his way. The leader was the bald man. Next to him was a tall, thin guy, and 2 or 3 burly men with fierce faces and menacing eyes. They had obviously been waiting here for a long time. Gu Yanqing's heart tightened, and she subconsciously took half a step back, shouting with a fierce but weak voice, "What? What do you want to do? This is a residential area. What do you want?" The bald man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, stepped forward with a forced smile. "Young Master Gu, we've been waiting for you for a long time. How's the money coming along? We agreed on a month, 10 days, and this is only the 8th day? The time isn't up yet." Remembering the contract, Gu Yanqing forced a smile and said, "You loan sharks should at least have some ethics, right? It's against the rules to come and urge us before the due date." Rules? The bald man seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and the several burly men behind him burst into laughter. The bald man abruptly stopped laughing, his eyes turning fierce. "Kid, you're talking to me about rules? Our rule is, if we don't like you and think you can't pay, we can collect the debt anytime. Stop talking nonsense. Where's the money?" "I don't have it now." Gu Yanqing was pushed to the limit and decided to go all out. "I said the time hasn't come yet. If you keep doing this, I'll call the police." "Call the police?" The bald man's eyes sharpened, and he winked at someone to the side. A burly man immediately stepped forward, grabbed Gu Yanqing by the collar, and slammed him against the cold wall. Gu Yanqing groaned, his back throbbing with pain. "Call the police? You try calling them." The bald man leaned closer, his breath reeking of smoke and bad breath hitting Gu Yanqing's face, his voice chilling. "Let's see if the police come. Will they arrest us, debt collectors? Or you, the fraudster and malicious lender? There are quite a few tricks in that contract you signed." "Calling the police? Perfect. Let them put you in there and let you sober up." Gu Yanqing was choked until she couldn't breathe, her face turned red, and her previous arrogance was instantly replaced by fear. He then truly realized how ridiculous it was to try to reason with these people, to talk about the law and logic. They were people who lived on the edge, and they wouldn't listen to any of that. Let go of me." Gu Yanqing struggled. Bang! The burly man grabbing him punched him hard in the stomach without any hesitation. Gu Yanqing groaned in pain, curled up, and almost vomited up his dinner from the night before. "Listen, kid." The bald man squatted down and patted Gu Yanqing's contorted face with his rough hand. "I don't have that much patience to play with you. I'll give you 3 more days. After 3 days, if you don't see the money." He paused, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "The beat-up car and a few broken watches you mortgaged are worth at most 300,000 or 500,000. The remaining several hundred thousand can be paid with your body parts. You can choose whether to lose a hand or a foot. Or, we can sell you to a black coal mine or a black brick factory, and you can work until you die to pay off your debts." He stood up and spat at Gu Yanqing. "Remember, 3 days. Don't try anything funny, and don't even think about running away. Hangzhou isn't that big. If we can find you the first time, we can find you the second time. Run? We'll break your legs." After saying that, the bald man waved his hand, and several burly men kicked Gu Yanqing, who was curled up on the ground, a few more times before leaving. Gu Yanqing was left alone lying on the cold, dirty ground, groaning in pain, suffering immense physical and mental torment. After a long while, Gu Yanqing struggled to get up, her whole body aching, her face and body covered in dust and footprints, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, looking utterly miserable. He leaned against the wall and limped toward the elevator, each step causing excruciating abdominal pain. Back in the empty apartment, Gu Yanqing slumped onto the sofa, looking at his bruised and battered face in the mirror. Overwhelmed by a wave of fear and helplessness, he was plunged into despair. 3 days. There are only 3 days left. Where did he get more than 3 million? Gua Tiankai is unreliable, his parents are in a coma, and Lin Chen wishes he were dead. Is he really going to sell his organs? Or wait to have his arms and legs broken? No way. He wanted to wake his parents up as soon as possible. Despite the dramatic changes happening outside the change of ownership in Shin's company, Zhou Yongfu's defeat, and Gu Yanqing's deep debt quagmire at Mingda University, time seemed to have passed in just a few days. The announcement of the revocation of the punishment is still posted on the official website homepage. The aftermath of the investigation into Principal Chun, Director Liu, Teacher Zhao, and others has not yet completely subsided. The discussion on the campus forum about Lin Chen's amazing comeback has cooled down slightly, but it is still a topic of conversation for many people. Lin Chen did not completely distance himself from the campus because of the change in his identity. On the one hand, he doesn't want to reveal his identity too early. The school is currently his best cloak of invisibility. On the other hand, academic studies were not useless to him. Some basic courses and theoretical knowledge were still helpful for him to control the Lin family and understand the macro-level economic operations. That afternoon, he took some time to go back to school and attend a required professional course. In class, he remained low-key, sitting in the back, quietly listening to the lecture and taking notes, just like the other students around him, whether they were attentive or daydreaming. However, the calm and composed demeanor he possessed, which was beyond his years and had been tempered by the ups and downs of the business world and a series of recent events, would occasionally make classmates who happened to catch a glimpse of him feel a little strange, but they would quickly return to normal. When the bell rang, the students packed up their books and streamed out of the classroom in twos and threes, chatting and laughing. Lin Chen calmly packed his things and was about to leave when several figures blocked his way at the classroom door, making the already crowded entrance even more congested. The leader was Zhou Zihong, whose face was gloomy and whose eyes were filled with undisguised hatred and provocation. Behind him were 3 or 4 lackeys who usually followed his lead, and one of them was none other than Zhao Kai, who had been intimidated by Lin Chun and Qin Wei at the Cloud Realm restaurant yesterday and had left in a sorry state. At this moment, Zhao Kai stood half a step behind Zhou Zihong. The fear on his face from that day was gone, replaced by an expression that mixed with resentment, smugness, and excitement as he waited to see a good show. Clearly, he has found a new patron, or rather, he has stirred up new troublemakers. Hey, isn't this Lin Chun, the most popular student at Mingda University lately? Zhou Zihong crossed his arms and spoke in a sarcastic tone, deliberately raising his voice, which attracted the attention of the students who hadn't gone far. They stopped in their tracks out of curiosity, forming a small circle of onlookers. Chapter 107. Enough is enough. Zhou Zihong and his men blocked Lin Chen's path. Lin Chen paused slightly, looked calmly at Zhou Zihong, and then glanced at Zhao Kai behind him, understanding dawning on his mind. It seems that the lesson given to Zhao Kai and his father that day was not profound enough. Or rather, some people are simply born unable to learn what knowing when to stop and respect mean. Get out of the way. Lin Chen's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Move aside. What's the rush? Zhou Zihong not only didn't move aside, but instead stepped forward, getting closer to Lin Chen, and lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only those around could hear, his words laced with sarcasm. Lin Chen, you're quite the schemer. You secretly recorded a conversation in the principal's office, then immediately reported it, sending Principal Chun and Director Liu to jail while clearing your own name. This kind of tactic has really opened the eyes of us naive students. He paused, then raised his voice a few decibels to ensure more onlookers could hear, a smug, disdainful smile spreading across his face. However, I heard you've recently found a new connection. You've been taken care of by a rich woman who's old enough to be your aunt? TSK, that's quite something. No wonder you're so confident now, even daring to come back to class. Is it that aunt who's giving you pocket money, allowing you to pretend to be a good student again? Ha! Zhou Zihong's lackeys burst into laughter in unison. Zhao Kai grinned, his eyes fixed on Lin Chun with malice, as if to say, Look, I've exposed all your shameful deeds. Let's see if you can still pretend. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students immediately erupted in an uproar, whispering amongst themselves. What? Lin Chun is being kept by a sugar daddy. A rich woman? Really? No wonder he was so poor before, but suddenly he was able to turn his life around. It turns out he found a sugar daddy. That's disgusting. They'll do anything for money. I knew it. How did he get the ability to bring down the principal? It must have been a rich woman who paid and helped him behind the scenes. Various speculative, disdainful, and gloating gazes were like needles piercing Lin Chun. Many people don't care about the truth. They just need a reasonable explanation for Lin Chen's comeback that aligns with their understanding and gives them a sense of moral superiority. The phrase being kept by a rich woman perfectly fits these conditions. Lin Chen's gaze passed over Zhou Zihong and landed directly on Zhao Kai's face, his tone remaining calm and even. You said it. Zhao Kai felt a chill run down his spine under Lin Chen's calm gaze and subconsciously shrank back. But then, remembering that Zhou Zihong was backing him up, he straightened his chest, wanting to admit it and embellish the story. However, Zhou Zihong spoke up before him, saying loudly, "What? You dare to do it, but not admit it? Or do you feel ashamed to be kept by a rich woman and are too embarrassed to admit it?" He deliberately emphasized the words, being kept by a rich woman, as if he wanted to nail them to Lin Shan. Looking at the two people in front of him, who were acting like clowns, Lin Shan's last bit of tolerance, which stemmed from their classmate status, vanished. He originally thought that as long as these people didn't bother him at school, he wouldn't bother with them. But now it seems he was too kind. Some people don't know what fear, or not to be provoked, means until they feel pain to the core. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at Zhou Zihong, as if his question to Zhao Kai had been casually mentioned. "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Zhou Zihong seemed to have heard an interesting question. He turned around and, facing the growing crowd of students, shouted loudly enough for half the corridor to hear. "Fellow students, everyone come and see. This is Lin Chun, our Mingda University's hero. He turned his life around by secretly recording and reporting his teacher, and now he's being kept by an old woman for money. Does this kind of person deserve to study at Mingda School? Does he deserve to be our classmate? I, Zhou Zihong, will expose his true colors today. I'll let everyone know what kind of person he is." He shouted until he was hoarse, his expression agitated, as if he were carrying out some righteous mission. He wanted to use public opinion, the pointing fingers of the crowd, and the most vicious rumors to completely ruin Lin Chen's reputation, so that even under the protection of the rich woman, he would never be able to hold his head up in Mingda. This is the best way for him to get revenge on Lin Chen for giving him a major demerit and making him lose face. Sure enough, as Zhou Zihong promoted the event, more students gathered around, pointing and whispering about Lin Chen, their eyes practically overflowing with disdain and contempt. Lina had somehow squeezed into the crowd. When she saw Lin Chen, she rolled her eyes dramatically and muttered disgusting. Su Qing stood not far away, watching Lin Chen, who remained calm despite being criticized by the crowd. The fear and complex emotions she felt because of the restaurant incident were replaced by a distorted sense of justice and moral superiority. She took a few steps forward, stood in front of Lin Chen, and said in a tone that was a mixture of disappointment, heartache, and a condescending, lecturing voice. "Lin Chen, a person can be poor, but they cannot lack backbone. Relying on this method, you are utterly despicable." After saying that, as if she had completed some kind of redemption or drawing a line, she turned around, pushed through the crowd, and left quickly, her back view carrying a sense of determination and self-perceived aloofness. Zhou Zihong was extremely satisfied with the result. This was exactly the kind of scene he wanted abandoned by everyone and condemned by all. He glanced at Lin Chen smugly, his eyes seeming to say, "See, this is what happens when you offend me." Then, he led Zhao Kai and a few lackeys away, swaggering away under the gazes of the crowd, some with disdain and others with curiosity, as if he had won a battle. The crowd gradually dispersed, but the pointing and whispering and the strange looks did not disappear. Lin Chen stood alone at the entrance of the now much emptier classroom, like a silent statue. He didn't leave immediately, nor did he try to explain himself. Excuses are the most ineffective defense, especially when prejudice and malice have already taken hold. He stood quietly for a while, as if sensing the malicious atmosphere permeating the campus directed at him. Then, he strode calmly through the corridor where there were still scattered discussions, down the stairs, and out of the teaching building. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright, so he squinted slightly, took out his phone, and dialed Qin Wei's number. The call was quickly answered, and Qin Wei's capable and clear voice came through. "President Lin." "Qin Wei," Lin Chen's voice came through the receiver, calm and undisturbed, yet carrying an undeniable determination. "I don't want to see Zhao Jiqiang's Jiqiang building materials in Hangzhou anymore. Complete blacklist. All cooperation terminated. Spread the word that anyone who dares to do business with the Zhao family is an enemy of the Lin family." He didn't explain why, nor did he need to. Qin Wei is a smart woman. She was present at the restaurant the whole time that day. Judging from Zhao Kai's behavior today, it's obvious who is spreading rumors and stirring things up. On the other end of the phone, Qin Wei answered immediately without any hesitation or asking a single question. "Yes, Mr. Lin. I'll handle it immediately. I'll make sure Jiqiang building materials disappears from Hangzhou as quickly as possible." Her voice was equally calm, but the strength and execution it contained were undeniable. For a business behemoth like the Lin Group to launch a comprehensive blockade against a building materials company with assets of tens of millions is tantamount to crushing an egg with a boulder. Banks are withdrawing loans, partners are breaking off relations, suppliers are demanding payment, and customers are leaving. Zhao Jiqiang's company, which he has painstakingly built up over 20 years, may very well face a broken cash flow and fall into dire straits in a very short time, ultimately leading to bankruptcy and liquidation. Zhao Kai, that arrogant and domineering second-generation rich kid who relied on his family background, will be exposed for what he really is in an instant, and may even be heavily in debt. This was Lin Chen's response. There was no angry roar, no fierce confrontation, and he didn't even glance at Zhao Kai again. He simply made a phone call, casually deciding the fate of a family business and completely severing Zhao Kai's arrogant foundation in Hangzhou. As for Zhou Zihong, Lin Chen put away his phone and turned his gaze to the youthful, yet potentially malicious, faces on campus in the distance. He will settle Zhou Zihong's score slowly. The Zhou family. Lin Chen felt that it was time to teach the Zhou family a more profound lesson, considering what his father, Zhou Yongfu, did at the Shin family meeting and Zhou Zihong's provocation today. But no rush. Let the dust settle. Sometimes, the fear and anticipation before destruction are more agonizing than the destruction itself. Chapter 108 Unable to Control. Sunlight shone on Lin Chen's young face, outlining a clear and hard profile. He strode towards the school gate, his shadow elongated in the sunlight, lonely yet carrying an invisible, heart-stopping power. The atmosphere in the chairman's office of the Zhou Group was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Zhou Yongfu sat in his large executive chair with a gloomy face, holding a briefing that had just been delivered, which contained information about the recent developments of Shin's Food Company, Ltd. The briefing content was not complicated and could even be described as somewhat unusual. Shin's company did not show any panic or decline due to Zhou's complete withdrawal of its channels. On the contrary, everyone in the company was unusually busy, and morale seemed to rise rather than fall. The shareholders who were cleaned out and had their shares transferred by Shen Wenbo are said to have taken their money and left Hangzhou, their whereabouts unknown. The few remaining minority shareholders, with pitifully small shares, have been frequently visiting Shin's company lately, all looking radiant and telling everyone they meet that the company is going to have great development and the future is promising, as if they've been injected with adrenaline. What made Zhou Yongfu even more suspicious was that a low-ranking but well-informed informant he had bribed within the Shin family had secretly sent him a vague message this morning. Mr. Zhou, it seems like the company is really preparing materials to connect with the Lin Group. The atmosphere is a bit off. It doesn't seem fake. Cooperate with the Lin Group. Zhou Yongfu slammed the briefing onto the table with a thud. His chest heaved violently, a surge of rage mixed with an unbelievable sense of absurdity rushing to his head. How is that possible? How could Shen Wenbo possibly have really gotten close to the Lin family? How could Lin Chen possibly be the president of the Lin Group? This is utterly a fantasy. The people he sent to investigate Lin Chen's background came back with clear information. His parents were ordinary wage earners, his family was poor, he was inconspicuous at school, and he had even been falsely accused and punished before. Could such a person be the head of a business tycoon in Hangzhou? What a ridiculous joke. He preferred to believe that this was a desperate scheme orchestrated by Shen Wenbo, who had gone bankrupt and even borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates, in collaboration with the somewhat clever Lin Chen, to stage a desperate survival scam. The goal is to bluff, stabilize the internal situation, deceive the external environment, buy time to breathe, and even attract new investment. However, Shen's abnormal behavior and the vague reports from his informants made his previously firm belief in the deception begin to waver. If it were truly a scam, how could Shen Wenbo have acted so convincingly? How could Lin Chen make those minority shareholders so excited, as if they'd been brainwashed? Does Lin Chen really have someone backing him? No, he can't panic. Zhou Yongfu forced himself to calm down. Zhou Yongfu has been in the business world for decades. What storms haven't he weathered? How can we be scared by such unsubstantiated rumors and Shen Wenbo's performance? He thought he could easily control Shen Wenbo. After all, Shen Wenbo had always relied on them for survival. The Zhou family will also suffer some losses by terminating their cooperation with him. He had been waiting for Shen Wenbo to come and sue for peace. Unexpectedly, He responded better to gentle persuasion than force. Lin Group. Zhou Yongfu tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes gleaming. By the way, the Zhou Group also has businesses that do business with the Lin Group, although the volume is not large and the level is not high, but it is still a channel of contact. Moreover, he also knew 1 or 2 mid-level managers within the Lin Group. You can go and ask them yourself, and you'll find out. Firstly, it would allow them to gauge the Lin family's stance and see if the Shun family's so-called cooperation was genuine. Secondly, it also allows us to learn from the sidelines what kind of person the mysterious new chairman of the Lin Group is, and why he is so mysterious. With this in mind, Zhou Yongfu no longer hesitated. He picked up the landline on the table and dialed a number that was in his contacts, but he didn't use often Xiao, a purchasing manager at a subsidiary of the Lin Group. This manager Xiao had dined with Zhou Yongfu a few times before due to business dealings and had received some small tokens of appreciation from him, so he was considered to have some influence with him. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and a slightly polite voice came through. "Hey, Mr. J? What brings you here today?" Manager Xiao, hello. Zhou Yongfu immediately adopted a warm and polite tone, as if the two were old friends. "How have you been lately?" "Busy. It's all right, same as always." "What can I do for you, Mr. Zhou?" Manager Xiao clearly didn't want to waste time on small talk. "That's right," Zhou Yongfu said, carefully choosing his words. "Regarding the parts supply for the next quarter, our company would like to discuss some details with your company to see if we can optimize the cooperation terms. I wonder if it would be convenient for Manager Xiao to pay a visit, and I would also like to bring some of Hangzhou's specialty tea for Manager Xiao to try." Using business discussions as a pretext to visit someone while simultaneously offering gifts and gathering information is a common tactic in the business world. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, as if someone was checking their schedule, before the person said, "I should have some time after 3 p.m. Mr. Zhou. Please come over to my office." Okay. See you this afternoon." "Sorry to bother you, Manager Xiao," Zhou Yongfu said with a smile as he hung up the phone. As soon as he put down the microphone, the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. He pressed the intercom. "Xiao Chun, wrap up that box of top-grade pre-Qingming Longjing tea in my study. I need it this afternoon." "Yes, Mr. Zhou," the secretary replied. Zhou Yongfu leaned back in his chair, his eyes filled with a sinister glint. He was determined to visit the Lin Group in person and see just how deep the waters ran. If Shun Wenba is really bluffing, then he wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire and making him die even faster. If there really is some hidden story he doesn't know about, he can make plans early. Chapter 109, How Can I See My Parents? Compared to Zhou Yongfu's scheming and probing in the office, Gu Yanqing's situation was already a visibly hellish one. He struggled to get up from the sofa in his apartment, his whole body aching. His face was covered in bruises and his mouth was cracked. Even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain in his abdomen and back. Looking at himself in the mirror, he no longer had any of the young Master Gu's demeanor. He looked exactly like a street thug who had been beaten up, but he paid no heed to the pain or his appearance. The 3-day deadline given by the loan shark was like a countdown to death, gnawing at his nerves every minute and every second. Guotiankai pointed him to the path of awakening his parents. But this path was too far-fetched to be effective in the immediate crisis, and besides, he couldn't even get into a hospital right now. After quickly treating the most obvious wound on her face and changing into an old t-shirt that could barely cover some of the bruises on her body, Gu Yanqing endured the pain and went to the private high-end hospital where her parents worked again. Throughout the journey, his heart was filled with fear and a sliver of almost obsessive hope. Guotiankai was right. His parents were his only hope. He had to see them. He had to stimulate them to wake up. He had to find a way in, no matter what. However, when he arrived at the VIP ward where his parents were, his heart sank to the bottom. The situation was even more serious than he had imagined. In the corridor, besides the hospital's own patrolling security guards, there were at least 4 unfamiliar faces. They were scattered in key locations along the corridor. Some sat on chairs near the nurse's station, seemingly casually flipping through magazines, while others leaned against windows not far from the wards, their sharp eyes scanning everyone who passed by. These people were dressed in plain clothes, but Gu Yanqing could tell at a glance that they were well-trained and had wary eyes, and were definitely not ordinary visitors or family members. More noticeably, diagonally opposite the parents' ward, the door to a previously empty ward was ajar, With shadowy figures moving inside, it had likely been converted into a temporary monitoring point or a rest room. In the nurse's station, the nurses on duty were all new faces, talking in hushed tones with serious expressions. This setup, it's practically an impenetrable fortress. Lin Shun is treating his parents like some important figures, protecting them or even keeping them under house arrest. Gu Yanqing felt a chill in his heart. Force his way in. Given his current state, bruised and battered, struggling to walk, it would be tantamount to courting death. Reveal your identity? Putting aside whether the bodyguards and nurses believe it or not, Gua Tiankai had repeatedly warned against exposing himself. If things got out of hand, Lin Shun would definitely find out, and the consequences would be unimaginable. What should we do? Should we just give up? No, absolutely not. The hospital is his last battlefield, and his parents are the fortress he must conquer. In despair, an almost insane obsession surged into his heart. He can't just leave like this. He has to go in. If the open approach doesn't work, then the covert one will. Everyone makes mistakes, and bodyguards also need to eat, change shifts, and go to the bathroom. He needs to observe and find the loopholes in this protective network. Suppressing the urge to rush forward immediately, Gu Yanqing took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Instead of trying to approach the ward area, he turned around and walked towards the public restroom at the other end of the floor. He needed to treat the injuries on his face first. His appearance was too conspicuous. He hastily washed his face with cold water in the bathroom, and the stinging pain made him grimace. He looked at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, but his gaze gradually turned somber and focused. Since we can't get in head-on, we'll lie in wait, observe, and wait for an opportunity. Just like a hunter waiting for its prey to let its guard down. He walked out of the restroom, but instead of leaving the hospital, he clutched his stomach and, with a pained expression, slowly made his way to the emergency room on the same floor. The injuries on his face and body provided a ready-made excuse. Nurse, I fell and scraped my face and body. Could you help me treat them? It hurts a bit. Gu Yanqing put on a pitiful, yet pain-stricken expression as she faced the nurses in the treatment room. The nurse glanced at him and saw that he did indeed have injuries on his face, and his clothes were dirty. She didn't suspect anything and gestured for him to sit down. How did you fall? How serious is it? Besides the external injuries, is there anything else that's bothering you? I slipped on the stairs and hit the railing and the wall. It's just a superficial injury, but it hurts. Gu Yanqing gave a vague answer and obediently allowed the nurse to clean, disinfect, and apply medicine to his wound. The process was a bit lengthy, which gave him the opportunity to observe the situation in the corridor. He sat in the treatment room near the door, where he had a good view of most of the corridor, including the nurse's station and the area where some of the bodyguards were located. While enduring the pain from the alcohol irritating his wounds, he began to record, like the most patient undercover agent, using the corner of his eye. The crew-cut man sitting near the nurse's station reading a magazine would get up and move around every 20 minutes or so, either to go to the restroom or to stand by the window for a while. The tall, thin man by the window seemed to be whispering something through wireless headphones, glancing occasionally toward the elevator and stairwell. The other two, loitering at the other end of the corridor, seemed to move more regularly, as if they were patrolling in a cross-regional manner. The two nurses at the nurse's station change shifts about once an hour, and they exchange a few words briefly when they hand over their shifts. Time passed slowly, and Gu Yanqing's wound was treated. He paid the bill, which was almost all the cash he had left, thanked the nurse, but did not leave immediately. He made an excuse that he was still a little dizzy and wanted to sit and rest for a while. The nurse saw that he did not look well and did not ask him to leave. He spent the entire afternoon resting on a chair outside the treatment room, like an inconspicuous, injured visitor. He saw the bodyguards change shifts around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 new faces came and replaced the tall, thin man by the window and another patrolman. He also saw the meal delivery time around 5:30 p.m., when people from the hospital cafeteria pushed a food cart up and delivered meals to the nurse's station. The bodyguards seemed to have brought their own lunchboxes and took turns eating a simple meal in the empty ward diagonally opposite. Gu Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. Shift changes and mealtimes were the times when defenses were most likely to lapse, especially late at night, when people were most tired. A vague plan gradually took shape in his gloomy mind. He needs to know their shift change times and gaps, or he could sneak in through a window or something. But he soon realized that was not feasible. The most direct way might be to take advantage of the gaps in guard duty. such as when they change shifts or are tired, and sneak in disguised as medical staff or in other ways. Chapter 110, Banning the Zhao Family. As darkness fell, the hospital lights came on one by one. Gu Yanqing knew she couldn't continue sitting there watching, or it would arouse suspicion. He got up and pretended to be weak as he slowly left. Stepping out of the hospital building, the evening breeze carried a chill. My wounds still ached, my stomach rumbled with hunger, and my pockets were empty. But Gu Yanqing's eyes no longer held the pure despair they had when she arrived. Instead, they held a hint of morbid obsession and cold calculation. The hospital became his battlefield. His parents were the high ground he had to conquer. The 3-day deadline imposed by the loan sharks hung over his head like the sword of Damocles. He had to find a way out, see his parents, and complete the excitement before the sword fell. This was his only way out. He had to find a way in within 3 days. The easiest way was to ask Tiankai for help and then disguise himself as a medical worker. On the other side, from the time Lin Shun was falsely accused of being a kept man by Zhou Zihong and others at school until he left Mingda University, that phone call he made to Qin Wei was brief and calm, but it was tantamount to dropping a precision-guided miniature nuclear bomb in the Hangzhou business world. And the epicenter of the explosion was Jiqiang Building Materials, and its owner, Zhao Jiqiang, and his family. Qin Wei hung up the phone and, without any hesitation, immediately took action. She didn't even say anything to the heads of the various departments in the company first, but instead dialed Zhao Jiqiang's private mobile phone number directly. Dealing with small fry, like the Zhao family, is too troublesome even with the Lin Group's usual procedures. She wants to use the most direct method to declare their demise. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Zhao Jiqiang's somewhat tired but still polite voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Zhao, it's me, Qin Wei." Qin Wei's voice was devoid of warmth, even colder and more concise than usual. Qin Wei called Zhao Jiqiang from a private phone, so he didn't know who it was when he received the call. The moment Zhao Jiqiang heard the name Qin Wei on the other end of the phone, it was as if he had been struck by an invisible electric current. His heart clenched and his breath caught in his throat. The fear and humiliation brought on by yesterday's phone call at the restaurant instantly resurfaced, even intensifying. He forced himself to remain calm, but his voice involuntarily trembled and became ingratiating. "Secretary Qin. Secretary Qin. Hello. What instructions do you have?" "Instructions?" Qin Wei repeated casually, her tone laced with undisguised sarcasm. "Mr. Zhao, your son is quite the big shot at school. It seems your tutoring yesterday didn't have much effect. What? Zhao Jiqiang's mind went blank for a moment, a complete buzz. His son? Zhao Kai? Had he provoked Lin Chen again? Didn't I just apologize yesterday and give him a stern warning? This unfilial son. How dare he? President Qin, is there some misunderstanding? I already gave Zhao Kai a good scolding yesterday. Zhao Jiqiang was so anxious that he was incoherent, trying to explain. Misunderstanding. Qin Wei interrupted him, her voice suddenly turning sharp. Zhao Jiqiang, I don't have time to listen to your explanations, nor am I interested in your family affairs. I'm calling to inform you that your Zhao family and your Jiqiang Building Materials are officially on the Lin Group's permanent blacklist starting today. All existing collaborations are terminated immediately. All outstanding payments will be handled according to the contract's breach of contract clauses. Furthermore, I will inform all our business partners who have dealings with the Lin family of this situation. You'd better take care of yourself." After saying that, Qin Wei hung up the phone without waiting for Zhao Jiqiang's reaction. She didn't need to listen to the other party's wails, pleas for mercy, or explanations. They were meaningless. She only needed to convey Lin Chen's decision and then carry it out. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone from his phone, Zhao Jiqiang felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and the phone fell to the smooth solid wood desk with a thud. He froze in the large executive chair, his face turning deathly pale at a visible speed, and fine beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Blacklisted by the Lin Group? Permanently blacklisted? Notified to all partners? Each word of those sentences was like a heavy hammer, striking his heart with devastating force. He knew all too well what this meant. Jiqiang Building Materials has been able to establish itself in Hangzhou thanks to its upstream and downstream supply chain relationships and stable customer channels. Although the Lin Group is not their largest customer, it is a trendsetter and hidden hegemon in Hangzhou's business community. Once the Lin family publicly blacklists the Zhao family, Those partners who were already wavering will definitely cut off all ties with Jiqiang Building Materials, without hesitation, in order not to offend the Lin family. Banks will react quickly, withdrawing loans and demanding payment. Suppliers will come knocking on your door demanding payment. Customers will cancel orders. Before long, the cash flow will completely break down, and the company will be like a sandcastle on the beach, collapsing instantly with a single wave. More than 20 years of hard work and tens of millions of dollars in family business are about to be destroyed because of two foolish provocations by his son. Zhao Jiqiang suddenly jumped up from the chair, but because his legs were weak, he staggered and almost fell. He gripped the edge of the table, panting heavily, his eyes filled with horror, despair, and overwhelming rage. He knew that the woman named Qin Wei wasn't joking. The Lin Group had the power and was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. The Zhao family was truly finished. You unfilial son. This unfilial son. Zhao Jiqiang's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a beast-like growl. He grabbed the phone on the table, his hand trembling so much he could barely hold it, and dialed Zhao Kai's number with a fierce thud. On the campus of Matilda University, afternoon classes had just ended. Zhao Kai was following Zhou Zihong and a few of his lackeys, patrolling the campus, enjoying the fearful or fawning looks from the students around them. His heroic act of revealing Lin Chen's being kept scandal at the classroom door in the morning made him feel much better, as he had finally vented the anger he had suffered at the restaurant. Although Zhou Zihong was the main force, he was the one who spread the rumors. He felt that he had made an indispensable contribution and even began to fantasize that Zhou Zihong would value him more in the future and introduce him to higher-level circles. Just then, his phone started vibrating wildly in his pocket, and the caller ID showed Dad. Zhao Kai frowned, feeling a little impatient. His father had been yelling at him a lot lately for some reason. He walked to the side, picked up the phone, and before he could even speak, Zhao Jiqiang roared like a volcano erupting from the other end. His voice was so loud that even without speakerphone, Zhou Zihong and the others nearby could vaguely hear it. Zhao Kai, you little bastard. Get to the company right now. Immediately. Zhao Kai's ears rang from the sudden roar, and his heart skipped a beat. He had never heard his father speak to him in such a furious tone, even with a hint of despair and panic. Dad, what's wrong? I'm still at school. Zhao Kai tried to explain. I don't care where you are. If I don't see you within half an hour, don't ever come back. The Zhao family will pretend we don't have a son like you. Zhao Jiqiang shouted and hung up the phone. Zhao Kai held the phone, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Even if he was stupid, he realized that something big had happened, and it was a huge deal. He didn't dare to delay, and didn't even have time to explain in detail to Zhou Zihong. He just hurriedly said, Young Master Zhou, my dad has something urgent to discuss with me. I have to go now, and then rushed towards the school gate, forgetting to even take his school bag. Chapter 111 You Unfilial Son. Zhao Kai, feeling flustered, took a taxi to the building where Jiqiang Building Materials was located. He hurriedly entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he saw his father's female secretary standing at the elevator entrance, her face equally grim. Upon seeing him, she whispered, Mr. Zhao, President Zhao is in his office. You, be careful. Zhao Kai's ominous premonition grew stronger. He steeled himself, walked to the chairman's office door, and knocked. Get in here. Zhao Jiqiang's voice, barely containing his raging anger, came from inside. Zhao Kai pushed open the door and went in. Before he could even ask what was going on, a dark figure rushed towards him with the sound of wind. Smack! A resounding slap, delivered with all its might, landed hard on Zhao Kai's face. The force was so great that Zhao Kai saw stars and staggered back several steps, crashing into the door frame. Half of his face swelled up instantly, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Dad, you! Zhao Kai covered his face, shocked and angry, but mostly bewildered and fearful. I'll beat you to death, you damned bastard. Zhao Jiqiang's eyes were bloodshot, like a caged beast enraged. He rushed forward and kicked Zhao Kai hard in the stomach. Zhao Kai groaned in pain and curled up on the ground. Tell me, what did you do at school today? Who the hell did you offend this time? Are you trying to get my whole family killed? Zhao Jiqiang grabbed Zhao Kai by the collar and lifted him off the ground, spitting almost onto his face. His voice was hoarse and distorted from extreme anger and fear. I didn't offend anyone. Zhao Kai was stunned by the beating and subconsciously tried to defend himself. Didn't offend anyone? Secretary Qin even called me. The Lin Group is going to blacklist the Zhao family. All cooperation is terminated. All because of you. Aren't you going to tell the truth? Zhao Jiqiang raised his hand, about to strike again. Secretary Qin? The Lin family. Zhao Kai shuddered, suddenly realizing what was happening. It's Lin Shen. It's Qin Wei. They actually want to blacklist the Zhao family because of that trivial matter this morning? It's Lin Shen. Zhao Kai cried out, filled with fear and hatred. I just can't stand his arrogant, gigolo attitude. This morning I was with Zhou Zihong and said a few things to him, saying he's being kept by a rich woman. But what I said is true. He's always been. Facts my ass. Zhao Jiqiang interrupted him furiously, kicking him again. I don't care if she's being kept. Do you even know who Qin Wei is? And who Lin Shen is? I'm not even worth a dog in front of them. And you still dare to mess with her? Do you want our Zhao family to die even faster? He was trembling with anger, pointing at Zhao Kai, who was sprawled on the ground, his fingers shaking. What did I tell you yesterday? I told you not to mess with them. You ignored me? Now look what's happened. One word from the Lin family, and our Zhao family is finished. Finished, you know that. Banks, customers, suppliers, they'll pounce like sharks smelling blood. My whole family will be sleeping on the streets. You spendthrift. You beast. As if to confirm Zhao Jiqiang's words, the landline and cell phone on his desk started ringing frantically at almost the same time, the ringing incessantly like a death knell. Zhao Jiqiang rushed back to his desk, his face pale, and picked up a phone with trembling hands. The supplier, a major raw material supplier with whom they had cooperated for many years, spoke in a cold and urgent tone, saying that they had just received a notice to immediately terminate the supply contract and demand that all outstanding payments be settled within 3 days. Just as I hung up, my phone rang again. It was the bank's loan manager, who politely but firmly stated that due to changes in risk assessment, the original loan amount needed to be re-evaluated, and hinted that part of the loan might be recalled early. The third, the fourth, the calls came in one after another, as if they had planned it. The content is largely the same. Terminating cooperation, collecting payments, canceling orders, revoking credit lines. Each phone call was like a knife, tearing a piece of flesh from Zhao Jiqiang's heart. He slumped in his chair, his face ashen, listening as his former partners, who had once called him brother and shared drinks with him, announced the Zhao family's death sentence in the most businesslike, even gloating, tone. His business empire, painstakingly built over 2 decades, is collapsing at a visible rate. Zhao Kai curled up on the ground, watching his father age 10 years in an instant, looking utterly desperate. He listened to the incessant, life-threatening phone calls, and finally, immense fear and regret overwhelmed him like a tsunami. Only now did he truly understand just how terrifying the existence he had provoked was. That Lin Shen, that Qin Wei, are not people he can fathom or provoke. They don't even need to take action themselves. A single glance or a single word from them is enough to bring his Zhao family to ruin. Just how much does Qin Wei spoil Lin Shen that she would use such terrifying power to retaliate over such a trivial matter? Lin Shen, what kind of magic does he possess? But it's too late to think about these things now. Zhao Kai covered his face. The physical pain was nothing compared to the coldness and despair in his heart. That afternoon and the following night were the longest, darkest, and most desperate times of Zhao Jiqiang and his son Zhao Kai's lives. After Qin Wei hung up the phone, the various tentacles of the Lin Group, this business behemoth, began to operate efficiently and ruthlessly. The ban was issued as quickly as possible to the Lin Group headquarters, subsidiaries, affiliated companies, and core partners closely associated with the Lin Group. Although the scope has not been expanded to the entire business community of Hangzhou, it is enough for small and medium-sized enterprises like Jiqiang Building Materials that heavily rely on a few large customers and a stable supply chain. The bank called first, then the 2 largest raw material suppliers, followed by several long-term construction company clients. The news spread like wildfire through the Zhao family's business circle. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. No one cared who Zhao Kai had actually offended. They only knew that opposing the Lin family, even indirectly, was enough reason for them to immediately sever ties with the Zhao family. Risk had to be avoided. Zhao Jiqiang's office phone and cell phone were ringing off the hook. He tried to explain, plead, and even promise benefits, but all he got in return were faster hang-ups and colder rejections. He frantically dialed Qin Wei's number repeatedly. The number that could be reached yesterday now only gave him the message "The number you dialed is currently busy," or "The phone is switched off." Clearly, he had been completely blocked and no longer had the right to beg for mercy. He tried to contact other middle managers in the Lin Group who might have influence, and even shamelessly asked senior executives he couldn't usually curry favor with. But as soon as they heard that he was Zhao Jiqiang from Jiqiang Building Materials, they either hung up directly or politely, but distantly said, "I can't help you," or "This is a decision made by headquarters." Lin Chen's will, through Qin Wei, has become an inviolable iron law of the Lin Group. In just one afternoon and one night, Jiqiang Building Materials was plunged into dire straits. Several bank loans that were about to expire were explicitly told that they could not be renewed. Suppliers blocked the door to demand payment, and customers canceled orders and demanded penalties. The company's cash flow dried up instantly, and it almost couldn't pay its employees' salaries, causing widespread panic. Zhao Jiqiang's commercial empire, built with 20 years of painstaking effort, couldn't even withstand a single day of pressure from the Lin family, and was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhao Kai was locked at home by his furious father and was beaten several more times. His old wounds on his face and body had not yet healed, and new wounds were added. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his body was covered with bruises. He even walked with a limp. After the initial fear and regret comes a numb despair. He finally understood what catastrophic disaster meant and what it meant to be not to be trifled with. His vanity and arrogance about being a rich second generation were crushed in the face of real power. Chapter 112, Zhao Kai apologizes. At night, Zhao Jiqiang stared with bloodshot eyes at his son, who was sprawled on the sofa like a rag doll. Then he looked at the bad news and bank payment reminders that kept popping up on his phone. A humiliating but possibly only way out thought surfaced in his mind to beg Lin Chen in person. Although he still looked down on this pretty boy who rose to power by relying on women, the situation was beyond his control. The fact that Qin Wei went to such lengths for Lin Chen shows that Lin Chen holds a very important place in her heart. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Only by obtaining Lin Chen's forgiveness might there be a glimmer of hope, allowing Qin Wei to show leniency, even if it's just to retract the statement, notify all partners, giving the Zhao family a little breathing room. The next morning, before dawn, Zhao Jiqiang dragged his injured and dejected Zhao Kai to the gate of Mingda University. They dared not go in, fearing they would be stopped by security guards or that they would not be able to find anyone. So they could only wait on the only way to the main teaching building, in a relatively conspicuous but not too obstructive spot. Zhao Jiqiang hadn't slept all night. His eyes were sunken, his beard was unshaven, his expensive suit was wrinkled, and he looked haggard, completely different from the spirited general manager Zhao he usually was. Zhao Kai was in an even worse state. His face was still bruised, his mouth was cracked, one eye was swollen shut, and he walked awkwardly with his head down, as if he wanted to bury his head in his neck to avoid the increasingly dense, curious, and surprised gazes around him. This strange father-son duo, especially Zhao Kai's battered appearance as if he had just been brutally beaten, immediately attracted the attention of all the students entering the school. People gathered from a distance, pointing and whispering. "Isn't that Zhao Kai? How did he get beaten up like this? Isn't that his dad next to him? They look quite alike. Why is he at school with an injury? What kind of show is this? Who are they waiting for? Looks like they're waiting for someone to apologize. Who has that kind of influence?" Li Na and Su Qing also came to school together, and they saw a group of people gathered here from afar. Li Na, with her sharp eyes, immediately recognized the disheveled figure as Zhao Kai. Although his face was swollen and somewhat deformed, she recognized his build and clothes. "Zhao Kai!" Li Na exclaimed, pushing through the crowd. Seeing the injuries on Zhao Kai's face and body, she was both shocked and furious. Her voice trembled. "Zhao Kai? What happened to you? Who beat you up like this? Was it that bastard Lin Chen?" She immediately thought of Lin Chen. Because Zhang Hao had also been severely beaten before, she always believed that Lin Chen must have joined the underworld. Su Qing also came over and was shocked to see Zhao Kai's miserable state, her brows furrowing. Zhao Jiqiang, who was anxiously waiting and feeling agitated, was startled by Li Na's sharp shout. When he saw that it was a fashionably dressed girl, his brows furrowed even more, and he said in a sharp tone, "Who are you? What are you shouting about?" "I'm Zhao Kai's girlfriend." Li Na puffed out her chest, both angry and anxious, and pointed at Zhao Kai as she spoke to Zhao Jiqiang. "Uncle, are you Zhao Kai's father? What happened to Zhao Kai? Who beat him up like this? Tell me, and we'll call the police. Zhao Jiqiang was already seething with anger and resentment, and seeing this clueless girl still yelling about calling the police, he became even more furious and said sternly, "I did the call. What? You have a problem with that? This is a family matter. It's none of your business. Move aside, don't get in the way." You hit him?" Li Na was stunned, looking at Zhao Jiqiang in disbelief, then at Zhao Kai, who was bowing his head and not saying a word, completely dumbfounded. What kind of father beats his son like this? Zhao Kai secretly tugged at Li Na's sleeve and gave her a weak wink with his swollen eyes, signaling that her father was in a bad mood and she shouldn't say anything. Li Na was filled with doubt and dissatisfaction, but seeing Zhao Kai's frightened appearance, she dared not argue with Zhao Jiqiang anymore. She could only stand aside angrily, exchange a puzzled look with Su Qing, and then look curiously in the direction where Zhao Jiqiang and his son were waiting. Who exactly were they waiting for? Time ticked by, and more people gathered around. Zhao Jiqiang was on pins and needles, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he kept tiptoeing to peek inside. Zhao Kai, on the other hand, wished he could disappear into the ground. Finally, just before the morning school bell was about to ring, a slender and upright figure, carrying a simple school bag, appeared unhurriedly at the other end of the path. It was Lin Shen. He clearly saw the crowd gathered there and the conspicuous father and son among them. But he didn't stop walking or change his expression at all, and calmly continued walking towards the teaching building. "He's here. He's here." Zhao Kai was the first to see him. He said to his father in a hoarse voice, pointing in Lin Chen's direction, but his body involuntarily shrank back. Zhao Jiqiang's spirits lifted, and he also saw Lin Chen. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all the humiliation, resentment, and lingering contempt in his heart. He instantly forced a fawning, humble smile onto his face, grabbed Zhao Kai, and quickly stepped forward to block Lin Chen's path. Lin, good morning." Zhao Jiqiang bowed slightly, his tone unusually ingratiating and cautious, a stark contrast to his roaring on the phone last night. Lin Chen stopped and glanced indifferently at Zhao Jiqiang's haggard and ingratiating face, then at Zhao Kai, who was standing next to him with a bruised and swollen face, and dared not look him in the eye. His face was expressionless, as if he were looking at two strangers. "What is it?" Lin Chen's voice was indifferent. "Student Lin, I am Zhao Kai's father, Zhao Jiqiang." Zhao Jiqiang quickly introduced himself, lowering his posture even further. Yesterday my good-for-nothing son talked nonsense at school and offended you. I've already taught him a lesson. Look, I beat him up like this just to avenge you." As he spoke, he forcefully pulled Zhao Kai, who was cowering at the back, to the front and shouted sternly, "You unfilial son, what are you standing there for? Kneel down and apologize to Lin." Zhao Kai trembled. Under his father's fierce gaze and the countless astonished, curious, and contemptuous eyes around him, a tremendous sense of shame almost overwhelmed him. But when he thought of the devastation his father's company had suffered the previous night and the possibility of bankruptcy and homelessness, his survival instinct overwhelmed everything. With a thud, he actually knelt down on the concrete ground in front of Lin Chen, head bowed, and cried out in a tearful voice. "Lin Chen, no, brother Lin. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was just being a smart aleck. I was blind. I shouldn't have talked nonsense. Please forgive me this time. I beg you." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped his already swollen cheek hard, again and again, making a crisp slap sound that was particularly jarring in the quiet morning. "I'll never do it again. I'll avoid you whenever I see you. Please ask Secretary Qin. Please ask Secretary Qin to have mercy on us. Our family is really finished. Please." Chapter 113. Your future daughter-in-law has done a great job. Zhao Kai burst into tears. His self-slapping motion was genuine, each slap delivered with full force. Soon, the bruises on his face, which had not yet faded, became red and swollen again, and the corner of his mouth cracked and bled once more. The surrounding classmates were all stunned, and there was an uproar. "My God!" Zhao Kai knelt down before him, and even hid himself. "His father is also pleading for him? Just who is this Lin Chen? Didn't you say yesterday that Lin Chen was being kept by a sugar daddy? How come today? Something big seems to have happened to Zhao Kai's family. I heard his dad's company is going to be blacklisted. Lin Chen did it? Impossible. How could he be that capable? It must be that rich woman. She's doing this to get revenge on Lin Chen. This Lin Chen, the rich woman he's hooked up with, has way too much influence, doesn't she? Li Na and Su Qing stood aside, completely dumbfounded. They watched as Zhao Kai, who was usually so arrogant in front of them, knelt before Lin Chun like a dog, slapping himself in the face and begging with tears streaming down his face. Watching Zhao Kai's seemingly imposing father bowing and scraping before Lin Chun, fawning over him. The impact of this scene was 100 times stronger than the shock I felt from Qin Wei at the restaurant yesterday. Lin Chun, what exactly did he do? Or, what exactly did that woman named Qin Wei do for him? Just because of a few rumors, she forced the Zhao family to kneel down and beg for mercy in public? Su Qing's face turned deathly pale, and her lips trembled slightly. She recalled the words she had said to Lin Chun yesterday about having backbone, and now she felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. Integrity. Faced with the absolute power that can instantly destroy a family, how ridiculous and pale her self-righteous, moral judgments and theory of integrity seem. Lin Chun, is he really taking a despicable, wrong path? Or is the level of that path far beyond her imagination and understanding? Li Na was shocked and angry, with a hint of jealousy and confusion. She looked at Zhao Kai, who was in a sorry state, and felt both sorry for him and ashamed. But she was even more shocked by the terrifying power that Lin Chun was displaying at this moment, or rather, the power that the rich woman behind him was displaying for him. Does Qin Wei really spoof Lin Chun that much? So much so that she resorts to such methods? What gives Lin Chun the right? Lin Chun stood quietly, neither stopping Zhao Kai's self-harm nor responding to Zhao Jiqiang's pleas. He simply watched calmly, his eyes deep and unwavering, as if this meticulously planned self-inflicted injury and public apology were nothing more than a clumsy performance unrelated to him. Only after Zhao Kai had beaten himself until his mouth was bleeding profusely, his cheeks were swollen so badly he was almost fainting, did Lin Chun finally speak calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. I said, you brought this on yourself. Lin Chun's cold and resolute words, you brought this on yourself, were like a final verdict, completely shattering the last glimmer of hope in Zhao Jiqiang's heart. He watched as Lin Chun finished speaking and turned to leave, as if the father and sons kneeling and begging for mercy, and their self-slapping, were nothing more than disgusting garbage on the roadside, something he couldn't even bear to look at. Just then, Li Na, who had been standing by watching her boyfriend being beaten, kneeling, and self-harming, could no longer hold back her anger, resentment, and jealousy. Looking at Lin Chun's aloof and indifferent demeanor, a nameless rage mixed with the urge to stand up for her boyfriend caused her to lose her temper. She suddenly rushed forward a few steps, pointed at Lin Chun's back, and screamed, Lin Chun, that's enough. Zhao Kai has already apologized to you like that. What more do you want? Stop pretending to be so high and mighty. Who do you think you are? You're just a gigolo who lives off women and is kept by an old woman. What are you so arrogant about? Without Qin Wei, you're nothing. Stop acting like a big shot here. Her voice was sharp, full of contempt and provocation, and sounded particularly jarring in the suddenly quiet atmosphere. The surrounding students gasped in shock, never expecting that this girl would dare to use such offensive language to provoke Lin Chun at this moment. Didn't she see how terrified Zhao Kai and his father were? Su Qing was also startled and instinctively tried to pull Li Na away, but she couldn't. Lin Chun stopped in his tracks, but he didn't turn around. However, before Lin Chun could react, Zhao Jiqiang, who was standing next to Li Na, turned ashen-faced, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying ferocity. That stupid woman who doesn't know her own limitations. Does she even know what she's saying? Is she trying to make the Zhao family die even faster, and then add insult to injury? Smack! Another crisp, loud slap landed, but this time, it wasn't Zhao Jiqiang hitting Zhao Kai. Instead, he slapped Li Na hard across the face with his backhand. The force was even greater than the blows Zhao Kai had just taken. Li Na screamed in pain as she was spun halfway around by the blow, staggering and falling to the ground. Half of her face instantly swelled up, her ears rang, her mouth was cut, and her mind went blank, filled only with burning pain and unbelievable horror. Who do you think you are, speaking to Lin like that? Zhao Jiqiang pointed at Li Na lying on the ground, roaring like an enraged lion, spitting as he spoke. My son has been corrupted by a brainless woman like you. All you do is stir up trouble and sow discord. Get out. Get far away from me. He truly hated Li Na at that moment. If it weren't for her, why would her son have targeted Lin Chun? What a troublemaker. After beating and scolding him, Zhao Jiqiang immediately put on an expression even more unsightly than crying, turned to Lin Shun, who had just stopped, but was still facing away from them, his voice trembling even more with anger and fear. "Student Lin, young Master Lin, please don't listen to this crazy woman's nonsense. She's just jealous. Talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. I'll make her get out of here right now. Please, have mercy and give the Zhao family a way out. I'll kowtow to you." As he spoke, Zhao Jiqiang actually made a move to kneel down. Zhao Kai hurriedly followed suit and tried to kowtow as well. Lin Shen finally turned around slowly. His gaze swept over Li Na, who was covering her face on the ground, looking shocked, angry, and scared, with tears streaming down her face. He then looked at Zhao Jiqiang and Zhao Kai, who were on the verge of collapse. His face was expressionless, with only a bottomless calm. "I said, if you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences." Lin Chen's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of finality. "Besides, the reason your son keeps provoking me is not only because he's stupid, but also because of you, his future good daughter-in-law. You should handle your own family matters." After saying that, Lin Chen didn't linger. He turned around, took steady steps, and left this place of trouble, heading towards the teaching building, leaving behind all the wailing, pleading, cursing, and countless complicated gazes. Future daughter-in-law? Zhao Jiqiang was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what he meant, his gaze like a poisoned knife, fixed on Li Na, who had just struggled to get up. It was her. It really was her who instigated this. That jinx. That scourge. Her son offended Lin Chun, probably because she always spoke ill of him, which caused her son to harbor preconceived malice towards Lin Chun. Now, the Zhao family's decades-long legacy is on the verge of being destroyed, and the root cause is very likely this arrogant and ignorant woman. Chapter 114, Nameless Fury. "You bitch. It's all because of you." All of Zhao Jiqiang's despair, anger, and fear found an outlet at this moment. He lunged at Li Na like a madman, reaching out to grab her hair while raising his other hand to continue hitting her. Uncle, what are you doing? It's none of my business." Li Na was terrified and screamed, trying to dodge. Although Su Qing was also startled by Lin Chen's words and Zhao Jiqiang's reaction, seeing that Li Na was about to be beaten again, she mustered her courage and rushed forward to block Li Na, urgently saying, "Uncle, calm down. Let's talk this out. This is a school. Get out of my way. You're no better than me." In his rage, Zhao Jiqiang wouldn't listen to anything. Seeing Su Qing blocking his way, he didn't think twice and slapped her across the face. Slap. Su Qing was not spared either, and was slapped hard across the face. The slap made her see stars, and her cheeks instantly became red and swollen. She was in so much pain that tears came to her eyes. She was shocked, angry, and aggrieved. At this moment, Zhao Jiqiang had completely lost his mind and only wanted to vent his anger and fear. He bypassed the stunned Su Qing and continued to attack Li Na. Li Na cried out and tried to dodge, creating chaos. Zhao Kai collapsed to the ground, looking at his crazed father and his disheveled girlfriend and ex-girlfriend. He felt dizzy and utterly hopeless. The students around were stunned. No one expected things to develop to this point. Some timid people had already quietly slipped away, some wanted to break up the fight but didn't dare to step forward, and most were secretly filming this astonishing scene with their mobile phones. Lin Shen walked a short distance, gradually leaving the noise and chaos behind him. The morning air was cool. He took a deep breath and was about to quicken his pace when a figure suddenly appeared from the side path and blocked his way. It is Shinqingyi. Today she was wearing a light-colored dress with a beige knitted cardigan over it, her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, and the morning sunlight cast a soft glow on her. She looked up, her clear, bright eyes fixed on Lin Chun. Her gaze held none of the surprise, fear, or disdain of the other students around her. Only a hint of curiosity, a hint of inquiry, and a hint of barely perceptible playfulness. "Hey, Lin Chun," Shinqingyi said, her voice clear and cheerful, with a hint of amusement. "It was so lively over there just now. I heard you've been kept again." She emphasized the word again, her eyes curving into crescents, clearly teasing him. Lin Chun stopped and looked at the girl in front of him who had spoken up for him in the principal's office and later indirectly facilitated the cooperation between the Shen family and the Lin family. Her eyes were clear, and her smile was bright, a stark contrast to those around her who viewed her with prejudice. "What do you think?" Lin Shen asked instead of answering, looking at her calmly. Shen Qingyi tilted her head slightly, thought about it seriously, then shook her head and said with certainty, I don't think you are. Oh, what? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. A feeling. Shen Qingyi smiled, a smile filled with pure trust and shrewdness. You don't seem like the kind of person who would do that kind of thing. And if you really needed to do it that way, you wouldn't have reacted like that in the principal's office. There's something about you that, well, I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's definitely not something a gigolo should have. She paused, then added, also, when my dad came home, although he didn't say it outright, he praised you highly and was extremely grateful. Someone who can earn the respect of an old-fashioned man like my dad must be extraordinary and certainly wouldn't go astray. Lin Chen looked at the unreserved trust in her eyes and the lively light in them, and his heart stirred slightly. In this campus filled with prejudice and malice, this pure trust is all the more precious. You have such high standards. Lin Chen's tone softened unconsciously, and a very faint, almost imperceptible smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, Shen Qingyi smiled even more happily, as if she had been praised. She suddenly stepped forward, naturally reached out, and took Lin Chen's arm in a gesture that was both intimate and open. Let's go. Class is about to start. Don't be late. By the way, tell me what exactly happened just now. Why did Zhao Kai's dad apologize to you? And who exactly is that Secretary Qin? As she spoke, she pulled Lin Chen forward, as if the earlier incident was just an insignificant interlude. In her world, there was only curiosity about Lin Chen and unconditional trust. The faint fragrance emanating from the girl and the warmth and soft touch on his arm made Lin Chen pause slightly. He glanced down at Shen Qingyi's hand that was linked with his, then at her profile, which was so close to his and filled with curiosity and a smile. In the end, he didn't pull his hand away, but simply gave a soft and let her lead him forward. This scene, natural, intimate, and with an indescribable harmony, was witnessed by another pair of eyes not far away, filled with jealousy and anger. Zhou Zihong arrived a little late today. As soon as he got to the school gate, he heard the shocking news that Zhao Kai and his son had apologized to Lin Chen in public. He also saw the crowd that had gathered 3 or 4 deep and heard faint cries and noises. He was already somewhat annoyed because his attempts to spread rumors yesterday had failed to completely defeat Lin Chen. Hearing this news now only fueled his anger, and he felt that Zhao Kai and his son were truly shameful. With a gloomy face, he led a few lackeys over to investigate, when he happened to see Shen Qingyi blocking Lin Chen's way. The two were chatting and laughing, and then Shen Qingyi actually took Lin Chen's arm. So intimate, so natural. The bright smile on Shen Qingyi's face was something Zhou Zihong had never received in all the time he had pursued her. An unprecedented flame, a mixture of jealousy, anger, shame, and violence, instantly overwhelmed Zhou Zihong's reason. Shen Qingyi, the woman Zhou Zihong had his eye on, the woman his father had personally pressured him to get but failed to obtain, actually took the initiative to link arms with Lin Chen, whom he had labeled as a gigolo kept by an old woman, in public. And she was even smiling so happily. This was the greatest humiliation for Zhou Zihong and his family. It was even more unbearable for him than Zhao Kai kneeling down to apologize. Lin Chen, you stop right there. A loud shout, like a thunderclap, rang out in the campus in the early morning, filled with undisguised anger and hostility. Zhou Zihong, accompanied by several equally unfriendly-looking lackeys, strode over and blocked Lin Chen and Shen Qingyi's path. His face was ashen, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared intently at Shen Qingyi's hand linked with Lin Chen's arm. Then he turned to Lin Chen, his eyes filled with such venomous hatred they seemed to drip blood, and he forced out cold words through clenched teeth. Lin Chen, you good-for-nothing gigolo. Let Qingyi go. And you, Shen Qingyi, come here. You're ashamed to be associating with such lowlifes, and I find it an eyesore. Chapter 115, I'm not afraid of you. The campus path, which had been made more relaxed and warm by Shen Qingyi's presence, was now completely ruined by Zhou Zihong's furious roar and his blocking figure. Despite Zhou Zihong's insults and commands, Lin Chen did not even pause, his eyes calm and unwavering, as if the barking dog in front of him did not exist. He merely turned his head slightly and glanced at Zhou Zihong out of the corner of his eye. The indifference in his eyes was more humiliating to Zhou Zihong than any retaliation. Zhou Zihong, watch your mouth. Before Lin Chen could speak, Shen Qingyi, who was holding his arm, took a step forward with a frosty expression. meeting Zhou Zihong's fiery gaze head-on without flinching. Her voice was clear and laced with anger. Who I'm with is none of your business. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to point fingers and spew insults? I. Zhou Zihong was speechless for a moment after Shun Qingyi's blunt retort, and then became even more annoyed. He had been pursuing Shun Qingyi for so long, but she had always been indifferent to him. Now, however, she publicly refuted him for the sake of a pretty boy. Shun Qingyi, don't be ungrateful. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you know what kind of person Lin Chen is? He's a spineless coward who lives off women. A lowlife kept by an old woman. Aren't you afraid of disgracing your Shin family and affecting your father's company by associating with him? He deliberately raised his voice for his last sentence, which carried a blatant threat. He knew that Shin's company had recently fallen out with the Zhou family and was in a difficult situation, so he wanted to use this to pressure Shin Qingyi. However, upon hearing this, Shin Qingyi showed no fear or hesitation. Instead, she raised her chin, a smile tinged with pride and mockery on her face, her clear eyes revealing no trace of apprehension. Zhou Zihong, stop with your nonsense. Our family affairs are none of your concern. As for Lin Chen, I know him better than you do. There's no need for you to slander and spread rumors here. She paused, her gaze sharp as she looked directly at Zhou Zihong, and declared clearly, word by word. Furthermore, do you think you can threaten the Shun family with your Zhou family's meager business? Let me tell you, the Shun family has officially entered into a partnership with the Lin Group. The future development is beyond your Zhou family's imagination. Your threats are useless against me. What? The Lin Group? Zhou Zihong's pupils shrank sharply, and the anger on his face was instantly replaced by disbelief, even mixed with a trace of panic. He certainly knew what the Lin Group meant. That's a business empire many times larger than the Zhou families. How could the Shin family possibly climb up to the Lin family? That's impossible. It must be Shun Qingyi bluffing, or a smokescreen put out by Shun Wenba to stabilize the situation. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Zihong retorted, his voice weak but lacking its previous conviction. The Lin Group would cooperate with a small company like yours. The Shin Group? What a joke. Shin Qingyi, you really are going to protect this pretty boy. Whether it's nonsense or not, you'll soon find out, Lin Chen finally said calmly, interrupting Zhou Zihong. His gaze fell calmly on Zhou Zihong's face, his tone flat, yet carrying an all-knowing indifference. Zhou Zihong, it seems that the embarrassment your father caused at the Shun Group meeting has not yet taught you the meaning of knowing when to stop. These words, like a cold needle, precisely pierced through Zhou Zihong's feigned arrogance. Although few people know the details of his father Zhou Yongfu being invited out of Shun's company a few days ago, rumors still circulated that Chairman Zhou suffered a setback at Shun's, making him feel ashamed. Being directly exposed by Lin Chen only fueled his anger and embarrassment. Lin Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you mention my father? Zhou Zihong was trembling with rage. He pointed at Lin Chen and yelled at the lackeys behind him. Teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Smash his mouth. Those lackeys, used to bullying their classmates with Zhou Zihong, immediately rubbed their fists together and were about to step forward when they heard this. How dare you? Shun Qingyi shouted sharply, simultaneously stepping aside to shield Lin Chen behind her. Although she was petite, her back was straight, her eyes resolute, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Zhou Zihong, this is a school. You dare to lay a finger on Lin Chen and see if you can leave this school today. Her defense was so resolute that she was even willing to confront Zhou Zihong directly. A number of students had already gathered around to watch the commotion. They were all surprised to see Shun Qingyi protecting Lin Chen like this, and they started discussing it amongst themselves. Zhou Zihong's henchmen were also stunned by Shun Qingyi's imposing aura and hesitated for a moment before looking at Zhou Zihong. As Zhou Zihong watched Shun Qingyi stand firmly in front of Lin Chen without flinching, and as more and more people gathered around him, and then looked at Lin Chen's terrifyingly calm gaze from beginning to end, an extreme sense of frustration, jealousy, and violence surged within him. He knew that he couldn't actually lay a hand on Lin Chen in front of everyone today. Otherwise, it would cause a big fuss and do him no good, especially at school. Fine. Shun Qingyi, Lin Chen, you just wait. Zhou Zihong spat out these words through gritted teeth, his eyes as venomous as if they were poisoned knives, cruelly slicing across Lin Chen and Shun Qingyi's faces. This isn't over. We'll see. With that, he waved his hand fiercely, and with several equally grim-faced lackeys, turned and parted the crowd, storming off in a huff. His retreating figure was filled with resentment and bitterness. Seeing that no fight had broken out, the crowd gradually dispersed, but their gazes toward Lin Chun and Shun Qingyi became even more complicated. Some admired Shun Qingyi's courage, but many more were vaguely worried about Zhou Zihong's parting words. Zhou Zihong was vindictive and wealthy, so he certainly wouldn't let it go easily. Are you all right? Shun Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Lin Chun, and asked with concern, seemingly forgetting that her hand was still linked with his arm. I'm fine. Lin Chun shook his head gently, but his gaze lingered thoughtfully in the direction Zhou Zihong had left. He was all too familiar with Zhou Zihong's last look. It was the look of a mad dog driven to desperation, ready to resort to any means necessary. Qingyi, thank you for what you just said. Lin Chun looked at Shun Qingyi, his tone sincere. The girl's courage and trust warmed his heart. What are you thanking me for? He went too far. Shun Qingyi wrinkled her nose, then laughed, shaking her hand that was still linked with Lin Chen's arm. Let's go, we're going to be late. But, she winked mischievously, you still haven't told me who Secretary Qin is? Also, is our family's cooperation with the Lin family related to you? The way my dad looked at you when he came back that day was strange. Lin Chen didn't answer directly, but just smiled slightly. Let's go to class first. Chapter 116 is him. Zhou Zihong, with a gloomy face, led his lackeys and hurried along until they reached a secluded corner before stopping. His chest heaved violently. The scenes from just now, Shun Qingyi's intimacy with Lin Chun, her protection of him, her pride when mentioning the Lin family cooperation, and Lin Chen's damn calmness and indifference played repeatedly in his mind like a movie, each frame like a slap in the face. Young Master Zhou, are we just going to let this go like this? One of the lackeys asked unwillingly. Let it go? How could I let it go? Zhou Zihong slammed his fist against the wall beside him. His hand stung, but that pain couldn't compare to the rage and jealousy burning within him. Lin Chun, I want him dead. No, I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. He pulled out his phone and, with a ferocious expression, began scrolling through his contacts. Zhou Zihong has been in Hangzhou for many years. Relying on his family's influence and wealth, he has made acquaintances with all sorts of people, including some who specialize in dirty work. If he doesn't like someone or wants to teach some stupid person a lesson, he can just make a phone call and call a bunch of brothers to settle things. Afterwards, he can just give them some money and that's it. He quickly found a number with the nickname Blackie. This Blackie is a somewhat notorious gang leader in the area, with more than a dozen men under his command who specialize in settling disputes. He is ruthless, charges high prices, but is tight-lipped and efficient. Zhou Zihong took a deep breath and dialed the number. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before being answered, and a hoarse, impatient male voice came through. Hello? Who is it? So early in the morning. Brother Blackie, it's me, Zhou Zihong. Zhou Zihong tried his best to make his voice sound calm. Oh, young Master Zhou. The tone on the other end was slightly better, but not exactly enthusiastic. What's up? Something's up, a big deal. Zhou Zihong lowered his voice and moved to a more secluded corner, making sure no one around could hear him. Teach someone a lesson. Beat him to a pulp. I want him to break at least both legs and one arm. Make sure he can never stand up again, and ideally, he'll be unable to take care of himself. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, then Blackie's voice turned serious. Young Master Zhou, this is no small matter. Who is the target? What's their background? Where will they make their move? A poor student named Lin Shin studied at Mingda University. He had no background, but he hooked up with a rich older woman. Zhou Zihong spoke rapidly, describing Lin Shin as a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. I've checked his background, it's spotless. His parents are just ordinary workers. Don't worry, if anything happens, no one can do anything to him. Just find a time when he's alone outside the school, and be careful what you do. Students from Mingda University? Blackie hesitated for a moment. Young Master Zhou, that's a prestigious university. Making trouble for students there is quite risky. What if things get out of hand? Money is no problem. Zhou Zihong interrupted him, his voice sharp. I'll give you this amount. He offered an amount that would tempt any ordinary person. After it's done, I'll double it. And if there's any trouble afterwards, the Zhou family will cover it. All you have to do is cripple him. Upon hearing that number, the person on the other end of the phone visibly became more labored. Blackie was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the risks and rewards, before finally saying, All right, Mr. Zhou, you're very straightforward. I'll take the job. Send me the target's photo, his usual haunts, and his daily routine. I'll arrange for someone to scout the location and find an opportunity to make the move. But let's make it clear, we're only responsible for the operation. Once it's done, we'll take the money and leave. We won't be responsible for anything afterward. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the one to take the blame. No problem. A cruel gleam of pleasure flashed in Zhou Zihong's eyes. I'll send you the photos and information right away. Remember, I want him completely crippled. The sooner the better. Okay, wait for news. Blackie said and hung up the phone. Zhou Zihong held his phone, a twisted yet triumphant smile finally spreading across his face. Lin Xin, aren't you good at pretending? You think you're protected by Xinxingyi? Wait until your arms and legs are broken and you're lying in the alley like a dead dog. Then let's see how you pretend anymore. Will Xinxingyi still want a cripple? And what about that Secretary Qin? An old woman. Would she want a useless person who can't take care of himself? He could almost see Lin Chen's miserable end and Xinxingyi's deep regret, ultimately having to beg him for forgiveness. The jealousy and anger in my heart seemed to have found an outlet. He quickly pulled out a photo of Lin Chen that he had secretly taken on his phone at some point and sent it along with Lin Chen's basic information, class, possible activity route, to Blackie. Having done all this, Zhou Zihong felt completely refreshed. He straightened his collar and gave the waiting lackeys a sinister smile. Let's go to class. Just wait and see the show. As the sun sets, Ming Tak University concludes its day of classes. The students poured out of the school gate like a tide and dispersed in twos and threes, chatting and laughing. Lin Xun and Xinxingyi walked out of the teaching building side by side. The afternoon was peaceful and uneventful, as if the conflict in the morning had already passed. Xinxingyi chattered on about the interesting things that happened in class, occasionally stealing a glance at Lin Chen's calm profile, still pondering the mystery surrounding him. Lin Chen mostly listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word or two, but his gaze would inadvertently sweep over the seemingly ordinary crowds and corners around him. The two chatted and laughed as they walked through the campus towards a relatively secluded open-air parking lot some distance from the school. Lin Chen's car was parked there. He had driven there himself without a driver. The parking lot is not large, and at this time of day, there are few vehicles, making it seem somewhat empty. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the ground golden red, elongating the shadows of the two people standing side by side. Thank you for walking with me today, Xinxingyi said with a smile, pointing to a car that had come to pick her up not far away. My dad sent a car to pick me up. You, drive home carefully, okay? A hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. Yes, you too. Lin Chen nodded. Just as Xinxingyi turned to walk towards her car, and Lin Chen also headed towards his parking spot, a sudden change occurred. Three figures suddenly emerged from the shadows of several large SUVs in the parking lot and from the side of an abandoned guard post, forming a triangular formation and quickly blocking Lin Chen's path in front and to his sides, completely cutting off his escape route. All three were dressed in ordinary dark sportswear, wearing hats and masks, so their faces were not visible, but they had fierce eyes, strong physiques, and agile movements, so they were obviously not ordinary passers-by. The tall man at the head of the group held a printed photo in his hand, quickly compared it with Lin Chen's, then nodded to his companion and whispered, "That's right, it's him." Chapter 117, The Mastermind. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, his expression instantly turning cold. He calmly swept his gaze over the three uninvited guests, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. What do you want? Kid, don't blame us. We're just doing our jobs for money. The tall man stuffed the photo back into his pocket, clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. The other two men slowly approached, tightening the encirclement, clearly preparing to make their move. Someone is paying you to take a few parts from your body. If you know what's good for you, don't resist, and you'll suffer less. Their objective was clear, their movements professional, and they displayed the ruthlessness of desperate criminals. An ordinary student would likely be terrified out of their wits by now. However, Lin Chen's face did not show the fear and panic they had imagined. He even raised an eyebrow slightly, as if confirming something. Just then, let's do it. Almost at the same instant the tall man finished speaking, another unexpected event occurred. At the edge of the parking lot, the side door of a seemingly ordinary van suddenly slid open. Several lithe black figures suddenly darted out from the shadows of the nearby green belt. Their speed far surpassed those of the three thugs blocking the road. There were 5 people in total, all dressed in dark clothing that allowed for easy movement. But their demeanor was completely different. Their movements were characterized by a well-trained tacit understanding and a sharp edge. Like hunting leopards, they pounced silently and swiftly on the three thugs, two at a time, and instantly subdued two of them, pinning their hands behind their backs and knocking them to the ground. The movements were swift and clean. The two men didn't even have a chance to resist before they were firmly under control, letting out only a muffled groan. The tall man in the lead reacted a little faster, and in a mixture of shock and anger, he tried to turn around to deal with the situation, but a bodyguard had already followed closely behind. With a precise and ruthless grappling move, he grabbed the man's wrist, twisted it, and slammed his knee into the back of the knee. The tall man screamed and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Another bodyguard stepped forward and pressed his knee against his back, pinning him to the ground. The entire process, from the appearance of the bodyguards to the complete control of the three people, took only half a minute. It was so fast it was dazzling, a stark contrast to the slow approach of the three thugs earlier. Lin Shin stood still, without moving an inch from beginning to end, as if he had expected all of this. He glanced indifferently at the three men pinned to the ground and nodded to one of the bodyguards who approached. The bodyguard, who was the leader of the team, bowed slightly to Lin Shin. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" "It's nothing." Lin Shin shook his head, his gaze falling on the three thugs who had been subdued and were struggling and cursing. "Find out who sent them." "Yes." The bodyguard captain turned around, walked to the tallest man who was being most tightly restrained, squatted down, and said in an icy voice, "Tell me, who ordered you?" "Pa, I don't know. Go ahead and kill me if you dare." The tall man was quite tough, or rather, he knew the consequences of betraying his employer, and he cursed with his neck stiff. The bodyguard captain's eyes turned cold. Without saying a word, he reached out and pinched a certain acupoint on the tall man's wrist, which was twisted behind his back, and pressed hard. "Ah!" The tall man let out a shrill scream, his forehead veins bulging. He felt his entire arm was sore, numb, and painful, as if countless needles were pricking him. The pain was indescribable, yet it wasn't enough to make him faint. The other two thugs, who were being held down, turned pale with fright when they saw their companion's miserable state. I'll talk. It's young Master Zhou Zihong." One of the cowardly thugs finally couldn't withstand the pressure and cried out first. He gave Brother Blackie money to have someone cripple this Mr. Lin. "Mr. Lin, we were just following Brother Blackie's orders. It has nothing to do with us." "Yes, it was Zhou Zihong. He gave each of us 100,000 yuan. Another person quickly chimed in. Seeing that his accomplice had confessed and enduring inhuman torture, the tall man's psychological defenses crumbled. He gasped, It's Zhou Zihong. He contacted us through Hey Pai, saying he wanted to break your arms and legs. We're just doing this for money." The bodyguard captain looked at Lin Chun, awaiting instructions. Lin Chin's eyes turned icy. Zhou Zihong, it really was him. He acted swiftly and viciously, intending to cripple him outright. "Let's call the police," Lin Chin said calmly. "Attempted injury, hiring someone to commit assault. Provide the police with all the necessary evidence, including witness statements, bank transfer records, and call logs. Have Qin Wei make contact and proceed with the normal legal process, but with special consideration." "Understood." The bodyguard captain immediately understood. Following normal legal procedures means that no private torture will be used, but within the scope permitted by law, the Lin family's influence will be used to ensure that this case is handled seriously, severely, and quickly, leaving no possibility for Zhou Zihong to escape punishment or receive a lenient sentence. As for that dark-skinned guy, he naturally couldn't escape either. The bodyguard captain took out his phone, first dialed Qin Wei's number to give a brief report, and then dialed the police. Soon, the piercing sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. When the police arrived at the scene, they saw 3 thugs being subdued by professional bodyguards. Upon learning that the case involved a student from Mingtak University and that the perpetrators were related to the Lin Group, the police immediately took the matter very seriously. Evidence was collected at the scene, and the 3 thugs, along with Lin Shun as a witness and the bodyguards, were taken back to the police station to give statements. The police station has a clear case and conclusive evidence. The 3 thugs' testimonies consistently pointed to Zhou Zihong and the middleman, Blackie. Based on the clues they provided, the police quickly located Blackie's hideout and arrested him. Under pressure and with irrefutable evidence, Blackie quickly confessed to Zhou Zihong and provided key evidence such as Zhou Zihong and transfer records. As night deepened, The lights shone brightly inside a sprawling, luxuriously decorated detached villa in the western suburbs of Hangzhou. This was the Zhou family's residence. The spacious living room was filled with the smoke of cigars and a stifling silence. Zhou Yongfu sat on the leather sofa in the main seat with a sullen face, and the ashtray in front of him was already piled with several cigarette butts. He had just ended an unpleasant phone call, trying to find evidence to support the rumors that the Shun family had climbed up to the Lin family. But the replies he received were either vague or simply stated that they didn't know, which made him increasingly irritable and uneasy. Shun Wenba's resolute face and Lin Chen's cold gaze lingered in his mind. Zhou Zihong leaned back on another sofa, legs crossed, fingers rapidly swiping across his phone screen, his face displaying a mixture of anxiety and barely concealed excitement. He glanced at the time every now and then sent a few messages in a chat group. He had been restless, wondering why there hadn't been any news from Blackie's side yet. How did things turn out? He heard police sirens in the parking lot after school in the afternoon, but he didn't go to check. He assumed Lin Chen had been crippled, so he called the police. Those people should take responsibility for everything. But he still held on to a sliver of hope that perhaps Blackie had sent someone else or was looking for a new opportunity. He paid so much money. Moreover, the thought that Lin Chen might be lying in some dark corner, groaning in agony, gave him a sense of pleasure. At this moment, he was waiting for Blackie's good news, or at least further news. Chapter 118 Zhou Zihong was taken away. In the Zhou family's living room, Zhou Yongfu noticed Zhou Zihong's anxious and uneasy demeanor. Zihong, Zhou Yongfu stubbed out another cigarette, his voice weary and displeased. You seem very strange. Did something happen at school? Dad, just leave it alone. Zhou Zihong waved his hand impatiently, his eyes still glued to his phone. I can handle it. That Lin Shun, and that bitch Shen Qingyi. I'll make them pay sooner or later. You. Zhou Yongfu was furious at his arrogant attitude and was about to scold him when a sudden and urgent doorbell rang, breaking the tranquility of the villa. The sound was particularly jarring in the empty living room. Who would come at this time? Zhou Yongfu frowned. The nanny hurriedly ran from the back to open the door. Immediately afterwards, a series of hurried and forceful footsteps sounded, accompanied by the nanny's panicked cries of, "Hey, you can't go in. I haven't informed them yet." Zhou Yongfu and Zhou Zihong looked up at the same time and saw four uniformed policemen with serious expressions walking straight into the living room, accompanied by a butler. The leader was a middle-aged police officer with a square face, sharp eyes, and an imposing presence. When Zhou Zihong saw the police, his heart skipped a beat, and he almost dropped his phone. A sense of foreboding gripped him instantly. Could it be that something happened to Blackie? They've already traced it back to me. That's impossible. Didn't Blackie say he could handle it? Zhou Yongfu, having seen his share of storms, though inwardly surprised and suspicious, forced himself to stand up, managing a polite smile on his face. Officers, what brings you here so late? I am Zhou Yongfu, and this is my home. The middle-aged police officer showed his police ID and a document stamped with a red seal, his voice loud and clear. Mr. Zhou Yongfu, we are from the Municipal Police Bureau. This is a search warrant and a warrant for arrest. Your son, Zhou Zihong, is suspected of a serious case of hiring someone to commit intentional injury. We are now arresting him in accordance with the law. Please cooperate with our work. At the same time, we need to search relevant locations to obtain evidence. What? Hired someone to intentionally cause harm? Zhou Yongfu was struck dumb, the color draining from his face instantly. He turned his head sharply, looking incredulously at his son on the sofa, his face ashen and his body trembling. Zihong, what's going on? Dad, help me. It wasn't me. I didn't. Zhou Zihong jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice distorted with extreme fear. He pointed at the police and shouted, his voice trembling with fear. You're making baseless accusations. What evidence do you have? I'm going to sue you for defamation. Zhou Zihong. The middle-aged police officer interrupted him sharply, his eyes like knives. The suspect, He Pai, Li He, and his 3 accomplices have been apprehended and have confessed to the crime of instigating you to violently harm Lin Chen, a student at Mingda University. They have also provided conclusive evidence, including evidence of your contact with them and bank transfer records. Please come back to the station with us immediately for questioning. We can discuss anything at the station. Blackie was arrested? He even confessed? And he left behind evidence? Zhou Zihong's mind went blank for a moment, He was completely stunned, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He paid Blackie because the man was known as professional and tight-lipped. So how could he? How could he be arrested so quickly and sold out? No, it's impossible. That's a frame-up. Zhou Zihong stammered, backing away in terror, but was grabbed by the arms of two policemen who stepped forward. Zihong, my son. Zhou Yongfu's heart broke when he saw his son being captured. He only has one son, and no matter how naughty he is still his precious darling. He rushed forward to try to stop them, but was politely but firmly stopped by another policeman. Mr. Zhou, please calm down and cooperate with our law enforcement. Your son is involved in a criminal case, and the evidence is conclusive. If you obstruct law enforcement, we will also deal with it according to the law. The middle-aged police officer's tone was stern. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. Zhou Yongfu was sweating profusely, his voice trembling with anxiety. My son is still a child. How could he do such a thing? Someone must have framed him. That Lin Chen. Did Lin Chen frame my son? Whether it's a frame-up or not, we will investigate and find out. But for now, we must take him away. In addition, we are legally searching Zhou Zihong's room and commonly used electronic devices. This is the search warrant. Please cooperate. The middle-aged police officer remained unmoved and signaled to the other officers to begin their operation. Dad, help me, Dad. I don't want to go. I won't go. As the police dragged him away, Zhou Zihong completely broke down, crying and struggling, tears streaming down his face. He was no longer the arrogant and domineering young Master Zhou he usually was. Zihong. Zhou Yongfu watched helplessly as his son was handcuffed, dragged out of the villa, and shoved into a police car. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The sound of sirens shattered the tranquility of the villa area, seemingly announcing the end of a certain, respectable life for the Zhou family. Several police officers stayed behind and, under the horrified gazes of Zhou's nanny and housekeeper, began searching Zhou Zihong's room, taking away his computer, mobile phone, tablet, and other electronic devices. The police car sped away, leaving Zhou Yongfu standing dejectedly in the center of the empty living room, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The sound of my son's terrified and desperate cries still seemed to echo in my ears. Hiring someone to intentionally harm. Lin Chen, Zhou Yongfu muttered to himself. Another Lin Chen. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Could it be that all of this was revenge because my son provoked Lin Chen? What exactly is Lin Chen's background? Also, what exactly happened today? How could my son be so foolish as to hire someone to kill me? Judging from his expression and reaction just now, he did indeed do it. Otherwise, he would have vehemently denied it, which explains why he was so distracted during dinner. Lin Chen is at most a pretty boy. How could he possibly have such great power? It must be Shen Wenbao. As Zhou Zihong just mentioned, it seems he and Shun Qingyi had a falling out at school. It was Shen Wenbao who took the opportunity to retaliate against the Zhou family and framed his son because he stopped cooperating with him. Zhou Yongfu shook his head violently, refusing to accept that terrible association. He had to save his son now. He staggered to the coffee table, his hands trembling so much he could barely hold his phone as he scrolled through his contacts. He knew many leaders in relevant units and had often greased their palms. He made phone calls one by one, his tone shifting from anxiously seeking help to almost pleading. Director Wang, it's me, Lao Zhou. My son's in trouble. He's been taken away by the Criminal Investigation Division, accused of hiring someone to commit assault. It must be a misunderstanding. Could you please help me find out what's going on? Director Li, my son Zhou Zihong. Attorney Zhang, get to my villa immediately. As fast as you can. Bring your best team. My son has been arrested. This is a major incident. Chapter 119, starting from 10 years. Attorney Zhang, accompanied by his assistant, arrived at the Zhou family villa. After listening to Zhou Yongfu's incoherent narration, which was filled with resentment and fear, his expression became even more grave. Having worked in the industry for 20 years, he knew all too well the heinous nature of the case and that the opposing side was clearly well prepared and possessed considerable power. Mr. Zhou, the most urgent task is to understand the full picture of the case immediately. Attorney Zhang said in a deep voice, we must see young Master Zihong as soon as possible to find out what he said to the police, and more importantly, to find out how solid the evidence the police currently have is. Only then can we formulate a response strategy. I suggest we go to the Municipal Public Security Bureau immediately. I will request a meeting with the person involved, And you can also try to get information from the investigators, expressing the family's willingness to cooperate with the investigation. Zhou Yongfu slumped on the sofa, his mind a jumble of thoughts. After the initial shock and anger, a deeper fear gripped him. His previous responses to those phone calls had already created immense resistance for him. If his son were truly found guilty, he dared not think about it. Yes, yes, to the police station. Right now. Zhou Yongfu seemed to have grasped at a straw and suddenly stood up. Because he moved so fast, his vision went black for a moment. He steadied himself by gripping the sofa armrest, his eyes bloodshot. Attorney Zhang, let's go? Let's go now? No matter the cost, you have to get my son out. He's been framed. At this moment, Zhou Yongfu had a vague feeling that his son might have really done something stupid, but emotionally he refused to believe it and preferred to believe that the Shun family and Lin Shun had conspired to frame him. He must see and hear for himself before he can make the next judgment. The two didn't even have time to pack up. Zhou Yongfu didn't even have time to put on his coat before he and Attorney Zhang hurriedly got into the car and sped off towards the Municipal Public Security Bureau. In the darkness of night, Zhou Yongfu felt as if his heart had sunk into an ice cellar, his hands clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. On the other side, the city police station was brightly lit. Zhou Zihong was taken to an interrogation room alone. The cold lights, the solemn environment, the icy handcuffs on his wrists, and the sharp, scrutinizing gaze of the police officer opposite him all caused the psychological defenses of young Master Zhou, who usually acted arrogantly at school and had never experienced much hardship, to collapse rapidly. He was just a spoiled rich kid who acted arrogantly and domineeringly, relying on his family's power and money. He had never truly faced the majesty of the state apparatus or the strict procedures of criminal proceedings. At that moment, he felt cold all over, his teeth chattered, and his mind was a complete mess. Name: Zhou Zihong. Do you know why I brought you here? I don't know. Officer, are you sure you've made a mistake? Zhou Zihong tried to make one last effort, his voice trembling with tears. Zhou Zihong. The interrogating policeman slammed his hand on the table, his voice stern. You know Li Pai, right? Did you transfer the 500,000 yuan that his account received today? In your recorded phone call, you said you would cripple Lin Shun and break his hands and feet. Didn't you say that? We have witnesses and physical evidence, and you still want to deny it. Aye. Zhou Zihong was terrified by the barrage of questions, especially when he heard the words recorded call. His last shred of hope vanished. That bastard Pai actually recorded it. Just then, the interrogation room door opened, and a policeman led a dejected Blackie through the doorway, seemingly to another room. Blackie looked up and saw Zhou Zihong, who was pale as a ghost, in the interrogation room. A hint of resentment and despair flashed in Blackie's eyes. If this foolish young master hadn't provoked the wrong person, how could he have fallen so quickly? He spat sharply in Zhou Zihong's direction and hissed, Zhou Zihong, it was you. You paid me to have someone cripple that kid. Explain yourself to the police. Don't try to pin this on me. And us too. Young Master Zhou, you ordered this. The other two thugs, who were being held separately, were also led from the other end of the corridor. When they saw Zhou Zihong, they grabbed at him like a lifeline and started shouting, trying to lessen their punishment. The accomplices on the spot identification was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Zihong's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Looking at the venomous eyes of Blackie and the others, and listening to their clear accusations, he felt dizzy and overwhelmed by boundless fear. No, I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, break his arms and legs. Zhou Zihong slumped in the chair, trembling violently, crying out incoherently. It was him. Lin Shin stole my woman, and he made me lose face. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't mean to kill anyone. I really didn't mean to kill anyone. This is almost a tacit admission that he hired someone to cause harm, but he tries to justify his intention as teaching a lesson rather than murder. After taking his initial statement, Zhou Zihong was temporarily taken out of the interrogation room to prepare for detention procedures. He was distraught, his eyes were vacant, and his face was still wet with tears. As he was being led by the police through the corridor toward the temporary detention room, he caught a glimpse of a person sitting on a bench outside a mediation room next door. Lin Chun. He had changed into clean clothes. His expression was calm, and he was looking down slightly, seemingly at his phone. As if sensing the gaze, Lin Chun raised his head and glanced in Zhou Zihong's direction. Their eyes met. Zhou Zihong saw that Lin Chen's lips curled up very slightly. That wasn't a smile, but a cold expression, tinged with a hint of mockery and knowing. Then, Lin Chen's lips moved silently a few times. Judging from the shape of his lips, it was clearly, hiring a hitman is punishable by at least 10 years of service. These words, like the most vicious curse or a cold verdict, instantly shattered Zhou Zihong's last remaining shred of reason. Ah! Zhou Zihong let out a shrill, inhuman scream and struggled violently, trying to pounce on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's you. You're the one who ruined me. I'm going to kill you. The police forcefully pinned him down, shouting sternly. Zhou Zihong, however, acted as if he had gone mad, tears streaming down his face, struggling and wailing. He said I'd be in jail for 10 years. 10 years. Dad, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Lin Chen, I was wrong. Please let me go. Please let me go. His breakdown and madness drew sidelong glances and sighs from other police officers and staff in the corridor. Chapter 120. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Just as Zhou Zihong was being dragged away, his cries still echoing in the corridor, Zhou Yongfu and Attorney Zhang rushed to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. As soon as he entered the door, Zhou Yongfu heard his son's familiar yet unfamiliar, desperate cries, and his heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw his son being dragged into another corridor by the police. He also saw Lin Chen sitting on a bench, his expression calm to the point of being indifferent. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with intense hatred. Zhou Yongfu felt a rush of heat to his head, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. This is the kid. This seemingly harmless, poor student. He's the one who got his son imprisoned. He ruined the Zhou family's peace. Perhaps he was also behind the Shun family's troubles. Lin Chen. Zhou Yongfu squeezed out these two words through gritted teeth and was about to rush over. Mr. J, calm down. The experienced lawyer Zhang grabbed him and whispered. This is a police station. You mustn't act impulsively. The most important thing now is to understand the situation and resolve the problem. Conflict with them will only make things worse. Zhou Yongfu's chest heaved violently as he stared intently at Lin Chen. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He knew perfectly well that this wasn't the place to vent his anger, but how could he bear to see his enemy so close at hand, and his son crying so pitifully? Lin Chen also saw Zhou Yongfu, his gaze calmly sweeping over Zhou's face, which was distorted by anger and anxiety, without any expression. He then lowered his head to look at his phone, as if Zhou Yongfu were just an insignificant passerby. This utter disregard for his rights was more humiliating and frustrating to Zhou Yongfu than any provocation. Comrade, Attorney Zhang released Zhou Yongfu, strode to the desk, showed his lawyer's license, and spoke in a calm and professional tone. I am Zhang, the lawyer representing the suspect Zhou Zihong. This is Zhou Zihong's father, Mr. Zhou Yongfu. We would like to understand the specific details of the case involving Zhou Zihong and request to meet with my client. The police officer on duty verified Attorney Zhang's credentials, then glanced at Zhou Yongfu, whose face was ashen, and said in a formulaic manner, the case is under investigation, and we cannot disclose specific details at this time. Regarding the lawyer's visit, we will arrange it according to procedure. Please wait a moment, as we need to consult with the police officers handling the case. Zhou Yongfu suppressed his anger and watched as Attorney Zhang went to complete the formalities, but his gaze was like a poisoned knife, occasionally piercing Lin Chen, who was sitting calmly not far away. His heart was filled with confusion, anger, and a vague, growing unease. Who exactly was this Lin Chen? Why was he able to remain so calm in the police station? Why did the police seem so polite to him? Had he really run into a brick wall with his son's matter? Time ticked by in agonizing agony. Standing in the cold lobby of the police station, Zhou Yongfu felt utterly powerless for the first time. The wealth and connections that were once a source of pride now seemed to have lost their value. He was like a beast trapped in a cage, possessing sharp claws and teeth, yet powerless to change his predicament. About 20 minutes later, Attorney Zhang came out from inside with a somber expression. He walked over to Zhou Yongfu, who was waiting anxiously, pulled him to a slightly quieter corner, and lowered his voice. Mr. Zhou, the situation is very dire. Attorney Zhang's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of helplessness. I met young Master Zihong. He was very emotionally unstable, but he has basically admitted to paying people to teach Lin Chen a lesson. He also cannot deny the accusations against He Pai and his gang. The phone recordings and transfer records are irrefutable evidence. Based on the current testimonies and chain of evidence, once the case enters the public prosecution process and is classified as attempted intentional assault by hiring someone to cause harm, especially given the severity of the crime targeting students, the sentence will be very heavy, starting at 10 years and possibly even more. What? 10 years? Zhou Yongfu was struck dumb, his vision blurred, and he almost lost his balance. He gripped Attorney Zhang's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Attorney Zhang, you must have a way, right? I'll spend any amount of money. I can't let my son go to jail for 10 years. His life will be ruined. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, Attorney Zhang said quickly, supporting him. The only breakthrough now lies with the victim, Lin Chun. If we can obtain his letter of forgiveness and get him to change some key testimonies, for example, instead of saying the other party wanted to break his arms and legs, he could simply say wanted to beat him up. Considering that Zihong is young, acted impulsively, and did not cause actual harm, we will work with all our might to try to change the nature of the case to picking quarrels and provoking trouble or intentional injury, with significantly minor circumstances, during the review and prosecution stage, striving for no prosecution, or even if prosecuted, a suspended sentence or a very short sentence. The key is Lin Chen's attitude. A letter of understanding, a change of testimony. Zhou Yongfu grasped at a straw, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. That's a matter of money. Give a poor student some money, scare him a little, and he'll dare to disobey, right? In Zhou Yongfu's mind, Lin Chun was nothing more than a poor young man who was lucky enough to be chosen by a rich woman. We can use money and power to pressure him. He won't back down. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems for him. Theoretically, it's possible to do it this way, but we must be careful about the methods and approaches, as this is a sensitive period. Attorney Zhang advised, it's best to talk to them separately and make it clear that it's a settlement and compensation transaction. I understand. Zhou Yongfu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He straightened his slightly wrinkled suit, tried to force a calm and even sincere expression on his face, and then strode towards the mediation room where Lin Chun was. Inside the mediation room, Lin Chun remained seated quietly, as if resting with his eyes closed. Zhou Yongfu pushed open the door and entered, a smile plastered on his face. He sat down opposite Lin Chun and spoke in a tone as if an elder were advising a younger person. Lin Chun, right? I am Zhou Zihong's father, Zhou Yongfu. Lin Chun slowly opened his eyes, looked at him calmly, and did not reply. Zhou Yongfu felt somewhat uncomfortable under that calm gaze, but he continued reciting his prepared lines. I've heard about what happened today. Sigh, Zihong has been spoiled by me since he was little. He has a bad temper and doesn't know any better. You're all classmates. It's normal for young people to have some minor frictions and conflicts. He observed Lin Chen's expression, and seeing that the other party still had no reaction, he changed the subject. However, he went a bit too far this time. But luckily, Lin, you're very lucky and weren't hurt, right? This is fortunate. I think it's just a misunderstanding, a little playful fight between classmates. There's no need to take it to the police station or escalate it into a criminal case, don't you think? This isn't good for your reputation or for Zihong's future. He paused, leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and spoke in a condescending tone. Well then, Lin, you've been frightened too. As a parent, I want to apologize on behalf of Zihong and give you some compensation as a way to calm your nerves. How about 10,000 yuan? Take this money and go tell the police that this was just a minor conflict between classmates, that you've forgiven Zhou Zihong, and that you won't pursue the matter further. Let's leave it at that. Shake hands, and make peace, okay? After speaking, Zhou Yongfu stared intently at Lin Chun, waiting to see if he would show any expression of joy, surprise, or hesitation on his face. Chapter 121 Top Lawyer. Zhou Yongfu thought to himself, 10,000 yuan is by no means a small amount for an ordinary student. It should be enough to tempt him. However, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged throughout. He even gave a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if he had heard an extremely absurd joke, a hint of undisguised mockery flashing in his eyes. 10,000 yuan. Lin Chun repeated the number, his tone flat and without any emotion. Zhou Yongfu's heart sank, thinking he thought it was too little, and he quickly said, Lin, if you feel it's not enough, we can discuss it further. 20,000. No, 50,000. As long as you're willing to provide a letter of understanding and change your statement, 50,000 will be in your account immediately. Lin Chun shook his head. 100,000. Zhou Yongfu gritted his teeth and raised the stakes. He refused to believe that a poor student could resist the temptation of 100,000 yuan. Lin Chen shook his head again, not even bothering to look at him, and closed his eyes again. Zhou Yongfu's expression gradually turned ugly. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so greedy, or rather, so ungrateful. 200,000. Zhou Yongfu's voice rose slightly, tinged with suppressed anger. Lin Chen, young man, you should be content. 200,000 is enough for you to live comfortably for several years. Don't be stubborn and ask for trouble. Lin Chen acted as if he hadn't heard. 500,000. Zhou Yongfu almost roared, veins throbbing on his forehead. This was far beyond his initial budget, but for his son's sake, he endured it. Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. 1 million. Zhou Yongfu finally threw out what he considered an astronomical price, staring intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this is my bottom line. 1 million in cash. Just nod your head, and I'll give it to you right away. Enough for your whole family to improve their lives. Don't be too greedy. He believed that this number was enough to shake anyone's resolve. But Lin Chen finally opened his eyes again. He looked at Zhou Yongfu's face, flushed with anxiety, anger, and confusion, his gaze as calm as a deep pool, and slowly, clearly uttered 2 words. No, you. Zhou Yongfu could no longer suppress the anger and resentment in his heart. He suddenly stood up, his chest heaving violently. He spent so much money and said so many nice things, but this poor kid is completely unmoved. He doesn't even want 1 million? Who does he think he is? Enraged, Zhou Yongfu lost his mind and completely tore off his mask of hypocrisy. He walked around the table, approached Lin Chen, and spat out cold, vicious words through gritted teeth in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Lin Chen, don't push your luck. I'm warning you, if my son really goes to jail because of this, I, Zhou Yongfu, swear I will never let you off. You, and your family, I will make sure they suffer. I will show you what happens when you offend the Zhou family in Hangzhou. I will make you wish you were dead. He thought that this blatant threat would be enough to frighten the poor student with no connections, and ultimately force him to submit. However, Lin Chen's reaction once again surprised him. Faced with this malicious threat, Lin Chen showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his mocking smile deepened. He raised his head and calmly met Zhou Yongfu's bloodshot, menacing eyes, as if watching a clown's last clumsy performance. Just as Zhou Yongfu was starting to feel uneasy about Lin Chen's unusual calm and was about to say something more. Bang! The door to the mediation room was gently pushed open from the outside. A crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels clicking on the ground rang out. Zhou Yongfu subconsciously turned around to look. A young woman, dressed in a well-tailored, high-end custom-made business suit, with a cool and capable demeanor and a beautiful face, walked in calmly. Behind her were 2 middle-aged men in suits, carrying black briefcases, with serious expressions and looking extremely professional. The woman's gaze swept across the room, and when she saw Lin Chen sitting there leisurely, her eyes instantly became extremely respectful. She bowed slightly and said, President Lin. The crisp sound of high heels broke the suffocating tension in the mediation room. When Zhou Yongfu saw the young woman with a cool demeanor and beautiful appearance walk in with 2 lawyers, he was taken aback at first. Then, a look of realization flashed in his eyes, along with a self-righteous understanding, mixed with jealousy and disdain. The ferocity and threat on his face instantly faded, replaced by a strange, forced smile. He straightened his back again, and in a sarcastic tone, glanced sideways at Lin Chen, deliberately raising his voice as he spoke. Hey, Lin, your sugar daddy has arrived? Pretty timely. What? Is this someone who's afraid I'll bully you, so they brought a lawyer to back you up? In his mind, this confirmed Lin Chen's identity as a gigolo and being kept. The woman in front of me is the same person who appeared at Shun Wenba's company that day. So she must be the Secretary Qin that my son and Zhao Kai were talking about, an old woman with some power who is infatuated with Lin Chen. Bringing a lawyer along is simply an attempt to increase bargaining power. What kind of situation hasn't Zhou Yongfu seen? Does a mere wealthy woman with 2 lawyers think she can intimidate him? Upon hearing Zhou Yongfu's words, Lin Chen not only didn't get angry, but actually chuckled softly, his laughter filled with undisguised sarcasm. He looked at Zhou Yongfu as if he were watching a clown performing a farce and slowly said, Zhou Yongfu, I'm really curious, after you know the truth later, will you feel even the slightest bit of regret for everything you said and did today, And for everything you did at the Shun family meeting before? Regret. Zhou Yongfu seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He arrogantly raised his head and said in a resolute and conceited tone, I, Zhou Yongfu, have been in the business world for decades, earning my living through my abilities and letting my strength speak for itself. I only ever look forward in my actions, and I don't know the meaning of the word regret. But you, Lin Shun, think you're something special just because you've hooked up with a woman? Let me tell you, in Hangzhou, some things can't be settled with women and a few lawyers. He thought his toughness would intimidate the other party, but little did he know how foolish and ridiculous his performance was in the other party's eyes. Lin Shun nodded, ceasing the pointless verbal exchange, and simply gestured with his eyes to the two middle-aged lawyers Qin Wei had brought, before speaking calmly to Zhou Yongfu. Really? I hope you can stay this tough. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce you. These two are Attorney Wang and Attorney Li from Jinsheng Law Firm. They are extremely experienced in criminal cases, especially economic crimes and violent assault cases. With them handling this case, I think they can ensure your son receives the most fair sentence and perhaps even uncover some unexpected surprises that will allow him to experience himself in jail for a few more years. Chapter 122, Is he really the chairman of the Lin Group? When Lin Shun said that the two lawyers in front of him might be able to get Zhou Zihang's crime tried fairly, Zhou Yongfu's expression suddenly changed. Although he was arrogant, he knew the reputation of Jinsheng Law Firm. It was a top law firm that ranked among the best in Hangzhou and even the whole province. It charged extremely high fees, specialized in handling major cases, and had unfathomable power behind it. How could that woman possibly spend so much money hiring Jinsheng's lawyer for Lin Shun? This pretty boy? And there are two of them? This isn't right. Just as Zhou Yongfu was filled with doubt and suspicion, Lawyer Zhang, who had been waiting outside the door, seemed to have seen what was happening inside. In particular, when he recognized the two lawyers who had come in, his face turned deathly pale and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He disregarded everything else and hurriedly squeezed through the slightly ajar door. He quickly walked to Zhou Yongfu's side, tugged at his sleeve, and his voice trembled with extreme shock and fear as he whispered urgently, Mr. Zhou, those two are lawyers Wang and Li from Jinsheng Law Firm. They are the chief legal counsel for the Lin Group. They specialize in handling the Lin Group's most core and complex legal matters. What are they doing here? And with that, Secretary Qin? What? The chief legal counsel of the Lin Group? Zhou Yongfu was struck as if by lightning. His head buzzed loudly, and his previous arrogance and knowledge froze on his face, turning into a blank. He looked at Qin Wei in disbelief, then at the two solemn and distinguished lawyers, and finally, with great difficulty, his gaze slowly and laboriously returned to Lin Shen's face, who remained seated, his expression calm yet tinged with a hint of mockery. A terrifying, absurd, yet seemingly the only explanation for everything before him. Thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake, freezing the blood in his body in an instant. Who exactly are you? How could you possibly get them to do this? Zhou Yongfu pointed at Qin Wei, his voice hoarse, filled with shock and bewilderment. He refused to believe the answer that was about to be revealed. Qin Wei didn't even bother to look at him, as if he were just a wisp of polluted air. She walked straight up to Lin Shun, bowed slightly, and said respectfully and clearly, Chairman Lin, this matter can be handled by attorneys Wang and Li. They will follow up to the end and ensure that Zhou Zihang receives the legal punishment he deserves. Do you think we should leave first, or? Chairman Lin, this title was like a final, heavy blow, striking Zhou Yongfu's already overburdened heart. His legs buckled, unable to support his weight any longer, and he collapsed onto the cold ground with a thud. His face was ashen, his eyes were vacant, and his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a sound. Chairman Lin, the chairman of the Lin Group? That mysterious, never-before-seen new head of the Lin Group is actually Lin Shun, the poor student he has humiliated, threatened, and treated like an ant and a pretty boy? How could this be? Absolutely impossible. He investigated. Lin Shen's parents are just ordinary workers. This must be fake. It's a scam. Lin Shen slowly stood up and straightened the hem of his clothes, which had no visible wrinkles. He walked up to Zhou Yongfu, who was slumped on the ground, looking down at him. The faint smile on his face remained, but his eyes were now filled with cold indifference. It seems my lawyer hasn't had a chance to formally introduce me to you yet. Lin Shen's voice was calm and even, yet every word was like a knife. piercing Zhou Yongfu's eardrums. But it's all right. They will have a proper communication with you and your lawyer. About who I am, about your son's case, about your Zhou family. Perhaps there's still a lot to talk about. After saying that, Lin Shen didn't look at Zhou Yongfu again and nodded to Qin Wei. Let's go. Qin Wei immediately stepped aside to make way and respectfully followed half a step behind Lin Shen. The two walked steadily out of the mediation room, leaving behind the deathly silence and despair. After Lin Shen and Qin Wei left, only Zhou Yongfu, who was slumped on the ground, Zhang, who was pale-faced, and the two chief legal counsels of the Lin Group, who had just been formally introduced, Lawyer Wang and Lawyer Li, were left in the mediation room. The air seemed to freeze, with only Zhou Yongfu's heavy, desperate breathing. After several seconds, the older, more composed lawyer, Wang, stepped forward. His gaze calmly swept over Zhou Yongfu on the ground and the lawyer beside him, Zhang, and he spoke in a formulaic yet undeniable tone. Mr. Zhou Yongfu, Attorney Zhang. I am Wang Jinbang from Jinsheng Law Firm, and this is my colleague, Attorney Li Ming. We are officially entrusted by Mr. Lin Shen, chairman of the Lin Group, to represent him in all legal matters, including the criminal and civil litigation, concerning Zhou Zihang's alleged hiring of a hitman for intentional injury tonight. From this moment forward, all legal matters concerning this case and Mr. Lin Shen will be handled by the two of us. This is our power of attorney and lawyer's letter. He handed the two documents to Attorney Zhang, who was barely able to stand and whose hands were trembling slightly. Upon hearing the words, Mr. Lin Shen, chairman of the Lin Group, Zhou Yongfu's body trembled violently once again. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Attorney Wang, like a drowning man grasping at a last straw, using all his remaining strength to ask in a hoarse voice, with the last glimmer of hope. What did you call him? Chairman Lin? Chairman Lin? He really is. Looking at Zhou Yongfu's appearance, Attorney Wang's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible pity, but his voice remained steady and clear. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Lin Shen is the current chairman and president of our Lin Group. I think you don't need to have any further questions about his identity. Boom. The last glimmer of hope was shattered by this calm and affirmative answer. Zhou Yongfu felt dizzy, his ears were ringing, and his vision went black, as if the whole world was collapsing. Lin Shen really is the chairman of the Lin Group. The Lin Group that he had been so scheming to curry favor with, to find out about, and even to use some tricks to discuss cooperation with. That business empire that held sway in Hangzhou and even the entire province. And yet, he himself had subjected it to all sorts of humiliation, questioning, and ridicule at a meeting of the Shen family. They even tried to use the Zhou family's connections to strangle the Shen family, even though the Shen family was already a partner of the Lin family. Even more terrifying, his son actually hired someone to harm the head of the Lin family empire. He even threatened to harm his family. Aye. Zhou Yongfu opened his mouth, making strange hoarse sounds in his throat, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Boundless regret overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, instantly shattering all his psychological defenses. He regretted it. He regretted it to the extreme. I regret not finding out Lin Shen's true identity sooner. He regretted his arrogance at the Shen family meeting, which offended Lin Shen to the death. She regretted indulging her son, which led to his unruly personality. She regretted her earlier attempt to bribe Lin Shen and threaten him with his family. He remembered saying before, I never regret anything, and now he felt a burning pain on his face. Those words were like the most vicious curse, backfiring on him. Chapter 123, You've Got the Wrong Person. When Zhou Wenbo learned that Lin Shen was indeed the chairman of the Lin Group. It's over. It's all over. Not only is their son completely finished, but the Zhou family is probably doomed too. Having offended the Lin Group, and in such a foolish and despicable way, how can the Zhou family still have a foothold in Hangzhou? What will those banks, suppliers, partners, do after they hear the news? Mr. Zhou, please pull yourself together. Attorney Zhang hurriedly squatted down, trying to help Zhou Yongfu up, but he himself was also in a state of utter confusion. The opposing legal team is the Lin Group's top-notch legal team. How can this case possibly be won? It seems even securing the lightest possible sentence is a pipe dream. Zhou Yongfu was half supported and half dragged up by Attorney Zhang, and slumped into a chair with a blank look in his eyes and a deathly pale face, as if all his energy had been drained away in an instant. The arrogant and self-righteous Chairman Zhou of the past is gone. leaving only a pitiful old man utterly defeated by despair and regret. Attorneys Wang and Li, however, stopped talking and began negotiating with the police officer on duty. They officially intervened in the case as Lin Chen's lawyers, requesting to review the relevant records and clearly stating that they would pursue Zhou Zihong's criminal liability and any potential civil compensation liability from the Zhou family. Their attitude was professional and firm. After leaving the mediation room, attorneys Wang and Li did not leave. Instead, they quickly got to work in an office arranged by the police. They reviewed preliminary interrogation records, witness testimonies, and evidence materials such as transfer records and transcripts of phone calls provided by Blackie and others. The two experienced legal experts quickly pieced together the clear outline and key points of the case. The facts are clear, and the chain of evidence is complete. Attorney Wang adjusted his glasses, his tone calm. Zhou Zihong had a clear intent to harm, and his goal was clear: to cripple Chairman Lin. He also took a series of actions, such as hiring professional thugs, paying high commissions in advance, and providing target information. However, he failed to succeed because Chairman Lin's security measures were adequate. This fully meets the elements of attempted hiring of a hitman to cause harm, and is a premeditated, organized, and malicious case targeting a specific individual. Attorney Li added, moreover, based on the existing evidence, Zhou Zihong's actions were not impulsive. He and Chairman Lin had clashed multiple times on campus before, indicating a clear motive for revenge. Moreover, the Blackie and others he instructed were local thugs with criminal records who used violence to resolve disputes, posing a significant threat to society. Zhou Zihong, as an adult, over 18 years old, and the mastermind, should bear primary criminal responsibility. The two exchanged a glance. If it were just a matter of following the standard procedures, with the current evidence, it wouldn't be difficult to put Zhou Zihong in jail for a few years. However, their client was the chairman of the Lin Group. The nature of the case, and the egregious attitude of Zhou Zihong and his son, especially Zhou Yongfu's threats in the mediation room, dictated that they had to pursue the most severe legal consequences. Meanwhile, in the temporary detention room of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, time seemed to drag on endlessly for Zhou Zihong. The cold walls, the cramped space, the hard bed, and the faint smell of disinfectant in the air were all a far cry from his luxurious life in the Zhou family villa. After the initial panic and confusion, when he saw his father rushing over with Attorney Zhang, and even briefly making eye contact with him at the door of the mediation room, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Dad's here, and he brought a lawyer. With all that money and connections, they'll get him out of here in no time. Maybe in a little while or early tomorrow morning, he'll be able to go home, take a hot shower, and lie on his soft, big bed. Lin Chen, just a poor student. Give him some money, scare him a little, and he'll obediently drop the case. Harboring this unrealistic fantasy, Zhou Zihong managed to maintain his composure for the first few hours, even casting disdainful glances at the other suspects in his cell. He was, after all, young Master Zhou. He never considered how serious the matter was or what the consequences would be, because he always believed that money could solve everything. However, as time passed, the father did not appear, nor did the lawyer bring any good news. Only the routine police questioning, repeatedly bringing up the evidence that chilled him to the bone. He became agitated and restless, banging on the iron gate and shouting that he wanted to see his father and lawyer, claiming that he was wronged and that Lin Chun had framed him. The police's harsh words and cold attitude gradually made him realize that this was not a school where he could run wild. His title of Young Master Zhou is worthless in front of these people in uniform. Just as he was about to lose control of his emotions again and was on the verge of collapse, the door to the detention cell opened, and Attorney Zhang walked in accompanied by police officers, but his face was more solemn and ashen than ever before. Uncle Zhang, how is it? Where's my dad? When can I get out? Zhou Zihong rushed to the fence as if grasping at a straw, asking anxiously. Looking at the once arrogant but now pathetic young master before him, Attorney Zhang felt a mix of emotions, but mostly a sense of powerlessness. He waved his hand, signaling the police to stand a little further away, then lowered his voice and spoke in as calm a tone as possible, but one that couldn't hide its heaviness. Zihong, calm down and listen to me. The situation is very, very bad. What's wrong? Is the money not enough? Let my dad add more. Any amount is fine. Zhou Zihong said anxiously. It's not about the money. Attorney Zhang interrupted him, taking a deep breath as if to say something unspeakable. It's that the other party. We've completely messed with the wrong person. You messed with the wrong person? That poor bastard Lin Chen. Zhou Zihong was puzzled, even a little annoyed. Isn't he just hooking up with an old woman? Shut up. Attorney Zhang hissed, his face showing fear and lingering apprehension. He leaned close to the fence and spoke, almost in a whisper, word by word. That Lin Chen, he's not a kept man. He's the newly appointed chairman of the Lin Group. The true leader. W.H. What? Zhou Zihong's anxious expression froze instantly, turning into a blank stare. His eyes widened and his mouth opened unconsciously, as if he hadn't understood the meaning of those words. The Lin Group? Chairman? Lin Chen? How is this possible? How could these words be connected? Chapter 124, It's All About You. When Zhou Zihong heard that Lin Chen was the chairman of the Lin Group, his first reaction was disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Zihong shook his head violently, his voice sharp with shock. Uncle Zhang, you've got it wrong. His dad's just a laborer. My mom. I've investigated her. Absolutely true. Attorney Zhang said bitterly. Just now in the mediation room, Secretary Qin from the Lin Group came in person with their chief legal counsel Attorney Wang and Attorney Li from Jincheng Law Firm. They confirmed it themselves. Lin Chen is indeed Chairman Lin. Your dad collapsed to the ground right then and there. Jin Cheng. Attorney Wang? Attorney Li. Although Zhou Zihong was uneducated, he had heard of the top law firms in Hangzhou and the names of those legendary lawyers. That's someone the Zhou family couldn't possibly hire, even if they spent a fortune. And yet, he's become Lin Chen's lawyer? A tremendous sense of absurdity and fear overwhelmed Zhou Zihong like an icy tide. He recalled all the humiliations and provocations he had inflicted on Lin Chen, the money he had spent to hire someone to cripple Lin Chen, and his father's mockery of Lin Chen at the Shin family meeting. It turned out that they had been spitting on a sleeping dragon all along, and even trying to pull out its reverse scale. Then, what about my dad? My dad must be able to think of a way, right? Our Zhou family. Zhou Zihong was still making a last-ditch effort. There's nothing we can do. Attorney Zhang shook his head, his eyes filled with sympathy and helplessness. The other party is the Lin Group, and the evidence is conclusive. The most crucial thing now is that Lin Chen's two top lawyers have officially intervened in the case, and they are studying how to get you a severe sentence. A heavy sentence. Zhou Zihong's heart skipped a beat, based on their professional judgment and the current evidence. Attorney Zhang's voice was incredibly hoarse, but he still managed to utter the number that sent Zhou Zihong plummeting into an icy abyss. If you are convicted in this case, your sentence could very likely be more than 10 years. 10. More than 10 years. Zhou Zihong was struck dumb, staggered backward, crashed into the cold wall, and then slowly slid down to the ground. His face was ashen, his eyes were vacant, and his whole body trembled violently, uncontrollably. 10 years. More than 10 years of his life, to be spent behind these high walls and iron bars. By the time he gets out, he'll be almost 30. His studies, his future, his enjoyment, women, everything is over. He will be bullied in prison. He will grow old. He will become disconnected from society. No, he doesn't want to. He can't go to jail. He's young Master Zhou. How can he go to jail? Boundless fear and despair completely engulfed him, followed by an overwhelming wave of regret. He regretted it. He really regretted it. He regretted provoking Shin Qingyi. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have become enemies with Lin Chen. She regretted spreading rumors at school. If she hadn't provoked Lin Chen, things might not have escalated to this point. In the end, he regretted that he had been so blinded by greed to hire Blackie to kill someone. That was the most foolish and fatal decision he had ever made in his life. If time could turn back, he would rather have never met Lin Chen, rather stay far away from Shin Qingyi, and rather be a coward. But it was all too late. No, my dad will save me. Lin Chen, Chairman Lin, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll kowtow to you. I'll do anything for you. Zhou Zihong suddenly got up, threw himself against the fence, and cried out in anguish at the empty corridor outside. Tears streamed down his face, and his voice was filled with endless fear and pleading. There was no trace of his former arrogance. However, all that answered him was the cold echo in the corridor and the faint sound of police talking in the distance. His regret and fear at this moment were remarkably similar to Lin Chen's helplessness when he was framed in the principal's office. This time, however, no one will show him any mercy. The atmosphere in the meeting room of the City Bureau's temporary detention area was as oppressive as solidified lead. The stark white light shone on Zhou Yongfu's face, which seemed to have aged 20 years overnight. His eyes were sunken, bloodshot, and his hair was disheveled. His expensive suit was wrinkled and clung to his body, making him look completely different from the spirited Chairman Zhou of the past. He sat on the cold metal chair, his gaze fixed on the one-way glass opposite him. As if he could see through the glass and into the back of the glass the rebellious son he hated to the core and who filled him with despair and heartbreak. The door opened, and 2 policemen escorted Zhou Zihong, who was handcuffed and unsteady on his feet, inside. The moment Zhou Zihong saw his father outside the glass, a last glimmer of hope burst forth in his lifeless eyes. He lunged at the intercom, his voice hoarse, choked with sobs and pleading. "Dad, Dad, you're finally here. Get me out of here. I don't want to stay here. This isn't a place for a human being. Dad, I know I was wrong. I promise I'll be good from now on. Please find a way to get me out of here." He thought his father had come to take him away, just like every time he had gotten into trouble before. He even started to fantasize that his father had already reconciled with Lin Chun and paid a sufficient price. However, what he received was neither comfort nor promise, but Zhou Yongfu's roar, which was like a volcanic eruption, filled with endless hatred and despair. Zhou Yongfu also lunged at the intercom, his face almost pressed against the glass, his features contorted, spittle seemingly about to spray onto Zhou Zihong's face. "Save you? You unfilial son. You jinx. You jinx. I wish I could strangle you right now. You still want me to save you? Look at the state you've ruined for the Zhou family." Zhou Zihong was stunned by his father's sudden outburst of rage and vicious curses. He forgot to cry for a moment and stared blankly at the unfamiliar and ferocious face outside the glass. "You think it's over once you go in? Huh?" Zhou Yongfu's voice trembled with extreme anger and lingering fear as he slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Because of you, you blind beast. Of all people to mess with, you had to provoke Lin Chun, the chairman of the Lin Group. Is he someone we can afford to offend?" Zhou Zihong tried to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Zhou Yongfu. "If you hadn't been causing trouble at school all the time and getting into fights with other people over Xinqingyi, would I have completely fallen out with the Shin family? Would I have publicly humiliated and threatened Lin Chun at the Shin Group's meeting? Now look what's happened. The Shin family has climbed up the social ladder by ingratiating themselves with the Lin family, and they're about to soar to new heights. And what about our Zhou family?" Zhou Yongfu's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a sob and a deep-seated fear. "Because of you, I've completely offended Lin Chun. The Lin Group, they're the king of Hangzhou, a true behemoth. Our Zhou family's little fortune is nothing in their eyes, not even worth an ant." He recalled Lin Chen's calm yet cold gaze and Qin Wei's words. "It seems the Zhou family doesn't want to stay in Hangzhou any longer," and felt a chill run down his spine. Commercial blackout, relentless legal pursuit, complete isolation from his network. He could almost foresee the impending annihilation of the Zhou family. "Now that you're in there, do you think I'll be all right? Let me tell you, Zhou Zihong, the Zhou family is finished. Completely finished. All thanks to you." Zhou Yongfu pointed at Zhou Zihong, his fingers trembling. "I've struggled for most of my life, and you've ruined all the little bit of wealth I've accumulated. I wish I had never had a son like you." By the end, Zhou Yongfu's voice was hoarse and filled with endless regret and despair. He hated his son, but he hated himself even more. He hated himself for not disciplining him strictly from a young age, hated himself for indulging him in his lawlessness, hated himself for being so arrogant at the Shun Group meeting, failing to see Lin Chen's extraordinary qualities, and instead offending him to the point of no return. If he had been a little more polite to Shun Wenba back then, if he had been even slightly wary of that seemingly ordinary Lin Chun, if he had stopped his son's evil deeds sooner, perhaps the Zhou family would still have a glimmer of hope. But now it's all too late. Lin Chen's identity and his hatred for the Zhou family have already sealed the Zhou family's fate. As Zhou Zihong listened to his father's tearful accusations and curses, and saw the look in his father's eyes that seemed to want to tear him apart, his last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. He finally understood that this time, his father really couldn't save him, and the Zhou family had truly been dragged into the abyss by him. Boundless fear and regret overwhelmed him once again. He slumped into his chair, like a puppet whose soul had been ripped out, too weak even to cry. Chapter 125 The Fate of the Zhou Family. Outside the police station, night had fallen, but the city's neon lights were still flashing. Lin Chen got into the car Qin Wei had arranged, his face calm, as if all the commotion at the police station had nothing to do with him. But Qin Wei knew that the calmer President Lin was, the more resolute his decision was. The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic. "Mr. Lin," Qin Wei asked softly, observing Lin Chen's expression through the rearview mirror. "Attorneys Wang and Li will follow up on Zhou Zihong's case to ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. As for the Zhou family, what do you think?" Lin Chen's gaze fell on the rapidly passing light and shadow outside the window. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. "You heard Zhou Yongfu threatening me and my family in the mediation room. He thought the Zhou family was still the same Zhou family that could manipulate others at will. Unfortunately, he was wrong." He paused, then continued, "Two things. First, notify all companies, banks, and partners that have business dealings with the Lin family to terminate all cooperation with the Zhou Group and its affiliated companies, effective immediately. The reason given is that Zhou Yongfu, the actual controller of the Zhou Group, is suspected of instigating and harboring criminals, and has openly threatened the personal safety of our group's senior management, posing a significant risk to our credit and reputation. I want to cause the Zhou family's cash flow to dry up within 3 days." Qin Wei's eyes sharpened, and she immediately replied, "Yes, President Lin. I will arrange for a complete blackout right away." Second, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. The evidence against Zhou Zihong for hiring someone to commit assault is conclusive, and the nature of the crime is heinous. Contact several influential media outlets, provide them with the truthful details of the case, and let them report it. The key point is to emphasize that Zhou Zihong, as a rich second generation, had long been a bully on campus, and ultimately, due to unrequited love and jealousy, he took the risk of hiring someone to commit murder, as well as his father Zhou Yongfu's heinous act of attempting to threaten the victim afterward. He wanted not only to punish Zhou Zihong legally and destroy the Zhou family economically, but also to completely nail the Zhou family to the pillar of shame in terms of public opinion and morality, so that they would have no place to stand in Hangzhou and no chance of ever turning their lives around. "Understood, Mr. Lin." Qin Wei was slightly shaken, knowing that Mr. Lin intended to completely crush the Zhou family, leaving no room for retreat. Such methods are decisive and ruthless, but they are also the most effective way to deal with opponents like the Zhou family who are oblivious to their own mortality and repeatedly refuse to learn from their mistakes. In addition, Lin Chen added, "Have the legal and auditing departments keep an eye on things. The Zhou family has been doing business for so many years, it's impossible for them to be completely clean. See if you can dig out anything else from Zhou Zihong's case or the Zhou Group's accounts. If so, hand it over to the relevant departments. When cutting weeds, be sure to remove them at the root." "Yes." Qin Wei noted it down, gaining a deeper understanding of President Lin's methods. This young chairman usually appears low-key and calm, but once his bottom line is crossed, his counterattack will be thunderous and merciless. The Zhou family has truly kicked a hornet's nest this time. No, they've run into an iceberg. The car drove smoothly through the night. Lin Chen closed his eyes, seemingly somewhat tired. A lot happened today, but to him, the Zhou family father and son were nothing more than an unpleasant episode that needed to be cleaned up. The next day, the morning sun did not seem to favor the Zhou Group. When Zhou Yongfu, nearly exhausted, finally arrived at the company, what he saw confirmed his deepest fears. Several unfamiliar vehicles were parked in front of the group's headquarters building. Some belonged to banks, and others to suppliers. In the lobby on the first floor, several middle-level managers who usually treated him with utmost respect were gathered together anxiously. Upon seeing Zhou Yongfu appear, they immediately swarmed around him as if he were a lifeline, chattering away in panic. "Mr. Zhou, something bad has happened. Manager Liu from ICBC called early this morning, saying that a 30 million yuan loan of ours is due this Friday, and he has made it clear that it cannot be renewed, and he wants us to prepare the funds. Chairman Zhou, Old Wang's convoy from the building materials company, is blocking the back gate. They're saying they won't leave until they settle the payment for the previous batch of goods worth over 3 million yuan, and they're going to sue us. Mr. Zhou, the partner we had previously agreed on for the South City project, just sent a letter unilaterally announcing the termination of the cooperation, saying that our company has significant commercial risks and reputational problems. Mr. Zhou, the company's stock hit the daily limit down as soon as the market opened. Everyone on the stock forum is saying it. Zhou Yongfu felt his ears ringing. His vision went black, and he almost couldn't stand up. He shoved aside the people who surrounded him, staggered into his office, slammed the door shut, shutting out the noise outside. His hands trembled as he turned on his computer. His inbox was overflowing with unread emails, the titles of which were alarming. Notice of termination of cooperation agreement, notice of early loan due, lawyer's letter, and so on. He opened emails from several major partners, and the content was almost identical. Due to learning that your company is involved in serious legal and reputational risks, and based on the principle of commercial prudence, we have decided to immediately terminate all cooperation. He then opened financial news websites and local forums, and the front pages and trending posts were almost entirely dominated by the same news. Mingda's wealthy second-generation heir's attempted assault fails. His father's company suspected of harboring and threatening perpetrators. Exposing the Zhou Group, the ruthless behavior and business hegemony behind its glamour. Lin Group suspected of completely terminating cooperation with Zhou family. Zhou family empire collapses overnight. Although the article does not explicitly state that the Lin family has blocked the Zhou family, it implies that the Zhou family has offended an unspeakable behemoth. It also details how Zhou Zihong, driven by jealousy and hatred after being rejected in love, paid thugs to harm his classmate, and Zhou Yongfu's outrageous behavior of trying to threaten the victim at the police station afterward. The comments section exploded with criticism, and former partners, competitors, and even some self-media outlets began to kick Zhou while he was down, revealing Zhou's dark history in bidding, demolition, and other areas. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Zhou Yongfu slumped in his leather chair, watching the bad news constantly popping up on the screen and the plummeting stock price curve, feeling a chilling sense of powerlessness. He knew that Qin Wei's actions had begun, and that they were happening faster, more ruthless, and more thorough than he had imagined. Lin didn't even need to do anything personally. A simple gesture or hint was enough for those sharp-nosed sharks to pounce and devour Zhou. With a broken capital chain, abandoned partners, public criticism, and the potential for judicial investigations, Zhou's ship, which he has managed for decades, is sinking at an unprecedented speed. The trigger for all of this was Lin Xun, whom he regarded as an ant, and his lawless and unruly son. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, but even more so, a profound despair gripped him. He knew the Zhou family was finished. Chapter 126, Gu Yanqing who infiltrated. Unlike the turbulent morning at the Zhou Group, the VIP ward floor of that high-end private hospital in Hangzhou maintained a deliberately cultivated tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting alternating stripes of light and dark on the polished floor. In a spacious, well-equipped intensive care unit, the only sounds were the regular, soft ticking of the instruments and two figures lying quietly on the bed, Gu Linziang and Zhao Fang. Their faces were pale, their eyes were closed, and they relied on machines to maintain their vital signs, as if they were asleep in another world. The ward door was gently pushed open, and a medical staff member, wearing an ill-fitting white coat, a mask, and a nurse's cap walked in with her head down, pushing a cart full of medicines and equipment, her steps somewhat unsteady. He gently closed the door behind him, his movements revealing obvious tension. He walked to the bedside, glanced warily at the door, and then slowly took off his mask, revealing a face bruised and swollen, filled with exhaustion, fear, and the last vestige of desperate hope. It was Gu Yanqing. With Guo Tiankai's helping hand, Gu Yanqing finally managed to sneak in. This might be his last chance. He looked at his unconscious father on the hospital bed, then at his mother who was also unconscious beside him, and his throat tightened. He rushed to his father Lin Jiong's bedside, grabbed his father's cold hand with the 4 drip in it, and began to speak incoherently, his voice trembling with sobs. Dad, can you hear me? It's me, Yanqing, your son. Dad, I'm dying. I'm being driven to my death. I owe millions in loan sharks. They beat me, force me to pay back the money, and say they'll break my arms and legs and sell me to a black brick kiln if I don't pay. Dad, please wake up. Only if you wake up can you save me. Only then can I get the company back and get my money back. He shook his father's hand, but Lin Jiong's eyelids did not tremble at all. Only the steady waveform on the monitor showed the presence of life. Gu Yanqing's heart sank, but he was unwilling to give up. Didn't Guo Tiankai say he wanted excitement? Something to ignite their emotions? He took a deep breath, changed his tone, and spoke with resentment and accusation. Dad, it's Lin Chun. It's that bastard Lin Chun. He took advantage of you being unconscious and seized the company. He's the chairman of the Lin Group now. He kicked me out of the company, won't let me see you, and even sent people to monitor you. He just wants to take over everything from the Gu family. He not only robbed the company, he also tried to kill me. Dad, Mom, do you know? He had people ambush me outside the hospital, leaving me with nowhere to run. He might have even brought in the loan sharks. He wants me dead. Wake up, everyone. If you don't wake up, everything in the Gu family will be his. I'm really going to be driven to my death by him and those loan sharks. He screamed hoarsely, tears streaming down his face, pouring out all his fear, despair, and hatred for Lin Chun, hoping, as Guotiankai had said, to stimulate his parents' nerves, arouse their protective instincts and anger, and thus create a miracle. However, no miracle occurred. Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng lay still, their breathing steady, unresponsive to their son's pitiful cries and vicious accusations. Only the cold medical equipment recorded their lifeless vital signs. Gu Yanqing's sobs gradually subsided, eventually turning into weak whimpers. He released his father's hand, slumped to the floor, and leaned against the cold hospital bed. A wave of immense disappointment and deeper despair overwhelmed him. It's useless. It's completely useless. The parents cannot wake up. More than a day has already passed since the 3-day deadline for the loan shark loan was set. There has been no news from Guotiankai since their phone call yesterday, and no one answers when they try to call him. Lin Chen's power was like a mountain, pressing down on him and making it hard for him to even see his parents. His phone was already switched off in his pocket, and he didn't dare to turn it on. The moment you turn on your phone, you'll likely be bombarded with debt collection calls and text messages from loan sharks. He is now penniless, his face and body covered in wounds, like a stray dog, hiding in this ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, crying out to 2 unresponsive shells. His parents' hospital beds were so close, yet so far away. His last hope seemed to have sunk. All that remains is mounting debt, pervasive fear, and a seemingly inevitable, tragic end. He sat on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, and for the first time he felt so clearly what it meant to be at your wit's end, to be helpless and desperate. His face was filled with fear and regret. There was also anger and hatred on his face. He looked at Lin Jiong's face, wondering why he wouldn't wake up and why he had given himself to someone else in the first place. Why wasn't Lin Chen the one who was adopted by someone else back then? Now he is the heir. The more he thought about it, the more he hated his father. Suddenly, he realized there was another way he could provoke him. Chapter 127. His identity is becoming increasingly mysterious. The next day, the news of the Zhou Group's collapse overnight was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake in Hangzhou, and the ripples it caused quickly spread to every corner of society. Mingda University, a place that gathers elite students from Hangzhou and even the whole province, naturally could not stay out of it. Especially for students who are more or less connected with Zhou Zihong. The impact of this news is even more direct and intense. The next morning, as students entered the campus one after another, an unusual atmosphere had already spread. In the cafeteria, hallways, classrooms, and even on campus forums and various chat groups, the focus of discussion was almost always on the same thing. Have you heard? Something terrible has happened to Zhou Zihong's family. It's not just a major incident, it's complete ruin. Zhou Group's stock has plummeted. All the partners have fled. The banks are pressing for repayment. And I heard Zhou Zihong's father is almost going crazy. The most explosive news is about Zhou Zihong. He's been arrested for hiring someone to commit murder. The evidence is conclusive, and he's rumored to face more than 10 years in prison. My God, really? Wasn't he swaggering around school yesterday? Absolutely true. It's in the news. Although he used a pseudonym, who wouldn't recognize him? Mingda rich second generation, Zhou. His father is a local entrepreneur. Is that even a question? This is terrifying. How could he dare to do something like this? Hire someone to kill someone, just for that Lin Chen. Well-informed students held up their phones, showing various news reports and screenshots, their tone filled with shock, lingering fear, and a hint of barely perceptible schadenfreude. After all, Zhou Zihong usually bullies others at school and has offended quite a few people. Su Qing and her roommates walked towards the teaching building, their faces looking rather pale, especially Su Qing and Li Na. Li Na's eyes were still red and swollen, clearly from crying last night, and her face turned even paler as she listened to the surrounding chatter. She recalled the tragic state of Zhao Kai and his son at the police station entrance yesterday, and heard about Zhou Zihong's fate, filling her with fear and an inexplicable sense of lingering dread. She was standing up for Zhao Kai yesterday, but now she just feels cold all over. Su Qing walked in silence, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. She recalled the spirited words she had spoken to Lin Shen yesterday, Lin Shen's calm and almost indifferent gaze, and compared them with the current miserable state of Zhou Zihong and the Zhao family, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She vaguely sensed that she had missed some very important information, or that she might have viewed Lin Shen from the very beginning with an extremely superficial and flawed perspective. Qingqing, do you think Zhou Zihong's matter is really related to Lin Shen? A roommate couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It wasn't mentioned in the news, but the timing is too coincidental, another roommate analyzed. Zhou Zihong was still causing trouble for Lin Shen yesterday afternoon, and he was arrested that night. His family also had problems. No one would believe there's no connection between them. But Lin Shen, where did he get such great abilities? Lina couldn't help but interject, her tone still filled with resentment and disbelief. He was just... Stop talking. Su Qing suddenly interrupted her in a low voice, her tone carrying a hint of sternness and irritation that she herself did not realize. Now, the words being kept sound inexplicably jarring and unsettling to her. Meanwhile, on another part of the campus, Shen Qingyi was holding her phone and walking briskly toward the teaching building. Her face didn't show much surprise, but rather curiosity and a sense of "I knew it." She received a call from her father early in the morning. Shen Wenba's tone on the phone was full of emotion and lingering fear. He only said one sentence. "Qingyi, from now on at school, you must show more respect to Lin Shen. You will soon find out the rest." Shen Qingyi pressed for details, but Shen Wenba refused to say more, only telling her to look at the news. When she saw the report about the Zhou family and Zhou Zihong, she immediately understood. As the Zhou Zihong incident unfolded, students at Mingda University, especially the quick-thinking and analytical, smart people, began to connect the recent events surrounding Lin Shen, attempting to piece together his true character. Brothers, this is terrifying to think about. During a break between classes, a bespectacled boy who liked to post analytical threads on forums said to a few friends, "Let's go over the timeline." First, Zhang Hao offended Lin Shen, and then he was inexplicably arrested. It seems that his family is also in trouble. It is said that his father's company was investigated. Next were Principal Chun, Director Liu, and Teacher Zhao from the school. They were all taken away for framing Lin Shen, and there's still no news about them. Then there's Zhao Kai. Just because he and Zhou Zihong spread rumors about Lin Shen, the father and son had to kneel down and apologize in public. I heard that his family's company is also about to go under. Finally, it was Zhou Zihong who directly hired someone to kill him. And then, he went to jail, and his house collapsed. With each statement he made, the expressions of the surrounding audience grew more serious. Have you noticed? The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses, his eyes sharp. Anyone who opposes Lin Shen and actually provokes him suffers a terrible fate. Moreover, he is extremely fast and his attacks are precise, giving them absolutely no chance to fight back. You mean, there's a very powerful force supporting Lin Shen? Or, he himself is that force? A girl asked in a low voice. And don't forget Shen Qingyi, another boy added. Yesterday, she said in front of everyone that the Shen family and the Lin family had cooperated. The Lin family. Who in Hangzhou can afford to offend the Lin family? Zhou Zihong's father was so arrogant at the Shen family meeting. Wasn't he just thinking he could control the Shen family? And what happened? The Shen family has latched onto the Lin family's coattails. Could this also be related to Lin Shen? This speculation sent a chill down everyone's spine. If the Shen family's cooperation with the Lin family was truly due to Lin Shen, then what was Lin Shen's position within the Lin group? A second-generation official? A third-generation revolutionary? Some speculated. Otherwise, how could they have such power to get the police, media, and business community to cooperate in the operation? It doesn't seem like it, someone countered. Children of officials and the elite are usually quite low-key, but they wouldn't deliberately pretend to be poor students. Besides, Lin Shen's previous records showed that his family background was very ordinary, which is too contradictory. Could it be that he is the heir to the Lin group? Or perhaps he is the mysterious new president of the Lin group? An even bolder guess was put forward, but it was immediately rejected by more people. Are you kidding me? The president of the Lin group can come to our school? And he's so young. Exactly, that's outrageous. It's probably related to the Lin Group's higher-ups, or he's some big shot's illegitimate son. Various speculations circulated wildly on campus, but the more people speculated, the more mysterious and unfathomable Lin Chen's identity seemed. No one could give a definite answer, but one thing was in common. Lin Chen was absolutely not to be messed with. Those who had previously joined Zhou Zihong and Zhao Kai in mocking and isolating Lin Chen now felt a chill of fear. Those who had initially felt sympathy or goodwill towards Lin Chen became even more curious about him. As Lin Chen walked through the campus, he could clearly feel the change in the gazes around him. The previous disdain, contempt, and schadenfreude have diminished, replaced by curiosity, inquiry, fear, and even a subtle hint of ingratiation. The whispers would be deliberately lowered as he passed by, but would resume after he had gone far away. Lin Chen didn't care about these changes. He continued to attend classes, take notes, and go to the library calmly, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him. The calmer he was, the stronger the sense of mystery and oppression he exuded. Chapter 128 Lin Ziyong, you've been cuckolded. In the VIP ward on the top floor of that hospital in Hangzhou, the sunlight seemed unable to dispel the silence enveloped by sophisticated instruments and the smell of disinfectant. Gu Yanqing had been slumped on the cold floor for an unknown amount of time. The initial fear, despair, and cries had all been exhausted, leaving only a numb coldness and a deep-seated hatred. He looked at his parents, who were unresponsive on the hospital bed, especially his father, Gu Linziyang, whose face was slightly swollen from being bedridden for a long time, but whose once dignified features were still visible. Why isn't he awake yet? Could it be that Guo Tiankai's talk of stimulation was wrong? Or is it that the trigger point was wrong? He hated Lin Shun for taking everything away, hated his parents' helplessness at this moment, and hated himself even more for being adopted out in the first place. If he had stayed in the Gu family, all of this would be his now. Yes, adoption. Why did his father give him up for adoption back then? This thought gnawed at him like a venomous snake. Dad, do you really not want to see me? Gu Yanqing muttered to himself, his eyes turning venomous and crazed. Or is it that you only have eyes for that bastard Lin Shun, and you wish I would disappear forever so that he can rightfully inherit everything? The more he thought about it, the more extreme his views became. A vicious idea, like a poisonous mushroom growing in the darkness, suddenly emerged from the depths of his heart. Since crying and accusing Lin Shun are useless, what if we use the most unbearable humiliation a man can endure to provoke him? Why hurt him with the betrayal of the person he trusts and loves most? Gu Yanqing's heart pounded wildly at this crazy idea. He knew it was dangerous, malicious, and could have unforeseen consequences. But he was desperate. The loan shark's loan was due soon, and if his parents didn't wake up, he was truly doomed. He had to take a gamble. He struggled to get up and went back to his father Lin Ziyong's bedside. This time, he didn't cry out. Instead, he leaned down, put his mouth close to his father's ear, and slowly said in a deliberately low but maliciously inflammatory voice, "Dad, you can hear me, right? I know you can hear me. Dad, there's something. I've been keeping it to myself for a long time, and I've never dared to tell you. But now, I have to say it." He paused, observing his father's expression and the monitoring equipment. It seemed there was a very slight fluctuation in his father's heart rate. Gu Yanqing's heart leaped with joy, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath and, in a clearer, more vicious tone, said, word by word, "Dad, do you know how ridiculous you are? You've been wearing countless green hats on your head. Your beloved wife, my mother, no, Zhao Fong, is not as virtuous and dignified as you see her at all. She's keeping a lover outside." These words were like the first stone thrown into stagnant water. Gu Yanqing stared intently at her father's face and fingers. Suddenly, he clearly saw that Lin Ziyong's right index finger, with the forecatheter inserted, trembled very slightly, but definitely. It moved. The finger moved. Gu Yanqing was overjoyed, almost shouting out loud. This method really worked. Guo Tiankai was right about intense emotional stimulation. Without further hesitation, he immediately pressed his advantage, speeding up his speech and embellishing the scene, depicting the most unbearable scenario he imagined, or rather, what he deeply desired to see. That pretty boy is young and handsome, only in his early 20s, not much older than Lin Shun. Zhao Fong used the money you worked so hard to earn to buy that gigolo a luxury house in the city center and a sports car worth millions. They often meet secretly. I saw it with my own eyes. On a private beach in a certain scenic area. Zhao Fong was wearing a bikini and passionately kissing and hugging that pretty boy, oblivious to everyone else. Dad, you're a joke. The perfect family and harmonious couple you imagined are all fake. Zhao Fong has been disgusted with you for a long time. She said you're too old, your body can't keep up, you can't satisfy her at all, and that you're not as young and strong as that pretty boy. She's using your money to support another man and cheating on you. Maybe Lin Chen isn't even your biological son. Gu Yanqing became increasingly agitated and vicious as he spoke, transforming all his resentment, jealousy towards Lin Chen, and despair for the current situation into sharp weapons to attack his father. He stared intently at his father's face. Lin Jiong's originally calm face began to contort violently, his brows furrowed, his eyeballs under his eyelids rolled rapidly, and his lips trembled slightly uncontrollably. The heart rate readings on the monitoring device began to rise significantly, and the blood pressure also increased. Most importantly, his fingers trembled more and more noticeably, and even his entire arm began to spasm slightly. It works. It really works. Gu Yanqing shouted in his heart, about to continue making up even more unsavory details. Just then, on the hospital bed, Gu Linxiang's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Those were bloodshot eyes, filled with shock, rage, disbelief, and extreme pain. The pupils contracted due to intense emotional fluctuations. Ha! A hoarse, bellows-like sound came from Lin Jiong's throat. He tried to turn his neck, to look at the source of the sound, to speak. However, the muscle weakness and nerve control disorders caused by his long-term coma made it difficult for him to speak fluently. He could only squeeze out indistinct syllables through his teeth, and his lips trembled violently. Dad, you're awake. You're really awake. That's wonderful. Overjoyed, Gu Yanqing burst into tears, rushed to the bedside, grabbed her father's movable hand, and excitedly cried out, "It's me, Yanqing. Look at me." Lin Jiong's gaze focused with difficulty, finally landing on Gu Yanqing's face, which was filled with surprise, but also somewhat distorted by her previous vicious words. He recognized him as his eldest son, the one who had been adopted out as a child and who filled him with guilt. However, those words that had just been poured into his ears like venom were now echoing wildly in his chaotic and angry mind. Cuckold, pretty boy, passionate kiss, impotent body. Using your money to support a man. An immense sense of shame, betrayal, and rage erupted in his chest like a volcano, breaking through the barrier of unconsciousness, but also causing his already weakened body to tremble violently. He wanted to raise his hand, to question, to roar, but apart from his eyes glaring angrily, his lips moving with difficulty, and his right hand fingers and arm making some unconscious scratching and trembling movements, he still couldn't control his body smoothly, let alone speak a complete sentence. You son. He squeezed out a few syllables from the depths of his throat with great difficulty. His gaze toward Gu Yanqing, after the initial confusion and confirmation, was quickly replaced by a mixture of shock, anger, and a trace of pain from being hurt by the words of his loved one. Gu Yanqing was so immersed in the immense joy of her father's awakening that she didn't fully catch the complex emotions in her father's eyes, especially the indistinct, rebellious son. All he saw was that his father had woken up and could move again, which meant hope. It meant he had a chance to take everything back, get rid of the loan sharks, and take revenge on Lin Chen. Dad, don't get agitated. Take it slow. It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. Gu Yanqing quickly tried to comfort him, but in his mind, he was already rapidly calculating how to take advantage of his father's recent awakening and possibly still somewhat dazed state to further solidify his accusations against Zhao Fong and Lin Chen, thus firmly binding his father to his cause. Chapter 129. Mr. Lin, your father has woken up. Meanwhile, in a spacious lecture hall at Middlebury University, a professor was speaking eloquently on the podium. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright spots of light on the desks. Su Qing sat by the window, pen in hand, but her gaze kept drifting to the slender figure sitting quietly in the back a few rows away. Lin Chen. He lowered his head slightly, seemingly taking notes diligently. His profile was clear and calm, a stark contrast to his classmates who were either focused, daydreaming, or secretly glancing at him. Just a few days ago, he was criticized and isolated by the public, and was regarded as a kept man and a poor and unlucky guy. But now, speculation about his mysterious background is rampant, while he himself seems to be unmoved. even though he is at the center of the storm. Su Qing's mind was in turmoil. The tragedy of Zhou Zihong's family, the public humiliation of Zhao Kai and his son, the disappearance of Zhang Hao and others, and the changes in the school leadership. The fates of these people who had openly or covertly opposed Lin Shen all clearly point to one fact. Lin Shen is no ordinary person. She remembered that she had once been Lin Shen's girlfriend, and that they had shared some ordinary yet warm times together. At that time, she thought Lin Shen was honest and ambitious. Although his family was not well off, he treated her very well. Later, she couldn't stand the intentional or unintentional comparisons and hints from those around her. She felt that she couldn't see a future with Lin Shen. Compared to Zhang Hao's attentiveness and Zhou Zihong's subtle, high-quality qualities, she chose to leave. In order to distance herself from Lin Shen, she even echoed some comments that were unfavorable to him. If the classmates' guesses are true, and Lin Shen really does possess such an amazing background and power, then what about her choice back then? What did she miss out on? An indescribable emotion, a mixture of regret, resentment, self-doubt, and a hint of hidden fear, spread through her heart. Looking at Lin Shen's calm profile, she felt for the first time that she had never truly understood this person. He is like a bottomless ancient well, calm on the surface, but potentially harboring a power capable of overturning everything. Who exactly is he? This question lingered not only in Su Qing's mind, but also in the minds of many students in the classroom who were secretly observing Lin Shen. Lin Shen, however, seemed completely oblivious to all the stares and speculations. He closed his notebook, looked up, and calmly gazed at the podium, as if he were just an ordinary student listening attentively to the lecture. As the bell rang for the end of the last class in the afternoon, the campus of Middlebury University returned to its bustling state. The students packed their bags and gathered in small groups to discuss dinner, club activities, or the still-evolving Zhou Zihong incident and the mystery of Lin Shen's identity. Lin Shen calmly packed the books into his backpack, his expression as composed as ever. When his classmates passed by him, they unconsciously slowed their pace and cast glances of awe, curiosity, or inquiry. But he seemed oblivious, as if these looks and comments were nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing past his ears. Just then, the screen of his phone, which was on the table, lit up and began to vibrate. The caller ID showed Qinwei. Lin Shen picked up his phone, swiped to answer, and said in a steady voice, "Hello, Qinwei." On the other end of the phone, Qinwei's voice carried an unusual urgency and seriousness, even a hint of disbelief. "Mr. Lin, there's an emergency. We've received news from the hospital that your father, Mr. Lin Jiong, has just regained consciousness." "What?" For the first time, a clear crack appeared on Lin Shen's usually calm and composed expression. His brows furrowed sharply, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his grip on the phone tightened slightly, but his tone remained calm. "When did this happen? What were the specific circumstances? What did the doctor say? Did you wake up naturally?" "About half an hour ago, the monitoring equipment in the intensive care unit sounded an alarm, indicating that Mr. Lin's vital signs were fluctuating drastically. When the doctors and nurses arrived, they found that he had opened his eyes and was showing some limb responses, able to move his eyeballs and move his fingers and arms slightly. But Qinwei paused for a moment, her tone becoming even more serious. According to the descriptions of the on-duty nurse and Dr. Wang who arrived at the scene, when they entered the ward, in addition to Mr. Lin and Ms. Zhao who was still unconscious, there was another person in the ward. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and an ominous premonition arose. "Who?" "It's Gu Yanqing." Qinwei's voice was very low. He somehow managed to get his hands on an ill-fitting medical gown and impersonated a medical worker to sneak into the ward. For at least half a day before the doctor arrived, he and two unconscious patients were alone in the ward. When the doctor entered, he saw Gu Yanqing kneeling by the bed, holding Mr. Lin's hand, and very agitated. Mr. Lin, though his eyes were open, looked extremely agitated, even angry. He tried to speak, but couldn't utter a clear sound. He just stared intently at Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing. Lin Shen slowly uttered the name. The surprise he had felt just moments before completely replaced by icy anger. He had assumed that, under the pressure of high-interest loans, Gu Yanqing would flee like a stray dog, eventually falling into the fate he had already arranged. Unexpectedly, this brother, who had been driven to the brink of despair, could come up with such a method, and even actually awakened Lin Jiong in some way. What did he do? Lin Shen's voice was emotionless. But Qin Wei, who knew him well, knew that this was the prelude to President Lin's true anger. I don't know, Qin Wei reported truthfully. The doctor's initial assessment is that Mr. Lin may have suffered an extremely strong emotional shock, forcibly breaking through some of his consciousness barriers. However, this state of consciousness is extremely unstable, and his condition still needs close observation. Gu Yanqing has been temporarily taken into custody by hospital security. Understood, Lin Shen replied briefly, then hung up the phone. Chapter 130. Thanks to Xiao Gu. He stood there, the surrounding noise seemingly fading away instantly. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting interplay of light and shadow on his face, making his profile appear exceptionally hard and unyielding. I originally thought the chances of my parents, who were in a vegetative state, waking up were slim, but things turned out so unexpectedly. Gu Yanqing, you're really great. In an attempt to save themselves and turn the tide, they resorted to such methods. Lin Shen didn't know how Gu Yanqing had woken his parents up, but he admired his abilities. This disrupted some of his plans. Lin Jiong's early awakening, especially in this way and in this state, may bring about changes for him. It's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. Without lingering, Lin Shen quickly left the classroom without even saying goodbye to any of his classmates. The calm on his face vanished completely, replaced by a deep, stormy gloom. When Lin Shen's car entered the hospital's underground parking lot, it was already close to dusk. He went alone, taking the elevator directly to the top-floor intensive care unit. The awakening storm and the silent standoff. The elevator doors slid open silently, and the smell of disinfectant in the corridor was as strong as ever, but there was a tense atmosphere in the air that was different from usual. 7 or 8 well-dressed men and women with varying expressions gathered in the rest area outside Lin Jiong's ward, talking in hushed tones and glancing at the closed door from time to time. Most of them were senior executives and shareholders of the Lin Group. Lin Shen's gaze swept calmly over these people, and he understood. They came really fast. The news leaked so thoroughly. Who else could have gathered them at this time besides that enthusiastic Chairman Gua? They simply wanted to preemptively create the impression that the old chairman has awakened and is the hope of the people, while simultaneously testing the waters and putting pressure on him, the current chairman. They were even more worried that Lin Shen would find out immediately that the chairman had woken up but would not tell anyone, thus concealing the news and retaliating against Gu Yanqing. He didn't linger at the door. Facing Chairman Wang and the others who came to greet him with concerned smiles, he simply nodded slightly and said in a formulaic, calm tone, "Thank you all for your concern. My father has just woken up and needs to rest. I will communicate with you all about the details later." Although the words were polite, the intention to see them out was clear and unquestionable. Amidst the slightly awkward and inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Lin Shen pushed open the door to the ward and walked in. The sight in the ward made his pupils shrink almost imperceptibly. The situation was somewhat different from what he had expected. Lin Jiong was not lying down, but propped up by several pillows, half leaning on the bed. Although his face was still ashen and his eyes were cloudy and somewhat bewildered from recovering from a serious illness, he had indeed sat up and opened his eyes. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he could only utter indistinct sounds. His right hand rose slightly, then fell limply back down. Gua Tiankai stood to the side of the hospital bed, his back to the door, seemingly whispering something to Lin Jiong. Qin Wei stood a little distance away, her brows slightly furrowed. Seeing Lin Shen enter, she quickly approached and whispered rapidly, "President Lin, Chairman Gua." What made Lin Shen's gaze turn coldest was the person on the other side of the ward, who was almost shrinking into a corner, yet staring at him with eyes full of resentment and a hint of smugness. Gu Yanqing. He still had bruises on his face from last night, and his clothes were wrinkled, but he stood there and was not taken away by the police. It seems that Gua Tiankai acted quickly, not only manipulating the spread of the news, but also temporarily protecting Gu Yanqing. Hearing the door open, Gua Tiankai turned around, his face immediately displaying his usual expression, tinged with a hint of elder's concern and professional smile. Chairman Lin has arrived. He stepped aside, as if only then noticing Lin Shen paying attention to Gu Yanqing, and naturally introduced her. "Oh, this is Gu Yanqing. He's the college student I mentioned to you before, the one the chairman has been sponsoring. Thanks to him today, the old chairman was able to wake up. He's truly a lucky man." Lin Shen's gaze swept lightly over Gu Yanqing, his eyes calm and unwavering. as if he were looking at an insignificant stranger. He then turned to Guitiankai, his tone carrying just the right amount of doubt, even a hint of displeasure. Mr. Gua, who is this? My father's ward is a restricted area for quiet recuperation. How can unauthorized personnel be allowed to enter and exit freely? Where are the doctors and nurses? He completely ignored Gu Yanqing and steered the conversation toward ward management and safety. Gua Tiankai's smile froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Lin Shun to ask such a question, especially since it was clearly an accusation that he had brought in outsiders. He glanced quickly at Lin Jiong on the hospital bed. Although the old chairman had woken up, he was unable to speak and his mind seemed unclear. At this moment, he was trying to stare at Lin Shun with wide eyes, making hoarse sounds in his throat, but he could not utter a complete sentence. Now is definitely not the time to confront Lin Shun directly and provoke him. Gua Tiankai's mind raced, and he immediately chuckled, explaining, Chairman Lin, don't misunderstand. This isn't a special situation. Xiao Gu was just worried about the chairman, and it was indeed him who kept talking to the chairman, which triggered the chairman's reaction. The doctor just came in and said it's a good sign, so he asked Xiao Gu to stay a little longer to see if he can continue. To provide some positive stimulation. I haven't had a chance to give you a detailed report yet. He lightly shifted the blame to the doctor's permission and the special circumstances. Lin Shun remained noncommittal, no longer looking at Gu Yanqing, as if he were just an insignificant sponsored college student mentioned by Guitian. He walked to the bedside, leaned down slightly, his face showing just the right amount of concern, and softened his voice. Dad, how are you feeling? Can you recognize me? Lin Jiong's eyes widened even more as he stared intently at Lin Chen's face. His eyes were extremely complex, filled with shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and perhaps some other indescribable emotions. His throat bobbed as he tried to make a sound. His lips trembled, but he could only manage a few broken syllables. You? Lin. Chun. Baya. He seemed to be trying to confirm something or express something, but due to severe language impairment, no one could understand him. Qin Wei chimed in at the opportune moment. President Lin, the doctor just did a preliminary examination. It's fortunate that the old chairman has regained consciousness, but his speech center is severely damaged, and he's having trouble speaking. Recovery will take time. There is some mobility in the right limbs, but coordination is lacking. Further observation and rehabilitation are needed to assess the overall condition. Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He straightened up and calmly swept his gaze over the people in the ward. Guitiankai had a cautious smile on his face. Gu Yanqing's eyes held barely suppressed malice and a hint of pleasure, and there was his father on the hospital bed, excited but unable to speak. My father has just woken up and needs to rest in absolute quiet. He should not be disturbed by too many people, and his emotions should not fluctuate too much. Lin Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable force. Chairman Gua, Secretary Qin, and this one. He paused, seemingly unable to recall Gu Yanqing's name. Gu, you all can go out first. I'll stay here, and the doctors and nurses will come to check on you regularly. But Gu Yanqing panicked immediately upon hearing that he was to leave, took a step forward, and blurted out, I have to stay with you. Xiao Gu. Guitiankai suddenly raised his voice to interrupt him, giving him a subtle but stern glare at him, while maintaining his smile as he spoke to Lin Chun. Chairman Lin is right. The old chairman needs to rest. Xiao Gu was too excited. Then we won't disturb him any longer. Chairman Lin, please feel free to give any instructions if needed. As he spoke, he almost forcibly pulled Gu Yanqing, whose face was full of reluctance and whose eyes were fixed on Lin Chun, towards the door of the ward. Qin Wei glanced at Lin Chun, saw him nod almost imperceptibly, then turned and quietly left, gently closing the door behind her. In the ward, only the father and son, with their complicated and deeply estranged relationship and the monotonous ticking of the medical equipment remained. Lin Shin slowly walked to the window, his back to the hospital bed, watching the deepening twilight outside. He didn't turn around immediately, but instead asked a question in a calm, even tone, as if it were just a casual remark. Dad, that classmate Gu just now, have you known him for a long time? He seemed particularly concerned about your waking up. On the hospital bed, Lin Jiong's breathing suddenly became rapid, and the instruments emitted a slight alarm. His right hand, which he could barely move, gripped the bedsheet tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He stared at Lin Shen's back, making increasingly rapid and indistinct ho-ho sounds in his throat, but still unable to form a coherent sentence. Chapter 131 Preparing. The heavy door of the ward closed gently behind them, shutting out Gui Tiankai's fake smile, Gu Yanqing's resentful gaze, and Qin Wei's silent vigil. Inside the ward, only the monotonous, rhythmic ticking of the medical equipment and Lin Jiong's slightly heavy breathing due to his emotional state remained. Outside the window, dusk was falling, and the last rays of the setting sun dyed the sky a dark red, gradually sinking into the silhouette of the city. The lights in the ward were not yet on, and the dim lighting made the silence in the space feel suffocating. Lin Shin stood with his back to the hospital bed in front of the window, his tall figure exuding an indescribable sense of detachment. He didn't turn around immediately, as if admiring the scenery outside the window that was gradually being swallowed by the night, or as if giving the person in the hospital bed, and himself, some time to sort out his thoughts. As time passed, Lin Jiong's initial excitement seemed to have subsided somewhat, but his cloudy yet still sharp eyes remained fixed on Lin Chen's back, and he occasionally made muffled, eager to express sounds from his throat. Finally, Lin Chen slowly turned around. He didn't immediately walk back to the bedside, but stood a few steps away, at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, his gaze calmly fixed on Lin Jiong's face. There was no excitement of being brought back from the dead, no relief at his father's survival, and no concern that a typical son would show for his ailing father. There was only a kind of calm that was almost scrutinizing, and beneath that calm, unfathomable undercurrents. He stared at him for a long time, so long that the initial shock, urgency, and even a hint of guilt in Lin Jiong's eyes were gradually replaced by unease and a hidden anger. "Dad," Lin Chen finally spoke, his voice steady and devoid of any emotion, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. "There's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I still can't figure it out." Lin Jiong's breathing quickened again, and his right hand unconsciously gripped the bedsheet. "You clearly own the Lin Group, have a net worth of tens of billions, and are the chairman of the Lin Group." Lin Chen took a step forward, his tone still calm, but every word struck Lin Jiong's heart with crystal clarity. "Why have you pretended to be poor in front of me for over 20 years? Lin Jiong's eyes widened suddenly, his facial muscles twitched, and his lips trembled violently. He seemed to want to say something, but could only utter rapid, sounds. He raised his barely functional right hand and waved it weakly toward Lin Chen, his eyes filled with urgency and a sense of embarrassment at having his secret exposed. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to his intense reaction and made no attempt to approach or comfort him. He merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Jiong's face, which was flushed red from his eagerness to defend himself, and continued. "For more than 20 years. As far back as I can remember, I knew that my family was very poor, and my mother was in poor health and had to take medicine all year round. In order to save money, I wore the old clothes of relatives' children, ate the simplest meals, and never dared to ask for anything extra. After starting school, while other students had pocket money to buy snacks and extracurricular books, I could only study hard to get scholarships and work part-time in my spare time. I delivered food, handed out flyers, washed dishes in restaurants. I thought this was life, a responsibility I had to bear." His tone remained flat, as if he were telling someone else's story, but every word was like a cold needle piercing Lin Jiong's heart. "I thought our family was just an ordinary family, even a family struggling financially. I thought you and Mom really didn't have the ability to give me a better life." Lin Chen's gaze finally carried a faint, almost mocking chill. "It wasn't until you had that accident, until you became vegetative, and the company's legal counsel came to me that I realized it wasn't that you lacked the ability, but that you were unwilling to give." "Dad," he said, his voice even softer, yet colder, as he looked at Lin Jiong's eyes, which had instantly filled with panic and pain. "Tell me, when you saw me walk several kilometers to save a few dollars on bus fare, when you saw me thinner and smaller than my peers because of malnutrition, when you saw me struggling to make a living at an age when I should be carefree, what were you thinking at that time? Were you admiring my hard work, or were you glad for your good intentions?" No, it's not." Lin Jiong shook his head violently, squeezing out broken syllables from his throat, and even turbid tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He waved his right hand desperately, trying to grasp something or explain something, but the powerlessness of his body and the barrier of language made all his struggles seem futile and pathetic. Lin Chen's gaze swept past him and landed on Zhao Fong, who was still fast asleep on the hospital bed next to him, lingering for a moment. "And my mother," He looked at Lin Jiong again, a hint of barely perceptible fluctuation in his voice, but it quickly returned to calm. I just can't understand it either. How can a mother stand by and watch her own son live that kind of life without doing anything? She even has to cooperate with you in weaving that lie of poverty. Doesn't it hurt her to see me not being able to afford a decent meal? To see me saving money to buy her medicine? I always thought that my family was poor, so I had to work harder, grow up quickly, and earn money quickly so that you and Mom could have a better life. I studied desperately to get into the best university, and I worked part-time in all my spare time, not daring to relax for a moment. I couldn't bear to eat or wear anything nice, and I wanted to take every penny I earned home. Lin Chen paused, a faint, cold smile curving his lips. Looking back now, it's ridiculous. I was struggling to survive like a real impoverished student. And the impoverished student you sponsored, Gu Yanqing. When he mentioned the name again, Lin Jiong's body visibly stiffened. He lives like a rich young master. He spends money like water, is arrogant and dissolute, and when he gets into trouble, you send people to clean up the mess. When something goes wrong, you step in to settle it. Today, he even miraculously appeared here and woke you up. Lin Shun took a step forward, leaned slightly forward, and looked directly into Lin Jiong's panicked and evasive eyes. His voice was low, but every word was like a knife. Dad, sometimes I really feel like I'm the one you're sponsoring. Impoverished students need to experience the hardships of life. But Gu Yanqing is more like your own son, pampered and spoiled by you, living a life of luxury. Your biological son. At this moment, Lin Shen still pretended not to know Gu Yanqing's identity. He probably thought that Gua Tiankai had already informed him before he arrived. No, Lin Jiong seemed to be deeply pierced by those words, letting out a shrill and indistinct roar as he struggled violently, causing the monitoring equipment to emit a sharp alarm. His right hand waved wildly, trying to grab Lin Shun, trying to explain, trying to deny, but the intense emotional impact made his already fragile body tremble violently. His face turned red and purple, and he could hardly breathe. Lin Shin straightened up, coldly watching his painful struggle, his eyes showing no emotion, and he made no attempt to help press the call button. Only when Lin Jiong's struggles gradually weakened, leaving only heavy, painful breathing, did he speak again, his tone returning to its previous calm. You don't need to rush to explain, and you can't say anything right now. I'm just saying what's been on my mind. After all, you can't listen to much more in your current state. He stopped looking at Lin Jiong's desperate and pleading eyes, glanced one last time at Zhao Fong, who was still oblivious beside him, turned around, and walked towards the door without the slightest hesitation. As I opened the ward door, the bright lights from the corridor outside flooded in, creating a stark contrast with the dimness inside the ward. Qin Wei stood alone at the door, her posture respectful. When she saw Lin Shin come out, she immediately took half a step forward to greet him. President Lin, where are they? Lin Shin asked, his tone unreadable. Chairman Guo left with Gu Yanqing in a hurry. I also asked the other directors and executives to leave earlier, so they won't be bothering us for the time being. Qin Wei reported concisely. Lin Shin nodded, walking towards the elevator while issuing instructions in a clear and calm voice, as if the silent yet intense interrogation in the ward had never happened. First, compile all the evidence I asked you to collect regarding Gua Tiankai's illegal related party transactions, misappropriation of company reserve funds, and acceptance of kickbacks on several projects over the years, which he has taken advantage of his position. Then, I handed it directly over to Chief Lawyer Zhang of the group's legal department, instructing him to personally handle the case and formally report it to the police on charges of suspected embezzlement, bribery by a non-state employee, and breach of trust harming the company's interests. The chain of evidence must be complete, and the procedures must be legal and compliant. I want him to go in this time and never come out again. Qin Wei's eyes sharpened, and she immediately replied, Yes, President Lin. The evidence is ready, and we can start the process at any time. Second, Lin Shun pressed the elevator down button and continued. On behalf of the group, schedule separate meetings with the presidents of the Hangzhou branches of ICBC, CCB, and BOC, scheduled for the next 2 days. Tell the president's assistants that the Lin Group has some new strategic investments and funding arrangements that it wants to discuss with them. Be humble, but make sure the message is clear. Qin Wei quickly took notes, her mind perfectly clear. President Lin was clearly planning a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, we used the iron fist of the law to completely eliminate Gua Tiankai, the biggest destabilizing factor within the company, and cut off his reach for company power and Gu Yanqing. On the other hand, it is consolidating its relationship with core financial institutions, flexing its muscles, stabilizing morale, and preparing for possible future changes. The old chairman has woken up. Although he cannot speak, he is, after all, the founder of the Lin family. His attitude and existence alone will cause ripples both internally and externally. President Lin must plan ahead and maintain absolute control. The elevator doors opened, and Lin Chen stepped inside, followed closely by Qin Wei. Third, Lin Chen added just before the elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the outside world, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable determination. At the hospital, increase our manpower. Apart from the attending physician and designated nurses, no one is allowed to approach my parents' ward without my personal approval. In particular, Gu Yanqing is absolutely forbidden from stepping into this floor again. If Guo Tiankai dares to make another move, then chop off his claws as well. Understood, Qin Wei replied solemnly. She knew that from this moment on, the long-standing facade of calm between President Lin and Guo Tiankai had been completely shattered. Lin Chen knew very well that his father had woken up, which meant his current status would definitely change. According to his memories from his previous life, his parents were biased towards their son, no matter what he said. Now that Gu Yanqing is facing debt collection from loan sharks, he must have just told Lin Jiong about his situation. The first thing Lin Jiong will do after he is able to speak will definitely be to help Gu Yanqing and deal with his problems. He will then take back control of the company and eventually hand it over to Gu Yanqing. The lawyer stated that the Lin Group, which he legally inherited, was acquired because his parents were unable to care for themselves and had not left a will. Now that he has woken up, he is entitled to, and has the right to, redistribute his property. As for whether he would give it to him, Lin Chun could only smile wryly. Chapter 132: Paying Back the Debt. The black sedan drove away from the hospital and merged into the evening traffic jam. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressive, completely out of place with the hustle and bustle outside. Gu Yanqing sat in the passenger seat, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white and his nails almost dug into his palms. Just now in the ward, seeing his father wake up, it was the best opportunity for him to reveal his identity, expose Lin Chun, and take back everything. But Guo Tiankai forcibly pulled him out, and he was even swept over by Lin Chen's contemptuous gaze, as if he were just an eyesore of dust. Uncle Guo. Gu Yanqing finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned her head sharply. Her voice was sharp with suppressed anger and confusion. Why didn't you let me speak just now? My dad woke up. He recognized me. As long as I reveal my identity and tell everyone that I am his eldest son, what is that bastard Lin Chun? Why did you stop me? Guo Tiankai gripped the steering wheel firmly with both hands, looking straight ahead. His expression was equally unpleasant, but much more composed than Gu Yanqing's. He glanced at the agitated Gu Yanqing, inwardly cursing him as an idiot, but tried his best to maintain the patience of an elder and the tone of thinking of you. Yanqing, calm down. Do you think revealing your identity now will bring down Lin Chen? Why not? My dad is the founder of the Lin Group. As long as he says the word. The problem is your dad can't bring himself to speak. Guo Tiankai interrupted him, his tone becoming more forceful. Did you see clearly? Your father is awake, but he's slurring his words and can't even speak a complete sentence. In his current state, can he give orders? Can he chair a board meeting? Can he sign a document to remove Lin Chen from his position? Gu Yanqing choked, her face paling as she recalled her father's pathetic state, only able to make hoarse sounds. Guo Tiankai continued. Now, everyone in the Lin Group is Lin Chen's man. Although there are a few wavering members on the board, he holds the real power. Qin Wei is his most loyal dog, firmly controlling finances, personnel, and core business. Now you're jumping out and saying you're the old chairman's biological son. How many people do you think will believe you? And even if they do, how many would dare risk offending Lin Chen to support you? He paused, his tone turning cold. Put yourself in his shoes, Yanqing. If you were Lin Chen, wielding great power, and suddenly a brother appeared, wanting to seize your inheritance, and supporting this brother was your elderly father, paralyzed and unable to speak. What would you do? Following this line of thought, Gu Yanqing suddenly shuddered. If he were Lin Chen, holding the power of life and death, and faced with a suddenly appearing brother who might threaten his position, he would not hesitate to eliminate him completely. Use every means possible to make this older brother disappear or completely eliminate the threat. He will kill me. Gu Yanqing's voice trembled slightly. He may not dare to kill you directly, but making you disappear accidentally or sending you to a mental hospital or prison is a piece of cake for him. Guo Tiankai said coldly. Don't forget what happened to Zhou Zihong and Zhao Kai. Lin Chun is ruthless and vindictive. We must not act rashly or alert him before he is fully prepared, has figured out your hand, and is sure he can strike with certainty. Gu Yanqing was frightened by Guo Tiankai's words, and cold sweat broke out on her back. He recalled the cold look Lin Chun gave him in the hospital room. It certainly didn't look like he was looking at a sponsored college student, but rather like he was looking at a dying prey. Then what do we do? Are we just going to wait like this? Gu Yanqing was unwilling to give up. Wait? Of course we can't just wait. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Guo Tiankai's eyes. Your dad has woken up, which is the biggest variable and also our opportunity. Although he can't speak now, he is conscious, can see, and can hear. What we need to do is to seize the time to help your dad recover as soon as possible, especially his speech function. At the same time, we must secretly contact those old ministers who are dissatisfied with Lin Chun or loyal to your father, and accumulate strength. Once your father can speak and clearly express his wishes, we will launch a joint attack, striking decisively and taking back everything you've lost, with interest. These words stirred Gu Yanqing's emotions, as if he had seen hope again. But what about the loan sharks? He remembered the imminent trouble, and his face fell. Guo Tiankai frowned, but didn't answer immediately. The car had already entered the vicinity of the old apartment area where Gu Yanqing rented a place. As soon as the car turned into the alley below the apartment building, its headlights illuminated the way ahead, and several shadowy figures immediately surrounded it, blocking its path. The bald man at the head of the group, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his muscular face twitching, was none other than the bald boss. Screech, Guo Tiankai slammed on the brakes. You surnamed Gu. You finally dared to show your face? I thought you'd run away. The bald man stepped forward and pounded on the passenger window, his eyes fierce. The 3-day deadline is up. Where's the money? If you don't come up with it, I'll break your arms and legs today. Gu Yanqing was terrified. She gripped the car door handle tightly, her face ashen, and looked to Guo Tiankai for help. Uncle Guo, save me. Guo Tiankai frowned as he looked out the car window at the few menacing-looking thugs. These millions of dollars in debt are not a small amount for him. But then he thought, Lin Jiong has woken up. Once he recovers and knows that he saved his son and helped him pay off his debts, this gratitude and loyalty will be enough to give him an absolutely advantageous position in the future power reshuffle. This investment, while risky, has the potential for even higher returns. Get out of the car, Guo Tiankai said in a deep voice, and got out of the car first. Gu Yanqing cautiously got out of the car and hid behind him. Seeing that Guo Tiankai had an extraordinary demeanor and drove a nice car, the bald man and his men did not make a move for the time being, but their eyes were still hostile. Brothers, I'm his elder. Guo Tiankai took out a cigarette and offered it to him, his tone still polite. I'll pay off his debts. How much is it in total, including principal and interest? Give me a precise amount, and I'll transfer the money now. The bald man looked him over suspiciously for a few moments, then gave him a number. Guo Tiankai didn't haggle. He simply took out his phone and did some work. A few minutes later, the bald man received a text message confirming the payment. Great. The bald man grinned, waved his hand, and his men dispersed. He walked up to Gu Yanqing and patted his stiff, frightened face. Kid, you're lucky to have a wealthy elder. You won't be so lucky next time. Let's go. Watching the bald man and his group disappear into the depths of the alley while cursing, Gu Yanqing's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground, her back already soaked with cold sweat. Uncle Guo, thank you. Thank you so much. I will definitely repay you. Gu Yanqing thanked him incoherently. Guo Tiankai looked at his spineless appearance with disdain, but still wore a kind smile on his face. Yanqing, remember, we're all in the same boat now. Consider these millions as Uncle Guo's investment in you. What you need to do now is take good care of your father and find a way to help him recover as soon as possible. Leave the rest to me. Yes, I will definitely take good care of Dad. Gu Yanqing nodded repeatedly, her heart filled with gratitude towards Guo Tiankai. Chapter 133, A Shocking Event. The mysterious CEO reveals his true identity. Unlike Gu Yanqing's dramatic rescue, Lin Chen's itinerary after leaving the hospital was efficient low-key, and with a clear goal. He first went to the home of a municipal government leader in Hangzhou. The visit was short, lasting about 40 minutes. He didn't bring any valuable gifts, and the content of the conversation remains unknown to outsiders. However, judging from the fact that the leader personally escorted him to the door, shook his hand firmly, and wore a satisfied smile, it's clear that this meeting clearly met Lin Chen's expectations. After leaving the leader's residence, Lin Chen's car did not return to the company or residence, but instead drove to a relatively quiet office park in the west of the city. There is a medium-sized company here called Hengyuan Construction Engineering. The company owner is a pragmatic man in his 50s with dark skin and calloused hands, surnamed Chen. Lin Chen did not make an appointment in advance, but his sudden visit surprised and alarmed Mr. Chen. Lin Chen only stayed in Mr. Chen's simple but clean office for 20 minutes. He didn't beat around the bush and directly inquired about the status of several projects that Mr. Chen's company was currently undertaking, as well as the funding and personnel situation. Finally, he left a business card and a message. Mr. Chen, the Lin Group's new industrial park project in the eastern suburbs will soon begin its first phase of infrastructure construction. Your company and team, get ready. I'll let you know as soon as possible. Mr. Chen's hands trembled slightly as he held the gold-embossed business card. The Lin Group is guaranteed to get the new industrial park project for the town government, and they're even going to hand it over to his insignificant company. He could hardly believe it. It was as if he were dreaming. He was so excited he didn't know what to say, and could only repeatedly promise to follow his lead. No one knew that Hengyuan Construction was a strategic move by Lin Chen, and also a way out. By the time I finished these two things, it was already late at night. He then drove back to his residence. He didn't turn on the lights, but walked straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the city lights up in countless homes, and the urban network meanders like ribbons of light. Standing here, it feels as if you can overlook the city's prosperity and secrets. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's face showed no composure, as if he were in control of everything. Only a deep coldness and solemnity. Father woke up. The source of this conflict, which he had once resented and been puzzled by, and which he had temporarily shelved due to his coma, has returned to the game in such an unexpected and even somewhat laughable way. For Lin Jiong, waking up was not a joyous reunion with his son, but a huge and uncertain variable. This means that his current status and rights could be taken back at any time due to Lin Jiong's improvement in health and his expression of wishes. This means that people like Gui Tiankai and Gu Yanqing now have a legitimate banner to stir up trouble. This means that the Lin Group may no longer belong to him. Given the personalities of Lin Jiong and his wife, who are likely to be biased, he doesn't know what they might do, but he will definitely acknowledge Gu Yanqing's identity. The next day, in the early morning, amidst the usual hustle and bustle of Hangzhou's morning rush hour, a sudden and significant news report dropped a bombshell. The front page headline of the Hangzhou Daily, in bold black font, is exceptionally eye-catching. The mysterious leader of the Lin Group has finally revealed his true identity, a student at Mingda University. The subheading is equally explosive. Former chairman Lin Jiong miraculously awakens from a vegetative state. His son's hospital visit draws attention. What does the future hold for the Lin family empire? The report took up an entire page. The article not only details the Lin Group's pivotal business position in Hangzhou and even the entire province, but also unveils the mystery of the new chairman to the public for the first time with a certain tone and clear pictures. There are two key photos. The first picture is a profile of Lin Chen walking out of the teaching building of Mingda University. He is wearing simple casual clothes, carrying a backpack, with a handsome face and calm eyes, just like the youthful students around him. Next to it is specially labeled Lin Chun, a third-year student of the School of Management of Mingda University. The second photo was taken yesterday evening on the VIP ward floor of the hospital. Lin Chun was walking out of a hospital room. He was wearing a well-tailored dark suit, with a tall and straight posture and a cold expression. Qin Wei lagged slightly behind, respectfully following beside him, followed by two bodyguards dressed in black with expressionless faces. The photo angle was excellent, clearly capturing the ward number, though it was blurred out, and also showcasing Lin Chen's composure and commanding presence beyond his years. The photo caption reads, "Yesterday evening, Mr. Lin Chen appeared in the VIP special care ward of XX Hospital to visit Mr. Lin Jiong, the former chairman, and his father, who had just woken up." The report contained a wealth of information. Not only was it confirmed that Lin Chun is the new chairman and president of the Lin Group, but it was also mentioned that the former chairman Lin Jiong and his wife had been in a coma for several months due to an accident. Recently, Lin Jiong miraculously woke up, and it was implied that Lin Chun was appointed to take charge during his parents' coma to stabilize the group's situation. He has also recently taken the lead in strategic cooperation with companies such as Shen's Food. At the end of the article, the author shifts focus to several recent student-related incidents at Mingda University. Although it doesn't explicitly mention Lin Chun, the implication in the text, along with the comment that the young leader's skills and background are unfathomable, is enough to spark endless speculation. This report is like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake, instantly creating huge ripples. Not only the financial and business circles, but also the entire social circle, public opinion field, and even the streets and alleys of Hangzhou were shaken. My God, the mysterious CEO of Lin's group is actually a college student. Lin Chun. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the guy from Mingda University a few days ago? Yes, that's him. Didn't the Zhou and Zhao companies suffer such a terrible fate because they offended him? Oh, I see. They've kicked a hornet's nest. Old Chairman Lin is awake. This is a big deal. Is the helmsman of the Lin Group going to change? This Lin Chun is no ordinary person. He managed to stabilize the company while his parents were in a coma and even got such positive exposure from an official media outlet like the Hangzhou Daily. His background must be terrifying. No wonder the Shen family was able to rise from the ashes and climb up to the Lin family. It turns out that the girl from the Shen family had already made connections. Quick, look at the alumni groups in the school forum. They're exploding. Chapter 134, The Lively School Forum. After Lin Chen's identity was revealed by the media, his school, Mingda University, was in an uproar. Newspapers, mobile news push notifications, campus forums, various chat groups. Everyone is discussing the same name, Lin Chun. All the previous speculations and rumors about his identity were now completely confirmed by the official media, and in such a shocking way. Mysterious CEO, heir to a multi-billion-dollar empire, college student. The impact of having these labels superimposed on one person is unparalleled. Many students who had once mocked Lin Chun for being poor and kept were now pale-faced, filled with lingering fear and disbelief. They recalled their past remarks and felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. No wonder those who offended Lin Chun all met such tragic ends. Zhang Hao disappeared without a trace. Principal Chun and others were taken away for investigation. Zhao Kai's family business collapsed, and he knelt down in public, and Zhou Zihong was even taken away. It turns out that the person they provoked wasn't some poor student they could easily bully, but the heir of one of Hangzhou's top wealthy families, someone who could bring them to their doom with a flick of his finger. I even spoke ill of him in the cafeteria that day. Oh no. I used to isolate him with Zhou Zihong. Will he retaliate against me? No wonder he's usually so low-key. Turns out he's just experiencing life as a big shot. Shen Xingyi is so lucky. She actually managed to get so close to the president of Lin's group. Su Qing, isn't she Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend? How is she feeling right now? The atmosphere in the girls' dormitory was even more eerie. Su Qing's roommates stared at the news and photos on their phones, their mouths agape, speechless for a long time. They glanced at the news, then at Su Qing, who sat on the edge of the bed, her face pale, her eyes vacant, clutching her phone as if she wanted to crush it. Their feelings were incredibly complicated. Qing, is this true? Lin Chun. He really is from the Lin Group. One of my roommates stammered, his voice trembling. Su Qing didn't answer. She just stared intently at the cold and unfamiliar profile of Lin Chun, captured on the screen in the hospital corridor. Her heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard to breathe, and then she was overwhelmed by boundless regret and coldness. So it turns out, it was all true. He is not a kept man. He was not a poor, unlucky fellow. He is the heir to the Lin Group, a true scion of a wealthy family with a net worth of billions. Su Qing, who used to be his girlfriend, disliked him for being poor and then went with Zhang Hao. She left him because she thought he was poor and had no future, and even flirted with Zhang Hao in front of him and humiliated him. What exactly did she miss? If she hadn't left back then, if she had firmly believed in him and supported him, then wouldn't Su Qing be the one standing by his side now, enjoying the spotlight and countless envious glances? Instead of Shen Qingyi, who appeared later. The immense sense of loss and regret gnawed at her heart like venomous snakes. She recalled how she had been in the classroom earlier, lecturing Lin Chun in a tone of disappointment that he had no backbone. And now she felt that scene was so absurd and ridiculous that it was suffocating. Integrity, faced with true strength and status. How ridiculous and cheap her shallow moral judgments and self-righteousness are. More than anything, it was a deep-seated fear. She recalled that she had also echoed those rumors that were detrimental to Lin Chun. Although she wasn't a key figure, she had still said some unpleasant things. Will Lin Chun hold a grudge? Will he treat me the way he treated Zhou Zihong and Zhao Kai? With his current status and power, it would be incredibly easy for him to take revenge on her and make her and her family suffer. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt cold all over and almost collapsed. At this moment, Shen Qingyi was sitting at her breakfast table, slowly drinking milk and looking at the news on her phone, a knowing yet slightly smug smile on her lips. Her father, Shun Wenba, sat opposite her, looked at her, and shook his head helplessly with a smile, saying, "Now you know, right? I'll teach you to be more respectful to Lin Chun. I've always respected him." Shen Qingyi wrinkled her nose, her eyes sparkling. "But I didn't expect him to be so capable. The Lin Group. Dad, our family has really hit the jackpot this time." "What golden thigh?" "It's a strategic partner," Shen Wenba corrected, but the smile on his face betrayed his good mood. The revelation of Lin Chen's identity can only benefit the Shen family, at least from the outside perspective. It shows that the Shun family has gained the approval of the new head of the Lin family. However, Qingyi, Lin Chen's status is different now, and there will be more people watching him. You need to be more careful when you interact with him and not cause him any trouble. "Okay," Shen Qingyi replied, but in her heart she thought, so what if his identity has changed? He is still the same Lin Chun who would listen attentively in class, argue with Zhou Zihong, and be slightly stunned when she held his arm. At least, that's what she believed. The entire city of Hangzhou was in turmoil because of this news. The business community is reassessing the Lin family's future and its relationship with Lin Chun. The political community is examining the young entrepreneur's capabilities and background. Ordinary citizens are talking about this plot, which is comparable to a romance novel. Mingda University, on the other hand, completely revered Lin Chun as an untouchable legend who could only be looked up to. All the criticism and disdain that had once surrounded him were crushed at this moment by his astonishing identity, leaving only endless awe, lingering fear, and speculation and observation about the unknown future. However, the atmosphere in Su Qing's dormitory became unusually strange. For Su Qing at this moment, the vibrations and message notifications on her phone were no longer cheerful signals of contacting friends, but rather like cold whips, mercilessly lashing at her already bleeding dignity and regret. The student forum at Mingda University was now flooded with the name Lin Chun. The top-rated post was a screenshot of a report from the Hangzhou Daily, along with various discussions and analyses. However, as the discussion deepened, another name began to be mentioned frequently: Su Qing. Breaking news. Shocking news. The ex-girlfriend of the mysterious CEO of Lin's group is actually Su Qing from our school. My God. Really? It's Su Qing, the most beautiful girl in the School of Management. It's absolutely true. I'm from the class next to theirs. I used to see Lin Chun waiting for her after class, bringing her food and water, and giving her an umbrella on rainy days. He was the perfect boyfriend. Yes. I've seen it too. Lin Chun seemed pretty ordinary back then, but he was really good to Su Qing. We all thought they were truly in love. And then, Su Qing dumped Lin Chun. What? What else could it be? She's a gold digger. You guys don't know, but later Zhang Hao gave her a few bags and treated her to a few fancy meals, and Su Qing started sleeping with him like a puppy. She even got intimate with Zhang Hao in front of Lin Chun. Holy crap, this is explosive. Do you have pictures to prove it? Although no pictures were taken, many people really saw Su Qing and Zhang Hao entering and leaving the hotel. Moreover, Su Qing later basically ignored Lin Chun in class and even said a lot of sarcastic things about Lin Chun with her fake besties. TSK. Isn't this what you call being blind to talent? Giving up the heir to a multi-billion-dollar empire to date a rich second-generation heir with a little money? Now Zhang Hao's family is bankrupt, and he's disappeared, while Lin Chun has become the president of Lin's group. Su Qing must be kicking herself now, right? She's more than just regretful. She probably feels like she wants to die. I heard she was lecturing Lin Chun in the classroom yesterday about having backbone. Hilarious. Does she need backbone? She's already from a wealthy family. This is what they call, yesterday you ignored me. Today you can't afford to miss me. Looking back, Lin Shun was really good to her back then, giving quietly and without fanfare. Now that I think about it, that was just him being modest and well-mannered, not because he was really poor. Su Qing really picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. No, she lost a diamond mine. Serves her right. This kind of gold digger deserves to end up like this. But Lin Shun is really good at enduring things. Even after being treated like that by his ex-girlfriend, he didn't publicly retaliate. He just quietly made himself stronger. That's a real man. Miss Xinqingyi is truly a winner in life. It's said that she's getting very close to Lin Shun now. She comes from a good family, is beautiful, and has a keen eye for talent. Compared to her, Su Qing is simply a joke. Where is Su Qing now? Does she even have the nerve to come to school? She's in the dorm. I saw her this morning. Her face looked awful, like a ghost. Ha ha ha, serves you right. Chapter 135 Plastic Sisters. The class group chat was just as lively. Although the language wasn't as direct and explicit as on the forum, the sense of mockery, regret, and gossip could still be felt through the screen. Many boys and girls who once had a good impression of Su Qing or envied her for catching Zhang Hao have now changed their tune, their words filled with schadenfreude and hindsight wisdom. Therefore, you can't judge a person by appearances alone. Yes, Lin Shun is truly a hidden talent. Su Qing too, sigh, what a pity. What's there to regret? She chose this path herself. Everyone saw how good Lin Shun was to her back then. I wonder what she's thinking now. Each message, like a poisoned needle, pierced Su Qing's eyes and heart. Her fingers trembled as she tried to turn off the screen, but couldn't help scrolling down. With each new entry, her heart sank a little deeper, and the color drained from her face. Those gazes that once held envy or flattery toward her now turned into blatant mockery and contempt. She could almost hear whispers and laughter coming from all directions, leaving her nowhere to hide. Regret corroded her internal organs like sulfuric acid. Yes, Lin Shun used to be so good to her, so gentle and considerate. Although he seemed very ordinary back then, the care and protection he gave her were genuine. It was she herself who was blinded by vanity, moved by Zhang Hao's superficial material temptations, and believed those lies that Lin Shun is not good enough for you, and there is no future with him. Nonsense, that's right. Nonsense. Su Qing suddenly raised her head, her previously empty and desperate eyes suddenly replaced by a twisted resentment and anger. Her bloodshot eyes were fixed on two other figures in the dormitory, Li Na and Wang Li, her two former best friends. Back then, it was they who kept whispering in her ear. Qing, Lin Shun is good to you, but his family is too poor. You'll suffer if you stay with him. That's right. Look at Zhang Hao. His family owns a chain of supermarkets. He's a real rich second generation. He's also very generous to you, giving you so many designer brands. He's the kind of person who can bring you happiness. Besides being decent looking, what else does Lin Shun have? He can't even afford a decent gift. Being with him is so degrading. Qing, you're so beautiful. You deserve better. Zhang Hao is perfect for you. You'll only have a good life with him. We all envy you. Lin Shun is probably only after your looks. Once he has some money, he might change his mind. Zhang Hao may be a bit of a womanizer, but his family is rich. What are you afraid of if you're with him? Break up with him. Break up with Lin Shun and be with Zhang Hao. We all support you. It's them. Again and again. With those seemingly considerate but actually snobbish and competitive words, he gradually eroded her feelings for Lin Shun and nurtured her vanity. Ultimately, this led her to make the incredibly foolish decision to abandon Lin Shun and throw herself into Zhang Hao's arms. If it weren't for them, if they hadn't been constantly stirring things up and fueling the fire, how could she have wavered so quickly? How could they be so heartless towards Lin Shun? She could have had Lin Shun's true love and everything that others envy about her now. It was them. It was those two bitches. They ruined her life. Just then, seemingly to ease the suffocatingly awkward atmosphere in the dormitory, or perhaps to mask her own inner turmoil, Li Na gave a dry laugh, attempting to comfort Su Qing. However, her words once again precisely struck at Su Qing's sore spot, completely absolving her of any responsibility. Oh dear, Qing, don't be too sad. To be honest, you can't entirely blame yourself. Who knew Lin Shun's family was so rich, but he pretended to be poor? It was clearly a lie. He deliberately tested you to see if you were a gold digger. How malicious of him. If he had told you his true identity sooner, how could you have? Li Na's words came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a crisp, loud slap, and a short scream. Su Qing had rushed up to Li Na without her noticing and slapped her hard across the face with all her might. Li Na's cheeks instantly swelled up. She was stunned by the blow, covering her face and staring incredulously at Su Qing's ferocious expression. Su Qing, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Li Na screamed. I'm beating you, you bitch. Su Qing's chest heaved violently, her eyes bloodshot, pointing at Li Na and Wang Li, her voice trembling and hoarse with extreme anger and resentment. If it weren't for you guys, if you hadn't been talking badly about Lin Shen in my ear every day, saying he's poor, saying he's useless, saying he's not good enough for me, would I have broken up with him? It was you. It was you who kept pushing me to go see Zhang Hao, saying he was rich, saying he could buy me bags, saying he could take me out to eat good food. You've turned me into a gold digger. Tears welled up in Su Qing's eyes, but her gaze hardened even more. You're the ones who made me lose Lin Shen. You're the ones who made me miss the chance to become the president's wife of the Lin Group. You ruined me. You two vicious women. You jinxes. She became more and more agitated as she spoke, then turned to Wang Li, who was shrinking back in fright. And you, Wang Li, didn't you say that Zhang Hao's family was so rich? Didn't you say that the breakfast Lin Shen bought for me was so shabby? What about now? Zhang Hao's family went bankrupt. He ran away. Lin Shen is a billionaire CEO. Are you satisfied now? I have nothing left, and I'm being ridiculed by the whole school. All thanks to you. Li Na and Wang Li were stunned and enraged by Su Qing's sudden outburst and accusations. Su Qing, are you being unreasonable? Wang Li retorted, her face flushed. Back then, you were the one who complained that Lin Shen was poor and envied Zhang Hao for buying you designer brands. We were just going along with what you said. It was your vanity that got the better of you. Exactly. Li Na covered her face, going all out. You made the choice yourself. Now that you know Lin Shen is rich, you regret it and you're blaming us for everything? Have you no shame? When you were with Zhang Hao and received those bags and perfumes, why didn't you say we ruined you? You were overjoyed. Shut up. Su Qing was so angry that she trembled all over. She wanted to pounce on Li Na again, but was held back by another roommate. Enough. Stop arguing. The roommate who was trying to break up the fight shouted, exasperated. What's the point of arguing now? What's the use? Yeah, what's the use? Su Qing was pulled back, and all her strength seemed to be drained away in an instant. She collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. The cries were filled with endless regret, resentment, and despair. She knew that Li Na and Wang Li were right. Ultimately, the choice was hers to make. But she couldn't bear the immense shock and regret of falling from heaven to hell and discovering that she could have stayed in heaven. She needed an outlet, and someone had to be held accountable for her mistakes and suffering. Li Na and Wang Li, her two former best friends, became the culprits behind all her misfortunes. In the dormitory, only Su Qing's broken sobs, Li Na and Wang Li's indignant gasps, and the shattered atmosphere of their irreparable, plastic sisterhood filled the air. Chapter 136 Late Night Call. The chairman's office is located on the top floor of the Lin Group headquarters building. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows lies the bustling scene of Hangzhou's CBD, with its heavy traffic and towering buildings symbolizing wealth and power. Lin Shen sat behind a large desk, with the latest financial newspapers and internal briefings spread out in front of him. The headlines prominently featured a large photo of himself and reports about the Lin Group. He watched calmly, his face expressionless, showing neither the smugness of his identity being revealed nor the annoyance of being the focus of the media. The fact that this report could be released so quickly, in such detail, and with such a positive and authoritative tone must have been due to his tacit approval. Otherwise, this news would never have been published. The father, Lin Jiong, awoke from his vegetative state, which disrupted some of the rhythm, but also gave him an opportunity to imprint his existence and authority in everyone's minds in an undeniable way, ahead of time and openly. He wanted everyone in Hangzhou to know that he, Lin Shen, was now the head of the Lin Group, and that he was Lin Jiong's only son. After his identity was exposed, the media naturally dug into his background. He wanted to know what Lin Jiong would do after he returned to normal. He was more curious to know how his father would react when he saw all the media coverage of him and his father, and when he saw his current position and influence. Will she hand over the company to herself, or will she take back power and then blindly favor Gu Yanqing, handing everything over to him and even revealing his identity? Knock knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Go in. Lin Chun withdrew his gaze. Qin Wei pushed open the door and walked in, holding a tablet computer in her hand, her steps light and efficient. Mr. Lin, as you instructed, we have contacted the secretaries of President Li of ICBC, President Wang of CCB, and President Liu of BOC. All three presidents have expressed their willingness to welcome you at any time, and the times have been coordinated for tomorrow morning and afternoon. Here is the detailed itinerary. She showed Lin Chen the schedule on her tablet. Well arranged. Lin Chen nodded. You'll come with me tomorrow. Also, please have the project team send the preliminary planning scheme and funding requirements for the new East Suburb Industrial Park project to my email tonight. I need to review it again before meeting with the bank manager. Yes, Mr. Lin. The project team is doing the final touches. Qin Wei acknowledged, then hesitated briefly before asking, Mr. Lin, what about Guitiankai? Has the evidence been handed over? Lin Chen interrupted her, his tone indifferent. As you instructed, everything has been handed over to Chief Attorney Zhang of the legal department. After reviewing it, Attorney Chen Ming stated that the chain of evidence is very strong. He has formally reported the case to the Economic Crime Investigation Department on behalf of the group and submitted all the materials. An investigation should be launched soon, Qin Wei reported. Very good. Have Attorney Chen keep a close eye on things and let me know immediately if there are any developments. Guitiankai has been in the company for so many years and has deep roots. During the investigation, pay attention to the movements of him and those close to him to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures, such as transferring assets or destroying other evidence. Lin Chen gave the order, his eyes slightly cold. To deal with an old fox like Guitiankai, you either don't do anything, or you have to strike decisively and give him no chance. If he dares to help Gu Yanqing, he should know what his fate will be. Understood. Qin Wei noted it down, then reported on a few other official matters. Seeing that Lin Chen had no further instructions, she quietly withdrew. The office returned to tranquility. After finishing his day's work, Lin Chen returned to his spacious yet deserted penthouse apartment late at night, instead of going to the hospital. Lin Chen rubbed his throbbing temples, took off his suit jacket, and was about to take a shower to wash away his fatigue when his personal cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number, registered in a neighboring city, which was his hometown's registered address. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Very few people knew his private number. He picked up his phone, swiped to answer, and his voice carried a hint of weariness from work and his usual aloofness. Hello? Who is this? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, her tone deliberately softened and a hint of ingratiation barely perceptible. Hello? Is this Xiaochen? I'm your aunt, Zhao Hongmei, your mother's sister. Can you recognize my voice? Zhao Hongmei. Lin Chen immediately pictured a middle-aged woman who was dressed flamboyantly, spoke loudly, and whose eyes always seemed to be scrutinizing and calculating. She was his mother Zhao Feng's younger sister, who married into a neighboring city. As far as I can remember, this aunt rarely visited our home except for the occasional visit in her early years when she would come to freeload and boast about how good she had married. We've had almost no contact over the years, and as for her poor nephew, there's practically no affection between us. When I visited her house as a child, she wouldn't even give me a piece of candy. Oh, Auntie. Lin Chen's voice was flat as he asked indifferently. Is there something you need? Oh, it's nothing, it's just, I heard that your parents were in a car accident and were seriously injured, and I've been worried about them ever since. But I had a lot of things to do at home, and your cousin was taking the college entrance exam, so I couldn't get away. Now that I'm finally done with everything, I figured I should at least go see my sister and brother-in-law, right? Zhao Hongmei said in a sincere tone. Xiaochun, could you tell me the hospital's address? Your aunt and I will drive over to see them tomorrow. I'm so worried about my sister, I don't know how she is. Lin Chen gripped his phone, a cold smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with mockery. Worried sick? When her parents had been lying in the hospital for who knows how long, unconscious and with their lives hanging in the balance, why didn't she show any concern and come to visit? Our relatives and friends all know about it. The newspapers just published the news that he is the chairman of the Lin Group and that his father has woken up and she's already finished her work and is already thinking about coming. What a coincidence. This phone call, seemingly out of concern for her sister, and without mentioning Lin Chen's current identity in a single sentence, made her intentions and calculations self-evident. However, Lin Chen was too lazy to expose him. Let her watch if she wants. After all, she's a sister. Even if we don't have much of a relationship, let her do as she pleases. As for other thoughts? Huh. The first municipal hospital, VIP special care ward, top floor. Once you get downstairs, contact this number, and someone will take you up. Lin Shin gave out the phone number of one of Qin Wei's assistants, his tone still calm. But Annie, my dad just woke up and needs to rest. My mom hasn't woken up yet either. Just take a look and don't stay too long, and don't mention anything irrelevant. Okay. I know. I'll just go and take a look. I won't disturb my sister and brother-in-law's rest. Zhao Hongmei quickly agreed, then gave a few insincere instructions like, you should also take care of your health, before hanging up the phone. Lin Shun casually tossed his phone onto the sofa, as if he had just received an insignificant sales call. He walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a small glass of whiskey, leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, and slowly sipped it. The cool liquid slid down his throat, bringing a spicy warmth. Chapter 137. Reporters surrounded. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. The name displayed on the screen made Lin Shin frown even more. Lin Zhaowang, his cousin, whom he hadn't seen for many years and had almost erased from his memory. I saved his number a few years ago when I went back to my hometown to sweep the tombs, but I've never contacted him. The call connected, and before Lin Shun could speak, a loud, familiar, and eager voice came from the other end. Hello? Is this Xiao Chun? Oh, it's your uncle Zhao. Good lad. You're really something. You kept it a secret from us for so long. If I hadn't read the newspaper today, I wouldn't have known that my nephew is actually the chairman of the Lin Group. That's incredibly lucky for our Lin family. Lin Zhaowang's voice was full of exaggerated surprise and pride, but Lin Chen only found it grating. This uncle's family was better off than Lin Chen's in his younger days. He took on small construction projects in town and always looked down on Lin Chen's family. Lin Chen remembered most clearly that in his senior year of high school, his mother was hospitalized. Lin Jiong wasn't there at the time, and he took his mother, Zhao Fong, to the hospital because they urgently needed money. He reluctantly used Zhao Fong's phone to call his wealthy cousin, hoping to borrow 1,000 yuan for an emergency. And what was the result? Lin Zhaowang spoke in an official tone on the phone, saying things like, young people should be self-reliant and strong, do what you are capable of, and their family is also in financial difficulty, and refused without hesitation. The very next day, Lin Shin heard that his uncle had acquired a new car worth over 100,000 yuan, which he drove around the village again and again, boasting to everyone he met. Now, I'm suddenly thinking about this elder nephew of his. Uncle Zhao, is something the matter? Lin Shin's voice was even colder than when he answered Zhao Hongmei's call earlier. Haha, it's nothing serious. I'm just happy for you. Lin Zhaowang chuckled twice. Then his tone shifted, revealing his true intentions. Xiao Chun, look at you now. You're the big boss of the Lin Group. A little bit of money slipping through your fingers is enough for your uncle to live on for a lifetime. Your uncle is still contracting projects, doing real, hard work. Your company is so big, you must have tons of projects. Could you just assign me a few small to medium-sized projects? It's good to have some in-house funding. Don't worry, I'll do a great job, and the price is negotiable. As expected, Lin Shun sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he uttered two words. No. Lin Zhaowang's voice immediately rose, carrying obvious displeasure and a lecturing tone. Xiao Chen, what are you saying? How can such a big group not have projects? You don't want to help your uncle, do you? What? Now that you're a big boss, you look down on us poor relatives. You can't forget your roots. We're blood relatives, descended from the same ancestors. Now that you're rich, isn't it only right that you help your own family? Your father used to. Uncle. Lin Shin interrupted his incessant moral blackmail, his voice calm and even, yet every word was icy. I remember when I was in my senior year of high school, my mother was seriously ill, and I called you to ask for 1,000 yuan to save her life. What did you say at the time? You said, I have no money. I have to rely on myself for everything. Then the next day, you bought a new car and showed it off all over the village. There was a sudden, deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Only heavy, awkward breathing could be heard. Before he could react, Lin Shun continued. So, everything I have now is all thanks to myself. I'll give my projects to capable and trustworthy people. As for my blood relatives, he paused, his tone almost overflowing with sarcasm. When my parents were in a car accident and lay in the hospital for months, their fate unknown, why didn't you, their blood relative, come to visit even once or ask a single question? After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone and immediately added the number to his blacklist. He couldn't be bothered to listen to any more of the other party's explanations or angry outbursts. He downed the rest of the drink in one gulp, the sensation of ice and fire coursing through his throat and into his chest. Outside the window, the city lights still shone brightly, but they couldn't penetrate the greedy and calculating hearts of some, nor could they warm the already cold and silent family ties. Lin Jiong woke up, his identity was exposed, and all sorts of shady characters began to stir. My aunt's insincere visit and my uncle's shameless demands are probably just the beginning. He washed the wine glass, put it away, and headed to the bathroom. The warm water washed over my body, as if washing away the fatigue accumulated throughout the day and those disgusting hypocrisies and calculations. The next morning, as Lin Chen's unassuming black sedan slowly approached the Lin Group headquarters building, a scene different from usual could be seen from afar. A large crowd had gathered at the company entrance, armed with cameras and microphones, their flashes going off constantly. Reporters from various media outlets who had come to investigate. Clearly, yesterday's report in the Hangzhou Daily was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. Lin Chen, the mysterious, young, and surprisingly influential new chairman, has become the hottest news figure in Hangzhou. As soon as the car came to a stop, reporters swarmed around it like sharks smelling blood, completely surrounding the car door. Countless microphones and recorders were thrust forward, and questions rained down like a machine gun. Chairman Lin, look this way. You've always presented yourself as an ordinary student. Were you deliberately hiding your identity? Mr. Lin, why did your parents conceal your family background? Was it to protect you, or was there another reason? Chairman Lin, does the awakening of former Chairman Lin Jiong mean you will step down? Who will be the future leader of the Lin Group? There are rumors that you have a close relationship with Ms. Shun Qingyi, the daughter of Shun's Foods. Is this collaboration related to that? Chairman Lin, what are your thoughts on the online discussions about you and your ex-girlfriend, Ms. Su Qing? Does the Lin Group have any major investment plans in the near future? Could you please provide some details? The questions were varied, some pointed, some gossipy, but they all revolved around Lin Chen's identity, family, and the future of the Lin Group. The flashing lights were so intense, they almost blinded people. Lin Chen pushed open the car door, his expression calm and unwavering, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise and the microphone handed to him. Today he was dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit, with a tall and straight posture and a stern face. Surrounded by bodyguards and company security personnel who arrived quickly, he walked steadily toward the building entrance. Throughout the entire process, he did not answer a single question, nor did he even glance at the reporters, as if they were merely a group of insignificant background noise. This absolute silence and indifference, on the contrary, created a powerful aura. Although the reporters were eager, they dared not actually break through the bodyguard's obstruction. They could only watch helplessly as he, like Moses parting the sea, calmly walked into the building that symbolized wealth and power, escorted by security personnel. The automatic glass doors slowly closed behind him, shutting out the noise from the outside world. Chapter 138 Vice President Guo, I also have some issues with you. Outside the chairman's office on the top floor of the Lin Group building, Qin Wei was already waiting there. Seeing Lin Chen step out of the elevator, she immediately walked up to him and reported in a steady voice. Mr. Lin, the morning financial briefing and several documents that urgently need your signature are on your desk. Also, in 10 minutes, the routine meeting on the preliminary preparations for the East Suburb New Industrial Park project will be held in the third conference room. Department heads and relevant senior executives are already present. Understood. Lin Chen nodded slightly, walked straight to his office without stopping, quickly glanced at the documents on his desk, signed a few urgent ones, then picked up the folder about the new park project and turned to walk towards the conference room. Pushing open the heavy wooden door to the third conference room, the previously noisy conversation inside instantly quieted down. The oval conference table was already full of people. In addition to the heads of several core departments, there were also several group vice presidents and senior executives. Unlike the solemn and serious atmosphere when Lin Chen chaired meetings in the past, the atmosphere in the meeting room today seemed somewhat subtle. Although many people still maintained their respect on the surface, their eyes showed less of the previous caution and obedience, and more scrutiny, observation, and even a hint of relaxation. The reason is self-evident. News of the former chairman, Lin Jiong, regaining consciousness has spread through various channels. In the eyes of these veteran officials and some senior executives, Lin Xin was still young and had been appointed to the position in a time of crisis. Now that the real boss had woken up, although he could not manage affairs for the time being, who knew what would happen in the future? How long can Lin Xin hold on to his position as chairman? Those who were already closer to Lin Jiong or resentful of Lin Xin's rapid rise to power became even more active at this moment. Lin Xin took in all these subtle changes, but his face showed no unusual expression. He walked to the head of the table, placed the folder on the table, and calmly scanned the entire room. At the start of the meeting, the project manager first introduced the preliminary planning of the new park project, the land situation, the expected investment scale, and the resources that need to be coordinated in the early stages. Lin Xin listened attentively, occasionally asking one or two key questions. However, when it was mentioned that the project required a huge amount of funds and that Lin Xin had already begun contacting several large banks to seek cooperation and loan support, a discordant voice rang out. Chairman Lin, Guo Tiankai, the group's vice president, who was sitting not far to Lin Xin's left, leaned back slightly in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and interrupted the report with a half-smile on his face. Such a large-scale transfer of funds and project decision-making should have been discussed with the board of directors first, or at least consulted with us vice presidents, right? You went and negotiated with the bank without saying a word. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to us old guys? His tone seemed casual, even joking, but the doubt and provocation in his words were clearly conveyed to everyone present. For a moment, the conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xin and Guo Tiankai. Many people felt a jolt, knowing that Guo Tiankai was using this as an excuse to test Lin Xin's authority and send a signal to others. Look, the old chairman is awake, and this kid can't sit still anymore. Lin Xin stopped twirling his pen and looked up at Guo Tiankai. Guo Tiankai today was indeed different from usual. In the past, he had always been somewhat wary of Lin Xin. Today, the hidden fear between his brows disappeared, replaced by a sense of certainty that he had seized the opportunity and a faint excitement. He probably felt that with Lin Jiong awake, Gu Yanqing, the true crown prince, was about to return to power, and Guo Tiankai was a meritorious official who helped the emperor rise to power. Lin Xin, the temporary chairman, would have to step down sooner or later, so there was no need to be as careful as before. Vice President Guo, Lin Xin's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Do you have any objections to this matter? As for opinions, I wouldn't call them opinions, Guo Tiankai shrugged, his smile deepening, but his tone becoming even more aggressive. I just feel that it's good that Chairman Lin is young and energetic, but with such a large investment, shouldn't you listen to the experience of U.S. veterans? After all, the group's money doesn't grow on trees. And he paused deliberately, glancing around. The old chairman is awake now. Shouldn't we let him know about something this big? What if he has different ideas? These words were almost an open challenge to Lin Xin's decision-making power, and even subtly implied that Lin Xin's position was in jeopardy. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became tense. Some people lowered their heads and pretended to look at documents, while others exchanged meaningful glances. Lin Xin listened quietly, his face remaining expressionless, until Guo Tiankai finished speaking. Only then did he nod slightly and slowly say, Vice President Guo is right. A smug smile had just appeared on Guo Tiankai's face. Lin Xin's next words, however, made that smile freeze instantly. However, Lin Xin's gaze was like an ice pick, piercing straight at Guo Tiankai. I also have some issues with you, Vice President Guo. What? Guo Tiankai was stunned, not expecting Lin Xin to turn the tables so directly. The others in the conference room were also stunned, looking at Lin Xin with confusion. Do you have a problem with Guo Tiankai? What kind of approach is this? Is Lin Xin going to start a power struggle with Guo Tian directly at the meeting? Guo Tiankai quickly realized that Lin Xin was provoked by him and was trying to use this as an excuse to vent his anger. His face immediately darkened, and his voice rose. President Lin, what do you mean by this? Just because I offered some suggestions on the project, are you going to settle a personal score with me? Settling personal scores? Lin Xin repeated those 4 words softly, a faint yet chilling smile suddenly curving his lips. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to ensure only a few people nearby could barely hear him. Vice President Guo has misunderstood. It should be settling a score on the job. Guo Tiankai's pupils suddenly contracted, and an ominous premonition swept through his heart. Lin Shen stopped looking at him and instead turned his gaze toward the conference room door, as if waiting for something. Just then, the conference room door was knocked 3 times politely but firmly, and then pushed open without waiting for a response from inside. Qin Wei walked in first, followed by several people with serious expressions and wearing uniforms. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was Chun Ming, the chief lawyer of the Lin Group's legal department. Beside and behind Chun Ming were 3 police officers in uniform with solemn expressions. Chapter 139. Lin Chun, I know I was wrong. When the conference room door was pushed open, Chun Ming, the director of the legal department, walked in with the police. Everyone in the conference room was stunned, including Gui Tiankai. The color drained from his face instantly, and his hand on the table unconsciously clenched into a fist. Attorney Chen Ming stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he looked at Gui Tiankai, and spoke in a clear, steady, and businesslike tone. Mr. Gui Tiankai, this is Chun Ming from the legal department of Lin's Group. I am hereby formally informing you that, following internal investigations and external audits, we have discovered that you are suspected of engaging in illegal related party transactions during your tenure as Vice General Manager of Lin's Group. The evidence is conclusive regarding multiple serious violations of laws and regulations, including misappropriation of company funds and acceptance of commercial bribes. These actions have severely damaged the company's interests and constitute the crimes of embezzlement, accepting bribes as a non-state employee, and breach of trust that harms the interests of a listed company. The company has reported the case to the relevant authorities in accordance with the law. These individuals are officers from the XX branch of the Public Security Bureau, and they are now summoning you for investigation in accordance with the law. Please cooperate. Chun Ming's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the silent conference room. Everyone stared in disbelief at Gui Tiankai, then at the expressionless Lin Chun, before finally fixing their gaze on the police officers. Gui Tiankai was struck dumb, leaping up from his chair, his face ashen, his lips trembling. You're making baseless accusations. This is a frame-up. It's Lin Chun. It's Lin Chun trying to get me. The old chairman is awake. You can't do this. I need to see the old chairman. However, his roars sounded weak and powerless in front of the police. A policeman stepped forward, showed his badge and summons, and said in a cold voice, Gui Tiankai, please cooperate with our work and come with us. 2 other police officers stepped forward and stood on either side of Gui Tiankai. Gui Tiankai tried to struggle, but under the serious gaze of the police and the deathly silence around him, he finally realized that this was for real. All the strength in his body seemed to be drained away in an instant, and his legs went weak. If the police hadn't been supporting him, he would have almost collapsed to the ground. He looked at the young man in the main seat with resentment and despair. The chairman he thought was about to lose power and could be manipulated at will. Lin Shen didn't even lift his eyelids from beginning to end. He simply calmly opened the folder in front of him, as if everything that was happening before his eyes was just an insignificant little episode. Gui Tiankai was taken away by the police, and the meeting room door was closed again, but the atmosphere inside the meeting room had dropped to freezing point. Those who had previously been observing or even harboring ulterior motives were now completely silent, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They finally realized that even though the old chairman had woken up, the young man in front of them was still the one who had the final say in the Lin Group. If you go against him at this time, you'll end up like Gui Tiankai. Everyone in the conference room, who sat in this position, was not clean, so no one dared to object to the investment project Lin Shen mentioned. The meeting ended smoothly. In the morning, Gui Tiankai was dealt with swiftly, and then the 2 bank presidents were met immediately to finalize the preliminary loan amount. He didn't eat lunch at the company. He walked out of the company on his own. The underground parking garage at the Lin Group headquarters is spacious, quiet, and softly lit, with only a few exclusive parking spaces for senior executives and directors. Lin Shen walked towards his sleek black car. As soon as he pressed the key, the beep-beep of the unlocking sound was particularly clear in the empty garage. Just as he opened the car door and was about to get in, a figure suddenly sprang out from behind a thick load-bearing pillar and blocked him and the car door in an almost lunging manner. Lin Chun, caught off guard, Lin Chun was startled by the sudden interception and paused in his movements. His brows furrowed instantly, and upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. It's Su Qing. She had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing a figure-hugging dress and exquisite makeup, but even so, She couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes and the weariness, urgency, and even a hint of madness in them. Her eyes at this moment were completely different from the haughty, indifferent, or disdainful look she had shown on campus before. They were filled with pleading, clinging, and a desperate fervor. "What are you doing?" Lin Chen's voice was icy, carrying obvious displeasure and aloofness. He took a half step back, creating distance, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust. He never expected Su Qing to find this place, let alone that she would appear in this way. "Lin Chen, I've finally seen you." Su Qing seemed oblivious to the coldness on his face. Instead, she stepped forward, her voice deliberately soft and choked with emotion, her eyes quickly welling up with tears. "I was wrong, Lin Chen. I really know I was wrong. It was all my fault before. I was bewitched and deceived by that bastard Zhang Hao. He used sweet words and deliberately spoke ill of you in front of me, so I left you in a moment of confusion." As she spoke, she observed Lin Chen's expression. Seeing that he had no reaction and was only looking at her coldly, she became even more anxious, and her tone became even more pitiful and moving. "Lin Chen, please give me another chance, okay? I promise I'll never do it again. I'll be devoted to you, love you properly, and make up for the mistakes I made before. Let's start over, just like before, okay? You used to be so good to me. I know you still have feelings for me, right?" As she spoke, she even reached out to grab Lin Chen's sleeve. Before her hand could touch him, Lin Chen stepped back again, creating a complete distance between them, his eyes filled with almost tangible disgust. "Su Qing," his voice was like ice, each word striking Su Qing's heart with crystal clarity. "You made your own choice back then. Now that you've made your choice, don't try to cling to me with this regretful act. It's over between us a long time ago. Please leave and don't bother me anymore." "No, it's not over." Su Qing shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face, yet her expression held a stubborn certainty. "Lin Chen, you can't fool me. If you really don't care about me anymore, why did Zhang Hao get into trouble? His family's company went bankrupt. That must have been your doing, right? You were jealous because you care about me, so you took revenge on him. That proves you still care about me." Lin Chen was almost amused by her logic, or rather, shocked by her self-righteous thought process. Looking at her tear-streaked face, which was full of calculation, he felt a wave of nausea. "Su Qing, you overestimate yourself." Lin Chen's voice was filled with undisguised sarcasm. "Zhang Hao got into trouble because he and his family had a lot of problems and broke the law. He was always jumping around in front of me like a clown, and I got annoyed, so I just cleaned him up. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself." These words were like a sharp knife, piercing through Su Qing's last illusions and fig leaf. Her face turned white then red, then white again, filled with shame and indignation. But looking at Lin Chen's current status and demeanor, and the luxury car in front of her that symbolized wealth and status, immense resentment and greed once again overwhelmed her shame. Chapter 140, I Can Be Your Lover. In the parking garage of the Lin Group, Su Wanqing secretly ran in and hid there, all in an effort to win back Lin Chen. Lin Chen's current status is the envy and jealousy of many, and it is also unattainable. If they could reconcile, she would be the president's wife of the Lin Group. What a glamorous status that would be. Even though Lin Chen rejected her and showed his disgust, she still wouldn't give up. "Lin Chen, I know I hurt you before, it was my fault." She bit her lip, a desperate glint in her eyes, and lowered her voice, which carried an unsettling ambiguity and a hint of ingratiation. "I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore. I know I'm not good enough for you right now, but I can be your lover. I'll do whatever you say, as long as you're willing. I promise I won't disturb your life or let anyone know. I just want to stay by your side, even if it's just to see you occasionally." As she spoke, she leaned forward unconsciously, her eyes filled with a humble pleading and a hint of secret allure. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was once pure but has now become so repulsive and willing to abandon all dignity and principles for wealth and glory, Lin Chen felt nothing but endless disgust and contempt. He simply couldn't understand how he could have ever fallen for someone like that. They've been blinded by greed and are terribly blind. "Su Qing," Lin Chen's voice was icy cold, as if speaking even a single word to her would be an act of contamination. "You disgust me. You're despicable. Get out of my way. Lin Chen, how could you be so heartless?" Su Qing screamed, stung by his merciless words, and tried to pounce on him again. Just then, a clear, melodious female voice, tinged with a hint of doubt and concern, came from the other side of the parking lot. Lin Chun, what's wrong? What happened? Accompanied by the crisp clack-clack of high heels, a slender figure strode over. It was Shen Qingyi. Today, she was wearing a refreshing pale yellow dress. Her long hair was smooth, her makeup was light, and her face had just the right amount of doubt. Her gaze first fell on Lin Chun, and then turned to Su Qing, who was blocking the car door, with her makeup slightly smudged and her expression distorted. Her eyes were calm, but with a hint of understanding. She walked naturally to Lin Chen's side, reached out, and affectionately took his arm. Leaning slightly towards him, she looked up and asked, Su Qing, what are you doing here? This action, this posture, and the undisguised trust and closeness in her eyes when she looked at Lin Chen instantly stung Su Qing's eyes and made Lin Chen pause for a moment before understanding her intention. Lin Chen casually raised his other hand and gently patted the back of Shen Qingyi's hand, which was linked with his arm. His gaze, however, fell on Su Qing, whose face was deathly pale and who was staring intently at Shen Qingyi. His tone was calm, yet carried a declarative quality. Now that my identity is exposed, what do you think she's doing here? He paused, looked at Su Qing, and retorted with the same self-righteous logic Su Qing had just used. Su Qing, you should know that Shen Qingyi is my girlfriend, and she's the school beauty. In terms of family background, looks, character, and taste, tell me, in what way can you compare to her? These words, like a final, heavy blow, shattered all of Su Qing's delusions and resentment. Looking at Shen Qingyi's bright and beautiful face, at the natural intimacy between her and Lin Chun, at the composed demeanor she possessed, cultivated from a privileged upbringing, and then comparing it to her own current state of dishevelment, humility, and scheming, a wave of immense inferiority, jealousy, and despair instantly overwhelmed her. Shen Qingyi, the school beauty, is the daughter of Shen's Foods and now an important partner of Lin's group. Su Qing, on the other hand, is just a pathetic creature who abandoned pearls because of her vanity, is now infamous, and is trying to turn back to pick up the charity of others. Aye. Su Qing's lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. She just stared at Shen Qingyi with a resentful and unwilling look in her eyes. Security. Lin Chen stopped looking at her and raised his voice to call out. Having already noticed the situation, the two security guards stationed at the garage entrance immediately jogged over. Chairman Lin, this lady is not a company employee and is harassing me here. Please ask her to leave and make sure she doesn't enter the company premises again in the future, Lin Chen instructed succinctly. Yes, Chairman Lin. The security guard immediately responded and stepped forward, speaking politely but firmly to Su Qing. Miss, please leave. Don't disturb Chairman Lin here. Su Qing still wanted to struggle and say something, but under the security guard's tough stance and Lin Chen's completely cold gaze, she exhausted her last bit of strength and could only be half invited and half carried away from the parking lot by the security guard, disappearing around the corner of the exit not far away. The underground parking garage has returned to quiet. Lin Chen let out a soft sigh of relief, turned to Shen Qingyi, and the coldness on his face quickly faded, replaced by a hint of helplessness and apology. Qingyi, why are you here? Why didn't you wait for me at the company entrance? Shen Qingyi released her grip on his hand and winked playfully. I waited at the entrance for a while and ran into Secretary Qing. She said you had already arrived at the garage, but I waited and you didn't show up, so I came to check on you. I did witness a, well, not very exciting show. She paused, looked at Lin Chen, her eyes clear, and asked, are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Chen shook his head and opened the passenger door for her. I just didn't expect her to find this place. What? You'll be smug seeing her regret it. Shen Qingyi got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and tilted her head to look at him. She said she wanted to be your mistress. Weren't you tempted? Lin Chen got into the driver's seat, started the car, glared at Shen Qingyi, and said irritably, with my status and now having such a beautiful girlfriend like you, do you think I would go back to an ex? The car smoothly drove out of the underground parking garage and merged into the midday traffic. Sunlight streamed in through the car windows, warm and bright. What you said seems to make some sense. Shen Qingyi looked at the street scene rushing past the window, smiled and chuckled. I really didn't expect that she would abandon her self-respect for money. Lin Chen looked ahead, his tone calm. Once a person is consumed by desire, they become unrecognizable. Don't worry about her. What do you want to eat? It's my treat, as an apology and also to thank you for getting me out of that situation earlier. He was referring to Shun Qingyi's timely appearance and her initiative in playing the role of girlfriend. Shun Qingyi turned her head, smiled brightly at him, her smile as radiant as the sun. Okay, then I'll pick the most expensive one. No problem. Lin Shen smiled, and the atmosphere in the car relaxed. Chapter 141: Feudal Resentment and Collapsing Illusions. Su Qing was practically dragged out of the underground parking garage of the Lin Group building by two strong security guards. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright, making it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. It also made her carefully applied makeup look even more patchy and messy as it was washed away by tears. The security guard invited her to the sidewalk outside the company and then ignored her, turning back to his post and leaving only a warning look. She staggered a few steps before managing to steady herself, her chest heaving violently not from the few steps she had taken, but from everything she had just experienced in the garage. Lin Shen's cold, disgusted gaze, his merciless comments of disgusting and despicable, and the natural intimacy between the two when Shun Qingyi finally appeared, all contrasted with Lin Shen's words that plunged her into despair. In what way can you compare to her? Every word was like a red-hot iron, branding her heart and leaving scars that were hard to heal. She stood there, staring blankly at the towering glass curtain wall building of the Lin Group, which reflected a cold, hard light in the sunlight. This building symbolizes wealth, power, and the dreamlike future that she once had within reach, but which she herself pushed away. Just then, the sleek and elegant black Maybach slowly drove out of the underground parking garage and merged into the traffic on the street. Through the tinted car window, she could vaguely see Shun Qingyi in the passenger seat, her face turned to the side, talking to Lin Shun in the driver's seat, with a bright and charming smile on her face. Even though only his profile was visible, Lin Shun exuded a relaxed and gentle aura, a stark contrast to the coldness he displayed when facing her earlier. They chatted and laughed, relaxed and at ease, as if the farce that had just caused her to lose face and dignity was nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust, easily crushed by a wheel, leaving no trace. And she, Su Qing, stood there all alone, like a clown, like a piece of trash that had been casually discarded, enduring the curious, pitying, or contemptuous gazes of passers-by. Boom. Something snapped completely within her extremely tense nerves. Long accumulated grievances, resentment, shame, jealousy, despair, all negative emotions erupted like a volcano. She could no longer control herself. She suddenly squatted down, covered her face with her hands, and suppressed sobs poured out from between her fingers. At first, it was a low whimper, but it quickly turned into a wail. She didn't care about her image or the stares of passers-by. Wah, Lin Shen, how could you be so heartless? How could you do this to me? She cried her heart out, her shoulders trembling violently. Passers-by turned their heads to look, some hurried away, while others stopped to watch and whisper among themselves. I only made a small mistake, a mistake that even a girl would make. She cried and muttered incoherently to herself, as if defending herself or questioning the man who had already gone far away. That Chen Lingling from the logistics department? She's much uglier than me, and her figure isn't as good as mine either. I heard she's cheated on her boyfriend several times. Her boyfriend forgave her, didn't he? He even bought her bags and took her on trips. Why? Why can't you be a little more forgiving? Can't you learn from her? Her logic became absurd and distorted under the extreme emotional impact. She equated her easy betrayal with a small mistake that any girl would make, taking other people's tolerance for granted, but failing to see the decisiveness of her initial choice and the profound hurt it caused. She tried to use other people's misdeeds and forgiveness to highlight Lin Shen's heartlessness, thereby alleviating her inner pain and guilt and finding a seemingly reasonable excuse for her current entanglement. However, she couldn't even convince herself of these self-deceiving words. The crying gradually subsided, turning into intermittent sobs. Through her teary eyes, she looked up again at the towering building that seemed to reach into the clouds. The sunlight shone on the glass, reflecting a dazzling light that stung her eyes and her heart. That top floor, that place representing the core of power in the Lin Group. It could have been, the position where Su Qing would look down upon all living beings in the future. She was Lin Shen's publicly acknowledged girlfriend, and they were once so close to that position. If she hadn't been tempted by Zhang Hao, hadn't listened to Li Na and Wang Li's instigation, and hadn't abandoned Lin Shun because of momentary vanity and short-sightedness. So now, The lady sitting in that luxurious top-floor office, accompanying Lin Chen to various high-end occasions and enjoying countless envious glances, should be Su Qing. She will be the rightful wife of the president of the Lin Group, enjoying endless wealth and luxury, and being the center of attention wherever she goes. Instead of being like this now, like a stray dog, like a clown, dragged out of the garage like trash, standing on the street breaking down and crying, being laughed at by everyone. It's all Zhang Hao's fault. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she felt no pain, only a surge of hatred. It's all that bastard's fault. If he hadn't used those sweet words to deceive me and lured me with those designer bags and luxury goods, how could I? How could I have left Lin Shun? It's all his fault. He ruined me. He ruined everything I had. She blamed all the mistakes on her ex-boyfriend, who had gone bankrupt and disappeared without a trace. It was as if this would lighten her own burden. However, the hatred did not diminish. Instead, it spread like a poisonous vine, quickly clinging to another figure. And Shunqingi. She gritted her teeth, her once pretty face contorted with extreme jealousy and resentment. It's all that bitch's fault. Vixen, taking advantage of his vulnerability. It must be her. Seeing that Lin Chen's status was unusual, she deliberately approached him and seduced him. Otherwise, how could Lin Chen have fallen for her so quickly? Yes, it must be her. She stole what was mine. She's the one who made Lin Chen so heartless towards me. In her logic, she is always an innocent victim. Zhang Hao deceived her. Shun Qingyi seduced Lin Shun. Li Na and Wang Li instigated her. Only she herself, Su Qing, who made the choice at the crucial moment, betrayed her true feelings, and threw herself into the arms of materialism, was not wrong, at least, wrong enough not to suffer such severe consequences. However, no matter how she tried to shift the blame to others in her heart, the piercing regret and the immense sense of loss of watching wealth and glory slip through her fingers were like maggots clinging to her bones, gnawing at every nerve. She stood there blankly on the street opposite the Lin Group building, her face streaked with tears, her makeup ruined, her eyes empty and desperate as she stared at the building that symbolized a wealth that had nothing to do with her anymore. As the afternoon sun gradually slanted westward, it cast her shadow long and thin, making her appear exceptionally lonely and desolate. I don't know how much time passed, but my legs were getting numb, and my tears seemed to have dried up. In the end, like a soulless shell, she slowly and deeply lowered her head, her shoulders slumped, and dragged her heavy, leaden legs, step by step, away from this place where her dreams were completely shattered and her dignity utterly stripped away. Chapter 142: Fear and a Glimmer of Hope. From the day Lin Jiong woke up, Gu Yanqing stayed on the sofa in the apartment Gu Tiankai had arranged for him, his eyes fixed on the silent phone screen. Thick curtains were drawn in the room, blocking out the afternoon sun and the noise from the outside world. Only the low hum of the air conditioner made the space seem exceptionally quiet. These past 2 days, Gu Tiankai warned him not to run around, since Lin Jiong had just woken up and couldn't speak yet, so he couldn't protect him at all. Of course, ever since Gu Tiankai left the hospital with Gu Yanqing that day, he had been worried that Lin Shun would suspect Gu Yanqing's identity and send someone to investigate. So as long as he believed that Gu Yanqing would not appear in front of him again, he would no longer have any doubts. Gu Yanqing was very obedient. She stayed here, waiting for news from Gu Tiankai. In the hospital, he woke Lin Jiong from his vegetative state, giving him hope for a comeback. Gu Tiankai helped him settle the loan shark debt and told him that once his father regained his ability to speak, he could take back everything that belonged to him. He immediately began to fantasize about how he would humiliate Lin Shun, take back the company, and make those who had looked down on him during this time grovel before him once he became the rightful eldest son of the Lin family. However, after waiting for a while without receiving any news, he became somewhat anxious. This morning, he thought of taking the initiative to contact Gu Tiankai to ask about his father's condition at the hospital and what to do next. When I dialed the number, it kept saying, "The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable." He tried calling from a different landline and with a newly purchased anonymous SIM card, but the result was the same. Sending messages was like sending a stone into the sea. It was as if Gu Tiankai had vanished into thin air. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. He tried calling Gu Tiankai's secretary, but no one answered his calls. Anxiety, like cold vines, quietly coiled around his heart. He started to panic, wondering if something had happened. He was afraid to go to the hospital. Lin Chen must have increased security. He was able to sneak in before because Gua Tiankai bribed someone, but now that Gua Tiankai has disappeared, there's no way for him to get into the hospital. Just as he was restless, pacing back and forth in the apartment like a caged animal, a violent knocking suddenly rang out, accompanied by a stern shout. "Open the door." "Room check." Gu Yanqing was terrified. She tiptoed and peered through the peephole. She saw several men in uniforms with serious expressions standing outside the door, accompanied by two people in property management uniforms. They didn't look like police officers, but they were aggressive. "Who? Who is it?" he asked in a trembling voice. "Open the door. We are from the XX Asset Investigation Team. This property is registered under Gua Tiankai's name and has been seized in accordance with the law because Gua Tiankai is suspected of serious economic crimes. Please leave immediately and cooperate with our work." The person outside shouted sternly. "Gua Tiankai, suspected of economic crimes, has been seized?" Gu Yanqing's mind went blank, and his vision blurred. His worst fears had come true. Gua Tiankai was really in trouble, and so quickly, his assets had been implicated. I'm just staying here temporarily. I didn't know this was Gua Tiankai's house. My things are still inside," he hurriedly explained, his voice trembling with tears. "You have 10 minutes to pack your belongings and leave immediately. Otherwise, we will forcibly clear the area." The people outside showed no mercy. In a flurry of activity, Gu Yanqing hastily stuffed her few clothes and some odds and ends into a small suitcase. Under the cold gaze of the inspectors, she was invited out of the apartment like a stray dog. The door slammed shut behind him, followed by the sound of a seal being affixed. He stood in the corridor, staring at the glaring seal, feeling a chill run through him and his legs go weak. Gua Tiankai is down. This was definitely Lin Chen's doing. Besides him, who else has such power that Gua Tiankai would get into trouble right after his father woke up? Does Lin Chen know something? Otherwise, why would he? What will Lin Chen do next? Will he try to harm me? Was Gua Tiankai targeted because he helped me? If so, Lin Chen definitely won't let me off the hook. Gu Yanqing became increasingly frightened as she thought about it. Her forehead instantly covered in cold sweat, and the back of her clothes was soaked. He dragged his light suitcase, looking lost and dejected, down the apartment building and wandered aimlessly through the streets. The afternoon sun was scorching, but he felt no warmth, only a bone-chilling cold. Passers-by hurried by, none of them giving the pale-faced, panicked young man a second glance. Unbeknownst to him, he turned into a relatively quiet back alley piled with miscellaneous items. The alley was dimly lit, the air was murky, and it was filled with the sour smell of garbage. The environment perfectly matched his current state of mind. He leaned against the cold, rough wall, slowly slid down to the ground, held his head in his hands, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was overwhelmed by immense fear. Lin Chen is now the chairman of the Lin Group. He has power and influence. Crushing him, who has no power or influence, is easier than crushing an ant. He thought of what Gua Tiankai had told him before, about the things that happened to Lin Chen at school, Zhang Hao, Zhou Zihong, Zhao Kai, and all those who had offended Lin Chen. Which one of them had a good ending? If he knew he was the one going to fight him for the inheritance. He suddenly remembered Lin Chen's cold profile on the news yesterday, and the terrifyingly calm look in his eyes when he looked at him in the hospital corridor. No, Lin Chen will never let him go. He must be trying to get rid of himself. This hidden danger. What should he do? Gu Yanqing frantically pulled out his phone, the screen illuminating his pale, terrified face. He flipped through his contacts, and the only person he could think of who might be willing to help him seemed to be his father. But my father can't speak now. With trembling hands, he tapped on his father Lin Jiong's contact information. He gritted his teeth, his fingers shaking, and typed out a line. "Dad, it's me, Yanqing. Can you see my message now? I'm so scared. Uncle Guo is in trouble, and I'm homeless. Lin Chen, will he harm me? Dad, you have to get better soon and save me." The message was sent, and the screen displayed delivered. He originally wanted to make a phone call, but Lin Jiong couldn't speak, so he chose to send a text message instead. But he wondered, had his father gotten his phone back? Will my father see this? If he does, will he be able to reply to me? Gu Yanqing had absolutely no idea what to expect. He clutched his phone tightly in his hand, as if it were his last lifeline. His eyes were glued to the screen, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Every second of waiting felt like an eternity. Ever since the news broke that Lin Chen's true identity had been exposed, his fear had been growing day by day. Previously, the Lin Group kept the identity of its chairman a closely guarded secret. Now that his father has woken up, he immediately made a high-profile announcement. The signal behind this is all too clear. Lin Chun is declaring to everyone that the Lin Group is his now and will be his in the future, and no one can shake that. He's determined to secure his position and eliminate all variables. And Gu Yanqing herself is the biggest variable, the most obstructive stumbling block on Lin Chun's path to power. He had watched many TV dramas about wealthy families fighting over inheritance. There were countless stories of brothers turning against each other and fathers and sons killing each other for huge sums of money. Poisoning, staged accidents, sending people to mental hospitals. The methods were unimaginable. His previous arrogant and dissolute behavior in Longhai City, relying on his father's promise to hand over the family business to him, is now filled with only boundless, clinging fear and despair for the unknown fate that is about to befall him. Time ticked by, and the light in the alley grew dimmer. Gu Yanqing sat there like a stone statue, with only his body occasionally twitching slightly out of fear as proof that he was still alive. He kept turning the phone screen off and on again, but there were still no new message notifications. Just as he was almost driven mad by this desperate wait, preparing to edit the message again or risk making a phone call. Buzz. The phone vibrated slightly. The screen lit up, and a new message notification popped up. Sender, Dad. Gu Yanqing's heart skipped a beat, then began to beat even faster. His fingers trembled so much he could barely hold the phone. He took several deep breaths before he managed to control himself and open the message. Chapter 143 Conversation with Chun Ming. The top floor of the VIP special care ward at the First Municipal Hospital. Lin Jiong's awakening was like a shot in the arm, filling the entire Lin Group with an atmosphere of excitement and stability. Although the old chairman was still unable to speak and was extremely weak, his newly opened, wise and profound eyes represented the return of a pillar of support. Although the higher-ups had their own agendas, they still showed a show of joy and made visits. Chun Ming stood outside the ward, gently knocked on the door, and only entered after receiving a signal from the nurse inside. He is the director of the legal department of the Lin Group. He was personally recruited by Lin Jiong from a top law firm because of his excellent professional skills, upright character, and almost obsessive adherence to business ethics. In Chun Ming's heart, Lin Jiong is not only a boss, but also a mentor who has recognized his talent and given him a chance to succeed. Therefore, Lin Jiong was genuinely happy when he woke up. The ward was quiet, with only the regular, soft beeping of the monitoring equipment. Lin Jiong leaned against the headboard, his face still pale and his eyes still somewhat cloudy, but compared to when he was unconscious, he had regained his vitality. He saw Chun Ming come in and slightly raised his eyelids. Chairman Lin, you look much better today. Chun Ming placed the flowers and fruit basket he had brought aside, walked to the bedside, and spoke with respect and concern. He took out a sealed paper bag and handed it to you with both hands, saying, "These are some personal belongings you had with you when the car accident happened, including your cell phone, watch, and wallet. It was previously kept by the police, then retrieved by Mr. Lin Chun, and temporarily entrusted to me for safekeeping. Now that you are awake, it is returned to its rightful owner." Lin Jiong's gaze fell on the paper bag, and his eyes flickered almost imperceptibly when he saw the corner of the cell phone peeking out from inside. Unable to speak, he could only gesture with his eyes for the nurse to raise the bed a little higher, and then he reached out his slightly trembling hand to take the paper bag. The first thing he took out was his phone, which had run out of battery and was now switched off. He looked at it, then looked up at Chun Ming, moved his finger with difficulty, and pointed to the paper and pen on the cabinet next to him. The nurse understood and quickly brought over the paper and pen, placed them on a pad, and put them in front of Lin Jiong. Lin Jiong took a deep breath, as if gathering his strength, then raised his still somewhat weak hand, grasped the pen, and slowly, stroke by stroke, wrote on the paper. How did the company go while I was in a coma? What did Xiaoqin do? The handwriting was slightly crooked and trembling, but the meaning was clear. Chun Ming looked at the question, his expression becoming serious and cautious. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at the nurses and caregivers in the ward before answering. Lin Jiong seemed to understand his concerns and shook his head slightly at the nurse. The nurses and caregivers immediately understood, quietly left the ward, and gently closed the door behind them. Only the two of them remained in the ward. Chun Ming then began to speak, his voice steady but clear, starting with how Lin Chun was appointed to take over the group amidst immense pressure and internal and external doubts. He mentioned how Lin Chun quickly stabilized the situation, how he swiftly dealt with several veterans who relied on their seniority and tried to profit from the chaos, how he quickly sorted out the company's core business, and how he decisively and accurately struck at several malicious business practices by competitors. Although Chairman Lin Chun is young, he is decisive, insightful, and possesses a strong sense of the big picture, Chun Ming objectively commented. He quickly integrated resources from all sides. His abilities were far more mature than those of a young student. After he took over, the group not only did not decline due to your unexpected departure, but also secured several new collaborations. As Lin Jiong listened, a complex light flashed in his eyes, a mixture of surprise, confusion, and an indescribable emotion. The couple concealed their wealth and pretended to be poor, assuming he lacked the ability, but they never expected. He continued writing on the paper. What about Guo Tiankai? What has he been busy with lately? He ultimately didn't ask Gu Yanqing about it. Chen Ming was a trusted subordinate, but this matter involved confidentiality and shouldn't be known by too many people. Inquiring about Guo Tiankai's movements might yield some information indirectly. When Guo Tiankai was mentioned, Chen Ming's expression became even colder. He recounted in detail how Guo Tiankai openly provoked Lin Chun at a company meeting, resulting in Lin Chun directly handing him over to the police for investigation on suspicion of multiple serious economic crimes. The evidence is conclusive. Guo Tiankai has long abused his position to harm the company's interests. Chairman Lin Chun must have already obtained the relevant evidence and was just waiting for the right opportunity. Chun Ming added, his handling of the matter was legal and compliant, and it also greatly deterred some restless individuals within the group. Lin Jiong's grip on the pen tightened slightly, the veins on the back of his hand faintly visible. He remained silent for a long time before slowly writing down 2 words. Very good. The handwriting was written with more pressure than before. The handwriting was more forceful than before. This, very good, was both an acknowledgement of Lin Chen's handling of the Guo Tiankai matter and a complex sigh of admiration for Lin Chen's performance during this period. Then, he seemed a little tired and stopped writing. He just closed his eyes and waved to Chun Ming. Chun Ming knew this meant he was seeing the guest out, so he bowed respectfully and said, Chairman Lin, please get some rest. If you need anything, please have the nurse contact me. After saying that, he quietly left the ward. The door closed, and the ward returned to silence. Lin Jiong closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling slightly, clearly indicating that he was extremely unsettled. Guo Tiankai fell, and Lin Chen personally delivered him to the hospital. This meant that Gu Yanqing had lost her only support and mouthpiece in Hangzhou. How is that child now? After a long while, he opened his eyes again, and his gaze fell on the phone in his hand. He gestured to the nurse to bring the charger and plug it in. The phone screen lights up, indicating that charging has begun. After a while, the battery level was barely high enough to turn it on. Lin Jiong pressed the power button. Chapter 144. Go find him. After the familiar boot screen appeared, the phone returned to normal. Immediately following was a continuous stream of messages and missed call notifications, delayed due to the phone being switched off for an extended period, buzzing and vibrating. Lin Jiong swiped the screen with some difficulty, ignoring the work emails and greetings from irrelevant people, and his eyes eagerly fell on the social media. The chat window that he had saved as My Darling, and which belonged to Gu Yanqing, now had a bright red number 1. His fingers trembled slightly as he tapped the open button. Gu Yanqing's message, filled with fear, helplessness, and a plea for help, was laid bare before his eyes. Dad, it's me, Yanqing. Can you see my message now? I'm so scared. Uncle Guo is in trouble, and I'm homeless. Lin Chen, will he harm me? Dad, you have to get better soon and save me. Every word was like a red-hot needle, piercing deeply into Lin Jiong's eyes and heart. A horse. He made a muffled, painful hoarse sound in his throat. His already pale face instantly became even more unsightly. His hand holding the phone trembled violently, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, and his entire upper body trembled slightly. Heartache, anxiety, an indescribable anger and worry churned within him like ice and fire. His anger wasn't directed at Lin Chen's treatment of Guo Tiankai as a senior executive. Lin Chen had done so many things that harmed the company's interests, and Guo Tiankai had only himself to blame. What angered and saddened him was that his eldest son, Yanqing, whom he loved the most and always felt indebted to, was now so fearful, so helpless, and even homeless. Yanqing is one of his and his wife's children, the older of twins. Because his brother became infertile after saving him, He reluctantly gave him up for adoption to the Gu brothers, who were his saviors. Over the years, he and his wife felt guilty towards Yanqing, so they granted his every request and pampered him to the extreme. They never neglected him materially and visited him frequently, hoping that he could be safe and happy. In his heart, although Yanqing did not share the surname Lin, the blood ties and sense of indebtedness he felt for her were even stronger than those for his youngest son, Lin Shun, whom he had raised from childhood, but who had become distant due to the trials they had endured. At this moment, what Yanqing revealed between the lines was a deep fear of Lin Shun. Could it be that Lin Shun also knows Yanqing's true identity? Could he harbor resentment because of the group's power or because of his past experience of being raised in poverty, and thus harm Yanqing? This thought sent chills down Lin Zhiyong's spine. No, absolutely not. Yanqing must not be harmed. He already owes this child too much. He cannot allow him to suffer any more harm, especially not because of the Lin family's internal affairs. He had been in a coma for so long, on the verge of death, and only after waking up did he learn that his youngest son had taken over his company and had even ruthlessly purged many of the company's senior executives and corrupt officials. Although Lin Chen's abilities surprised him, he still wanted to hand over the company to Gu Yanqing to manage. Lin Zhiyong closed his eyes, his chest heaving as he tried to calm his churning blood and turbulent emotions. He knew he couldn't get excited right now. His body couldn't handle it. But he knew even more that he had to immediately arrange a way out for Yanqing and ensure his safety. A few minutes later, he reopened his eyes, the turmoil in them forcibly suppressed, replaced by a deep, protective resolve. His fingers trembled as he typed slowly and forcefully on the screen, as if each word weighed a ton. He didn't offer any comfort or explanation, but simply sent an address and a name. Number 188 Guanchao Road, Binjiang District, Hangzhou City, Qingdun Security Consulting Company, Limited. Go find a man named Wu Gang. Mention my name. He will arrange things for you. The message was sent successfully. Then he continued to lie in bed, thinking that now that his youngest son knew his true identity and that the family was so rich, would he hate him for the way he had treated him before? Lin Zhiyong put down his phone, stared at the pale white ceiling of the ward, and his thoughts drifted away. He remembered what Lin Chen looked like when he was a child. That thin child, wearing cheap clothes bought from a street stall and carrying a faded school bag, got up before dawn every day to help him set up the stall. In winter, their hands would freeze red without them uttering a sound. In summer, they would be drenched in sweat without complaining of being tired. Lin Shun thought his family was poor, so he never compared himself with his classmates, never spent a penny recklessly, and even hesitated to go to a key high school the year he was admitted, fearing that he would increase the burden on his family. Although Lin Shun lived a hard life back then, at least he was by his side. Every day after school, he would call out Dad, and when he ate, his dad would put food on his plate. When he was sick, his dad would stay by his bedside. Lin Zhiyong's eyes were slightly red. But this seemingly sensible child has now become so unfamiliar, he seized the company with ruthless methods, leaving his brother, Yanqing, homeless. Lin Zhiyong recalled the toughening up he had given Lin Chen over the years. He and his wife had agreed that their youngest son should be hardworking and learn to be independent in society so that he could take on great responsibilities in the future. But what about Lin Chen? Will he interpret all of this as mistreatment by his parents? Could it be that he harbors resentment because he knows his family is wealthy, but he suffered as a child, and now that he has gained power, he wants to take revenge on everyone? Will he hate me? This problem gnawed at Lin Zhiyong's heart like a worm. He clenched his fist, and the needle on the back of his hand bled slightly from the pressure, the stinging sensation bringing him back to his senses. But then he thought again, so what if Lin Chen hates him? What right does he have to complain? Although Lin Chen didn't know his family was rich, the home he knew contained his father, his mother, the small square table where he had 3 meals a day, and the quilt where they would huddle together for warmth in the winter. Although he suffered, he never lacked his parents' company. He made time to attend every parent-teacher meeting. His wife would cook him a bowl of noodles for every birthday, and the couple would take turns caring for him whenever he was sick. These are real things, and money can't buy them. And what about Gu Yanqing? Yanqing was adopted by the Gu family at a young age. Although he was materially well off and had the best of everything, they were not his biological parents. How much longing was hidden in Yanqing's eyes when he and his wife visited him during holidays. He longs to be called son, to be able to openly call out Dad and Mom, and to truly return to this home. Every time they were about to leave, Yanqing would stand at the door and watch them go, never crying or making a fuss, just watching silently. Every time Lin Jiong thought of that look, he felt his heart clench. He and his wife tried desperately to make up for it with material things, giving Yanqing the best car, the most expensive watch, and countless pocket money. But can these things replace the companionship of parents? Can it replace the daily life that should have belonged to him and that Lin Chen took for granted? Lin Chen at least has a complete family, good morning and good night every day, parents who stay by his bedside when he is sick, and someone to confide in when he is wronged. What can I say you have? Money. Only money. But money can't feed you. It can't be your parents. It can't fill the huge hole in his heart that has been hollowed out by family affection. A single, cloudy tear welled up in Lin Jiong's eye. Therefore, he owes Yanqing more than he owes Lin Chen. Lin Chen only lived a few years of poverty, but he endured the hardships he needed to endure and learned the skills he needed to learn. Now he is living a good life. He didn't even take back his own company? What does that mean? It means he's doing very well. But what about Yanqing? Now he has driven her to the brink of despair. She is trembling with fear, and she doesn't even have a place to stay. Thinking of this, Lin Jiong's eyes gradually turned cold. The slight guilt and uncertainty he felt towards Lin Chen earlier were completely overshadowed by anger and obsession. He owed Yanqing too much in his life. He wanted to have a serious talk with Lin Chen and ask him to return the company to Yanqing so that he could work there and be given a suitable position. Lin Jiong slowly turned his head and looked at the gray sky outside the window. Yanqing. He murmured the name silently, as if he were invoking a debt he owed for a lifetime. Chapter 145. How did father acquire his billions in assets? Meanwhile, in that dark and dirty alley, Gu Yanqing finally received her father's reply. When he saw the address and name, and the words, "He will arrange it for you," he was initially bewildered, but then, like a drowning man grabbing the last piece of driftwood, his eyes blazed with ecstasy and hope. Dad really didn't abandon him. Dad still has a backup plan. Although I don't know who this Qingdun Company and Wu Gang are, since it was Dad's instruction, it must be able to help him. He practically scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to brush the dust off himself. Dragging his suitcase, he rushed out of the alley, flagged down a taxi, and eagerly showed the driver the address on his phone. "Driver, this way. Quickly. Hurry. I'm in a real hurry." The car drove away, leaving behind an empty, dirty alley. On the other side, the Lin Group headquarters, top floor, chairman's office. Lin Chen, who had just finished a meeting, stood by the window with his back to the large mahogany desk, calmly looking down at the city below. He had just made the decisive decision to select the core contractor for the new industrial park Hengyuan Construction Engineering Company, Limited, which he had previously approached privately. There were dissenting opinions in the meeting room. Several senior executives in charge of engineering and procurement looked at each other, hesitant to speak. Although the company had all the necessary qualifications, its past cases were mediocre, its scale was small, and its strength was average. It might be able to handle projects worth tens of millions, but it didn't seem to be a perfect match for the Lin Group's massive investment projects worth billions this time. But when Lin Chen's calm gaze swept across the entire room and finally settled on the empty seat that originally belonged to Guo Tiankai, all the doubts were quietly swallowed back down. Guo Tiankai's fate is still fresh in everyone's mind. No one wants to personally experience the methods employed by this young chairman. Ultimately, the resolution passed unanimously, at least on the surface. Lin Chen was well aware of the ulterior motives in these people's minds. That company was the engineering company he found after he visited that leader and secured the new industrial park project. After finishing the last document that required his signature, Lin Chen glanced at his watch. At 3 p.m., he planned to go to the hospital to see his father, Lin Jiao. His father has woken up, and he should visit him often. Although he can't speak yet, he can move around and communicate simply with pen and paper. It's time to test the waters. In this life, the father tests his true attitude towards his son after he falls into a coma and wakes up to find that his poor son has transformed into the head of a group. In my previous life, my father was in a car accident but was taken to the hospital in time and was fine. I didn't know that he was the chairman of the Lin Group. He picked up his suit jacket from the back of the chair, and just as he reached the door, before his hand even touched the doorknob, his personal cell phone, which was on his desk, suddenly rang. The ringtone was the default, but it sounded particularly clear in the quiet office. Lin Chen paused slightly and turned back. The screen displayed a completely unfamiliar number, originating from a county-level city under Qingzhou, hundreds of kilometers away from Hangzhou. His brow twitched almost imperceptibly. This region was the location of his nominal hometown. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the phone, his tone calm and even. Hello? Hello? Is this Lin Chen? Is this Lin Chen's nephew? A slightly aged middle-aged man with a heavy rural accent, but a very warm and even somewhat cautious tone, came from the other end of the phone. I am Lin Chen. And who are you? Oh my, it really is Lin Chen. That's wonderful. I'm Lin Youfu, the village chief of your Lin family village. By seniority, you should call me your uncle. The other person's voice immediately rose 8 octaves, revealing a genuine joy. Look, I saw it on the news on TV. It's incredible. A real dragon has emerged from our Linjia village. You are the pride of our whole village. No, our whole county. Your father, Lin Jiong, really kept it a secret. He really kept it well hidden. Huh? Lin Youfu, the village chief of Linjia village? Lin Chen quickly searched his memory. My impression of him is faint. I only remember that he was a dark-skinned, always smiling farmer who would greet me from afar when he returned to the village for holidays. As for the term cousin, in rural areas where clan concepts still exist, it is common for people to arbitrarily assign seniority to each other as long as they share the same surname and clan. Village Chief Lin, hello. Lin Chen's voice remained calm, revealing no emotion. What can I do for you? Oh, it's nothing serious. It's just, I saw the news and I'm happy for you. And on behalf of the whole village, I congratulate you. Lin Youfu said with a smile, but his tone clearly carried a hint of hesitation, as if he was finding it difficult to speak. Nephew, you're so busy these days, I shouldn't bother you. But there's been something going on in the village lately, and it may need your family's help. Could you perhaps find some time to come back, and we can all sit down and discuss it together? After all, your dad's in the hospital right now, and someone needs to be in charge at home, don't you think? Really? A knowing glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Once their identity is exposed, all sorts of troubles will follow. Linjia Village, a remote mountain village that he only occasionally returned to with his parents for a day or two during the Qingming Festival or the Spring Festival to pay respects to his ancestors. He had no feelings for that place, no memory of it. It was more like a distant and vague symbol to him. The journey back is not short. It will take 3 or 4 hours by car. On the other end of the phone, Lin Youfu was still rambling on, talking about the same old things. The village is short of money to repair the road. The ancestral hall is in disrepair. And I want to start a cooperative to boost the economy, but I don't have the startup capital. In short, everything he said pointed to the word money. Normally, or if it were another nouveau riche, they might impatiently give a few perfunctory replies, or even hang up directly. But at this moment, Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. Linjia Village, the birthplace of my father, Lin Jiao. My father now has a net worth of tens of billions, and such a huge company. Strangely, from childhood to adulthood, my father has always been very secretive about his past, especially the initial stage of wealth accumulation. My mother never mentioned it either. The relatives in the village and the villagers in his hometown seemed to have no idea what Lin Jiong was doing outside, let alone that he had such a huge fortune. How did the father accumulate his initial capital? Where did his first pot of gold come from? In the early years when information was relatively scarce, how did he manage to hide his wealthy status so thoroughly from all his fellow villagers? If the Lin family was wealthy in their early years, it's impossible that the villagers were completely unaware of it. Moreover, in his memory, his relatives and fellow villagers all thought his family was relatively poor. Perhaps, this time when I go back, I can ask the older generation who watched my father grow up, and the more senior people, about what my family was like from my grandfather's generation. This might help him understand his father's past, and even some possible future scenarios. Village Chief Lin Chun interrupted the somewhat incessant complaining on the other end of the phone, his voice clear and decisive. I understand what you've said. Here's what we'll do. I'll arrange a time to go back to the village soon. We can discuss the specifics when we get back. Really? Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Lin Youfu was clearly surprised that Lin Chen agreed so readily, and was overjoyed. His voice even trembled with excitement. Don't worry, nephew. The village will make all the necessary preparations. We're all waiting for you to come back. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen put it back in his pocket and looked out the window again. Then I went out the door and headed towards the hospital. Chapter 146, Your Favorite Pickled Vegetables with Porridge. The VIP ward on the top floor of the first municipal hospital is dimly lit, with a faint scent of disinfectant in the air, which mixes with the fresh aroma of expensive green plants in the ward, creating a deliberate tranquility. When Lin Shun pushed open the heavy hospital room door, this was the scene he saw. Lin Jiong was not lying in the hospital bed, but was wearing a light blue hospital gown and sitting on a single sofa near the window. He seemed more energetic than when we last met, but his face still looked pale and weak, as if he were recovering from a serious illness. A newspaper lay open on the small coffee table in front of him, and he held a thermos in his hand, sipping water. His gaze, however, was not on the newspaper, but rather across the rim of the thermos, quietly watching Zhao Feng, who was still fast asleep on the hospital bed beside him. His eyes were complex and unreadable, as if he were lost in thought. Zhao Feng lay there, connected to various life-sustaining tubes, her face serene, her breathing steady, as if she were simply asleep, completely unaware of everything around her. "Dad," Lin Chen's voice broke the silence of the ward. He closed the door behind him and walked in. Startled by the sound, Lin Jiong slowly turned his head and saw that it was Lin Shun. His eyes flickered almost imperceptibly, and then he put on a somewhat stiff expression, trying his best to appear natural. He put down his water glass, made a muffled ho sound, raised his hand which could barely move but moved slowly, and made a few gestures to Lin Shun, roughly meaning, "You're here, and sit down. You haven't fully recovered yet. Why aren't you lying down and resting? Why are you sitting up like this?" Lin Shun walked to the sofa, his tone conveying just the right amount of concern, but his gaze calmly observed his father. He could see the subtle changes in his father's expression and sensed the unnaturalness hidden beneath the calm he was trying to maintain. Lin Jiong waved his hand again, made two hoarse sounds in his throat, pointed to his legs, and then to the sofa, meaning it's okay, and I can sit here. Lin Shun didn't ask any more questions. He took a thermos from the bag he was carrying, gently placed it on the coffee table, and opened the lid. Inside was steaming hot white porridge, with a small dish on the side containing a few finely chopped pickled cucumbers and a peeled hard-boiled egg. "Dad, this is your favorite dish, pickled vegetables with white porridge and an egg." Lin Chen's tone was calm, as if he were just mentioning it casually. "When I was little, you often took me to eat this. You said it was the best and most substantial breakfast. It was filling and inexpensive. I specially asked the housekeeper to make it according to my memory. Try it and see if it tastes right." The moment the lid of the thermos was opened, the unique, savory aroma of the pickled vegetables mingled with the fragrance of the rice and the congee. This smell was so familiar to Lin Jiong that it was almost ingrained in his bones. In those years, in order to make young Lin Shun believe that his family was really poor, in order to toughen him, and in order not to expose the family's financial situation, this was almost the most common combination on the breakfast table between the father and son. Lin Jiong always ate with relish, telling his son, "This is the taste of life, and you must know how to cherish it." At this moment, this familiar taste, this simple food, seems so abrupt, so jarring. In this top-notch ward filled with expensive equipment and where even the air seems purified. Lin Jiong stared at the bowl of porridge, the dish of pickled vegetables, and the egg, his expression instantly freezing. That forced smile vanished completely, replaced by an indescribable embarrassment, awkwardness, and even a hint of disarray at having one's pretense exposed. He wanted to say something, but only a hoarse sound came out of his throat. He couldn't utter a single word. His hands, resting on his lap, unconsciously clenched and unclenched, finally trembling as he reached for the paper and pen beside him. This time, he wrote very slowly, each stroke deliberate, as if he were using all his strength. His handwriting was more crooked than before, revealing a sense of weakness and struggle. "Son, do you hate your father?" After finishing writing, he turned the paper towards Lin Shun, staring intently at Lin Chen's face, not missing a single subtle change in expression. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the paper, lingered for 2 seconds, and then he looked up at his father. A smile slowly spread across his face. The smile looked sincere, even a little relaxed, but deep in his eyes was a calm and profound depth. "Hate?" Lin Chen chuckled, his tone carrying the straightforwardness of a young man who had gotten an advantage. "Dad, what are you saying? Why would I hate you? You've earned such a huge fortune for me, making me the chairman of the Lin Group overnight, with a net worth of billions. I'm respected wherever I go. I'm overjoyed. How could I hate you? I should be thanking you." He spoke frankly, even with a hint of the smugness of a young man suddenly becoming rich. But to Lin Jiong, every word was like a needle. This is not gratitude. It is a direct reminder of his past deception, a declaration that everything he is now is due to the pretense and charity of him and his wife, and a test in an almost mocking manner. Chapter 147, It's All Your Fault. Lin Jiong's face grew even uglier. His lips, which were already pale, were pressed into a straight line, and his knuckles turned white from gripping the pen so tightly. His chest heaved slightly, clearly taken aback by Lin Chen's heartfelt words. He did have this in mind. He wanted to talk to Lin Chen once he felt better, and that he would take back the company so that Lin Chen could go back to school and study properly. Then he would find another opportunity to give the company to Gu Yanqing. But Lin Chen's words completely shut down all the arguments he had prepared. What can he say now? That you can't be happy and you should return the company? The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Only the regular ticking of the monitoring instruments reminded them of the passage of time. After a moment, Lin Chen, seemingly oblivious to his father's embarrassment, changed the subject casually. By the way, Dad, I've always been curious. How did you build such a massive Lin group? I remember my grandfather's generation were just ordinary farmers, and I think they didn't have much money for you to invest, right? How did you earn your first pot of gold? Could you tell me about it? I'd like to learn from you. He asked the question naturally, his eyes filled with curiosity, as if he were truly just a son admiring and seeking knowledge from his father, who had built his business from scratch. Lin Jiong's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness flashing across them. He picked up his pen again and wrote slowly and very briefly on the paper. I was lucky when I was young, bought some stocks, made some money, and gradually built it up. In just a few words, extremely vague, the ups and downs of the turbulent business world are casually attributed to luck and slowness. This is clearly not the truth, or rather, it is only the most insignificant part of the truth. Lin Chen looked at the line of text and understood. He knew his father wouldn't say it, at least not now. The father is deliberately concealing certain key aspects of his past. This further confirmed his suspicions his father's rise to wealth might not have been so glorious, or it might have concealed something that was inconvenient to tell outsiders, or even, oh, I see. Lin Chen nodded, a look of understanding on his face, and didn't ask any further questions. He knew that asking any more questions would not yield any results, and would only make his father more wary. Dad, you should rest well, and remember to drink your porridge. Getting better is the most important thing. I'll take care of things at the company, so you don't need to worry. Lin Chen stood up, his tone returning to its usual businesslike indifference. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I'll come see you and Mom again tomorrow. After saying that, he looked away from his father's complicated and unspeakable gaze, turned around, and left the ward with steady steps. The door closed gently. Lin Jiong sat alone on the sofa, his gaze falling on the bowl of porridge in front of him that had stopped steaming, then at his wife who was still fast asleep beside him, and finally on the 2 lines he had written. A deep sense of exhaustion and powerlessness welled up inside me. This son suddenly became unfathomable to him, as if he had become a completely different person. Could it be that his car accident caused him to change so much? Judging from his tone, he seems quite ambitious. He's no longer the obedient son he used to be. The bowl of salted vegetable porridge sat there quietly, as if mocking his past self-righteous hardships and painstaking efforts. Unlike the silent psychological battles in the hospital, a chaotic brawl has been unfolding in a girls' dormitory at Mingda University these past few days. Ever since Su Qing was humiliated and rejected by Lin Chen in the Lin Group parking lot, she has been in a semi-collapsed state since returning to school. Shame, anger, jealousy, regret, despair, a mix of negative emotions almost drove her insane. The constant gossip and pointing fingers at her from the school, saying she was blind to talent and deserving of being a gold digger, shattered her last shred of self-respect. She dared not look for Lin Chen again, nor dared to think about any possibility with him, and she even dared not go to the classroom. Her pent-up resentment and anger, which had nowhere to go, were ultimately directed at 2 people she considered the culprits, her former best friends, Li Na and Wang Li. In her distorted logic, if Li Na and Wang Li hadn't been talking badly about Lin Chen in her ear every day and praising how high-quality Zhang Hao was, how could she have been confused and left Lin Chen? She should be the glamorous wife of the president of the Lin Group right now, enjoying everyone's envy and fawning over her. It was those two bitches who ruined her life with their vain and snobbish remarks. Thus, the dormitory became her battlefield. Su Qing, are you crazy? You spilled my toner again. This bottle is very expensive. Li Na screamed angrily as she looked at the liquid spilled on the sink. Expensive. Su Qing, with her messy hair and red, swollen eyes, glared fiercely. She grabbed a cheaper, drugstore bottle from her desk and smashed it on the floor, shards of glass and liquid splattering everywhere. I'll pay you back. Can your junk even compare to the bag Lin Chen bought me? If it weren't for you guys, all those bags, jewelry, and limited editions would be mine now. Are you crazy? I already said it was your own choice. What does it have to do with us? Wang Li shouted angrily and fearfully from behind the curtains. None of your business? If you hadn't been telling me every day that Lin Shan was poor and Zhang Hao was great, would I have dumped Lin Shan? Like an enraged lioness, Su Qing pounced on Wang Li's bed and reached out to pull at her bed curtains. It's you. You're the ones who made me lose my rich husband. You ruined me. You two jinxes. Vampires. Let go. Wang Li screamed in fright, and together with Li Na stepped forward to try to pull Su Qing away. The three of them immediately started fighting. Scratching with fingernails, tearing hair, cursing, and crying. The dormitory was a mess. The other roommates were so frightened that they hid to the side, some trying to dissuade them, others watching coldly, but no one dared to actually step forward. Su Qing is like a powder keg that's about to explode. Anyone who touches her is doomed. Such conflicts have occurred more than once in the past few days. The cause could be just a word, a glance, or even just that Li Na and Wang Li used a slightly better skincare product, which could trigger Su Qing's sensitive nerves. She blamed all her misfortunes and disappointments on these two former best friends, attacking them with the most vicious language and venting her resentment in the most violent way. Su Qing, if you keep doing this, we'll tell the counselor. Li Na cried out, her face marked with a red scratch, both angry and in pain. Go ahead and sue. Go ahead and sue. Su Qing gasped for breath, her face bruised, but her eyes were even more frantic. Let the whole school know how you two pushed me into this mess. Let everyone be the judge. Ultimately, it was usually the people in the next dormitory who got alarmed and called the dormitory supervisor to finally calm the farce down. But the atmosphere in the dormitory had dropped to freezing point. The fake sisterhood had completely shattered, leaving only deep disgust, fear, and irreconcilable resentment between them. Su Qing curled up on her bed, hugging her knees, her face burning with pain, but her heart was even colder and more numb. Looking at herself in the mirror, disheveled, haggard, and with a venomous look in her eyes, she could hardly recognize that this was the once proud beauty of her department. She lost not only Lin Shan, but also her dignity, reputation, friendship, and all her hopes for the future. And all of this, she firmly held on to in her heart the blame for Li Na and Wang Li. Chapter 148 Shelter. Number 188 Guanqiao Road, Binjiang District, Hangzhou. This is not the bustling CBD center, but a relatively quiet mixed industrial and office area. The sign for Qingdun Security Consulting Company, Limited, is not conspicuous. It is hidden in a slightly old 5-story office building, occupying the 3rd and 4th floors. The building has a gray, tiled exterior, and the entrance is a regular glass sensor door. There isn't even a decent signboard at the entrance. There's only a slightly worn brass plaque nailed to the wall, which is easy to miss if you don't look closely. Compared to the somewhat mysterious and high-end name security consultant, this building and its entrance exude a low-key, almost deliberate simplicity, and are even somewhat inconspicuous. Gu Yanqing dragged her dusty suitcase downstairs, looked up at the unremarkable building, and felt a little uneasy. Is this the place his father sent him to? Can it solve his current predicament? It looks like a mediocre little company. But thinking of his father's information and his current desperate situation, he gritted his teeth, forced himself to push open the glass door, and went inside. The lobby on the 1st floor was empty, with only a simple reception desk. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in an ordinary security guard uniform, looking down at his phone. When he saw Gu Yanqing come in, he merely raised his eyelids, showing no expression. I'm looking for Wu Gang, Mr. Wu. Gu Yanqing swallowed, her voice a little dry. Do you have an appointment? The security guard asked without looking up. Mr. Lin Jiong sent me here. Gu Yanqing quickly gave his father's name, which was his only pass. Upon hearing the name, Lin Jiong, the security guard paused for a moment, then finally looked up and carefully examined Gu Yanqing. The gaze wasn't particularly sharp, but it carried a scrutinizing quality within its calmness, making Gu Yanqing feel even more uneasy. "What's your name?" the security guard asked. Gu Yanqing." The security guard nodded, picked up the internal phone, and whispered a few words. After hanging up the phone, he pointed to the elevator next to him. "Fourth floor. Turn right after exiting the elevator. It's the last office." Thank you." Gu Yanqing quickly thanked him and pulled her suitcase toward the elevator. The elevator was old-fashioned and made some noise when it ran. As the numbers ticked up, his heart beat faster and faster. Who exactly is this Wu Gang? Why did his father send him to find this person? Can you provide him with the help he needs? What is his relationship with his father? With a ding, we arrived at the fourth floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a similarly simple, even somewhat shabby, corridor with ordinary white paint on the walls and plain tiles on the floor. Turn right and walk to the end, where there is a dark solid wood door. There are no signs on the door, only an inconspicuous house number, 408. Gu Yanqing took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep, slightly hoarse male voice came from inside, its emotion unreadable. Gu Yanqing pushed open the door and went in. The office was small, and its furnishings were almost austere. There was a large, old-fashioned desk, a few chairs, a filing cabinet, and almost nothing else. The window was large, but with the blinds drawn, the light was somewhat dim. A man stood with his back to the door, by the window, seemingly looking outside through the gaps in the blinds. Upon hearing Gu Yanqing enter, the man slowly turned around. He was about 40 years old, very tall and strong, wearing a faded black jacket, ordinary dark work pants, and sturdy military boots. He had a very short buzz cut, a strong facial structure, and skin that was bronze from years of exposure to the elements. His eyes were calm, even somewhat indifferent, but Gu Yanqing inexplicably felt an invisible pressure. This doesn't seem like an office manager. It's more like a seasoned warrior, or perhaps a head bodyguard. "You are Gu Yanqing?" Wu Gang asked, his voice still deep, his gaze sweeping over Gu Yanqing's face and his shabby suitcase. "Yes, it's me. Mr. Wu." "Hello. Mr. Lin Jiong asked me to come find you." Gu Yanqing nodded quickly, trying her best to appear respectful. Upon hearing the name, Lin Jiong, Wu Gang's eyes softened almost imperceptibly, but only slightly, so quickly that it seemed like an illusion. He walked behind his desk and sat down, gesturing for Gu Yanqing to sit as well. "Mr. Lin has already spoken to me." Wu Gang got straight to the point, his tone flat. "Tell me about your current situation. Keep it simple. Get to the point. What kind of help do you need?" At this moment, Gu Yanqing's most pressing need was a safe place to stay and basic living security. He briefly explained his current predicament of being homeless and penniless, and reiterated his fear that Lin Chen might harm him. Wu Gang listened quietly, his fingers tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop unconsciously, his face expressionless, until Gu Yanqing finished speaking. "I understand that with Gui Tiankai's downfall, you have lost your support and have nowhere to go for the time being." Wu Gang's voice was steady as he analyzed the situation. "Since the loan shark issue has been resolved, it's no longer a problem in the short term. As for the Lin Group and Lin Chen." He paused, his gaze seeming to deepen as he looked at Gu Yanqing. "As for the company matters, your father can arrange them. I'll provide you with a safe place to stay." These words neither exaggerated the danger nor offered unsolicited comfort. Instead, they reassured Gu Yanqing somewhat. "At least from what I can tell, Wu Gang is calm and rational, and seems to have some understanding of the situation." "Then, Mr. Wu, what should I do now? I have nowhere to go and no money on me." Gu Yanqing looked pitiful. This was his most pressing problem. "Since Mr. Lin has entrusted you to me, I will naturally make the arrangements." Wu Gang stood up and took a set of keys from the drawer. "There's an old residential complex across the street behind this building. There's a 2-bedroom apartment there, which is company property and is usually vacant. You can stay there for now. Here's the key, and the address is written on this piece of paper." He pushed the keys and a note with the address on it in front of Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing accepted the luggage, her heart filled with excitement. She finally had a place to stay. Although she didn't know what the conditions would be like, it was better than being homeless. "As for your living situation," Wu Gang continued, "I will have someone send you some basic daily necessities and food. Just settle in and don't go out unnecessarily, especially not near the Lin Group." "Understood. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Wu." Gu Yanqing nodded repeatedly, deeply grateful for Wu Gang's arrangement. Although it sounded like he was to be protected or restricted, Safety was the top priority at this moment, and he couldn't be happier. Chapter 149, Returning to the Village. Meanwhile, another day passed. After arranging things at the company and giving instructions to Qin Wei, Lin Shen left Hangzhou to return to his hometown. The 4-hour drive takes you from the bustling modern CBD of Hangzhou into the rolling hills and countryside. The road changes from a wide expressway to a provincial highway, then to a county road, and finally to a winding, narrow rural cement road that can barely accommodate 2 vehicles passing each other. The scenery along the road changed from high-rise buildings to neat farmland, and then to slightly messy village houses and rolling hills. Linjia village is located in this valley surrounded by hills. The village is not large, with about 100 households, mostly 2- or 3-story buildings of varying ages, with white walls and gray tiles or tiled roofs, interspersed with a few obviously older adobe houses. At the entrance of the village stands a huge old camphor tree, said to be several hundred years old, with branches and leaves forming a canopy, which is a gathering place for villagers to cool off and chat. As Lin Shen's sleek black Maybach, clearly out of place with its surroundings, slowly approached the village entrance, a large crowd of about several dozen people had already gathered under the old camphor tree. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a worn polo shirt, with dark skin and a fawning smile on his face. He was none other than the village chief, Lin Youfu. Behind him followed several elderly men with gray hair, dressed simply, who seemed to be respected in the village. Behind them were many villagers, men, women, young and old, who were curiously watching. They pointed at the luxury car that they had only seen on TV, their eyes filled with surprise, envy, and a hint of barely perceptible restraint. The car came to a smooth stop. The driver quickly got out and opened the car door for Lin Shen. Lin Shen stepped out of the car. He wasn't wearing formal attire today, just simple casual pants and a light-colored shirt, but his upright posture, handsome appearance, and the calm demeanor that naturally developed from being in a high position still made him seem somewhat detached from his surroundings. His gaze swept calmly over the group of faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar. The familiarity stems from the shared surname, Lin, flowing in our blood, and perhaps we've seen each other from afar during the Qingming festival when we pay respects to our ancestors. The feeling of unfamiliarity stems from the fact that, aside from this thin blood relation and occasional returns to his hometown, he has almost no deeper connection with this land or these people. In the past, when the family returned, they would simply greet each other. There was never a welcome at the village entrance, let alone such a grand spectacle. He had long seen through the fickleness of human relationships and the coldness of human nature, and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Society is inherently realistic. Instead of worrying about these things, let's get straight to the point. Uncle Youfu, and all the other uncles, hello everyone. Lin Shen stepped forward, his tone neither overly enthusiastic nor impolite. Oh my, nephew Lin Shen, we've been waiting for you to come back. Lin Youfu hurriedly came forward, wanting to shake hands but seemingly hesitant, his face beaming with a smile. You must be tired from your journey. Come on, let's go into the village and rest. Everything is ready. Uncle Youfu, you're too kind. Lin Shen nodded slightly, without exchanging many pleasantries, and asked directly. You mentioned on the phone that there were some things in the village that needed to be discussed. What exactly are they? Lin Youfu's smile froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Lin Shen to be so direct. He rubbed his hands together, glanced at the elderly men behind him, and then at the growing number of villagers watching. A look of embarrassment and reluctance appeared on his face. Well, nephew, look at this road in our village. Lin Youfu pointed to the uneven, potholed cement road under his feet, where some sections still had exposed gravel. It's been in disrepair for years, and it floods whenever it rains, making it really inconvenient to get around. And our Lin family ancestral hall is also quite old. The roof leaks, and several beams and pillars are rotten. It's about to become a dangerous building. This ancestral hall is the root of our Lin family ancestors, and it can't be allowed to fall. He paused, lowered his voice, and pleaded. The villagers aren't wealthy, but matters concerning our ancestors and everyone's travels are of utmost importance. We started calling for donations last month, and every household has contributed. But repairing the road and the ancestral hall will cost a lot, and the village's meager collective income is simply not enough. Everyone has pooled their money, but it's still far from enough. How much more is needed? Lin Shen interrupted his lamentation, his voice clear. Lin Youfu swallowed hard, held up 3 fingers, and said somewhat hesitantly, Roughly calculated, at least this much, 3 million. This is already a tight budget, using the most basic materials. The surroundings were completely silent, with only the rustling of the wind through the leaves of the old camphor tree. 3 million is an astronomical figure for this ordinary mountain village. Many villagers looked disappointed and helpless, feeling that there was probably no hope of getting the money. However, Lin Chen's next words stunned everyone, including Lin Youfu and the elders. What can 3 million do? If the road needs to be repaired, it should be repaired solidly. If the ancestral hall needs to be repaired, it should be repaired firmly. This is the face of the Lin family and the foundation for a century-old enterprise. Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable force. I'll contribute 5 million. We'll use the best materials, hire a reliable construction team, and keep clear accounts. With the remaining money, we can see if the village primary school needs any additional supplies, or set up a simple pension subsidy for people over 70. Uncle Youfu, what do you think? 5 million. The scene was silent for several seconds, then erupted into chaos with a loud boom. The villagers could hardly believe their ears. 5 million. That's enough to repair roads and ancestral halls, and it can also benefit schools and the elderly. It's like a windfall. Lin Youfu was so excited that his face turned red, and he stammered. Good. That's wonderful. Nephew, you've brought honor to our Lin family village and our ancestors. On behalf of the entire village, I thank you. Thank you. As he spoke, he even bowed deeply. Lin Chen reached out a hand to help him up, saying, Uncle Youfu, there's no need for that. I'm also a member of the Lin family. It's only right. You can discuss the specifics with the elders. If needed, you can contact my secretary. I'll have someone transfer the money to you later. Okay. Don't worry. We'll handle this perfectly. Every penny will be spent wisely. Lin Youfu repeatedly assured him, and the other elders echoed him excitedly, looking at Lin Shun as if he were their savior. The initially awkward and reserved atmosphere instantly transformed into a warm and grateful one thanks to Lin Chen's decisive and generous gesture. The villagers gathered around, expressing their gratitude in a cacophony of words, their eyes filled with reverence and eagerness. Lin Chen simply nodded in response and did not linger. He asked the driver to take out several cartons of fine cigarettes and several boxes of premium tea from the car and distribute them to the elders. It's a small token of my appreciation for you uncles and elders to have a taste. This made the elderly people even more flattered, and they accepted it after repeatedly declining, leaving them with an extremely good impression of Lin Chun. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Youfu led Lin Chun to the best-equipped agritainment business in the village to settle him in. It was described as the best, but it was really just a clean and tidy ordinary house. Lin Chun didn't mind. Chapter 150 Going to the sports car with a guy surnamed Gu. In the evening, Lin Youfu and several of the most respected elders in the village set up a fairly lavish feast at a farmhouse restaurant to welcome Lin Chun. The dishes are local farm-style dishes, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat all raised on site. The vegetables are freshly picked from the fields, and the wine is a mellow rice wine brewed in the village using traditional methods. Although it is not expensive, it is fresh, authentic, and full of sincerity. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. After a few cups of rice wine, the elders' faces glowed, and they praised Lin Chen highly, saying that he was young and promising, cared about his hometown, and did not forget his roots. They said it was as if the Lin family's ancestral graves had emitted auspicious smoke, and a true dragon had emerged. Lin Chen drank a few cups with him. The rice wine was smooth on the palate, but had a strong after-effect, making his cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing that the time was right, he casually put down his wine glass and asked in a conversational tone, Uncle Youfu, my uncles, I've been studying and busy with other things outside all these years, so I know very little about the older generation in my family, especially about my grandfather and father when they were young. It's rare for me to come back, and I'd like to hear about it. My grandfather, what kind of person was he back in the village? And my father, he went out to make his way in the world very early. How did the older generation in the village view him back then? What were they like as people? This question, which seemed to be just a junior's curiosity about the family history, caused the originally lively atmosphere at the table to pause subtly for a moment. Several elderly people with gray hair and wrinkles etched on their faces looked at each other, their eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment and reminiscence. Lin Youfu, as the village chief and relatively young among his peers, spoke first. He smacked his lips and sighed. Nephew, speaking of your grandfather, he was a well-known, honest man in our village. He spent his whole life tending to those few acres of land, working diligently and conscientiously. He wasn't a talkative man, but he was a genuine person, and he would always lend a helping hand to anyone in need. He just wasn't very lucky. His health was never very good, and he passed away early. Your father was an only child, and your grandfather died suddenly, without seeing your father get married and start a family. Another elderly man, respectfully addressed as seventh uncle, the oldest with a white beard, squinted his somewhat cloudy eyes and tried hard to recall. That kid Jiyoung. Well, he's different from your grandfather. He's been clever and opinionated since he was little, not the type to be content to stay in the fields. 16 or 17. I think he's not even 18 yet. He followed a few older young men and went to the southern coast to make a living. No one in the village really knew what kind of work he did. He rarely came back, and when he did, he was dressed plainly and smoked ordinary cigarettes. He didn't look like he had made a fortune outside. When your grandfather fell ill, he came back home, looking worried. He even borrowed some money from acquaintances in the village to pay for medical expenses, but he managed to pay it back later. We all thought he was just barely making ends meet outside, and that it wasn't easy for him. Yes, an old man smoking a pipe nodded in agreement. After your grandfather passed away, he came back to handle the funeral arrangements, and then he came back even less often. Later, I heard that he settled down in the provincial capital, Hangzhou, and apparently started a family. Your mother is from out of town. We only saw her once, from afar, at your parents' wedding. She was quite pretty. We haven't seen her much since. Your family has always been quite low-key in the village, nothing particularly special about you. Who would have thought? The old man shook his head, his face filled with disbelief. Jiyoung has quietly amassed such a large fortune. Incredible, truly incredible. Their words were simple, and their local accents pieced together a vague outline. The grandfather was an ordinary old farmer, and the father had gone out to work in his early years. In the eyes of the villagers, he was always someone who wandered outside and probably did not do very well or even had some difficulties, let alone a net worth of billions. In their previous understanding, Lin Jiyoung's family was probably only slightly better off than ordinary villagers, far from being extremely wealthy. The news that Lin Shun was the heir to the Lin Group was exposed through the news, which was like a bolt from the blue for them, overturning their understanding of the past few decades. Lin Shun listened quietly, his doubts deepening. The father kept it so completely a secret that even the villagers back home were completely unaware. What kind of caution and deliberateness did that require? At this moment, an old man who hadn't spoken much, whose teeth were almost all gone and whose speech was somewhat slurred, slowly said in a muffled, rural accent, Jiyoung, I think I remember something. It was shortly after he got married, before you were even born, right? He came back one year, and I ran into him. I casually asked him what he was doing out there. He seemed to say, with a friend, whose surname was, what was it again? I think it was Gu. Yes, his surname was Gu. The two of them drove trucks together. I think it was long-haul transport. Back then, trucking could earn you some hard-earned money, but it was tiring and risky. He only mentioned it once, and I never heard him mention it again. Surname Gu. Sports car? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Gu Yanqing's surname is Gu. Is this a coincidence? Did his father drive a car with someone surnamed Gu? He remained expressionless, only showing an expression of listening and thinking. Oh, is that so? What happened to that Uncle Gu? My dad never mentioned it. The old man thought hard for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. That person doesn't seem to be from around here. He was probably a friend Jiyoung met outside. I haven't heard from him since. Your dad is a tight-lipped man. He doesn't like to talk about his own affairs. Lin Shin nodded, then drank another cup with the elderly, and steered the conversation further, asking about earlier stories in the village and ancestral tales, trying to find a connection from a more distant past. However, the elderly people talked on and on about the Lin family's ancestors for generations, but it was all just ordinary stories of ordinary farmers, nothing special. They truly knew nothing about what Lin Jiyoung did outside or how he made his fortune. After chatting for almost 2 or 3 hours, and as the wine flowed freely and their spirits rose, Lin Youfu, unable to contain his curiosity, asked Lin Shun, half with a sigh and half with inquiry, emboldened by the alcohol. Nephew, your dad? He's really good at hiding things. He built such a huge conglomerate without making a sound. We old folks just can't figure it out. How did he do it? Can you give us uncles a clue? Did he have some special opportunity, or did he make some big deal? The other elderly people immediately echoed, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Chun, filled with a thirst for knowledge. In their view, Lin Chun, as Lin Jiong's son and the current head of the Lin Group, must know the inside story. Lin Chun looked at their curious and eager eyes and smiled bitterly to himself. He also wanted to know where his real first pot of gold came from, but faced with these simple old men, he could only raise his glass and use the same vague answer his father had given him in the hospital, embellishing it to get by. He smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Uncles, Uncle Yofu, you all know my father. He's always been low-key and doesn't like to show off. He's mentioned a few things to me, but not many. He said that when he was young, he was bold and insightful, and at the right time, he made his first fortune in the stock market. He then used that money to gradually build his business, step by step. He didn't go into specifics, only saying that he was lucky and hardworking." He paused, then added, "Maybe it's because I come from a rural background and don't want to be too flashy. Besides, in business, being low-key means less trouble. I didn't expect that this low-key approach would keep everyone in the dark." The stock market. Lin Yofu nodded as if he understood, while the other elderly people also showed expressions of sudden realization and still finding it amazing. For them, stocks are something that only exists on television, something extremely distant. To make a lot of money from them is indeed a matter of having good judgment and being lucky, and it also fits their imagination of some mysterious way to make a fortune. So that's how it is. Jiong has always been resourceful and capable since he was little. It's good to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile is a blessing. Uncle Chi sighed, accepting the explanation. After all, they couldn't think of any other more reasonable possibility. The conversation then returned to the specifics of road and ancestral hall repairs, as well as the village's future development aspirations. The elderly people excitedly planned the route, as if they could already see the flat, wide cement road and the newly renovated ancestral hall. Lin Shen listened with a smile and responded appropriately, but his mind was no longer on the dinner table. Surname Gu. Sports car. These two keywords kept swirling in his mind. The man with the surname Gu must be the one Gu Yanqing was adopted by. This trip back to his hometown cost 5 million yuan, but it brought him gratitude from his fellow villagers, future convenience, and also led to this seemingly insignificant but potentially crucial clue. Chapter 151. Something happened. The next day, in Linjia village, the morning begins with the crowing of roosters, the barking of dogs, and the rising smoke from chimneys. The air was fresh, carrying the fragrance of earth and grass, a stark contrast to the morning breeze in Hangzhou, which was tainted with exhaust fumes. Lin Chen got up very early and walked slowly along the ridges of the fields behind the village. The tranquility of the countryside temporarily washed away the scheming and deceit of the business world, allowing him a rare moment of peace and quiet. Yesterday's conversation with the clan elders, though it failed to uncover the core secret behind my father's rise to wealth, did reveal the clue of the sports car partner surnamed Gu, which, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, stirred up ripples that will take time to subside. He needs to sort out his thoughts. However, this tranquility did not last long. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, several black cars with county government license plates drove into the once peaceful Linjia village, kicking up dust, and stopped directly in front of the farmhouse where Lin Chen was staying. A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and trousers, with his hair neatly combed and a slightly overweight belly, got out of the lead car. He was accompanied by a secretary-like person and several cadres from the township and village. Lin Yofu was also standing by with a smile, carefully leading the way. Chairman Lin, welcome, welcome. It's truly an honored guest. We are so sorry for not greeting you sooner. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand from afar, his face beaming with a warm smile, and quickly walked up to Lin Chun. I am Lu Weiman, the deputy county head of Qingzhou County in charge of investment promotion. We heard that Chairman Lin has returned to his hometown to visit relatives and support the development of his hometown. Our county leaders attach great importance to this, and specially sent me to express our welcome and gratitude to Chairman Lin. Lin Chen understood. The news that he readily donated 5 million yuan yesterday to repair roads and ancestral halls seems to have spread like wildfire throughout the county. The identity of the head of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate might just be one of many wealthy people in Hangzhou, but in the remote Qingzhou County, it's nothing short of a bombshell, enough to excite local officials. This deputy county head Liu clearly came here because he smelled the scent of political achievements. County Chief Liu, you're too kind. I just came back to visit and do something small for my hometown. It's not worth the leaders making a special trip. Lin Shen wore a polite smile and shook hands with Liu Weiman, his attitude neither cold nor overly enthusiastic. Oh, Chairman Lin, you're too kind. Supporting the development of our hometown is a great thing that benefits the present and future generations. We should be thanking you. Liu Weiman shook Lin Shen's hand vigorously and then began to enthusiastically introduce Qingzhou County's investment environment, resource advantages, and preferential policies. He talked about everything from specialty agriculture to ecotourism, from mineral resources to industrial park planning, speaking fluently and clearly having done his homework. Lin Shen listened patiently, nodding occasionally or asking a few simple questions about details, but he never revealed any specific investment intentions. He understood the local officials' eagerness to attract investment and the performance-driven motivation behind it, but for the Lin Group at present, Qingzhou County was not an ideal investment destination in terms of geographical location, industrial base, or talent pool. Moreover, his main purpose for this trip was not investment. Seeing that Lin Shen wasn't very interested, Liu Weiman changed the subject and began to earnestly invite Lin Shen to visit and inspect the county, saying that the main leaders of the county party committee also wanted to meet him in person and would host a banquet for him. Lin Shen politely but firmly declined, citing his busy schedule and company affairs. County Chief Liu, Qingzhou is my hometown, and I have a deep affection for this place. If the group has suitable projects in the future that align with Qingzhou's development direction, I will definitely give them priority consideration. Lin Shen ultimately gave a promise that was neither here nor there, but left room for maneuver. But it is indeed a bit rushed at the moment. How about this? Please leave your contact information, and if there are any specific cooperation intentions later, I will have the group's strategic investment department directly contact the county. What do you think? This statement was perfectly watertight, giving the other party face without making any substantial promises. Although Liu Weiman was somewhat disappointed, he did not dare to ask for too much. After all, he was facing the chairman of the Lin Group. Being able to meet him, have a conversation, and leave a message that he would be given priority consideration was already a good result. He exchanged pleasantries with everyone, left his business card and a pile of promotional materials for the county, and then left with his people reluctantly. Lin Youfu and several clan elders stayed by his side, feeling both proud and worried that Lin Shen might find them annoying. Seeing that Lin Shen had dismissed the person with just a few words without offending anyone, Lin Shen's opinion of this young nephew rose even higher. Before we knew it, it was the afternoon of the third day. Lin Shen stood under the old camphor tree, looking at the ancestral hall renovation site in the distance where construction had already begun. Dust rose slightly, and the shouts of the workers could be faintly heard. Materials for repairing the village road have been delivered one after another and piled up in the open space at the entrance of the village. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. He was preparing to go back and pack his things so he could return to Hangzhou early the next morning. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a message from Qinwei. Lin Shen casually clicked on it, and there was only a short line of text on the screen. President Lin, something's happened. The text is very short, lacking any details or punctuation, and even conveys an unusual sense of urgency and suppression. Chapter 152, They've all woken up. When I saw the message from Qinwei, Lin Shen's brows furrowed instantly. Qinwei was his most capable assistant. She was always calm and thorough in her work, and even when it came to something big, she would try her best to be clear and organized when reporting. Such concise, even somewhat vague, information is extremely unusual. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately called Qinwei back. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. A cold, mechanical female voice came from the receiver. Shutting down, Lin Shen's heart sank. Qinwei's phone was basically on 24/7, as her secretary. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to shut down the device, especially after she had just sent that ambiguous warning message. Something's happened, and it's probably not a trivial matter. Qinwei has likely lost her freedom of communication or is in some kind of emergency, leaving her with no choice but to risk sending this brief message. Back in Linjia village, his donation has been received, and he has achieved his purpose in returning. There's no need for him to stay here any longer. We must get back to Hangzhou immediately. Uncle Youfu. Lin Shen turned around and quickly said to the village chief who had been standing beside him, "There's an urgent matter at the company, and I have to rush back to Hangzhou immediately. I'll leave things here in your care and those of my uncles." Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression and urgent tone, Lin Youfu knew something serious must have happened. Not daring to ask further, he quickly nodded. "Don't worry, nephew. Leave the village affairs to us. We'll handle them well. You go back and get on with your work, and be careful on the road." Lin Chen said no more, gave a brief instruction to the elders who had rushed over upon hearing the news, and then strode towards the car parked under the old camphor tree. The driver had already received a signal, started the car, and opened the door. "Go back to Hangzhou, as fast as you can, and be careful," Lin Chen instructed in a deep voice as he got into the car. "Yes, Chairman Lin," the driver replied, skillfully turning the car around. The black sedan sped away from Linjia village, which had just resumed construction and was bustling with activity, like an arrow released from a bow. It rolled over the still potholed village road, raising a cloud of dust, and quickly merged into the highway leading to the county road. The pastoral scenery outside the car window rushed past. Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, his face calm, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. He took out his phone and tried dialing another, less frequently used work number for Qin Wei, but it was still switched off. He quickly scrolled through the contact information of the company's senior executives, hesitated for a moment, and did not dial immediately. Qin Wei's warning meant that the situation was unclear, and contacting others rashly at this moment might alert the enemy or expose Qin Wei. Just as Lin Chen's car left Linjiao village and sped towards the Hangzhou expressway, hundreds of kilometers away in Hangzhou, a storm targeting him was quietly brewing and suddenly descended upon him at a speed and in a manner he had never anticipated. Let's rewind to the afternoon of the day Lin Chen left Hangzhou. The inconspicuous black sedan, carrying Wu Gang and a nervous-looking Gu Yanqing, quietly drove into the underground parking lot of Mingda Hospital. Unlike his previous low-key approach, Wu Gang drove his car directly to the private parking space closest to the VIP inpatient department elevator. The car came to a stop, and the front and rear doors opened. 5 men in black suits, with lean builds and expressionless faces, got out, including Wu Gang, and subtly protected Gu Yanqing in the middle. "Get out of the car, and let's go." Wu Gang's voice was flat, but it carried an unquestionable tone of command. The men he brought were clearly well-trained bodyguards. Gu Yanqing took a deep breath, her heart pounding. He was wearing clothes that Wu Gang had prepared for him, not brand new, but decent enough, and he tried to straighten his back, attempting to conceal his inner fear and a hint of morbid anticipation. His father was finally able to speak. Did his visit to the hospital mean? He dared not think too deeply about it, and simply followed closely behind Wu Gang. Before they arrived, he overheard Lin Jiong calling Wu Gang instead of texting him. The group headed straight for the private elevator. At the elevator entrance, 2 bodyguards arranged by Lin Chun, who had been guarding outside Lin Jiong's ward, immediately looked over warily and raised their hands to stop them. "Stop. Who are you? You can't do this here." Before he could finish speaking, Wu Gang's 2 bodyguards moved forward like cheetahs, their movements swift and professional. One locked his throat and twisted his arm, while the other swept his leg and twisted his arm, instantly subduing the 2 bodyguards and covering their mouths. It was dragged to the fire escape next door. The whole process took less than 10 seconds and made almost no noise. Wu Gang didn't even stop walking. It was as if he was just casually brushing off the dust. Gu Yanqing watched with trepidation, gaining a new understanding of Wu Gang's power and methods, and becoming even more fearful. He didn't dare to look any longer, and followed Wu Gang into the elevator with his head down. Wu Gang didn't knock. He simply pushed open the door to the ward and led Gu Yanqing inside. The ward was filled with the faint smell of disinfectant. On the hospital bed, Zhao Fong lay quietly. She actually woke up. Although her face was still pale and thin, her eyes were unfocused and lifeless. Her mouth was slightly open, and she was making a difficult hoarse sound. Her body seemed completely unable to move, and only her eyeballs could move extremely slowly, but her eyes were open, and her chest was rising and falling slightly. Doctors initially diagnosed that she had suffered severe brain damage. Although she had managed to regain some consciousness, she was completely paralyzed and had lost her ability to speak. Lin Jiong was standing by the window at that moment. He was a completely different person from a few days ago when he still needed to communicate with pen and paper and was half lying on the hospital bed. Although he was still wearing a hospital gown and his face was pale from recovering from a serious illness, his posture was already upright, requiring no support. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, flashing with a long-lost gleam and a deep melancholy. Although there was still a slight sluggishness in his movements, they were basically unimpeded. Hearing the door open, Lin Jiong turned around. He first nodded to Wu Gang, a hint of gratitude and a tacit understanding flashing in his eyes. Immediately, his gaze fell on Gu Yanqing's face behind Wu Gang. That gaze was incredibly complex, no longer the scrutiny and assessment he had shown when looking at illegitimate children, but a mixture of guilt, helplessness, and an indescribable, heavy paternal love. His lips moved, his voice hoarse with suppressed emotion. Yanqing, come here, come to daddy. Chapter 153, Seizing Power. Just as Lin Chen's car left Linjiao village and sped towards the Hangzhou Expressway, hundreds of kilometers away in Hangzhou, a storm targeting him was quietly brewing and suddenly descended upon him at a speed and in a manner he had never anticipated. Let's rewind to the afternoon of the day Lin Chen left Hangzhou. In the VIP ward floor of Hangzhou City Hospital, the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and an invisible tension. Inside the hospital room, Lin Jiong and Gu Yanqing stood facing each other. The sunlight streaming through the blinds created a play of light and shadow between them. Gu Yanqing's eyes were red, and her body trembled slightly from excitement and long-term suppression. The frustration of hiding and living in constant fear during this period, coupled with his longing for the recognition he was about to receive, almost made him lose control. The group stayed in the ward for several hours, but the specific content of their conversation remains unknown. But one can imagine that it includes both explanations and reassurances about the past, as well as arrangements and instructions for the future. When the door opened again, Lin Jiong's eyes were even more profound and determined, while Gu Yanqing's face, besides the undried tear stains, held an almost obsessive expectation. The next morning, at the Lin Group headquarters, when Lin Jiong, escorted by Wu Gang and his two bodyguards in black, followed by Gu Yanqing with a complicated expression and trying hard to straighten her back, stepped into the magnificent lobby of the Lin Group, time seemed to freeze for a moment. All the employees stopped in their tracks, staring in astonishment at the former chairman. Wasn't it said that the old chairman had woken up, but still had health problems and couldn't speak? How come he suddenly stood up? And he seemed to be in good spirits? Who was that cold-looking, sharp-eyed man next to him? Who was that thin, pale-faced young man in the back? The whispers spread rapidly like ripples on water. Chairman Lin? It's Chairman Lin. My God, Chairman Lin is awake? He can even walk. He recovered so quickly. Who's that behind him? He looks kind of familiar. The guy in black next to me is so intimidating. The receptionist's mouth was agape, and she forgot to offer her greeting. Some quick-thinking managers tried to go up and greet him, but were stopped by a cold look from Wu Gang. Lin Jiong kept his eyes straight ahead, his face slightly pale from recovering from a serious illness, but his gaze was steady, his steps firm, carrying a long-lost composure and authority befitting a founder, as he walked straight towards the private elevator for high-rise buildings. Gu Yanqing followed closely behind, head down, palms damp. The elevator goes up to the top floor. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Shareholders and executives who had rushed there after being notified whispered among themselves, their faces filled with shock, confusion, and speculation. Although Lin Chen has not been in charge of the company for long, his methods are decisive and his authority is growing daily. The sudden return of the former chairman, who appeared to have recovered and was accompanied by an unfamiliar face, was completely unexpected. Lin Jiong pushed open the conference room door and, accompanied by Wu Gang, led Gu Yanqing to the chairman's seat with steady steps. He did not sit down immediately, but instead gently placed his hands on the table, his gentle yet penetrating gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present. That gaze, no longer sharp and intimidating as before, now held a depth and unquestionable authority born from having faced life and death. Everyone, Lin Jiong began, his voice low and even slightly hoarse from recovering from a serious illness, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. This accident has worried everyone. Thanks to everyone's support and Lin Chen's temporary leadership, the company was able to get through this smoothly. The doctor said I'm recovering well and just need to rest, but the company's affairs are still my biggest concern, and I can't stay in bed. He paused, a complex expression of apology and relief appearing on his face. Lin Chun, during the time I was down, took on the responsibility in a time of crisis, which was no easy feat. I'm proud of him. But he's still young after all, and the business world is like a battlefield. He needs more experience and maturity in many areas. Now that I'm back, it's only natural that I, as his father, should continue to shoulder this responsibility. This will allow him to relieve some pressure, go back and focus on his studies, or do something he's truly interested in. To accumulate experience and knowledge, there's no rush. His tone was calm and his words were sincere, perfectly embodying the image of a loving father who takes responsibility for his son. There was no blame, no belittling, only love for her son and a sense of responsibility to the company. All his actions and words cleverly defined Lin Chen's taking charge as temporary and assigned, while also showing a deep father-son relationship, making it seem reasonable and full of human warmth. As for this one, he turned slightly, gesturing gently to Gu Yanqing, his tone tinged with complex emotion. It's Yanqing, Gu Yanqing. He's the only son of an old friend of mine. My brother passed away early, leaving this child behind. Sigh. I treat him like my own son and always try to take care of him. He's reached the age where he should gain experience, so I brought him to the company to see what's going on and learn something. I hope that all the seniors and colleagues will give him guidance and care in the future. He still didn't reveal Gu Yanqing's true background, but this emotional introduction, almost equivalent to that of a godson or even an adopted son, immediately changed the way everyone looked at Gu Yanqing. The fact that Chairman Lin values this son of an old friend so highly, personally brought him and entrusted him with such responsibility clearly indicates that he is no ordinary person. Considering that Chairman Lin just told Lin Chun to go back to learn and accumulate experience, some shrewd people have already begun to speculate. Wu Gang was simply introduced as my old friend, Wu Gang. I owe him a lot of help this time. He has some experience in security, and the company has been busy lately, so I asked him to look after things for the time being. Wu Gang simply nodded slightly, remaining silent as a mountain, but his lean physique and cold eyes were enough to make everyone understand that this was by no means an ordinary helping to look after someone. Lin Jiong's return was highly persuasive in itself, coupled with his gentle statement, which was a strategic retreat full of fatherly love and sense of responsibility. It not only did not cause a backlash, but also made many veterans and senior executives who were originally uncomfortable with Lin Chen's strong style or missed the gentle breeze and fine rain management style of the Lin Jiong era feel goodwill and even sympathy. The old chairman survived a great ordeal, yet he remained devoted to the company, showed compassion for his son, and mentored the son of an old friend how loyal and righteous he was. In comparison, some of Lin Chen's previous iron-fisted methods seemed somewhat young and impetuous, and too hasty. Chairman Lin, it's so good to see you back. The company can't do without you at the helm. Yes, Chairman Lin Shun is young and promising, but he still needs someone like you, Chairman Lin, to guide him in terms of experience. Chairman Lin, your health is paramount. Please just let us know if you need anything. This Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, you're clearly a promising young talent. Welcome, welcome. We all support Chairman Lin. A chorus of agreement, greetings, and expressions of support rose and fell, with the vast majority of people quickly expressing their support. Lin Jiong wanted this effect of being welcomed by the masses and smooth transition. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then announced several seemingly routine personnel adjustments and work arrangements in a gentle tone that left no room for doubt. These included having Secretary Wang temporarily take on more of the work in the president's office, in reality, to take over Qin Wei's responsibilities, and asking Wu Gang's friends to assist in strengthening security at headquarters. These arrangements were reasonable and logical, and encountered almost no public questioning or resistance. The entire process was like a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain, yet it silently completed the transfer of power and the laying of the groundwork. Lin Shun had only been gone for a few days, and his foundation was not yet solid. Lin Jiong's decades of prestige, his current benevolent father image, and Wu Gang's hidden intimidation made this seemingly peaceful but actually deadly return settled down in just half a day. Chapter 154. The project was halted. After the meeting, Lin Jiong went directly into the chairman's office, which is now Lin Chen's office. Qin Wei, as Lin Chen's secretary, was naturally taken to the office immediately. Lin Jiong had already learned about the personnel changes and organizational structure of the Lin Group after Lin Chen took over, through Chen Ming. Secretary Qin, Lin Jiong said, sitting behind his large desk with his hands clasped on it, his gaze calm, even carrying a hint of elder-like gentleness. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. You've helped Lin Chen a lot. I know that. He shifted his tone slightly, still calm, but with an undeniable authority. However, now that I'm back, I'll handle the company's affairs. I'll talk to my son and tell him to go back and study hard. Qin Wei's palms were sweating as she tried to remain calm. Chairman Lin, this is what I should do as your secretary, but Chairman Lin has taken on several major projects, especially the new industrial park. I will handle the new industrial park project and other matters properly. Lin Jiong gently interrupted her, a faint smile on his face, but his eyes held little warmth. Secretary Qin, you've been working hard lately. How about this? I'll give you a few days off so you can go home and get some rest. You can temporarily leave your work to Secretary Wang. For the time being, please refrain from contacting Lin Chun to avoid disturbing his studies. This will also allow me, as his father, to calmly deal with these accumulated issues. Is that all right? His words sounded like a suggestion, even considerate of his subordinates, but Qin Wei could easily understand the implications of taking a break and not contacting him for the time being. Wu Gang, who was standing to the side and behind Lin Jiong, remained silent, but Qin Wei felt a chill as his gaze, which seemed to have a physical presence, fell upon her. This is not a discussion. It is a notification, an order, a gentle confinement. Qin Wei recalled Lin Chen's instructions before he left, his decisive style and clear goals, and then looked at the gentle, smiling, but all-controlling old chairman in front of her, as well as the silent threat behind him. She didn't argue further, but she could tell that Lin Jiong's attempt to seize power as soon as he woke up didn't seem like something a father would do to his son. When a normal person wakes up from a coma and learns that their family business has been taken over by their son and is being managed in an orderly manner, shouldn't they be very gratified and immediately look for their son? How could he seize power directly without telling his son? Yes, Chairman Lin, I understand. Thank you for your understanding, Chairman Lin. Qin Wei lowered her eyes, concealing the anxiety and resentment in them, and answered in a hoarse voice. She was escorted out of the office, and subsequently, her frequently used work phone was confiscated by Lin Jiong's men. On the third day, Qin Wei came to the company to pick up some personal belongings. The atmosphere in the corridor was noticeably different. The originally busy and orderly scene seemed to be shrouded in a sense of oppression. She saw several new faces, with cold expressions and sharp eyes. They were clearly people Wu Gang had brought. Some familiar middle managers, upon seeing her, avoided her gaze, nodded hastily, and quickly left, seemingly afraid of being associated with her. When she reached the door of her office, her heart sank even further. Her office door was open, and someone was already tidying up inside, while the door to the chairman's office next door, which originally belonged to Lin Chun but was now empty, was tightly closed, and a bodyguard in black was standing at the door. She forced herself to remain calm and walked into her somewhat unfamiliar office, where she began to quietly pack up some unimportant personal belongings, a few professional books, a water glass, and a few personal photos. Several security personnel arranged by Wu Gang were standing outside. Just then, a faint, heated argument came from the half-open door of the small conference room diagonally opposite. The sound wasn't loud, but because the corridor was unusually quiet at that moment, and because Qin Wei was already on edge and her hearing was exceptionally sharp, she caught a few key words. We must stop immediately. What about the initial investment? Who will bear the losses? This is the chairman's decision. A reassessment is needed. The risk is too great. New industrial park, Lin Chun. A new campus. Qin Wei's heart skipped a beat, and her hands, which were packing her things, instantly froze. Is Lin Jiong planning to start a new industrial park project? Judging from the intensity of this debate, it's probably not just a matter of reassessment, but more likely a halt to the process. This conjecture plunged her into an icy abyss. The new industrial park project was something Lin Chun had worked incredibly hard to get from the government after Lin Jiong woke up. It was part of his plan, and now the old chairman wants to stop it. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to inform Lin Chun immediately. She glanced quickly at the people at the door. They seemed to have also been drawn to the argument in the conference room and were listening intently. She took out her personal phone, opened the chat window with Lin Chun, and then edited a message. Chairman Lin, something has happened to the company. After sending the message, I planned to put my phone back in my bag. However, just as she zipped up her handbag, her heart still pounding, and she was trying to calm her breathing. The door was suddenly pulled open. Wu Gang walked out expressionlessly, his gaze sharp as lightning, immediately sweeping towards Qin Wei. He had clearly heard the commotion earlier, or perhaps he was simply on high alert. "Secretary Qin, have you packed everything?" Wu Gang's voice was calm and even, yet it carried an invisible pressure. "All packed, Mr. Wu." Qin Wei tried her best to make her voice sound normal, but the slight tremor betrayed her nervousness. Wu Gang stared at her for 2 seconds, his eyes seeming to see through everything. Then, he slowly extended his hand, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "The company has regulations that require all electronic devices to be inspected during sensitive periods to prevent leaks. Secretary Qin, please hand over your mobile phone and any other devices in your bag that could be used for communication. This is for the company's security. Please understand and cooperate." Qin Wei's heart sank to the bottom instantly. Then her phone was taken away and turned off. Wu Gang didn't check her messages or ask her to turn it on. Then came the scene where Lin Shun received the message and tried to call back, only to find the phone switched off. Chapter 155 Father and Son Meet. The black sedan sped along the Hangzhou-Jinhua-Suzhou Expressway. Lin Shun barely slept for the nearly 5-hour journey. The rapidly receding scenery outside the window contrasted sharply with his inner anxiety. Qin Wei's incoherent message and subsequent complete loss of contact felt like a thorn stuck in his heart. He could roughly guess that something must have happened at the company, but he couldn't guess exactly what had happened. Qin Wei's sudden phone shutdown proves that something serious is going on. This kind of waiting for an unknown storm is the most agonizing. The car finally came to a sudden stop in front of the Lin Group headquarters. Lin Shin pushed open the car door and got out, striding through the revolving door, keenly sensing that something was wrong. The employees, who were originally busy moving around, seemed to have been paused at this moment, their eyes fixed on him. Their eyes showed surprise, congratulations, expectation, avoidance, and even a bit of amusement at watching a good show. The company's employees were unaware of the relationship between Lin Shun and his father. To outsiders, Lin Shun was Lin Jiong's only son, and their relationship must have been very good. The whispers vanished the moment he passed by, leaving an eerie silence in the air. He was about to walk towards the private elevator when the elevator door opened with a ding, and Chun Ming, the director of the legal department, hurriedly stepped out with his briefcase. "Director Chun." Lin Chun immediately called out to him. Chun Ming looked up and saw Lin Chun, visibly startled for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. "President Lin? You're back so soon? Didn't you go back to your hometown?" Lin Chen's heart sank, but he remained outwardly calm. "I just got back. Did something happen at the company?" Chun Ming's expression became even stranger. He pushed up his glasses and asked, "President Lin? You don't know? What do you know?" Lin Chen's voice turned cold. "Old chairman. Chairman Lin came to the company this morning." Chun Ming lowered his voice, his tone filled with disbelief. He thought that he and his father should have known about this long ago. Judging from Lin Chen's reaction, he was clearly unaware that the old chairman had regained control of the company. After listening to Chun Ming's account, "Lin Jiong is here?" Lin Chen's expression changed almost imperceptibly. He didn't expect his father to recover so quickly, and he certainly didn't expect him to be so eager to appear at the company and start taking over again. "She didn't tell me at all, which is probably why Qin Wei simply sent me a message. Now that Lin Jiong has arrived at the company and informed everyone that he is back, Qin Wei has probably been suspended from her job. She was his confidant, and as his father, Lin Jiong, in a normal father-son relationship, would have told his son to celebrate as soon as he fully recovered, rather than seizing power while she was away. It's as if they're afraid of something, worried about something, or eager to do something. I understand. You can go ahead and get busy." Lin Chen's tone returned to calm, even carrying a hint of inscrutable indifference. He didn't ask any more questions, walked straight into the elevator, and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator ascended silently, and the mirrored wall reflected his slightly tired but sharp-eyed face. "Bite. We've reached the top floor." The corridor was eerily quiet, and the door to what should have been his chairman's office was tightly shut. Without any hesitation, Lin Shin stepped forward and pushed open the heavy solid wood door. Inside the office, Lin Jiong stood with his back to the door, overlooking the city through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Gu Yanqing sat on the guest sofa to the side, but her posture was deliberately composed. Upon hearing the door open, the two turned their heads simultaneously. Lin Shen's gaze lingered briefly on Gu Yanqing's face, carrying a scrutinizing coldness, before shifting to Lin Jiong. His expression instantly shifted to a perfectly measured mix of surprise and concern, his tone even carrying a hint of reproach. "Dad, you've recovered? Why didn't you tell me? I just rushed back from my hometown, and I was so worried on the way." Lin Jiong turned around, a formulaic smile plastered on his face, but his eyes were devoid of warmth. "You were unconscious for so long, and I was worried about the company the whole time. I felt all right after waking up, so I came to check on you as soon as possible. I asked Qinwei, and she said you went back to your hometown to handle some matters. I thought I'd let you focus on your work, so I didn't want to bother you in a hurry." This statement was perfectly watertight, explaining why no notice was given while casually describing the power grab as caring for the company. Lin Chun sneered inwardly, but couldn't show it on his face, so he could only nod and agree. "I see." Just then, as if he had just remembered something, Lin Jiong coughed lightly, pointed to Gu Yanqing on the sofa, and deliberately softened his tone. "Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is Gu Yanqing, the son of an old friend of mine. Alas, his father passed away early, so I plan to adopt him as my godson, and we'll be family from now on." Lin Chen was startled. He never expected that his father would use the title of godson to settle Gu Yanqing. This not only gave Gu Yanqing a formal status, but also allowed him to keep him by his side legitimately, so that everything could be left to him in the future. His face immediately convincingly showed just the right amount of surprise, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Gu Yanqing and Lin Jiong, as if he couldn't quite process the news. Lin Jiong didn't give him any chance to refute or ask further questions, and immediately proceeded to make the arrangements in an unquestionable tone. "Go to the hospital tonight. Your mother will be awake too. We can have a meal together as a family. I have some things to tell you in detail." "Okay, I understand." Lin Chun nodded obediently, his gaze falling back on Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing stood up, walked to Lin Chun, extended his hand, and wore a trained yet undeniably smug smile. "Hello, Lin Chun. I'm a little older than you, so please call me brother. I'm new here, so please take care of me." The word brother was uttered with exceptional clarity, and his eyes revealed an undisguised provocation and a triumphant air of finally gaining entry into the inner circle. Lin Chun looked at the outstretched hand in front of him and the childish eagerness to assert dominance in the other's eyes, and suddenly smiled. The smile was gentle and appropriate, revealing no flaw whatsoever. He extended his hand and gently shook hands with Gu Yanqing, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy, his tone calm and even. "Brother Yanqing, welcome." After saying that, he ignored Gu Yanqing's astonished expression as if he had punched cotton and went straight to the sofa next to him to sit down, relaxing his posture as he leaned into the soft leather. "I'll sit here for a while and wait for you all to get off work and go to the hospital together," he said calmly, his gaze fixed on the window, as if he were truly just a dutiful son waiting for his father to get off work. Chapter 156, A Family Dinner. Time seemed to stand still in the office, with only the soft sounds of turning over documents and occasionally tapping on a keyboard remaining. Lin Jiong sat back down at his desk and began dealing with so-called company matters. Gu Yanqing was seated in the assistant's seat to the side. She seemed familiar with the documents, but her eyes kept glancing at Lin Chun on the sofa with undisguised scrutiny and a hint of superiority. Gu Yanqing felt a sense of triumphant pleasure. "Lin Chun, you suspended my card during this time, causing me so much suffering. I will get my revenge tenfold, 100-fold." Lin Chun ignored all of this. He leaned back comfortably on the sofa, his gaze calmly fixed on the towering skyscrapers outside the window, as if he were simply waiting for his father to come home from get off work, completely unaware of the undercurrents swirling within the office. He didn't ask any questions about the company, such as where Qinwei went, why her work was transferred, why he hadn't seen the people he had promoted today, or the new industrial park project that he was most concerned about. He knew it would be pointless to ask, since Lin Jiong had chosen to come to the company while he was away from his hometown, and so quickly regained control. His intentions were obvious. He wanted to reclaim his rights and prevent himself from interfering in anything related to the company again. At this moment, any questioning will be useless and will not change his decision. He chose to remain silent and go along with him, waiting to see what these biased parents would do next after dinner. He knew that the real confrontation might not take place in the company, but in that ward filled with the smell of disinfectant. As evening approached, Lin Jiong finally closed the last document, rubbed his temples, and said to Gu Yanqing, "Yanqing, pack your things, we're going to the hospital to see your aunt." He almost let it slip, but quickly corrected himself, though the intimacy in his eyes was undeniable. Okay, Dad. Gu Yanqing immediately stood up and diligently helped Lin Jiong pick up his coat, his movements natural and practiced, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. Lin Shen also stood up, his face expressionless, and quietly followed behind the two. The three of them traveled to the hospital in the same luxury car. The atmosphere inside was somber. Lin Jiong closed his eyes to rest, while Gu Yanqing occasionally whispered a few words to Lin Jiong in a low voice. The content was unclear, but their posture was intimate. Lin Shen sat alone in the back seat of the passenger seat, watching the street scene rushing past the window. His heart was calm, yet undercurrents were surging. In the VIP ward, Zhao Fong had woken up and was leaning against the raised bed. Her face was still a little pale, but her eyes were clear. When Lin Shen entered, her gaze lingered on his face for only a moment. There was no surprise, no excitement of a long-awaited reunion, only a knowing calm, even with a hint of barely perceptible complexity. "Mom, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Lin Shen stepped forward, his tone concerned, playing the role of a dutiful son. "Yes, you're awake. You've had a hard time these past few days, Xiaochun." Zhao Feng's voice was somewhat weak. Her words were words of thanks, but her tone was so flat that it sounded like she was just saying the food was good. She had clearly learned from Lin Jiong everything that had happened during her coma, including Lin Shen temporarily taking over as chairman. Then, her gaze shifted to Gu Yanqing behind Lin Shen, her eyes softening instantly, even glistening with tears of tenderness and guilt from the bottom of her heart. "Yanqing, come here quickly. We owe you so much this time. If it weren't for you, my wife and I would probably be bedridden for the rest of our lives." She reached out her hand, and Gu Yanqing immediately stepped forward and took it. "Auntie, please don't say that. This is what I should do." Gu Yanqing's voice choked with emotion, and her eyes reddened just in time. Lin Jiong watched from the side, a satisfied look on his face. He coughed lightly and interjected. "Fong, there's something I need to tell you. I'm planning to adopt Yanqing as my godson. His parents are gone, and he's all alone. It breaks my heart to see him like this. From now on, he'll be part of our family." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's gaze quickly met Lin Jiong's for a moment, and she instantly understood her husband's meaning. He couldn't say it outright, but he had to keep the man in the family under the title of godson, giving him a legitimate status and care. She immediately grasped Gu Yanqing's hand tightly, her voice even softer, filled with undeniable affection. Okay, this is a good thing. Yanqing, from now on this will be your home. Treat me like your own mother and Jiong like your own father. I will definitely treat you like my own son." She specifically emphasized the words, biological son. At the opportune moment, Gu Yanqing called out clearly in a voice filled with filial piety and excitement. "Mom." "Yes." Zhao Feng responded loudly, her eyes reddening even more, as if she had truly found a treasure lost for many years. Lin Shen took in the whole scene, his face still displaying that gentle, slightly tired expression, but his heart was filled with a chilling mockery. That was a really good performance. One played the good cop, the other the bad cop. One was eager to give the illegitimate child a legitimate status, while the other wisely accepted him. Have they forgotten that there is another own son of theirs standing in the ward? A son who has been with them since childhood, a son who has shared hardships with them since childhood, is now being discarded like trash. Because Zhao Feng still has difficulty walking, her dinner was carefully prepared by the hospital cafeteria and delivered to her ward. The dishes were exquisite, but the atmosphere was strangely odd. The four of them sat around the mobile dining table next to the hospital bed. Lin Jiong and Zhao Feng kept serving Gu Yanqing food and asking about his well-being, as if he were the protagonist of the day, a treasure that had been lost and found again. Lin Shen ate his meal silently, occasionally responding to his parents' indifferent questions, but mostly listening quietly to this performance of deep mother-son affection. Halfway through the meal, Lin Jiong wiped his mouth, as if suddenly remembering something, and began to speak in a casual tone. "By the way, Xiaochun, I heard from Chun Ming that when your mother and I were in a coma, my shares were temporarily transferred to you for the convenience of company operations. They've arrived." Lin Shen paused slightly in his chopsticks, then looked up, his face showing just the right amount of surprise and a hint of confusion, as if he were truly just recalling a routine official matter. "Yes, Dad. The situation was urgent. Legal authorization was needed to stabilize the board and operations." "What happened?" Lin Jiong waved his hand, his smile amiable, but his eyes carried an undeniable pressure. Nothing much, just asking. Your mother and I are both awake now, and I've taken over the company again. As for you, you're still a student. You were put in charge in a crisis before because you had no choice, but now you should go back and focus on your studies. These shares are useless to a student like you. They might even attract unnecessary attention and risks. Lin Chun sneered inwardly, but feigned confusion on his face. Dad, do you mean to transfer the shares back to you? At this moment, Zhao Fong, who had been eating quietly, suddenly spoke, her tone gentle, yet each word clear. Xiao Chun, that's not what your dad meant. Transferring shares around is troublesome. What I'm thinking is that your main task right now is studying, and it's really not appropriate for you to hold so many shares. How about transferring them to Yanqing's name first? She paused, her gaze towards Gu Yanqing filled with affection and consideration. Yanqing. After all, he's not our biological son. Although we've recognized each other as godparents, there's still a difference in their official status. He'll be joining the company to work for your father soon, and if he doesn't have any shares, the people below him will inevitably look down on him and even bully him. Having some shares gives him more leverage in the company, and it's easier for your dad to make arrangements. Don't you think so? Zhao Feng's words sounded reasonable and full of good intentions for Gu Yanqing's future. They even subtly implied that Lin Xin should be sensible and humble to help this poor, new brother gain a foothold. Lin Xin's fingers, gripping the chopsticks, turned slightly white from the force, and the chill and absurdity in his heart almost shattered his perfect mask. These are his biological parents. They were all their own sons, but when it came to Gu Yanqing, who had been away from home for many years and approached him with ulterior motives as soon as he returned, they planned everything for him and wanted to offer him everything, even shares, for fear that he would be bullied. And what about yourself? Favoritism can be so blatant, and scheming can be so self-righteous. Do they think that their son should unconditionally dedicate himself, yield, and even give up everything that he deserves? Lin Xin slowly raised his head, his gaze calmly looking at Zhao Feng, then at Lin Jiong, and a faint, cold smile slowly bloomed on his face. Chapter 157 I disagree. When Zhao Feng said she would give the shares to Gu Yanqing, Lin Xin slowly raised his head, his gaze calmly looking at Zhao Feng, then at Lin Jiong, and a faint, cold smile slowly bloomed on his face. But the next moment, that smile was quickly replaced by an unbelievable hurt and grievance. His eyes widened, his gaze shifting between his parents, his voice trembling slightly, carrying the pain of being betrayed by his closest relatives. Mom, he first looked at Zhao Feng, then turned to Lin Jiong. Dad, what did you say? Transfer the shares to him. His finger trembled slightly as he pointed at Gu Yanqing, who appeared obedient to the side. His voice suddenly rose, filled with barely suppressed anger and confusion. I am your own son. You raised me from a baby, and you want to transfer what rightfully belongs to me to a godson you've only known for less than a day. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength to suppress his turbulent emotions, and stared into Zhao Feng's eyes, asking each word carefully. Mom, is this fair to me? If you think I'm too young to own so many shares and want to transfer them back to Dad, I understand and have no objection. But why transfer them to him? Isn't this too unfair to me? His question was forceful and clear, standing out particularly well in the quiet hospital room. He portrayed that hurt, aggrieved, and even somewhat disbelieving expression, like a young boy, perfectly. He wanted them to see his reaction, to see the impact their outrageous demands had on a son. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yanqing, who was sitting next to him, turned pale instantly, his eyes turned red at a visible speed, his lips trembled slightly, he lowered his head, his hands twisted together helplessly, and his voice was choked with sobs and humility. Auntie, uncle, no, you don't have to do this. I know my place. I'm not worthy. I can't take Xiaoqin's things. Please don't fight over me. As he spoke, tears actually rolled down his cheeks. His appearance, as if he had suffered a great injustice but was trying his best to hold back, was truly pitiful to see. Yanqing, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Feng immediately put her arm around Gu Yanqing's shoulder with heartache and glared at Lin Chun. What do you mean by good enough? From now on, you're my son, and what's mine is yours. Lin Jiong's face also darkened. He looked at Lin Chun with sharp eyes, clearly displeased and reprimanding. Lin Chun, how dare you speak like that? What do you mean by fairness? Huh? He slammed his hand on the table, making the dishes rattle softly. You grew up with us since you were little. Did we ever lack food or clothing for you? Did we not give you enough parental love? Everything you have now is a gift from us. Do you think we'll ever neglect you again? Yanqing is different. He suffered so much outside since he was little. Now that he's finally home, what's wrong with us taking better care of him and making it up to him? You child, how can you be so inconsiderate and selfish? Lin Jiong didn't even doubt that there was anything wrong with what he said. Grown up by my side since childhood, had a father's love, never had to worry about food or drink. Lin Shin felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His forced calm and aggrieved demeanor finally crumbled, revealing the sharp icicles beneath. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, a bitter and cold smile, carrying the chill that had been building up for years. Dad, Mom, what you mean by having no worries about food and drink is that even though our family has billions in assets, you made me eat even less than children from ordinary families since I was little. You call it health preservation, but in reality, I often get stomach aches from hunger in the middle of the night because excessive nutrition is bad for the body. My clothes and shoes are often hand-me-downs from other people's children, which I call thrift and a virtue, even if the clothes don't fit or the shoes don't fit properly. You pay for my tuition when I go to university, but I have to work part-time to earn my living expenses while studying. They call it developing my independence and teaching me that money doesn't come easily. Lin Chen's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear, like cold needles piercing the suddenly pale-faced parents opposite him. With each word he spoke, Zhao Feng's face paled a little more, and Lin Jiong's brows furrowed a little more. These trivial matters, which had been deliberately forgotten or never considered problems, were now laid bare under the light by Lin Shun with such calmness and sharpness, appearing particularly glaring and absurd. You child. Lin Jiong was somewhat embarrassed, but more so annoyed by the retort. He interrupted Lin Chen sharply. We're doing this for your own good. Eating light meals will keep you healthy. Wearing old clothes will cultivate your thrifty character. Having you work will help you develop your survival skills. Look at you now, aren't you doing great? If we hadn't been so strict with you, would you be where you are today? How can you be so ungrateful, nitpicking over such trivial matters? For my own good. Lin Shun repeated these 3 words, the last trace of warmth vanishing from his eyes, leaving only unfathomable coldness and mockery. Yes, it's all for my own good. So now, the decision to easily transfer my shares to an outsider is also for my own good, to cultivate my virtue of not fighting or grabbing, right? He's not an outsider. He's your brother. Zhao Feng retorted shrilly, patting Gu Yanqing's back with heartache, her eyes filled with disappointment and reproach as she looked at Lin Chun. Xiao Chun, you have disappointed your mother so much. How could you become so cold and calculating? Do you know how much Yanqing has suffered? His dad saved your dad back then. What's wrong with us compensating him a little? Can't you be a little more generous and give in to your brother? The shares are just a bunch of numbers in your hands, but in Yanqing's hands, they can help him gain a foothold. What's wrong with that? Give way to him. Lin Shin felt something inside his chest go completely cold and shatter. Looking at his parents, who were demanding that he give way to them, and at Gu Yanqing, who was hiding in his mother's arms with tears still in her eyes, but secretly casting a smug and provocative glance at him, he suddenly felt that all of this was ridiculously absurd. Even though he already knew about his parents' favoritism in his previous life, he still felt heartbroken when he heard these words in this life. He slowly stood up, no longer watching Gu Yanqing's nauseating performance. His gaze swept over Lin Jiong, whose face was ashen, and Zhao Feng, whose expression was one of disappointment and heartache. His voice was terrifyingly calm, yet carried a resolute and unwavering determination. Dad, Mom, I can overlook everything else. But the shares, transfer them to a complete stranger. He paused. Then, meeting Lin Jiong's almost fiery gaze and Zhao Feng's incredulous look, clearly stated, I disagree with this. After saying that, he stopped looking at any of them and didn't need to listen to any more of their nonsense about, it's for your own good. You should be sensible, or you should be generous. He turned around abruptly, opened the door to the ward, and strode out. Bang! The door closed behind him, shutting out any potential outbursts of anger from inside the ward, and seemingly severing the last vestige of warmth and affection between him and the so-called home behind him. Chapter 158. Mr. Kobayashi, what do you need me to do? Lin Chun left Zhao Feng's hospital room in anger. The ward door slammed shut, the doorframe trembling as if the last trace of feigned warmth had been severed. Inside the door, all was deathly silent. A few seconds later, Gu Yanqing's shoulders trembled more violently, and he began to sob in a suppressed voice. He raised his head, his face still wet with tears, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. When he looked at Lin Jiong and Zhao Fong, his eyes were full of dependence and unease. Dad, Mom, I really didn't want the shares. They belong to Xiaoqin. He must hate me to death. Will he think I stole them from him? Will he treat me differently in the future? His voice choked with emotion, revealing fear perfectly, as if Lin Qin's rejection and departure were a harbinger of some terrible threat. This timid, pitiful look, filled with fear of retaliation from her younger brother, instantly ignited Lin Jiong's already simmering anger and also struck a nerve with Zhao Fong's already skewed heart. He dares. Lin Jiong slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen, his voice rising in anger. He's gone too far. Shares? He wants shares? I think he's forgotten who he is, forgotten who owns this company. He's not even fully grown yet, and he's already trying to fly. Zhao Fong hugged Gu Yanqing tightly, comforting her with heartache. Yanqing, don't be afraid. With your parents here, no one can bully you. That bastard is getting more and more unreasonable. What's wrong with giving you the shares? They belong to the Lin family, and we can give them to whomever we want. Lin Jiong's chest heaved violently, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Lin Qin's defiance and refusal had thoroughly enraged him, making him determined to immediately and forcefully reclaim Gu Yanqing's position and interests. In his mind, he believed that Lin Qin, having served as chairman for a few days and wielding so much power and money, had become arrogant and unwilling to give it all up. Without further hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Chun Ming, the company's legal director. His voice was cold and carried an unquestionable, commanding tone. Chun Ming, it's me. You need to prepare the necessary documents and procedures to revoke the ownership of the shares that Lin Qin inherited from me right now. Yes, those were the ones I transferred to him while I was unconscious. Reason? No reason needed. I'm sober now, and the shares will naturally be taken back. Furthermore, I will issue a statement in my name stating that Lin Qin is currently a student, will not participate in any company operations or management, and will no longer hold any position, allowing him to return to school with peace of mind. Also, draft a share transfer agreement to transfer all the shares under my name to Gu Yanqing. On the other end of the phone, Chun Ming seemed taken aback by the sudden order and hesitated for a moment. Chairman Lin, the share transfer involves significant matters, and young Chairman Lin. No, there's no Chairman Lin. Lin Jiong interrupted him rudely, his tone chilling. Only my orders, Lin Jiong's orders. Do as I say. Immediately. Yes, Chairman Lin, I understand. Chun Ming dared not say anything more and could only agree. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jiong was still angry, but when he met Gu Yanqing's eyes, which were full of gratitude and dependence, his expression softened slightly, and he patted Gu Yanqing's shoulder. Don't worry, Yanqing. If Dad says he'll give it to you, he will. From now on, no one in the Lin family will be able to look down on you. Gu Yanqing lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Dad. I will definitely take good care of you and Mom, and work hard for the company. A fleeting, cold glint of triumph flashed across the depths of his lowered eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards almost imperceptibly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, after leaving the hospital, Lin Qin did not return to his residence, but instead drove to an ordinary mid-range residential area. He parked his car with practiced ease, went upstairs, and knocked on the door of one of the apartments. The door opened quickly, revealing Qin Wei's slightly haggard but still composed face. Seeing it was Lin Qin, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly stepped aside. Mr. Lin, please come in. The room was small, a typical studio apartment, but it was kept neat and clean. Qin Wei poured Lin Qin a glass of water, sat down opposite him, and without exchanging pleasantries, asked directly, Mr. Lin, how are you? What about the company? I know everything. Lin Qin took the water glass, but didn't drink it. He looked calmly at Qin Wei. Qin Wei, you are the person I trust the most. Qin Wei's heart tightened, sensing what Lin Qin was about to say. My father, my family, and I will probably never have a peaceful life again. Lin Qin's voice was calm, yet it carried a heavy, impending storm. The conflict is already out in the open, and it will only get more intense. In the future, I may have to do a lot of things that will make me their enemy. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Wei. This path will be difficult, dangerous, and you might even end up with nothing. So, I'm asking you now, if I need help, no longer as a superior and subordinate like in the Lin family, but as an ally standing on the opposite side of them, would you still be willing to help me? Qin Wei's fingers unconsciously curled up slightly. She recalled her de facto suspension, Wu Gang's cold eyes, Lin Jiong's gentle exterior masking his domineering and unfair nature, and Lin Chen's decisive and clear planning when he took charge of the company. The silence that lasted a few seconds felt like an eternity. Finally, she raised her head, her eyes regaining their resolve, and nodded firmly. Mr. Lin, I trust you. Just tell me what you need me to do. Chapter 159 Lin Jiong's announcement. When Qin Wei nodded in agreement, a faint, genuine smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, a smile that carried both weariness and a hint of warmth. Okay, I will arrange for you to go to Hengyuan Construction. You will be needed to act as Hengyuan's representative. Hengyuan Construction? Qin Wei was somewhat surprised. That was the company that Lin Chen insisted on cooperating with despite everyone's objections. Does he have some kind of plan? Yes. Go there first. Wait for my news. Lin Chen didn't explain further. He knew Qin Wei's loyalty and ability. After leaving Qin Wei's place, Lin Chen returned to his own place. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a dazzling city night view, a place he once looked down upon, but now only a cold sense of alienation remained. He took off his coat, loosened his collar, walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of strong liquor, but didn't drink it. He just held it in his hand and slowly swirled it. The ice puck struck the side of the glass, making a crisp sound. There's no need to have any more illusions. What's left of parents like these, besides blood ties? Exploitation, favoritism, scheming, and ruthless abandonment. Despite living two lives, he still couldn't understand what his parents were thinking. Was it just because they felt guilty towards Gu Yanqing? Since they are so eager to take back everything for Gu Yanqing, and even unilaterally want to destroy the new industrial park project that he has painstakingly promoted and sever cooperation with Hengyuan, then let them do it. Even conducting an investigation is less effective than simply looking at the project itself, how the contract is written, and what the consequences of stopping it would be. Lin Shun tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The hot liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't warm his already cold heart. A cold, sharp smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Lin Jiong probably glanced at the project and handed it over to Hengyuan Building Materials. He looked down on this little-known company, especially since it was a major project he was in charge of. Of course, what he saw was Hengyuan's high profits, but he didn't see the penalty for breach of contract. He will probably never know, or rather, he simply doesn't care to know, what kind of surprise Lin Shun had planted long before he woke up while pushing this project forward. To expedite the launch and scale of this project, Lin Shun, in the name of the Lin Group, secured loans of up to several billion yuan from several major banks using all of his assets and credit as collateral. All loan contracts and project cooperation agreements contain penalty clauses that are perfectly set to be extremely harsh, with amounts high enough to cripple any unilateral breach, or even the Lin Group unilaterally breached the contract? Very well. Then let's wait to pay exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. Wait for the bank's collection letters to come flying in like snowflakes. Wait for the cash flow to tighten or even break. And wait to see how Lin Jiong and Gu Yanqing will clean up this mess that they themselves set on fire, but thought was left by Lin Shun. The strategy has only just begun, and this first piece that has been touched may bring growing pains, but ultimately, it will lead to the ending he desires. The next morning, Lin Shun woke up to his familiar biological clock, feeling momentarily disoriented. No need to get up early for company meetings, no need to deal with mountains of documents, no need to face those hypocritical faces and hidden wits. This sudden leisure made him feel a little unreal and empty. He walked to the window, looked at the bustling streets below, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Well, since he was temporarily free from official duties, he might as well go back to school. Things must be done step by step, and the heat must be brought out slowly. Let Gu Yanqing and his biased parents be smug for a few days. He changed into simple casual clothes, picked up his school bag, and looked just like an ordinary student, ready to go to Mingda University. However, the calm was only superficial. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, an explosive news story, like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly stirred up a storm in the entire business community of Hangzhou and even further afield. The Lin Group held an emergency press conference in the conference hall of its headquarters building. On the dais, Lin Jiong, who looked to be in good spirits, sat in the center, next to Gu Yanqing, who was wearing a brand-new custom-made suit and looked a little nervous but couldn't hide his excitement. Facing the reporters with their cameras and microphones, Lin Jiong announced in a strong voice. First, he has fully recovered and is officially back in force today, resuming full control of the Lin Group. Secondly, his son, Lin Chun, will no longer hold any position in the Lin Group, as he still needs to focus on his studies. It is hoped that he can concentrate on completing his studies. Third, he solemnly introduced the young man beside him, Gu Yanqing. Lin Jiong said emotionally that this was the only son of his deceased best friend. Because his father had saved his life, and because Gu Yanqing himself was kind and filial, he stayed by his side and took good care of him and his wife during their coma, which eventually moved God to let them wake up. This statement greatly exaggerates Gu Yanqing's role. Therefore, he decided to formally recognize Gu Yanqing as his godson and bring him into the Lin Group for training, with him serving as the group's deputy general manager effective immediately. Fourth, and most importantly, to commend Gu Yanqing for his deep affection and life-saving grace, and also to help this adopted son better establish himself in the Lin family. He decided to give Gu Yanqing the shares of the Lin Group under his own name free of charge. Gu Yanqing, with tears in her eyes, expressed her gratitude to her godparents for their love in a slightly immature but sincere tone. She said that she would definitely treat them as her own parents and work hard at Lin's company to live up to their expectations. The press conference was a flurry of flashes from cameras, and reporters bombarded him with questions. But Lin Jiong was clearly prepared, and his answers were impeccable. The central message was clear. He was back, his biological son was going back to school, his godson had performed admirably, and the gift of shares was both a gesture of goodwill and an incentive. The news caused an immediate uproar in the industry. Has Lin Jiong gone mad? Giving shares to his godson instead of his own son. Lin's shares. That's hundreds of millions. Just like that, it's given away? And to some inexperienced young upstart. Where's Lin Chun? Wasn't he doing just fine before? Why was he suddenly fired? There must be something going on behind this. A life-saving grace. There's more to this story than meets the eye. This is getting interesting. The Lin family is about to undergo a major change. The biological son is stepping aside, and the godson is taking over. Lin Jiong's press conference immediately caused a sensation in Hangzhou's business community and became a headline news story. Chapter 160 driven to a dead end. Chairman's office, Shun's group. Shun Wenbo stared at the news headlines on his computer screen, his brow furrowed, his pen tapping unconsciously on the table. Lin Chun was kicked out. Gu Yanqing became the vice president and even took Lin Jiong's shares? What on earth is Lin Jiong up to? His previous preferred partner was Lin Chun, but now it's this unknown, inexperienced, adopted son. Will the collaboration continue? Will the Lin Group withdraw from all the collaborations that Lin Chun promoted because of his downfall? If so, the Shun Group will also be in big trouble. Shen Qingyi, in her room, saw the news notification on her phone and was so shocked that she stood up abruptly from her chair. Lin Chun, she murmured, immediately grabbing her phone, finding Lin Chun's number, and composing a message to send. Lin Chun, are you all right? Her fingertips trembled slightly, filled with worry. Mingda University, at this moment, is like cold water being poured into a hot oil pan. The news quickly went viral on campus forums and various chat groups. Holy crap, really? Lin Chun got slept with by his dad. It's not just being laid off. It's being kicked out of the company. He's even lost his position. Who is this Gu Yanqing? Never heard of him before. A godson? And he even gave him shares in the Lin family? That's an astronomical sum. I heard it's because he saved Lin Chen's parents? That's ridiculous. There seems to be something fishy going on. Poor Lin Chun. He's so capable. He managed the company so well before. TSK, what a family feud. A real-life inheritance battle? Looks like even your own son isn't always reliable. Look, someone spotted Lin Chun at school. He's near the School of Economics and Management. As Lin Chun walked toward the teaching building, he could clearly feel the various gazes directed at him from all around: surprise, curiosity, sympathy, inquiry, schadenfreude. He remained calm and walked with ease, as if the noisy discussions and rolling news headlines had nothing to do with him. His phone vibrated, and he took it out to see a message from Shun Qingyi. Lin Chun, are you all right? He stopped, his fingertip hovering over the screen for a moment, before simply replying with 2 words, it's okay. He put away his phone, looked up at the familiar silhouette of the school building in the distance, and that cold smile reappeared on his lips. A storm had begun, and a vortex was forming. And he, the seemingly ousted and penniless former crown prince, is calmly walking into the eye of the storm, waiting for his chance. The morning classes ended in an eerie atmosphere. The classmates around him looked at him with a mixture of sympathy, curiosity, and schadenfreude, but Lin Shen ignored them, packed his school bag, and left. He habitually returned to his luxury apartment on the top floor of the city center. However, when he pressed his thumb on the smart lock, a cold red light flashed, indicating fingerprint invalid. He frowned slightly, entered his password, but the screen still displayed incorrect password. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He found the property manager, whose eyes darted around, and after stammering for a while, he finally revealed the truth. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. This morning the legal department from the Lin Group headquarters came and issued a property ownership certificate and an authorization letter to change the locks. The property rights of this apartment belong to the Lin Group, and they have unilaterally taken back your right to reside here. Lin Chen's heart sank suddenly, then turned into a cold understanding. He probably guessed who else could it be but his father, who was eager to make room for his godson? He gave everything to Gu Yanqing, but he wanted to take back even his place of residence. He suppressed his surging emotions and turned to walk towards the bank. He had a bank card in his pocket that he had previously opened in the company's name for him, with no spending limit. At the bank counter, the teller, after checking the information, offered a professional apology. Mr. Lin, this card has been frozen. The system shows that the associated account holder, Lin's Group, has unilaterally terminated your authorization. Even their last source of income was cut off. Lin Shen stood in the cold marble lobby of the bank, looking out at the bustling traffic, a sense of humiliation from being completely abandoned mixed with anger rising to his head. They're pushing him to the brink, leaving him no dignity whatsoever. He took a deep breath, walked to a corner, and dialed Lin Jiong's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and Gu Yanqing's coquettish voice could be heard in the background. Lin Jiong's voice carried a hint of impatience. What is it? Dad, the locks on my apartment door have been changed, and my bank cards have been frozen. What does this mean? Lin Chun tried his best to keep his voice calm. Oh, this. Lin Jiong's tone was casual, even carrying a hint of hypocrisy in his for-your-own-good attitude. Xiao Chun, now that you've stepped down, the company's assets should naturally be taken back. As for money, you are an adult now and should learn to support yourself. Your mother and I started from scratch back then, so enduring some hardship won't do you any harm. We haven't returned the old house we used to rent, have we? Let's move back there. It'll be a good opportunity for you to develop your independence. Earn your own living? Exercise. Lin Chen almost laughed in anger. So, this is your reason for giving Gu Yanqing shares, a position, and even a residence, while leaving your own son to live in a leaky rental and earn a living by working odd jobs? How dare you speak like that? Lin Jiong's voice suddenly turned stern. Yanqing just arrived, all alone and helpless. What's wrong with us taking extra care of him? You've been with us since you were little, enjoying so many resources. Now you can't even handle a little hardship? Don't be so narrow-minded. Lin Chen didn't argue anymore. He silently hung up the phone, his fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Just then, a local financial gossip news article automatically pushed to my phone screen. The headline was glaring. Gu Yanqing, the newly rich member of the Lin family, happily acquires a multi-million-dollar supercar and expresses his gratitude to his parents for their love. The accompanying picture shows Gu Yanqing standing in a luxury sports car dealership, next to a brand new bright yellow Lamborghini, his face beaming with undisguised pride and happiness. Looking at Gu Yanqing's hypocritical smile in the picture, and recalling his father's earlier statement that suffering is a blessing, Lin Chen felt a chill creep from his feet throughout his body. These are his biological parents. He doted on his illegitimate son and spent money like water. He was cruel and heartless to his own son and tried to kill him. Since they no longer see him as their son, and since the so-called blood ties are nothing but endless scheming and favoritism, then this relationship is better off gone. He stood on the bustling street, his eyes as cold as the Siberian chill. A resolute thought grew wildly within him. Sever ties. Since a complete legal separation is impossible, then a complete emotional and economic severance is necessary. From now on, the Lin family is the Lin family, and he is himself. This war is no longer about fighting for that pitiful amount of parental love, but a life or death struggle for survival. He won't show any mercy. Chapter 161, Slapping Lin Chun in the Face. In the afternoon, he returned to Mingtak University to attend classes as usual. Rumors still surround him, but he has been able to completely ignore them. He could even sense that some of his former classmates, who had previously fawned over him, now looked at him with distance and even a hint of pity. Such is the nature of the world, cold and indifferent. What he needs is not sympathy, but time and patience. However, just as he finished his afternoon classes, walked out of the School of Economics and Management building, and headed towards the school gate to look up some information in the library, a deep engine roar came from afar, attracting the attention of many students at the school gate. A brand new, bright yellow Lamborghini sports car, like a moving spotlight, arrogantly drove up to the main entrance of Middlebury College and stopped in a slightly flamboyant manner. Its sleek and stylish body, coupled with its ear-piercing engine roar, instantly made it the center of attention. The car door opened like a butterfly wing, and Gu Yanqing stepped out of the driver's seat. He was dressed in an obviously expensive new trendy brand outfit, wearing sunglasses, and had a smug smile on his lips. He took off his sunglasses, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd of people around him, some envious, some amazed, before finally settling precisely on Lin Chun, who was walking out of the campus. His gaze was filled with undisguised provocation, ostentation, and a hint of cat and mouse playfulness. Immediately afterwards, the passenger door opened as well. A foot clad in an exquisite lambskin boot stepped out first, and then a familiar figure appeared in Lin Chun's sight, Qingyi. She was dressed exceptionally well today, wearing a well-tailored Chanel suit, with perfect makeup and a polite smile on her face. She walked naturally to Gu Yanqing's side, and even reached out to seemingly casually link arms with him. This action elicited murmurs and whispers from the crowd, who were already watching the luxury car and the handsome couple. Wow, isn't that Qingyi? Why is she here with Gu Yanqing? I heard that the Lin family and the Shin family are cooperating. Could this be a powerful alliance? But aren't Lin Chun and Qingyi? Weren't they rumored to be a couple not long ago? TCH, what couple? Didn't you see the news? Lin Chun has been kicked out of the Lin family. Now Gu Yanqing is the new darling of the Lin family. Qingyi isn't stupid. What's this? A public slap in the face to your ex? Lin Chun paused slightly, looking at Gu Yanqing and Qingyi standing side by side, like a perfect couple. A very faint, almost imperceptible ripple flashed in the depths of his eyes, before returning to a calm as deep as a pool. He acted as if he didn't see them, and walked straight towards the school gate, intending to avoid this farce. Oh, isn't this my dear brother? Gu Yanqing wouldn't let him go, calling out to him loudly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone around to hear. At this moment, he no longer pretended to be weak in front of his parents. He wore an exaggerated, fake smile of concern. Why are you all alone? I heard that Dad. Oh no, I mean Godfather, took back the apartment you used to live in? Oh, don't blame Godfather, he's just doing it for your own good, wanting you to get more experience. I just got a new car, do you want to ride? It's a bit cramped, but you can squeeze in. He patted the brand new Lamborghini beside him, his tone revealing no hint of condescension or humiliation. The surrounding gazes instantly intensified, filled with the excitement of watching a good show. Lin Chun stopped, turned around, and looked calmly at Gu Yanqing, then glanced at Qingyi, who was slightly bowing her head and avoiding his gaze. His tone was flat and indifferent. No need. I'm used to walking. Hee hee, walking is good. It's environmentally friendly, and it's good exercise. Gu Yanqing's smile grew even more smug, as if he had finally seized the opportunity to trample on Lin Chun's dignity at will. By the way, I heard your bank card got frozen. TSK. Really, your godfather is too strict. But it's okay. If you're really short of money, you can come to me. For the sake of our brotherhood, I can still help you out. It's better than going to work and having to put up with other people's attitudes, right? Every word he uttered was like a poisoned needle, piercing deeply into Lin Chun's most desperate situation. People around had already started whispering and pointing. Lin Chun's gaze finally turned cold. Looking at Gu Yanqing's smug face, he suddenly found it somewhat laughable. He ignored Gu Yanqing's provocation and instead turned his gaze to Qingyi, his voice devoid of emotion. Miss Shin? What a coincidence. He didn't understand why Qingyi got out of Gu Yanqing's car. In his memory, the two had never interacted before, and Qingyi didn't seem to be the kind of person who looked down on the poor and loved the rich. Shen Qingyi seemed not to have expected Lin Shen to speak to her directly, and her body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She looked up and met Lin Shen's calm and unwavering gaze, the depth of which made her inexplicably uneasy. But she quickly regained her composure, thinking of her father's instructions, the pressure of the family business, and the Lin family's newly rich power represented by Gu Yanqing standing beside her. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain an elegant and appropriate smile, and spoke clearly, making sure everyone around her could hear her. Lin Shen, what a coincidence. Let me introduce you, she said, leaning slightly closer to Gu Yanqing, her posture becoming even more intimate. This is Gu Yanqing, the newly appointed deputy general manager of the Lin Group, and also Uncle Lin's newly adopted godson. We're friends. Yanqing just transferred to our Mingda University, so we'll be classmates from now on. Please take good care of him. She deliberately blurred the definition of friends, while highlighting Gu Yanqing's new identity and his relationship with the Lin family, implying a new alliance. Then, she paused, looked at Lin Shen, as if she had made up her mind, and raised her voice slightly, carrying a deliberate sense of distance. Also, Lin Shen, I think there are some misunderstandings that need to be clarified. There have been some unfounded rumors circulating at school about you and me, and I'd like to take this opportunity to make things clear. We have never been in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Previously, Zhou Zihong's excessive attention caused me some trouble, and you were just kindly helping me out. I'm very grateful for your help during that time, but to avoid further misunderstandings, I think it's better to clarify. We're just ordinary classmates, and I hope you don't mind. Her words were clear and logical, and her tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of detachment. She casually attributed the previous ambiguous relationship between the two of them, as well as Lin Shen's protection and help to her, to helping to ward off unwanted suitors. She also clearly drew a line, defining her relationship with Lin Shen as ordinary classmates, while bringing her friendship with Gu Yanqing to the forefront. These words were like pouring a bucket of oil on an already burning fire. An uproar erupted instantly. Holy crap! Shen Qingyi denied it herself. So it was all just a rumor after all. Lin Shen was helping her fend off Zhou Zihong. So now she's with Gu Yanqing. This is a blatant slap in Lin Shen's face. TSK, how realistic. As soon as Lin Shen lost power, Miss Shen immediately distanced herself and latched onto the new rich. You can't say that, can you? They never admitted it in the first place, so it's good to clarify things. Chapter 162 Family Reunion Banquet. Gu Yanqing's smile grew even brighter, and he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked at Lin Shen, his eyes brimming with provocation and smugness. Shen Qingyi's clarification was even more embarrassing for Lin Shen than all of his previous taunts combined. This was tantamount to a resounding slap in the face to Lin Shen in public, declaring that he had become a complete joke and a mere tool, not only in terms of his status within the Lin family, but also in terms of relationships. Lin Shen listened quietly, his face expressionless. He didn't even look at Shen Qingyi. His gaze was fixed on a point in the distance, as if Shen Qingyi was telling a story that had nothing to do with him. However, if someone could see his hand hanging at his side, they would notice that his fingers curled slightly before slowly relaxing. I see. It turns out that his repeated acts of help were, in her eyes, just a troublesome matter that needed to be clarified to avoid misunderstandings. In her mind, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shen, the former chairman of the Lin Group who had lost his value, was far less worthy of being befriended than Gu Yanqing, the newly promoted, adopted son of the Lin Group. He once thought that Shen Qingyi was at least different from those who fawned on the powerful. He had seen a glimpse of true nature in her, and he had also stepped in without hesitation when she was being harassed by Zhou Zihong. His help to her was certainly partly due to his cooperation with the Shen family, but it was also partly out of a desire to protect his ally, and perhaps even a barely perceptible hint of goodwill. In retrospect, he was just being delusional. The person he helped was nothing more than a sophisticated egoist, a wide-eyed wolf, who could quickly switch sides in the face of interests, and even step on him to show loyalty to his new master. That's fine. In this way, the last trace of personal entanglement arising from the cooperation with the Shen family was completely severed. From then on, the name Shen was merely a label that he needed to weigh. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Shen Qingyi, whose face was slightly pale, but who was trying to remain calm, and landing on the smug Gu Yanqing's face. Suddenly, A very faint and cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There was no anger or embarrassment in that smile, only a knowing mockery and utter indifference. Are you done talking? His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of weariness. If you're done talking, then move aside. You're blocking my way. He did not refute, did not question, and did not even glance at Shen Qingyi again. That complete disregard made Shen Qingyi feel more embarrassed and flustered than any harsh words. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but under Lin Chen's icy gaze, she couldn't utter a single word. Gu Yanqing was taken aback by Lin Chen's unexpectedly calm reaction, and then a surge of annoyance at being slighted welled up inside her. He was about to say something harsh again when Lin Chun had already started walking, as if they were just insignificant obstacles on the roadside, walking straight past them without even touching the hem of their clothes. The setting sun cast a long shadow of him, lonely yet upright. He didn't turn around, nor did he need to. The beautiful couple behind him, the gossip, the stares, none of it mattered to him anymore. As Gu Yanqing watched his departing figure, the smugness on her face was gradually replaced by a gloomy expression. He turned to Shen Qingyi and gave her what he thought was a charming smile. Qingyi, let's go. Don't let this kind of scoundrel ruin our mood. By the way, I heard you studied finance. Perfect. My godfather wants me to learn more about the company's business, so we can exchange ideas more often in the future. Shen Qingyi forced a smile and nodded, but her mind was wandering. Lin Chen's gaze and smile just now sent a chill down her spine for no apparent reason. After a brief silence, the surrounding crowd erupted into an even more heated discussion. Everyone knows that a new student has arrived at Mingda University. That person is the current heir of the Lin family. The original one has now fallen into obscurity, and although the reason is unknown, everyone has different guesses. The humiliation at the school gate did not stir up much emotion in Lin Chen's heart, or rather, that ripple had already been covered by a deeper layer of ice. He moved back to his old rented apartment, and life seemed to have returned to square one, but his mindset was completely different. He knew this was just the calm before the storm. Sure enough, the next day, an invitation, lavishly worded and issued in the names of Lin Xiong and Zhao Fong, was delivered to his inconspicuous rented room by the Lin family's housekeeper. The three gilded characters, family reunion banquet, stood out starkly against the simple setting. The location was the prestigious Huading Hotel, Hangzhou's most luxurious hotel, and the event took place that evening. Lin Chun held the invitation, his fingertips gently stroking the smooth paper, a cold smile curving his lips. Is this to announce to the world, officially vindicate Gu Yanqing, and completely nail his biological son to the pillar of shame? These are his biological parents, who let their own son live in a dilapidated rented room, while they and their so-called godson live in a mansion and drive luxury cars. He initially didn't want to get involved, but then he thought that seeing the drama firsthand and witnessing everyone's true colors would make it easier for him to deal with things later. As night falls, the banquet hall of Huading Hotel is brightly lit and filled with elegantly dressed guests. Most of Hangzhou's prominent figures attended, with political and business elites gathering together. Lin Xiong clearly wanted to make this family reunion banquet grand and solemn, to show his respect for the son of his savior, and to send a clear signal to the outside world that the Lin family was undergoing a power shift and that a new elite was rising to power. Lin Chun, dressed in a simple black suit, looked somewhat out of place compared to the meticulously dressed and jewel-adorned guests around him. He entered the venue quietly, attracting little attention. Or rather, most of those who knew him before selectively ignored him, turning their enthusiasm and attention to the protagonist of the evening. Lin Xiong was in high spirits and had a ruddy complexion. He was chatting and laughing with several business tycoons. Zhao Fong, sitting in a wheelchair being pushed by a caregiver, looked pale, but her expression clearly showed excitement and satisfaction. Gu Yanqing, dressed in an expensive white suit, was surrounded by people like a prince, his face beaming with undisguised smugness as he was fawned over by a group of people. Lin Chun found an inconspicuous corner to sit down and watched coldly. He saw Shen Wenba, with Shen Qingyi, who was dressed up, by his side. Shen Wenba was holding a wine glass, chatting happily with Lin Xiong, his posture even carrying a hint of deliberate flattery. Shen Qingyi, on the other hand, was surrounded by several wealthy young ladies, chatting and laughing. Her gaze occasionally drifted to Gu Yanqing in the center of the crowd, but she quickly looked away. Just then, Shen Wenba seemed to have finished his pleasantries with Lin Xiong. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lin Shun in the corner. His smile faded slightly as he walked over, holding a wine glass and accompanied by Shen Qingyi. "Nephew Lin, you've come too." Shun Wenba's tone was polite like an elder, but the respect and regard he once had were gone, replaced by a condescending scrutiny and even a hint of disdain. Lin Shun looked up, glanced at him calmly, and did not get up, but still politely said, "Uncle Shun." Shun Wenba sat down on the sofa opposite him, and Shen Qingyi followed, standing behind her father, looking at Lin Shun with a complicated expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Chapter 163, No Need to be Polite. At this moment, Shun Wenba noticed that Lin Shun no longer had the ingratiating attitude he used to have. "Nephew Lin," Shun Wenba said earnestly, taking a sip of his wine. "As you saw today, your father, Chairman Lin, is determined to groom Yin Qing. Young people sometimes need to be able to assess the situation and know when to yield. You need to know when to let go and when to bow your head. After all, your father still calls the shots at the Lin Group. Making things too tense won't do you any good." These words, seemingly meant to persuade, were actually a reminder for Lin Shun to face reality and stop making futile struggles. They even subtly implied that he should bow down to Gu Yanqing. Lin Shun listened quietly, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. "Uncle Shun, do you mean that the Shun family is going to kick us while we're down? I remember not long ago, when the Shun family was driven to a dead end by the Zhou family. Uncle Shun didn't have this attitude." Shun Wenba's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting Lin Shun to be so direct. He frowned. "Lin Shun, don't put it so harshly. The business world is like a battlefield. Circumstances are beyond your control. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Our Shun family also needs to survive and develop. Chairman Lin now favors Yin Qing, so naturally we need to adjust our strategy. This isn't about abandoning someone after they've served their purpose. It's about adapting to the times." Standing behind him, Shen Qingyi saw Lin Shun's calm, yet mocking expression, and heard her father stung by the words, "crossing the river and burning the bridge." For no reason, she felt a surge of irritation and shame, as if her little thoughts had been seen through. She couldn't help but step forward and interject in a somewhat shrill voice. "Lin Shun, my dad is only telling you this for your own good. This society is just that realistic. Don't you know your own situation? Why do you have to make things awkward for everyone? Don't blame us. Blame your own bad luck." Her words were like a knife chilled to the bone, swift and ruthless, attempting to use reality to cover up the fact that she and her father were now currying favor with the powerful. Lin Shen's gaze finally fell on Shen Qingyi's face. His eyes were very calm, so calm that Shen Qingyi's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously avoided his gaze. He showed no anger, no defense, only a soft chuckle. "Ha, reality." He repeated the word, as if savoring something ridiculous. "Miss Shen is right. That's indeed the case. I've learned a lot." He stopped looking at the Shun family father and daughter and turned his gaze back to the center of the banquet. There, Lin Jiong had his arm around Gu Yanqing's shoulder as he loudly introduced her to several important guests, his words filled with pride and doting affection. Zhao Feng was also smiling gently beside him, occasionally adding a few words. The three of them looked like a happy and harmonious family. His real son, however, was forgotten in this cold corner, ignored by everyone. Those who had once fawned over him were now either fawning over Gu Yanqing or casting sympathetic or gloating glances from afar. Not a single one stepped forward. To him, this lavish and noisy family reunion banquet was nothing more than a meticulously rehearsed satire, a farce that utterly crushed his last shred of illusion about family affection. Seeing that Lin Shun was unmoved, Shun Wenba gave up and left with a cold snort, accompanied by a displeased Shen Qingyi. Before leaving, Shen Qingyi couldn't help but look back at Lin Shun, but all she saw was his cold, hard profile and his unfathomable eyes. The unease and anxiety in her heart intensified. After sitting there for a while, watching Gu Yanqing, accompanied by his parents, receive compliments and blessings from everyone like a true prodigy, Lin Shun felt utterly bored. He quietly got up without saying goodbye to anyone, and just as he had arrived, silently withdrew from this feast that did not belong to him. Stepping out of the Huading Hotel, the evening breeze carried a chill. He took out his phone and, without hesitation, dialed a number. The call was answered quickly, and Qin Wei's efficient voice came through. "President Lin?" "Qin Wei," Lin Chen's voice was exceptionally clear and cold in the night. "Tomorrow morning, in the name of Hengyuan Building Materials, formally sue the Lin Group for unilaterally and without cause terminating the cooperation on the new industrial park project, constituting a serious breach of contract. Demand that they pay all the liquidated damages as stipulated in the contract and compensate for all losses caused thereby. Qin Wei on the other end of the phone visibly gasped, but she quickly regained her composure. Yes, Chairman Lin. I understand. After hanging up with Qin Wei, Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly dialed another number. The phone number is labeled New Industrial Park Project Municipal Government Contact Person, Director Wang. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and a steady, middle-aged male voice came through. Who is this? Director Wang, good evening. Sorry to bother you. I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen's tone was just the right amount of politeness. Oh, Mr. Lin. Director Wang's voice was warm and polite. What's up calling so late? Director Wang, there is indeed something. Lin Chen's voice became serious. You should have seen the document from Lin's group unilaterally terminating the new industrial park project, right? I have nothing to do with Lin's group anymore, so you don't need to be so polite. Director Wang on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, clearly processing the information and weighing the pros and cons. He knew about the change of leadership at the Lin Group, but he had assumed there wouldn't be any conflict between father and son. But seeing how Lin Jiong treated Gu Yanqing and Lin Chen made him understand everything. Lin Chen, Director Wang's voice regained its usual composure, but the coldness within it was even greater. Are you sure you want to do this? Once the city officially intervenes and initiates accountability and recovery procedures, the Lin Group will face more than just the forfeiture of that huge deposit. The severe impact of the project default will directly affect the capital market, and Lin's stock price will inevitably plummet, potentially triggering a chain reaction. The foundation your father worked so hard to build could suffer a severe blow. Have you really thought this through? This is a test, and also a final confirmation. Director Wang needs to know whether Lin Chen is truly so resolute as to be willing to destroy the Lin family. Lin Chen stood in a dimly lit corner outside the Huading Hotel. The night wind blew the stray hairs on his forehead, revealing a pair of cold, star-like eyes below. The image of the happy and harmonious family of three at the family reunion banquet flashed through his mind, as did Shun Wenba's hypocritical persuasion and Shun Qingyi's harsh realism, his frozen accounts and reclaimed apartment, and Gu Yanqing's smug face. His voice was completely flat, eerily calm. Director Wang, I am well aware of the consequences. The fate of the Lin Group has been irrelevant to me since the moment they kicked me out, handed over the shares and power to an outsider, and tried to wipe me out. Since they chose this path, they should bear the corresponding price. Bankruptcy, it doesn't matter. He spoke those last few words softly, yet they carried immense weight. Even through the phone, Director Wang could feel the chilling coldness and determination in Lin Chen's words. He paused for a moment, seemingly reassessing the young man. Finally, he spoke slowly, his tone carrying a subtle, complex emotion. All right, since you've made up your mind, then I won't stand on ceremony. I was originally planning to call Lin Jiong and ask him what exactly happened. How could such a promising project be stopped so suddenly? A huge sum of money was tied up in deposits, and this project had the potential for substantial profits. I thought I'd made a mistake. Now it seems he brought it on himself, so he can't blame the city for handling things officially. Thank you, Director Wang, for upholding justice, Lin Chen said. Not really, Director Wang said. It's just following the rules. You better watch yourself. With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 164. Do you want to replace Shen Wenba? Hearing the busy tone from his phone, Lin Chen slowly lowered his arm. He raised his head, gazing at the dazzling lights of the Huading Hotel in the distance, and a cold, sarcastic smile slowly curved his lips. My dear father, my good mother, and Shun Wenba, Shun Qingyi, and all those who coldly observed me and fawned over me at the banquet tonight. You wait and see. He exhaled a long, slow breath, as if to pour out all the coldness, humiliation, and resolve of the night. Then, without hesitation, he turned around, his back straight and solitary, completely blending into the boundless night, and walked into the depths of the chess game he had already laid out. As for why Director Wang was so polite to him, even revealing a clear bias during the call, and even the subtle reminder in the final, take care of yourself, there is a little-known story behind it. Lin Shun had guessed how his biased father would treat him after he learned that Lin Jiong had woken up from his vegetative state. He took the initiative to visit Director Wang at the municipal government. based on fragmented memories from his past life. Lin Shen vaguely remembered that around the same day he visited Director Wang, he would suddenly die in a car accident. The investigation revealed that the vehicle's braking system had been deliberately sabotaged. So when he went to see Director Wang, he told him that there was a problem with his car and that he could go and see for himself if he didn't believe him. At the time, Director Wang took it as a well-intentioned reminder from a young man and brushed it off with a smile. But perhaps it was because Lin Shen looked too serious when he said this, or because Lin Shen was the chairman of the Lin Group, or perhaps it was because he was always cautious in his actions. He actually had the car towed for inspection, and the inspection revealed a tampered mark on the brake line. And today he was planning to go to another city for a meeting and needed to take the highway. Director Wang was terrified and immediately called the police to investigate. They quickly traced the case back to the subordinate he had fired, catching him red-handed. Director Wang didn't publicize the matter, but he treated Lin Shen exceptionally well. To her, Lin Shen was her savior. So when Lin Shen said that the Lin Group wanted to sign a new industrial park project, he agreed immediately, since the Lin Group had the capability and financial resources. This is why, even after Lin Shen was kicked out of the Lin family and seemed to have lost power, Director Wang remained polite when he received Lin Shen's call. Leaving the nauseatingly glamorous and noisy Huading Hotel, Lin Shen did not return to his simple rented room. The cool night breeze dispelled some of the pent-up frustration in his heart, but it also made his mind clearer and calmer. He took a taxi to a villa area called Yunting Yeyuan. He walked up to a modernly designed 3-story villa. The villa occupies a considerable area, and the garden is exquisitely maintained, demonstrating the owner's refined taste and wealth. This is the residence of Yi Haoran, the second largest shareholder of Shen's Food Company, Ltd. Lin Shen rang the doorbell. A moment later, a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, wearing glasses, with a refined yet somewhat tired face, opened the door. It was Yi Haoran. He was clearly taken aback when he saw Lin Shen standing outside the door. A look of surprise and confusion flashed across his face, but it was quickly replaced by politeness. Lin, young Master Lin. Yi Haoran was clearly surprised by Lin Shen's late-night visit, his tone hesitant. What brings you here? Please come in. Please come in. He stepped aside, his attitude remaining respectful. He had met Lin Shen before when the Shun family was being suppressed by the Zhou family, and he was aware of the recent news about it. Even though Lin Shen no longer has any power in the Lin family, he still doesn't look down on Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded slightly and went inside. The interior of the villa is decorated in a simple and modern style, understated yet luxurious, showing that the owner has considerable wealth and taste. Mr. Yi, I apologize for disturbing you. Lin Shen sat down on the sofa in the living room and got straight to the point without any pleasantries. The maid served hot tea and then withdrew. Yi Haoran sat opposite him, adjusted his glasses, and asked somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Lin, is there something important that you're here so late? Lin Shen picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and looked calmly at Yi Haoran, as if he could see through his glasses and into the deep hesitation and caution in his heart. Instead of answering Yi Haoran's question, he posed a question that surprised Yi Haoran. President Yi, after so many years at Shun's, have you ever thought about becoming the chairman yourself? Puff cough cough. Yi Haoran almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just drunk, choking and coughing repeatedly, his face turning red. He hurriedly put down his teacup, looked up at Lin Shen in disbelief, as if he had heard something unbelievable. And Mr. Lin, what did you say? Yi Haoran wondered if he had misheard, or if Lin Shen was joking. But looking at Lin Shen's calm and almost indifferent expression, there was absolutely no hint of joking. I said, Lin Shen repeated clearly, word by word. Have you ever thought about replacing Shun Wenbo and taking the position of chairman of Shun's Foods? Yi Haoran was completely stunned, his mind buzzing. He has been a shareholder of Shun's for so many years, and his position as the second largest shareholder is not low. But what about the chairman? That was a position he never dared to dream of, and felt he was neither qualified nor capable of sitting in. Shun Wenbo holds 35% of the shares, firmly controlling the company and managing the business, while he only holds 22%, a significant difference. More importantly, Shun Wenbo had been operating within the Shun family business for many years and was deeply entrenched in it. Most of the management and minority shareholders followed his lead. Mr. Lin, you must be joking. Yi Haoran shook his head with a wry smile, subconsciously lowering his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. How is that possible? Chairman Shun. He holds 35% of the shares, while I only have 22%, which is far from enough. Moreover, he founded and expanded Shin's group from scratch. I don't think I have the ability to manage such a large company. What makes you say that? He paused, as if he had thought of something, and cautiously probed. Is there something unpleasant between you and Chairman Shin? I heard that tonight. He hesitated, clearly aware of what might happen at the family reunion banquet. Yes. Lin Shun answered crisply and without any concealment. Shin Wenba, his daughter Shin Qingyi, and I have completely fallen out. It happened at the banquet tonight. Chapter 165 News. Yi Haoran opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. He'd seen countless breakups and ruthless betrayals in the business world, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Shun come knocking on his door, offering to help him seize power, especially since the target was a business partner he'd just fallen out with. What deep-seated grudge or hatred could this person hold? But, Mr. Lin, even if you and Chairman Shin have a conflict, this matter is too. Yi Haoran rubbed his hands together, looking troubled and disbelieving. It's not that I'm belittling myself, but even if I wanted to, I simply couldn't do it. The difference in shareholding is so huge. Chairman Shin's position in the company is as solid as a rock, and the other shareholders basically support him. What do I have to compete with? This is simply a pipe dream. He shook his head repeatedly, wondering if Lin Shin had been too traumatized and had gone a little crazy. Lin Shin was not surprised by his reaction. If Yi Haoran had been ambitious and decisive, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state in his previous life. What he wanted was precisely this not daring to think and lack of confidence, because such people are easier to tame once they are pushed into a position of power. The difference in shareholding does not represent everything. As long as he can get the support of other shareholders, his small shareholding is nothing. Lin Shin's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange, alluring quality and an undeniable certainty. Shin Wenba's position is not unshakable. As long as Yi Haoran's doubts deepened. Just what? Are you holding back something? Or perhaps the Lin family hasn't actually abandoned you at all? You don't need to ask any more questions, and you don't need to agree to me now. Lin Shin seemed to see through his timidity, leaned back on the sofa, and regained his previous calm. You can consider whether or not to cooperate with me after tomorrow. He stood up, took a note with only a phone number on it from his pocket, and gently placed it on the coffee table. Tomorrow, at this time, if you change your mind and think that position is worth considering, or even want to try sitting in it, then call me. After Lin Shin finished speaking, he stopped looking at Yi Haoran, who was caught in a huge shock and dilemma, and turned to walk towards the door. Wait, Mr. Lin. Yi Haoran suddenly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. What exactly do you want to do? Why are you helping me? What benefit do you get from this? Lin Shin stopped at the door, without turning around, and simply uttered, because Shun Wenba betrayed me. All I want is to get revenge on him. As for the benefits? He tilted his head slightly, a chilling smile curving his lips. Seeing traitors suffer the consequences, seeing sycophants panic, seeing the so-called reality reversed, that is the greatest benefit to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the door and quickly disappeared into the deep night outside, leaving Yi Haoran standing alone in the spacious, yet suddenly empty and cold living room, staring at the note with the number written on it, his heart surging with emotion, unable to calm down for a long time. Tomorrow? Does Lin Shin still have some power left? Yi Haoran slumped back onto the sofa, his gaze fixed on the note. A thought he had never dared to consider, nor felt qualified to touch, began to quietly grow in his heart like the whisper of a devil. He recalled how he had offered many innovative suggestions for the company's development, but Shin Wenba had rejected them time and time again in an attempt to suppress him. He thought to himself, if he could bring Shun Wenba down this time, he would definitely not give him a chance to make a comeback. The next morning, the air in Hangzhou seemed no different from any other day. Office workers hurry to work, students yawn as they head to campus, and the familiar aroma of food wafts from breakfast stalls. However, when the latest issue of the Hangzhou Daily was delivered to various newsstands, office buildings, and cafes, and pushed to countless people's mobile phone screens through its electronic version, a social news story that was not particularly explosive but thought-provoking, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, quietly created ripples in a certain circle. Below the front page of the newspaper, in the prominent position of the social news section, the bold headline is immediately noticeable. A food tycoon is suspected of having an extramarital affair. Chairman of Shun's Foods was spotted with a mysterious woman and a young child. the scene resembling a warm family portrait. Below the title are 6 candid photos, not of top-tier clarity, but enough to make out the figures' outlines and intimate poses. The first picture shows Shun Wenba, dressed casually, walking side by side with a young woman in a beige trench coat, who has a good figure and a beautiful face, into an ordinary residential community. The woman tilted her head slightly, seemingly talking to Shun Wenba, her posture relaxed. The second picture shows the two of them by the green belt in the community. The woman is bending over, seemingly teasing something, while Shun Wenba stands to the side with a rare, relaxed smile on his face. In the third and fourth pictures, there is a little boy of about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a cute cartoon sweatshirt. One of his hands is being held by a woman, while his other little hand seems to be trying to reach for Shun Wenba's hand. In one of the photos, Shun Wenba leans slightly forward, looking at the boy with gentle eyes. The fifth picture is a distant view of the three walking towards an apartment building in the community. The afterglow of the setting sun casts long shadows of them. The woman is holding the child's hand, and Shun Wenba is walking slightly to the outside. The composition and atmosphere make it look exactly like a family of 3 returning home for the weekend. The sixth photo shows Shun Wenba driving his car to the entrance of the residential area, getting out of the car, and kissing the woman goodbye. The main body of the report is not lengthy, but the wording is skillful and the key information is clear. The article points out that the woman in the photo is suspected to be a former secretary of Shun Wenba, chairman of Shin's Food Company, Limited, surnamed Lee, who left the company about 6 or 7 years ago and has been missing ever since. An insider revealed that the woman appeared to be pregnant when she left her job. The little boy in the photo bears a striking resemblance to Shun Wenba, both in age and certain facial features. The report cautiously used words such as suspected, it is understood, and provoking speculation, without offering a definitive conclusion. However, it cleverly connected photos, timelines, and relationships between people, guiding readers to piece together a sensational story of a business tycoon keeping a mistress and allegedly having a child out of wedlock. The article also, thoughtfully, mentions at the end that Shun Wenba's wife has been in poor health for many years and rarely goes out, while Shun Wenba himself presents himself as a family-oriented and steady person. In the context of our entertainment-obsessed society, this news isn't really that earth-shattering. Shun Wenba is not a top-tier celebrity, and Shin's Food's brand recognition is mainly within the industry. It didn't immediately go viral online. However, within certain circles, the power of this news is no less than that of a depth charge. Firstly, in the food industry circle of Hangzhou and even the surrounding areas, Shin's Food is one of the leading local enterprises, and Shun Wenba, as its leader, enjoys a high reputation in the industry. As soon as the news broke, it became a hot topic of discussion in various industry chat groups and among business owners during their leisure time. TSK, old Shun is something else. He looks so serious, but I didn't expect him to be so shrewd outside. The child is already so big, you really kept it a secret. His wife seems to have always had health problems, right? This is interesting. Hasn't the Shin family been getting close to the newly appointed godson of the Lin family lately? Now their own backyard is on fire. This kind of morally questionable behavior, while business is business, will still affect one's image. Recently, the Shin family has been looking to explore some new channels, right? Will the other party use this as an excuse? The key is that child. If it really is, then it involves the issue of inheritance. There's likely to be some turmoil within the Shin family. Chapter 166, I agree to cooperate. Secondly, there is Mingda University. This is Shun Qingyi's home turf. As the school's most beautiful girl and the daughter of Shun's Foods, Shun Qingyi has always been a figure of great interest at Mingda University. Her beauty, family background, and academic achievements meant she was never short of envious, jealous, and even fawning glances. When this news spread rapidly throughout Middlebury College through campus forums, chat groups, and the reposting by some enthusiastic students, the effect was immediate. My God, look at the news. Shun Qingyi's father, having an extramarital affair, and an illegitimate child. Really? Shun Wenba? He seems like a very upright person. Pictures don't lie. That child really does look a bit like Shun Wenba. And I think I remember that woman. She used to work for the Shin family, and she was quite pretty. Wow, does that mean Shun Qingyi has a new brother? And she'll get half of the family fortune? Dividing the family property? Dream on. Whether an illegitimate child has any right to inherit is another matter, but it's sure to be disgusting. Shen Qingyi's mother seems to be in poor health. Isn't this like stabbing someone in the heart? She used to be so arrogant, thinking that since she was the only child in her family, she would inherit everything. Now that there's a prince in the family, let's see how arrogant she can be now. Yesterday, she was arguing with Lin Shen at the door with Gu Yanqing, and now her own backyard is on fire. What a karmic retribution. Serves her right. She talked about Senior Lin Shen like that yesterday, looking down on the down and out, and currying favor with the nouveau riche. Turns out her own father isn't any better. Especially those girls who were usually dissatisfied with Shen Qingyi's sense of superiority or jealous of her appearance and family background found an excellent topic of conversation and an outlet for their venting. They huddled together, whispering excitedly but unable to hide their schadenfreude, their tone filled with schadenfreude. She always acts like a princess, but her house is so dirty. Her dad is keeping a mistress and children outside. Her mom must know, right? How can she tolerate that? TSK. Maybe her mother just has no status and can't control things. Look at the way she treated Lin Shen yesterday, just like her father, a snob. Let's see how she tries to act all high and mighty in front of Gu Yanqing now, with all this mess at home. Shen Qingyi saw the news almost immediately. It's the hesitant look in my roommate's eyes, the constant message notifications popping up on my phone, and the scrutinizing and mocking glances that suddenly gather and quickly disperse on the street. When she clicked on the push notification and saw the photos and the glaring headline, she felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, her vision blurred, and she almost dropped her phone. Her father, the father who, though somewhat domineering in her eyes, had always been a towering figure, the pillar of the entire family, actually had a woman outside? She even had a child? Judging from the child's age, it must have happened during her mother's serious illness, or even earlier. A tremendous shock, the anger of betrayal, and an indescribable sense of shame overwhelmed her instantly. She could imagine how her mother would feel upon seeing the news, and how those people at school would talk about her and laugh at her behind her back. Yesterday, she was standing by Gu Yanqing's side, using reality to teach Lin Shen a lesson. Today, this cruel reality has slapped her back hard in the face. She frantically turned off her phone, trying to act nonchalant, but her pale face and slightly trembling hands betrayed her. She wanted to call her father immediately to confront him, but she didn't know what to say. She wanted to escape the school and get away from everyone's gaze, but she had nowhere to go. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Shen's Foods, Shen Wenba's face was ashen. He slammed his fist on the desk, making the teacups bounce. Open before him was the Hangzhou Daily. Who did this? Who did this? Investigate. Investigate immediately. Which newspaper dares to write such nonsense? And where did these photos come from? He roared at his secretary and the public relations manager who rushed over, completely losing his composure. He certainly recognized the woman and child in the photo. The report is absolutely correct. It is his former secretary, now his lover and son. He has always been very low-key and kept a low profile, so how did he get exposed? At this point, he could only deny it. A chill crept up Shen Wenba's spine. Who is it? Who did this to him? He wanted nothing more than to eat that person's flesh and drink their blood. Shen Wenba was in a state of distress. On the one hand, he had to put out the fire urgently, contacting the newspaper to pressure them to retract the article and send a lawyer's letter, and on the other hand, he had to appease the potential turmoil within the company, especially the shareholders. On the other hand, he also had to worry about his wife and daughter at home, and the potential negative impact this matter might have on Shen's ongoing business negotiations. Yi Haoran sat in his study, the electronic version of the news article on his computer screen. His hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a mixture of shock, realization, and a hint of barely suppressed excitement. So that's what Lin Shen meant by tomorrow. This is indeed an error that Shen Wenba cannot deny, a scandal that is enough to seriously damage his personal reputation and family image. In the business world, where image and stability are highly valued, a chairman being embroiled in such a scandal is undoubtedly a major negative factor. What are those shareholders who originally supported Shen Wenba thinking now? Will the company's stock price be affected? Will the partners reassess the risks? Lin Shen, how did he do that? How many more cards like that does he have in his hand? Yi Haoran's gaze fell once again on the note Lin Shen had left behind last night. That simple string of numbers, at this moment, seemed to contain infinite possibilities and dangers in his eyes. That idea, which he had never dared to consider, suddenly burned even more fiercely in his heart, like a wildfire doused with oil. Maybe it's really worth a try? He picked up his phone, his finger hovering over the dial button, his heart pounding like a drum. Yi Haoran stared at the simple, yet seemingly immense number on his phone screen, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The air in the study seemed to freeze, with only his heavy breathing and the sound of his heart pounding. The news about Shun Wenba was like a cold, venomous snake, coiled in his mind, hissing and luring the beast within him called ambition and resentment. He recalled how Shun Wenba had repeatedly rejected his proposed improvements over the years, how he had suppressed his prestige in the company, how he had subtly criticized him in the board meetings, and how he had marginalized him as the second-largest shareholder. Recalling Lin Chen's cold and resolute gaze last night, and his words, seeing the traitors reap what they sow. An opportunity, this might be his only chance in this life. If he misses it, he might forever remain a puppet shareholder in Shun Wenba's shadow. With a slight tremor in his fingers, he finally pressed the dial button. The phone was answered after only one ring, as if the person on the other end had been waiting. Have you thought it through? Lin Chen's voice was calm and unwavering, showing no surprise whatsoever, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. Chapter 167, You are no longer a member of the Lin Group. When Lin Chen asked him if he had thought it through, Yi Haoran took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice from trembling too much. Yes, Mr. Lin. I agree to cooperate with you. Very good. Lin Chen's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable power. The first step is for you to immediately, in your capacity as the company's second-largest shareholder and a director, to urgently initiate an extraordinary general meeting of shareholders. The reason given is that Chairman Shun Wenba is involved in a major ethical scandal, which has seriously damaged the company's image and potential interests. He is required to explain this matter to all shareholders, and a vote of no confidence in him is proposed, with the possibility of his resignation, if necessary. Now, immediately, Yi Haoran was startled, not expecting Lin Chen to be so decisive and ruthless in his methods. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Besides, the shares I hold, plus the 2 or 3 small shareholders who might support me, are far from enough. Shun Wenba owns 35%, and he's been managing the board for years. Do as I say. Lin Chen interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for argument. You only need to initiate the meeting and put things on the table. Leave the rest to me. You only have this one chance, President Yi. Lin Chen's voice carried a chilling pressure, making Yi Haoran's heart skip a beat. He knew he had no way out. They either follow Lin Chen and take a gamble, or continue to live in Shun Wenba's shadow, and might even be purged by Shun Wenba later because of today's phone call. Fine. Yi Haoran gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. I'll immediately notify my secretary to contact all shareholders and senior executives. 1 hour from now, Shun's Foods, top-floor conference room. After hanging up the phone, Yi Haoran immediately sprang into action like a wound-up toy. Years of repression and resentment have now transformed into the motivation for a desperate gamble. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Lin Group headquarters building, Qin Wei was dressed in a well-tailored dark business suit. Her long hair was neatly pinned up, her makeup was exquisite, and her expression was cold and aloof. Behind her were 2 young lawyers, also dressed in suits and carrying briefcases. The 3 of them walked briskly straight to the front desk. The receptionist clearly recognized Qin Wei. Upon seeing her, she immediately put on a professional smile, but deep in her eyes was a hint of barely perceptible aloofness and wariness. Secretary Qin, hello. She greeted him politely, but leaned forward slightly, as if trying to block his way. Qin Wei didn't stop walking, only slowed down slightly, and looked sharply at the front desk. I need to talk to the current head of the Lin Group. The receptionist's smile froze for a moment, and she lowered her voice, her tone carrying a hint of formulaic embarrassment. Secretary Qin, I'm sorry. Mr. Gu specifically instructed that Mr. Lin. Oh no, Mr. Lin Chen no longer holds any position in the company, so you are no longer an employee of the Lin Group. Without an appointment, I cannot let you up. What do you think? Her words were tactful, but the meaning was clear. Qin Wei was Lin Chen's person, and now that Lin Chen had lost power, she, as the former chairman's secretary, was naturally no longer an employee of the Lin Group. Qin Wei showed no anger or resentment, but instead revealed a faint, mocking sneer. She slightly raised her chin, her voice clear and calm, enough for the receptionist and security personnel nearby, who were eavesdropping to hear clearly. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here today as a former employee of the Lin Group, nor am I representing Mr. Lin Shin personally. She paused, took out a beautifully crafted business card from her designer handbag, held it between two fingers, and gently placed it on the front desk with a soft click. I, Qin Wei, am now the special legal counsel and assistant to the CEO of Hengyuan Building Materials Company, Limited. The two people behind me are the legal representatives of Hengyuan Building Materials. The receptionist and the security guard next to her were stunned and subconsciously looked at the business card. The words Hengyuan Building Materials Company, Limited, were indeed printed on it, along with Qin Wei's name and title. We are here today on behalf of Hengyuan Building Materials to formally negotiate your company's unilateral and unjustified termination of all supply contracts with us. Qin Wei spoke calmly and clearly, with the rigor and authority characteristic of a legal professional. The receptionist stared blankly at the business card and the thick lawyer's letter on the counter, then looked at Qin Wei, at a loss for what to do. She frantically grabbed the internal phone, her hands trembling slightly. Quick! Connect to the chairman's office. No, connect to General Manager Gu's office. Something terrible has happened. Qin Wei, Hengyuan Building Materials has sent a lawyer's letter. They're saying we breached the contract and are demanding compensation. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the top floor of Shun's Food Company, Limited, the atmosphere was equally heavy. The oval conference table was filled with all the shareholders and core executives of Shun's Foods. Chairman Shun Wenbo sat in the main seat, his face terribly gloomy, the dark circles under his eyes indicating that he had not slept all night. He had barely managed to deal with the persistent questions from several media outlets he was connected with, and before he could even catch his breath after calming his furious wife, he received a notice from Yi Haoran requesting an emergency extraordinary shareholders meeting, and the agenda was directed at him personally. Yi Haoran sat in the first seat to Shun Wenbo's left, trying his best to straighten his back, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his nervousness. He quickly scanned the people present. Besides him and Shun Wenbo, there are 8 other minority shareholders, holding between 3% and 8% of the shares. These people are mostly Shun Wenbo's yes men, following his every command. The only people he could clearly win over were Director Wang, who was sitting in the corner, and Director Li, who was diagonally opposite him. These two had clashed with Shun Wenbo over business expansion issues and had privately expressed their dissatisfaction to him. Even with the two of them included, the shares he could control would only be 22%, himself, plus 5%, Chairman Wang, plus 4%, Chairman Li, equals 31%. It's still 4% short of Shun Wenbo's 35% stake, not to mention the other shareholders who are wavering and will most likely side with Shun Wenbo. What exactly is Lin Chen's trump card? Yi Haoran had absolutely no idea. He could only force himself to remain calm, and, following Lin Chen's instructions, took the initiative to attack. Chapter 168 Voting. In the Shun family's conference room, everyone. Yi Haoran cleared his throat, his voice a little hoarse from nervousness, but exceptionally clear in the quiet conference room. The reason for this urgent call to everyone is because of the news this morning, which I'm sure you all saw. The personal ethical issues involving Chairman Shun Wenbo have already caused extremely negative impacts on society, especially within our industry and among our key clients. He took out a printed news report and placed it on the table. As the company's legal representative and spokesperson, Chairman Shin's personal behavior is closely related to the company's reputation. This scandal has severely damaged the brand image of Shun's Foods, which is based on integrity, responsibility, and family. I have received information that 2 important distributors with whom we are currently in negotiations have expressed serious concern and suspended their talks. After the stock market opened, our stock price has already fallen by 3%, and judging from the trend, it will continue to fall. Shun Wenbo slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and pointed at Yi Haoran's nose angrily, saying, "Yi Haoran, what do you mean? Those are all rumors fabricated by tabloids. Someone is deliberately smearing me and the company. Instead of investigating the rumor mongers, you're spreading alarmist rumors and calling a shareholders meeting? What are you trying to do? Seize power?" He was so angry that he was trembling all over. He never expected that Yi Haoran, who was usually so timid, would dare to jump out and cause trouble at this time. Whether it's a rumor or not, Chairman Shin knows best. Yi Haoran was going all in. Since they'd already broken off relations, there was no turning back. The photos are crystal clear. The timeline matches up. Only you know whether that child is yours or not. But now your image is affecting the company. You, Shin Wenbo was speechless, choked with anger. Yi Haoran stopped looking at him and turned to the other shareholders, his tone somber. Everyone, Shin's food success today is inseparable from the hard work and dedication of each and every one of you. But now, due to Chairman Shin's personal issues, the company's reputation has been damaged, business has been hindered, and the stock price has fallen. This harms the interests of all our shareholders. I propose that Chairman Shin Wenbo be suspended from voting until this matter is thoroughly investigated and a proper explanation is given to all shareholders and employees. The meeting room erupted in uproar. Shareholders who supported Shin Wenbo spoke out, accusing Yi Haoran of kicking someone when they're down, disregarding the big picture, and being used by a villain. Chairman Wang and Chairman Li voiced their support for Yi Haoran, believing that Shin Wenbo's personal issues had caused substantial damage to the company and must be addressed. The two sides were deadlocked and the meeting reached an impasse. Shin Wenbo looked at the smugness and determination flashing in Yi Haoran's eyes, and then at the few small shareholders who were clearly wavering and starting to whisper among themselves. He was both shocked and angry. He initially thought this was just Yi Haoran's personal coup, but now it seems things aren't so simple. There must be someone behind Yi Haoran. Shin Wenbo's chest heaved violently with anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Haoran. His face turned from ashen to flushed red, and he practically forced out the words through clenched teeth. Yi Haoran, I think you've lost your mind. You think you can take my place? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to sit in this position? Yi Haoran was somewhat embarrassed by being verbally abused, but thinking of Lin Chen's promise and the pent-up frustration of being suppressed over the years, he steeled himself, straightened his back, looked directly at Shin Wenbo, and spoke in a soft but exceptionally clear voice. Chairman Shin, don't speak so confidently. The position of chairman is awarded to the most capable person and decided by shareholder vote, not your personal property. How can I not be qualified? Qualifications. Shin Wenbo seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping threateningly over the other shareholders, finally settling on Yi Haoran's face, filled with disdain and mockery. With your measly 22% stake? Yi Haoran, have you forgotten that I own 35%? And who among you here would support you? Ask them whether they'd rather follow me, the chairman who led Shin's group to where it is today, or you, the second largest shareholder who only knows how to scheme behind the scenes. He deliberately emphasized second largest shareholder and making underhanded moves in an attempt to portray Yi Haoran as a petty person who took advantage of the situation. Yi Haoran's heart sank. This was exactly what he had been most worried about. Even including Chairman Wang and Chairman Li, his shareholding is only 31%, which is indeed less than Shin Wenbo's. Moreover, most of the other shareholders avoided eye contact with him, clearly still intimidated by Shin Wenbo's power. He took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm, saying, whether I'm qualified or not isn't up to you alone. According to the company's Articles of Association, major personnel changes require a vote from all shareholders, with votes counted according to shareholding weight. As long as the combined shares of those who support me are greater than yours, I am naturally qualified. These words sounded confident, but Yi Haoran himself wasn't entirely sure. He could only hope that Lin Chen's backup plan would appear in time. Ha! Shin Wenbo laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the funniest joke, his eyes filled with contempt and confidence. Fine, fine, a vote based on shareholding weight. Yi Haoran, it seems you won't learn your lesson until you're faced with the ultimate humiliation. Fine, since you insist on bringing shame upon yourself, then let's vote. In front of all the shareholders and executives, let everyone see who truly deserves to sit in this position. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. Now let's vote. Those who support me, Shin Wenbo, continuing as chairman, raise your hands. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the entire room once more, carrying the oppressive aura of his accumulated power over the years. He believed that with his 35% stake, coupled with the connections he had cultivated over the years and his control over other shareholders, achieving a 50% approval rating would be a piece of cake. Yi Haoran was nothing but a clown. Yi Haoran's heart was in his throat, and his palms were sweaty. He subconsciously looked towards the door, then at the shareholders present, especially those with slightly higher shareholdings and ambiguous attitudes. The shareholders exchanged glances, some keeping their heads down in silence, others avoiding eye contact. A few staunch supporters of Shin Wenbo, such as Chairman Zhao, who held 6% of the shares, were ready to raise their hands. At this tense moment, when the air seemed to freeze. Tap, tap, tap. The heavy solid wood door of the conference room was knocked 3 times, neither too loud nor too soft, and then it was pushed open. A tall, upright figure walked in with a composed gait. He was dressed in a simple black shirt and trousers, without a tie, and his expression was calm, even with a faint smile, which was completely out of place in the extremely tense atmosphere of the conference room. It was Lin Shen. Chapter 169, I support President Yi. When Lin Shen appeared in Shun's conference room, Shen Wenba's confident expression froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and anger. He glared at Lin Shen, who strolled in leisurely, and shouted sternly, Lin Shen, what are you doing here? This is our Shun's food internal shareholders meeting. Who let you in? Get out. Get out right now. He was full of questions. Why would Lin Shen suddenly come here? What did he want to do? Lin Shen seemed not to hear Shen Wenba's roar, walked straight to Yi Haoran's side, nodded slightly to him, then turned to Shen Wenba, his smile deepening, his calm yet clear voice resounding throughout the conference room. Chairman Shen, long time no see. Let me introduce myself. From today onwards, I, Lin Shen, am officially employed as Mr. Yi Haoran's special assistant. Therefore, he glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the various expressions on the faces of the shareholders. As Chairman Ye's assistant, I believe I am qualified to participate in this important shareholders meeting, which is crucial to the company's future direction. Yi Haoran was taken aback at first, but then he immediately realized what was happening. Feeling reassured, he quickly nodded in agreement, his voice becoming even louder. That's right. Mr. Lin is now my special assistant, fully assisting me in handling company affairs, so he is naturally qualified to attend the meeting. Upon hearing this, Shen Wenba and Shen Qingyi, who had rushed over, instantly turned extremely pale. Shen Wenba hadn't expected Lin Shen to intervene in this way, especially as Yi Haoran's assistant. What does that mean? A strong sense of foreboding enveloped him. Although Lin Shen has lost power, he did serve as chairman for a period of time, so he might have some trump cards up his sleeve. Shen Qingyi, on the other hand, had just arrived at the company from school in a state of anxiety and torment. She had wanted to ask her father about the scandal, but she never expected to see him here, the man she had mocked and thought was down on his luck just yesterday. Moreover, he actually became Yi Haoran's assistant? What is his purpose in coming here? What does he want to do? Lin Shen, what are you doing here? Shen Qingyi exclaimed, her pretty face pale, her eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of anger at being betrayed. What? What are you doing at our company? Lin Shen's gaze fell indifferently on Shen Qingyi's face, his eyes calm and unwavering. As if he were looking at a stranger, his tone distant and polite. Miss Shen, as I just mentioned, I am now Chairman Ye's assistant, so I am here for work. You? Shen Qingyi was speechless, looking at Lin Shen's calm and composed demeanor, as if he had everything under control, and comparing it with the current chaos at home and the pointing fingers she received at school, an indescribable sense of shame, indignation, and panic welled up in her heart. How can he remain so composed? Shouldn't he be down on his luck, utterly defeated and unable to recover? At this moment, Yi Haoran spoke up. All right, no need for irrelevant talk. Chairman Shen, since you proposed a vote, let's continue. Everyone, please begin the vote. Those who support Shen Wenba continuing as chairman, please raise your hands. Suppressing his unease and anger, Shen Wenba snorted coldly, looked at the crowd again, and said in a deep voice, Those who support me, raise your hands. He raised his hand again, his gaze sweeping over everyone with an air of authority, especially looking at Chen Junjian. Chen Junjian is a veteran with a high shareholding, so his attitude is crucial. As long as Chen Junjian raises his hand, he can rally a group of centrists. Chen Junjian felt Shen Wenba's gaze and understood his meaning. He hesitated for a moment. Then, thinking of his long-standing friendship and shared interests with Shen Wenba, he slowly raised his arm, ready to lend a hand. However, just as Chen Junjian raised his hand, before it had fully lifted above the table, Chairman Chen, a clear and calm voice rang out, carrying a hint of playfulness, interrupting his actions at just the right moment. All eyes immediately turned to the source of the sound, Lin Shen. Lin Shen wore a perfectly measured smile, his gaze gentle as he looked at Chen Junjian, as if they were just having a casual chat. How old is Chairman Chen this year? You must be 60, right? I've heard that you're still going strong. not only strategizing in the business world, but also having a very colorful life. Chun Yunjian's hand, which was halfway raised, froze in mid-air. He frowned and looked at Lin Shun with some displeasure. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? This is a crucial moment for voting on Chairman Shin's future. Why are you making up these idle remarks? Gossip. Lin Shin shook his head slightly, his smile unchanged, but his eyes sharpened. I'm not just gossiping. I just suddenly remembered that Chairman Shin seems to have a rather elegant villa in Building 18 of the Jianghuai residential area. How about we go there for tea sometime? Clang. Chun Junjian shuddered violently. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, and fine beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The half-raised hand suddenly retracted as if electrocuted, and he trembled as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at Lin Shun with a panicked expression, his lips trembling, all traces of his previous composure and seriousness gone. You. Chun Yunjian's voice trembled as he pointed at Lin Shun, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. His eyes were filled with fear and pleading. Building 18 of Jianghuai residential complex. That's where he kept his mistress and secret lover. Apart from him and a very few trusted confidants, no one knew about it. How could Lin Shun know so much? Just how much else did he know? Lin Shun stopped talking at the right moment and just smiled at Chun Junjian. But in Chun Yunjian's eyes, that smile was more terrifying than a devil. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Chun Junjian almost cried out, his voice trembling with sobs. No, don't say it. I. He suddenly turned to Shun Wenba, his face full of struggle and fear, but in the end, the fear of his secret being exposed overwhelmed everything. Chairman Shun, I'm sorry. I think Chairman Yi is right. This matter has had a really bad impact. For the sake of the company's overall situation, I support suspending you from your duties and conducting a thorough investigation. These words shocked the entire audience. Everyone stared in disbelief at Chun Junjian, who hadn't even officially raised his hand to support Shin Wenba yet, but was frightened into turning pale and switching sides by Lin Chen's few words. Shun Wenba's smugness and ruthlessness froze instantly, then transformed into overwhelming rage and disbelief. He suddenly turned his head, his scarlet eyes staring intently at Lin Chun, his gaze almost spitting fire, as if he wanted to devour Lin Chun alive. Lin Chun. Shun Wenba spat out the name through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with murderous intent. How dare you? How dare you use such despicable means to threaten shareholders? You're disrupting the internal affairs of the Shun Group. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shun Qingyi also understood, her face turning as pale as paper, her eyes filled with fear and unfamiliarity as she looked at Lin Chun. What exactly did this man do? Just how many people's secrets does he have incriminating evidence against? He really came back for revenge, and his own family seems to be the first to suffer. Yi Haoran let out a long sigh of relief. His back was soaked with cold sweat, but he was filled with joy and shock. Lin Chun was indeed prepared. Chapter 170 Dismissal of Shun Wenba. Lin Chun. Shun Wenba's voice trembled with extreme anger. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his finger almost poking Lin Chen's nose. Who do you think you are? You lost power in the Lin family and were kicked out, so you come to my Shin family to cause trouble and vent your anger? You use such despicable and underhanded methods to threaten shareholders and disrupt my Shin family's internal meetings? Lin Shin, let me tell you, your behavior is utterly shameless. Despicable. A scoundrel. His chest heaved violently, as if he wanted to unleash all the anger that had been building up due to the scandal and the panic of being driven to the brink of despair onto Lin Chun. Shin Qingyi was also taken aback by her father's rage and the dramatic reversal before her eyes. She looked at Lin Chen's calm face, which even carried a hint of mockery, and thought of her contempt and decisiveness towards him yesterday. Looking at how easily he had disrupted his father's board meeting today, an indescribable mix of jealousy and panic made her blurt out, Lin Chun, I never imagined you were such a treacherous and cunning person. You actually used someone else's weakness to achieve your goals. Luckily I distanced myself from you yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. Her words were sharp, an attempt to use moral condemnation to mask her inner turmoil and fear of the situation spiraling out of control. As Lin Chun listened to the accusations from the father and daughter, the faint smile on his lips finally became more pronounced, but it was as cold as ice. His gaze swept over Shun Wenba's face, contorted with rage, then over Shun Qingyi's eyes, which, though forcefully composed, betrayed her panic. He shook his head slightly, his tone calm, yet each word was like a knife. Shameless, despicable, petty. He repeated these words as if savoring something amusing, then chuckled. Mr. Shun, Ms. Shun, when it comes to crossing the river and burning the bridge, turning your backs on us without mercy, the shamelessness of you father and daughter is truly astonishing. He leaned forward slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto Shun Wenba, his voice lowered by a fraction, yet still audible to everyone in the conference room. Shun Wenba, didn't you want to know who was behind your downfall? Didn't you want to know who sent that gift? Lin Shen paused, savoring the sudden widening of surprise and doubt in Shun Wenba's eyes, then said clearly, word by word, that's right, it's me. That wonderful report about you this morning is my first gift to you, Lin Shen. Do you like it? Boom. It was like a thunderclap exploding in the conference room. Apart from Yi Haoran, who already knew the situation, all the other shareholders, including Chun Junjian, who had just defected, stared wide-eyed at Lin Shen in disbelief. That detailed exposé that nearly condemned Shen Wenba to hell was actually done by this seemingly down-on-his-luck former chairman who was kicked out of the Lin family just yesterday? Shen Wenba felt a buzzing in his head, his blood rushing to his head, and his vision went black. He pointed at Lin Shen, his finger trembling violently. It's you? It really is you. Lin Shen, you bastard. How could you? How could you dare to do this to me? I'm going to sue you. Sue you for defamation. For invasion of privacy. I'm going to make sure you rot in jail. Faced with Shun Wenba's desperate threats, Lin Shen simply shrugged indifferently, his expression as relaxed as if he were discussing the weather. Tell me? Go ahead. But you should think about how to get through today first. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Shen Wenba's face turned from red to white, then from white to green. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Shen stopped looking at the on the verge of collapse, Shen Wenba, and slowly shifted his gaze to the other shareholders in the conference room. His gaze was calm, yet like a scalpel, precisely slicing across everyone's face. Those he looked at felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively averting their gaze or lowering their heads. His gaze first fell on a middle-aged man who was somewhat balding and had shifty eyes. Mr. Wu, Lin Shen's voice was gentle, even with a hint of concern. I heard your son is doing quite well at that Ivy League school in the U.S. The tuition and living expenses must be around this amount each year, right? Lin Shen gestured a startling figure, then added thoughtfully, oh, by the way, your son's new sports car last year had a really flashy color. With your publicly disclosed annual salary and bonuses, supporting such an expense must be quite a burden, right? Or does Mr. Wu have some special investment returns elsewhere? The middle-aged man, referred to as General Manager Wu, suddenly stiffened. His face turned deathly pale, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His son was spending money recklessly abroad. All that money came from him. Lin Shen did not wait for Mr. Wu's reply, and turned his gaze to another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked quite refined. Mr. Zhang, Lin Shen's tone remained calm. 3 years ago, on May 8th, at 10 p.m., on Binhai Road, was the dashcam in that black sedan ever repaired? I heard it was raining heavily that day and the road conditions were not good. Clang. The pen in Mr. Zhang's hand fell to the table with a crisp sound. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his face ashen, and he looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. 3 years ago, on May 8th, on Binhai Road, a rainy night, that car accident where he was driving under the influence, which he later spent a lot of money to cover up, falsified records, and had his driver take the blame. How could Lin Shen know about it? They even know the exact time and the weather. Lin Shen's gaze continued to move, and he seemingly casually pointed out the names of 2 or 3 other shareholders without saying anything specific, only mentioning a certain place, a certain time, or a vague title. Chairman Li, is the pu'er tea from that private club in the west of the city still authentic? Chairman Zhao, the flight to Macau on the 15th of last month was quite punctual, wasn't it? Mr. Sun, your distant cousin in the finance department is quite capable, but his hands are sometimes not very clean. Every casually uttered word is like a heavy hammer, striking the heart of the person being called out. Their expressions changed drastically, cold sweat poured down their backs, and their eyes were filled with boundless fear as they looked at Lin Shen. Who exactly is this man? How could he know their deeply hidden secrets and vulnerabilities? There are some things that even their closest family members don't know. The meeting room was deathly silent, save for heavy, suppressed breathing and the faint sound of cold sweat dripping onto the table. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Lin Chun withdrew his gaze, as if he had merely completed a routine inspection. He turned to Yi Haoran and nodded slightly. Yi Haoran was filled with excitement. He was extremely impressed by Lin Chen's methods, and at the same time, he was glad that he had chosen to cooperate. He immediately understood, took a deep breath, and said in as calm a voice as possible, "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is now clear. Chairman Shen Wenba's personal conduct is seriously unethical. I propose that we now hold a final vote on whether Mr. Shen Wenba should continue to serve as chairman. Those who agree to remove Mr. Shen Wenba from his position as chairman, please raise your hands." Shen Wenba suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the crowd, and hissed, "You dare? Let's see who dares to raise their hand." Chapter 171 Vice President, Gu Yanqing. However, his threat seemed so weak and powerless in the face of immense fear. Chen Junjian was the first to raise his hand tremblingly, his head bowed, not daring to look at Shen Wenba. Immediately following them were General Manager Wu, General Manager Zhang, Chairman Li, Chairman Zhao, General Manager Sun, and others who had just been called out by Lin Chun. They raised their hands almost without hesitation, as if they would face annihilation if they were a second slower. Their faces were filled with fear and compromise. Other shareholders who were already wavering or suppressed by Shen Wenba, seeing this situation and recalling Lin Chen's unfathomable threat, dared not support Shen Wenba anymore and raised their hands as well. In the blink of an eye, apart from Shen Wenba himself, Shen Qingyi, who was biting her lip and whose face was as pale as paper, as well as Chairman Wang and Chairman Li, who had long expressed their support for Yi Haoran, a whole bunch of arms were raised on the conference table. Shen Wenba stared in disbelief at the scene before him, at his partners and subordinates, who had always been respectful and obedient to him, now raising their hands to pull him down from his throne of power. A tremendous sense of betrayal and the despair of being abandoned by everyone overwhelmed him instantly. You all," Shen Wenba pointed at the raised hands, his fingers trembling, a gurgling sound coming from his throat. He was so angry that he couldn't say a word, only feeling a metallic taste rushing to his throat. Lin Chen watched this scene quietly, looking at Shen Wenba's face, which was twisted with extreme anger, fear, and despair. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. "It seems that the result is already clear. Chairman Shen, it is the will of the people, and you should step down." Puff. Shen Wenba finally couldn't hold on any longer. Overwhelmed by anger and frustration, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the gleaming conference table and his expensive suit. "Dad!" Shen Qingyi let out a shrill scream, rushing over to support the swaying Shen Wenba. Seeing her father's pale face and blood at the corner of his mouth, she abruptly looked up at Lin Chun, her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and terror. "Lin Chun, you monster! How could you be so cruel? You'll get your retribution." Faced with her accusations, Lin Chen's face remained expressionless, only showing a cold indifference. He lightly brushed away non-existent dust from his cuffs, as if brushing away something dirty. "Vicious? Retribution?" He repeated those two words, a chillingly sarcastic smile curving his lips, his gaze sweeping over Shen Qingyi and the dejected Shen Wenba like an icy blade. "Compared to your Shen family, who fawned over me when I was still of use, but turned their backs on me the moment they felt I had lost power, colluding with outsiders to kick me when I was down, and eagerly severing ties, or even trampling on me. What is my little bit of return gift compared to that?" He paused, looking at Shen Wenba, who was still panting heavily and staring at him with resentment, supported by his daughter, and slowly added, his voice not loud, but it made Shen Wenba and his daughter feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "Shen Wenba, today's performance is just the second gift. As for the third," he didn't continue speaking, but left behind a meaningful and extremely cold look. He turned around, nodded slightly to Yi Haoran, and then, no longer looking at the chaos in the conference room and the disheveled state of the Shen family father and daughter, he walked steadily towards the door. His back was straight and resolute, like a drawn sword, its cold light gleaming. Only a deathly silence remained in the conference room, along with Shen Wenba's suppressed, painful breathing and Shen Qingyi's helpless sobs. At the same time that Shen Wenba was ousted and Yi Haoran became the new chairman in the conference room of Shen's Foods, the atmosphere was completely different at the headquarters of Lin's group, a few kilometers away. On the top floor, in the newly renovated, spacious, and bright office of the vice president, Gu Yanqing was comfortably leaning back in a genuine leather executive chair that was even larger than the living room of his previous rented apartment. With his legs crossed and propped up on the edge of the gleaming mahogany desk, he toyed with a priceless limited edition gold pin in his hand, surveying his new territory, a symbol of power and status, with smug satisfaction. The separate bathroom, the small private reception area, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city skyline, everything about it made him feel lightheaded, as if he were walking on clouds. From a fearful, illegitimate child to the current vice president of the Lin Group and a newly rich man holding shares, he was intoxicated by the feeling of rising to the top overnight. He had even begun to imagine how he would gradually take over more important power from Lin Jiao, so that he would eventually be in charge of the entire Lin Group and completely crush that eyesore Lin Chun under his feet. The intercom on the table rang, interrupting his reverie. He answered impatiently, "What is it?" "Mr. Gu," the receptionist downstairs said that Ms. Qin Wei, representing Hengyuan Building Materials, brought a lawyer and said she wanted to discuss the breach of contract. His new secretary's voice carried a hint of caution, clearly indicating that he also knew the matter was tricky. Hengyuan Building Materials? What a terrible company, never heard of it. Gu Yanqing frowned, then remembered the name Qin Wei. Lin Chen's former secretary? Qin Wei. Gu Yanqing's eyes darted around, and a playful and malicious smile appeared on her lips. He knew Qin Wei. She was Lin Chen's most capable assistant, with outstanding abilities and excellent looks and temperament. He used to handle all of Lin Chen's affairs, so she must know a lot about him. "Bring her up here and take her directly to my office," Gu Yanqing instructed, already having a plan in mind. Wasn't Lin Chen arrogant before? If we could win over Qin Wei, Lin Chen's confidant, and make her work for us, wouldn't that be the greatest humiliation for Lin Chen? Just imagining that scene excited him. A moment later, there was a knock on the office door. "Enter. Chapter 172. You don't have that right, do you?" In Gu Yanqing's newly dressed deputy general manager's office. The door was pushed open, and Qin Wei walked in first. Today, she was still wearing a well-tailored dark gray business suit that accentuated her beautiful figure. Her long hair was neatly styled up, revealing her fair and slender neck. She wore delicate light makeup, had a cool expression and sharp eyes, and exuded an aura of competence, professionalism, and unapproachability. Two lawyers carrying briefcases followed behind her, both with equally serious expressions. Gu Yanqing's gaze was immediately drawn to Qin Wei, and a hint of undisguised amazement and possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Compared to Shun Qingyi's delicate and spoiled beauty, Qin Wei's mature, intellectual, and aloof beauty seemed more attractive to him, especially considering that she was once Lin Chen's most trusted person. "Secretary Qin, what a rare guest." Gu Yanqing didn't get up, maintaining his lazy and arrogant posture, even swinging his feet slightly on the table, his gaze freely sweeping over Qin Wei. "Oh, no, I should call you Miss Qin now. I heard you're no longer an employee of Lin's. What, you want to come back? Too bad. Lin's isn't a place where just anyone can come back these days." His words were utterly disdainful and humiliating. Qin Wei's face remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard his sarcasm. She took 2 steps forward, stopping half a meter in front of the desk, looking calmly at Gu Yanqing, her voice clear and formulaic. "Vice President Gu, hello? I am here today on behalf of Hengyuan Building Materials Company, Limited, to formally negotiate regarding your company's unilateral and unjustified termination of all supply contracts signed with us. This is our lawyer's letter and related documents." She gestured, and the lawyer behind her immediately stepped forward and placed a thick folder on Gu Yanqing's desk. Gu Yanqing glanced at the folder, scoffed, and didn't even bother to look at it. His gaze remained fixed on Qin Wei's face, and his tone was flippant. "Hengyuan Building Materials? Never heard of this small company. Miss Qin, I think you're a smart woman. Lin Chun is finished, so you can only run errands for this crappy company. But I think you're a talent. How much was he paying you before? Here's what we'll do. You come work as my secretary, and I'll pay you double. No, triple. How about it? You're sure to have a bright future with me." He thought that by offering a high price, he could win over the person Lin Chen trusted most, and even make him submit. After all, in his limited understanding, people die for money, birds die for food, and women especially so. Qin Wei's eyes instantly turned cold, as if they had been frozen. Looking at Gu Yanqing's self-righteous face, she felt only contempt and disgust. This is the good son, that Lin Zhiyong and Zhao Feng cherished and took for granted. Aside from bullying others and being arrogant, he is utterly useless. Vice President Gu. Qin Wei's voice was even colder than before, carrying an undeniable distance and warning. Please watch your words. I am here today to conduct business negotiations on behalf of Hengyuan Building Materials, not to apply for a job. My personal career choice is none of your business, nor is it any of Mr. Lin Chen's business. Now, please provide your company with a clear answer regarding the breach of contract. If Vice President Gu is unable to make a decision, then please take us to see Chairman Lin Zhiyong. She directly pointed out that Gu Yanqing might not be able to make the decision, and the contempt in her tone instantly enraged Gu Yanqing. I can't make the decision? What a joke. Gu Yanqing abruptly put her foot down, sat up straight, slammed her hand on the table, and all pretense of composure vanished from her face, leaving only anger at being offended and restless with an eagerness to prove herself. Although my dad is still managing the Lin family business now, it will be mine sooner or later. This is just a worthless contract with a building materials company. I can decide what to do. You just want money? I'll pay you back. How much? Hurry up and tell me. Don't waste my time. He didn't even glance at the lawyer's letter or the specific terms of the contract. He only wanted to quickly pay off this ungrateful woman and, incidentally, show off his wealth and power in front of her. Qin Wei sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm, nodding to the lawyer. The lawyer immediately stepped forward, opened the contract, and handed Gu Yanqing the confirmation of breach of contract and a detailed list of liquidated damages calculations. Pointing to the liquidated damages clause highlighted in red, the lawyer prepared to begin his presentation. Vice President Gu, according to the contract, since your company unilaterally breached the contract without a justifiable reason, you are required to pay us a portion of the total contract amount. All right. Gu Yanqing waved his hand impatiently to interrupt the lawyer as soon as he started to speak. He hadn't even heard clearly, or rather, he didn't care about the specific amount. He just thought the other party was being long-winded. Moreover, he looked down on this small company he had never even heard of. How much could the penalty for breach of contract be? No matter how much, his Lin Group could afford to pay it. To demonstrate his magnanimity and power, he didn't even glance at the long string of numbers and complex terms, grabbed the pen, and said with a disdainful expression, "No problem. The Lin family is so big and powerful. What's a little penalty for breach of contract? This project was just something Lin Chen messed up anyway. Stopping it is just as good. We'll pay. I said I can take responsibility, and I will. I'll sign right now." As he spoke, he quickly signed his name Gu Yanqing on the breach of contract compensation confirmation form. The handwriting was messy, yet it carried a smug and arrogant air, as if the signed document was not a compensation agreement worth hundreds of millions, but an insignificant note. After signing, he casually pushed the document toward Qin Wei, tossed the pen aside, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Qin Wei smugly, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. How about that, Miss Qin? See, that's power, that's efficiency. If you followed Lin Chen, would you have seen so much money? Would you have signed so readily? It's not too late to back out now. My promise is still valid. Double salary. No, as long as you nod, you can name your salary. As Qin Wei looked at the signed and legally binding compensation confirmation, a faint, cold glint of triumph flashed in the depths of her eyes. She carefully picked up the document, quickly glanced at the signature area, and after confirming that it was correct, handed it to the lawyer behind her for safekeeping. Then she looked up at Gu Yanqing. This time, her face no longer wore a cold, formulaic expression, but instead revealed a very faint, almost imperceptible, mocking smile. She nodded slightly, her tone still calm, yet seemingly carrying a hint of something more. Vice President Gu is indeed domineering and straightforward. Now that the matter is resolved, we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After saying that, she stopped looking at Gu Yanqing's disgusting smug face, turned around, and walked briskly towards the door with two lawyers. Gu Yanqing looked at her slender yet upright back, especially at that last smile and her domineering and straightforward evaluation, which made him feel even more elated. He thought that Qin Wei had finally been impressed by his wealth and spirit, but was just too embarrassed to agree immediately. He raised his voice at Qin Wei's retreating figure, his tone flippant. "Miss Qin, go back and think it over. I, Gu Yanqing, always keep my word. You're welcome to switch jobs anytime. My place offers far more prospects than following Lin Chen." Ha ha. Qin Wei didn't pause at all, as if she hadn't heard anything. She opened the office door, walked out, and gently closed it behind her, shutting out the disgusting laughter and the air behind her. Stepping out of the Lin Group building and into her car, Qin Wei finally let out a long sigh of relief, her tense nerves relaxing slightly. She took out her phone and sent Lin Chen a short message. Chairman Lin, Gu Yanqing has signed and confirmed the penalty for breach of contract, amounting to 861 million. The documents have been received. After sending the message, she looked out the window at the towering Lin Group building, her eyes icy. Gu Yanqing's arrogance and ignorance will be the first shovel of soil to bury the Lin family. As for Gu Yanqing's ridiculous offer of double salary, in Qin Wei's view, it was nothing more than a clown foolishly digging his own grave. If the Lin family were handed over to him, bankruptcy would be inevitable sooner or later. Chapter 173 Compensation Received. After leaving Gu Yanqing's office, Qin Wei and her group did not go far. They went directly to the group's finance department on the same floor, which was only a few rooms away from Gu Yanqing's office. The financial director was an elderly gentleman surnamed Zhou, with gray hair and a serious and rigid expression, who wore reading glasses and had worked at Lin's for many years. He saw Qin Wei walk in with a lawyer and documents, and his brows furrowed instinctively. He recognized Qin Wei. She was the most capable secretary of the former chairman, Lin Chun, and extremely competent. But her presence here, accompanied by a lawyer, clearly indicated ill intent. Director Zhou, hello. Qin Wei greeted him formally, then placed the breach of contract compensation confirmation letter, which Gu Yanqing had just signed, along with copies of the relevant contracts and lawyer's letter, in front of Director Zhou. This is the breach of contract compensation confirmation document that Vice President Gu Yanqing just personally signed. According to the contract, because your company unilaterally and without cause terminated the cooperation with Hengyuan Building Materials, you are required to immediately pay a penalty of 861 million renminbi. This is a formal legal document. Please fulfill your payment obligations immediately in accordance with the agreement. Director Zhou picked up the documents, put on his reading glasses, and carefully looked through them. When he saw Gu Yanqing's flamboyant yet extremely hasty signature at the end of the document, his brows furrowed even more. Then we see the specific amount of the penalty for breach of contract, 261 million. His fingers trembled slightly. 861 million. Director Zhou's voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment. He abruptly looked up at Qin Wei. Ms. Qin, this amount is too large. I need to verify it. Moreover, although Vice President Gu is a vice president, such a large payment must be approved by the chairman, that is, Chairman Lin. As he spoke, he reached for the landline phone on the table, intending to call Lin Jiong directly. This amount is almost half of the Lin Group's current liquid assets. Once the payment is made, the entire group's cash flow will be severely affected. He absolutely refused to believe that Chairman Lin would agree to Gu Yanqing signing such a huge compensation agreement so casually. There must be something fishy going on here. Director Zhou. Qin Wei's voice rang out at the opportune moment, clear and calm, carrying an undeniable authority. Your verification is your responsibility, and we understand. However, this document was personally signed and confirmed by Vice President Gu, representing the Lin Group's formal commitment. If you need to consult with your superiors, I suggest you. She paused, looking calmly at Director Zhou. It's better to call Vice President Gu directly to confirm. After all, he's the one who signed it, and Vice President Gu specifically emphasized when we left that he could make the decision and that we didn't need to worry. Qin Wei's words were watertight, clearly stating that Gu Yanqing was the person responsible, while also subtly implying Gu Yanqing's authority. The lawyer behind her added, Director Zhou, according to this legally binding confirmation, your company is obligated to make payment immediately. Any unjustified delay may constitute a new breach of contract and incur additional legal liabilities and late payment fees. We recommend that, for the sake of our cooperative relationship and the reputation of the Lin Group, you arrange payment immediately. Director Zhou's hand paused above the phone, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. He knew he should call Lin Jiong, but Qin Wei's words reminded him that the signatory was Gu Yanqing, the crown prince, whom Chairman Lin currently favored and who was even showing signs of being groomed to succeed him. If I bypass Gu Yanqing and call Chairman Lin directly, will I offend the newly promoted vice president? Moreover, judging from the way Gu Yanqing signed the document, it seemed he really didn't care about the money. After much hesitation, under the calm yet pressured gazes of Qin Wei and the lawyer, Director Zhou finally picked up the phone, but dialed the internal line to Gu Yanqing's office. The call was answered almost instantly. Gu Yanqing seemed to be in a good mood, her voice still carrying the smugness from before. Hello? Who is this? Vice President Gu. It's me, Zhou from the finance department. Director Zhou tried to keep his voice steady. It's like this. Ms. Qin from Hengyuan Building Materials has come with the compensation confirmation you signed, demanding that we pay a penalty for breach of contract. This breach of contract penalty? Gu Yanqing's tone on the phone was somewhat impatient, but he didn't show the shock or hesitation that Director Zhou had expected. He seemed completely unconcerned about the numbers' connection to the company's cash flow, only concerned with displaying his authority. Director Zhou, right? What's wrong with you? You're asking me about such a small matter? Didn't I already sign it? Just compensate them. Can't our Lin family afford that little bit of money? Get it done quickly, don't dawdle. It makes the Lin family seem petty. From now on, for things I've signed off on, no need to ask for permission again. Just get it done. But Vice President Gu, this amount is very large. According to the financial procedures, it needs to be handled by Chairman Lin. Director Zhou still wanted to argue. Procedures, procedures. All I know is procedures. Gu Yanqing's voice suddenly rose, filled with displeasure at being disturbed and anger at having his authority questioned. My dad made me this vice president so I could do the work. I said I'd take responsibility, and I will. Don't you understand me? Or do you think I, as vice president, am not keeping my word? Hurry up and transfer the money to them. Don't waste my time. After saying that, before Director Zhou could say anything more, Gu Yanqing hung up the phone with a click, leaving only a busy tone. Director Zhou held the microphone, listening to the busy tone, his face turning pale and then flushed. In his decades of experience, he had never seen such a careless and irresponsible senior management. 860 million. Not 8,600,000. Gu Yanqing didn't even ask any questions or consider the specific impact on the payment, and just casually told him to get it done quickly. He looked up at Qin Wei, who was waiting patiently. There was no urging expression on her face, but her calm eyes made him feel immense pressure. He glanced at the document on the table, written in black and white and bearing Gu Yanqing's signature, and knew that he would probably have to pay the money today. Gu Yanqing had already made his position clear. If he didn't comply, he would offend this crown prince, and his days at the company would likely become difficult. Moreover, from a legal standpoint, the other party has all the necessary paperwork, and Lin is not in the right. Sigh. Director Zhou sighed deeply, as if he had aged several years in an instant. He waved his hand weakly and instructed the equally stunned finance manager beside him. Do as Vice President Gu instructs. Transfer 861 million from the company's main account to Hengyuan Building Materials designated account. Director Zhou, this amount is too large. With so much money going out of the main account at once, the final payments for many projects and this month's salary payments may be affected. The finance manager whispered, sweat beading on his forehead. Execute the order. Director Zhou closed his eyes, his voice weary. What could he do? He was just a finance director. The vice president had signed off on it, and the crown prince had given the order. What could he do but obey? As for the consequences, he didn't dare to think about them anymore. Seeing that the director had spoken, the finance manager dared not say anything more and could only bite the bullet and begin the operation after confirming that the account information provided by Qin Wei was correct. Such a large transfer requires multiple authorizations and verifications. But with Qin Wei having all the necessary documents and the Lin family following orders, the process went exceptionally smoothly. So, not long after Qin Wei and the others left the Lin group and sent a message to Lin Chun, they received the money. Chapter 174: The Reporter's Inquiry. Meanwhile, Lin Jiong had just recovered and regained control of the Lin family business. He was quite busy, having just returned from having dinner with some former business partners, and was naturally unaware of Gu Yanqing's signing. The driver took him back to the Lin Group headquarters building. Lin Jiong straightened his sharp suit, his face flushed with a hint of alcohol and smug satisfaction. Just as he was about to step into the lobby, a group of reporters who had been waiting for a long time suddenly surged out from all corners like sharks smelling blood, instantly surrounding him. The cameras were practically piercing his face, flashes going off incessantly, making it hard for him to open his eyes. Chairman Lin, please wait. Chairman Lin, we are from XX Finance, and we have a few questions we would like to ask you. Mr. Lin, look this way. A cacophony of inquiries rose and fell. Lin Jiong frowned, displeased, but in front of the media, he still managed to maintain basic composure, stopping and signaling his bodyguard to block the microphone that was too close. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? If it's about normal company business, you can contact our public relations department, Lin Jiong said in a deep voice, trying to dismiss the matter with an official tone. But the reporters were clearly well prepared, asking increasingly pointed questions. Chairman Lin, you transferred all of your shares in Lin's group to your godson, Mr. Gu Yanqing, without any compensation, while you did not give any shares or assets to your biological son, Mr. Lin Chun. What are you thinking? Chairman Lin, according to our traditional concepts and common sense, parents usually give priority to leaving their family business to their biological children, unless the children are really incompetent and dissolute. However, we understand that during Mr. Lin Chen's tenure as acting chairman, he had a good grasp of all aspects of the Lin Group. Could you explain why you made the decision to give all the shares to your godson, while your biological son received nothing? Is there any unknown inside story behind this? Chairman Lin, there are rumors that Mr. Gu Yanqing is your illegitimate son. Is that true? Did you give him all the shares because you felt guilty? Chairman Lin, does this mean you've completely abandoned Mr. Lin Chen? Has the father-son relationship broken down? The questions were increasingly direct and tricky, especially the issue of share distribution between the biological son and the godson, which hit the nail on the head and touched on the family ethics and property inheritance concepts that Chinese people value most. Lin Jiong's face instantly darkened, and he sobered up considerably. He hadn't expected these reporters to ask this question, but he had anticipated it. Facing countless cameras and microphones, Lin Jiong knew he had to respond. Otherwise, all sorts of speculations and rumors would fly around tomorrow, dealing a huge blow to the Lin family's image. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and panic in his heart, and tried to force a seemingly calm and composed smile onto his face. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Dear friends in the media, please do not make wild guesses, and even more so, do not believe irresponsible rumors." He glanced around, his gaze deliberately composed. Regarding the shares, it was indeed my decision. But my original intention was definitely not what outsiders speculate. Lin Chun is my son, and that will never change. The reason I haven't given him shares yet, and even had him leave the company to continue his studies, is to better train him and let him learn more. He paused, and seeing that the reporters were all listening intently, he continued with his prepared speech, his tone earnest, like a strict father with good intentions. As everyone knows, I, Lin Jiong, started from scratch and built the Lin Group single-handedly. I am well aware of the difficulties of starting a business and the challenges of maintaining it. A successor to a company isn't just about background. They need to be capable, have the right character, and be responsible. I've kept Yanqing close by and given him shares in the company, hoping he can grow faster and shoulder more responsibility. As for Lin Chun, he sighed, shook his head, and his expression carried a hint of disappointment and frustration. My son has the ability, but his character still needs to be tempered. I want him to start from the bottom, work hard, and achieve success through his own true abilities. If he can't truly understand the hardships of starting a business and the responsibilities of maintaining it, then hastily handing the company over to him would not only harm him, but also be irresponsible to all employees and shareholders of the Lin Group. He spoke in a grand and dignified manner, portraying himself as a wise father who made the right decision with great difficulty for the sake of the company's overall interests and his son's growth. Therefore, please do not make unfounded speculations. I gave Yanqing shares so that someone could better take the lead in the company in the future. My strict requirements for Lin Chen also stem from a father's love and expectations. All of this is for the better development of the Lin Group. Lin Jiong concluded emphatically. Then, without giving the reporters a chance to continue their questions, he turned and strode into the Lin Group building under the escort of his bodyguards, leaving a group of lingering reporters outside. Stepping into the elevator, Lin Jiong's composure vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely gloomy expression. He loosened his tie in frustration and muttered under his breath, "A swarm of flies." He thought his response was flawless and enough to shut the media up. However, he was unaware that outside the building, the reporters left behind looked at each other, many with expressions of amusement and disbelief. To toughen up his son? A veteran financial reporter pushed up his glasses and sneered. kicking out their own son from the company without giving him a single share, while promoting their godson to the position of vice president and transferring all their shares. Is this what you call training? This is more like exile. Exactly. A female reporter next to her chimed in. She had clearly done her homework. I've looked into Gu Yanqing. She went to university in Longhai City. Her grades weren't great, but she had a lot of scandals. As for Lin Xun, when he was managing the company, although he was a sycophant in school, he changed a lot after he took over the company. There's definitely something fishy going on here, another reporter said in a low voice. I heard that Lin Zhiyong's wife, Zhao Fong, dotes on this godson more than anything, even more than her own son. And then there's the matter of the shares. TSK. The feuds in wealthy families seem more exciting than a TV drama. Chapter 175, confiscating over 2 billion yuan from the Lin family. Just as several reporters were discussing the relationship between Lin Zhiyong and Lin Chun. Never mind that for now. The veteran reporter who spoke first waved his hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. He stared at his phone screen, where a notification had just popped up. There's even more exciting news. Check out the announcement on the municipal bidding website. Everyone rushed over to look and saw a newly released official announcement from the municipal government prominently displayed on the phone screen. Announcement regarding the termination of cooperation with Lin's group on the new urban area comprehensive development project, formerly the New Industrial Park project, and the re-tendering process. The announcement was concise and clearly stated that the Lin Group's unilateral and unjustified termination of the contract constituted a serious breach of contract. Based on the contract terms and relevant laws and regulations, the municipal government has decided to 1. Unilaterally terminate all contracts and agreements signed with the Lin Group regarding the aforementioned project. 2. Confiscate the project performance bond already paid by the Lin Group, totaling 2.8 billion renminbi, which will not be refunded. 3. The project will be re-tendered to the public effective immediately. 2 billion deposit? Confiscated. Someone gasped. The new urban area comprehensive development project. Isn't that the city's #1 key project this year? The Lin family got it. And then they stopped it themselves. Another reporter could hardly believe his eyes. Unilateral termination, without justifiable reason. Confiscation of the 2.8 billion deposit. The veteran reporter murmured the key words repeatedly, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Breaking news. This is truly big news. Lin Zhiyong just said everything was for the company's development. In the blink of an eye, he lost a huge contract from the municipal government and was fined a staggering 2.8 billion yuan in deposits. Quick, go back and write the article. We've got the headline. The reporters instantly erupted in excitement, forgetting all about their earlier questioning of Lin Zhiyong's family affairs. They rushed back to their cars or called their agencies as fast as they could, racing against time to publish this bombshell news that was enough to ignite the entire business world and public opinion. At that moment, Lin Zhiyong, who was completely unaware of everything that was happening downstairs and the impending media storm, had just returned to his chairman's office on the top floor. The spacious office remains impressive, with mahogany desks, leather chairs, and floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of the bustling city. He rubbed his temples wearily, sat down in the large executive chair, and was about to ring the bell to have his secretary bring in a cup of strong tea to sober him up when the office door was suddenly pushed open. His chief secretary, Secretary Wang, who had served him for many years, was now deathly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He clutched a newly printed document tightly in his hand and staggered in, forgetting to knock on the door. Chairman Lin, something terrible has happened. Something horrific has occurred. Secretary Wang's voice trembled, and he spoke incoherently. Lin Zhiyong was displeased at being disturbed from his rest and rebuked him with a stern face. What's the panic? Is the sky falling down? Have you no manners at all? No, Chairman Lin. It's really a huge deal. Secretary Wang was so anxious she was almost in tears. Forgetting all formalities, she tremblingly placed the document, still warm from the printer, in front of Lin Zhiyong. You need to see this. It's an announcement just posted on the municipal bidding website. Our new industrial park project, it's over. A new industrial park project? Lin Zhiyong didn't react for a moment, and frowned as he picked up the document. When he saw the document title and the first few lines, his drunkenness and fatigue vanished instantly. He jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the words on the paper. termination of cooperation, unilateral breach of contract, confiscation of performance bond, 2.8 billion yuan, retendering. Every word was like a heavy hammer, slamming into his heart. This is impossible, Lin Jiong exclaimed, his voice trembling. What kind of project is this? What deposit of 2.8 billion? Secretary Wang, what's going on? Is there some mistake? His mind was in complete chaos. New industrial park project? Which new industrial park project? Among the projects he recently stopped, there seems to be some kind of new industrial park. But wasn't that the small-scale development zone project that Linshan had done before? How could this be related to a key municipal government project? And with a deposit of 2.8 billion? Seeing her boss's shocked and disoriented state, Secretary Wang felt even more bitter inside, but she could only grit her teeth and quickly explain. Chairman Lin, this is the new industrial park project that young Master Lin Shun was in charge of promoting before. Lin Jiong was struck dumb, and he took a step back, crashing into the heavy office chair with a dull thud. His face turned deathly pale instantly, his lips trembled, and he pointed at the document, but couldn't utter a single word. How could he possibly stop the projects he's working on with the municipal government? Those are all projects that bring profits to the company, and they're all serious projects. How could he unilaterally stop them? He remembered. There seemed to be such a thing. At that time, he had just recovered and was able to speak normally. He returned to the company and immediately terminated all the projects that Lin Shun had taken on when he was acting chairman. The reason, of course, was that Gu Yanqing had told him back then that Lin Shun had taken on projects recklessly during his tenure as chairman, accepted large kickbacks, lined his own pockets, and tied up company funds in all sorts of dubious projects. Subconsciously, he also believed that Lin Shun, who had no experience and was a student who temporarily took over the company, could only handle small and insignificant projects. So, without even looking at it, he had everyone stop immediately. He dared to use the company to take kickbacks for himself. He's truly worthless. He also remembered that someone had indeed rushed over to him at the time, saying that a certain project could not be stopped. However, he was angry at the time and had a preconceived notion that these people were people promoted by Lin Shun, and even thought that they were colluding with Lin Shun. So they weren't given a chance to say anything more, and their quarterly bonuses were docked as punishment. He never expected that Lin Shun could actually win a municipal government project. He was still a student, a kid with no experience, no connections, and no knowledge. How could he possibly win a municipal government project? He simply couldn't believe it. If it were him, securing such a project would require going through countless connections, and most municipal government projects also require bidding. How could this be? Also, why did he pay a deposit of 2.8 billion before the project even started? That's not 280,000, nor 28 million. It's 2.8 billion. Although the Lin Group has a large amount of assets, it does not have much cash flow. Most of the funds are tied up in various projects and investments. The company's cash reserves are its lifeline for maintaining normal operations. So where did he get the 2.8 billion? Lin Jiong felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, as if the blood in his body had frozen. His vision blurred, and he almost fainted. Chairman Lin, are you all right? Secretary Wang was terrified when she saw his frightened face and unsteady gait, so she quickly stepped forward to help him up. Lin Jiong shoved him away abruptly, slumped back into his chair, and gripped the armrests tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, his voice terribly hoarse. Investigate. Investigate immediately and thoroughly. Find all the documents related to this project, from how Lin Shun obtained the project to all the agreements and contracts signed with the municipal government, especially the clauses regarding the security deposit and liability for breach of contract. Find them all. Now. Immediately. Yes. I'll go right away. Secretary Wang replied repeatedly, scrambling out of the office. In the spacious and luxurious office, only Lin Jiong remained. He sat blankly in the chair, staring at the announcement on the table that looked like a death sentence. He recalled his confident words to the reporters downstairs. Everything is for the company's development, and felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped countless times by invisible hands. No, I have to call and ask this unfilial son what's going on. He knew that once this report came out, Lin's stock price would definitely plummet. Chapter 176, Xiaoruado. Just as Lin Jiong was in his office, Feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave after his 2.8 billion yuan deposit was confiscated, and preparing to question Lin Shun, on the top floor of a high-end members-only coffee shop in Hangzhou's most bustling commercial district. This place is usually only open to a very small number of top VIPs, but at this moment, it was completely booked, so quiet that you could hear the faint noise of the city in the distance outside the window. The entire floor features a minimalist modern design, with huge floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls offering panoramic views of the city skyline. Sunlight filters through the specially treated glass, casting a soft glow. The air was filled with the rich aroma of roasted top-quality coffee beans, as well as a refined and expensive fragrance. Lin Shun, dressed casually, sat relaxed on a large, comfortable leather sofa. The dark brown liquid in the coffee cup in front of him rippled slightly, reflecting his calm and unwavering eyes. His fingers tapped lightly on the sofa armrest, his rhythm steady, as if he had everything under control. A young woman sat opposite him. She looked to be about the same age as Lin Shun, or perhaps a year or two older. She wore a simple beige blazer over a matching silk camisole, which perfectly showcased her long, graceful neck and delicate collarbones, giving her a look that was both capable and subtly feminine. She wore well-tailored black high-waisted trousers that made her legs look straight and long. Her outfit was sharp and stylish, without any unnecessary embellishments, yet she exuded an aura that could not be ignored. What's most attractive about her is her appearance and temperament. Her features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by the most skilled craftsmen. Every line was just right. Any more would be too vibrant, any less would be too bland. Her skin was a cool-toned white, delicate as porcelain, and seemed to shimmer under the soft light. Her eyebrows were naturally dark without makeup, and her lips were naturally red without lipstick. In particular, her eyes were clear and bright, with slightly upturned corners. They should have been charming, but because of the calm and aloofness in her eyes, they showed a kind of coldness and nobility like a snow lotus in the mountains. She simply sat there quietly, tilting her head slightly to look at the scenery outside the window. The lines of her profile were as perfect as a classical oil painting. She exudes a unique aura that blends intellect, coolness, and distance, like a piece of uncarved yet radiant jade, or an iceberg that can be admired from afar, but not touched, beautiful, yet aggressively alluring, yet so aloof that one dares not approach her easily. She is none other than Xiao Ruotong, the heiress of the Xiaoding Group. Xiaoding Group, headquartered in Kyoto, is a behemoth with assets in the hundreds of billions, spanning several sectors. The branch office established in Hangzhou is enough to occupy a pivotal position in the local business community. As Xiaoding Xiong's only daughter, Xiao Ruotong was not only born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but also attracted much attention in high society circles with her outstanding abilities and aloof and unique temperament. Countless young talents flocked to her, yet she was difficult to get close to. The waiter quietly brought over 2 cups of hand-dripped geisha tea, the rich aroma of fruit and flowers filling the air, before quietly leaving the two of them alone in the tranquil space. Xiao Ruotong turned her gaze from the window to Lin Shun across the room. Her eyes were clear and sharp, scrutinizing, as if they could see right through people's hearts. She didn't touch the coffee, but just stared at Lin Shun quietly for a good 10 seconds. The air seemed to slow down and freeze under her gaze. Finally, she spoke. Her voice, like her temperament, was clear and melodious, yet carried a natural sense of detachment. Each word was distinct and calm. "Mr. Lin," Xiao Ruotong said softly, her gaze fixed on Lin Shun's eyes, not missing a single change in his expression. "I'm curious. How did you know that Qin Zongyao would drug me in my hotel room?" Her question was direct and unambiguous, carrying a condescending and inquisitive tone. Clearly, this young lady of the Xiao family is not used to having the upper hand, especially when it comes to such private and dangerous matters. Lin Shun met her gaze, his face showing no panic or tension at being questioned, but rather a faint, enigmatic smile. He picked up the bone china coffee cup, took a small sip, savoring the rich layers of flavor that unfolded on his tongue, and then slowly put the cup down. "How I know is not important, Miss Xiao." Lin Shun's voice was calm, carrying a composure that seemed somewhat incongruous with his youthful appearance. "The important thing is that I did know in advance, and I reminded you. And as it turns out, my reminder saved you, didn't it?" Instead of answering directly, he deftly tossed the question back to her, emphasizing the result, the one she had personally verified. Xiao Ruotong's delicate eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Lin Chen's reaction was somewhat different from what she had expected. She had expected the other party to either be eager to take credit or make some excuses, but the young man in front of her was so calm, even exuding an aura of being able to talk to her as an equal. This further fueled her curiosity about him. The results do prove you weren't lying, and they did indeed save me from a disaster. Xiao Ruodong nodded slightly, acknowledging this, but her gaze remained fixed. But that's precisely why I'm even more curious about the reason. A complete stranger. We have no connection whatsoever. She seemed to choose her words carefully. How could you so accurately predict the exact time, place, and even method of Qin Zhongyao's despicable tactics? Her logic is clear, and her questions are sharp. Clearly, during her time with Lin Chen, she had thoroughly investigated him, even finding out that he had called her from an unknown number. Lin Chen listened quietly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ruotong's cool and beautiful face, but a slight ripple stirred within him. Even though he had lived 2 lives and seen countless storms and all sorts of people, he could still feel his heart beating faster than usual when he was with Xiao Ruotong. Her beauty is not just a visual impact, but a unique temperament that comes from within, a blend of wisdom, composure, and a sense of distance. Like a cold pool under the moonlight, it is clear, deep, and captivating, yet carries a natural chill that makes people hesitant to approach, but irresistibly drawn to it. He could not possibly tell her the truth. He knew it because he had been reborn. In the previous life, Qin Zongyao drugged Xiao Ruodong and attempted to assault her, causing a great uproar and almost ruining Xiao Ruodong. It also triggered a struggle between the Xiao Ding group and the Qin family, the family to which Qin Zongyao belonged, which also had considerable influence in the capital. Thank you for your support and affirmation. I hope you can give me a good review. I will try my best to make you satisfied. Chapter 177. Let's see if you're qualified. Now that he has been given a second chance at life, he naturally wants to make good use of the prophet's message to help himself. An anonymous warning phone call, which was a simple matter for him, helped Xiao Ruodong and changed her life. Miss Xiao. Lin Chen suppressed the fleeting flutter of emotion, his smile now carrying a deeper meaning. He leaned forward slightly, placing his hands crossed on his knees, and looked directly at Xiao Ruodong. Information in this world isn't always readily available. Some people can foresee certain trends and hear certain voices beforehand. As for the sources, please forgive me for not being able to disclose them. You just need to know that I have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I am probably one of the very few people who don't want to see you get hurt. Moreover, I believe that rather than dwelling on how I knew, we might have more worthwhile topics to discuss, such as how you plan to thank me for this small favor? Or could we explore the possibility of collaboration? Lin Chen's words were also a direct way of telling her that he was helping her in exchange for something in return. He did her a huge favor, and the Xiao family must acknowledge it. Xiao Ruodong's eyes flickered slightly. She understood the unspoken meaning in Lin Chen's words. He had saved her once, and that favor was genuine. The other party didn't want empty thanks. Instead, they wanted to use this opportunity to conduct a transaction or cooperation with her, or the Xiao family behind her. She looked Lin Chen up and down again. According to her investigation, this young man had just been kicked out of the Lin family. He was originally the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, but suddenly lost everything. Sitting in front of her now, he showed no sign of dejection, resentment, or impatience. He was calm, composed, and had deep eyes, exuding a composure and sense of control beyond his years, and even a hint of world weariness. This is definitely not the state a college student in their early 20s should be in. What kind of background does he have? Are there other people standing behind him? Otherwise, how could he have found out about the affairs of their 2 families? Her private schedule, where she stayed, and the times are generally impossible for ordinary people to find out. And Qin Yaozong, how could his personal behavior be so easily leaked? Therefore, the person in front of you is no ordinary person. Countless questions swirled in Xiao Ruodong's mind, but her expression remained calm and composed. She didn't immediately answer Lin Chen's questions about gratitude and cooperation. Instead, she picked up the cup of coffee she hadn't touched, brought it to her lips, and took a small sip. Bitterness and mellowness intertwined on her tongue, just like her complex emotions at that moment. Setting down her coffee cup, Xiao Ruodong's cool gaze fell on Lin Chen's face again. She spoke slowly, her voice still calm, yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible inquiry. Mr. Lin, it seems you have something to ask of me, or rather, the Xiao family. Before discussing any gratitude or cooperation, May I ask this? In your opinion, what makes someone who has just lost all inheritance rights to the family business and even been kicked out have the right to sit in front of me and talk about cooperation? Her questions were sharp, direct, and even somewhat cruel. But this is Xiao Ruodong's style, and it's also the most straightforward rule of the world. She lives in the exchange of value. Without corresponding value, even if someone saves your life, what you might get in return is limited material rewards, rather than equal cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun was neither angry nor embarrassed. Instead, his smile deepened, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Dealing with smart people is sometimes easier. Miss Xiao, that's a good question. Lin Chun leaned back, becoming more relaxed, as if he were sitting in his own home. I am not relying on my status as the former heir of the Lin family. I am indeed nothing now. He paused, his gaze drifting to the bustling traffic outside the window, his tone relaxed, yet carrying an inexplicable certainty. However, the fact that we can meet in this way, that you will come to see me in person, and that you will definitely not lose out by being curious about me and cooperating with me. I know you are not the only candidate to succeed the Xiao family. With each word he spoke, Xiao Ruodong's cool eyes would twitch slightly. Lin Chen's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in Xiao Ruodong's heart. I know you are not the only heir to the Xiao family. These words precisely struck a thorn in Xiao Ruodong's most hidden and realistic heart. Her fingers, holding the coffee cup, tightened almost imperceptibly for a moment, her fingertips turning slightly white. Her face, as cool and aloof as the moon, remained expressionless, but a faint trace of complex emotion flickered deep within her beautiful eyes. That's right. Although she is Xiao Dingxiong's only biological daughter, and although she is exceptionally capable and widely recognized as a prodigy, not everyone in the large Xiao family is willing to see a female heir. Her cousin, Xiao Jinyu, the son of her uncle, has always coveted the position of heir. The older members of the Xiao family, with their traditional views, all held the idea of preferring sons to daughters to some extent, believing that the vast business empire ultimately needed to be led by men. Although her father, Xiao Dingxiong, doted on her and put a lot of effort into raising her, the pressure from within the family was always ever present. Her solo trip to Hangzhou to explore the market was partly for training purposes, but also perhaps to achieve remarkable results, silence the critics, and solidify her position. Qin Zhongyao's harassment and underhanded tactics almost caused her to fall into a trap. If something had gone wrong, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only would her personal reputation have been ruined, but her status within the family would have also plummeted. From this perspective, Lin Chen's warning call not only saved her personally, but also protected her future in the Xiao family at a critical moment. Xiao Ruodong raised her eyes and re-examined Lin Chen opposite her. This man not only mysteriously foresaw the crisis, but also seemed to have some understanding of her and even the internal situation of the Xiao family. Just how much else did he know? She put down her coffee cup, the porcelain making a soft, crisp sound against the marble tabletop. She took a deep breath, and her clear, distant voice rang out again, this time with less probing and more substantive response. Mr. Lin, it seems you know more than I thought. She paused, looking directly at Lin Chun. Regardless of your motives, you have objectively done me a great favor this time. I, Xiao Ruodong, have always been clear about my debts and grudges, and I acknowledge this favor. I will repay you accordingly. She didn't immediately promise any specific reward, but the words recognizing favors carried considerable weight when she uttered them. Given the power of the Xiao family and her status, the favor of being recognized by the Xiao family's daughter is of immeasurable value. As for cooperation, Xiao Ruodong changed the subject, her tone still calm, but carrying a sense of caution and discernment befitting someone in a position of power. Mr. Lin, I have heard your suggestion, but I need to see more. In the business world, personal relationships are the ticket to entry, but what ultimately determines whether we can walk side by side is strength, bargaining chips, and a common foundation of interests. You've just gone through a rough patch, and it seems you don't have many bargaining chips left. Therefore, whether or not to cooperate, and how to cooperate, I need to see if you, Lin Chun, are truly qualified. She spoke directly and realistically. Even if there was a life-saving grace, she couldn't easily make a bet based solely on gratitude when it came to cooperation involving family interests and future development. She needs to assess Lin Chen's true value and whether the benefits he can bring are enough for her, or even the Xiao family, to take certain risks or invest corresponding resources. Lin Chen didn't seem surprised by her answer. He still wore that faint, composed smile, as if everything was expected. He nodded, his tone relaxed. I understand. Miss Zhao's caution is understandable. I didn't expect to finalize anything with just a few words. However, I believe you'll soon see my bargaining chips. As for whether they're good enough, time will tell. He didn't try to force it, nor did he offer any further explanation. His posture was just right, neither appearing humble and pleading nor aggressive. Instead, it gave people a sense of confidence and composure. Chapter 178 Conversation with Lin Zhiyong. Xiao Ruodong gave him a deep look, but said nothing more. She picked up her handbag from the side and stood up gracefully. The well-tailored suit trousers accentuated her straight and slender legs, and her movements as she stood up were fluid and exuded an innate air of nobility. The coffee was good today. She left with this ambiguous remark, which served as a temporary conclusion to the meeting. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. After saying that, she didn't linger any longer. She turned around and walked towards the elevator with a calm but slightly aloof gait. The crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels clicking on the ground gradually faded into the distance. Lin Chen did not get up to see her off. He simply picked up his slightly cooled coffee, took another sip, and calmly followed Xiao Ruotong's departing figure until that aloof and stunning figure disappeared behind the elevator doors. The bitterness and sweetness of the coffee mingled in his mouth. Lin Chen's eyes regained their usual depth and calm. Although the meeting with Xiao Ruodong was brief, the initial objectives have been achieved. As for what happens next, the advantage he holds and the bomb that is about to explode will naturally become his best bargaining chips. Just then, his phone on the table vibrated, and the screen lit up, displaying a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him, Lin Zhiyong. This must be the first time Lin Zhiyong has called me since he recovered. Of course, with so many problems arising at the Lin family, it would be strange if Lin Zhiyong didn't come looking for him. Lin Chen's lips curled into a barely perceptible, cold smile. It came even faster than he expected. It seems he unilaterally terminated the new industrial park project. He saw the announcement issued by the city government. With the 2.8 billion NTD deposit gone, how could he not be anxious? Lin Chen knew exactly how much liquid capital the Lin family had. Once this news came out, the Lin family stock price would definitely fall, and shareholders and external partners would definitely have objections. He slowly picked up his phone, answered it, and held it to his ear, but didn't speak first. On the other end of the phone, Lin Zhiyong's voice immediately came through, suppressing anger, yet carrying a barely perceptible urgency and panic. The background noise was somewhat chaotic, suggesting he was in an office, and his breathing was a little unsteady. Xiao Chun. Lin Zhiyong's voice came through the receiver, lacking its usual authority and unquestionable tone, and instead filled with exasperation. What exactly happened with that new industrial park project you were in charge of when you were chairman? How did you negotiate with the municipal government? And where did that 2.8 billion yuan deposit come from? Explain yourself. Sure enough, the questioning began. But in this questioning, panic seemed to outweigh anger. Lin Chen leaned back into the soft sofa, gazing at the expansive cityscape outside the window. His tone was calm, even carrying a perfectly balanced hint of doubt and innocence. Dad, he said deliberately, his voice calm and even. The new industrial park project is a key municipal government project that I managed to snatch from numerous competitors after putting in a lot of effort and using a lot of personal connections. If this project is completed smoothly, it will bring at least several billion yuan in net profit to the group, and the prospects are very good. For such an important project, all the relevant project initiation reports, draft contracts, risk assessments, including the supplementary agreements for later upgrading to a key municipal project and the security deposit payment vouchers, are all here. How could you, as the chairman of the group, have you never seen them? His tone was devoid of any grievance, resentment, or sarcasm. He simply stated the facts calmly. Yet, every word was like a needle piercing Lin Zhiyong's most painful spot. You. Lin Zhiyong was speechless for a moment. Of course, he hadn't looked carefully. At that time, he had just regained power and heard Gu Yanqing say things like Lin Chen taking kickbacks. Of course, deep down he also believed that Lin Chen was someone he had raised in poverty and that he was too petty to accomplish anything great. That's why all the projects Lin Chen took on during his tenure that hadn't even started were shut down. They were prejudiced and disgusted with everything Lin Chen handled. So why would they bother to carefully read any project reports? Gu Yanqing chimed in from the side. saying that Lin Chun was messing around outside and taking kickbacks, which made him even more impatient. He waved his hand and stopped everything. Looking back now, I wonder how desperate those executives he berated and those who wanted to report the importance of projects to him must have felt. Don't give me that, Lin Jiong retorted angrily, forcibly suppressing his guilt, raising his voice in an attempt to cover up his mistake with anger. I'm asking you, how did you secure this project? A municipal government project isn't something a student like you can easily get. Did you use any shady methods? And what about 2.8 billion? 2 billion in margin. Where did you get so much money? Lin Chun chuckled silently on the other end of the phone, his voice remaining steady. Winning the project is naturally based on my strength, my abilities, and some necessary public relations. Is there a problem with that? As for the deposit, he paused, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Of course, it's a loan from the bank. I used 3 plots of land under the group's name, those in good locations, in the Eastern District, the Western Suburbs, and Lingang that were temporarily vacant, as collateral. The loan process was legal and compliant, and all the documents are in the company archives, available for review at any time. Dad, you don't even know which assets the company used as collateral for loans, do you? You actually used the company's land as collateral for a loan? Lin Jiong's voice trembled with shock and anger. The 3 plots of land he had acquired earlier were of great importance, yet Lin Chin quietly mortgaged them for 2.8 billion. Such a big thing. Why didn't you report it to me in advance? Why didn't you go through the board of directors resolution? Lin Jiong roared, trying to shift all the blame onto Lin Chun. Chapter 179. I'm sorry, I have no choice. Over the phone, Lin Jiong questioned Lin Chun about why such a large project as the new industrial park hadn't been reported to him. He argued that if Lin Chun hadn't reported it, he wouldn't have ordered the contract terminated without even looking at it. Report. Lin Chun's voice finally turned cold, a crack appearing in his calm facade to reveal a chilling mockery beneath. Dad, do you remember? After you regained your speech and returned to the company, the first thing you did was immediately take over all company affairs and kick me out of Lin's. When I rushed back from my hometown and arrived at the company, you told me to leave the company and go back to study. I want to report to you. Do I have a chance? Have you ever given me a chance to speak? Lin Chin's questions, one after another, were clear and powerful, like heavy hammer blows striking Lin Jiong's heart. He recalled that after returning to the company, he wanted to reclaim his power. After all, Gu Yanqing was in a terrible situation at the time, and he didn't think that Lin Chun, who had only temporarily taken over his position, could achieve anything. Of course, at the time he only wanted to make it up to Gu Yanqing, and didn't think about anything else. His favoritism towards Gu Yanqing and his prejudice against Lin Chun are vividly displayed. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, after which only Lin Jiong's heavy breathing could be heard. After a long pause, Lin Jiong's voice rang out again. This time, he forcibly suppressed his anger and tried to adopt a gentle and conciliatory tone, but it sounded even more awkward and hypocritical. Before, Dad was inconsiderate. Dad was too anxious, and when he was just recovering, he didn't think things through. Xiao Chen, let's not talk about the past. As you know, I unilaterally terminated the project, and the deposit was forfeited. You should understand how much this has caused the company. You were the one who negotiated this project, so you are most familiar with the situation. Go to the municipal government right now and talk to the relevant leaders to see if there's any way to salvage the situation and keep the project going. As long as the project continues and the deposit isn't forfeited, Dad won't treat you unfairly. Look, this is Lin Jiao. When he needs you, he can temporarily lower his stance and use Dad, and I won't mistreat you to coax you. Once he's no longer useful, or if his authority is challenged, he'll turn on you without hesitation. Lin Chen almost let out a cold laugh. His tone was flat, even carrying a hint of deliberate incomprehension. Dad, have you forgotten? I'm no longer an employee of the Lin Group. I hold no position, and I can't even enter the company gates. What right do you expect me to communicate with the municipal government? Am I just some discarded heir? He emphasized the word abandoned pawn. He paused deliberately, then said in a sincere tone, I think Yanqing should handle something so important that demonstrates his abilities and value. Didn't he just become the vice president? This is precisely the time when achievements are needed to convince the public. Isn't it perfect to give him this monumental achievement of turning the tide? It will also prove to the outside world how wise and correct your choice was. Nonsense. Lin Jiong was furious at Lin Chen's blunt and uncompromising refusal, and his forced gentleness instantly crumbled. Yanqing has only just joined the company and doesn't know anything. I made him vice president just to give him some experience and familiarize him with the environment. How could he possibly handle such an important and thorny matter? You've been in charge of this project from beginning to end, so of course you should be the one to solve it. Gilded? Lin Chun sneered inwardly. So he knew Gu Yanqing was a good-for-nothing, useless, so he only dared to gild him, while leaving the truly troublesome matters concerning the life and death of the group to his abandoned son to clean up the mess. He really played his cards right. I'm sorry, Dad. Lin Chen's voice turned cold, devoid of any emotion. Right now, I just want to focus on my studies and improve myself. As for company matters, especially large projects like this one involving billions, I'm just a nobody with no influence or official position, so it's really inconvenient for me to get involved. You should find someone more capable. Or, why don't you take charge yourself? With your status as chairman, you should have enough influence to communicate with the municipal government. Lin Chun. Lin Jiong's face finally darkened completely, and he shouted sternly, I'm ordering you. You must go. Otherwise I will disown you as my son. From now on, you can fend for yourself. Play along with him. They used the threat of threatening their relationship with their son and coercing him by threatening to sever ties. In his previous life, this trick might have worked on the original owner who longed for fatherly love, but for Lin Chun, who had been reborn, it only felt incredibly ridiculous and tragic. Leave it to fend for itself. Lin Chun repeated these 4 words, then chuckled softly, his laughter filled with endless mockery and chilling disappointment. Dad, do you think I'm just left to fend for myself right now? I've been kicked out of the house, my credit cards have been suspended, I'm penniless, and I'm even renting a place to live. You gave all your shares to your godson without batting an eye. And what did I, your biological son, get? Oh, I got your training, your empty promise that you wouldn't treat me unfairly, and now I have to clean up this 2.8 billion mess for you without any status or security. His voice was calm, but every word was like a knife chilled to the bone, stabbing viciously at the person on the other end of the phone. You asked me if I'm worthy to be your son? Well, I'd like to ask you that instead. Lin Chen's tone suddenly turned sharp, filled with long-suppressed anger and determination. Lin Jiong, do you deserve to be a father? This final question, like a thunderclap, struck Lin Jiong's eardrums and his heart through the radio waves. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Only Lin Jiong's heavy, frightening breathing could be heard, like that of a trapped wild beast. Lin Chen didn't wait for his reply, nor did he want to hear any more of his hypocritical explanations or furious rebukes. He hung up the phone immediately and tossed it onto the sofa, as if he were throwing away something dirty. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, and the city remained bustling. But Lin Chen knew that from this moment on, the last trace of false warmth between him and Lin Jiong, and with that so-called home, was completely severed. He picked up the now cold coffee and drank it all in one gulp. The bitter taste spread, but deep down, there was a cold calm and a resolute determination like being reborn from a cocoon. The real show has only just begun. Chapter 180 Shareholder Dissatisfaction. On the phone, Lin Chen's icy question, Lin Jiong, do you deserve to be a father? Was like the sharpest icicle, piercing Lin Jiong's ear and tearing through his hypocritical shell of for your own good and to train you. Lin Jiong's hand holding the phone trembled violently. The color drained from his face instantly. His lips quivered, and a muffled, choked sound came from his throat. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, perhaps an explanation, perhaps a rebuke, or perhaps even he himself didn't know what he wanted to say at that moment. But that sentence echoed in his mind like a curse, brutally dissecting something deep within him that he himself did not want to face. However, before he could organize his thoughts, or even utter the next syllable, the receiver emitted a crisp, beep-beep, busy tone. Lin Chen hung up, decisive, resolute, without a trace of regret. Lin Jiong stood frozen in the center of his luxurious office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was a bustling city view, and inside was a luxurious and expensive decor. But he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and a feeling of suffocation washed over him. He actually dared. He actually hung up the phone and questioned him in that tone. A surge of anger, mixed with the rage of being defied, the panic of having his plans disrupted, and a deep-seated sense of shame and humiliation suddenly welled up in Lin Jiyoung's heart. His face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead, and without even thinking, he immediately redialed. "Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later." A cold, electronic female voice came through. It wasn't a shutdown message, but a busy tone. Clearly, Lin Chen didn't hang up, he simply blocked him. "You unfilial son. You beast." Lin Jiyoung could no longer control himself and slammed the latest customized business phone in his hand to the ground. An expensive mobile phone collided with a hard marble floor and shattered into pieces instantly, with screen fragments and parts scattered everywhere. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, like a trapped beast cornered in a desperate situation. A deposit of 2.8 billion. A great project is gone. The company's stock price plummeted. And that rebellious son's cold questioning and merciless hanging up. He was very angry with himself, hating himself for kicking him out of the company and giving the shares to Yin Qing instead of his own son. He has no idea what it's like to be a parent. He received love from both his father and mother. So what right does he have to hate himself? Is it that I'm lacking him in terms of food, clothing, or something else? This son, who had never talked back to him before, suddenly treated him this way, which he found hard to accept. However, misfortunes never come singly. Just as he was losing his temper and becoming furious because he couldn't contact Lin Chun, the office door was suddenly pushed open, without even bothering with basic knocking etiquette. Secretary Wang, her face ashen, rushed in, her voice trembling with tears. "Chairman Lin, something terrible has happened. Several major shareholders, Chairman Chun, Chairman Zhang, Chairman Li, and several other directors have all arrived at the company. He's in the main conference room right now, looking extremely grim, demanding that you come there immediately to give them an explanation regarding the municipal government's announcement and the stock price crash." Secretary Wang's words were like another bucket of ice water poured over Lin Jiyoung's head, instantly sobering him up from his anger towards Lin Chun, replacing it with a deeper fear and panic. Shareholders. Those major shareholders who usually call him brother and support him at the board meetings. They must have seen the municipal government's announcement and witnessed the disastrous plunge in Lin's stock price at the opening bell. They couldn't sit still any longer. Interests. When faced with huge losses, what does friendship or face matter? It's all bullshit. What did they say? Lin Jiyoung's voice was a little dry as he forced himself to calm down, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil in his heart. Chairman Chun, he was very angry. He slammed his fist on the table and asked, "Why is that key project, which could bring the company billions in profits and greatly enhance the company's reputation and government relations, being stopped so suddenly?" Not only was it stopped, but the municipal government also unilaterally declared it a breach of contract and confiscated the 2.8 billion yuan deposit. What exactly is going on with this decision? He demanded that you provide a reasonable explanation and recover the losses. Otherwise, Secretary Wang dared not continue. "Otherwise what?" Lin Jiyoung roared. Otherwise we will have to convene an extraordinary general meeting of shareholders to review your qualifications as chairman." Secretary Wang's voice was barely audible. Lin Jiyoung's vision went black, and he almost lost his balance. An extraordinary general meeting of shareholders? To review his qualifications for office? This is a coup attempt. They're trying to remove him from his position as chairman. They've rebelled. They've all rebelled. Lin Jiyoung was both shocked and furious, but he knew that now was not the time to lose his temper. He had to immediately calm down the shareholders. He took a few deep breaths, straightened his crooked tie and somewhat disheveled hair, picked up his phone from the floor. Its screen was shattered, but it seemed to still work, and growled at Secretary Wang. "Let's go." To the conference room. As Lin Jiyoung hurried along, he could feel the strange looks he received from the employees along the way. Those looks were filled with surprise, worry, and even a hint of watching the show. He was even angrier inside, but he could only force himself to remain calm and strode towards the main conference room. Pushing open the heavy conference room door, the oppressive and somber atmosphere inside almost suffocated him. Around the long conference table, 7 or 8 people were already seated, all of whom were major shareholders with significant shareholdings and seats on the board of directors. Leading the group was Chairman Chun, a white-haired but sharp-eyed old man who held more than 10% of the shares. He was sitting opposite the main seat with a livid face. Beside him stood Chairman Zhang, Chairman Li, and others, their faces grim. The warmth and respect they once showed towards Lin Jiyoung were gone, replaced by doubt and anger. The meeting room was filled with smoke, clearly indicating that some people had already smoked quite a bit. The air was foul and stuffy. Chairman Lin, you finally arrived. When Chairman Qin saw Lin Jiong enter, he didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to speaking coldly. Tapping heavily on the photocopy of the municipal government announcement spread out on the table and the tablet computer displaying the precipitous drop in Lin Group's stock price. What exactly happened? The new industrial park project is such a big deal. Why were we shareholders completely unaware of it? Why did you just stop such a good project like that and incur a 2.8 billion yuan penalty for breach of contract? Lin Jiong, you must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yes, Chairman Lin, this loss is enormous. With the stock price plummeting like this, do you know how much our wealth has shrunk? Wasn't Lin Chun in charge of this project back then? It was going well, so why was it stopped? Is someone abusing their power for personal gain and deliberately sabotaging this project? How was that 2.8 billion yuan deposit confiscated? What was the contract like? What are you two doing? Are you deliberately trying to bankrupt the company? The shareholders spoke one after another, their words sharp and direct, their criticisms aimed directly at Lin Jiong. They invested money to make money, not to watch Lin Jiong mess things up and ruin the company. The loss of 2.8 billion in cash, coupled with the incalculable damage to their reputation and the loss of future opportunities, is simply cutting off their flesh. Chapter 181 You explain to us. Faced with questions from shareholders, Lin Jiong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He walked to the head seat, but felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He forced himself to calm down and tried to explain. Everyone, please calm down. Let me explain. This project was previously in charge of by Lin Chun, but I found that he might have some problems with the project operation. For the long-term interests of the company and the standardized operation, I decided to suspend the review. This is a normal internal risk control process. Regarding the municipal government's announcement and the penalty for breach of contract, this is entirely a misunderstanding. It was caused by a lack of communication. I'm preparing to personally go to the municipal government to communicate with them. I'm confident we can salvage the project and minimize the losses. He tried to shift the blame onto Lin Chun and offered a vague promise to make amends. Misunderstanding? Communication breakdown. Chairman Zhang sneered. Chairman Lin, do you think we're 3-year-olds? The municipal government's official announcement has been released. It clearly states in black and white. Unilateral termination of the contract without justifiable reason. Confiscation of the 2.8 billion yuan deposit. Can this be explained away as a misunderstanding? This is clearly a serious decision-making error or even dereliction of duty. You say there were problems before? What problems? Where's the evidence? Even if there were problems, what's wrong with the project itself? A golden project that could bring in billions in profits and also build relationships with the government. You just stop it like that? Why didn't you investigate thoroughly before stopping it? Why didn't you consult us? Chairman Li also refuted him without any politeness. Exactly. Chairman Lin, you're talking about trying to negotiate and salvage the situation now, but how can you do that? Do you think the city will easily give back 2.8 billion? This is a key project. Once it's lost, it's lost. Do you know how many eyes are eyeing this lucrative opportunity? Does the Lin family still want to secure government projects in Hangzhou? Another shareholder lamented. Lin Jiong was speechless when questioned, his face turning red and white in turns. He hadn't even looked at the contract when he saw the project, and he didn't even know the project name before he stopped it. Now, he really didn't know what excuse to use to explain himself. He could only say that the communication hadn't gone well, that Lin Chun had fought for the project, and that he had a way to get it back. While trying to calm the angry shareholders, the meeting room door was hurriedly pushed open again. This time, it was CFO Lao Zhou who came in. His face was even more pale than Secretary Wang's, ashen and filled with despair. He clutched several receipts tightly in his hand, his steps unsteady, as if he might faint at any moment. Chairman Lin. Old Zhou's voice trembled uncontrollably. Looking at the room full of shareholders with their unfriendly expressions, he felt his legs go weak with fear, but he still mustered his courage and, under everyone's gaze, shakily began to speak. The company's funds may be in trouble. This morning, the company's account just had 861 million yuan transferred out to a company called Hongyuan Building Materials as liquidated damages for breach of the new industrial park contract. What? 861 million. Another penalty for breach of contract? Hengyuan Building Materials? What kind of company is that? The meeting room erupted in chaos. The shareholders' anger, which had just boiled over from the confiscation of 2.8 billion yuan in margin deposits, had not yet subsided when they were suddenly informed that more than 260 million yuan had been transferred from the company's account. This is simply adding insult to injury, like adding fuel to the fire. Lin Jiong was also stunned. He turned his head sharply to look at the financial director, his eyes wide open, as if he had heard something unbelievable. 861 million? Penalty for breach of contract? To whom is it paid? Hengyuan Building Materials? What's going on here? How could such a large sum of money be transferred without my signature? Who approved it? Huh? His final question was almost a shout, so loud it seemed to make the ceiling of the conference room vibrate. CFO Zhou trembled from the shout, his face filled with bitterness and fear. He glanced at the furious Lin Jiong, then at the menacing shareholders, knowing that the matter could no longer be concealed. With a mournful face and an almost tearful voice, he said, It was Vice President Gu Yanqing who signed it. He personally signed the breach of contract compensation confirmation letter, ordering the finance department to make payment immediately. I called him to confirm, and he said he could take full responsibility and tell us to process it immediately, without any delay. Old Zhou's words were like a final, heavy blow, slamming into Lin Jiong's skull. Gu Yanqing? Lin Jiong exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief and rage. That godson he had high hopes for and was preparing to raise well? Gu Yanqing, who was obedient and sensible in front of him and only knew how to say nice things. Has he lost his mind? More than 800 million yuan, not just 800 yuan, and he just gave it away like that. Without even checking if the contract was reasonable, they signed it, as if it were an order. 860 million, plus the 2 billion in deposits that were confiscated. This is a cash loss of over 3 billion. It has almost emptied the Lin Group's cash flow lifeline. What gives him the right to sign? Who gave him the authority to sign a payment slip for this amount? What is the finance department doing? Why didn't they report this to me? Lin Jiong was trembling with anger. He pointed at the CFO and yelled at him, trying to shift the blame. I reported it. Old Zhou's voice was even softer, filled with endless grievance and fear. I called Vice President Gu to confirm, and he was very impatient. He said that if he said he could take responsibility, he could, and told me to hurry up and do it. He also said that I wouldn't need to ask for his approval for anything he had signed off on in the future. I dare not disobey, Chairman Lin. He didn't dare look at Lin Jiong and muttered under his breath. He's the largest shareholder of the company now. How dare I disobey him? You. Lin Jiong couldn't catch his breath, his vision blurred, his body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. Secretary Wang quickly helped him up. After a brief moment of shock and deathly silence, the shareholders in the meeting room erupted. Gu Yanqing? Is that the godson you just took in, Mr. Lin, who knows nothing? He's an incompetent and ignorant person. What makes you think you can make him your vice president? What right do you have to sign hundreds of millions in breach of contract penalties? Lin Jiong, look what you've done. You brought this piece of trash into the company and gave him so much power. The 2.8 billion yuan deposit is gone. The 260 million yuan penalty is gone. Lin Jiong, if you don't give us an explanation today, we're not done with you. Gu Yanqing must be held accountable. And Lin Jiong, you made a mistake in personnel selection and decision-making, causing such huge losses to the company. You must take responsibility. Roars, questions, and table slamming filled the air. The shareholders were furious, their gazes towards Lin Jiong practically spitting fire. Chapter 182 The Trap, digged by Lin Chen. In the conference room, over 800 million. Lin Jiong, who had just caught his breath and was taking the water glass from Secretary Wang with trembling hands, almost choked on his water again when he heard the financial director, Lao Zhou, correct the figure. He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lao Zhou. Say it again. How much? Yes, it's 8. Because it involves several sub-projects with related default clauses and punitive damages. The total is 813 million. Old Zhou's voice was already trembling with tears, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He handed over another, more detailed transfer voucher and document copy. 800 million. 13 million, one shareholder exclaimed, followed by an even more furious roar. Lin Jiong, are you fucking crazy? Or is it your godson who's gone mad? 800 million. Another 800 million, adding that to the previous 208 billion, 36 billion, a whole 36 billion in cash. Lin Jiong, are you trying to completely drain the company dry? Call the police. Call the police immediately. This is a serious case of dereliction of duty and commercial crime. The meeting room erupted in chaos. The shareholders could no longer sit still. Several stood up and started yelling at Lin Jiong, while some hot-tempered ones were even preparing to call their lawyers and the police. These people are so angry they've lost their minds. They're not even calling for Chairman Lin, and they're just yelling at the police. What's the point of calling the police when there's a written agreement over there? Strangely, Lin Jiong did not immediately fly into a rage. Instead, he forcibly suppressed his surging blood and dizziness. He's no fool for being able to build the Lin family business to its current size. The previous 2.8 billion yuan deposit, though painful, was, after all, a contract with the municipal government, and although the amount was large, it was still within a reasonable range. But the penalty for breach of contract with an unknown building materials supplier is as high as 800 million yuan. This is absolutely abnormal. The exorbitant penalty for breach of contract has the Lin Group gone mad to offer such a large sum of money? The contract. Bring me the original contract signed with Hengyuan Building Materials. Now. Immediately, Lin Jiong's voice was hoarse, but it carried an almost ferocious calmness. He suddenly looked at Secretary Wang, his eyes sharp as knives. Secretary Wang shuddered at his gaze, quickly agreed, and scrambled out of the meeting room to retrieve the contract from the archives. The few minutes of waiting felt incredibly long to Lin Jiong and all the shareholders. The only sounds in the conference room were heavy breathing and suppressed anger, as everyone stared intently at the door. Soon, Secretary Wang came running back with a thick stack of contract documents. He almost slipped on the clean floor because he was running so fast. He placed the contract in front of Lin Jiong, with a supply contract with Hengyuan Building Materials on top. Lin Jiong grabbed the contract and, disregarding all decorum, quickly flipped to the key liability clauses and breach of contract compensation sections. The more he looked, the paler his face became, and the more his fingers trembled, until he almost crushed the pages. A trap. This is a meticulously designed, blatant trap. The key terms of the contract were written in an extremely obscure and complex manner, involving joint liability for breach of the main project, high daily late fees, and punitive penalties several times higher than usual. Even more fatal is that the conditions for triggering breach of contract include some seemingly standard clauses that will be automatically triggered under specific circumstances, such as the main project being unilaterally and without cause. The final compensation amount resulting from all these harsh terms adds up to exactly 813 million. This is definitely not a normal business contract. This is clearly a carefully designed death trap, waiting for people to jump in. This contract was signed by Lin Chun while he was in a coma, and he was also the one who found the business partner. So, Lin Chun. Lin Jiong squeezed out these two words through gritted teeth, his voice filled with resentment and shock. He seems to understand everything now. The new urban area project and the cooperation with Hengyuan Building Materials were all part of Lin Chen's scheme from the very beginning. Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated that he would return to seize power and that he would shut down all of Lin Chen's projects. So he deliberately signed a contract with a sky-high penalty for breach of contract, trap, and deliberately pushed forward the new urban area project that was later upgraded to a key municipal project with a deposit of up to 2.8 billion yuan. He suddenly felt he couldn't see through his son anymore. He was like a master hunter who had already dug two traps and was quietly waiting for his father and Gu Yanqing's good younger brother to jump in step by step, happily. A bone-chilling coldness shot from Lin Jiong's tailbone straight to the top of his head, instantly making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He never imagined that he was being schemed against by his own son, whom he had despised and abandoned from beginning to end. Moreover, they suffered a crushing defeat, losing billions of dollars in cash flow and their cooperative relationship with the municipal government. Thud. Lin Jiong could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he slumped into the chair, the contract in his hand scattering all over the floor. His face was ashen, his eyes vacant, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Although the shareholders did not see the specific terms of the contract, they could easily understand what had happened from Lin Jiong's reaction, his hateful cry of Lin Chun just now, and the outrageous 800 million yuan penalty for breach of contract. Lin Jiong, Chairman Shun, who held the largest shareholding, slammed his fist on the table, his hair standing on end in fury. He pointed at Lin Jiong's nose, his voice trembling with extreme anger. Great, great, your good son. One of them dug a huge pit of 3.6 billion for the Lin family outside, and the other one inside signed the papers without batting an eye, handing over 800 million of our cash to others. And you, the chairman, unilaterally terminated these collaborations. What are you trying to do? Are you pushing the company to its doom? 36 billion. 36 billion in cash. Lin Jiong, even if you sold the company, could you come up with that much cash right now? Our cash flow is about to dry up. What will we do about paying our suppliers? How will we repay our bank loans when they're due? How will we pay our employees' salaries? Lin Jiong, you must take full responsibility for this. Lin Shun and Gu Yanqing must also pay the price for their actions. Call the police. You must call the police. This is commercial fraud. It's a serious crime. Yes, call the police. Arrest them all. Recover the losses. Would calling the police be useful? No, they're acting legally and reasonably. Their shouting is just a result of anger. Chapter 183 Shin Qingyi's plea for help. The shareholders were furious, and their spittle nearly drowned Lin Jiong. The way they looked at Lin Jiong was no longer filled with the fear and respect they once had. Only anger and distrust remained. They weren't stupid. They knew that Lin Shun had deliberately signed such a high-priced contract with a penalty for breach of contract. Now that he had been kicked out, the bomb he had planted had been detonated by Lin Jiong. But these shareholders are completely innocent. Why should they be implicated in the power struggle between Lin Jiong and his son? What right does a chairman who is schemed against by his own son, betrayed by his godson, and is himself muddle-headed and incompetent have to sit in this position? Aye. Lin Jiong opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, wanting to shirk responsibility, wanting to say that it was all Lin Chen's conspiracy and Gu Yanqing's stupidity. But faced with the undeniable facts and the enormous loss of 3.6 billion, any explanation seemed so pale and powerless. He felt a sudden dizziness. The shouts in his ears gradually blurred, and then everything went black before he completely fainted. Chairman Lin, Secretary Wang and several nearby employees rushed forward to help him, and the conference room was in chaos. Meanwhile, in the vice president's office on the other side, in stark contrast to the hellish atmosphere of the conference room upstairs, the atmosphere here was eerily harmonious. Gu Yanqing propped his feet up on the large mahogany desk, his body comfortably sunk into the leather executive chair, holding the latest top of the line mobile phone in his hand. Several chat windows were displayed on the screen, each containing a beautiful woman's profile picture in a different style, and the messages sent were either coquettish or ambiguous in tone. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he chatted animatedly with several younger sisters, a greasy, smug smile plastered on his face, occasionally punctuated by low chuckles. What happened at the company? Stock price plummeted? My deposit was confiscated? Shareholders forcing a resignation? What business is it of his? Anyway, with Lin Jiong holding things up, even if the sky falls, there's a tall guy to hold it up. Gu Yanqing is now the vice president of the Lin Group and the future heir. He holds great power and is at the perfect time to enjoy life and squander money and power. As for work, just sign documents, issue orders, and enjoy the flattery of subordinates. Do you expect him to actually do any work? He was still savoring how domineering he had been that morning in signing the breach of contract confirmation, which had made Qin Wei leave satisfied. Humph, so what if Lin Shun had women in the past? Don't they still have to obediently beg young Master Gu to sign for the money? This feeling is just too good. Just as he was fantasizing about how he would take over the Lin family business, how he would completely crush Lin Shun under his feet, and how he would enjoy this immense wealth, his phone suddenly rang. It was an incoming call, and the name displayed was Qingyi. Shin Qingyi? Upon seeing this name, he smiled smugly again. Another woman Lin Chen had once been with. Gu Yanqing perked up, stretched out her finger, and pressed the answer button to connect the call. Hello? Qingyi? What made you think of calling me? Gu Yanqing's voice was deliberately low and magnetic. On the other end of the phone, Shin Qingyi's voice came through, choked with sobs and filled with panic, completely devoid of the pride and composure she usually possessed as the daughter of the Shin family. Yanqing, brother Yanqing, what should I do? My dad has been dismissed by the board of directors. Now the new chairman, Yi Haoran, is having his accounts checked, saying he's suspected of embezzling company funds and commercial fraud. My dad has been taken away to assist in the investigation. Brother Yanqing, what should I do? You have to help me. Shen Qingyi's voice was filled with helplessness and fear. Clearly, the dramatic changes in the Shun family and her father's sudden downfall had completely thrown this flower who had always lived in a greenhouse into a panic. In a state of extreme panic and desperation, she instinctively thought of Gu Yanqing, who had recently been showering her with attention and had the backing of the Lin family. Gu Yanqing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Shun Wenba has stepped down? And is he under investigation? The Shin family has changed too quickly, hasn't it? However, he didn't care. It was just a small company. His main concern was that he wanted to humiliate Lin Chun, which was why he went to find Shin Wenba and his daughter. Thinking to myself, it's only been less than 2 days and Shan Wenba has already gotten into trouble. Immediately, an indescribable sense of vanity and a desire to show off surged up. Look, even the young lady of the Shun family has to come to Gu Yanqing for help when she encounters problems. He feigned surprise and said, "What? Uncle Shun has been dismissed? And is under investigation? When did this happen? Qingyi, don't cry. Tell me slowly, what exactly happened? Who is Yi Haoran? How did he suddenly become the chairman?" He was indeed unaware of what had just happened at Shin's Foods. He spent the entire day lost in his dream of becoming the vice president, completely oblivious to the turbulent events unfolding outside. Shun Qingyi sobbed, her words tumbling out incoherently, her voice filled with hatred and fear. It happened this morning. That scoundrel Yi Haoran teamed up with Lin Shun. It was Lin Shun who pulled the strings behind the scenes. He's definitely retaliating because of my dad and me. We're on your side now, and we've offended him. So he's taking revenge on us. He helped Yi Haoran threaten the other shareholders in the company, forcing my father to step down, and then Yi Haoran took over as chairman. As soon as he took power, he immediately had people dig up old dirt and investigate my father. Brother Yanqing, my father is innocent. This must have been a conspiracy between Lin Chun and Yi Haoran to frame him. You must help my father, help me. Upon hearing the name, Lin Chun, Gu Yanqing's pupils constricted sharply, and his face instantly darkened. The vanity he had felt earlier because of Shun Qingyi's request for help was immediately replaced by a strong sense of jealousy and anger. It's Lin Chun again. Even after all this, he still dares to go against me. He actually went after the Shin family. Did they really manage to bring Shun Wenba down? Where did he get such great skills? Lin Chun. Gu Yanqing's voice suddenly rose, filled with disgust and anger. Qingyi, explain yourself clearly. Was it really Lin Chun who was behind this? It's him. Shun Qingyi's voice trembled with tears. He holds a grudge against us, so he's taking revenge. Brother Yanqing, only you can help me now. The Lin family is so big, if you talk to your godfather, there's bound to be a way, right? Gu Yanqing's mind was in turmoil. She was shocked by Lin Chen's ability to oust Yi Haoran, and she was also driven by vanity, which prevented her from showing weakness in front of a beautiful woman. In addition, she had an obsession with suppressing Lin Chen. Without much hesitation, he immediately spoke in a resolute and righteous tone. Qingyi, don't be afraid. I know about this. Lin Chun is a despicable and shameless man who actually used such underhanded means to retaliate against your Shin family. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you with this. He patted his chest confidently, as if victory was already assured. I'll go talk to my dad right now. The Lin family has been in Hangzhou for so many years, and our connections are something Lin Chen can't compare to. Uncle Shun is definitely being framed. I'll definitely find a way to help him, and I'll protect you too. Wait for my news. Really? Brother Yanqing, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shin Qingyi seemed to have grasped at the last straw, thanking him repeatedly. The helplessness and dependence in her voice greatly satisfied Gu Yanqing's vanity. Why are you being so polite with me? What's our relationship? Gu Yanqing softened her voice and comforted her for a few more moments before hanging up the phone. Putting down his phone, Gu Yanqing's gentle expression vanished instantly, replaced by a gloomy and calculating look. Although the incident involving the Shin family was somewhat unexpected, he didn't take it seriously. Shin Qingyi is now completely isolated and helpless and can only rely on him. He approached Shun Qingyi to humiliate Lin Chen. If the Shun family is in trouble now and he can't help them, wouldn't he be humiliated by Lin Chen instead? Chapter 184 was signed by me. Just as Gu Yanqing put down his phone, still immersed in his fantasy of rescuing the damsel in distress and humiliating and suppressing Lin Chen, the office door was suddenly pushed open without even a knock. His assistant rushed in, pale-faced and panting, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Vice President Gu. Vice President Gu. Something terrible has happened. The chairman wants you to go to the main conference room on the top floor immediately. Now, right now. The assistant's tone was hurried, her face full of panic, and she looked at Gu Yanqing as if she were looking at a bomb about to explode. He had just heard about what happened in the conference room and was worried about this so-called vice president. Gu Yanqing was displeased that her fantasy had been interrupted, especially when she saw her assistant's flustered and unruly behavior, which made her feel even more embarrassed. He frowned in displeasure, adopted the airs of a vice president, slowly lowered his feet from the table, straightened his suit cuffs, and reprimanded. What's the panic? You have no manners at all. The meeting room? Perfect. I also need to see my dad. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. It's a good opportunity to talk to my godfather about the Shun family and, by the way, complain about Lin Shun so that he can use his connections to help Shinqingi. The Shin family owns only a small company. As long as they don't want to go bankrupt, would they dare to oppose whoever the Lin family supports? As for the assistant's expression of utter despair, he didn't think anything could happen and just thought he was making a fuss over nothing. With his father in charge, what is there to be afraid of in the entire Lin family? Let's go. Gu Yanqing stood up gracefully, even fixing her hair in front of the office mirror to ensure her appearance was perfect. Then, with what she thought were steady steps, she followed her pale-faced, hesitant assistant towards the conference room. The assistant led him to the meeting room door, but refused to go in. She just glanced at him with eyes full of pity and fear before quickly stepping aside. Gu Yanqing felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, but she still pushed open the conference room door. The moment the door opened, almost everyone in the conference room turned their gazes, like cold searchlights, to him. There was not a trace of the usual politeness, flattery, or even fear in that gaze. Only naked, almost fiery anger, contempt, and a scrutinizing look as if one were observing a clown. Chairman Shun, Chairman Zhang, Chairman Li. Several heavyweight shareholders were present, along with several company veterans, all with somber expressions. Beside the head of the conference table, Secretary Wang and an employee were supporting Lin Jiong, whose face was still deathly pale and whose chest was heaving violently. Lin Jiong's gaze towards him was extremely complex, filled with disappointment, anger, heartache, and a hint of disbelief and coldness. Gu Yanqing was startled by the scene, and her confidence instantly vanished. She paused involuntarily, and a chill ran down her spine. He forced a stiff smile, walked quickly to Lin Jiong, and spoke with a tone that was both ingratiating and deliberately humbled. Dad, you called me? Is there something you need to tell me? I actually have something I wanted to discuss with you. Shut up. Lin Jiong interrupted him abruptly, his voice hoarse and sharp, trembling slightly with excitement and weakness. He shook off Secretary Wang's helping hand, barely straightened his body, and stared intently at Gu Yanqing with his bloodshot eyes, uttering a question through gritted teeth. I'm asking you, this morning, did you sign a confirmation form for breach of contract compensation? Did you also order CFO Zhou to immediately pay the breach of contract compensation to that Hengyuan Building Materials? Lin Jiong's voice wasn't loud, but the chill and suppressed rage in it made the temperature in the entire conference room seem to drop several degrees. Gu Yanqing was taken aback, not expecting Lin Jiong to ask this question right away. He quickly went through it in his mind. Qin Wei had indeed come to him that morning with a lawyer and some kind of breach of contract confirmation letter demanding compensation. At the time, he was enjoying the thrill of being the vice president and didn't even bother to look at him. He just thought that since he was Lin Chen's man, he wanted to poach him to suppress him. In order to show his power, he signed the contract directly. As for the amount, he didn't take it to heart at all. A few 100,000? At most a few million. What was that to the Lin family? Yes, Dad, I signed it. Gu Yanqing felt a little uneasy, but she tried her best to remain calm, even explaining in a tone that was both boastful and aggrieved. It was Qin Wei who came to me with a lawyer. She said it was a breach of contract penalty for some project that Lin Chen signed when he was the chairman. I saw that they looked pitiful, and the paperwork was complete. I thought it was Lin Chen's brother who had done something wrong, so I signed it and told the finance department to process it quickly. Why did you have to bother with such a small matter? He deliberately brought up Lin Chun to shift the focus to Lin Chun, implying that this was a mess left by Lin Chun and that he was cleaning up the mess. He even showed a hint of disdain on his face at the right time, as if to say, it's not worth making a fuss over such a small thing. A trivial matter? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiong felt a rush of blood to his head, and his vision went black again. He looked at Gu Yanqing's foolish, arrogant, and even smug expression and thought about how over 800 million yuan had been given away like water because of this stupid face and this stupid pen. He also thought about his own embarrassing moment of vomiting blood and fainting in front of the shareholders, and Lin Chen's icy and piercing questioning. Extreme disappointment and anger instantly overwhelmed his last shred of reason. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap echoed in the deathly silent conference room. The slap, delivered with all its might, sent Gu Yanqing's head snapping to one side. 5 clear finger marks instantly appeared on his face. The burning pain and ringing in his ears left him completely stunned and unable to react. He covered his face, slowly turned his head in disbelief, and looked at Lin Jiong, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and immense grievance. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Jiong had never even spoken harshly to him, let alone hit him. He had always spoiled him rotten. How could he dare to hit him? Dad, you hit me? Why did you hit me? Gu Yanqing's voice changed due to shock and pain, filled with sobs and deep resentment, almost as if she were shouting. Hit you? I'd rather beat you to death, you idiot. You good for nothing. Lin Jiong trembled violently as he pointed at Gu Yanqing's nose. His voice, though low with extreme anger, was all the more terrifying. Over 800 million. Over 800 million in breach of contract fees. You didn't even look at it, didn't even ask a question, and you just signed it for me? Are you blind, or have you lost your mind? Does the Lin family's money grow on trees? That's 800 million. Not 8 million. Definitely not 80,000. 8. More than 800 million. Gu Yanqing was struck dumb, completely stunned. She forgot to put her hands down to cover her face, her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly agape, as if she had heard a fairy tale. His mind was buzzing, with only the number more than 800 million echoing wildly in his head. How is that possible? How could it be over 800 million? He clearly didn't look at it. He didn't care at all. He thought it would be at most a few 100,000, maybe 1 million at most. That Qinwei, that bitch. How dare she cheat him? How dare she? Lin Chen. It must have been Lin Chen who instigated this. Those 2 scoundrels. A wave of immense fear and regret instantly gripped Gu Yanqing's heart. Over 800 million. Even if he's immature, he knows what over 800 million means to the Lin family. Chapter 185 Dismissal. When I heard Lin Jiong mention more than 800 million, Gu Yanqing's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. I don't know, Dad. I really didn't know it was over 800 million. Gu Yanqing completely panicked. The pain and grievance on his face vanished, replaced by boundless fear. He lunged forward, trying to grab Lin Jiong's sleeve, his voice trembling with tears. It's Qinwei. She and her lawyer had some documents, saying it was for breach of contract fees from a previous project. I figured it was trouble caused by brother Lin Chun, so I wanted to get rid of it quickly. I really didn't know the amount was so large. Dad, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I really didn't mean to. He explained incoherently and begged for mercy, showing no trace of the high spirits he had displayed in the office moments before when he was fantasizing about rescuing the damsel in distress and suppressing Lin Chun. Not intentional? Can a simple I don't know or it wasn't intentional erase a loss of over 800 million? Mr. Chun, who was standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table and roared. Gu Yanqing, you're just a greenhorn who's only just joined the company and doesn't know anything. Who gave you the authority to sign such a large order? You signed it without even looking at it. What do you take the company for? What do you take your dad's money for? Your own pocket money. Yes, this must be dealt with seriously. Call the police. This is a serious dereliction of duty. He must be held legally accountable. Chairman Lin, look at your adopted son. Is this the future successor you insisted on supporting despite all opposition? 800 million, adding to the previous 208 billion. Lin Jiong, are you and your 2 good sons only satisfied when you've completely ruined the Lin family? The shareholders' anger was reignited, and their anger was directed at Gu Yanqing and Lin Jiong. Gu Yanqing was terrified, her face turning deathly pale, her legs trembling. She could only look repeatedly at Lin Jiong, pleading, Dad, I know I was wrong. I will work hard in the future and won't do such things again. Looking at Gu Yanqing's worthless state and listening to the shareholders' merciless rebukes, Lin Jiong felt as if his heart was being torn apart, and he was so ashamed that he wanted to disappear. He knew that if he didn't give the shareholders an explanation today and severely punish Gu Yanqing, his position as chairman would truly be over, and the shareholders would never let it go. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the metallic taste in his throat and the excruciating pain in his heart, and with all his remaining strength, announced in a weary and icy voice. Gu Yanqing, you have abused your power and neglected your duties, causing incalculable losses to the company. It is hereby formally decided to dismiss you from all positions as Vice General Manager of Lin's Group. From this day forward, you are no longer an employee of Lin's Group and will no longer participate in any company affairs. You, pack your things and leave the company immediately. Fired. Get out of here. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Gu Yanqing's ears. He stared at Lin Jiong in disbelief, as if he didn't recognize this father who had always doted on him. Just like that, they kicked him out? All for those 800 million. Isn't he his most valued son? Isn't he grooming him to be his heir? Dad, you can't do this to me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Gu Yanqing completely broke down, crying and trying to rush over. Security, get him out of here. Lin Jiong closed his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. He waved his hand, his voice filled with exhaustion and determination. Two security guards who had been waiting at the door immediately came in, grabbed Gu Yanqing, who was still struggling and crying, and forcibly dragged him out of the conference room, ignoring his resistance and shouts. The conference room door slammed shut, cutting off Gu Yanqing's desperate cries. Lin Jiong seemed to have all his strength drained away and slumped into the chair. Removing Gu Yanqing is the only thing he can do at this moment to give the shareholders a minimum explanation, and it is also a punishment for him. Perhaps getting rid of Gu Yanqing and keeping him away from the company's current predicament, while temporarily protecting him, is also a kind of indirect protection. At least, they don't have to immediately face even fiercer anger from the shareholders. As soon as Gu Yanqing left, the shareholders' eyes naturally turned to Lin Jiong to see how he planned to handle the situation. If the deficit of more than 3 billion yuan is not handled properly, the company will fall into a huge crisis. When Gu Yanqing walked out of the Lin Group building, the bright red handprint on his face had not yet faded, his hair was disheveled, and his expensive suit was wrinkled. He no longer had any semblance of the demeanor of a vice president. He felt like everyone was laughing at him, and those gazes felt like needles pricking him, making him wish he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Let me go? I can walk by myself. At the door, he angrily shook off the security guard's hand, glared fiercely at the two expressionless guards, and then looked back at the towering Lin's building behind him, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Lin Jiong. He actually slapped him in public and kicked him out, all for a few measly coins. And those damn shareholders. And Lin Chen. It's all Lin Chen's fault. This must all have been Lin Chen's doing. He stormed angrily toward the underground parking garage, kicking away several empty soda cans, blocking his way while cursing under his breath. Just as I walked up to his brand new Porsche sports car, which hadn't even been registered yet, my phone vibrated. He pulled it out in frustration, thinking some clueless guy was sending a message at this hour, but when he saw the sender's name, he was stunned. It is Lin Jiong. Chapter 186. He has nothing left. What else can he do? At the entrance of the Lin Group, Gu Yanqing looked at his phone and saw that the message came from his father. He gritted his teeth, not wanting to look, but his fingers still involuntarily opened the message. The message was short, just one line. Yanqing, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't leave, those shareholders will eat you alive. Leave the company first, go home and rest for a while, and take the opportunity to learn something. Don't overthink it. Once things calm down, I'll find a way to get you back into the company. Take care of yourself. Gu Yanqing stared at the message and read it several times. The initial anger and resentment, like a punctured balloon, quickly deflated, replaced by a strange sense of comfort and a sudden realization of I see. He knew it. How could his father possibly expel him? How could I possibly abandon him completely over something like that? It turns out it was to protect him. It was because those shareholders were pressuring him too much that Dad had no choice but to use this method to let him temporarily avoid the limelight. Once he's learned his lesson and the storm has passed, his father will definitely bring him back. At that time, the position of vice president, or even more, will all be his. With that thought, Gu Yanqing's mood instantly improved considerably. The burning sensation on her face didn't seem to hurt as much anymore, and the tightness in her chest also dissipated a lot. He took a deep breath, reverting to his usual arrogant and somewhat spoiled demeanor, and snorted at the phone screen, muttering to himself, "At least you still have some conscience. Just wait, I'll be back." As for studying hard, he didn't care at all. What did he need to learn? With the Lin group around, he didn't need to learn anything. He opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and the comfort of the leather seats and the smell of the new car improved his mood even more. He started the engine, its deep roar echoing through the garage. Just then, his cell phone rang abruptly. He glanced at it. It was Shunqingi. My mood, which had just started to improve, was shrouded in gloom again. He remembered the phone call in the office and the promise he had made. Now, he has just been kicked out of the company and is barely able to take care of himself. So how can he care about Shunqingi and her unlucky father? He didn't want to answer, but the phone kept ringing. He frowned, but ultimately answered the call with a hint of impatience, put it on speakerphone, and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. "Hello." His tone was far from gentle and considerate as before, revealing obvious irritation. "Brother Yanqing." Shunqingi's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone immediately, hoarse from crying and filled with deep unease. "How did it go? Did you tell your dad?" "My dad's situation. Is there any way to help him? I'm so worried." Hearing her voice filled with dependence and expectation, Gu Yanqing felt even more annoyed. He's got a mess of his own stuff right now. How can he have time to care about others? All right, stop rushing me." Gu Yanqing interrupted her impatiently, her tone harsh. "I can't help with your father's matter for now." What? Shunqingi's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and panic. "Brother Yanqing, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't help? Didn't you promise me before?" "Agree to what?" Gu Yanqing's temper flared up, her voice filled with resentment. "I myself was tricked by that treacherous Lin Shun. I'm no longer with Lin's group. I can't help you now. You'll have to figure it out yourself." After saying that, he didn't give Shunqingi a chance to speak again, hung up the phone, and then casually put his phone on silent mode and tossed it aside as if he were throwing away a hot potato. "Damn it!" He spat, slammed on the gas, and the Porsche roared out of the underground garage, merging into the traffic, leaving only the screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground. On the other end of the phone, at the Shun family villa, Shunqingi froze on the spot, holding the phone that had already been disconnected and was now just a busy signal. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. Gu Yanqing's impatient and resentful words pierced her ears like ice picks, shattering her last shred of illusion and hope. "I myself was tricked by that treacherous Lin Shun. I'm no longer with Lin's. I can't help you now." He's no longer with the Lin family? Was he tricked by Lin Shun? Gu Yanqing was also taken down by Lin Shun? A chilling coldness spread rapidly from the soles of Shunqingi's feet throughout her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She wasn't stupid. Although she had been blinded by short-sightedness before, at this moment, combined with the sudden upheaval in her family and hearing the news of Gu Yanqing's equally miserable state, a terrible thought uncontrollably surfaced in her mind, became clear and amplified. He was the one who orchestrated everything that turned out this way. Lin Shun, the person she once thought she could use as a shield, the young man who coldly left when she and her father chose to side with Gu Yanqing and betrayed him. He was not as simple as they imagined. His calm departure was not out of helplessness or resignation, but rather a chilling, confident indifference. Did he foresee this? Did he set a trap all along? Not only against the Shin family, but also against Gu Yanqing, and even against Lin Jiong and the Lin family. What exactly did he do? Since he was abandoned by Lin Jiong and kicked out of the Lin group, he has encountered a series of problems, including a sharp drop in the stock price of the Lin group. A deep sense of fear and regret gripped Shunqingi's heart like vines, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She remembered that day at the Lin family home, when Lin Chen looked at her with a calm yet unfathomable gaze. "I remembered the way my father, Shun Wenba, said smugly, 'The Lin family will belong to Gu Yanqing sooner or later. Lin Shun is finished.'" He recalled the harsh words he had said to Lin Shun in an attempt to please Gu Yanqing. At the time, she thought her choice was right. "People should strive to climb higher," was a saying her father had always taught her. In the real world, you have to be ruthless or you'll never become strong. But now, she's starting to feel afraid, a fear that goes deep into her bones. What kind of person did she offend? Lin Shun has already left the Lin family, and his cards have been frozen. Even a poor kid like him could manage to do this to them. Just as she was in a state of utter confusion, consumed by boundless regret and fear, the villa door was opened from the outside, and Shun Wenba staggered in. In just half a day, Shun Wenba seemed to have aged 10 years. His once meticulously combed hair was now disheveled. His face was ashen, his eyes were vacant. His expensive suit jacket was casually draped over his arm, and his shirt collar was open, making him look dejected and disheveled. He still carried with him a faint, oppressive aura, a scent that seemed to emanate from some special place, brought back from outside. Dad, Shen Qingyi seemed to have seen her pillar of support and immediately rushed over, tears welling up in her eyes again. You're back? They didn't do anything to you, did they? How did things go? Chapter 187. Are you really my mom? At the Shun family villa, Shun Wenba had just arrived home when his daughter, Shin Qingyi, came up to him and asked how he was doing. Shin Wenba didn't answer his daughter immediately. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength, dragging his heavy steps to the sofa in the living room. Then, like a lump of mud, he slumped down, even knocking over a vase next to him. The sound of shattering porcelain was particularly jarring in the empty living room, but he seemed not to hear it. He looked up at his daughter, whose face was streaked with tears and who was in a panic. His eyes were extremely complicated, showing exhaustion and fear, but more than anything, a heavy regret that almost crushed him. He didn't answer his daughter's question, but instead asked in a hoarse voice, Qingyi, you called Gu Yanqing? What did the Lin family say? When he asked that question, there was a faint glimmer of hope in his voice, a hope that even he himself didn't quite believe. Perhaps Lin Jiong, for Gu Yanqing's sake, would be willing to lend the Shin family a hand? Perhaps. Seeing her father like this, Shin Qingyi's last bit of hope shattered. Her lips trembled, and tears streamed down her face. With a sob in her voice, she recounted her conversation with Gu Yanqing in broken sentences. I hit him, Gu Yanqing said that he himself was also tricked by Lin Shun, and he is no longer with Lin's. He can't help us anymore. Dad, what should we do? Gu Yanqing has been kicked out of the Lin family, and Lin Shun, what exactly did he do? Are we completely finished? With each word Shun Qingyi spoke, Shin Wenba's face grew paler, and the faint light in his eyes dimmed. When he heard that Gu Yanqing was also kicked out of the Lin family and can't help us, he felt as if the last bit of life had been drained from him. He slumped into the sofa, unable to even lift his fingers. The last glimmer of hope was shattered. Gu Yanqing, the son that Lin Jiong tried so hard to cultivate, was actually kicked out of the Lin family so quickly? Behind all of this, Lin Chen's shadow is present. Lin Chun. Shun Wenba murmured the name, his voice filled with helplessness and belated fear. He leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the ornately decorated ceiling with a vacant gaze, as if he could see his own foolish and ridiculous past through the lavish decorations. This Lin Chun, he doesn't seem like a 20-year-old college student at all. Shin Wenba's voice was hoarse, as if he had been trekking through the desert for a long time. He's too shrewd and ruthless in his actions, one scheme after another. We, Gu Yanqing, and even Lin Jiong, are probably all part of his plan. He remembered seeing in the news that Lin Jiong had given all his shares to Gu Yanqing and even hired him to work in the company. He knew at the time that Lin Jiong's actions were aimed at getting Gu Yanqing to take over the Lin group, while Lin Chen had been kicked out. So that night, he did some mental work with his daughter. He told her to stop associating with Lin Chun, that the Lin family had changed hands, and that Gu Yanqing would rule from now on. His daughter Shen Qingyi's reaction surprised him, as she agreed immediately. Now, he deeply regrets his past actions. Yi Haoran's rise to chairman was inseparable from Lin Chen's help, and to repay Lin Chen's favor, he will definitely hunt him down to the bitter end. After all, Lin Chun was an ingrate to him. Over the years, Lin Chun had done some dirty things, and if they were brought up, he would face not only bankruptcy, but also imprisonment. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell all at once was something he couldn't accept for a while. He said to Shun Qingyi, "Daughter, the only one who can save me now is Lin Chun." Meanwhile, in the VIP ward area of a hospital in downtown Hangzhou, the only sounds were the faint ticking of instruments and the barely perceptible smell of disinfectant. Sunlight streamed in through the large French windows, illuminating the spotless floor, but it couldn't dispel the heaviness and indescribable chill in the air. Lin Shin stood at the door of a hospital room, still dressed in simple casual clothes, which seemed somewhat out of place in the luxurious environment. yet strangely blended in with his calm and almost indifferent aura. He was carrying a fruit basket that didn't look particularly expensive. His expression was calm and his eyes were deep, revealing no emotion. He raised his hand, flicked his fingers, and gently knocked 3 times on the heavy solid wood door. "Come in." A female voice came from inside, sounding somewhat weak, but still maintaining her usual, deliberately dignified demeanor. Lin Shen pushed open the door and entered. The ward is spacious and bright, with facilities comparable to a 5-star hotel suite. Zhao Feng leaned against the rocking hospital bed, covered with a soft silk quilt. Her upper body appeared to be unharmed, and even had an unnatural rosy complexion thanks to careful care and expensive supplements. However, her lower body under the blanket remained stiff in one position, unable to move an inch. The accidental car accident had left her permanently paralyzed from the waist down. Upon seeing Lin Shen enter, Zhao Feng's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, and a smile quickly spread across her face, a mixture of surprise, weakness, and deliberate kindness. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Come sit down." She pointed to the chair by the bed, her tone as gentle as ever, as if nothing had ever happened, that she and her husband had accepted Gu Yanqing as their godson, given him all the shares, kicked Lin Shen out of the company, or driven him out of the luxury apartment. Lin Shen did not sit down immediately. He slowly walked to the bedside, placed the fruit basket on the cabinet beside him, his movements unhurried and deliberate. Then, he sat down in the chair, leaned forward slightly, placed his hands on his knees, and calmly looked at Zhao Feng's face. His gaze was so clear and direct that it seemed to penetrate all pretense and reach the deepest corner of people's hearts. He just stared at her quietly for a good 10 seconds, until Zhao Feng's smile became a little stiff, and a trace of barely perceptible panic flashed deep in her eyes. "Mom." Lin Shen finally spoke, his voice soft and steady, without accusation, anger, or even much fluctuation, as casually as asking, "How's the weather today? Are you really my mom?" The question was abrupt, yet it seemed perfectly natural. How could a mother do that to her own son? Chapter 188. If you like pretending to be poor, then let's see if you really are poor for a moment. Zhao Feng's smile froze completely. Then she quickly composed herself, revealing a hurt and helpless expression. "Xiao Chen, you. How could you ask that? Of course I'm your mother. I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. How could that be false?" As she spoke, her eyes even reddened slightly. Her acting skills were completely natural. Lin Shen nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation, but his eyes remained unmoved. He continued in that calm yet unsettling tone, asking, "Then why?" "Why what?" Zhao Feng asked instinctively, her unease growing. "Why are you treating me like this?" Lin Shen's voice was still soft, but each word was clear, striking the silent hospital room. "Is your favoritism towards Gu Yanqing really just out of guilt towards the Gu family and a desire to make amends? If it's truly about repaying a debt of gratitude, you can give him money, shares, a comfortable life, or even a portion of his family fortune. I have no objection. But is it really necessary?" He paused, his gaze sweeping across the luxurious hospital room before settling back on Zhao Feng's well-maintained face, and continued to ask. "He clearly has billions in assets, yet he pretended to be poor in front of me for over 20 years, putting on an act for over 20 years. He watched me struggle to work for tuition and living expenses, watched me study desperately for a little scholarship money. Seeing me being so cautious in certain situations because of my ordinary family background. What were you thinking as you watched? Did you find it amusing? Or did you think it was necessary training? Bring Gu Yanqing over. Give him the best of everything. Luxury cars, mansions, unlimited pocket money. Spoil him rotten. Then tell me that the family is struggling financially, that I should be frugal, and that I should be independent." One sentence made him the vice president. I watched him being publicly announced as the successor, and I was kicked out of the Lin Group like trash. My bank account was frozen. Lin Shen spoke slowly, as if each word was carefully considered, calmly stating the facts. But it is precisely this calm that is more terrifying than any vehement accusation. "Mom, tell me, what real parents would be so biased? What parents would scheme against their own son to the bone? Who would spend over 20 years weaving a colossal lie, only to hand everything over to an outsider and then slaughter their own flesh and blood?" Zhao Feng's face changed completely. She could no longer maintain the mask of a weak and loving mother, and her complexion turned pale and flushed. Her hands, resting on the blanket, trembled slightly, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Lin Shen's words were like a cold scalpel, peeling away the layers of reasons and pretenses she had carefully constructed over the years, revealing the most unbearable and unbearable core within. No, that's not how it is. Xiaochun, you've misunderstood. Zhao Fang's voice became shrill, carrying urgency and a hint of barely perceptible fear. We did this really for your own good. To train you. To let you know the hardships of life. To learn to be independent and to become strong. Look, aren't you doing very well now? You are more mature than Yan Qing, more capable than him. And this is all the result of our painstaking efforts. As for Yan Qing, we adopted him as our godson simply to repay a debt of gratitude. The Gu family has been kind to us, and we just want to make it up to him and give him a better life. We never intended for him to replace you. The company will definitely still be yours in the future, but right now we need to train you and also give Yan Qing an explanation. Xiaochun, you have to understand your parents' good intentions. It's all about training, repaying kindness, and painstaking efforts. Lin Shen listened quietly, his face expressionless. Only after Zhao Fang finished speaking did he subtly twitch the corner of his mouth, revealing an extremely faint and cold arc. It wasn't a smile, but more like a silent mockery. Exercise. He repeated the word, as if savoring some absurd joke. You want me to train amidst lies and utter injustice? You want me to watch you pour all your resources into an outsider and then tell me this is training? Mom, do you even believe that yourself? Repay a debt of gratitude? Do you need to use the entire Lin group and everything your own son has to repay it? With good intentions? Lin Shen gently shook his head, his gaze falling on Zhao Fang's face, which was contorted with excitement and guilt. No, this is not a kind gesture. It is favoritism and scheming. It means that from the very beginning, you never treated me as your son. Or, in your hearts, there is something more important than me, worth your 20 years of deception and complete betrayal. His tone remained calm throughout, without anger or hysteria, only a coldness and detachment born of a profound understanding. This calmness terrified Zhao Fang more than any intense emotion. She realized she could no longer understand her son at all. The son who, though silent, would occasionally show them dependence and warmth, now sat before her like a completely unfamiliar and unfathomable stranger. You're talking nonsense. Lin Shen, I'm your mother. How could you think of me like that? Think of your father like that. Zhao Fang was somewhat exasperated and tried to win back the situation by using her motherly authority and tears. Her eyes were even redder and her voice was trembling with sobs. But Lin Shen no longer looked at her. He got the answer he wanted not from Zhao Fang's weak and feeble explanations, but from her undisguised panic, guilt, and consistent bias. He slowly stood up, his movements still composed. His gaze swept around the ward. Every penny of the luxurious room was soaked with Lin's blood and sweat, and also with the 20 years of deception he had suffered. Then, his gaze fell on a few strands of Zhao Fang's long hair scattered on the snow-white pillow. He reached out seemingly casually, as if to help her straighten the blanket, but as his fingers brushed against her hair, he very naturally, quickly, and imperceptibly picked up a stray strand of hair and quietly held it in his palm. Zhao Fang was in a state of utter confusion, focused only on dealing with Lin Shen's sharp gaze and piercing questions, and completely failed to notice this subtle movement. Lin Chun withdrew his hand, looking down at his mother on the hospital bed, whose face was pale and eyes were darting around. He spoke for the last time, his voice soft but carrying an undeniable resolve. Since you all enjoy pretending to be poor so much, relish this way of training people, and firmly believe that hardship is wealth. He paused, and the cold smile on his lips seemed to deepen slightly. Then let's really try being poor and see what happens. After saying that, he stopped looking at Zhao Fang's wide eyes, which were filled with astonishment and a hint of fear, and turned around without hesitation, walking steadily towards the door of the ward. Open the door, go out, and then gently close it again. The heavy door shut out everything inside the ward. The corridor was dimly lit. Lin Shen stood at the door, his face as calm as a frozen lake. He slowly opened his right hand, which had been loosely clenched, and in his palm lay the hair with its follicle still attached, which he had taken from Zhao Fang's pillow. He stared at the strand of hair, his eyes as deep and unfathomable as an ancient well. Then, slowly, very slowly, he curved his lips into a faint, cold, and ambiguous smile. The truth is often hidden in the smallest details. Some tests only require a single hair to expose a meticulously crafted lie that has lasted for 20 years. Without turning around, he carefully placed his hair into a pre-prepared sealed bag, then strode away, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the hospital corridor. Meanwhile, Zhao Fong, in the ward, watched Lin Chen walk out and pondered the meaning behind his words. Let's really see what it means to be poor. She had just seen hatred in Lin Chen's eyes. She could clearly feel that this Lin Chen was no longer the filial and obedient son he used to be. He had changed, become someone she didn't recognize, and she felt a little flustered. Chapter 189. I'm sorry, please forgive me. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi. The address he gave was an inconspicuous neighborhood in the old city of Hangzhou, where he rented a single room. The car traveled through the bustling city streets, with dazzling lights and towering buildings standing side by side outside the window, many of which were properties developed or owned by the Lin Group. Lin Chen looked calmly out the window, his eyes unwavering, as if the dazzling lights and the colossal structures symbolizing wealth and status had nothing to do with him. The car eventually turned into a narrow old street and stopped in front of an old residential building with mottled exterior walls and covered with vines. This scene presents a stark and ironic contrast to the extravagance of the hospital and the grandeur of the Lin's mansion. Pay the fare and get off the bus. The hallway was dimly lit. The motion-activated lights were unreliable, and the air was filled with the damp smell typical of old buildings. Lin Chen climbed the dusty stairs to the 4th floor and used his key to open the peeling iron door. The room was small, only a dozen square meters, and sparsely furnished. A bed, an old desk, and a simple wardrobe were all the belongings. He closed the door behind him, leaned against the cold door panel, and slowly scanned the cramped room with his gaze. A faint, almost self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's ridiculous. The biological parents and their godson live in a luxury villa. His own son, however, was kicked out of the house and could only live in a dilapidated single room with a monthly rent of a few hundred yuan. 20 years of deception, 20 years of favoritism. In the end, all that was gained was complete expulsion and scheming. This is what he calls family. This is what he once thought was family affection. He touched his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the small, sealed bag. Inside was Zhao Feng's hair. The cold touch seemed to carry a scorching heat, reminding him of certain truths that urgently needed to be verified, truths that might be even more unbearable. Just as he was lost in his own thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded, neither too loud nor too soft, carrying a hint of hesitation and caution, yet it was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Lin Chen frowned. Who could it be at this hour? The landlord? Or, he hardly knew anyone here. He walked to the door, but didn't open it immediately. Through the door, he asked in a deep voice, Who is it? There was a few seconds of silence outside the door, then a woman's voice, clearly trembling and trying hard to suppress a sob, rang out. Her voice was very soft, carrying a humble, fawning tone and a hint of fear. It's me, Lin Chen. It's me, Shun Qingyi. Shun Qingyi? Lin Chen's brows furrowed even more. How did she find her way here? And what does she want? His face was expressionless as he raised his hand, turned the lock, and opened the door. In the dim light of the corridor outside the door, the person standing was indeed Shun Qingyi. But the woman before me was completely different from the proud, reserved, always impeccably dressed, and impeccably made-up eldest daughter of the Shin family. She was wearing a slightly wrinkled beige trench coat, and her hair, which wasn't styled as usual, was just casually draped over her shoulders, looking somewhat messy. Her face was bare of makeup, her eyes were red and swollen, her complexion was frighteningly pale, and there were even some cracks on her lips. In a single day, it seemed as if all my energy and spirit had been drained, leaving only a fragile and bewildered shell. She clutched the strap of a designer handbag tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force, and her body was trembling slightly, whether from the cold or from fear, it was hard to tell. Seeing Lin Chen open the door, Shun Qingyi suddenly raised her head. Her once bright and proud eyes were now filled with tears, filled with panic, pleading, and helplessness. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but her throat tightened, and she couldn't make a sound for a moment. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, not letting her in. He simply looked at her with his deep, calm eyes, devoid of any emotion, and asked in a cold, emotionless tone, "What is it?" Those two simple words pierced Shun Qingyi's heart like an icicle. She recalled that although Lin Chen wasn't particularly warm towards her, he was always gentle and polite. When had he ever used such a cold look and tone as if he were looking at a stranger? The immense disappointment and regret overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. She took a small step forward, her voice trembling and heavy with sobs. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She was sobbing uncontrollably, her words tumbling out incoherently. It was my fault. I was blinded by greed. I was blind to your true nature. I was so delusional that I treated you like that. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Let my father go. Let our Shun family go, okay? As she sobbed, she observed Lin Chen's expression. Seeing that he remained unmoved, she panicked even more and continued urgently. I know it was my fault. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. You helped me when Zhou Zihong was harassing me, and you also helped my dad's company when it was suppressed by the Zhou family. I remember all of that. I really remember. It's my ingratitude. I'm such a heartless wretch. Lin Shun, please, for the sake of our past relationship, and for the sake of my father's advanced age, have mercy on us this time, okay? I promise, we'll repay you properly in the future. Shun Qingyi spoke with heartfelt sincerity, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string, her posture extremely humble, almost pleading. If someone who doesn't know the story reads this, they might actually feel sorry for her. However, Lin Chen simply watched her performance quietly, without a ripple on his face. After she had finished crying and recounting her story, he gently tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile devoid of any warmth. Forgive you? Let your father go? His voice remained calm, yet carried a knowing, mocking tone. Shun Qingyi, what makes you think you have the right? Just a few tears and a flimsy I'm sorry? He straightened up slightly, his gaze like a cold blade, scraping across Shun Qingyi's pale face. Think carefully about how I helped you back then. When Zhou Zihong was harassing you, you used me as a shield and I didn't ask for anything in return. When your father's company was maliciously suppressed and threatened by the Zhou family, I used the Lin family's connections and resources to help your father overcome the difficulties and even help the Shun family reach new heights. And what about you? Lin Chen's tone suddenly turned cold. When I was kicked out of the Lin family and had nothing, what did you do? Shun Wenba couldn't wait to publicly side with Gu Yanqing, kicking me when I was down and immediately cutting ties with me. And you, Miss Shun? He paused, his gaze lingering for a moment on Shun Qingyi's face, which had instantly lost all color. His voice was not loud, but every word was piercing. In front of so many people, you cooperated with Gu Yanqing to humiliate me. You and your father turned around and sided with the person who stepped on me to get to the top, and joined him in doing everything you could to mock and humiliate me. Shun Qingyi, Lin Chen leaned down slightly, getting closer to her, close enough to see his own reflection in her eyes. His gaze was so cold that it sent a chill down her spine. Tell me, if you were treated like this, what would you do? Would you smile and say, "It's okay, I forgive you," and then continue to be completely open and honest, waiting to be stabbed in the back again? Shun Qingyi was speechless, her face burning as if she had been slapped countless times in public. Every word Lin Chen said was true. It was an ugly reality that she could neither refute nor erase. Chapter 190, The Rebellious Son Lin Chen. After listening to Lin Chen's questions one by one, overwhelmed by immense shame and fear, Shun Qingyi knew that simple apologies and pleas were no longer of any use. As if grasping at a last straw, she abruptly raised her head, her eyes blurry with tears, and looked at Lin Chen. With all her might, she incoherently threw out what she thought was her most valuable bargaining chip. No, Lin Chen, listen to me. I was ignorant before. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. As long as you are willing to let my father go, to let the Shun family go, I am willing to do anything. I can be your girlfriend, your real girlfriend. I promise I'll treat you well, respect you, love you, and only listen to you. I promise I'll never look at anyone else again. Enough. Lin Chen interrupted her sharply, his brows furrowed with undisguised disgust and revulsion, as if he had heard something extremely filthy. He took a step back, distancing himself from Shun Qingyi, as if she were some kind of filth to be avoided at all costs. Shun Qingyi, stop with your act. His voice was as cold as ice. What right do you think you have to talk to me about these things now? A real girlfriend? Respect? Love? Do you think I, Lin Shun, Would like a woman like you who has no bottom line and is only after profit? He looked at her face, which turned deathly pale, and she seemed about to collapse, and said, word by word, clearly and cruelly, "You disgust me." Roll. The last word was uttered very softly, yet it carried immense weight, with an undeniable sense of expulsion. Lin Shen stopped looking at her, took a step back, and slammed the door shut. The door completely shut out Shun Qingyi's face, which was filled with despair, regret, and disbelief, along with all her humble pleas and unrealistic fantasies. The old door panels emitted a dull echo that reverberated through the silent corridor. Shun Qingyi, standing outside the door, seemed to have all her strength drained away. She slid slowly down the cold wall to the ground, covered her face, and finally, her suppressed, desperate sobs leaked out from between her fingers. Shun Qingyi sat on the cold cement floor for half the night until dawn, when she returned, dejected and unsteady on her feet, to the villa that once symbolized the glory of the Shun family, but was now as cold as a tomb. However, what awaited her was not a turning point after a night of reflection, but an even crueler reality. Shortly after dawn, the piercing sound of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the villa area. Several uniformed officers, carrying cold paperwork, knocked on the door of the Shun family home. The leader, expressionless, presented relevant documents and demanded that Shun Wenba cooperate with the investigation on multiple charges, including alleged embezzlement of a huge amount of company funds, misappropriation of funds, and commercial fraud. Shun Wenba seemed to have a premonition, or perhaps he was completely devastated by this sudden formal arrest. He did not struggle or argue. He was simply put into the police car with a deathly pale face and empty eyes. He didn't even glance at his daughter, who was crying so hard she was almost fainting, as if she were an empty shell whose soul had been ripped out. "Dad!" Shun Qingyi screamed and rushed forward, but was calmly and forcefully stopped by the investigators. She could only watch helplessly as the police car drove away, taking away her last support and the last shred of dignity of the Shun family. Immediately afterwards, the Shun family's assets were frozen. Bank accounts, real estate, vehicles, company shares, everything that once represented wealth and status has now become a series of cold numbers and seals. The villa was temporarily sealed off, and Shun Qingyi was invited out of the house before she could even take her last piece of valuable jewelry with her. She only had a small suitcase with her, containing a few simple changes of clothes. From the enviable heiress of the Shun family to a penniless and heavily indebted daughter of a sinner, it only took less than 24 hours. The stark contrast caused Shun Qingyi's world to completely collapse. With nowhere to go, she could only drag her suitcase and stay in the cheapest and worst student hostel near the school. But this is just the beginning. The news of Shun Wenba being taken away for investigation spread like wildfire throughout Hangzhou's business districts, and even faster, swept across the university campus where Shun Qingyi was studying. The so-called best friends and friends who used to surround her disappeared without a trace overnight. Even her suitors, who were usually very attentive to her, avoided her like the plague. Walking on campus, she became the subject of everyone's pointing and whispering. Those gazes, whether sympathetic, curious, gloating, or disdainful, pricked her like needles. "Look, that's Shun Qingyi. Her father got arrested. I heard he embezzled a lot of money, and the company is about to go bankrupt. TSK. She used to be so glamorous, all high and mighty. Now she's a fallen dog. Serves her right. Who told her to be so arrogant and look down on everyone? In the end, she failed to climb the social ladder, and her own family fell apart first. I heard she even went to beg Lin Shen for forgiveness. She has no shame at all. Back when Lin Shen left the Lin family, she belittled Lin Shen to the point of worthlessness in order to curry favor with her godson, Gu Yanqing. Exactly. Now that we see Lin Shen isn't so easy to bully, they're still clinging to him like that. It's disgusting. Have you heard? To beg Lin Shen to let her father go. She even said she was willing to be Lin Shen's girlfriend. Really, the news that Lin Shen and Yi Haoran forced Shun Wenba to step down in the conference room of the Shun family company had already spread throughout the school. Whispers and sarcastic remarks surged in from all directions like a tide, engulfing Shun Qingyi. She walked quickly with her head down, not daring to look anyone in the eye. Her former pride and composure had been crushed, leaving only endless shame and despair. She finally came to a profound understanding of what it means to push someone when they're down, and what it means to be cold-blooded and heartless. Almost simultaneously with the Shin family, the Lin Group was caught in the eye of the storm. The chairman's office was in a mess. On the expensive rosewood desk, documents, computers, and decorations were swept to the floor, with broken teacups and ashtray fragments scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the smell of cigars and a sense of suppressed anger. Lin Jiong paced restlessly back and forth in the office like a trapped, wounded wild beast. His tie was askew, his hair was disheveled, and his eyes were sunken and bloodshot. He had lost all of the composure he once had as a business tycoon. A huge loss of over 3 billion. It was like a heavy mountain pressing down on him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. The shareholders' pressure to resign had already overwhelmed him, but an even more devastating blow was about to follow. Chairman, something terrible has happened. Secretary Wang practically scrambled in, her face ashen, her voice trembling. Just received news that Bank A, Bank B, and Trust C. They jointly sent a formal letter demanding that we repay a total of more than 5 billion yuan in loans in advance. The reason given is that, given the recent series of major decision-making errors and huge losses suffered by the Lin family, their financial situation has deteriorated sharply. Their credit rating has been downgraded, triggering the risk clauses in the loan agreement. What? Lin Jiong whirled around, his eyes bloodshot, grabbed Secretary Wang by the collar, and roared. How dare they? We've been cooperating with the Lin family for so many years. They're kicking us when we're down. Secretary Wang, almost suffocating from his grip, said with difficulty, No, it's not just them. Several other major partner banks and financial institutions are also inquiring about the situation, although they haven't explicitly demanded early repayment. However, they all indicated they would reassess their credit support for us and would not issue any new loans in the short term. Previous credit lines might also be frozen or reduced. To make matters worse, no, it's like when it rains, it pours. Although the Lin Group has enormous assets, its liquid funds are never unlimited. To maintain its massive business operations and previous expansion, the Lin family has an extremely high debt ratio, with most of its assets tied up in land, projects, and various long-term investments. The deficit of over 3 billion yuan has already put the cash flow under extreme strain, and now the bank is demanding early repayment, which is a fatal blow. It's like a high-speed precision machine that has suddenly had its lubricating oil drained and is now subjected to heavy blows from all sides and could fall apart at any moment. Bang! Lin Jiong slammed his fist hard on the now empty desk, his hand instantly turning red. His chest heaved violently, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes burned with fury and a hint of barely perceptible panic. The root of all this is that rebellious son, Lin Chun. Chapter 191 Severing Ties? In Lin Jiong's office, when faced with these problems at the company, he blamed everything on Lin Chun, never thinking that he had done anything wrong. If Lin Chun hadn't set a trap, the company wouldn't have lost so much money. More than 3 billion, not more than 300,000. If Lin Chun hadn't kept quiet about it, how could he have ordered the new industrial park project to be shut down without even looking at it? If he told me it was a project in cooperation with the government, how could it have ended up like this? If it weren't for Lin Chun, the shareholders wouldn't have pressed him so hard, and the bank wouldn't have turned its back on him so ruthlessly at this time. If it weren't for him, Yanqing wouldn't have made a mistake and had to leave the company. Yes, it's all Lin Chen's fault. That wretched child. That ungrateful wretch. He ruined Gu Yanqing, destroyed his prestige in the company, and now he wants to destroy the Lin Group that Gu Yanqing founded and painstakingly managed. Lin Chun, you beast. You bastard. Lin Jiong could no longer control himself and roared like a furious lion. His voice echoed in the empty office, filled with resentment and hatred. He was panting heavily, his fierce gaze sweeping over the mess on the floor before finally settling on the trembling Secretary Wang. Go! He gritted his teeth, his voice forced out with a desperate madness. Summon Director Chen Ming from the legal department. Immediately. Right now. Secretary Wang felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled out of the room. A moment later, Chen Ming, the director of the legal department, walked in hurriedly. When he saw the scene in the office, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure and bowed slightly. Chairman, you wanted to see me? Lin Jiong, his eyes bloodshot, stared intently at him and said through gritted teeth, Director Chen, listen to me. I don't care what methods you use. Go find that beast Lin Chen right now. Chun Ming adjusted his glasses, already understanding the situation, but remained respectful. Chairman, what do you mean? Tell him. Lin Jiong practically shouted. Have him get that new industrial park project back for me, and let the Lin family continue to cooperate with the municipal government. The fact that he managed to get this project before proves that he is somewhat clever. He paused, took a deep breath, and his eyes hardened with even more ruthlessness. And if he can't do it, if he dares to say no, you tell him that I, Lin Jiong, am severing all ties with him as father and son. He's not a member of the Lin family. I, Lin Jiong, will pretend I never had this son. And another thing, Lin Jiong added coldly. Didn't he swindle over 800 million yuan from the company using breach of contract penalties? Go and investigate. Use every legal means possible. Sue him. Sue him for malicious fraud, collusion with outsiders, and embezzlement of company assets. I want him to return everything he took, with interest. He should rot in jail. Chen Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Sever ties? Suing his own son for commercial fraud? Is the chairman driven to the brink, or does he simply not care about his son at all? But he knew even more clearly that the biggest responsibility for how things turned out this way lay with him, Lin Jiong. What was originally a profitable project was abruptly terminated by him unilaterally. If he hadn't ended the cooperation, there wouldn't have been a single penny of loss. Lin Chen's strategic planning shows that he is not simple. Why would the chairman drive away such an outstanding son and support Gu Yanqing, his godson? Could it be that this godson is actually? He dared not think any further. Since the chairman had given the order, he would simply do as he was told. Seeing Lin Jiong's almost murderous gaze, Chun Ming dared not say anything more and could only bow his head and reply, Yes, Chairman, I understand. I'll take care of it right away. Go now. Lin Jiong waved his hand, as if he had used up all his strength, and slumped down into the large, yet icy cold leather chair. Looking out the window at the gloomy sky, his eyes were filled with resentment, anger, and a hint of fear of impending collapse that even he himself was unwilling to admit. He never imagined that one day, Lin Jiong, a prominent figure in Hangzhou's business world, would be driven to such a desperate situation by his own son. At the same time, in Hangzhou, at a private hospital located near an upscale residential community, there are no noisy crowds registering for appointments here, no pungent smell of disinfectant, only soft lighting, soothing music, and well-trained receptionists with professional smiles. Lin Chen walked in discreetly, dressed in a simple black casual outfit and wearing sunglasses that covered half of his face. Instead of going to the front desk, he went straight to the elevator and pressed a specific floor button. This was a private appraisal agency that he had booked online in advance and carefully selected, known for its privacy, efficiency, and accuracy. The elevator silently ascended and stopped at a quiet floor. The corridor was covered with a thick carpet, making it feel completely silent when you stepped on it. Lin Chen walked to a frosted glass door marked Gene Testing Center Special Services and knocked gently. The door opened from the inside, and a middle-aged male doctor in a white coat and mask, with a calm demeanor, appeared in the doorway. He glanced at Lin Chen, his gaze lingering on the sunglasses on his face for a moment, before stepping aside. Mr. Lin? Please come in. Everything is ready for you. Lin Chen nodded slightly and went inside. The room is small, but equipped with advanced technology and furnished like a minimalist reception room rather than a cold examination room, maximizing the protection of client privacy. Chapter 192 Gui Huan. In a private hospital, the doctor gestured for Lin Chen to sit down in a comfortable chair, while he himself sat behind the desk opposite him and opened a special confidential folder. Mr. Lin, as per your request over the phone, we can provide expedited paternity testing services with results in as little as 24 hours. It's absolutely confidential, with each sample individually coded. No one except you will know the test results or the contents of the test. The price is 3 times the regular rate. Okay. Lin Chen's voice was calm and even. He took off his sunglasses, revealing his deep and serene eyes. Without any unnecessary words, he took out 2 small, sterile, sealed sample bags with the organization's logo printed on them from his bag. One of the bags was empty, and the label read, Sample A Provider, Lin Chen. He picked up the disposable lancet and alcohol swabs prepared beside him, skillfully disinfected his fingertip, and then pricked it without hesitation, squeezing out a drop of bright red blood and dripping it onto the designated position on the filter paper sampling card inside the sealed bag. He then quickly sealed the bag, his movements clean and efficient, as if he had done it countless times before. In another sealed bag was a long hair, which he had taken from Zhao Feng's bedside yesterday. The bag was labeled, Sample B Provider, Zhao Feng. The doctor put on gloves, carefully picked up the 2 sample bags, and carefully checked the seals and labels, especially confirming the hair in Sample B and its attached follicle. Mr. Lin, the sample meets the requirements. The doctor nodded. I'll come to pick up the paper report tomorrow, Lin Shen said. Okay, the doctor replied, then took out another POS machine from the cabinet. 3 times the fee for expedited service. Lin Shen didn't even blink as he pulled a card from his pocket, his personal card. The money in the card was naturally money he had obtained through various means when he was the chairman of the Lin Group, and it wasn't much. With a soft beep, the payment was successful. The doctor glanced at the screen, confirmed the amount was correct, and became even more respectful. Mr. Lin, payment has been received. Please rest assured that we will complete the testing to the highest standards and ensure absolute confidentiality throughout the process and results. See you tomorrow. Lin Shen put his sunglasses back on, nodded, and without saying another word, stood up and left the room with steady steps. After leaving the hospital, the afternoon sun brought a lazy warmth. Lin Shen raised his hand to check the time on his phone. It was still early, and there was still some time before his appointment with the young lady of the Xiao family. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to Mingda University first. After all, the student status on the surface still needs to be maintained for a while. He flagged down a passing taxi and gave them the address of the east gate of Mingda University. The driver was a balding middle-aged man who seemed to have a bad temper, and he appeared to be muttering about the previous passengers. The car smoothly merged into the traffic and headed towards the university town. Lin Shen leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes to rest, and his mind was filled with thoughts about the paternity test, the mess that was going on at the Lin Group, and his possible meeting with Xiao Ruodong. However, less than 2 kilometers into the journey, on a relatively quiet section of road with few pedestrians, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground filled the air, and the immense inertia caused Lin Shen's body to lurch forward. If he hadn't reacted quickly and braced himself with his hands on the front seat, he probably would have crashed into the guardrail in front of him. Damn it! Are you looking for death? Can't you watch where you're going? The driver, still in shock, was immediately enraged. He rolled down the window and started cursing at the road ahead. Lin Shen frowned and looked ahead. Less than 2 meters in front of the car, a young woman was sitting slumped over, seemingly having suddenly rushed out from the roadside and almost been hit by the car. She was wearing simple light blue jeans and a white shirt, with canvas shoes on her feet, and looked a bit disheveled. He was clutching his chest, his face pale, breathing heavily, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and his eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. I'm sorry. The woman apologized repeatedly, her voice trembling. She struggled to get up from the ground, but it seemed she had twisted her ankle and couldn't stand up for a moment. Sorry is useless. You almost killed me. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. The driver was clearly still angry, cursing, and even preparing to reverse around her. But at that moment, the woman seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly endured the pain, limped quickly to the back door where Lin Shen was sitting, flung open the door, and jumped in before the driver and Lin Shen could react. Then she quickly closed the door. Hey, what are you doing? Who let you up here? Get off. The driver was startled, then became even angrier, and turned to grab the woman. Master, please help me. I beg you. Someone is trying to capture me. They're chasing me. The woman was curled up on the other side of the back seat, her hands tightly wrapped around her chest, her face showing genuine fear and pleading, her voice trembling with sobs, and her body still shaking slightly. Arrest you? The driver paused for a moment, then scoffed, his face full of disbelief. Are you fucking crazy? This is a society governed by law. Who dares to arrest someone in broad daylight? I bet you're trying to ride for free. Get out of the car right now, or I'll call the police. As the driver spoke, he reached out to pull her again, his tone becoming even more impatient. Lin Shen sat on the other side, remaining silent throughout. His gaze passed over the middle of the back seat and landed on the face of the woman who had suddenly barged in. Following her terrified gaze, he looked through the rear window at a spot not far behind the car. Sure enough, a few dozen meters away on the street corner, there were several men wearing black t-shirts, with burly builds and unfriendly expressions, looking around as if searching for something. One of them even glanced at their taxi. Seeing the car stop, and apparently someone getting in, One of the men pointed in their direction and whispered something to his companion. It's not a misperception. There really is someone pursuing her. Lin Shun turned his gaze back to the face of the uninvited guest beside him. He was too far away, and it happened so suddenly that he didn't see it clearly. Now, looking closely, the woman is very young, probably around 20 years old. Her skin is very fair, almost translucent, with an oval face and extremely delicate and pretty features. In particular, her eyes, which are slightly wide open due to fear, are clear and bright, and now filled with tears, adding to her pitiful and fragile appearance. Although her clothes were simple, plain, and even a bit old, they couldn't hide her natural beauty. Moreover, this face seemed vaguely familiar to Lin Shun, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. The driver was still cursing and swearing, trying to shoo people away, and was even preparing to get physical. "What's your name?" Lin Shun suddenly asked, his voice calm, interrupting the driver's curses and the woman's pleas. The woman seemed surprised that the silent young passenger next to her would suddenly ask a question. She paused for a moment, glanced timidly at Lin Shun, met his calm but deep gaze, and subconsciously replied, My name is Gui Huan. Gui Huan. Lin Shun's heart skipped a beat. This name seemed somewhat familiar. Is your surname Gu? Her name is Gui Huan. Master. Lin Shun turned away from Gui Huan and towards the furious driver in the front seat, his tone still calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Drive to the east gate of Mingda University. I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. The driver's words caught in his throat. The normal fare from here to Mingda University is at most 30 or 40 yuan, so this 1,000 yuan is like a windfall. The anger on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of surprise and flattery. He nodded repeatedly. All right. Boss, hold on tight. We're leaving now. Fearing that Lin Shun might change his mind, he quickly shifted gears and stepped on the gas, and the taxi sped away from the scene of the incident. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lin Shun saw the men in black t-shirts chase after the car for a few steps, but they obviously couldn't catch up. In the end, they could only stop reluctantly and point in the direction the car had left. Silence fell over the car for a moment. The driver focused on driving, afraid of offending this big spender. Gui Huan huddled tightly against the car door, hugging her arms, panting heavily, still shaken. She would occasionally steal glances at Lin Shun beside her, her eyes filled with gratitude, unease, and a hint of curiosity. Lin Shun didn't say anything more, but just quietly watched the street scene rushing past the window, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 193. Do you need help? The car quickly arrived at the east gate of Mingda University. Lin Shun took out his wallet, counted out 100 yuan bills, and then took out the fare from his change, handing them all to the driver. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The driver beamed as he took the money and thanked him repeatedly. Lin Shun got out of the car, and Gui Huan quickly followed. Her ankle seemed to still hurt a little, and she staggered slightly when she landed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gui Huan walked up to Lin Shun, bowed deeply, her voice choked with emotion. That 1,000 yuan. I will definitely pay you back in the future. I promise. You don't need to pay back the money. Lin Shun waved his hand, his gaze lingering for a moment on her pale, but undeniably beautiful face, then glancing at her sprained ankle before calmly asking, Do you have somewhere to go now? Will those people continue to harass you? Do you need any other help? Upon hearing this, Gui Huan trembled almost imperceptibly, and a deeper fear and helplessness flashed in her eyes. She bit her lower lip and whispered, I have nowhere to go for now. They probably won't give up easily. I just need to find a place to hide for a few days. She looked up at Lin Shun with her clear, watery eyes, filled with pleading yet hesitant words. But it might cause you trouble. Troublesome. Lin Shun raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile curving his lips. It's all right. I'm not afraid of trouble. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Qin Wei's number directly. The call was quickly answered, and Qin Wei's capable and calm voice came through. Mr. Lin? Qin Wei, are you free now? Lin Shun asked. Convenient, Mr. Lin. Please give your instructions. I need a relatively safe place to stay, to arrange for someone to stay for a few days. Do you have a suitable place? Lin Shun asked succinctly. Qin Wei on the other end of the phone seemed to answer without any hesitation. Yes, I have an apartment in the south of the city. It was bought in someone else's name. It's very clean, and the security is good. No one lives there usually, so it's very safe. Then come pick her up. Come to Thai milk tea shop, diagonally opposite the east gate of Mingda University. She's here. Call me when you get there. Lin Shen said and hung up the phone. He put away his phone and said to Gui Huan, who was still a little dazed. Let's go. Let's go sit in the milk tea shop up ahead for a while. I'll have someone come and pick you up and take you to a safe place. Gui Huan glanced at the young man in front of her. She didn't know him. Why was he helping her? Could he be one of his men? However, if it really was his arrangement, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Since it's already like this, we can only believe it. She nodded subconsciously. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. The two entered the milk tea shop, called Time. There weren't many people in the shop, and the environment was quite quiet. Lin Shun found a booth further inside and ordered 2 of the most basic original milk teas. While waiting for Qin Wei to arrive, the two remained silent. Lin Shun leaned back in his chair, calmly observing Gui Huan across from him. Up close, her beauty is even more striking. She has an oval face, skin that is so white it's almost translucent, delicate eyebrows and eyes, long eyelashes that tremble slightly, a straight nose, and lips that are a natural light pink. Even in the simplest clothes, her outstanding temperament is undeniable. But at this moment, this demeanor was covered by panic and exhaustion, like a frightened fawn hiding in a corner. She didn't say why she was being pursued, and Lin Shen didn't ask either. Lin Shen didn't ask because he already knew she was no ordinary person. She remembered things based on her memories from her previous life. He simply sipped his milk tea quietly, occasionally glancing out the window to make sure no suspicious people approached. Gui Huan sipped her warm milk tea slowly, seemingly trying to calm herself down. She would steal glances at Lin Shen every now and then, her eyes filled with complex emotions: gratitude, curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible inquiry. This man looked to be about her age, but he possessed a composure and calmness far beyond his years. He acted decisively, made meticulous plans, and seemed to have no shortage of money and was not afraid of trouble. Who exactly is he? Why would he be willing to help a complete stranger, someone he doesn't even know and who might even cause him trouble? Half an hour later, Lin Shen's phone rang. It was Qin Wei, saying that she had arrived at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Lin Shen paid the bill and led Gui Huan out of the milk tea shop. An inconspicuous black Volkswagen sedan was parked outside, and Qin Wei, dressed in a simple business suit, was waiting beside the car. Seeing Lin Shen come out, she nodded slightly. Chairman Lin, the person is in your hands now. Make the arrangements, Lin Shen said to Qin Wei, then turned to Gui Huan. She will take you to a safe place. Just tell her if you need anything. You can make plans after this is over. Looking at Qin Wei's capable and calm demeanor, and then at Lin Shen, Gui Huan felt a little more at ease and bowed deeply again. Thank you. Wait for me. Wait for me to be safe. I will definitely repay you. Take care of yourself first, Lin Shen said calmly, nodding to Qin Wei. Qin Wei understood, opened the back door of the car, and gestured for Gui Huan to get in. Gui Huan glanced at Lin Shen again before getting into the car. Qin Wei closed the car door and said to Lin Shen, Chairman Lin, I'll be going now. Okay, be careful. The black sedan silently glided into the traffic and quickly disappeared around the street corner. Lin Shen stood at the entrance of the milk tea shop, watching the car leave, his eyes thoughtful. He turned and walked towards the gate of Mingda University, intending to show his face in the classroom. However, just as he reached the entrance of the School of Economics and Management building, before he could even step onto the stairs, a calm male voice, tinged with a hint of complex emotion, called out to him from the side. Lin Shen. Lin Shen was very familiar with that voice. He stopped and slowly turned around. Under the sycamore trees next to the teaching building stood a middle-aged man dressed in a well-fitting dark suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and with a serious and stern face. He was Chun Ming, the legal director of the Lin Group. Chun Ming looked at Lin Shen, his eyes behind his glasses scrutinizing him, with a hint of complexity that was hard to detect. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, Lin Shen, can we talk in private? It was the chairman who sent me. Chapter 194, Refusing to Help. Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, Lin Shen's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Did Lin Zhiyong send him? It seems the fire on the Lin family's side is burning too brightly, and they can't sit still anymore. He didn't answer immediately, but calmly met Chun Ming's gaze for a few seconds. This legal director, who had worked at the Lin Group for many years, was known for his meticulousness, professionalism, and even a bit of rigidity. He was one of the few senior executives who, before Lin Chen left, treated this former heir with some courtesy, at least maintaining a facade of respect. But ultimately, he was Lin Jiong's confidant and a member of the Lin Group. Sure, Lin Chen nodded calmly, his face expressionless. Director Chen, this way please. He turned around first and walked towards a relatively quiet corner of the staircase on the side of the teaching building. Few people pass by there, so conversations are unlikely to be disturbed. Chen Ming didn't say much and silently followed behind him. The two arrived at the corner of the stairs, where the light was dim and there was a faint smell of dust in the air. Lin Chen stopped, turned around, leaned against the cold wall, and looked calmly at Chen Ming. Director Chen, let's talk here. Chen Ming looked at the young man in front of him. In just a few days, Lin Chen's temperament seemed to have undergone a subtle change. She became more reserved and calm, her deep eyes seemingly devoid of emotion, yet also capable of seeing through everything. This calm demeanor even made this old man, who had been navigating the business world for many years, feel somewhat uneasy. He cleared his throat and, without beating around the bush, stated his purpose directly in a businesslike tone, but upon closer listening, one could detect a hint of indescribable complexity. The chairman sent me to find you. I guessed it. Lin Chen's reaction was calm, as if he had expected it. What did he send you to tell me? To tell me to go back and clean up this mess. Chen Ming nodded, then shook his head, his eyes behind his glasses fixed on Lin Chen. He said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, the chairman hopes you can find a way to get the new industrial park project back to Lin's group. Including that 2.8 billion yuan deposit that was confiscated, it would be best if you could also find a way. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen almost burst out laughing, but he only slightly tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking arc, before slowly and firmly shaking his head. There's no other way. His voice was clear and calm, leaving no room for negotiation. The Lin family initiated and unilaterally terminated the cooperation on the new industrial park project. According to the contract, the 2.8 billion yuan deposit was a performance guarantee submitted to the municipal government before the project started. Because the Lin family breached the contract first, the project stalled, causing serious impact and losses to the government's subsequent planning and investment promotion. This 2.8 billion is the liquidated damages explicitly stipulated in the contract, the price Lin's family must pay for their wrong decisions. The government's decision not to pursue further breach of contract is already a lenient one. Want it back? Absolutely not. He paused, looking directly at Chen Ming, as if he could see through the person Chen Ming represented. As for the project itself, since the Lin family has unilaterally announced the termination of cooperation, then this project has nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. The municipal government will definitely re-tender and introduce new partners. Director Chen, you are a legal expert, and you should understand better than I how unrealistic it is to expect the previous defaulting party to take back the project in this situation. Chen Ming was speechless for a moment after being utterly speechless by Lin Chen's watertight and well-organized words. He knew, of course, that what Lin Chen said was true, but that was the order the chairman had given him. He adjusted his glasses, his tone softened, taking on a persuasive quality, and even using an old title. Mr. Lin, let's be frank. You were the one who negotiated this project in the first place, so you know the ins and outs best. Besides, being able to secure this project in the first place proves your ability. Since you have the ability to secure a project on your own, you should also have a way to bring it back. After all, you're a member of the Lin family, and the Lin Group is your father's life's work. Now that the company is facing such a huge crisis, can you really bear to watch it collapse? Do you really have to escalate the conflict with the chairman and with your father to the point of no return? He paused for a moment, then continued. You negotiated the contracts for the new industrial park project, including Hengyuan Building Materials. You know what kind of company Hengyuan is. The company is worth less than 20 million, but the penalty for breach of contract is more than 800 million? There's obviously something fishy going on here. Lin Chen listened quietly, his expression remaining unchanged. Only after Chen Ming finished speaking did he tilt his head slightly, as if he had heard something interesting, and asked in return, So, Director Chen also believes that the cooperation contract I signed with Hengyuan Building Materials was a deliberate trap that swindled the Lin family out of more than 800 million yuan. Chen Ming was taken aback by the question, but still forced himself to say, Mr. Lin, the penalty clause in that contract. The amount is indeed too large. exceeding the scope of a normal commercial contract. Moreover, given Hing Yuan building materials situation at the time, it's hard not to make some connections. Lenovo. Lin Chen smiled, a faint smile, devoid of warmth. Director Chun, the contract is legal and compliant. As long as Lin's group does not unilaterally breach the contract, they will not have to pay a single penny. He took a small step forward, getting closer to Chun Ming, his voice not loud, but carrying an invisible pressure. The penalty for breach of contract in that contract was indeed quite high, which was surprising. However, it was in black and white. The terms were clear, and both parties signed it voluntarily. But as long as we cooperate well, none of those problems will occur. Lin Chen spread his hands, making a helpless yet slightly mocking gesture, and looked at Chun Ming. So what? Director Chen came here today just to tell me that Lin Jiong thinks everything is my fault, and that I should go and fix the mess he made? If I can't fix it, what will happen? Looking into Lin Chen's unfathomable eyes, Chun Ming suddenly felt his throat go dry. He took a deep breath and relayed Lin Jiong's words, which were filled with rage and threat, as calmly as possible. The chairman said, "If you can't handle the new industrial park project well and can't recover the losses of the Lin family, then he will sever his father-son relationship with you. Furthermore, the Lin Group's legal department will formally file a lawsuit against you on charges of commercial fraud and conspiring with others to embezzle company assets." There was a moment of silence at the corner of the stairs. Then, Lin Chen chuckled softly and quietly. There was no anger or sadness in that laugh, only a chilling coldness and absurdity. Sever ties. He repeated the 4 words as if savoring something utterly ridiculous. Sumi? Fine. What a good father you are. He raised his head, his gaze passing through Chun Ming, as if looking at some distant place, or perhaps just at a point in the air. His eyes were terrifyingly calm and terrifyingly indifferent. Director Chen, please go back and convey this message to Chairman Lin Jio. Lin Chen's voice was clear and steady, each word like an ice bead hitting the ground. I have no control over the new industrial park project. The more than 800 million yuan in liquidated damages is the price he paid for his foolish decision, and it complies with all legal procedures. If he thinks I have broken the law, then let him sue. I am ready to fight him at any time, and I believe the law will give a fair judgment. As for severing the father-son relationship, Lin Chen paused, the curve of his lips growing even colder. Let him do as he pleases. From the moment he personally drove me out of the Lin family's gate, what relationship do we have apart from that pitiful blood ties? Chapter 195 Promiscuous. Chen Ming was startled. He looked at Lin Chen's expression, which was neither sad nor happy, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. A chill ran down his spine. This doesn't look like a young man in his early 20s at all. This is clearly a ruthless strategist who has weathered the storms of the business world and seen through the ways of the world. Lin Chun. Chun Ming couldn't help but speak again, his tone carrying a complex emotion he himself was unaware of. Did it really have to come to this? Can't father and son talk things out? The chairman. Maybe he was just angry for a moment. Speak properly? Lin Chen interrupted him, his gaze refocusing on Chun Ming's face with a hint of mockery. Director Chen, do you think Lin Jiong is like a father? Chun Ming opened his mouth, but found himself unable to answer. He recalled Lin Jiong's unconditional favoritism towards Gu Yanqing, his almost cruel neglect of Lin Chun, and his eventual expulsion. This was indeed unlike a normal father. Lin Chen didn't seem to need his answer and continued to ask in that calm, yet cruel tone. Or rather, do you think he's more like Gu Yanqing's father, or my father? If you were me, and your parents gave all their love and resources to another person with whom they had no blood relation, treated you with indifference, deception, and exploitation for 20 years, and finally kicked you out of the house without hesitation for that person's sake, what would you do? Will you go back, kneel before them, beg for their forgiveness, and then continue to lick their occasional scraps like a dog, cleaning up the mess they've made and the mess the person who replaced you has left behind? Chen Ming fell completely silent. He stood there, his lips moving a few times, but he couldn't utter a single word. Every word Lin Chen uttered was like a sharp knife, slicing through the seemingly glamorous exterior of the Lin family and revealing the most unbearable and coldest truth within. He is able to stand here because he is Lin Jiong's subordinate and an employee of the Lin family. But if he set aside this identity and looked at it from an outsider's perspective, he found that he couldn't refute Lin Chen at all. Honestly, if he were Lin Chen, what would he do? Probably he would do something even more ruthless than Lin Chun. Seeing the changing expressions on Chun Ming's face, Lin Chun knew that his words had had the desired effect. He said no more and gave the general counsel one last look. His eyes were calm and expressionless, yet they seemed to carry a tremendous weight. Then, he turned around, took steady steps, and walked up the stairs without looking back, quickly disappearing around the corner. Chun Ming was left alone, standing there, speechless for a long time, facing the empty corner of the staircase. The afternoon light slanted in through the high window, casting dappled shadows on the ground and also on his face, reflecting a complex and indescribable bewilderment. He suddenly realized that his mission today was a joke from the very beginning. Lin Chun didn't care about the father-son relationship with the chairman. He shook his head and turned to leave. After all, it was someone else's family matter. He was just an employee, and he would do whatever his boss told him to do. Lin Chun walked towards the classroom. However, as soon as Lin Chun stepped into the classroom, almost everyone's eyes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, focused on him. During this time, Lin Chun had already become a celebrity on campus, going from a poor boy to Su Qing's simp, then to the heir of the Lin group, and finally to being kicked out of the school. Each of his identity transitions has been dramatic and newsworthy. But what attracted everyone's attention even more was the glaring scene at the front of the classroom. Su Qing, the woman who now disgusts him, is nestled in Gu Yanqing's arms like a little bird. Gu Yanqing sat in his seat, one arm around Su Qing's waist, his chin slightly raised, his gaze defiantly fixed on Lin Chun at the door, a hint of undisguised smugness and mockery on his lips. Su Qing followed Gu Yanqing's gaze to Lin Chun, her face bearing a deliberately contrived complex expression that mixed pity, disdain, and a hint of smugness. She even deliberately leaned closer to Gu Yanqing, as if to assert her dominance, or perhaps to silently mock Lin Chun. The entire classroom fell silent instantly, with only suppressed breathing and expectant eyes watching the spectacle unfold. Everyone knows about the past relationship between Su Qing and Lin Chun. Gu Yanqing, on the other hand, stole everything from Lin Chun's family and is now here to deliberately humiliate him. At this moment, everyone is waiting to see how this good show will unfold. Without the support of the Lin family, will Lin Chun rekindle his old feelings for Su Qing? Lin Chun's gaze swept indifferently over the intimate couple, his face expressionless, and he didn't even pause in his steps, as if he saw only two stones on the roadside. He walked straight to an empty seat at the back of the classroom. Hey, isn't this our young Master Lin? Oh, wait, I guess we can't call him young Master Lin anymore. Gu Yanqing's deliberately raised voice, tinged with amusement, shattered the classroom's silence, filled with malicious mockery. What? You still have the mood to come to class? You're just accepting being kicked out like this. Su Qing covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her voice sweet but sharp. Yanqing, don't say that. Although Lin Chun is currently, well, in a bit of a difficult situation, we're still classmates. Lin Chun, you see, I made the right choice in choosing Yanqing. And you? So what if you're the real young master of the Lin family? You're still penniless, unable to even keep the woman you love most. As she spoke, she snuggled closer to Gu Yanqing, glancing at Lin Chun with a look of triumphant superiority. This blatant humiliation caused many in the classroom to frown, feeling that Su Qing and Gu Yanqing had gone too far. But some people watched with great interest, anticipating Lin Chun's reaction. Would he become enraged or slink away in disgrace? Lin Chun stopped in front of the empty seat, finally turned around, and looked directly at the couple who were deliberately putting on an act. His expression remained calm, and there was even a faint, almost pitying smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Qing, he began, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. A woman who was promiscuous was just someone I was blind to when I was young. Now that I've seen the light, I really think how ridiculous I was back then. You. Su Qing's smug expression froze instantly, turning into a flush of shame and indignation. Lin Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm talking nonsense. Lin Chun chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the students in the classroom, some surprised, some understanding, some whispering, his tone as calm as stating a fact. Isn't it common knowledge throughout the school who you've slept with and how many people you've slept with? Only young Master Gu likes to pick up other people's worn-out shoes. Maybe he just has this kind of fetish and likes this kind of thing. Whoa! A suppressed gasp and whispers suddenly filled the classroom. Since Su Qing betrayed Lin Chun and went with Zhang Hao, she lost her support after Zhang Hao got into trouble. The living expenses her family gave her were not enough for her, so she found several other men. Of course, those people were just playing around with her. Su Qing's chaotic private life was no secret at school, but it was the first time that Lin Chun had said it so bluntly and harshly in front of the whole class. Chapter 196, An Extremely Beautiful Woman. When Lin Chun said that Su Qing was promiscuous, many people's gazes immediately turned strange, scanning back and forth between Su Qing and Gu Yanqing with undisguised contempt and excitement at the prospect of a good show. Su Qing trembled with rage, pointed at Lin Chun, and shrieked, "Lin Chun, you're slandering me. You're holding a grudge because I dumped you. You're defaming me." Gu Yanqing's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Lin Chun's words, picking up someone else's worn-out shoes, were like a poisonous thorn, piercing his heart. He had heard rumors about Su Qing before, but he got his hands on her because she was pretty and he wanted to put Lin Chun in his place. Being exposed by Lin Chun in public, especially with the comment, "likes worn-out shoes," was a double insult to his taste and intelligence. He unconsciously loosened his grip on Su Qing's waist, even pushing her away with a hint of barely perceptible disgust. This subtle movement did not escape Su Qing's notice, nor did it escape the eyes of many observant people. Su Qing was both anxious and angry. She turned to look at Gu Yanqing, but met his somewhat gloomy and scrutinizing gaze, and her heart sank. Gu Yanqing couldn't care less about Su Qing's feelings at the moment. Lin Chun's words had completely enraged him. Because the Lin family encountered considerable trouble with the new industrial park project, he was implicated and removed from the Lin family business. He was a vice president who was doing well, but now he has no position at all. At this moment, all the grievances and anger seemed to have found an outlet. He straightened up, pointed at Lin Chun, and said through gritted teeth, "Lin Chun, you really are cunning. Even before leaving, you didn't forget to set a trap for me, causing the company to lose more than 800 million. You traitor, you deserve to be kicked out of the Lin family." Faced with Gu Yanqing's accusations, Lin Chun merely raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with undisguised sarcasm. "Setting a trap? Gu Yanqing, you saw that contract yourself, and you signed it yourself. It's in black and white. The penalty clause for breach of contract worth over 800 million is clearly written down. You're stupid, you couldn't understand the contract. Who can you blame? Anyone with a few words and a brain wouldn't sign it without even reading it properly. With a piece of trash like you in the Lin family business, what's 800 million? 8 billion wouldn't be enough for you to squander. You're asking for death." Gu Yanqing's reason was completely ignited by the word trash. He had always been pampered by Lin Zhiyong and his wife since he was a child, and flattered by everyone. He had never suffered such humiliation before, especially since it came from Lin Chun, whom he had always looked down on and wanted to trample underfoot. "Not long ago, I even got chased by loan sharks for debt. What a humiliation." New and old grudges, coupled with the shame and indignation of being exposed in public, caused him to lose his mind instantly. He roared, rushed forward, clenched his fist, and with all his might, slammed it hard into Lin Chun's face. Judging from his posture, he seemed eager to knock Lin Chun to the ground with a single punch. A gasp rippled through the classroom. No one had expected Gu Yanqing to suddenly make a move. However, facing the whistling fist, Lin Chun simply turned slightly to the side, his foot sliding lightly to the side, his movements so fast that only a blur remained. Bang! A muffled thud, accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of bones colliding with a hard wall. Gu Yanqing's furious, all-out attack missed its mark. The immense momentum caused him to lose control and lunge forward violently. His fist slammed squarely into the hard cement wall behind Lin Chun. "Ah!" A shrill scream burst from Gu Yanqing's mouth. He was thrown back 2 steps by the reaction force, then clutched his right hand, curled up in pain, and squatted down. Large beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and his face turned ashen. His right fist was a bloody mess, with blood dripping from between his fingers, and you could even see some white bone fragments. His entire hand was twisted in an unnatural position, clearly indicating a serious injury. A collective gasp filled the classroom. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Lin Chun stood steadily to the side, even brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. Looking at Gu Yanqing, who was groaning in pain on the ground, a cold smile appeared on his face as he casually tossed out a sentence. Everyone saw it. He rushed over to hit me, lost his balance, and bumped into the wall. It has nothing to do with me. Ouch! My hand. My hand is broken. It hurts so much. Gu Yanqing was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. She was no longer the arrogant and smug person she had been just moments before. She curled up on the ground like a shrimp, screaming incessantly. Su Qing was also stunned by this unexpected turn of events, standing there at a loss for what to do. The image of Gu Yanqing subconsciously pushing her away was still vivid in her mind. Seeing his miserable state now, she felt no pity, only panic and a faint sense of pleasure. No, she quickly dismissed the thought. Several boys who usually fawned over Gu Yanqing realized what was happening and rushed forward, asking, Young Master Gu, are you all right? Quick, get him to the infirmary. There's so much blood. Several people hurriedly helped Gu Yanqing, who was screaming in pain, to her feet. Gu Yanqing was in so much pain that he could barely stand and had to be supported by others. He glared fiercely at Lin Chun, his eyes looking as if he wanted to devour him alive. But because of the excruciating pain, he couldn't say a word and could only groan in agony. Lin Chun, you wait. A boy supporting him shouted at Lin Chun with a fierce but weak voice, then quickly joined the others in half carrying and half lifting Gu Yanqing out of the classroom and hurriedly headed towards the infirmary. Su Qing stood there, watching Gu Yanqing's disheveled figure being helped away, and then looked at Lin Chun, who seemed calm and composed as if nothing had happened. Her face flushed red and then turned pale. She didn't know whether to leave or stay, and was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The way the other people in the classroom looked at her was full of various emotions: contempt, ridicule, pity, schadenfreude. Lin Chun didn't look at Su Qing again, as if she were just air. He calmly walked to his chosen back seat, sat down, took out his book from his bag, opened it, and gazed calmly toward the podium, waiting for the bell to ring. The afternoon classes ended in an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Few people really listened to what the teacher is saying. Everyone's thoughts were still more or less on the conflict between Lin Chun and his group that afternoon. Lin Chun packed his things and calmly followed the flow of people out of the teaching building. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the campus in a warm golden hue, but he seemed to be enveloped in an invisible, aloof aura, causing those who passed by to unconsciously keep their distance, glancing at him with complicated expressions, yet not daring to truly approach. As he stepped down the steps of the teaching building and prepared to walk towards the school gate, a deep and resonant engine roar came from afar, attracting the attention of many people at the school gate. A black Maybach sedan with sleek lines and a dignified and sophisticated design slowly pulled up to the side of the main gate of Mingda University. The sleek design, gleaming paint, and iconic emblem all speak volumes about its considerable value and the owner's status. In Hangzhou, there are very few people who can afford to drive this level of luxury car. The car door opened, and a driver dressed in a black suit, wearing white gloves, and with a solemn expression got out first. He quickly and respectfully went around to the back seat, bowed slightly, and opened the heavy car door. Immediately afterwards, a pair of slender legs encased in elegant black high heels stepped out and onto the ground. Then, a tall and elegant figure stepped out of the car and stood beside it. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Chapter 197 Business Cocktail Party. At the entrance of Mingda University, a luxury car pulled up and a person got out. She looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a well-tailored champagne-colored custom-made suit that perfectly accentuated her shapely figure. Her long, jet-black hair gleamed with a healthy sheen in the setting sun, neatly pulled back, revealing a smooth, full forehead and an impeccably beautiful face. Her features were striking and elegant. Her makeup was light yet exquisite, especially her eyes, which were clear and bright, yet carried the composure of someone who had long held a high position and a subtle sense of distance. A simple diamond necklace adorned her neck, refracting delicate light in the setting sun, further accentuating her snow-white skin and extraordinary temperament. She simply stood there quietly, her gaze calmly sweeping over the students coming and going at the school gate, as if waiting for something, and she herself became a sight that was impossible to look away from. The elegance, competence, and nobility that emanated from her very being stood in stark contrast to the youthful but somewhat naive college students around her. Wow, who is that? So beautiful and elegant. That car, is it a Maybach? A top-of-the-line luxury car. Who is this woman? Judging by their appearance, are they here to pick someone up? Who are they picking up? Is there anyone like that at our school? She looks so young, but she has such a strong presence. Is she some rich heiress? A murmur of barely suppressed discussion erupted at the school gate, as countless admiring, curious, and inquisitive gazes focused on the woman. The boys stared in disbelief, while the girls were filled with envy and jealousy, secretly speculating about her identity. Just then, Lin Shen appeared at the school gate. He walked with a calm demeanor and an indifferent expression, as if the surrounding discussions, the conspicuous luxury car, and the dazzling woman had nothing to do with him. He walked straight out of the school gate. However, just as he passed by the Maybach, the stunningly beautiful woman's previously calm expression instantly thawed, blossoming into a bright and sincere smile. She stepped forward a few paces, her posture elegant, yet carrying a subtle hint of intimacy. Lin Shun, get out of class is over. Xiao Ruotong's clear and melodious voice, filled with laughter, reached the ears of everyone around her who was listening intently. Her call was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating even bigger ripples at the school gate. Lin Shun. She's greeting Lin Shun. My God, Lin Shun knows her. What's their relationship? This can't be right, can it? Wasn't Lin Shun kicked out of the Lin family? How could he? This woman is clearly not an ordinary person. How could Lin Shun know someone of this caliber? Countless shocked, incredulous, envious, and jealous gazes shifted from Xiao Ruotong to Lin Shun. The students who had just witnessed the conflict in the classroom were now feeling a bit overwhelmed. They had just angered Gu Yanqing to the point of self-harm, and now such a stunning and prominent beauty was coming to pick them up in a luxury car. What's going on with Lin Shun? Even Su Qing, who was walking out of the school gate with several girls, happened to see this scene. The color drained from her face instantly. Her eyes were fixed on the woman standing in front of Lin Shun, smiling charmingly, whose temperament and appearance far surpassed her own. She glanced at the Maybach, a symbol of wealth and status, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. An indescribable mix of bitterness, jealousy, and disbelief welled up in her heart. Lin Shun, shouldn't he be down on his luck, a laughingstock to everyone? How could he be? Lin Shun seemed oblivious to the sudden focus of attention and the amplified murmurs around him. He stopped, looked at Xiao Ruotong, a gentle smile on his face, and nodded. Just arrived? Thank you for your trouble. Why are you being so polite with me? Xiao Ruotong smiled radiantly, naturally turning to the side to indicate the open car door. Get in, it's almost time. Her tone was familiar and casual, conveying an unusual sense of closeness. Lin Shun stopped being polite, nodded slightly, and under the gaze of countless eyes that seemed to pierce him, calmly bent down and sat in the spacious and comfortable back seat of the Maybach. Xiao Ruotong then gracefully leaned forward and got into the car, sitting next to Lin Shun. The driver respectfully closed the car door and quickly returned to the driver's seat. The black Maybach emitted a deep roar, smoothly glided into the lane, and quickly disappeared into the traffic, leaving behind a group of stunned and talking students at the school gate. Holy crap, I'm not seeing things, am I? That beautiful woman really is here to pick up Lin Shun. They even got on the bus together and left. They seemed to know each other very well. Who is that woman? Judging from her demeanor, she's definitely not an ordinary person. Wasn't Lin Shun down on his luck? How come he still knows people of this caliber? And even got her to come pick him up personally. It seems we all underestimated Lin Shun. Even though he left the Lin family, he doesn't seem to be doing too badly, does he? Not only is it great to have a beautiful woman of that caliber pick you up in a Maybach, can you be an ordinary person? A cacophony of speculation, astonishment, envy, and jealousy arose. Lin Shun's image in everyone's eyes instantly became even more enigmatic and unfathomable. The rumors that he had been abandoned by the Lin family and had nothing seemed to be shattered at this moment by the departing black luxury car and the stunningly beautiful woman. Su Qing stood there, her face turning pale and then flushed. Her ears were filled with the astonishment and speculation of her classmates about Lin Shun and that woman. Recalling Gu Yanqing's disheveled state and her own embarrassment that afternoon, she felt a burning pain on her face and a mix of emotions in her heart, an indescribable discomfort and resentment. On what grounds? On what grounds does Lin Shun have? Inside the car, isolated from the outside noise, it was exceptionally quiet and comfortable. The leather seats emitted a faint fragrance, and the interior temperature was just right. Xiao Ruotong leaned back in her chair, turning her head to look at Lin Shun, a smile still playing on her lips. So, young Master Lin, it seems you're doing well at school. She was clearly very well informed. Lin Shun rubbed his temples and gave a helpless smile. It was just a boring little incident. But you, Miss Xiao, personally driving me to pick me up, wasn't that a bit too much of a fuss? Now the whole school is probably guessing who you are. I don't care. Xiao Ruotong winked mischievously, then said seriously, let's get down to business. Tonight's banquet is a welcome dinner hosted by several city leaders, specifically for me, or rather, for our Xiao family's upcoming investment in Hangzhou. It's a very high-profile event, with almost all the prominent business figures in Hangzhou in attendance. She paused, looked at Lin Shun, and said meaningfully, the Lin Group is naturally among those invited. Your father, Chairman Lin, will definitely attend, and I suspect he wants to get on the Xiao family's good side. Chapter 198 Dialogue. Inside the car, isolated from the noisy world outside, only the deep rumble of the engine and the melodious classical music flowed through the room. The air was filled with the scent of high-quality leather and the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Xiao Ruodong. Lin Shun rubbed his temples. The farce in the classroom and the attention at the school gate seemed to be just insignificant little episodes. Xiao Ruodong turned her head, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a cunning and bright light in the dim light inside the car. She didn't respond to that, but instead leaned forward slightly, closer, and asked in a low voice with a mischievous smile. So, Lin Shun, tonight, how about we give your father a proper repayment? She deliberately emphasized the word repayment, her eyes revealing undisguised mischievousness and a hint of coldness. Lin Shun did not answer immediately upon hearing this. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the dazzling cityscape rushing past the car window, his expression somewhat blurred in the interplay of light and shadow. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice calm and even, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. A reward? Forget about it. The Lin family is in dire straits right now. They've lost the new industrial park project, more than 800 million yuan in breach of contract fees, and more than 2 billion yuan in security deposits are gone. Banks are pressing for loans, suppliers are demanding repayment, and the stock price is hitting the daily limit down. The company has long since run out of cash. Right now, he's probably like an ant on a hot pan, begging and pleading everywhere for a lifeline. He paused, a faint, almost cold smile curving his lips. Watching them slowly sink into the pit they dug themselves, struggling and despairing, is more interesting than any direct reward, isn't it? Xiao Ruodong looked at his calm profile. His deep eyes reflected the light streaming through the window, yet they were icy cold and devoid of any warmth. She suddenly realized that this young man, who was a few years younger than her, was frighteningly deep in thought. That wasn't youthful impulsiveness, but a calm and calculated assessment after careful consideration. It was a composure that allowed one to overlook the game and watch their opponent gradually walk into a dead end. But Xiao Ruodong was clearly not satisfied with this. She leaned back in her chair, her slender fingers lightly tapping the leather armrest. Her red lips parted slightly, and she spoke in a casual yet fatally seductive tone. That's no fun. Just watching them struggle is nothing compared to the satisfaction of giving them a push yourself. She paused, her beautiful eyes darting around as she looked at Lin Shun. You know, if I were to announce at the banquet tonight that the new industrial park project has been officially taken over by our Xiao family, and that it was thanks to your connection and key suggestion that it came about, what do you think your father's expression will be when he hears this news? Her voice was soft, yet every word was like a knife, hitting the nail on the head. Lin Chen's fingers, which were tapping on the edge of the car window, paused almost imperceptibly for a moment. A brief silence fell over the car. Only the melodious music flowed through the car. Xiao Ruodong's words were like a precise scalpel, cutting through the calm surface to reveal the bloody possibilities beneath. Announcing in public that the Xiao family had taken over the new industrial park project and adding the contribution of Lin Chen's efforts, that was tantamount to rubbing salt into Lin Zhiyong's already bleeding wounds. It was a slap in the face. His capable son was kicked out of the Lin family, and his adopted good-for-nothing son was made vice president. Then he personally destroyed a project that could have brought huge profits to the company. This is not only a commercial blow, but also a double humiliation to his personality and intelligence, enough to make Lin Zhiyong a laughingstock in front of the entire upper class in Hangzhou. Lin Chen fell silent. He did not immediately answer Xiao Ruodong's suggestion. The thrill of revenge is certainly tempting, but he never considered just the pleasure of vengeance. While Xiao Ruodong's actions could strike Lin Zhiyong to the greatest extent, they also pushed Lin Chen to the forefront, openly and completely breaking with and opposing the Lin family and Lin Zhiyong. Are you scared? Xiao Ruodong raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone tinged with provocation, but her eyes held more scrutiny. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at her for a few seconds. Whatever you want. He only uttered these two words in the end, neither explicitly agreeing nor disagreeing. By handing the decision-making power back to Xiao Ruodong, he tacitly approved of this possibility and took control of how to deal with subsequent changes. Xiao Ruodong smiled with satisfaction, like a cat that had just stolen some fish. She knew that Lin Chen had agreed, or at least was not against her doing so. As they talked, the car had already left the bustling city center and headed towards a quiet and upscale area in the west of the city. Finally, the vehicle came to a smooth stop in front of a brightly lit, modernly designed building. This is Yunding, one of Hangzhou's top private clubs, which is not usually open to the public. Tonight, it has clearly been booked out for this high-profile business banquet. The car door was respectfully opened by the waiter. Xiao Ruodong got out of the car first, her champagne-colored skirt fluttering slightly in the night breeze. She stood still, turned slightly to the side, and extended a slender hand wearing an exquisite velvet glove to Lin Chen inside the car. Lin Chen stared at the outstretched hand, paused for a moment, and then understood. This is Xiao Ruodong, building momentum for him, and also announcing to everyone who might be paying attention to this that their relationship is extraordinary. Without hesitation, he naturally reached out and gently placed his hand on Xiao Ruodong's hand, using it to help him get out of the car. The movements were fluid and the posture was composed, as if they had rehearsed countless times. The two stood side by side under the dazzling lights of the cloud-top clubhouse. Xiao Ruodong was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded a powerful aura. Although Lin Chen was young, he was tall and handsome with calm eyes. Standing next to Xiao Ruodong, he did not feel inferior at all. On the contrary, there was a strange harmony and complementarity between them. The club manager, who had been waiting at the door and had received instructions, immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. "Miss Xiao, you've arrived. And this is—" His gaze fell on Lin Chen, and he asked respectfully, "This is Mr. Lin Chen, my date tonight, and also an important business partner of the Xiao family." Xiao Ruodong's voice rang out clearly and calmly, reaching the ears of some guests nearby who had already noticed the commotion. Lin Chen, an important partner of the Xiao family? Several keywords quickly took hold in the air. Lin Chen could feel the gazes, both overt and covert, coming from all directions. He remained calm, nodded slightly to the club manager, and then exchanged a glance with Xiao Ruodong. Xiao Ruodong had a faint smile on her lips as she took Lin Chen's arm. "Let's go," she said softly, her tone filled with anticipation and excitement for the show. The show is about to begin. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the two walked with composed steps into the magnificent banquet hall, a place that was about to stir up a storm. Chapter 199, You Don't Take Me Seriously? When Xiao Ruodong, arm in arm with Lin Chen, stepped into the brightly lit hall, the flowing music and soft conversations seemed to be paused briefly. Countless gazes converged from all directions. The first one to fall on is naturally Xiao Ruodong. As the undisputed protagonist of tonight's banquet, the Xiao family's status in the business world, along with her stunning beauty and aura, are enough to attract everyone's attention. Tonight, she wore a champagne-colored haute couture gown that accentuated her snow-white skin and gave her an extraordinary aura, making her look like a walking pearl, dazzling and radiant. However, almost everyone's eyes immediately fell on the young man she was holding onto. Lin Chen. This name, or rather this face, is not unfamiliar to the vast majority of business people in Hangzhou present. Not long ago, he was the undisputed heir to the Lin Group, appearing in business reports and financial news, young and promising, and the other people's child in many people's eyes. However, a few days ago, Lin Jiong, the chairman of the Lin Group, returned from his illness and quickly kicked his biological son out of the house, supporting his adopted son Gu Yanqing, who had no blood relation to him, to take over. This series of actions has long been a topic of conversation among the upper class in Hangzhou. No one expected that this former heir, who had just been expelled from the Lin family and should still be studying at school, would appear here, and in such a way entering together with Xiao Ruodong, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. That's Lin Chen, Lin Jiong's son. It's him. What's he doing here? And he's with the Xiao family's daughter. Miss Xiao just introduced him as her male companion, or perhaps an important business partner of the Xiao family? Partners? Are you kidding me? Wasn't Lin Chen kicked out of the Lin family? He's penniless. What could he possibly be cooperating with the Xiao family on? That's hard to say. Didn't you see Miss Zhao's attitude towards him? It was clearly unusual. She personally took his arm and brought him in, and introduced him like that in public. Lin Jiong must be kicking himself now, right? He drove away his own son, only for the son to turn around and hitch a ride on the Xiao family's big ship. Hey, this is going to be good. Lin Jiong is here today too, over there. Whispers spread like a tide through the crowd. Surprise, curiosity, inquiry, scrutiny, envy, jealousy. All sorts of complex gazes fell upon Lin Chun. Many people are beginning to reassess the young man's worth. The reason why the eldest daughter of the Xiao family values her so highly is definitely not just because of her face. Could it be that Lin Chun has other opportunities after leaving the Lin family? Or perhaps the Xiao family saw some potential in Lin Chun? Or is it related to the Lin family? Some shrewd individuals have already begun to consider whether they should find an opportunity to chat with this former young master Lin and forge a good relationship. After all, it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow. However, if you can show a little kindness when someone is in trouble, there may be unexpected rewards in the future. Lin Chun could clearly sense the meaning in those gazes, but he seemed oblivious to it. He simply surveyed the bustling, glamorous scene with a calm expression, showing no unease or anxiety, only a composure beyond his years. He turned his head slightly and whispered to Xiao Ruodong beside him. It seems I'm destined to steal the show tonight. Xiao Ruodong smiled sweetly, tightened her grip on his arm slightly, and lowered her voice as well. That's the effect I wanted. To let everyone see clearly that you, Lin Chun, will only soar higher after leaving the Lin family. Her tone carried a hint of pride and protectiveness. Just then, a slightly hurried footstep, accompanied by a low growl filled with suppressed anger, came from one side of the hall, breaking the delicate balance. Lin Chun, you unfilial son, what are you doing here? The voice belonged to Lin Jiong. He was originally in a corner of the banquet hall, talking quietly with several local investors and bank representatives, with a slightly stiff smile on his face and a very humble posture, clearly trying to win the last glimmer of hope for the Lin family. When he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the figure entering through the door, especially when he saw that the person Xiao Ruodong was holding was Lin Chun, an uncontrollable rage instantly surged to his head. The new industrial park project has suffered the loss of over 2 billion yuan in deposits, over 800 million yuan in penalties for breach of contract, a company on the verge of collapse, and the news that Lin Chun refused to participate, which Chen Ming brought back this afternoon. All the pent-up frustration, anxiety, and anger erupted the moment he saw Lin Chun appear in a place where he shouldn't have been. Without even thinking, he left behind the embarrassed investors and strode towards Lin Chun and Xiao Ruodong. His face was flushed with anger, his breathing was rapid, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Chun as if he wanted to devour him alive. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and everyone's attention was focused on the sudden conflict. Many people's eyes flashed with knowing smiles and anticipation for a good show, and sure enough, the show began. Lin Jiong rushed forward, disregarding the occasion and etiquette, pointing at Lin Chen's nose. His voice trembled with excitement, but still carried the authority and anger of the head of the family as he sternly rebuked him. You bastard! Who let you come? Haven't you embarrassed the Lin family enough? I'm asking you, did you lay a hand on Yanqing at school today? Huh? Did you hurt him? Let me tell you, if anything happens to Yanqing's hand, I'll never forgive you. He clearly knew about Gu Yanqing's injury before he came to the party. At this moment, he vented all his anger on Lin Chun. In his eyes, Lin Chen's presence here was a slap in the face, a boast to everyone, and a provocation, not to mention that he also injured Gu Yanqing. Faced with Lin Jiong's public challenge and stern questioning, Lin Chen's expression remained completely unchanged. He simply looked calmly at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was furious and seemed ready to devour him alive his own father. After Lin Jiong finished yelling, his chest heaving as he breathed heavily, Lin Chen slightly raised his eyelids, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Chairman Lin, first of all, please watch your words and the occasion. This is not your Lin Group's office, where you can shout and yell as you please. Secondly, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Jiong and then glancing at the guests around him who were listening intently, before his voice rang out clearly and steadily. Many classmates at school can testify that Gu Yanqing injured himself. It had nothing to do with me. You're talking nonsense. Still refusing to admit it. Lin Jiong's fingers trembled. Of course, he didn't believe Lin Chen's words, or rather, He didn't want to believe them. How could Yanqing hurt himself for no reason? He's not sick. Do you dare to do it but not admit it? You unfilial senile. Chairman Lin. A clear, pleasant female voice, yet carrying an undeniable power, interrupted Lin Zhiyong's impending outburst of curses. Xiao Ruodong released her grip on Lin Chen's hand, took half a step forward, and stood half a body length in front of Lin Chen. She still wore a polite smile, but her beautiful eyes held no warmth, only coldness and aloofness. She looked at Lin Zhiyong, her tone calm, yet carrying an invisible pressure. Chairman Lin, please be mindful of your status and the occasion. Tonight is a banquet hosted by the city to welcome the Xiao family, not a place to handle your Lin family's private affairs. Mr. Lin Chun is a distinguished guest I invited and a business partner of the Xiao family. Isn't it inappropriate for you to publicly criticize and even verbally abuse my guest like this? She slightly raised her chin, instantly unleashing the arrogant aura befitting a daughter of the Xiao family. Or perhaps Chairman Lin has some kind of problem with our Xiao family, or with me, Xiao Ruodong? Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of suppressed breaths immediately filled the air. Chapter 200. Can you take the project back? In the banquet hall, Lin Zhiyong was so angry that he forgot that Lin Chun had come with Xiao Ruodong. He reprimanded her on the spot, and Xiao Ruodong immediately stood up for him. Lin Zhiyong felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, and half of his anger instantly froze. He then suddenly realized that the occasion was inappropriate. Standing in front of him was the daughter of the Xiao family, the person he planned to connect with tonight. If they could get in touch with her, then all of the Lin family's previous problems would cease to be problems. Miss Xiao, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Zhiyong hurriedly forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. I was just in a moment of panic. When I saw this, and Lin Chun, it reminded me of some unpleasant things at home, and I got a little emotional. I absolutely did not mean any disrespect to Miss Xiao or the Xiao family. Please don't misunderstand. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Lin Chun, his eyes brimming with resentment. But when facing Xiao Ruodong, he could only force a smile, his posture humbled to the point of groveling. This scene, witnessed by all the surrounding guests, appeared incredibly ironic. The chairman of the prestigious Lin Group was so arrogant and obsequious in front of his own son and the daughter of the Xiao family, utterly pathetic. Many people shook their heads inwardly, their gazes toward Lin Zhiyong, now carrying a mixture of pity and disdain. It seems that the Lin family is truly failing. Even Lin Zhiyong himself has lost his most basic composure and judgment. Lin Chen watched Lin Zhiyong's performance quietly, his eyes showing no emotion, only an unfathomable indifference. Has he climbed the social ladder? An unfilial son. He gave a cold laugh to himself. The real show may have only just begun. Xiao Ruodong's words were like an ice pick, precisely piercing Lin Zhiyong's carefully constructed facade of dignity, instantly snapping him out of his rage and making him realize the serious inappropriateness of his actions. The chairman of the Lin Group is so impatient and loses his composure in public. He disregards his manners and speaks rudely because of personal grudges. Xiao Ruodong's voice was cold and clear, echoing distinctly in a corner of the suddenly quiet banquet hall. Every word seemed to carry shards of ice. If there are any business dealings in the future, who will still dare to believe in the Lin family's sincerity and professionalism in cooperation? She didn't deliberately raise her voice, but the imposing aura emanating from her status and confidence made it clear to everyone around her. This is not a simple accusation, but a condescending denial from a higher level of judge. After speaking, she didn't even glance at Lin Zhiyong, whose face was pale and ashen. She simply turned slightly to the side and naturally took Lin Chen's arm again, her tone returning to its previous gentleness, yet carrying an undeniable intimacy. Lin Chen, let's go sit over there. It's too noisy here. Then, arm in arm with Lin Chen, under the watchful eyes of countless people, she calmly turned around and walked towards the reserved seats for the main guests at the front of the banquet hall. Her back was elegant and upright. Lin Chen walked beside her with equally steady steps, as if the little disturbance just now was nothing more than a breeze that brushed past his ear, not worth mentioning. But what they left behind was complete silence and rapidly escalating discussions. Miss Zhao's words really show no mercy whatsoever. But you're right, Chairman Lin really lost his composure today. How could he? It seems the Lin family is really in a hurry. Even Chairman Lin has lost his composure. Chairman Lin wasn't like this before. He was such a composed person. How come? Hey, the company is almost bankrupt, and my son is. How can I not be anxious? But even if I'm anxious, I can't do this. Isn't this just pushing away potential partners? Miss Xiao is clearly on Lin Chen's side. She even scolded her own son in front of him for the sake of her godson. Now it will be difficult for the Lin family to get on the Xiao family's good side. It's not just difficult, it might even offend someone. The hushed whispers spread through the crowd like ripples on water, and countless eyes, some open and some furtive, glanced at Lin Jiong, who stood frozen in place, their gazes containing a complex mix of emotions: sympathy, regret, mockery, schadenfreude. Lin Jiong felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. He has been a prominent figure in the business world for decades, and he has never been so humiliated in public. Just as he was so embarrassed, he was almost suffocating. His mind went blank, and he didn't know how to salvage this terrible situation. Several investors and bank representatives who had been watching from a distance exchanged glances, and then, seemingly having made up their minds, walked over together. These were the very people Lin Jiong had just humbly tried to persuade for the last bit of financial assistance. "Chairman Lin," said the balding, middle-aged investor at the head of the group, a formulaic, slightly aloof smile on his face, his tone devoid of warmth. "We just discussed the matter of injecting capital into your company that we talked about before. Well, we feel that the current market environment is still not very clear, and your company's situation is also quite complicated. We still think it would be better to put it on hold for now and observe the situation further." Another man in a bank suit spoke up next, his tone even more businesslike. "Chairman Lin, also, regarding your company's several loans with our bank, the repayment dates are approaching. The head office has been very strict with risk control lately, and we're under a lot of pressure. Do you think it would be possible to raise the funds as soon as possible to repay the due amounts? Otherwise, we're in a difficult position." "Yes, Chairman Lin. Everyone's having a tough time right now. Cash flow is tight." The group chatted amongst themselves, but their conversations all conveyed the same message. The previously agreed-upon support had fallen through, and the previous loans were being collected ahead of schedule. Lin Jiong was struck dumb, his face instantly turning from flushed to deathly pale. He knew all too well what this meant. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back for the Lin family. Without new capital injection and with old debts piling up, the Lin family is truly finished. "No, President Wang, Bank Manager Li, listen to me. Don't do this." Lin Jiong's voice was somewhat shrill with urgency. He no longer cared about saving face. His words were almost pleading as he spoke rapidly. "You all know about that new industrial park project. It's a key project for the city, with incredibly broad profit prospects. As long as the Lin family can get this project back, all problems can be solved. Funding and profits will be no problem. Profit sharing will be easy to discuss. We will definitely not treat you unfairly." "A new industrial park project?" The bald Mr. Wang frowned, exchanged glances with the others, and asked in confusion. "Chairman Lin, I remember reading in the news that your company didn't unilaterally breach the contract and had already abandoned that project, right? And you even lost a lot of money because of it. Is it possible to get this project back?"